Indu opened his eyes, and what caught his sight was the ceiling with a pink sticky note attached. The ceiling was about 2 meters above the bed, but he could clearly see what was written on the note. In an instant, he realized that he was no longer in his original home. Indu was nearsighted, though his prescription wasn't very high. 2 meters away was enough to make the small text on the sticky note blur into a mosaic. Moreover, his home ceiling had a large crack, stretching from the corner of the wall all the way to the center, something even his nearsightedness couldn't ignore. Of course, the most important point was that the world of rule-based horror stories had descended on Earth over half a year ago, and he wasn't illiterate. After seeing the content on the note, how could he not understand where he was? Indu shook his head, trying to shake off the grogginess from just waking up. The world of rule-based horror stories was extremely dangerous, and a slight mistake could send thousands of people to hell for team building, so he had to be fully alert. Before, when watching rule-based horror stories, he never thought that someone like him would one day stand out among billions and become a gifted person. But it seemed like he had never been given any psychological preparation, being directly pulled into the world of rule-based horror stories while still in his sleep. He didn't even know how long he had been here. Just thinking about it, Indu didn't dare to delay any longer, so he quickly began reading the rules on the sticky note. A happy 6-person family. My room. Rule 1, my room is for resting, don't do anything other than resting for more than 5 minutes. Rule 2, lock the door by 10 p.m., do not leave the room. Rule 3, after locking the door, no one can enter the room. If you hear someone else's voice or see someone who doesn't belong in the room, it must be an illusion. Please ignore it. Rule 4, before 8 a.m., you must leave the room and go to the dining room for breakfast. Never miss breakfast. The 4 short rules were not hard to remember. Indu glanced at them a few times and firmly committed them to memory, then quickly sprang out of bed. It was at this moment that he realized his body had shrunk drastically, and he was wearing a white nightgown with lace. Had he turned into a girl? Indu was shocked, his eyes wide open. He took a deep breath to calm himself and tried to shift his thoughts away from this irrelevant issue. Right now, the most urgent thing was to find clues related to time, especially since 2 of the rules mention time. Being cautious, he first walked quickly to the white door, and after confirming it wasn't locked, he locked it at once. The rules only said that the door must be locked before 10 p.m., but it didn't specify that the door couldn't be locked at other times, so locking the door was the safest measure. After locking the door, he started searching around the room. Soon, he found a round white clock with hands in a drawer beneath the wardrobe, and the clock showed it was 7 o'clock. However, the clock used a 12-hour system, and this room didn't have any windows, so Indu couldn't tell whether it was morning or evening. It was only an hour until 8, and if it was daytime, he would need to hurry to have breakfast and leave the room. If it was nighttime, then leaving the room wouldn't break the rules. So leaving the room seemed to be the best choice. Indu hesitated for a moment, then decided to change out of the nightgown before leaving. The cold sensation on the bottom was too uncomfortable for him. Besides, this nightgown was very thin and didn't keep him warm. Since he had pulled the blanket off earlier, he had felt a bit cold. He opened the wardrobe, and all the clothes inside were white. The style was very simple, with no excessive options given, but fortunately, there were still sets of clothes and pants, not all skirts. When he changed into the pants, Indu was pleasantly surprised to find that his important part had not left him, although it had indeed shrunk a lot. He thought to himself, this rule-related odd tale couldn't possibly be about some country having the leisure to perform gender reassignment surgery on gifted individuals. Moreover, the wrong gender could be used to harm gifted individuals, and the world of the rule-related odd tales truly had no need to go through such an unnecessary step. Clearly, it was a dangerous situation, but Indu's spirits were still lifted by this information. Fueled by this energy, he went forward to open the door. He had expected that opening the door would reveal a dining room or living room, but instead, it opened into another room. This room had a floor-to-ceiling window connecting to a balcony with clothes drying on it. From the size of the clothes, some of them appeared to belong to him. In the corner of the balcony, there was a washing machine, its turbine spinning constantly, still cleaning other clothes. The sunlight streaming in from outside clearly told Indu that it was morning. Indu stood in the area where the sunlight reached but felt no warmth. Instead, he sensed an eerie chill in the air. Because he didn't know the specifics of this room, Indu didn't dare act rashly. He could only deduce from the 1.5 meter wide bed that someone else must also live here. This room only had the door and wardrobe in brown, everything else was as white as Indu's room. Additionally, there was a photo hanging on the wall near the head of the bed, flipped over. Could this be an important clue? Though he wanted to investigate, Indu, being cautious, did not touch the photo. He only began to reflect on the 4 rules he had just received based on the information from this room. At first glance, the 4 rules seemed to be specific to his small room. But who could guarantee that the room, now divided into 2, would still be counted as one room according to the rules? So, Rule 1, does it apply to this room, too, meaning no actions other than resting? Similarly, Rules 2 and 4 also raised this issue. Which door is the locked one, and which room is the one you're not allowed to leave? If you leave the room before 8 o'clock, does it count as violating the rule if you're still in this room at 8? However, Indu had another theory about Rule 4. Maybe the important part of this rule wasn't leaving the room before 8 o'clock, but ensuring you catch breakfast. He glanced at the alarm clock in his hand. There were only half an hour left before 8 o'clock. Indu stopped hesitating, steeled himself, and opened the door. Opposite the door was another bedroom, to the right was a bathroom with the door closed, and to the left was a cloth curtain hiding what seemed to be the living room or dining room. Indu cautiously pulled back the curtain, only to realize he had been wrong in his guess. The curtain revealed an entrance hall, but there was a 10-meter distance between them. The living room and dining room were spread out on either side. On the living room wall, there was a large family portrait. It showed a family of 6, 3 men and 3 women. From the pairing and age, it was likely the grandparents, parents, and siblings. It seemed to confirm Indu's words when a little girl's excited voice suddenly appeared in his mind. I want to be with Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, and my brother and sister forever, a family never separated. Forever together. Never separated. Forever together. Never separated. The little girl's emotion even affected Indu, making this solitary person feel that being together with family forever was the happiest thing in the world. Indu's body stiffened, and he quickly turned his gaze away from the family portrait. Has he been polluted? Just because he looked at the family photo? This rule ghost story is really too unreasonable, so easy to be polluted, then how can clues be found? Just when Indu was shocked and cursing, a voice sounded, little girl, why are you standing there in a daze, hurry and come eat. Only then did Indu realize that at some unknown time he had already lifted the cloth curtain and walked out. He looked toward the place where the sound came from, that was a round dining table. At this time beside the dining table an old person with kind eyebrows and gentle eyes was waving at Indu, ignoring the stiff movement. It really looked like an ordinary family member. From the mixed white hair and the face, this should be his grandmother. Besides grandmother, there were 4 people beside the dining table. All of them stopped eating after grandmother spoke, and when Indu looked at them they all turned their heads together and faced Indu with pupilless white eyes. They sat upright and stiff, not moving at all. Indu was scared by this scene and his heart jumped wildly, but he still tried to stay calm and walked toward the dining table. These people's gazes were really terrifying, and they would even move their faces as Indu walked, and if you looked carefully you could find a very tiny black dot in their white eyes. As long as a person's eyesight is not broken, anyone could see that these family members were not normal people at all, more like wooden dolls controlled by a puppeteer one by one. And the grandmother who had been waving just now put down her arm and also cast her gaze over like them. The only difference was that grandmother's eyes looked relatively normal, only the eyeballs were a bit cloudy. Indu tried hard to ignore their gazes and plopped down into the only empty seat. But after sitting down, those pairs of white eyes still did not turn away from Indu, making it hard for him to ignore. Even though the dining room now had extremely bright blazing lights on, Indu only felt cold and gloomy. Speaking of this, Indu's eyes swept past the black curtain directly opposite his seat. Clearly it was morning, not opening the curtain but turning on the lights. Was there some special meaning? But that was something to explore later. His most urgent task now was still to get his breakfast. He had sat down in the dining room before 8 o'clock, but there was nothing in front of him. Seeing time pass second by second, Indu understood that he must do something to change the situation. After all, according to the rules he needed to eat breakfast before 8 o'clock. He calmed his emotions and smiled at the faces of the family members and spoke in a sweet voice, Grandpa and Grandma, Dad and Mom, older brother, good morning. The soft and baby-like voice made even Indu himself get goosebumps all over, but before he could further ask where his breakfast was, grandmother took the first step and pushed a bowl of plain white porridge in front of Indu. Come, little girl, eat quickly. And along with these words, the other family members also resumed eating the breakfast in front of them. At this time all their movements had completely returned to normal, looking no different from ordinary people. The small black dots in their eyes also gradually became bigger, looking similar to normal human pupils if you ignore that those eyeballs were extremely black and did not let light through. Who would have thought, these strange beings staring at him were actually because he did not greet them? This ghost story world really has quite strict family teaching, huh? Indu laughed silently in his heart to calm his own mood. After calming down a bit he then moved his gaze to the white porridge in front of him. He did not like drinking porridge. And he had just observed, on this dining table besides his and grandmother's breakfast being white porridge, other people's breakfasts were extremely rich, soy milk and fried dough sticks and all kinds of buns, and in the bowl of the older brother who looked only 1 or 2 years older than him there were even 2 eggs. Feeling Indu's gaze, older brother looked at his own bowl and then looked at grandmother, then hugged his bowl tightly and said to Indu with hesitation, no, cannot give you. His movements and expressions were lively. It seemed impossible to link it with that strange look just now. Seeing this, Indu only cutely blinked his eyes, making his older brother show an even more struggling expression. But after the older brother glanced at grandma a few times, he still firmly hugged his own rice bowl. From his older brother's gaze, Indu got one message: the one who only let him drink plain porridge was actually the grandma beside him who always looked kind and gentle. Chapter 2 Talent Toolbox. Thinking of the strange looks of the family just now, even if Indu felt unhappy in his heart, he did not dare to act rashly, and could only take small sips of the tasteless plain porridge in front of him. But before he even finished half a bowl, a sudden sound came from the corner of the dining room. Dong, dong, dong. Dong, dong, dong. Dong, dong, dong. Indu was startled and quickly raised his head to look at that corner, only to see a mechanical pendulum clock standing by the wall, its clock face smeared with black ink so the time could not be seen. But Indu, who still had an alarm clock on his leg, clearly knew that it was already 8 o'clock. Discovering this mechanical pendulum clock made Indu feel doubtful and uneasy inside. Was there a mechanical pendulum clock in that corner before? How did he remember that when he observed the dining room just now, there was a vase placed there? No, that place was a mechanical pendulum clock. Hearing the sound of the mechanical pendulum clock, the other people at the dining table began to wrap things up, and seeing this, Indu also prepared to stand up. Although he had not finished eating, he was not very hungry to begin with, and now that he did not know the dining rules, it was safer to follow the family members and act together. After all, the experience of predecessors dying just from drinking one extra sip of water was still vivid in memory, and he did not want to go meet them just because he drank one more sip of porridge. If others asked how he died, would it not be very embarrassing if he said it out loud? However, before he could stand up, Grandma, who noticed his movement, directly spoke, "Good girl, breakfast must be finished, you can't waste it." Hearing this, Indu's but that had just lifted instantly stuck back to the chair, and he continued to slowly drink the plain porridge. Based on his half-year experience of watching rule horror stories, in most cases, the rules and the requests of the kind side in rule horror stories are correct. Only when conflicting rules and requests appear does one need to judge priority, or choose the lesser of two evils. For now, even if the family members were not considered the kind side, they still had no malice toward him, so the request made now should not harm him. While he continued eating, the other people in the house had already changed clothes and left the house in batches. Grandpa left with the older brother carrying a school bag, Dad left alone holding a briefcase, and Mom left the door last together with Grandma. Before leaving, the mom who had never spoken to Indu before spoke for the first time. "Everyone in the family has keys and will not ring the doorbell or knock on the door. If you hear the doorbell or knocking, do not respond, pretend you are not at home, understand?" "Understood." Mom's words instantly made Indu alert. If Mom said this, it meant that someone would definitely come to ring the doorbell or knock, and this was without doubt a danger. And does not opening the door when hearing knocking mean absolute safety? No one gave any guarantee about this. Perhaps the real key point was pretending that he was not at home? Indu noted this in his heart, then quickly shoveled the remaining food in the bowl and began to look for rules. Anyone who has watched rule horror stories knows the importance of rules in the world of rule horror stories. Just now, because the family members were all by his side, Indu found it inconvenient to make actions that did not fit the identity of a younger sister, so he had not moved to search. After all, there is a major taboo in rule horror stories. If you are participating in a rule horror story while playing someone else, once the people around or the strange beings discover that you are not the original person, then everyone and every strange being around you will become dangerous. They will no longer only act when you break rules. The dining room was very simply arranged, dining table and chairs. A mechanical pendulum clock and a disinfecting cabinet for bowls and chopsticks. In front of Indu's seat is a floor-to-ceiling window, with the black curtains tightly drawn. On the left is the kitchen, and on the right, a sink is visible. The bathroom should be on the opposite side of the sink, but from Indu's angle, he can't see inside. After observing, Indu immediately jumped off the chair. The moment he landed, a voice suddenly popped into his mind. "Participant Indu from Xia Kingdom, welcome to the Rule Horror Story 6-person household. The minimum requirement for passing, safely get through a week." Detected that this is the participant's first entry into the Rule Horror Story world, activating the participant's talent. Participant's talent activation successful. Indu's talent is Toolbox. This talent is a recorded talent, known information. A level 1 Toolbox talent grants the participant a set of repair tools and 20 compartments to store items. Items stored in the toolbox are not affected by space or time, even in abnormal time flow, or time reversal and jumps. They still function according to normal time, and can be used across different instances. Finally, remember, in the Rule Horror Story world, most rules are correct in most situations. Please follow the rules to survive. Toolbox. This talent had been activated by 2 previous participants. One died in the first instance, and one got lost in the second. It was widely regarded as the weakest talent, only slightly better than the failed activations. To date, only one person has failed to activate a talent. It was an elderly man in his 70s, whose physical and mental abilities had severely declined. It must be admitted that most of the world is somewhere in between, just like the talents activated these years. In the past half year, over 4,000 participants have entered, and there have been more than 30 types of talents activated, with the strongest and weakest talents being activated the least. The weakest talent, Toolbox, with this time included, totals 3 activations, while the strongest talent, Assimilation, has been activated by 3 people, with the most powerful one getting lost after clearing the 7th instance. He is currently the person with the most continuous clears on Earth. Assimilation allows the talent holder to choose a strange entity to assimilate. During the assimilation, the strange entity becomes the talent holder, and the talent holder becomes the strange entity. This means the talent holder not only controls the actions of the assimilated entity but can also ignore all contamination due to the entity's nature. However, when everyone thought the greatest danger to a talent holder who couldn't be harmed by contamination would be being physically exorcised, that talent holder ironically fell into a trap and got lost in the horror world. Now, let's talk about the 4 possible outcomes participants face when entering a rule horror instance: death, fall, lost, or clear. Death, as the name suggests, occurs when a participant dies in the rule horror world due to attacks by strange entities or other reasons. Fall, when contamination reaches its peak and the participant completely becomes a strange entity. The punishment for both of these is the same: the participant's country will face the punishment of strange entities descending. Lost, when a participant chooses to stay in the rule horror world due to a certain level of contamination or guidance by NPCs in the horror world. In this case, the participant's country will not be punished, nor will it receive any rewards. As for whether a lost participant will eventually become a strange entity or die, no one knows. Once lost, they will lose all contact with the original world. If the participant successfully completes the rule horror task without being fully contaminated or lost, they clear the instance. A successfully cleared participant's country will receive resource rewards. Indu closed his eyes and felt the connection with his toolbox. Then, a screwdriver appeared in his hand. He quickly flipped it, and the screwdriver vanished. But in just that moment, even those watching the live stream outside, even if they didn't get to hear the previous voice, already knew what kind of talent Indu had awakened. There's only one talent related to giving tools so far. It's the toolbox. He's done 4. I thought he was doing well at the start. I thought this time he'd definitely pass smoothly, didn't expect his talent to be this useless. The heavens are abandoning me. Don't be so pessimistic, the last person with the toolbox talent still managed to pass 1 level, he seems way smarter than that guy. Heh, you mean the guy who got lost in the 2nd level? Anyone who makes it to the 2nd level is already in the top 30%, statistically, over 70% of participants die in the 1st level, less than 30 out of 100 make it to the 2nd level. But the others have talents that allow them to pass 2 or even 3 levels in a row, while the one with the toolbox talent, if it weren't for the fact that his first dungeon was a multiplayer one and someone helped him out of kindness, he wouldn't even have passed the 1st level. Exactly, this talent looks like junk, it can't help participants pass the levels at all. By the way, has anyone investigated who this participant is? After entering the dungeon, everyone plays the role of a younger sister. Not only is the face not their own, but their age and gender must also align with that of the younger sister they're portraying. So right now all we know is that the participant's name is Indu. Whether it's a man or a woman, how old they are, we don't know. There are over 8,000 people named Indu across the country, with over 6,000 men and just over 1,000 women, so statistically, the chances of it being a man are higher. The authorities should be investigating. Once they find out which Indu is missing, they'll know who this Indu is. Holy crap, I think I know who it is. What? Who? My colleague's name is Indu. He was supposed to come and swap shifts with me half an hour ago, but he still hasn't shown up. I've been calling him and he's not answering. Can I ask, what do you do upstairs? I'm a security guard. I work days, he works nights. Huh, a security guard. Hey, it's not that I look down on security guards. The security guard next door has successfully passed 3 ghost stories, but his talent is a magic shield. It can nullify 1 strange pollutant or attack every day. It's like having an extra life every day, and the magic shield is one of the top 5 talents. Actually, the most important thing is that he just happened to encounter a role-playing dungeon, and the security guard's physical strength and endurance advantages are completely useless when playing the role of a younger sister. And then his talent, it's a truly hopeless combination. Don't say anymore, the more you talk, the more hopeless it gets. Those dogs will come to watch us make a fool of ourselves. Chapter 3, The Trap and the Rules. Indu didn't know how much of a shock his talent had brought to the people in his country. After putting away the screwdriver, he started looking for the note again. The reminder that appeared when he first entered the ghost story world brought him 2 pieces of information. One was his talent, and the other was the guaranteed completion condition. As long as he survived for 7 days in this house, he would pass the level. The condition didn't seem too harsh, but without knowing all the rules of this house, surviving for 7 days seemed like a fantasy. Moreover, surviving 7 days was just the basic level completion. According to the ghost story rules he had read earlier, completing the level only accounted for 20 to 40 points. To get higher scores, more rewards, or even eliminate the ghost stories already present on Earth, one must obtain clues from the dungeon and solve the puzzles within. Indu circled around the dining table, even searching under it, but he couldn't find the note. Finally, his gaze turned to the black disinfection cabinet and the clock placed in the 2 corners of the room. Forget whether the clock could hide anything, just its strange appearance. Indu really didn't want to touch it unless it was absolutely necessary. Indu jogged a few steps to the disinfection cabinet. This cabinet had 2 layers, the bottom layer was about 1 centimeter taller than Indu's current height. The upper layer looked about 30 centimeters thick, still inside the range that Indu could look into. After getting fully close, Indu then found that between the upper and lower layers there was a gray paper strip pressed inside. This color was simply too deliberate. Indu reached out his hand and pulled out that paper strip. Happy family of 6, dining room. Rule 1, from Monday to Friday at noon the family will not come back. Rule 2, do not enter the kitchen alone, unless grandma agrees. Rule 3, at noon when you cannot go home, mom will order takeout for you, the takeout will arrive exactly at 12 o'clock. Rule 4, remember firmly, the home is safe, as long as it does not discover you inside the home. Rule 5, do not waste food. Rule 6, your family loves you very much, they will absolutely not hurt you. 6 rules, not long, now marked out for him one place he could not enter for the time being, the kitchen. From Monday to Friday at noon the family will not come back, although he did not know what day it was now, but older brother still had to go to school meant now was not the weekend. At noon when you cannot go home there will be mom's takeout. Rules would not be wrong, but that did not mean they could not be traps. Mom ordering takeout was true, not being discovered that he was alone at home was also true, so before having the ability to protect himself he could not go take this takeout. Family loves you and will not hurt you, did not mean they clearly knew what was hurt for you. Such an obvious problem he believed not many chosen people would fall into it. Unless later another rule came that demanded he must eat lunch or something like that. Indu's final gaze stopped on Rule 4, do not be discovered that you are inside the home. So there was something hiding in a corner spying on him? The home was safe, so it should not be inside the home. Thinking of this, Indu's eyes turned toward the entrance hall blocked by the wall corner. In his mind suddenly appeared one picture, one blood-red eye close to the peephole with a bit of teasing feeling staring into this room. As long as he showed himself within the range that could be discovered, that thing would break the door and rush in front of him and show him a strange smile. Or under the door at the 2 or 3 centimeter wide door gap there was one crimson eye squeezed there, trying hard to see clearly whether there was someone moving inside the room. Just imagining these pictures made people feel cold all over. Then looking back again at this home's layout, him located in the dining room, excluding the kitchen that clearly could not be entered, apart from going to the public bathroom, no matter where he wanted to go he would pass through the range of that line at the main door. This equaled that under the situation of not knowing whether there was someone watching at the door, he could only be restricted within the range of the dining room. Oh, there was also one bathroom. Indu put the gray paper strip into his own toolbox, then lifted his leg and stepped toward the bathroom beside the dining room. The sink area was an open design, the whole sink could hold 3 people brushing teeth and washing faces at the same time, the faucet was sensor-type water output, in front of the sink there was a long rectangular big mirror, overall it looked a bit like the bathroom of an outside restaurant. Opposite the sink was the bathroom, at this moment the door was tightly closed, on the door was stuck one white paper strip. Indu walked up and looked at it. Happy family of 6, bathroom. Rule 1, the public bathroom does not have bathing equipment, if you discover bathing equipment inside the public bathroom please leave the public bathroom as soon as possible. If at this time there is an adult at home, tell this matter to the adult. If the adult is not at home, then immediately turn on the living room television and hide inside the TV cabinet. Rule 2, the bathroom only has a silent exhaust fan installed at the top, if before opening the door you hear the sound of the exhaust fan please do not open the door, immediately move away. If by accident you have already opened the door, please give up one body part in exchange for a chance to escape. Rule 3, the cleaning tools in the home are all placed inside the tool room of the public bathroom. If need use, please knock the door 3 times, make sure inside has no any sound then enter. Rule 4, tools borrowed from tool room must return to place. Rule 5, please do right thing in right place, home has toilet, not allow pee or poop anywhere. Rule 6, no matter when, please make sure your time enter public toilet not exceed 10 minutes, if exceed, before step out public toilet please make sure you still in original home. If you already make sure you not in original home, please hide into tool room until family come find you. You must make sure outside find you is your family, not other. Still 6 rules, but this time rules one by one longer, and twisty. Danger inside is even more cannot ignore. Only say Rule 1, now if he enter and find bathing equipment, then he cannot find adult and also cannot hide to living room, simply dead road 1. As for below those, not allow pee or poop anywhere and so on. Behind every crazy rule must have crazy thing, should be someone did something? And another danger in toilet, exhaust fan sound can be at door distinguish, this just need careful then will not be counted into trap. Really worth notice is, this rule not emphasize public toilet, so should apply to all toilets in home. Toolroom words, only follow rules act then no danger, even inside a safe zone. Only in what situation, he will stay in public toilet 10 minutes. Here also cannot paid toilet. Always feel will be calculated. Indu fold this note with just now gray note together put into toolbox, as he think, fold together paper can only take 1 slot. Just not know if he take one backpack put some small things, can it only count one slot? After put away note, Indu lean to toilet door listen a while, no exhaust fan sound, but cannot have no bathing equipment then cannot enter. Indu turn back look at mirror hang on sink table. He take out tape measure from Toolbox measure, this mirror long 1 meter 5, high near 1 meter, is a pretty good prop. Chapter 40 Fault Tolerance Talent. Mirror in front of sink table clearly use glass glue stick on, Indu after decide use this mirror, no second word climb on sink table take out flathead screwdriver then insert into gap between mirror and wall start pry. Remove this kind thing not need too much strength, only need find right place scrape off glass glue connect wall and mirror then okay. Spend some time, Indu finally make half mirror leave wall surface. But also at this time he finally realize one thing. If that 1 meter 8 him stand here, lift this mirror not hard, but now do look at his still meet small little paws fall into silence. He want use this mirror block himself run to living room premises he can carry this mirror move. By Indu understanding of as long as not be found you in home, this rule, real meaning absolutely not just cannot let it know in home. Because family all go out only he not go out, little pay attention then will know home still has one person. Moreover before go out mom still talk with him. So he in home itself is already known. This rule real meaning actually like Schrödinger cat, not open box then not no cat alive or dead, cat in one cannot be defined state. Same, as long as weird not with own eyes see him in home, then his position cannot be defined. Indu sai touch mirror underhand, now in his can move range, only this thing can perfect block him. Could it be that he was going to be trapped here until his family returned? Indu's forehead tightened. Originally, he didn't have much thought about what kind of talent he had received. Although the toolbox was always considered the most useless talent, he had always thought that talent, like tools, wasn't just about how good it was, it also depended on the person using it. But now it seemed that the toolbox's talent did indeed have a significant flaw in the early stage. Getting this talent was like receiving a zero-tolerance starting point. If he made one wrong step, it would be disastrous. All the tools flashed in Indu's mind, and he finally pulled out an adjustable wrench. Sitting there waiting to die was not his style. Even if he couldn't go to the living room right now, he had to find a way to check the situation at the entrance and the living room. He held the adjustable wrench and pried a corner of the mirror off. Then, he took the mirror and went to the corner of the wall. He remembered that when he came out of the room to go to the dining room, he had glanced at the entrance. He didn't pay much attention at the time, but now he could only vaguely recall that the front door seemed to be a reddish-brown color. He hadn't really noticed whether there was a peephole or not. But now, thinking about it, there was something strange. According to the rules he had seen in the dining room, as long as he was spotted at home, he would be violating the rules. If it really was watching him from the front door to see if he violated the rules, then hadn't he already been seen when he walked from the room to the dining room? So, could it be that from the front door direction, he couldn't see inside the house at all? Was he just worrying unnecessarily? With this doubt, Indu extended the mirror, which was clamped by the adjustable wrench, around the corner of the wall. He had confirmed the angle of the mirror. Although it would reflect part of him, with the size of this mirror, from the door, at most, it would just show a color block. Furthermore, based on the information he had gathered from watching live broadcasts, that monster could probably only see the wall through the mirror and wouldn't be able to see him. Indu prepared himself mentally and extended his hand, but he never expected to see the scene that unfolded. In the reflection of the mirror, the front door wasn't reddish-brown at all, but a stainless steel bar gate. Through the gaps in the bars, he could clearly see a monster with disheveled hair crouching at the door. Its bony fingers were hooked onto one of the bars, and from under its hair, a blood-red eyeball stared fixedly at the mirror. As Indu watched it, his gaze inevitably met the monster's eye. Even though he knew that the monster could only see the wall in the mirror, Indu still felt a deep sense of fear. It was waiting for him to slip up. Indu was very clear that as soon as he was seen, even if it was just one finger, it would count as a violation. Although he knew that the world of strange tales had many eerie things, he was still frightened every time he saw one. I have no doubt that if it weren't for the rules, that monster would have probably already ripped apart the bars and been face-to-face with Indu. I was just wondering what he was prying at with that mirror, and it turns out he wanted to use it to check the situation at the door. Is Indu the first to notice the weirdness at the door? Yes, so far he's doing well, but unfortunately, the talent is too useless. Even if he sees something, there's no way to deal with it. Indu quickly shifted his gaze away from the monster and, using the mirror, began to observe the entire entrance. At this point, he noticed that there was a red-brown door leaning against the wall near the entrance. This door had no peephole and not a single gap. Once it was closed, no one outside could see anything inside. In the morning, when he went to the dining room, he must have seen this door, which was why he hadn't violated the rules at that time. But before his family left, they had opened this door and hadn't closed it afterward. Indu adjusted the mirror to the right angle and fixed it in place, ensuring that he could observe the monster's movements outside from the window in the dining room. After that, he bravely lifted one corner of the curtain. At the very beginning he already discovered it, the restaurant's curtains had never been opened. Early in the morning they would rather turn on the light to eat, and not a single family member pulled open the curtain. But the rules in his hands right now did not mention the curtain at all. The only thing he could think of was, this curtain should be to stop it from discovering that he was at home. The gap that Indu lifted was not big, only allowing one ray of sunlight to come in the morning, and as he loosened his hand the curtain returned back to its original place. This very short 1 second, his action looked like he was seeking death. But also in this 1 second, Indu noticed from the mirror, when he lifted the curtain, the monster at the doorway instantly disappeared, and only when the curtain was put down again did it return back to the doorway. Sure enough, this thing would not miss any chance to see him. Indu took out a bundle of nylon zip ties from the toolbox and firmly connected the edges of the two curtains of the restaurant together. Then he took out a roll of water tape. After he calculated the length he tied one end to the curtain and the other end to his own hand. The lighting of the restaurant and the living room all depended on this floor-to-ceiling window of the restaurant. As long as the curtain of the floor-to-ceiling window was pulled up, then whether in the restaurant or in the living room he would be seen. But this passage leading to the entrance hall was a blind corner. What Indu wanted now was to borrow this time difference. When the monster ran to the floor-to-ceiling window to search for him, he would run to close the door. Using nylon zip ties to connect the two curtains together was because he was afraid that later when he pulled the curtain might accidentally be truly lifted open, and then he would be trapped in the corridor of the entrance hall. This plan's risk was not small. Once the speed was not controlled well and he was seen by the monster outside, then he would be gone. So even though he had already prepared, Indu still did not act for a long time. In the end he finally let out one breath. The people who had been staying in his livestream room all held their breath waiting for his sprint, and he suddenly put his hands together, closed his eyes, and spoke very sincerely, Holy Mother Niwa, 3 Pure Tao Lords, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother of the West, Ziwei Emperor, Shangsheng Emperor Tathagata Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva Grandpa and Grandma, Maternal Grandpa and Maternal Grandma, Dad and Mom, the spirits in heaven must bless me. Damn, you take off your pants and show me this? What did he pray for? Did you all hear clearly? Prayed for peace of mind. Indu. I emptied my brain and invited every god I could think of. Shouldn't they give me some face? After finishing reciting a long string of gods with no known origin and no known return, and also his own relatives, Indu no longer hesitated and reached out to pull the water tape tied on his hand. Watching in the mirror the monster disappear from in front of the door, Indu immediately sprinted toward the doorway. As he got closer and closer to the door, the water tape on his hand was pulled broken, and the curtain in front of the restaurant's floor-to-ceiling window that had been lifted up slowly fell down. Indu's hand touched the reddish-brown door and he pushed hard. Bang! Ka-cha! The moment the door was closed it made a huge sound, and afterward came the sound of some object crashing into metal. Indu fell and sat on the ground, breathing hard. Succeeded. After closing the door, at least during today's daytime he did not need to worry about being stared at by the monster outside. Now it was time to find new rules. Indu stood up and came to the living room. This time he kept a careful mind and did not look at the family portrait. He did not have the talent to remove mental pollution. If he looked a few more times he was afraid he would be directly taken away. The living room's rules were not hidden, they were placed right on the TV cabinet. Indu picked up the note, and then he saw the first rule written on it. Rule 1, you are a good baby, 3 meals a day will be carried out on time, you will not make the family worry. Breakfast time, 7:408:40, lunchtime, 12:0013:00, dinner time, 18:0019:00. At this moment Indu only felt his middle finger itching to move, clearly showing signs of not fitting in with the other 4 fingers. Chapter 5 Emergency Handling Bureau. The Emergency Response Bureau for Bizarre Incidents. Has the information for this kid been retrieved? Xia Changtai asked in a deep voice as he sat at the head of the conference table. Yes, it has. Actually, before we even started looking into it, his information was already exposed online, the person sitting to his left said. Xia Changtai's face darkened upon hearing this. What happened? His colleagues noticed he was missing and mentioned it in a live stream. It led to a full investigation. Someone below mumbled with their head down. Didn't I tell you to control the comments in the live stream? How many times have I said that we must avoid situations where people talk about fighting on the front lines while we sit here causing internal chaos? Now all of this kid's information has been exposed. What about his family? Did we ensure their protection in time? Xia Changtai asked sternly. He has no family left, someone explained. Our online army did their best to suppress it, but still, it couldn't be stopped, said Lu Hui, the leader of the public opinion control team. Director, we really can't blame the team here. The economy has been tough for the past few years. After the appearance of the bizarre incidents, many already fragile companies declared bankruptcy, leading to an increase in idle people and a surge in people joining for the excitement. Unfortunately, we still don't have control over the livestream. The control over the livestream had always been a big issue. Since the bizarre incidents began, the live stream had spread like a virus, infiltrating everyone's smart devices, leaving no one untouched. No matter the age or mental state, anyone could log into the live stream and post anonymous comments. Our country is one of the few that intervened early to try to control public opinion, but we could only rely on an online army to flood the comments and shift the focus to adjust the atmosphere in the live stream. The efforts of the public opinion control team are clear to everyone, and naturally, we cannot discount their work due to this incident. The reason we are raising this issue now is to prevent this from happening again in the future, Xia said, brushing off the previous topic with a formal tone. This problem couldn't be solved just by effort alone, and wasting time on it from above wouldn't be wise. The bizarre incident has been going on for 2 hours now. How is this kid performing? Du, male, 24 years old, has been working as a night security guard in an old neighborhood in Linnan for 3 years. He graduated from Linnan University, majoring in computer science. Before becoming a security guard, he worked at a large company for 6 months, but after a family incident, he returned home and became a security guard in his own neighborhood. Upon hearing that Du had attended university, the confidence of those present in him grew slightly. It wasn't that they were still harboring any form of educational discrimination in the face of the bizarre incidents, but because China's education system is essentially a filtering mechanism. As long as someone completes the 9 years of compulsory education, it ensures that they can read and have basic logical thinking. Since Du had attended university and majored in computer science, his logical thinking was definitely solid, and he wouldn't make those basic mistakes. But we don't know how those 3 years as a security guard have affected him. People who often stop thinking tend to lose their sharpness, and working as a night security guard in an old neighborhood with little social interaction and few tasks can easily cause a person's mind to atrophy. It would be fine if he just wanted to live a peaceful life in this job, but Du had been selected for the bizarre incident. That's not something to worry about too much. Du has a very good reputation in the neighborhood. He's not the type to just stay home and never go out. He works the night shift, and during the day, he helps the elderly in the neighborhood fix various electrical appliances, from changing light bulbs and repairing pipes to fixing TVs, phones, and elevators. When it came to the elevator, the person reporting paused. Without an elevator operation license, repairing elevators was illegal. Ahem, in short, this young man is still quite sharp. Don't worry about it. After hearing the report, someone spoke up, looking at the live stream and muttering, I think I know why this kid's talent is a toolbox. A maintenance worker having a toolbox is pretty normal, isn't it? His voice wasn't loud, but since no one else was speaking in the conference room, it sounded especially clear. Everyone in the room knew about Du's talent, but this talent was so hard to pinpoint any discussion points that no one brought it up. From what we can see, Du's interpretation of the rule seems fine, and he's the first to use a mirror to check the situation at the door. This action confirms that the true meaning of not being discovered in the rules is simply not being seen. Apart from that, there aren't many clues at home that we can observe, the leader of the analysis team said. The public opinion control team and the analysis team are the only two departments in the Bureau of Strange Events that are constantly following the ghost story live streams. The public opinion control team is responsible for real-time monitoring of the public opinion around the country's gifted individuals' ghost story live streams and the online discussions, outsourcing trolls to clean up the comments on those streams. The analysis team is tasked with following and analyzing the clues in the ghost story instances in each country's live stream. With only one clue per country, they aim to make the most out of that clue. When the ghost story first appeared, everyone was unclear about the rules and thought the clues could be used to save the gifted individual's life. But after the first rule-based ghost story occurred, they all realized that if the gifted individual wanted to survive in the world of rule-based ghost stories, they had to rely on themselves. If the gifted individual isn't capable, even 100 clues wouldn't be enough, especially since each instance only offers one clue. The real purpose of the clue is to provide the gifted individual with information they haven't explored yet, helping them achieve a higher score in clearing the instance, so both the country and the gifted individual can get better rewards. Of course, if the gifted individual is in danger, they will send out a clue, but how much it helps still depends on the gifted individual. The information we know so far is that the basic condition for clearing the instance is surviving for 7 days. The character this time is a little girl who doesn't need to go to school, so the gifted individual will most likely be confined to the house. There's not much interaction with family members right now, and we can't confirm their attitude toward the gifted individual. However, the rules are clear that the family won't harm the little girl as long as the gifted individual doesn't expose their identity or break the rules. The family will not pose a threat. When Du walked out of the room, he glanced at the family photo on the wall. Based on his condition, it seems like he was contaminated. Moreover, we compared the family photo with the family members at the dining table, confirming that the family members around the table this morning were the little girl's family. But there's something strange. The family members at the table look almost the same as in the family photo, except for the grandmother, who has changed significantly. Her hair has turned grayer, and she's gained some weight. At the dining table, the grandmother also acted differently from the others. The leader of the analysis team paused after speaking. It was clear to anyone with a discerning eye that the grandmother behaved differently from the other family members at the dining table, but unfortunately, the clues are insufficient. They had some guesses but didn't dare make conclusions about what these differences meant. There's still not enough family information to draw a conclusion. The final point, which we think is important, is the clock in the dining room. The clock in the dining room doesn't show the time, but when Indu's alarm clock shows 8 o'clock, the clock in the dining room chimes 9 times. The clock usually chimes every half hour, and it chimes as many times as the hour, so the clock striking 9 times at 8 o'clock only has 2 possibilities. Second is this pendulum clock has another use. Above is all information our analysis group can get at present. Chapter 6 Appetizer. Happy family of 6 living room. Rule 1, you are a good baby, 3 meals a day will go on time, will not let family worry. Breakfast time, 7:408:40, lunchtime, 12:0013:00, dinner time, 18:0019:00. Rule 2, family photo is very important, do not look at family photo. Rule 3, you can watch 2 hours of TV every day, TV cannot open, can seek father's help. Rule 4, older brother Friday afternoon will leave school 2 hours early, hear older brother knock door, must within 20 minutes open door. Rule 5, home has no human-shaped doll, you did not see any human-shaped doll. Do not mention, do not look. Rule 6, home only has you and older brother 2 children, no other child will come find you play, if hear invitation to play game, please ignore. Rule 7, you already learned take care of yourself, will not because alone at home and cry. When you did not cry but hear someone crying must quickly stay away from room making sound. Rule 8, living room and dining room scattered toys must before 11 o'clock and 1600 hours tidy up. Rule 9, 13 to 1500 hours is noon rest time, you will return to your own room rest, during noon rest, hear any sound in home do not pay attention, home only has you yourself, no other thing can make sound. Rule 10, family is love you, have difficulty can seek family's help, but 10 rules, and among them many give people feeling extremely strange rules. Indu also not surprised, or say this is exactly rules strange talk he is familiar with. Compared with this, before those 3 rules are like appetizer small dish, only bathroom that one mixed a little meat. And this one last rule also was smeared out. Indu all take out front paper slip while sit down on sofa, but just at take out paper slip moment, he suddenly feel his back touch a somewhat hard bulge. In an instant, Indu immediately straightened back, originally loose body becomes stiff, he just swept one glance sofa, very sure sofa not even one pillow has. Behind his back now is what? Touching did not have accident, this proves he still did not violate rule, Indu pinch tight paper slip and hand eyes quickly sweep over those rules. Although he just now was remembering rules, but this instant fright really scared his brain blank, rules actually one line also not think up. Carefully look, rule in and this kind thing related probably is doll that one line. So now behind him is a doll? Rule wrote is did not see any doll, and behind also emphasized do not look. Suppose now doll really behind him, he only need not give attention is fine. But if this doll itself appear in his sight range? He cannot control his eyes automatically put mosaic right? Indu brow tightly frown, just a doubt, at his left suddenly come a child voiced younger sister, come play hide and seek. Younger sister, younger sister. Cannot tell male or female, but keep non-stop call him, and voice so close. If say back hard thing like sharp knife, then side voice like death curse. All this making do even feel at this very moment there is a pair of eyes and dark stare at him, enjoy his struggle. Indu palm sweat cold, even if he know only not violate rule will not have accident, but fear feeling will not reduce. Home has no Indu look at paper slip and hand silently recite, read to half his voice suddenly stop. Rule said, cannot mention, cannot look. This and before that sentence should need connect together, home has no doll, do not mention doll this word, even if see doll also must treat as not see. Ignore it, and to do that, he must not define this thing, nor remember its appearance. When the doll appeared in front of him, he needed to immediately look away. It was too hard. It would be easier if he didn't know the doll, but knowing something he didn't recognize was difficult, because his mind had no corresponding concept. At this moment, the memory he had always been proud of made Indu a little worried, but while he was thinking, the voice that had been inviting him to play hide and seek disappeared. Only a noise came from the direction of the dining room, it sounded like a child playing with toy cars or something. Indu didn't dare to look up, instead, he tried his best to ignore the sensation behind him and continue analyzing the rules. There were 3 rules related to time in the current set of rules. The one closest to him was Rule 8 toys scattered in the living room and dining room must be cleaned up before 11 o'clock and 1600 hours. He had just checked the living room and dining room, and there were no scattered toys, but now that was not certain, because there was a little ghost playing with toys not far from him. Thinking of this, Indu quickly checked the time. It was already past 10:20, and there was still plenty of time before the required 11 o'clock. Indu wasn't a real child, cleaning up the toys within the specified time wasn't difficult, but the challenge was, what if something was still playing with toys by 11 o'clock? What if he cleaned up, and the other person just took them out to play again? And this time point, the rule clearly stated 11 o'clock. Does this mean that as long as he cleaned up the toys before exactly 11 o'clock and made sure the time passed, it would be fine? After all, the rule didn't specify what the toys should be like at 11:01. In that case, it would be much easier. Just as Indu thought this, a drawer in the TV cabinet was pulled open, and then 4 boxes floated into the air, opened, and many building blocks fell like scattered flowers from the heavens, large and small, scattered on the ground in front of the TV. As the blocks scattered, the sound of a mischievous child joyfully throwing them around lingered in the air. Indu tried to force a smile, afraid that if he didn't try, he would want to hit the little ghost. Stay calm, he couldn't beat it, and he couldn't reach it. He didn't even see anything besides the blocks during that little performance. Indu quickly scanned through all the rules again, making sure he had them all memorized and wouldn't be scared out of his mind before he stood up. He didn't immediately start picking up the blocks in the living room, but instead walked over to the dining room for a quick look. However, there was nothing in the dining room, no toys at all. Where was the little car the child had been playing with just now? Indu turned around 2 more times, confirming that there were indeed no toys in the dining room before returning to the living room to start picking up the blocks. While picking up the blocks, he was very careful, not daring to glance around. Once anything resembling a doll came into his sight, he quickly squinted and narrowed his field of vision. He carefully gathered all the blocks together. But the biggest task was yet to come. Each box of these blocks was a series, and Indu didn't know if cleaning them up meant they had to be put in the correct box, but he didn't dare to take any chances. Judging the speed by building blocks was too slow. Actually, there was a simple way to separate the blocks. The color of blocks made in different time periods was different. Currently, it's very difficult for the industry to make identical colors. Even if you note down the formula for coloring, if the proportions of the materials in the formula are slightly off, or the time the materials are mixed differs, there will be color differences. Using this method, excluding black and white blocks, other colored blocks could be easily distinguished. Then, by combining the model diagram on the block boxes, he could quickly classify the models. Indu's attention was highly focused when he was doing something carefully. He rarely paid attention to other things around him. So when a doll holding a small knife stood in his line of sight, he swept the doll away while he was grabbing building blocks, blocked by the doll's presence. In this rush, he finally organized and returned 4 boxes to the TV cabinet within 20 minutes. At this time, there were still about 10 minutes until 11 o'clock. After closing the cabinet, Indu stood in front of it for a while. He couldn't be sure if the invisible brat would come again if he didn't keep an eye on these blocks. He didn't have time to clean up again, but he didn't want to stay here forever either. Thinking this, Indu quietly took out a hammer and nails. Don't be afraid, it's not meant to hit you. Chapter 7: The Emperor Arrives. Indu looked at the cabinet sealed with 13 nails and smiled with satisfaction. He didn't believe that this way, the brat could still disturb him with the building blocks. After solving the brat's problem, Indu began to search the living room. He remembered that he needed to have lunch between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock, but now he hadn't found any lunch. Given the existence of that monster outside, ordering takeout from mom was out of the question. He could only search at home for something to have for lunch. Unfortunately, after rummaging through the living room, he found nothing like bread or snacks. Seeing this, Indu didn't panic. At this time, there were still many rooms he hadn't checked, and he didn't believe all the food in the house was in the kitchen. Thinking of this, his eyes scanned the locations of several rooms. Currently, the room he had passed through in the morning seemed the safest, and the rules also stated that he needed to return to his room for a nap in the afternoon. So if he could get the rules for that room, it would be best. Of course, it would be great if he could find lunch there directly. After the arrival of the Rule Horror Tales, every country was forced to join this game. After the first round of Rule Horror Tales ended, 3 small countries were directly wiped out due to their arrival. By the time of Indu's turn, the world had already experienced 23 rounds of instances, and Indu was the 7th talent of the Dragon Country. Among the previous 6 talents, 4 had died in the Horror Tales, 1 fell, and 1 got lost. This record was definitely above average among many countries. However, because the clearing rewards given by Rule Horror Tales were always ranked by score, even though the successful clear count far exceeded the failures, the Dragon Country still suffered great losses. The previous 5 failures had caused 5 cities in Dragon Country to be invaded by Rule Horror Tales. Even though the country promptly carried out population relocation, nearly 10 million people still perished, and close to 20 million were left homeless. The arrival of Rule Horror Tales brought great crises to this world. The previous talent of the Dragon Country, who had performed the best so far, had cleared 5 instances in a row, and his talent was currently comparable to assimilation as mutation. The people of the Dragon Country hoped he could become the talent with the most clears, ideally continuing to succeed indefinitely. However, he got lost in the last multiplayer instance. Multiplayer and single-player instances had always appeared randomly, but the failure rate of multiplayer instances was always much higher than that of single-player instances. In the last instance, less than 20% cleared successfully. Thus, there were very few veterans left for this instance. And many newcomers like Indu couldn't remain as calm as he was. Upon realizing they had entered the world of rule horror tales, there was always a group of people who couldn't control their emotions and screamed in terror. By the time they realized they should calm down and began to check the rules, the effect of Rule 1 deepened the pollution on them constantly. The fear, which had not yet subsided, was constantly amplified by hallucinations and sounds. This ultimately prevented them from leaving the room in time. Some were even scared to death by the sight of their family at the table, violating the rules of the game. By the time the rules of the strange story began to activate the talents of the gifted, the number of newcomers had already been cut in half. The gifted person from next door, who had been living well, was also a newcomer named Inanaki Takara, who managed to survive until his family left the house and activated the talent rule-breaking. When the people from the neighboring house learned that Inanaki Takara's gift was rule-breaking, they were somewhat disappointed, as this talent was only considered above average among many talents. Rule-breaking allowed the gifted person to choose one rule each day to interpret and break the patterns within it. After getting the restaurant's rules, Inanaki Takara immediately used rule-breaking on Rule 4. When he used rule-breaking, other words appeared on the back of the note. It is not at home, do not let it see you in the house. Every 20 minutes, it will stay near a place where it can see the house for 18 minutes, and patrol for 2 minutes. Seeing the decoded message, Inanaki Takara smirked, yes, I got an important clue. The reason why rule-breaking was rated above average by netizens was not that the talent was bad, but because it required the gifted person to use it in the right place. If the wrong rule is chosen to break, the talent will only waste time and give useless information. Luckily, Inanaki Takara did not make a foolish mistake and chose the most dangerous rule from the restaurant's rules to analyze, giving himself an advantage from the start. Inanaki Takara also analyzed that the place most likely to give it a view of the house was the room where he came out. He remembered that when he walked out in the morning, the curtains there were not drawn. And when he left the room, he noticed that the front door of the house had no peephole, so it was impossible for it to see inside through the door. After confirming these, Inanaki Takara confidently walked towards the living room. Fortunately, when he was about to pass through the entrance, the official from the neighboring house sent him a timely reminder, Inanaki-kun, don't go over there, the door is open and it's right outside. Wash the bowl and take it to the wall to observe the door. Be careful in the world of rule-breaking. When the official clicks to send a reminder, the time in the rule-breaking world freezes for 3 seconds. During this period, the official has to type the reminder as quickly as possible. The gifted person can sense this time freeze, so if the official is fast enough, the gifted person has some time to process the reminder. Inanaki Takara had watched live streams of the rule-breaking stories before, so when he noticed the time freezing, he immediately understood the official was sending him a reminder. His arrogance made him fail to realize that the reminder was sent because he was walking towards his death. When he received the reminder, he realized his earlier deduction was wrong, but his first reaction was not to reflect on himself, but to feel embarrassed and angry, thinking he had lost face. Of course, I knew it was outside. I wasn't planning to walk right over there. The official is wasting a valuable reminder. Inanaki Takara said loudly. Anyone with clear eyes could tell that he had been completely unprepared to walk into the range visible from the door. But many netizens from the neighboring house preferred to deceive themselves rather than accept the reality, still commenting in the live stream. Inanaki-kun is right. He was just planning to walk to the wall and wait for it to leave, then go to the living room. The official was too impulsive, wasting a reminder opportunity. Exactly. Inanaki-kun is the one who received the extra hint. He clearly knows it's right outside the door. The official's reminder this time was wrong, and from now on, we can't pass the level with a high score. It's the official's fault. The official's reminder was timely, and we hope everyone won't deceive themselves. For the sake of our country, please face it rationally. Bastard, the officials are just useless. Be rational, Inwi-kun clearly made a mistake. The officials should come out and apologize. It's said you can't wake up someone pretending to sleep, and I've witnessed it. Indeed, Ribbon Person is clearly living too well and wants to find some excitement. This matter is hard to judge. That damn dog wasn't even breaking the rules but was persuaded to leave. Now, they can say whatever they want. Those despicable Longwa people are just jealous that our Inwi-kun has better talent than their gifted ones. Exactly, Longwa people should get out of our livestream. That gifted person from Longwa got such a trash talent, death is just a matter of time. They can only deceive themselves. That's why they can't stand Inwi-kun doing well. Longwa people, get out, we don't welcome you in our livestream. Ha, what is your livestream? This is the Rule Horror Story livestream. Not only will I not leave, but I'm going to recruit people. I originally wanted to tell you to be rational, but with this attitude, don't blame us. This incident was originally just Ribbon Person deceiving themselves, but when Longwa netizens came to join the excitement and got cursed, things changed. Longwa netizens called for help online in the country, and many who saw it rushed to Ribbon's livestream to support. The Public Opinion Control Team from the Strange Incident Bureau also noticed this. At this moment, a young man named Xiao Xiu suddenly had an idea. Controlling the comments in the Longwa livestream with Water Army does work, but there are just too many Longwa people, it's not easy to control. But what if we let those keyboard warriors who love chatting and exchanging opinions with others go on the offensive? Xiao Xiu is a man of action. As soon as he had the idea, he immediately created a plan and handed it to the group leader. He hoped to form a network army and send the keyboard warriors to other live streams to battle, thus weakening the combat power of the keyboard warriors in the Longwa live streams. This method of shifting the trouble was approved by the leader of the Public Opinion Control Team. The leader even asked for language experts from above to complete this task under Xiao Xiu's leadership. Thus, a network army named Emperor emerged, and the first one to be swept was Ribbon's livestream. Anyone who is placed in the right position is always useful. Chapter 8, Grandmother's Portrait. Du has always been an action-oriented person. After deciding to go to the room he passed by earlier, he put away his tools and headed toward the room. However, when he reached the door, the action of opening the door became extremely slow. Actually, he always remembered that the curtains in that room were not drawn, and it was the only place in the house he had passed by where sunlight could be seen. At that time, he hadn't seen the "don't let it find you" rule, but one thing was clear, he had not violated any rules. The fact that he was still standing here proved that. The situation that occurred was most likely because another rule in the room was restricting it. Although rational analysis had been made, fear and concern still lingered in his heart. Fortunately, nothing abnormal happened when Du entered the room. Du re-examined the room. The curtains were still not drawn, but since it was nearing noon, the sunlight only lingered on the balcony. There were more clothes hanging on the balcony than when he got up in the morning, suggesting that some new clothes had been hung up. Additionally, there was a dressing table in the room that he had ignored in the morning, and it was very neatly organized. Before understanding the rules of this room, Du dared not touch anything in the room. He could only rely on his eyes to look for the rules. But after walking around the room, he could only say that this room was really well kept. He didn't see anything related to the rules at all. At that moment, Du suddenly remembered the rules that were stuck to the ceiling in his room. With his current height, as long as he didn't deliberately look up at the ceiling, it would be his blind spot. Du quickly lifted his head to look at the ceiling, but there was nothing there. Instead, while looking up, he noticed the photo hanging at the head of the bed had obvious writing on it. The rules were actually on the photo. How sneaky! He had been warned in the living room not to look at the family portrait and had subconsciously avoided that photo since entering this room. Du hurriedly walked forward to take a look. A happy family of 6. Grandma's room. Rule 1, Grandma's room must always be kept tidy. Rule 2, the curtains in the room should never be drawn shut, and after the sun sets, keep away from the balcony. Rule 3, do not look at the night sky. Rule 4, check the medicine cabinet at home every day. If Grandma's needed medicine is lacking, remind the family to restock. Rule 5, do not return to your own room unless you need to rest. Rule 6, Grandma's room is the safest place in the house, but make sure. Du silently recited the rules twice, committing them to memory, and then curiously looked at the photo. So far, this photo didn't seem to have any bad effects on him, but deliberately facing it backward felt very suspicious. The rules didn't mention anything about the photo. In the world of strange rules, as long as you didn't violate the rules, there would be no danger. Du took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. At his height, he could just reach the photo by standing on the bed. Without hesitation, he directly took down the photo and flipped it over. What came into his view was a black and white single portrait, a photo usually intended for an obituary. So this was a portrait of Grandma after she had passed away. Du opened the frame and took out the white paper with the rules written on it, keeping it safe. After restoring the portrait to its original state, he began to rummage around the room. Grandma's room was certified as the safest room according to the rules, although there was one condition that was concealed. But since it couldn't look out at the balcony, the rules were in effect. So he just needed to ensure that one thing didn't change. Du first glanced at the vanity. However, the drawers were filled with talcum powder, cooling oil, and similar items that seemed to be for his use. Aside from the pillows and blankets, there were no extra items on the bed. Now, the only place left in the room to hide something was the wardrobe. The left side of the wardrobe followed the regular pattern, filled with clothing, while the right side was divided into 4 sections. Counting from the bottom up, the first section held a large medicine cabinet, a can of oatmeal, and a can of sugar-free milk powder. The second section had yarn and needles on the left, while the right held some paper money. The third section was stacked with thick clothing. In the fourth section, Du couldn't see anything at his height. He could only gaze at the black spot, feeling an inexplicable panic in his heart. It seemed he would need to find a chance to see what was up there, and Du quietly noted this in his mind. Now, according to the rules, he had to check the medicine cabinet first. It's really strange why this medicine cabinet is placed in Grandma's room instead of the living room. While opening the medicine cabinet, Indu was silently complaining in his heart. However, after opening the medicine cabinet, Indu felt he might understand the reason. The first layer of the medicine cabinet mostly held children's medications and various treatments for injuries. The second layer contained 2 boxes of metformin and a vial of insulin. Diabetes? Upon seeing the insulin, Indu instantly understood what illness Grandma had. Indu checked the 2 boxes of metformin. Both boxes were brand new. According to the dosage in the manual, it should normally last for 7 days. As for the insulin, Indu picked up the clearly opened insulin bottle. From the scale, there was only 0.5 milliliters left, enough for 2 to 3 more injections. Indu tidied up the medicine box and then took out the oatmeal and milk powder from the wardrobe. When he pulled out the oatmeal, a note fell at Indu's feet. Indu immediately picked up the note. Can only eat beef, vegetables, and grains. A strangely vague sentence. It didn't clarify if it was a rule. But speaking of grains, Indu reluctantly put the milk powder back into the wardrobe. It seems he could only eat oatmeal for lunch. The talent user next door has died. Which neighbor? The one from Bazin country, the talent user who always hid in Grandma's room. Didn't someone say he found a shortcut to clear the game? Is there some danger in Grandma's room? Just check the records others have written online, and you'll know. Yasinai is a talent user from Bazin country, and his talent is pollution purification, which automatically purifies 30 points of pollution value every day. When a person's pollution value exceeds 60, they begin to feel disoriented and occasionally hear seductive whispers. When the pollution value exceeds 90, hallucinations may even appear before their eyes. When the pollution value exceeds 120, the body begins to undergo mutations. When the pollution value reaches 150, a person will completely mutate, leading to a fallen ending. From this perspective, the effect of pollution purification is significant. However, pollution purification can only eliminate pollution. There are many rules that, if violated, lead directly to death, with no chance of being polluted. Like Indu's talent, there is not enough room for error, so the evaluation of this talent is also low, ranking 3rd from the bottom, only slightly better than Indu's toolbox. Yasi is of a low caste, and the activated talent is also recognized as the 3rd worst, pollution purification, instantly filling the live stream of Bazin with mocking voices. Sure enough, it's a low caste, only able to activate this garbage skill. Damn, we're going to be harmed again by this inferior beast. This guy is the garbage person responsible for cleaning up trash here. Why does the world of the rules always choose such people to represent our country? Oh my god, our future is once again in the hands of a slave, hard to believe. Anyone from another country entering Bazin's livestream would only feel astonished. There are very few people speaking for the talent user in the livestream. The entire comment section is filled with insults. They should be glad that their talent user won't see these comments in the world of Rule Weird Tales. But when they see Yasi's performance in the Rule Weird Tale, they fall silent for a moment. Yasi opened his eyes and saw a note on the ceiling. He stumbled as he read the words on it. My room, can't rest? Yasi is exactly the kind of person that every country fears being drawn illiterate. Fortunately, Yasi misunderstanding the rules actually helped him. He got scared and ran out of his own room. After getting to the dining room, he, who usually followed others, didn't dare to lift his head. After greeting, he sat at the dining table, facing the white rice his grandma pushed over. He didn't dare to refuse and just buried his head and ate, being the first in the family to finish his meal. Seeing he finished eating, Grandma called him into the room before leaving the house and instructed, there are oats in my wardrobe, wait until noon to take them out and eat. Today is Thursday, and we won't be home during the day. If you are scared alone, just lock the door to this room and don't leave until Grandma comes back, okay? Got it, Grandma. Yasi said. Chapter 9 Try Lock Picking. Yasi indeed obediently did not leave Grandma's room, but staying in the room made him feel very bored. In the past, he woke up early and worked in the sewer for at least 12 hours every day. Every month, someone must take turns to rest for a day. Suddenly, having such a long time just for himself, he felt a bit unaccustomed. Yasi also dared not touch anything in the room and simply sat on the bed. After a while, he began to feel sleepy, but the sunlight in the room was very strong. He habitually felt he should pull down the curtains, and he did just that. As the gray curtains covered the entire balcony, the room immediately fell into darkness. Yasi's live streaming room also turned into night vision mode. At this moment, Yasi was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. He rubbed his eyes and groped his way to the edge of the bed. But everyone watching the livestream could clearly see that after the grandmother's room fell into darkness, figures that should have been out appeared in the corners of the room. Aside from the grandmother, his mother, grandfather, father, and brother occupied each corner. They fixed their creepy gaze tightly on Yasi, their pupils slowly expanding from small black dots to fill their entire eyes, their mouths stretched wide, almost to their ears. Yasi, however, was completely oblivious as he lay down on the bed. After he got into bed, everyone's eyes completely turned black. His mother raised a kitchen knife and walked towards the bedside. "Today, we have meat to eat," his brother laughed happily upon seeing their mother's action. Yassi trembled at the sound and jumped straight up from the bed. Who? No one answered him. His father stepped forward and firmly pressed Yassi down, while his mother swung the knife hard towards Yassi's arm. Red blood sprayed onto the mother and brother, and they appeared to be stained with color, showing red shadows in the darkness. Yassi faced the two twisted faces, his eyes wide open, and terrified, he fell down directly. The live stream of Yassi and Bar Sangwa displayed for less than a second his form lying on the bed, his limbs intact, only his eyes wide open, looking terrified. Then the live streaming room fell into complete darkness. Indu returned to the dining room with a bowl of oatmeal. At that moment, the mischievous child had given up on breaking the sealed cabinet, and the home had returned to silence. There was still some time before 12 o'clock. Indu prepared a bowl of oatmeal and stored the entire jar of oats in his toolbox before arriving at the door opposite his grandmother's room. He wanted to figure out the household rules before the other family members returned. Based on the current layout of the house, he guessed this was the room of his grandfather and brother. Since he and his brother were about the same age, if they played together, they would likely be running around in these two rooms. Thinking of this, Indu raised his hand and grabbed the doorknob, pulling it towards himself while pushing against the door with force. However, the door in front of him did not budge. Locked? Indu tiptoed and tried twice. It really was locked. Other than the grandmother's room, all the other room doors in the house are locked. Don't try anymore. Upstairs, is there any chance that you can see him here? These rooms should only be opened at night or with a key. But if the family lets the gifted ones into the rooms at night and the gifted ones don't know the rules, that could be dangerous. Aren't these strange things precisely what they want? Indu looked up at the door lock. It was the most common type of single A-level lock. After confirming, Indu pulled out a flathead screwdriver and a piece of iron wire from his toolbox. He bent the iron wire into a shape like an S, then with his left hand, he poked the iron wire directly into the door lock while using his right hand to insert the screwdriver's head into the lock. His left hand kept twisting left and right, and when he felt a spring pressure, his right hand turned the screwdriver clockwise, and the door lock successfully opened. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, and Indu's movements were so skilled that he didn't seem like a rookie at all. "This, are you sure he is a security guard and not a locksmith? How polite upstairs. I think his height still limits his ability to perform." Indu's mouth corner slightly lifted, his mood was very happy, but his actions were very from the heart. The door was pushed open by him into a thin crack. Looking inside from the crack, the room was completely dark, either the curtains were already pulled or there was no window at all. But the room was not like the living room and the dining room with lights on. Indu did not dare to go in directly. He held a flathead screwdriver and stuffed it through the door crack toward the upper right place to poke, trying to see if he could turn on the light. Just when he was still holding the flathead screwdriver and poking upward again and again, he suddenly felt a sense of being watched. Indu's movement became a little stiff. He slowly raised his head, and saw at the upper door crack an eye glowing with red light staring right at him. Because the room was too dark, Indu could not clearly see what it looked like. Indu's hand holding the screwdriver began to shake. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. But a few seconds later, Indu reacted. This thing did not attack him, he had not broken the rules. After confirming this, Indu's movements became bold again. His shaking hand tried hard to hold the screwdriver and poke left and right toward the wall beside him. After a while, he still did not feel the switch, but he heard the sound of a doorbell coming from the entrance direction. Indu immediately pulled back the screwdriver. He looked again at that eye and then without any regret closed the door. The doorbell at the door rang non-stop, but Indu could not possibly go get takeout. He went back to the dining table and started eating oatmeal. After eating, he wandered to the living room to drink water. During this time, the doorbell was still ringing. The doorbell lasted a full 10 minutes before it stopped. Indu had absolutely no curiosity to go to the door to check. He went back to the door again to continue trying to turn on the light. This time he changed to a longer screwdriver. That red eye still appeared when his screwdriver stretched into the door crack. All the other gifted ones who discovered the action pattern of the monster at the door walked to the door at 12:18 and opened it. Their movements were either slow or fast, but all within 2 minutes they took the takeout into the house. Before the monster returned, they closed the door again. This takeout was different according to the eating habits of different countries, but all were made of chicken meat and noodles. What Inukai Galang got was a bowl of chicken white soup ramen. The amount of chicken on top was very generous. The whole bowl of noodles looked good in color, smell, and taste. Inukai Galang was very satisfied, but Japanese people who were watching the Dragon Country live room saw this scene and their faces all turned pale. Send a warning fast, cannot eat chicken meat. The one and only warning before has already been used. Now we can only watch Inukai-kun himself. Hope Inukai-kun does not like eating chicken meat. Now it is not a question of like or not like, this takeout is a trap. Don't you remember there is one rule that says food cannot be wasted? No, that one says only eat vegetables and grains. The subject was painted over, so it is not certain it is talking about the gifted ones. In the Japanese live room there was heated discussion, but all this could not stop Inukai Taro from stretching his chopsticks toward the chicken meat. He even picked up the chicken meat first. He took one bite of the chicken meat, then gave an exaggerated cry of praise, "Too delicious. I have come to heaven." After that he quickly finished eating this takeout. The whole process was very fast, but there was no change at all on Inukai Golan's body. See, there is no problem at all, the subject of that rule is not the gifted ones. In the Japanese live room, discussion started again. Chapter 10 Pollution. Indu poked there with the screwdriver for a few minutes. The people watching the live stream also watched for a few minutes. But Indu had things to do and would not pay attention to that eye that kept staring at him. The people watching the live stream were different. From time to time they would meet that red eyeball and see inside it the anger that had piled up. If not limited by the rules, Indu would probably already be chopped into 8 pieces now. After quite a while, Indu finally successfully pressed the switch in the room with the screwdriver. As the light was turned on, the red eye in the crack of the door no longer gleamed, but it still occupied the doorway. From outside, a massive black shadow blocked the entrance. Although the lifeless red eye had turned into common doll eyes, a sense of oppression was still felt by Indu as he stood outside the door. Indu attempted to push the door inward, and this caused the massive creature to fall over. Looking from outside in, it was clear that the giant figure was just an enormous brown bear toy. Indu stood at the doorway and glanced into the room. This room was much larger than his grandmother's room, likely because it wasn't divided into 2 rooms. Inside the room were 2 large beds, each 1.5 meters wide, and from the doorway, one could see a desk cluttered with textbooks. Next to the desk was a wooden shelf containing both decorative carvings and quite a few toy models. Indu's gaze lingered for a moment on a toy car before turning to a small golden pig. The piggy bank looked like it belonged to his cheap brother. This must be the room belonging to his brother and grandfather. Indu tried to step into the room, deliberately placing his foot on the paw of the brown bear toy. After confirming nothing happened, he felt relieved and walked inside. As it stood, whenever the light was on, this brown bear seemed to revert back to being an ordinary toy. Of course, this was just his assumption. Accurate information would only come after he figured out the rules. Indu first walked to the desk, looking at the textbooks haphazardly tossed on it. Did his brother really go to class without his books? Or were these first-grade textbooks no longer of any use? Indu swept his gaze across the desk, seriously searching for anything that might contain rules. Just then, a shadow fell on the desk, and Indu found himself enveloped in darkness. Indu hurriedly turned around, only to see that the brown bear toy, which should have been on the floor, was now standing right behind him. In an instant, Indu's pupils dilated, and he quickly moved aside to escape the bear toy's shadow. The toy had somehow started moving again. Why? Not having found the rules in the room, Indu felt too afraid to stay. At that moment, the alarm clock he had left in the toolbox suddenly went off. Unknowingly, it was almost 1 o'clock, nap time had arrived. Indu quickly exited the room and rushed to his grandmother's room. After discovering the rules for nap time, he had set the alarm for 12:50, to avoid missing it while doing something else. After calming himself down in this room, which was determined to be the safest according to the rules, he carefully returned to his own room and locked the door. His room, besides the addition of a neatly folded set of clothes on the bed, looked no different from the morning. Indu put the clothes away in the wardrobe and then directly lay down on the bed, his gaze immediately meeting a note on the ceiling. So far, the rules in his room seemed the simplest, but they directly restricted his activities to just resting. He couldn't do anything else for more than 5 minutes, meaning he could only sleep or zone out in the room. Indu closed his eyes, hoping to fall asleep quickly. He had a premonition that this nap time was not simple. If he couldn't sleep, the next 2 hours would surely be a torment. Just like that, his consciousness began to blur, and in that haze, he felt that someone seemed to be standing by the bed near the wardrobe. That person said nothing, just stood there quietly, causing Indu to jolt awake, completely losing his sleepiness. At that moment, a loud noise came from the living room, as if something was constantly crashing onto the floor. The sound continued nonstop, not giving Indu any chance to fall asleep. Feeling like there was still someone standing by the bedside, Indu didn't dare to turn over, laying stiffly on his back. After a while, the noise from the living room finally weakened, but it wasn't the end of everything, as the sound from the living room turned into a noisy chatter, and there was more than one voice. It was as if a crowd was having a party in the living room. At this moment, the person by the bed seemed to move, circling around to the other side of the bed. Indu hurriedly pretended to be asleep, unconsciously turning over to face away from the person at the bedside. Relax, relax, as long as I fall asleep, it will be fine, these are all just illusions. Indu constantly reassured himself in his heart. However, the noise from the living room was just too loud, he couldn't help but listen. He even vaguely felt that his bedroom door had been opened, and someone was standing at the door, looking toward the bed. It was hard to learn to ignore this feeling. Indu wished someone would just hit him on the head so he could sleep completely. Fortunately, he didn't suffer for long. This body seemed to have adapted to sleeping at this time, and amidst the tension, his energy finally gave in, and he fell into a deep sleep. When the alarm clock woke Indu, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Just waking up, Indu didn't really remember what happened before he slept. It was only when he opened his eyes and sat up that he recalled that feeling of being watched. Indu quickly looked around the room. The room was just as it was before he slept, with the door securely closed. He quickly opened the door, and it was still in a locked state. As expected, those feelings before sleeping were just illusions. Damn it, could it be that this happens every time I sleep? If it happens a few more times, I will end up with neurosis. Indu sighed and walked out of the room. Fresh from sleep, he needed to wash his face to wake up. Compared to the bathroom he had never entered, Indu chose to use the public restroom next to the dining area. However, this also reminded him that he needed to find out the rules for the restroom beside his room, because he would need to shower in that room at night. Inagai Takuro safely ate the chicken, making many people feel that the note discovered by Indu, which could only eat beef, vegetables, and grains, didn't limit the talented, but someone in the family. But when Inagai Takuro took a nap, they realized they were wrong. In the world of rule horror stories, there is a danger that is often overlooked: pollution. Most of the previous failures did not wait until their pollution value filled up before dying under other rules, which caused many people to neglect the threat of pollution. The rules that Inagai Takuro found were only missing the rules from Grandma's room compared to Indu. He lay down before 1 p.m. as required. But as soon as it hit 1 p.m., his room was no longer quiet. No, the whole house was no longer quiet. The living room not only echoed with sounds of collision but even his bed felt the vibrations. Moreover, Inagai Takuro felt like a group of people surrounded his bedside. The feeling of danger made Inagai Takuro break into a cold sweat. He nervously gripped the blanket and couldn't truly rest. After a while, he even felt someone lying beside him, a weight on his body, and something touching his cheek. Inagai Takuro could no longer stay calm lying in bed. He opened his eyes and screamed, throwing back the blanket and running towards the door. His hands shook terribly. After trying several times without success to open the door, he rammed into it a few times before realizing he had locked it after entering the room. Inagai Takuro's sweating hands trembled as he unlocked the door. But after opening the door, what he saw was not another brightly lit room. It was an eerie and cold room. Inagai Takara was now too afraid to step outside. He backed away repeatedly, trying to lock the door again, but behind him was just a wall. With nowhere to retreat, Inagai Takara could only crouch down in terror on the ground. Chapter 11, Mr. Bear. Inagai Takara fainted in fear while crouching by the wall. Once he fainted, the viewers in his streaming room saw all the terrifying scenes fade away, and Inagai Takara lay across the middle of the door, his face pale, but his chest still heaving. What just happened was all an illusion. Why did the illusion suddenly appear? Didn't Inagai-kun follow the rules and sleep? Earlier, a gifted person obtained a note that recorded the mutations occurring after the pollution level reached a certain value. At a pollution level of 90, illusions would appear. If the pollution was caused by eating chicken, then why did the illusion only occur while Inagai-kun was napping? I just watched other countries' streams. All gifted people who followed the rules and took a nap in their rooms experienced auditory hallucinations, but only Inagai-kun had both auditory hallucinations and illusions happen together. Could the napping rule be wrong? No, although other gifted people experienced auditory hallucinations, there was no life danger, so the napping rule isn't wrong, and Inagai-kun's illusion deepened when he opened the door. The discussion in the live stream of the room was intense. They could still analyze so calmly mainly because Inagai Takara had not died yet. But soon they fell back into panic as they saw the illusions, because on the floor of the live stream, Inagai Takara had dog ears sprouting from his head, and his nose was gradually stretching out, with something resembling a black spot appearing. What happened? It's mutated. Not taking a nap in the room will increase the pollution. No, Inagai-kun must have awakened a new ability. Yes, Inagai-kun definitely received a special reward. He just unlocked a hidden map. In the live stream of the room, there were rational analysts and those unwilling to accept reality. Originally, seeing such a tragedy, the Emperor of Humanity was not prepared to kick someone while they were down, but when they saw those who still refused to wake up among the netizens, many emperors couldn't help but join in the banter. As expected of Inagai-kun, the reward is extraordinary. Alright, evolve, Inagai-kun. No, it should be Inagai-kun evolving dog Inagai-kun. Indu completely regained consciousness and returned to his grandfather's room's door. At this moment, the room still looked the same as when he left. The bear doll stood motionless in front of the desk. Originally, Indu thought that once he turned on the light, this bear wouldn't move, but now it seemed that the rules concerning the bear were much more complicated than he thought. Indu examined the bear doll from top to bottom. The doll was at least 1 meter and 80 centimeters tall, its body round, and at his current size, he could lie on it as if it were a bed. Additionally, there was a zipper running from the neck down to the tailbone on the back of the doll. However, none of these were the focus. The key point was that Indu clearly saw a piece of paper seemed to be stuck to the bear doll. This paper was also brown but slightly lighter than the color of the bear doll. As soon as Indu discovered it, he rushed in, grabbed the paper with his left hand, yanked it off, and then ran out of the room. The whole back and forth took only a few seconds. A happy family of 6 grandpa and brother's room. Rule 1, Mr. Bear does not belong to this room, it cannot leave this room. Rule 2, Mr. Bear is your friend, it will protect you. Rule 3, when the light is off, the red-eyed bear is dangerous. Rule 4, when the light is on, if you have an unpleasant odor, Mr. Bear will follow you. When the odor on you is too strong, Mr. Bear will. Rule 5, do not refuse your brother's invitation to play a game. I absolutely cannot play hide and seek with my brother. Rule 6, when playing games with my brother, if I hear someone asking to join, I must immediately hide my brother in a safe place and go hide in grandma's room myself. Rule 7, grandpa likes to listen to music, and if I find his expression strange while he is listening, I must tell mom right away. Rule 8, this is not your room, so don't ever fall asleep in this room. There are a total of 8 rules, 4 of which are clearly related to Mr. Bear. According to Rule 4, the reason this bear follows me is because I have a strange smell? Indu instinctively twisted his arm to his nose and took a sniff. Then he laughed at his own behavior. Just a little thinking would show that this slight strange smell should mean something else, like pollution. Moreover, a large part of the following rules was erased, but Indu could still guess the gist. When the strange smell is not strong, Mr. Bear follows the talented individual but will not harm them. The later words lack information, perhaps saying that this following behavior is just a reminder. But when the smell is too strong, this Mr. Bear would likely attack him directly. After all, based on Rule 2, Mr. Bear's protection range is you, which might refer to this family of 6, but more likely to the 2 children. So, when his pollution is too serious and begins to affect his brother's safety, Mr. Bear would painfully take action against him. Before taking a nap, Mr. Bear just quietly followed him, proving that his pollution level had not yet reached a dangerous point. During the nap, he did nothing. Logically, the pollution level could not increase by itself, so Mr. Bear posed no threat to him. Thinking this way, Indu finally felt at ease as he walked into the room. He came to Mr. Bear's back and pulled down the zipper. From the moment he saw this zipper, he suspected that something might be hidden inside. However, he was disappointed. Mr. Bear's inside indeed had a considerable space, enough to hide him, but it was completely empty inside. With disappointment, Indu zipped Mr. Bear back up. Then he tidied up the messy desk. On the desk, just as he thought, there was a homework schedule, and the courses were not many, 3 classes in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, but the same few courses repeated every day, so he couldn't figure out what day it was from the course and the books in the current room. Seeing that there were no clues, Indu decisively gave up on the desk and walked over to a wooden rack to take down a piggy bank that was about his height. This piggy bank only had a small opening to drop coins in, and unless broken, it was hard to get the money out, but this did not stump Indu. Such piggy banks are generally made of ceramic, and a glass hole opener can be used to make a hole. Indu flipped the piggy bank over and used a tool to make a small hole at the bottom, emptying all the money inside, then he glued the piece of ceramic back in with glass glue. Since the glass glue takes at least 3 hours to cure, he added a layer of black tape to secure the ceramic piece first. Once everything was done, Indu took out the strange coins that he had tossed into the toolbox and counted them. The largest denomination of these odd coins was 100, the smallest was 1, totaling 324 odd coins. It seems that this cheap brother of his does not have good saving skills. After successfully finding the rules and emptying his brother's piggy bank, Indu happily returned to the living room. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Besides the doorbell, there was also a howl outside. I forgot to bring my keys again, sis, hurry and open the door. Chapter 12, October 19th. Sis. I forgot to bring my keys. Open the door quickly. Indu did not open the door right away, and the brother outside kept knocking and calling. But unsure if today was really Friday and uncertain if the brother outside was truly his brother, Indu did not dare to open the door at all. Indu walked to the living room, his gaze sweeping across everything visible in search of something that might indicate the date. Finally, his eyes landed on the television. The rules stated that he could watch 2 hours of television per day. At first, Indu did not pay much attention to this rule because he did not like watching TV. But after a long period without watching TV, he forgot that for someone who couldn't go out and had no computer or phone, the television was an important tool for receiving information. Indu hurriedly turned on the TV. Today is October 18th, Wednesday, and here are the following news reports. As soon as the TV turned on, a standard news report voice came through, with a pink paper figure sitting upright in the center of the screen, grinning in a very strange way. But that wasn't the main point. The crucial clue about the date was being shoved right in front of Indu's face. It was too deliberate, Indu couldn't bring himself to believe it. At this moment, the sound of his brother knocking on the door mixed with the television noise, and the screen had already jumped to a disaster scene. On October 12th, a chain collision occurred on XX Highway, resulting in 9 deaths and 26 injuries. Among them. Today is October 1. After investigation, the cause of this accident. Today is October 9. The television picture began to become choppy, occasionally flashing the image of the paper figure, making the entire scene incredibly strange. Indu tried pressing the remote, but the picture kept repeating the same content, and amidst it all, the paper figure's image would always flicker by. Unable to change the channel, Indu could only closely observe the picture, and eventually, he finally spotted a faint watermark in the upper right corner, recorded playback. This picture had been recorded. The date on it could not be trusted. The clue was broken again. To fix the TV, he had to find his father who was not home. Cold sweat began to form on Indu's forehead. If the person outside was really his brother, not letting him in within 20 minutes would be a violation, and he really didn't want to know what the consequence of a violation was. The knocking continued outside, sounding to Indu like a death knell. Indu stared intensely at the TV, fully aware that he was merely grasping at straws. But in that moment of focus, he noticed something unusual. He initially thought the recording was stuck, which was why it kept reverting to the paper figure's image, but upon closer inspection, during normal reports, the paper figure's face was pink, while the one inserted in the news was much paler. Furthermore, putting together the first thing the white paper figure said, it clearly stated today is October 19th. At this moment, Indu quickly looked at the upper right corner of the TV, and indeed, every time the white paper figure appeared, the words recorded playback were absent from the corner. Today is Thursday. Indu immediately relaxed, he rubbed his nose and collapsed onto the floor. Although he hadn't done anything, he felt like he had expended all his energy. As he lay on the floor, the voice of his brother knocking outside had vanished. However, he heard a voice inviting him to play a game, and he even felt something touching his arm. Indu ignored it all. After resting for a bit, he returned to his grandfather's room. He rummaged through the room, trying to find other clues or useful items. However, aside from a few toy models that could be taken down from the wooden shelf, the ordinary decorations were all fixed to the shelf, and aside from their daily clothes, there were no other items in the wardrobe in his grandfather's room. Although he did not find any other clues. But Indu had another discovery. While he was rummaging through the room, Mr. Bear silently walked up behind him. Having previous experiences and knowing the rules, Indu was not scared. What caught his attention was that Mr. Bear was now following his actions. Before his nap, when he was looking through the desk, Mr. Bear suddenly appeared behind him, but after his nap, when he returned to this room to fiddle with the piggy bank, Mr. Bear just stood in front of the desk without acknowledging him. And after watching TV, Mr. Bear came over. Clearly, he must have been purified during his nap. But after watching TV, the pollution reappeared. The rule in the living room was that he couldn't watch TV for more than 2 hours. 2 hours was his limit for accepting pollution. Perhaps after watching TV for 2 hours and then returning to this room, Mr. Bear would hurt him. Although he had suspicions, Indu didn't want to test his life. Now he still had to get the bathroom rules to ensure he could safely take a shower at night. However, before he got the bathroom rules, Indu had already determined one rule for himself. His sister was a girl, but his body was truly that of a boy. He absolutely could not let any family members be around while he showered. The bathroom door, located between his grandparents' room, was always open, but if he didn't walk in, he could only see the sink and the mirror on the sink. Indu walked into the bathroom and looked up at the top. Sure enough, an exhaust fan was installed above. The bathroom rules were clearly posted on the wall, a large piece of KT board. When Indu took a closer look, he found that this KT board had more than just the bathroom rules written on it. Happy 6-person household bathroom. Rule 1, there must not be large water stains on the bathroom floor. Rule 2, the bathroom is a private place. When using it, be sure to lock the bathroom door. If the bathroom is locked, don't knock and ask, please leave and come back later to check. Rule 4, after entering the bathroom, keep quiet, do not speak or sing. Rule 5, if you enter the bathroom but do not use it, absolutely do not lock the bathroom door. Happy 6-person household shower room. Rule 1, you enter the shower room after going through the bathroom. Remember that the outside of the shower room is the bathroom. Rule 2, after entering the shower room, please lock the shower room door. If you see a shadow outside the shower room door, it may be someone using the bathroom, do not pay attention. Rule 3, in the shower room, you can talk and sing, ensure that you make some sound every minute after entering the shower room. Rule 4, pay attention, due to pipeline issues, the faucet and shower head may sometimes release red water. Absolutely do not touch the red water. Rule 5, shower time must not be less than 5 minutes and must not exceed 20 minutes. The time spent in the shower room must not exceed 30 minutes. Rule 6, everyone must take a shower every day. Combining the two sets of rules, there were a total of 11 rules, and he couldn't put them away. Indu could only memorize them. He had to be careful not to mix up the rule about being silent in the bathroom and the rule that required making noise every minute in the shower room. Additionally, he needed to remember that outside the shower room was the bathroom. He had to keep this in mind because there was not just one bathroom in the house. What he needed to remember was not only that outside the shower room was the bathroom, but also that outside the shower room was the current bathroom. Also, he must not touch the red water. But what if the water suddenly turned red while he was showering? As Indu pondered, he walked toward the shower room. Chapter 13, Two-Headed Monster. Indu walked to the door of the shower room and looked inside. This shower room was very large. Not only was there a bathtub big enough to drown him, but there was also a dedicated shower area. He hesitated whether to go in and test the water to see the pattern of the red water that came out. The rules of the bathroom are different from those of the toilet. The toilet's rule says to lock the door while using it, but the bathroom requires you to lock the door once you enter. After locking the door, one can only wonder what will happen. Indu, after that nap, became even more certain of the methods of the world of strange tales. Once a rule is set and becomes unbreakable, other means are used to make people violate it. Here, every moment must be tense, and one cannot take a wrong step. Some mistakes may not be fatal, but they can affect the mindset. Once the psychological defense collapses, one cannot survive long in the world of rule-based strange tales. Indu lightly bit his tongue to keep himself awake, then entered the bathroom and locked the door in one smooth motion. Then he leaned against the door and cleared his throat. We are not afraid of difficulties, not afraid of enemies. Indu sang as he walked towards the shower area, but upon looking up, he decisively abandoned the idea of using the shower head and turned towards the bathtub. He turned the faucet of the bathtub to the maximum hot water setting, and clean water flowed out. Indu instinctively reached out to test the water temperature. It was just warm water. It wasn't until Indu finished a song that red water flowed out, and not only that, it also carried a stench. The new lyrics he was about to sing got stuck in his throat, and after 2 or 3 seconds, he hurriedly chanted, "Monsters and demons, quickly leave." The red water did not flow continuously. Instead, it came in bursts, flowing clean water for a few seconds before releasing red water again. Seeing this, Indu simply turned the faucet towards the cold water side. As soon as he switched to cold water, the red water flowing from the faucet became even more vivid, and the stench grew stronger. This situation made Indu frown. If this was the case when running water for a bath, it would be impossible not to touch the red water. Immediately, Indu turned off the faucet and left the bathroom, retracing his steps to find that rule again. Rule 4, please note that due to pipeline issues, faucets and shower heads may sometimes discharge red water. Absolutely do not touch the red water. Pipeline issues? Indu walked to the sink. The sink faucet also had hot and cold indicators. He turned the faucet towards the hot water direction, and clean water immediately flowed from the faucet. The water flowed for 5 minutes and remained clean. Indu felt the water temperature. It was quite hot. The pipelines of the toilet and bathroom are buried in the walls, but under normal circumstances, it is impossible for the sink to be equipped with a separate water heater, so hot water for the sink and bathroom should come from the same source. The hot water from the sink was not contaminated, meaning the source of the hot water was fine. Indeed, this was already indicated by the rules. The problem was with the pipeline. The hot water from the sink was at a higher temperature than that of the bathroom, proving that the hot water in the bathroom was still mixed with cold water. Normal water flowing out occasionally indicated that the problematic pipeline was not continuously discharging water. There should be another incoming water pipe in the cold water pipeline of the bathroom that occasionally delivers red water. With this conclusion, Indu returned to the bathroom once again. He approached the faucet of the bathtub. The water pipe can indeed be buried in the wall, but a portion of the pipe remains exposed where it connects to the faucet. Typically, to facilitate maintenance, an angle valve is connected to the exposed pipe that extends from the wall. Indu looked between the bathtub and the wall. The gap was small but enough to see the pipe and the angle valve. Seeing the angle valve, Indu felt a surge of joy. As long as his previous deduction was correct, turning off the cold water angle valve would prevent red water from flowing out. Indu's hand reached into the gap to feel for the angle valve, but no matter how hard he tried, his little hands could only touch the valve with his fingertips. Fortunately, he had tools. In the end, Indu used a wrench to turn off the cold water angle valve. This time, he tried the faucet again, but for the duration of a song, no red water flowed out, just some hot water. To preemptively address a danger, Indu happily turned around, ready to leave the bathroom. But just as he turned to face the bathroom door, he saw a tall shadow at the door's entrance. This shadow had 2 heads tilted on either shoulder, each hand holding a large knife, with liquid dripping from where the hands met the knives. Indu quickly stopped singing and started reciting, "Monsters and spirits, leave me be." Of course, this spell was useless. He only said it to calm his own emotions. The shadow outside didn't know how long it had been standing at the door, looking ready to enter at any moment, but in reality, it hadn't come in yet. As for Indu, he hadn't used the bathroom in a day, and after that scare, he urgently needed to go. Moreover, he remembered that he was limited to a certain amount of time in the bathroom. If he didn't come out within 30 minutes, he would violate the rules. He had thought he wouldn't be in here long just to turn off the angle valve, so he hadn't paid attention to the time, and now he had no idea how long he had been inside. He hadn't violated the rules yet, and even if there really was a monster outside, it couldn't harm him. Indu took a deep breath and pushed the door open with all his strength. Sure enough, there was no one outside. That shadow was just trying to scare him to keep him from coming out on time. Indu jogged to the bathroom door and locked it, then hurried to the toilet. His live streaming room was instantly filled with a mosaic. But just then, a monster with 2 heads and 4 hands appeared beside him. Its heads had sharp bird-like beaks, and where its eyes should have been, there were 2 rotting holes. 2 hands on either side held large cleavers, while the 2 hands extending from its abdomen held small knives for eating Western food. Already standing by the toilet, Indu was frozen in place. The rule said not to make any noise, and it especially emphasized not to speak or sing. Logically, the sound of water should not be a violation, but facing its hollow eyes, Indu couldn't relax at all. Finally, Indu shifted to a sitting position on the toilet, closing his eyes and cautiously letting out water, hoping the sound would be as quiet as possible. After finishing and flushing, he pulled up his pants and ran nervously to the door, but when he unlocked it, he couldn't open the door. As Indu was about to check the issue with the door, he saw the reflection of the sharp-beaked, 2-headed monster slowly walking towards him in the glass of the door. Indu quickly recalled the bathroom rules, which did not mention anything about the door being stuck. Indeed, everything was just for scaring him. Even if the methods were the same, the NPC was still one. Indu watched the reflection in the glass growing larger and pulled out a hammer pretending to smash the door, but before he swung the hammer, he swung it back with force, smashing it onto the monster's hand that held the small knife. The monster flinched, dropping the small knife, and its figure vanished from the bathroom. Although the monster disappeared, the door still wouldn't open. This time, Indu pulled with all his might a few times, and finally, the door moved a little. The door could still be opened, it was simply that his strength was too small. Since it could be opened normally, it meant it was fixable. Indu then began to observe the door closely, and this time he finally realized the problem. The hinges in the doorframe had aged and rusted, causing increased friction when closed, so he had to put all his effort into opening it. After figuring out a method, Indu silently took out a can of rust remover lubricant from the toolbox. Chapter 14, Grandpa Loves Roast Lamb. As he sprayed the rust remover, a pungent smell spread throughout the bathroom. During this time, the 2-headed, sharp-beaked monster appeared again. Its birthplace was still next to the toilet, and it was missing a small knife in its hand. Seeing this, Indu remembered the small knife it had dropped earlier, and hurriedly went up to pick it up. At the moment he touched the knife, a line of small words appeared in his eyes at the position of the knife. Eating plus 60 weird value. What is this? Indu thought he might be seeing things, and quickly blinked his eyes. Looking again at the knife in his hand, he saw nothing but bloodstains. Indu looked up at the 2-headed sharp-beaked monster that continued to approach him with the knife. Although this guy had no eyes, it was still clear that it was targeting the small knife in his hand. Since this 2-headed sharp-beaked monster had specifically come back for the item it dropped, it should be something good? Thinking this, Indu unhesitatingly threw the knife into his space. The monster, seeing the small knife in Indu's hand suddenly disappear, clearly looked a bit dazed. Indu didn't care about that. At this moment, the time needed for the rust remover to react had also arrived, so he directly opened the door and walked out of the bathroom. At this time, a sound of a door opening came from the entrance. "Sister, I'm back." The cheerful voice of his brother rang out at the door, but because he didn't hear the sound of the door closing, Indu didn't dare to lift the curtain and instead hid back into Grandma's room. Taking out the alarm clock, he looked and realized that it was already past 6 o'clock without him noticing. Indu sat on Grandma's bed. He could hear his brother running into the opposite room, then cheerfully coming to the door of Grandma's room. He did not come in but hid behind the wall and said, "Sister, let's play hide and seek." Hide and seek, the rules clearly state it's the only game that should never be played with brother. Indu got up and walked out of the room. He remembered he could not refuse brother's invitation to play games, but he also couldn't play hide and seek with him, so he replied without hesitation. "Did you finish your homework? Mom said you have to finish your homework before you can play games or watch TV." His brother widened his eyes, and aside from the clear foolishness, all that remained was a rejection of homework. Indu carefully observed his brother's expression, and on the surface, there was no sign of malice from him. But specifically inviting him to play hide and seek if things went wrong, he could violate the rule. Indu thought for a moment and then said, "I can help you with your homework, but you can't ask me to play hide and seek anymore. I don't like playing hide and seek." After speaking, he looked seriously at his brother. "But I love playing hide and seek the most," his brother said, troubled. This might be the malice of the rule, Indu thought in his heart. But no matter what, it was good that his brother had no malice toward him. The house is too small, hide and seek isn't fun. "Okay, then you help me with my homework," his brother said, becoming happy at this thought. Indu nodded and followed his brother into Grandpa's room, then casually asked, "When you came in, did the wooden door outside close?" "I don't know, Grandpa came in behind me," his brother said while taking out his homework. After placing the homework on the table, he curiously said, "Strange, Grandpa usually plays music when he gets home, why isn't he listening to music today?" This casual remark instantly made Indu, who was flipping through the homework notebook, feel nervous. He hurriedly took the math homework from his brother's desk and ran back to Grandma's room. As he ran to the corridor, Grandpa just lifted the curtain and came in, and Indu came face to face with his white eyeball. Upon closer examination, he noticed two thin blood streaks at the corner of Grandpa's mouth, and Indu faintly smelled a stench similar to the red water in the bathroom. Seeing this, Indu didn't dare to stop and instantly dashed into Grandma's room. Grandpa followed him to the doorway of Grandma's room, but as soon as he stepped past the threshold, he shrank back. Indu gasped for breath and turned back to look at Grandpa, who stood at the door waiting for him to walk into the trap by himself. Grandma's room was indeed safe, but now it seemed he could not go out. Seeing Grandpa guarding the door of Grandma's room like this, Indu simply faced Grandpa, took out his math homework book, and started to write. In this homework book were questions that had been copied long ago, not many and not hard. Indu quickly finished the homework. He raised his head and looked. Grandpa was still standing at the door, and from his face one could see his love for him. After a long while, Indu finally heard the sound of the main door opening from that direction. "Girl, Mom is back." "Mom!" Indu looked again toward Grandpa, but Grandpa still did not leave. It seemed he still had to find Mom by himself. So Indu shouted loudly, "Mom, Grandpa and brother are also back, but today Grandpa is very strange, he did not play music to listen to." Grandpa at the door had no reaction after hearing Indu's words. Luckily Mom walked over. "Dad, did you eat roast whole sheep again? Didn't I tell you after eating roast whole sheep you must chew gum? Girl is most afraid of the sheep meat stink smell." Indu watched in the room as Mom took out a small white bottle from Grandpa's pocket, then took out one white pill from it and stuffed it into Grandpa's mouth. He knew clearly, what Grandpa ate was absolutely not roast whole sheep, and what Mom fed was also not gum. Luckily after Grandpa swallowed that pill he returned to normal. It seemed he was still not careful enough. If not for that one sentence from brother just now, he might have been gone. But on the first day he came, he really did not know Grandpa had the habit of playing music when coming home. After eating the white pill, Grandpa no longer guarded Grandma's door. He smiled and said to Indu that he could go play with brother, then returned to the living room, and not long after, singing came from the living room. All were songs Indu had never heard, but the lyrics were normal, not some weird music. Indu held the already finished homework book and returned to Grandpa's room. At this time brother was still sitting at the desk writing hard. At this stage the language homework was all repeated copying things, no skill content, but it needed a long time. Indu walked to the desk and looked at brother's dog crawl writing. After a while, Mr. Bear came behind Indu and looked at Indu. Noticing Mr. Bear's shadow, Indu remembered one thing. The rules said Mr. Bear would protect them, then just now he actually did not need to run back into the room. In this room Grandpa also could not hurt him. It was a pity that at that time he was too nervous. For a moment he only remembered that Grandma's room was safe. Finished. Brother happily waved both hands. Sister, let's go play catch blocks. Brother remembered what he promised and changed his words in time. But blocks. Indu remembered the cabinet he had nailed shut. Too careless, just now in the games that could not be played, blocks should have been added. Chapter 15 Brother Broken and Torn. Indu did not refuse brother's invitation to play blocks together, but also did not agree. He first let brother go check whether the outside door was closed. Brother did not ask much, and ran toward the door. Not long after Indu heard the sound of the door closing. Sure enough, they all had no habit of closing the solid wood door. This would not do. In the next few days he had to let the family form a good habit of caring about privacy. Closed, let's go play. Brother quickly ran back to the room door. Indu nodded, but he did not want to play pulling nails at all, so he naturally changed the topic and asked, "Brother, have you been to the kitchen?" Brother blinked his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, "No, Mom said I can't go into the kitchen, and can't go into Grandma's room. These are all Grandma's places, I can't go." Grandma's places? Indu tilted his head and recalled the rules, saying Grandma's places. The room was safe for him, but he could not enter the kitchen without his grandmother's permission. By the end of the day, he had a guess about his grandmother's identity, which made him feel that the danger of the kitchen might not be too great, and there was likely an important clue. Besides, not being able to enter alone didn't mean he couldn't enter at all. Thinking this, Indu's eyes turned and landed on his brother. Those who had been watching his live stream instantly guessed what he was planning. Throughout the day, they had gradually gotten used to Indu's operations that seemed normal in reality but out of place in the bizarre world. Not wanting people to open the cabinet and nailing it shut was quite normal, right? The door to the room at home couldn't open. Trying to pry it open was quite normal, right? The cold water pipe might leak sewage. Turning off the shut-off valve was quite normal, right? Now looking at it, the bizarre world didn't seem so scary. Some things could still be dealt with in a normal way. Just as they thought this, they saw Indu leading his brother towards the kitchen. They witnessed the brother getting lost in himself, hearing Indu call him brother over and over. "Brother, I'm hungry." "Brother, are you hungry?" "Brother, is there something delicious in the kitchen?" "Brother, let's go to the kitchen to find something to eat." When the brother stood at the kitchen door, he still looked a bit conflicted. For some reason, just standing at the kitchen door filled him with a sense of panic. He always felt there was something dangerous inside. But then, after Indu called out again, he gritted his teeth and pulled open the sliding kitchen door to step inside. Indu followed closely behind. The kitchen had a window, and the lights were still on, so when the brother opened the door, Indu saw a bright and clean kitchen. But as soon as the two of them stepped in, the kitchen changed color. Under the incandescent lights, it turned green, and the walls, countertop, refrigerator, and cabinets were all stained with blood. Not only that, but in the corner, there was a black figure whose shape was hard to see, holding a bloody kitchen knife. Seeing Indu and his brother enter, it bared its teeth and raised the knife to attack them. Its speed was incredibly fast. Indu quickly tore off the note from behind the sliding door and pulled his brother, who stood frozen in place, outside. Just as they were about to run out the door, Indu felt a cool liquid splash onto his neck. He hurriedly turned back to look. His brother's head had already fallen to the ground, and blue liquid sprayed from his brother's neck, splattering everywhere. The smell of blood hit him hard, making Indu's stomach churn. And there on the ground, the head's black eyes were shrinking, desperately rolling to face its own body. Indu swallowed several times to suppress the urge to vomit, trembling as he spoke. Brother. He quickly let go of his brother's hand and staggered back 2 steps, feeling at a loss. After what felt like a long time, he noticed that his brother's head was still trying to turn towards his body, desperately indicating that it could still be saved, and that's when his rationality began to return. Since breakfast at the table, he had known that these family members were not normal people, or one could say they were a group of weirdos. Normal people would die if their head was chopped off, but weirdos might not necessarily. Perhaps all he needed to do was put his brother's head back on? Thinking this, Indu tucked the half piece of paper safely away and rummaged through his toolbox. However, his toolbox only contained repair tools, none of which were suitable for sewing heads and bodies back together. Sewing, yes, it had to be sewn. Indu hurriedly ran on his short legs towards his grandmother's room. On the way back to his grandmother's room, he noticed his grandfather lying on the sofa, listening to music, wearing a content expression with his eyes closed. Mom was missing, probably in one of those 2 rooms he had never been to. After entering Grandma's room, Indu rummaged through everything with a needle and yarn in hand, then rushed back to the kitchen door without a moment's pause. Back at the scene, Indu first moved his brother's head, which had rolled beside his body, back to the neck position. His brother's eye had shrunk to a tiny point, staring intently at Indu. It looked a bit frightening, but Indu couldn't think too much about that. He tried to align the torn edges and began to sew. Though he knew how to sew, he had never done it before. This time, he directly pierced the needle into the flesh, and Indu's hands trembled violently, creating crooked lines that overlapped, resembling an ugly centipede. Fortunately, this ugly thread still served its purpose. By the time Indu finished, his brother was able to sit up from the ground by himself. Even more miraculous was that the pool of blue blood on the floor vanished in an instant without a trace. Brother? Indu looked cautiously at her brother, whose pupils had not yet returned to normal. He knew that a different state usually meant danger. Losing his head really hurt, and a hint of resentment flickered in his brother's eyes, but when he looked up and saw the worry on his sister's face and the blood on her hands from stitching his head, his heart softened. His sister hadn't meant to, she hadn't known that entering the kitchen would be so dangerous. It was his fault for not stopping her, and she must have been scared too. Besides, he wasn't dead, was he? Even if he were dead, he shouldn't blame his sister. If she had truly killed him, how guilty she would feel. Indu blinked, watching her brother's eyes gradually return to normal, and the worry in her heart completely faded. I'm so glad you're okay. These words came from the heart. He had a feeling that if his brother died, even if he didn't die in the kitchen, he would still die by his brother's hand. Fortunately, his situation was much better than Alibaba's. Shim had to be buried after being torn to shreds, while his brother just needed a bit of stitching. I'm fine now, don't be afraid, sister. His brother carefully hugged the still trembling Indu to comfort her. Just when they were still holding each other, Mom walked out of the room. She saw the two but didn't notice the ugly stitch around her brother's neck. She just said, "Go play games in the living room or the hallway." Indu could tell that Mom's actual meaning was to keep them away from the kitchen. What was the secret of the kitchen? He was itching to see that torn piece of paper from the chaos. Chapter 16 New Clue. Clearly, his brother had developed a trauma about the kitchen. After hearing Mom's words, he pulled Indu and ran to his own room. This time, Mr. Bear was more enthusiastic than ever. As soon as Indu walked in, it wobbled over to stand behind her. Mr. Bear? His brother pushed Mr. Bear, intending to send it back to the corner. But Mr. Bear was not something his brother could move. It closely followed behind Indu, accidentally pushing his brother aside. His brother seemed perplexed about why Mr. Bear wanted to compete with him for his sister, and he became unhappy, struggling with Mr. Bear. Indu realized when Mr. Bear was behind her that her pollution level had risen again after entering the kitchen. It seemed that the kitchen not only posed a life-threatening danger but also had the risk of contamination. To prevent her brother from continuing to struggle with Mr. Bear, Indu picked up the remote-controlled car from the shelf and invited her brother to play. She had already decided that for the next few days, she would take the initiative. As long as she invited her brother to play games first, he wouldn't have a chance to invite her, and that way, she could decide what to play and where to play. Brother obviously loved playing with the remote-controlled car, and soon he left Indu to play by himself. Indu took this opportunity to pull out the crimson paper slip. Due to being too anxious, this paper slip was already torn by Indu, and what he had in hand was probably just 2/3 of it. Rule 3, remember, the kitchen can only. Rule 4, the vegetables in the house are only green and black. Rule 5, cooked beef is gray-brown, absolutely do not eat raw beef. Rule 6, the refrigerator will not have roasted whole lamb. If you find a roasted whole lamb, please flee the house immediately. Rule 7, do not enter the cold storage from here, absolutely not. The rules were missing the first 2 and half of the third, but the next 4 rules had already provided Indu with quite a bit of information. The descriptions of vegetables and beef should come in handy for dinner today. Additionally, roasted whole lamb appeared again. Grandpa's strange reaction was enough to prove that this roasted whole lamb was not the one he understood, though it might look similar to the one he knew. Now, 2 clear pieces of information about roasted whole lamb existed for him. First, Grandpa loved it very much, perhaps the other family members loved it too, and only he detested it. Second, once a roasted whole lamb appeared in the home, he must flee the house. Yes, although the rule stated to flee when discovering it in the refrigerator, Indu had realized that the true focus of this rule was roasted whole lamb. He had restrictions on entering the kitchen. Once a roasted whole lamb appeared in the house, it actually proved that his information was outdated, and the environment he was in would only be more dangerous than finding a roasted whole lamb in the refrigerator. But how could he flee when there was a monster outside watching him closely? What he really needed to do was to prevent the roasted whole lamb from appearing. He had a feeling that the method to prevent its appearance was hidden in the other rules. Finally, the rule that surprised Indu the most was Rule 7, do not enter the cold storage from here, absolutely not. Cold storage? Why would an ordinary family have cold storage, and it looked like the entrance was in the kitchen? He fled too hurriedly just now, noticing the rules behind the door was good enough. He hadn't observed the kitchen carefully and didn't notice if there was a similar entrance to cold storage. Moreover, the description of Rule 7 limited entering the cold storage from the kitchen but didn't say one couldn't enter the cold storage. This gave Indu a feeling that this rule was hinting that he must go to see the cold storage. But he could not enter the kitchen, nor could he enter the cold storage from the kitchen, so where could he enter the cold storage from? To learn about the information in the house, Indu's first reaction was to find his brother, who could talk to him. So he folded the paper slip and approached his brother, who was still playing with the remote-controlled car. Brother, do you know what is kept in the cold storage at home? Cold storage? His brother's eyes were filled with a wise sparkle. Seeing his brother like this, Indu couldn't help but hit his own head. Forgot, his brother, although not a person, had the mind of an elementary school student. He might not even know what cold storage was. Moreover, he was also not allowed to enter the kitchen, so he probably hadn't been to cold storage. It seemed he still had to find a way to get Grandma to agree to let him enter the kitchen. It's nothing. By the way, brother, are you going to finish school early tomorrow? Indu changed the subject. His brother nodded excitedly and said, Sister, are you bored at home alone? I can come back early tomorrow to keep you company. No, I don't want you to come back early at all, Indu thought to himself. He thought about it and simply went along with his brother's words. It is indeed very boring to be home alone during the day. It would be great if there were a game console, an MP3, or something like that. Brother, do you know where they sell game consoles? Can you help me buy one before you come home tomorrow? Indu said as he took out 100 ghost coins and placed them in front of his brother. A game console? His brother took the ghost coins. There might be some in the mall, I'll go check tomorrow. But if I do that, I won't be able to come home early to play with you. Brother, what time will you be back if you go to the mall? Buying the game console was secondary. The main focus was to ensure his brother wouldn't return at the usual time on Friday. If I go to the mall, I'll be back by at least 5. If you come back by 5, we can still play the game console together. Indu nodded in satisfaction. Considering today's situation, the fake brother would knock on the door around 4. As long as his brother goes to buy the game console tomorrow, he could safely wait until 5 to open the door and get through Friday without trouble. Brother, put the ghost coins in your backpack, don't forget to take them tomorrow. His brother nodded, putting the ghost coins into his backpack and carefully checking the inner zipper. Having successfully dealt with tomorrow's danger in advance, Indu felt more relaxed. He turned to look at Mr. Bear, still behind him, and simply leaned against Mr. Bear to sit down. He hadn't yet experienced hallucinations or other symptoms. Logically, the pollution value shouldn't be dangerously high, but he didn't know the limits of Mr. Bear's tolerance. Would he be hurt before reaching the point of experiencing hallucinations? Just as Indu was pondering this, a strange voice suddenly interrupted. Xiaobao, Nan, are you playing games? Daddy will play with you, okay? Indu looked up in the direction of the voice. A man was leaning against the wall and smiling at them. It was Daddy. Aside from the somewhat mechanical smile, he seemed normal, much better than the terrifying look of Grandpa earlier. As Indu instinctively prepared to respond, a bad feeling made him pause. He seemed to have forgotten something. Did this situation correspond to any rule? Indu struggled to recall all the rules he had collected. Daddy is coming in. Daddy smiled and approached the two. Chapter 17 Dinner. Before Indu could remember what rule it was, Daddy had already walked into the room, and his brother happily waved the remote control at Daddy. With each step Daddy took, Indu's heart raced faster until he was brought back to reality when Mr. Bear moved. Seeing Daddy approaching, Indu suddenly rushed forward and pulled his brother behind Mr. Bear. He remembered. Brother, do you know where is safer? For him, Grandma's room was the safest place, but clearly, his brother couldn't go in. His brother looked confused, and just then, Indu noticed the zipper behind Mr. Bear. He quickly pulled down Mr. Bear's zipper and let his brother hide inside. His brother clearly didn't understand why he was doing this but still hid inside Mr. Bear's body. Daddy's smile remained unchanged as he stepped closer to Indu. Indu clutched Mr. Bear's fur, wanting to return to Grandma's room, but Daddy was blocking the way out of the room. Nan, what's wrong? Don't you like Daddy anymore? Daddy's expression suddenly changed. Fortunately, as Daddy lunged at Indu, Mr. Bear hugged Daddy tightly, preventing him from getting closer to Indu. Taking this opportunity, Indu quickly ran out of the room. As he exited, he clearly heard the sound of something being torn behind him. Turning back, he saw one of Mr. Bear's arms had been torn off by Daddy. The sense of crisis drove Indu's speed up. He hurriedly ran into Grandma's room. At the moment he entered the room, he felt a sense of familiarity. This was the second time today. It seemed staying in Grandma's room was indeed safer. If he searched for other clues, based on the current information, simply surviving in Grandma's room for 7 days should be fine. Just thinking about the scoring standards, Indu still felt unwilling to settle for just the passing score of 30 or 40 points. A low passing score can only ensure that the strange tales do not descend upon his country, and it does not offer any other rewards. But if his personal strength does not improve, the road ahead will only become more dangerous. Moreover, only by achieving a score of 95 or above can he eliminate the strange tales that have already arrived. Indu did not show it on the surface, but in his heart, he still wanted to score 95 or higher. After he entered the room, his father did not return to normal. He failed to catch the two children and began to go mad throughout the house. From his room, Indu could clearly hear sounds of biting, smashing, and shouting. Against the backdrop of soft music, everything seemed extremely bizarre. After about 10 minutes, the house finally fell completely silent. Then came his mother's voice, "Mom, you're back." "Grandma is back?" Indu cautiously walked to the door. The entrance was covered by a curtain, blocking his view of the outside, but he could see clearly through the door the figure of Mr. Bear, who had lost one arm. "It's time for dinner, go call everyone to eat," Grandma said. "Okay, Mom." After hearing this exchange between Grandma and Mom, Indu felt relieved and walked towards Grandpa's room. He unzipped to let his brother, who was hidden inside Mr. Bear, come out. His brother, still a bit dazed, was instructed by Indu to check if the outside door was closed properly. His brother left the room without hesitation. After his brother left the room, Indu picked up Mr. Bear's arm from the floor and used a piece of wire to reattach it to Mr. Bear's body. With just the wire holding it, the arm was still a bit loose. Indu patted Mr. Bear and said, "Wait for me to finish eating, and I'll sew you up properly." He already had some experience with sewing things. Because dinner was a bit late, Indu only had 20 minutes left to eat. The evening's dishes looked great. Colorful plates were served on the dining table. Strangely, Grandma had just returned, and Dad, Mom, and Grandpa, who had come back earlier, hadn't entered the kitchen, but now they smoothly brought out 5 hot dishes. Indu suddenly thought of the shadow that had chopped off his brother's head with a knife. These dishes couldn't possibly have been made by it, right? Indu scooped rice from his plate, his gaze sweeping over the various dishes. There wasn't a single dish with green vegetables on the table, but there was one black dish that was hard to identify. In addition to that, the meat was all bright red, and the vegetables were purple, blue, and pink. Originally, Indu didn't want to eat that lump of black stuff, yet he caught sight of Mom putting a piece of bright red meat into his brother's bowl, then picked up another piece. Without hesitation, Indu scooped the black dish into his own bowl. Fortunately, when the dish was lifted, it didn't look as gross as when it was still on the whole plate. It was in pieces, though it still had black sauce sticking to it. As he bit into it, it was a bit crunchy and had no extra flavor. Seeing Indu's bowl filled with food, Mom turned and put that piece of meat into his brother's bowl, giving Indu a deep look. The aroma of the meat was indeed very tempting. Indu constantly had to remind himself of what he could actually eat. The entire dining table was exceptionally quiet, and no one spoke a word. In this atmosphere, Indu scooped most of the black dish into his bowl, while Grandma finished the remaining half. "This sacrifice is too big, how can I swallow that? If that thing was placed in front of me, I might end up throwing up. Actually, it's not bad, the black gooey liquid looks a bit like oil, which isn't too disgusting." Most of the remaining talented individuals seem to have chosen to only eat rice. I just watched a live stream. Once Mom put the meat into the bowl. If you don't eat, you'll break the rule against wasting food, and that gifted one grows a pair of pig ears. It seems I must find a way to avoid the dishes Mom gives me or let someone else help me deal with them. Actually, it's not bad, not eating just pollutes me, and I feel this instance's deadly danger isn't very high. Not very high? It's only the first day and already a third of the gifted are gone, and half of those still remaining show signs of infection and mutation. So many people have already fallen? Just now, my brother found people to play hide and seek. Whoever plays with my brother, the last one found must be a creepy brother. Some people found the rule on Mr. Bear while looking for my brother, using Mr. Bear as a shield to escape disaster, but many more have directly fallen. Can't we not seek? If you don't seek, your creepy brother will get even angrier and come out to tear you apart, but hiding in Grandma's room can temporarily save you. Temporarily? When you come out to eat, you will still be killed. The creepy brother found will turn back into the brother in 10 minutes, but the one who comes out won't, so no matter what, you must find your brother. And Dad will join the game. Many people haven't reacted and must hide. Moreover, we must hide the brother inside Mr. Bear. If the brother hides anywhere else, Dad will find him and tear him apart, resulting in another creepy brother for you. Actually, it's clear how to safely survive this instance for 7 days. Just stay in Grandma's room unless absolutely necessary. But you can't say that. No one knows what other strange things may come up later. Before 7 o'clock, Indu finished his dinner. The moment he jumped off his chair, Mom finally spoke. It's getting late, dear, you should rest for a while before taking a bath. Okay, Mom. At that moment, the other family members were still eating, and Indu took advantage of their distraction to sneak over to the door. He didn't know what to say to remind his family to always bring the solid wood door, so he could only use a hardcore method. Indu took out a tape measure and measured, then began to hammer nails starting from the door hinge. This row of nails would ensure the solid wood door could only open to a maximum of 30 centimeters. After completing this project, Indu ran to sew Mr. Bear a hideous centipede like the one his brother had. Mr. Bear obviously loved it, and after Indu finished sewing, he finally didn't stick to Indu like he had in the afternoon. Indu counted. Now Mr. Bear only looked for him once every 30 seconds. Chapter 18, Beyond the Home. Indu patted the hideous centipede on Mr. Bear's hand with satisfaction, then happily brought his change of clothes to the bathroom. As soon as he entered the bathroom, he noticed something was wrong. There was a puddle of dirty water on the bathroom floor. This made Indu feel a bit dizzy as he stepped into the bathroom, and at that moment, the two-headed monster appeared again, holding 3 knives, glaring at Indu. Indu didn't hesitate to step back out of the bathroom. According to the rules, the bathroom must be kept clean, and the cleaning tools are in the tool room of the public restroom. He put down his clothes and walked back to the dining room to head to the public restroom, briefly reviewing the public restroom rules along the way. Arriving at the dining room, Indu noticed that his other family members were still leisurely eating, with his brother stuffing large chunks of red meat into his mouth, red stains around his mouth. The adults moved more leisurely than his brother, but each of their expressions seemed somewhat dazed. Even Grandma was no exception. Just like Indu, who had only eaten rice noodles and black vegetables, Grandma was now eating meat as well. Indu quietly browsed around the sink without alarming them, and after confirming there was no sound from the bathroom's exhaust fan, he darted into the bathroom. In the bathroom, there was no shower equipment. Directly opposite the entrance was a small room made of metal sheets, and to the right were a toilet and a urinal. Indu walked to the side of the metal room, pulled the latch, and opened the door. Darkness engulfed him, and he could barely see the outlines of some tools. The space was small, and if Indu were still an adult, he could reach for the tools from the doorway, but now with short arms and legs, he could only step into the darkness. With the rules in mind, Indu made preparations in advance. He tied a rope between the metal door and the bathroom doorknob to prevent the door from closing. Even with preparations, he still gave himself a precaution. Sure enough, the moment he entered the tool room, the iron door behind him slammed shut. The deafening sound made Indu's small body tremble, showing just how forceful the door was shut. Trapped in darkness, Indu remained calm. He reached out towards a spot he remembered, wanting to grab the mop, but instead, his hand brushed against something that felt like hair. Not only that, but he could also feel a breeze blowing against his hand. It felt like stepping into a haunted house, but Indu's mental threshold had already risen, and without hesitation, he pushed aside the hair-like thing and successfully grabbed the mop hanging on the wall. However, when he tried to open the door, he found that the metal door wouldn't budge. Unlike in the bathroom, this time it was clear that the latch on the outside was secured. Moreover, as he pushed against the door, a bunch of hair fell on Indu's shoulder. This outcome was not surprising. Just moments earlier, when he undid the latch, he had anticipated such a situation. He didn't remove the latch just to see what would happen in this tool room. The rules stated that if one stayed in the tool room for more than 10 minutes and found themselves in a place that wasn't their home upon exiting, they needed to return to the tool room to hide when family members came looking. Why would one not end up in their home after being inside the tool room the whole time? Indu was curious about what that place that wasn't his home could be. Perhaps this was also a clue. Thinking this, Indu didn't force his way out with the tools. Instead, he simply began counting silently in his heart. Only after 10 minutes passed did he attempt to push the door open. Upon opening the door, he still saw that strange bathroom. Only the bathroom door he had left open was now closed. Indu opened the bathroom door. Opposite him was still that mirror, but it was perfectly intact. Turning back, the dining table and the cupboard were also exactly the same. Indu continued walking out. This place was exactly like the home he had been in before. The difference was the absence of those strange family members. The whole house was eerily quiet. Indu quickly ran back to his grandmother's room. Besides the lack of his grandmother's memorial photo, everything was the same. At that moment, he suddenly heard his grandmother calling him, "Nuan Nuan." Indu turned around, but there wasn't a single person in the house. A warning bell rang in his heart. It was an auditory hallucination. Although he hadn't been killed immediately upon entering this place, the pollution value kept rising. Indu rushed back to the tool room. With the auditory hallucination buff, the tool room became even more terrifying. That strange hair monster relentlessly bothered him with its hair, and he could hear horrifying voices whispering in his ears, with the breeze brushing against his cheeks. Indu forced himself to suppress his fear and quietly waited for his grandmother to come looking for him. During this time, he heard his mother and father's voices outside the tool room, but Indu firmly trusted his judgment and never opened the door to go out. Until the sound of his grandmother calling Nuan Nuan echoed again. Confirming that it wasn't just auditory hallucination, Indu finally stood up, opened the tool room door, and charged out with the mop in hand. "Grandma!" Indu called out sincerely, "Are you looking for me? Didn't your mom tell you to take a bath? Why are you hiding here?" Grandma lovingly patted Indu's head. "I saw there was a puddle of water in the bathroom, so I thought I'd find a mop to clean it up." Indu raised the mop he was holding with all his might. Grandma looked at him and paused for a moment, then said with some pity, "You just need to tell Grandma, and she will clean it up. You're not even as tall as the mop, how can you use it?" Indu shook his head. "Grandma, I have grown up, I can share the chores with you now." "Grown up? Yes, you have grown up. Then I'll go mop the floor now, Grandma." Indu dragged the mop back to the other bathroom. He pulled the mop, soaking up the puddle of water on the floor. Grandma stood silently at the door, watching all of this. Until seeing Indu safely returning the mop to the tool room, her body suddenly bent slightly and she shakily walked back into her room. After solving the bathroom problem, Indu entered the bathroom with his prepared clothes. He had already fixed the red water issue in the bathroom during the day. He just had to remember to keep singing and firmly ignore the two-headed monster standing in the bathroom. Because he had turned off the cold water, the hot water was a bit too hot. After filling the tub, he waited for a while before daring to step in. Soaking in the bath was very comfortable, and Indu unconsciously relaxed. Clearly, he was still mumbling something, but Indu felt increasingly drowsy, until he was splashed awake by the water. He turned his head to look at the shadow by the bathroom door. The two-headed monster seemed to be closer to the door, clearly eager to enter. It seemed that even if he took a normal bath, he couldn't relax. He had almost dozed off just now. Indu splashed some water on his face to wake himself up, then quickly washed, got dressed, and left the bathroom while singing. At this moment, the two-headed monster standing at the door clearly showed a disappointed expression. The other brothers in the same position had already started eating. Why was it so hard for it to get a bite of meat? Chapter 19, Dangerous Opportunities. Indu stepped out of the bathroom and tried to enter Grandpa's room. At the door, he tried to step forward, but Mr. Bear was immediately at his side, causing Indu to jump back and leave the room. Mr. Bear stood motionless at the door. Indu observed carefully and confirmed that Mr. Bear had no intention of harming him before entering the room. Mr. Bear loved him more than ever, almost sticking to him. This was the worst time Indu felt infected. That not home place had a huge impact on him. The rule that he had to hide back in the tool room as soon as he realized he was not in his original home was likely because of this pollution. If he could lift the influence of the pollution, he could live safely in that home without any rule restrictions. Perhaps this was the goal he needed to achieve next. But what exactly caused the pollution? He always felt like he had vaguely grasped this thread, but was missing something. If only he could swim freely in the live rooms of different countries like before he was chosen, he could gather more information. Indu turned around and hugged Mr. Bear for a round of torment in frustration. "Sister! I want a hug too." Suddenly, his brother hugged Indu from behind. Indu was no longer afraid of these sudden touches. Without looking back, he just said, "Brother, did you take a shower?" His brother froze for a moment, then shouted, "Wah! Sister is disgusted by me." Seeing that Indu didn't comfort him, he sadly ran out of the room. Indu had no mood to care about his childish brother. He continued to hug Mr. Bear and rubbed against him. After a long time, Mr. Bear finally lifted his hand and made a hugging motion. After hugging for a while, Grandma appeared at the door of the room, calling Indu to come back to her room without entering. Considering Grandma's status, Indu did not hesitate to follow her back to the room. As soon as they entered the room, Grandma sat down on the edge of the bed and beckoned Indu to come over. When Indu walked in front of her, she kindly reached out and touched his head. She remained silent for a long time, and after a while, she got up and walked to the wardrobe. Indu quickly tidied his tousled hair and looked at Grandma. When he turned his head, he saw Grandma pull out a small heart-shaped lamp from the wardrobe and hand it to him. Indu took the small lamp with confusion, and at the moment he took it, a line of text appeared in front of his eyes. Heart-shaped lamp. The lamp will automatically enter charging state when not in use. When fully charged, the green light will be on. Under the green light, turning on the lamp will illuminate an area that is strangely unreachable. Charging time, 20 hours, lighting time, 5 minutes, upgradable. Is this a prop? Indu looked up in surprise at Grandma. Good child, this lamp can protect you when you are in danger. Grandma's eyes were filled with complex emotions, worry, heartache, guilt, and a touch of pride. Thank you, Grandma. Indu lowered his head, lost in thought. He didn't expect to receive a prop from Grandma's hand. Moreover, before receiving this lamp, he hadn't realized that his ability not only allowed him to bring items from one dungeon to the next but also automatically provided the properties of the props. In that case, the writing he saw when he picked up that knife in the bathroom wasn't an illusion, but that knife had only negative effects on him. Now the lamp Grandma gave him had a good function, giving him a 5-minute chance to save his life, though the cooldown time was a bit long. 20 hours meant he could only use the lamp once a day. Perhaps tomorrow he could use this opportunity in the kitchen, to go and see what the kitchen was like. 5 minutes was enough for him to gather the remaining rules and have a look at what that so-called cold storage was like. Just as Indu was planning his schedule for the next day, Grandma spoke again. By the way, you can go to the kitchen to find food during lunch, but you can only go in between 12 and 1 o'clock for 1 hour. Remember, don't go into the kitchen alone at other times. Indu was shocked and looked up at Grandma. What's happening? Why did Grandma suddenly allow him into the kitchen? Although it was only for an hour, it was much better than he originally expected. Aside from Indu's surprise about Grandma allowing him into the kitchen, many people outside watching multiple live broadcasts were also extremely shocked. No, it should be said that many people were already shocked from the moment Grandma took out that heart-shaped lamp. This part of Indu's story was something the other surviving talents did not have. Up to now, there were more than 40 talents still alive, and even if you didn't count those 10 or so who had undergone physical mutations and could die at any time, there were still more than 20 talents who would safely survive the first day. These people passed through the previous dangers in various ways, but none triggered the plot of Grandma giving the small lamp and allowing access to the kitchen. What are they missing compared to Indu? It should be said that Indu did something more than they did. Let me see. Indu pried open Grandpa's room door to see the rules in advance, leading his brother to bravely storm the kitchen, causing his brother to lose his head. Upstairs, let me add that Indu sewed his brother's head back on. He was also the only one who sewed and mended Mr. Bear, although it looked a bit ugly. Did he secretly take money from the piggy bank? Why do I feel like what was said above isn't the point? Then what exactly is it? Why did Grandma Yin send something to Indu and allow him into the kitchen? Do you have any clues? The analysis group also held a small meeting because Indu faced a different situation from others. From the current situation, the plot triggered by Indu doesn't seem to be a bad thing, but they still felt worried. What if something changes? And it's obvious that Indu is ahead of other gifted ones. When he enters the dangerous kitchen tomorrow, the countries that haven't used their hints can use what happened to Indu as a reference to avoid some dangers, but they have no reference at all. We just reviewed the actions of all gifted individuals after they returned home to their families. The strange live broadcast cannot be recorded, even filming with other devices only results in a black screen. However, this does not prevent the analysis group from diligently taking notes on key events for review. We found that among all gifted individuals, only Indu left the bathroom after realizing he was no longer in his original home. He stayed there for 43 seconds, visited the dining room, peered into the corresponding room door of his grandfather's room, and finally entered the corresponding room of his grandmother. The other gifted individuals immediately hid back in the tool room upon realizing that the bathroom was not their home. The longest anyone stayed out of the tool room was no more than 10 seconds. Are you saying that Grandma sent Indu a desk lamp and allowed him into the kitchen because he had been to that place? But according to the rules, gifted individuals should return to the tool room immediately. Indu has already violated the rules. It is widely known that rules are correct. Once violated, there will be consequences, with the most severe consequence being death. Indu did indeed violate the rules, but the consequence of breaking this rule is contamination. Mr. Xiong closely followed Indu precisely because Indu had suffered severe contamination in that place. From a safety perspective, the rule is correct. But the correctness of the rules does not conflict with the fact that violating the rules can trigger other plots. Some people say that Indu was too careless to realize he was not in his original home. But you all forget, Indu broke a corner of the mirror in the bathroom. He is the most likely person among all gifted individuals to notice he is no longer in his original home. So when he realized it, he chose to go outside, which must have had a purpose. I've carefully reviewed his actions after entering the rule-based strange talk and have a guess about his operations. The purpose of following rules is to help gifted individuals avoid danger, but no one has ever thought that those dangerous places might also be the places with the most clues and opportunities. Is it possible that the place became dangerous precisely because there are things that need to be hidden? If we can find loopholes in the rules and access these clues, it would greatly help in breaking the rule-based strange talk. Indu must have realized this. He has always consciously explored those dangerous places. Chapter 20, Awakening. After chatting with Grandma, Indu, who was still standing in the room, went directly to bed. Moreover, Grandma fell asleep quickly. Soon Indu could hear no sound. When he looked up, Grandma was completely still, with only a slight rise and fall of her chest indicating she was still alive. Seeing this, Indu checked the time. It was just past 9 o'clock. With 10 o'clock not far off, he simply locked the door to Grandma's room from the inside. The room's rules mention that the door must be locked before 10 o'clock at night, but it doesn't specify which door it is. And today, he discovered in other rules that Grandma's room is the safest place in the house. So he didn't need to separate his room from his grandmother's room. After locking the door, he returned to his own room. The small room still looked the same, with very few things in the pure white room, a child's room with no dolls or toys. Indu jumped onto the bed and closed his eyes. He had originally planned to review everything that had happened today, but as soon as he closed his eyes, he suddenly felt like someone was standing beside him. Then his mom's voice rang in his ear, "Nan Nan, wake up." Nan Nan. This time, it was his dad. "Little sister, come on and play a game." His brother's voice also sounded. Indu didn't pay any attention to these voices. In fact, using his family's voices to disturb him made him less scared. It seemed that the voices around him turned into a group of people whispering, as if sensing Indu's thoughts. A breeze brushed against his hair, and Indu almost wanted to open his eyes to see what was going on. But the rules of the room said he should ignore this situation. He had already locked his grandmother's door, and she had just fallen asleep. No one, no sound, should appear in this room. The best way to ignore it was to continue pretending to sleep. Indu tried hard to focus on recalling everything from the day instead of paying attention to the sensations that brushed over his body. But the voices in his ears grew louder, and more people gathered around him. It felt like he was a piece of meat on a cutting board, with people around him discussing where the knife should go, which piece of meat was the tenderest. Once that thought came to mind, it became harder for him to ignore the weirdness around him. He quietly swallowed, and Indu pulled the blanket over his head. Even though this couldn't block the hallucinations, those strange feelings still lingered, but at least he felt a little better inside. Tonight was destined to be a difficult night. Indu didn't know how long had passed, but the rare sleepiness finally came over him. However, the people watching his livestream were so scared that they couldn't sleep. To help the viewers better understand the situation of the gifted person in the world of rule-based horror, the livestream showed all of the hallucinations and illusions the gifted person experienced. So now, people watching Indu's livestream could clearly see a group of strange monsters surrounding him, with various bloody weapons pointed at him, as if they were ready to pounce on him the moment he opened his eyes. The night passed, and at 7 in the morning, Indu was woken up by the alarm clock on time. Indu declined the bed's invitation to stay and got up to leave the room. By now, his grandmother was no longer in the room. He wasn't sure if it was because she had woken up early, but Indu felt the chill in the air was even worse than yesterday. When Indu arrived at the dining room, the whole family was already sitting at the table. The scene from yesterday was repeating itself. But Indu only felt a wave of disgust. According to the rules, his breakfast should have started at 7:40, but it was only 7 o'clock now, and his family was sitting at the table like puppets. Indu approached the dining table, but all the family members seemed to be in standby mode, with no one paying attention to him. Since it wasn't time to eat yet, Indu simply left the dining room and went to his grandfather's room. He entered the room, and after almost 20 seconds, Mr. Bear came to his side. Indeed, the pollution could be eliminated during sleep. But the current pollution level was still higher than it had been after his nap yesterday. That place, which was identical to his current home, was too damaging for him. Indu didn't stay long in his grandfather's room. He chose to return to his grandmother's room and wait for the mealtime to come. The atmosphere in the dining room was too eerie for him to stay there long. The thought that tomorrow the whole family might be home made Indu feel suffocated. When it reached 7:40, Indu finally left his room and headed to the dining room. After repeating the greeting from yesterday, he successfully sat at the table. Indu observed his family's expressions while scooping up bowls of plain porridge. He wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but his family's movements seemed stiffer than yesterday, and Grandma's cloudy eyes had shrunk a bit. This time, Indu ate faster, finishing his bowl of porridge in less than 10 minutes. However, after finishing, he didn't leave the dining table but continued to observe his family's every move. Yesterday, during breakfast, he hadn't adjusted his mindset and didn't dare to look closely at the strange family members sitting there. Apart from him and Grandma, the breakfast of the other family members was extremely rich, and as they ate, everyone gradually became more lively until they returned to the appearance of normal people. At that moment, the clock in the corner struck the hour, and the dong 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 sound echoed throughout the house. The family members rose one after another, leaving the dining table. After a while, Dad's voice sounded from the doorway. "What's going on? Why are there nails on the floor?" Yesterday, after Indu hammered the nails, no one had gone to open the door, so no one noticed that he added a restriction to the door. Indu jumped off the dining table and jogged cautiously to peek around the corner. The family members heading out had gathered at the entrance, with Dad standing at the front, holding the doorknob and opening the door just a crack for one person to pass through. From his angle, Indu couldn't see outside, the only visible area was the wall. Mom pushed Dad forward, saying, "Can't we get out? Why do you care where the nails came from? Hurry outside, don't block the door and waste time." Dad could only comply with Mom's urging and sidled out with his briefcase. Then, one by one, the family members left through that small opening, and because the door couldn't open fully, Mom shut it behind her as the last to exit. Because the cupboard for the building blocks was nailed shut, the invisible troublemaking child who loved to play with blocks couldn't come out to cause chaos. Indu completely ignored what should be ignored, marking the boundary of his day with his afternoon nap and family returning home. His most important matter in the first phase today was to enter the kitchen. But he had to wait until noon to do this. All morning, Indu felt aimless, and it took him a while to remember he needed to check Grandma's medications. However, he wasn't too worried about this for a reason. He had noticed yesterday that the amount of metformin in the medicine box was steadily over 7 days. As for the insulin, 0.5 milliliters was 50 units, and going by Grandma's size, it should be enough for 3 or 4 days. Now that he thought about checking it, it was just to confirm how many units Grandma needed each day. But it turned out to be significant. Upon checking, Indu discovered the severity of the problem. Yesterday, there was still 0.5 milliliters of insulin, but today only 0.2 milliliters remained. If he hadn't had the sudden urge to take a look, there was a high chance he would have violated the rules tomorrow. This discovery made Indu quickly grab 2 boxes of metformin to confirm. Fortunately, there was no issue with those 2 bottles. He had been too presumptuous. Now he was in a world of rules and strange tales, and Indu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He warned himself in his heart that in this world, no matter how calculated something seemed, it must be repeatedly confirmed and not taken for granted. After all, one misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Chapter 21, Kitchen. After sorting out the medicine box, Indu simply lay on the floor and took out all the rules to review them again. Last night, due to those hallucinations and auditory illusions, he hadn't been able to review the rules, and after using too much energy yesterday, he truly felt like a headless fly when he woke up this morning. Besides remembering to find Mr. Bear to confirm his contamination situation, he had no plan at all. Now, there were 2 rooms in the cold storage and the kitchen's rules that he hadn't explored. Indu got up and found a pen from Grandma's vanity drawer and started writing on paper. His grandmother is now his only family, since the rest are all strange beings. However, most of the time, these strange beings still have a bit of humanity, so they do not harm him. From the television, he knows that yesterday was Thursday, today is Friday, and tomorrow his family might all be at home, increasing the danger. When a whole roasted lamb appears in the house, he must immediately escape, and the only place he can flee to is that so-called non-home, but there is serious pollution there, and he must solve the pollution problem to get there. Sleeping can reduce the pollution on him, but it's limited. If the amount of pollution he faces every day exceeds what he can eliminate, he will eventually get lost or die from it. Yesterday, he got a dinner knife from a strange hand, and at night, his grandmother gave him a small lamp. Do the other strange beings also have tools? Stay alert at all times, he cannot relax. Indu finished writing and paused at the 3rd line. Now, the whole house only has 2 rooms and a cold storage left to explore. If there is a solution, it should be in these 3 places. However, the cold storage is the place Indu feels is most likely. So he plans to wait until noon, go into the kitchen, and check the situation before deciding whether to go to the remaining 2 rooms. The strange world is not a game. There is no need to be obsessed with collecting all the maps. After confirming his plan, Indu put the note away. He organized this information on paper, not only to help himself sort out clues but also to let the authorities see it, making it easier for them to provide him with the information he really needs. Besides these 2 purposes, he also has a selfish motive. How could he write all this down? Now the whole world shares this information, and his advantage is suddenly gone. What's the rush? Even if he doesn't write it down, anyone watching his livestream can roughly guess most of the information on it. His main purpose in writing it is still to communicate with the authorities. Their single reminder hasn't been helpful yet. Only by understanding more information can their hints be used to the maximum effect. He could directly state what information he needs. Now he is just letting other countries copy his homework. It's only been a little over a day. How much critical information can there be? Is there really a need to rush? Indu's exploration speed far exceeds that of other countries. The clues he has now, other countries might not get until the third day. Once this information is released, our advantage has indeed been significantly reduced. Do you all have brains? Right now, Indu is indeed far ahead, which also means he hasn't used other people's resources up to this point. If he releases this information, it will allow some people to catch up and help him take risks. I think he should slow down his exploration speed and wait for key hints. Indu cannot see the comments in the livestream. After putting away the note, he set a timer on the alarm clock and then closed his eyes to sleep. To be honest, he really didn't rest well last night. He fell asleep in fear, and his mind seemed to be tensed the whole time. When he woke up in the morning, he only felt heavy-headed and light-footed. Sleeping is absolutely the most beautiful thing in the world. It's rare to fall into a peaceful sleep. Who knows how many more times he can have this. Indu fell asleep in a second, and only when the alarm clock rang at noon did he yawn and get up to the kitchen door. He still hadn't forgotten the horrific scenes from yesterday, so even with permission, he couldn't completely relax. He took out the small lamp his grandmother gave him, always ready to turn it on. Opening the kitchen door, he saw the same clean and bright scene as before he went in yesterday. The kitchen has a window, and the white blinds are closed. Indu carefully walked into the kitchen. The strange sights from yesterday did not appear. What lay before him was an ordinary kitchen. But this kitchen was clearly smaller than it should be. From the length of his and Grandma's room, if the house wasn't recessed, the kitchen shouldn't be so narrow. The reduced space should be the cold storage, but where is the entrance to the cold storage? Indu blinked in confusion, then reached out to touch the tiled wall, exploring forward for a while, and finally felt two loose tiles. After confirming that the cold storage was in the direction he suspected, Indu returned to the kitchen door and found the rule he had torn half of. He intended to see if there were any other clues about the cold storage, but the rules still disappointed him. A happy family of 6 kitchen. Rule 1, the kitchen includes the work area and storage area. The kitchen is where food is processed. Rule 2, the kitchen work area is only accessible to Grandma, and will only be open to other entrants from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Rule 3, remember, the kitchen can only be entered during the day. Rule 4, the vegetables at home are only green and black in color. Rule 5, cooked beef is gray-brown, absolutely do not eat raw beef. Rule 6, the fridge will not contain a whole roasted lamb. If you find a whole roasted lamb, please escape from the house immediately. Rule 7, do not enter the cold storage from here, absolutely do not. Now, apart from knowing that the cold storage can only be entered during the day, Indu has no more clues about the cold storage. Rule 1 just defines the kitchen scope, and separates from Rule 3 only to cause mistakes in entering the cold storage at the right time. Rule 2 is very similar to the rule for the dining room. The dining room's rule says do not enter the kitchen alone unless Grandma agrees. He tried it yesterday, and indeed, calling out to a person helped him briefly avoid the risk of death, but that was all. Now the kitchen's rules explained the reason. The kitchen work area is only open to people other than Grandma from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Taking his brother into the kitchen would be safe if done now. Indu let out a soft sigh. Thankfully he had been cautious yesterday and let his brother block the knife in front. After carefully sticking the kitchen rules back together and putting them away, Indu walked towards the fridge. Next, he needed to check if there was a whole roasted lamb in the fridge and also look for lunch food. He only had porridge for breakfast again this morning, and if lunch was like yesterday's oatmeal, he couldn't stand it anymore. The refrigerator's freezer in the house is twice the size of the fridge. Indu first opened the freezer, which was filled with bright red meat, and saw nothing else. Fresh beef is also red. Maybe there is beef among them, but Indu wasn't sure he could find it, so he simply closed the door decisively. Opening the fridge next, he saw no green at all. Fortunately, he successfully found a black vegetable among the colorful ones. This black vegetable looked almost exactly like cabbage, the only difference being the color. Indu didn't know if what he ate last night was this thing, but based on the rules, eating this should be fine. Chapter 22, Black Hair. Indu washed the black vegetable as if it were cabbage, heated the pot, poured in oil, and then tossed the vegetable in all at once. But this black vegetable, which didn't seem watery at all, released a lot of black mush once it hit the pot. It seems the black vegetable from last night was indeed this thing. A strange sour stench wafted from the pot, intensifying as Indu kept stir-frying. Strangely, the vegetables he ate last night clearly didn't have this smell. As the smell grew stronger, Indu endured until the vegetables were cooked before turning off the heat. But as soon as he turned off the heat, the smell instantly filled the entire kitchen. At that moment, Indu realized that there was no range hood installed in this kitchen, and he couldn't open the window, so he could only run out of the kitchen to temporarily alleviate the discomfort. Originally, Indu still felt a bit hungry, but that smell made him just want to vomit now. But he couldn't waste food, Indu sighed in his heart. Then he resignedly opened the cupboard to look for a plate. The lower level of the cupboard was very large, the same height as Indu, and it only held 5 or 6 plates inside. Indu took out the plate that had the black vegetables from last night and returned to the kitchen. The kitchen was not well ventilated, so the smell had not dissipated. Indu held his breath and slid the vegetables onto the plate. Fortunately, the sour and rotten smell of the vegetables had diminished quite a bit, so the smell was not as bad when he brought it to the dining room as it had been in the kitchen. But eating it still took an immense amount of courage for Indu. The tangled and struggling emotions consumed vast mental energy, so eating became the most exhausting task for Indu in the first half of the day. A person's sense of taste is largely influenced by smell, so this otherwise tasteless dish appeared to Indu as fishy and sour. Indu's small face wrinkled up, and he finally managed to finish his lunch before 1 o'clock. After eating, he returned to the living room and drank 3 or 4 cups of water before feeling somewhat better. During the meal, Indu had noticed that the black vegetables lost their sour smell as they cooled down. Unfortunately, he did not have time to wait for them to cool completely. After clearing the taste from his mouth, Indu returned to the kitchen to clean up the stove and put the washed dishes back in the cupboard. It was getting late, it was time for a nap. Indu leisurely walked towards his room. At this moment, the door to grandfather's room was already open, and the light was on, making the hallway between the two rooms appear very bright. Indu recalled his experience in the kitchen. Logically, he should not have been contaminated at all that morning, but to be more certain, he still chose to advance into grandfather's room. Mr. Bear had a characteristic: the more seriously he was contaminated, the more he wanted to cling to Indu, unwilling to part for a moment, and when in a fit of affection, he could act unexpectedly. Since yesterday, Indu had been intentionally or unintentionally using this point to check his own contamination status. From Mr. Bear's clinginess and the 2 instances of sleep hallucinations and hearing voices, it could be discovered that during sleep, the body would be somewhat purified from contamination, but the impact of contamination would be magnified before falling asleep. The purifying effect should be closely related to the actual sleep time. How could he quickly fall asleep and shake off the influence of hallucinations and hearing voices? After lying on the bed, Indu covered his head with the quilt. The quilt always had a magical power to ward off all kinds of ghosts, providing mental support. Usually, when covered by the quilt, outside sounds would become somewhat muffled. But hallucinations were different. When heard, it felt like someone was whispering in your ear, even making you feel the airflow passing through your ear. At that moment, Indu faced just such a situation, but he knew he was under the quilt, so everything was fake. No monsters or demons could pass through the quilt to speak in his ear. 2 hours of napping time was not short, but for a sleepy child, it was quite normal. When he got up this time, Indu only felt refreshed, and even his spirits were lifted considerably. His body felt much lighter. He felt like he was on steroids, full of energy. Indu shook his head and decided to go look for Mr. Bear again to confirm his situation. When he arrived outside grandfather's room, however, he found the door was closed, and through the crack, it seemed the light inside was also off. Indu was very sure that he had pried open the door to grandfather's room that morning, and he had checked for Mr. Bear twice before. He definitely hadn't closed the door or turned off the light. So who turned off the light and closed the door? Indu suddenly felt a chill all over, quickly stepping back and hiding back in grandmother's room. What's going on? Who closed the door? It's Mom. I saw it in the neighboring Gory's livestream. The rules in the master bedroom state that if a room in the house has the lights on for a long time without anyone using it, Mom will go in and turn off the lights. That black hair is also in the rules. If you enter Mom's room, you have to knock. If not, Mom will get angry. However, when Mom gets angry, she only launches one attack. The talented person next door, Gory, escaped a disaster using their talent. Gory's talented person, the one whose talent is the magical shield? The magical shield talent is truly powerful. It grants an extra life every day. That's nothing, right? Isn't Indu's lamp giving him an extra life too? It's different. Indu's lamp only dispels the anomaly for 5 minutes. After those 5 minutes, if Indu hasn't reached a safe place or found a way to avoid being attacked by the anomaly, he will still die. But the magical shield resists 1 instance of pollution or attack. After resistance, that attack is over for the anomaly. It won't attack the rule-breaking talented person again unless the person breaks the rules once more. It's so confusing, I don't understand. Isn't it better to block for 5 minutes? I can only say that in some situations, 5 minutes can be more beneficial. After all, within those 5 minutes, Indu can break any rule without worrying about being punished immediately. And then attract a bunch of monsters to chase him, right? I'm familiar with that, it's just taunting. I love using it. Smiley face. Indu can't see the comments in the livestream. He only knew that this situation hadn't occurred yesterday. Yesterday, he also pried open Grandpa's room door in the morning, but after waking up from his nap, the room door and lights weren't turned off. When faced with an unexpected situation, Indu's first reaction was to check the rules. However, none of the rules he had related to this situation. Frowning, Indu remembered the 2 rooms he hadn't entered yet. Perhaps there are related rules in one of them? But after this incident, Indu couldn't help but feel fear, not to mention brazenly prying open 2 more room doors. After hesitating for a while, he decided to open Grandpa's room door first to take a look. But when he inserted the tools, he found that the door wasn't locked. Seeing this, Indu prepared to open a crack like before to turn on the light. But just as he opened the door a little, a mass of black hair rushed out from below the door, rapidly heading for Indu's feet. Indu hurriedly retreated back to Grandma's room. When he looked back at Grandpa's room, the door had closed again. Someone is inside. No, not a person, it's an anomaly. At some point, there had been an anomaly added to Grandpa's room. It seems I have to check the remaining 2 rooms. The only rules Indu hadn't acquired were from those 2 rooms. The other 2 rooms are directly opposite the dining room. To ensure safety, Indu took a small lamp in hand before leaving Grandma's room this time. However, after he stepped out of the room, no black hair emerged from the crack of the door across the hallway. Indu sighed in relief and quickly walked closer to the door leading to the living room. That door was also locked. Indu didn't rush to pry the lock but instead walked to the next room. This room's door wasn't locked, so Indu thought for a moment and decided to turn on the lamp in his hand before pushing the door open and walking inside. In the dark room, only the light from Indu's lamp was shining. With the faint light from the lamp, Indu could see a person standing in the corner of the room. Unlike Mr. Bear, this figure looked just like a human. Indu quickly tightened his grip on the lamp to ensure he was in the light of the lamp. Chapter 23, Fake Parents. After ensuring he was temporarily safe, Indu reached out to turn on the light and then looked at the shadow. When he saw it, he couldn't help but be startled. He watched his dad squeeze out the door in the morning. But this dad was very strange, looking just like a mannequin in a window display, rigid and cold. But it wasn't eerie yet, much more normal than the dad who played games with him and ate meat at the dinner table last night. After confirming that the mannequin dad wouldn't move, Indu didn't pay too much attention to him. His most important task now was to find the rules. The desk lamp's effect could only last for 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, he had to determine if he was in a safe situation. If there was danger, he needed to hide in Grandma's room before the lamp failed. This room should be the master bedroom, slightly larger than Grandpa's room but in fact even emptier. Other than the bed, vanity, and wardrobe, there was no other furniture. Indu scanned the room. It was clear that the rules were not obvious. With the protection of the lamp, Indu boldly began to rummage through the drawers. But he failed to find any rules. Surely this room had no rules at all? Just looking at that dad who shouldn't be in the home, he couldn't fool himself. Right, Dad. Now the only thing he hadn't searched in the whole room was Dad. Indu slowly approached the mannequin dad with the lamp in hand. The mannequin didn't avoid the approaching light of the lamp. This proved that this mannequin wasn't considered eerie right now. Indu felt relieved and began to search the mannequin dad's body. Before long, he found a piece, half a note in the mannequin's pocket. 3. You may seek help from Dad, but remember he is Dad and not some other person or eerie thing. 4. Do not stay in the master bedroom for more than 10 minutes, especially in the room. At a glance, the rules clearly had a first half. As for where it was, the first thing Indu thought of was the hair that had just ambushed him. Dad had half a note, so the other half was probably in Mom's hands. And the hair that had just attacked him was likely Mom's. Why would Mom leave the room to go to Grandpa's room? It should relate to those 2 rules he hadn't seen yet. Thinking of this, Indu hurriedly ran toward Grandpa's room with the lamp in hand. He had to find that rule while the lamp was still effective. Grandpa's room wasn't locked. Indu skillfully opened the door and turned on the light. As soon as the light turned on, he could see Mr. Bear and the mannequin Mom each occupying a corner. Indu walked to Mom's side and pulled out the rule from his pocket. A happy family of 6, master bedroom. 1. Mom likes polite people. To enter the room where Mom is, you need to knock on the door first. 2. Mom is a frugal person. If there's a place in the house with the lights on but no one is there for a long time, Mom will go turn off the lights. Turning off the lights, that was the reason Mom appeared in Grandpa's room? So, after Mom turned off the lights, she would stay in the place where the lights were turned off, and that place must follow the rule of knocking before entry. While Indu was pondering this, the lamp in his hand began to flicker. Indu quickly looked up at Mom. He found that Mom had actually moved a few steps closer to him. Every time the lamp dimmed for an instant, Mom would move forward a few centimeters. Indu hurriedly ran out of the room while the lamp hadn't completely gone out. He quickly shut the door to Grandpa's room before the mannequin Mom could react, then knocked on the door and said, "Mom, I'm coming in now." As soon as his voice fell, the lamp just completely extinguished. Seeing this, he hurriedly retreated to the entrance of Grandma's room, ready to retreat inside at any sign of danger. Fortunately, there was no movement in Grandpa's room. Indu quickly stepped forward and carefully opened the door. The light in the room hadn't been turned off. The mannequin Mom and Mr. Bear occupied the same 2 corners as when he first came in. Indu began to recall his 2 previous rule violations. The first time he violated the rule by opening the door but not entering. After the humanoid mother's attack failed, it did not launch another assault. The second time he broke the rules and entered the room. The bedside lamp protected him from the humanoid mother's attacks during its effective period. But when the lamp dimmed, the humanoid mother slowly approached him, clearly not giving up on the attack just because it couldn't hit him earlier. From this, it can be seen that the punishments for not knocking and entering the room versus entering directly without knocking are different in intensity. In other words, breaking the rules does have varying degrees of severity. Moreover, his bedside lamp could only protect him from eerie attacks for 5 minutes, but it couldn't exempt him from the punishment for breaking the rules. He had already guessed this beforehand, so he was not surprised. Indu thought while putting together the 2 notes he had just obtained, realizing that one rule in the master bedroom had been crossed out. Knock, knock, knock. Sister, I'm back, open the door. I forgot to bring the keys, sister. As Indu was preparing to review the rules again, he heard a knock at the entrance. It was his brother's voice. Indu then realized that it was already past 4 o'clock. According to the rules, he needed to determine if the person outside was really his brother. If it was, he had to open the door within 20 minutes. However, his brother had promised him the night before that he would go buy a game console, so it was absolutely impossible for his brother to be home on time. Indu completely ignored the person outside. His gaze swept over the 2 notes in his hand and finally stopped at the sentence, "You can seek help from Dad." Yesterday, he had turned on the TV, but the TV at home was broken. According to the rules, if the TV was broken, he could ask Dad to fix it, but Dad hadn't had much time to be normal since he came home last night, so he hadn't thought of getting the TV repaired at all. Now, combining this with the rules in the master bedroom, he realized that the person he could seek help from was the dad who looked like a dummy during the day. Thinking of this, Indu hurriedly ran to the master bedroom and stood in front of the humanoid dad. "Dad, I want to watch TV, but the TV in the living room is broken, can you help fix it?" Indu tugged at the humanoid dad's hand. After Indu asked, the humanoid dad moved. He stiffly lowered his head to look at Indu, giving him the feeling that he might fall apart at any moment. "Xian, daughter," he spoke slowly, word by word, without any emotion, making it hard for anyone to see him as a normal person. However, Indu did not mind this. He remembered that this was his dad, and his dad being like this was completely normal. Indu took his dad's hand and walked towards the living room. The dad moved very stiffly, and his speed was slow. Being pulled by Indu, he stumbled a bit. With the sound of his brother knocking at the door, Indu and his dad arrived in the living room. Indu turned on the TV. Immediately, 2 paper figures sat upright on the screen, the image flickered, and the colors of the paper figures and their clothing changed instantly. Just like yesterday, the TV's display kept flickering between 2 videos, and the remote control couldn't control what the TV played at all. The humanoid dad stood in front of the TV for a while, and just when Indu thought he had no way to fix it, he suddenly spoke, "I know this problem, I can fix it." After slowly spitting out each word, he raised his hand and slapped it hard against the TV. Bang! The TV that had been displaying images instantly filled with static. Indu opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, then the humanoid dad slapped the TV again. Bang! The screen suddenly changed again, revealing the 2 paper figures. This time, the picture on the TV finally stopped flickering. The humanoid dad turned to look at Indu, all done. Although he still spoke without any emotion and still had that strange pause, Indu inexplicably sensed a hint of pride in his voice. He could repair the TV like this too. Chapter 20 for the Disappearing Paper Man channel. The repaired TV no longer flickered like last time. Instead of the 2 paper men, an animated show featuring a sheep as the main character appeared on the screen. Indu didn't think much of it, picked up the remote, and started searching for the TV recording. He wanted to watch the news report about the 2 paper men in full. But when he flipped through the TV's discs, he found nothing inside. How could there be nothing? Yesterday and today, the TV was playing that recording when it was on. Indu quickly switched channels with the remote, trying to find the one with the recording, but after several tries, he still couldn't find any program related to the paper men. All the TV programs seemed normal. Normal to the point that the images he saw when the TV broke seemed like just an illusion. Indu frowned. The reason he asked his dad to fix the TV was to watch the news about the car accident, as his instinct told him that news should have something to do with this family. But he didn't expect that fixing the TV caused that news to disappear completely. It would have been better if it hadn't been fixed at all. Indu helplessly put down the remote. Now he could only feel relieved that while the TV was broken, it repeatedly played the same content, allowing him to piece together some information. He remembered the Paperman news was about a car accident happening on October 12th. Speaking of time, if he remembered correctly, yesterday was October 19th. Counting from October 12th, the 18th was the 7th day, and yesterday was the first day after the 7th. This timing was truly subtle. It made him even more focused on the content of the news. Indu turned to the mannequin dad beside him, which was in standby mode, and asked, "Dad, can you switch to the channel with those 2 paper men?" "Paper men? There are no paper men, the TV is broken, just static." The mannequin dad replied. "No paper men?" Dad's words made Indu show a look of confusion. He had seen them, but Dad hadn't? Static, just static. Dad said again. So, was the paperman channel only visible to him? Finding no channel for the paperman, Indu no longer troubled himself with it. If the TV couldn't provide more clues, he would look somewhere else. Now, only one room and the cold storage at home remained unexplored. Dad, what is the room next to the master bedroom used for? Study. Dad, can I go to the study? He didn't know what the rules were for that study, since the door was locked. Getting some hints before going in would be natural. But he didn't expect that Dad's expression would change quickly after hearing his words. Dad didn't answer his question but stared at him intently, repeating one phrase. Kill, whoever enters the study will be killed. Kill, whoever enters the study will be killed. Kill, whoever enters the study will be killed. Dad seemed stuck on that one phrase, repeating it over and over. His strange expression, tone, and the way he emphasized each word initially startled Indu. However, he quickly realized he wouldn't be in danger. He hadn't even entered the study. And judging by Dad's look, he seemed unable to determine whether he had entered or not. Dad, I've never been inside the study. Indu said seriously to the plastic face of mannequin Dad. After hearing Indu's words, Dad finally stopped repeating that phrase. He quietly stood in front of the TV, returning to standby mode. Indu looked at Dad and recalled his earlier performance and those words. Kill, whoever enters the study will be killed. Whoever enters the study will be killed, or rather, whoever is discovered entering the study will be killed. After getting the answer he hadn't entered the study, Dad no longer repeated that phrase, showing that he couldn't directly determine if his guess about him entering was right. Then, it was only necessary for him to go to the study without being seen by Dad or anyone else. If someone asked, he would insist he had never been there. But all of this was ultimately speculation. About what needs attention in the study room, only by seeing the rules can one be sure. Only after having this guess, Indu especially wanted to enter the study room today. One must know, tomorrow is Saturday, the home will no longer have only him alone. If it is needed to avoid other people to go to the study room, if today he does not enter, then he may have to wait until Monday. Indu looked at the time. Now it is already 5 o'clock, the family members are also about to come back. In the end, should he take this time to go to the study room for one trip or not? Dad, the TV is fixed, are you not going back to your room? You are blocking me from watching TV here. Indu said. The dummy father heard this and turned around and walked toward the master bedroom. Indu stepped back a few steps and sat on the sofa pretending he was watching TV, but when the master bedroom door closed, he jogged to the study room door. The study room door lock was not more advanced than the other room door locks. Indu opening the lock only took less than 3 seconds. The door was opened into a crack, red light leaked out from the crack. This strange light made Indu not dare to continue opening the door, not to mention going inside. Red, in strange worlds often links with bad omen, although not absolute, it still leaves in people's hearts the impression that red equals danger. Indu stood at the doorway for a moment, in his heart constantly weighing. When next Monday arrives, that will be his 5th day in this world. According to his earlier guesses, every next day will only become more and more dangerous. He must leave this home as soon as possible. At worst he must find a way to protect himself in this home. But until now, he has no clue about either of these two. When tomorrow comes, the difficulty for him to enter the study room will only increase and not decrease. Thinking of this, Indu finally made up his mind and pushed the study room door open a bit more. In an instant red light overflowed out. Luckily nothing happened. Indu guessed that this red light might have a pollution effect, so he did not directly enter the room, but from outside used the red light to look at the inside of the study room. Because the door was not opened wide, the range he could see was limited. On the left side of this room was a white wall, nothing was hung on the wall. When looking further to the right, Indu's whole body froze. In this study room there was actually placed a paperman exactly the same as the male paperman on the TV. This paperman faced the doorway, pitch black eyes seeming to look at Indu. Beside the paperman there was also a table. Although Indu could only see the corner of the table, he still sharply caught the candle stand on the table. What study room? This is clearly a morning hall. Chapter 25 Retreat Path. Holding to the idea that the more strange and dangerous a place is the more likely it hides clues, Indu gritted his teeth and stepped into this morning hall. Inside the room the most eye-catching was the big table covered with a yellow tablecloth and the 4 photos pasted on the wall behind the table. The photos looked still fairly normal, only the red light added a layer of frightening filter. These were still within an acceptable range. What made Indu feel uncomfortable were the 2 paper men that had appeared on the TV. And the more he looked the more he felt the paper men were staring at him, giving him a feeling of hair standing in his heart. Indu's gaze quickly swept across the whole room. The rules of the study room were not deliberately hidden, they were just thrown under the table. The biggest problem for Indu was that getting close to the table meant getting close to those 2 strange paper men. What is written on the rules? Will the paper men move or not? Indu lightly bit the tip of his teeth and carefully walked forward. While walking he watched the situation of the 2 paper men. When he squatted down and picked up the paper slip, the paper men did not move at all. But after picking up the paper slip, Indu still rushed out of the room at the first moment. When picking up the paper slip, he was not able to read all the rules, but his eyes still sensitively caught one word: escape. Whatever it says to escape from. In short, leaving first is definitely the right choice. After Indu left the study, he did not forget to lock the door again, creating a false impression that no one had entered. Then, he strolled back to his grandmother's room slowly. A happy family of 6. The study room. 1. When you enter a room that is not a normal study, please escape quickly. 2. When you are lucky enough to enter a normal study, please find a white box in the bottom drawer of the desk and wear the watch, it will help you. 3. If you are unfortunate enough not to leave home before danger strikes, prepare enough water and food and hide inside Mr. Bear, but do not let anyone know you are hiding, perhaps you can escape a disaster. 4. Do not let anyone find out that you have entered the study. The rules of the study are few, but they provide extremely important information. Indu read the third rule back and forth several times. Although the rule said, perhaps you can escape a disaster, it should be the only way to clear the game when unable to escape this home. Although he did not want to face this conclusion, he still had to prepare in advance. Thinking this way, Indu turned around and filled the cold water kettle in the living room into his toolbox. Then he filled the large thermos in the living room with water and packed it away. After preparing water and food, he felt a little more relaxed. At least now he had a way out. Next, he needed to find the watch. The study. Ding dong. Before Indu could determine the next action plan, the doorbell rang. Sister, I'm back. Indu glanced at the time. It was already 5:15, indeed the time his brother should be back. He walked to the door, opened it widely, revealing a gap that only allowed one person to pass, while he carefully hid behind the door. Brother, is there anything else outside besides you? His brother outside did not understand why his sister asked this, but still seriously looked around. No. Only after getting the answer did Indu reach out to unlock the outer door. While reaching out, he was very careful not to expose his body. As soon as the door opened, his brother squeezed in with 2 small bags, and he heard the sound of the door latch behind him. Despite the noise, Indu still cautiously asked, is the door locked? His brother looked back, locked. Strange, why is Ah Huang from next door at our doorstep again? I saw it squatting there when I came back home yesterday, but it ran away as soon as it saw me. Hearing this, that Ah Huang should be the monster he saw, Indu stepped forward and quickly closed the wooden door. His brother's attention was quickly diverted as he cheerfully presented the 2 bags to Indu. A game console and an MP3. Indu was not very interested in the game console and MP3, this was just an excuse to make his brother come home late, but now he was more interested in the world's prices. Is 100 enough to buy these 2? Not enough. After buying the game console, only $1 is left. His brother said, pulling out the remaining dollar and handing it to Indu. He then added, the MP3 is a gift for you. A gift? A birthday gift. I remember I bought one, I don't know why I couldn't find it yesterday. Was yesterday his birthday? From the atmosphere at home, it was hard to tell. As he thought this, Indu took the 2 bags from his brother. The game console was a classic model, with a screen in the middle and buttons on both sides. Most of the games were standard mini-games. Aside from the character designs being somewhat different from what Indu had seen before, there was nothing particularly special about it. In contrast, the MP3 his brother gave him was quite special. Just as he unpacked it and held the MP3 in his hand, he saw the introduction about the MP3 in his eyes. Small capacity MP3, memory for 1 song, playing it once can purify 20 points of pollution value. Charging time, 22 hours, playing time, 1 song, upgradable. Another item? Indu raised his eyebrows in surprise. He knew how rare props were from watching Ghost Story livestreams, otherwise, the Toolbox wouldn't have fallen to the last place in talents. But now, in just the first copy, he had obtained 2 props. 2 props, regardless of their strength, equated to having 2 talents in terms of quantity. And the ability to purify pollution. Indu remembered that talent, which was ranked 3rd from the bottom by many online users, was similar to this. Thank you, brother. Indu met his brother's expectant gaze. I really like it. Upon hearing this, his brother clearly became very happy and started chattering about his day's events. Indu didn't listen closely to what his brother was saying. His gaze unconsciously lingered on the centipede around his brother's neck and recalled the piggy bank he had dug a hole in. He felt really sorry. He hoped his brother would never discover the secret of the piggy bank. After finishing sharing gifts and stories from his day, his brother didn't rush to do his homework but instead pulled Indu to play video games together. Aren't you going to do your homework? Homework can be done tomorrow or the day after, his brother said, his eyes fixed on the video game console in Indu's hands. It seemed he genuinely wanted to play. This console can't be played in 2-player mode, why didn't you buy another one? I only have 80 yuan left, that's enough to buy an MP3. His brother pouted unhappily, the other money is in the piggy bank. An MP3 only costs 80 yuan? Indu looked at the console in his hands and deeply felt he had been ripped off. Alright, I'll lend you the console first, but you have to play in your room so mom doesn't see and confiscate it. Okay. His brother happily took the console from Indu and ran towards the room, with Indu following closely behind. As the door to Grandpa's room opened, Indu quickly scanned the room. At this moment, the fake mom was no longer in Grandpa's room, she seemed to have returned to the master bedroom. Seeing this, Indu said to his brother, "Brother, I'm going back to my room. You play slowly, be careful not to let mom find out." Got it. His brother, already engrossed in the game, clearly didn't have time to pay attention to what Indu was saying. This was exactly the effect Indu wanted. With the allure of the console, his brother was temporarily distracted, and he planned to take this time to visit the study again. However, before heading to the study, he first approached the master bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Mom, can I come in? After Indu asked, there was no sound from the master bedroom. The rule stated that one should knock before entering the room where mom was, not that one needed her permission, so a lack of response was fine. Then I'm coming in. Indu opened the door and walked into the room. He scanned the room. The fake dad and fake mom were harmoniously standing together in the corner. Good, they were all in the room. Both fakes were the same, as long as no rules were triggered, they wouldn't move. Indu quietly closed the door and left the room. He only came to the master bedroom to confirm whether the fake mom was there or not. Only by knowing mom's location could he feel secure enough to go to the study. Indu's skills in picking locks were becoming more adept. The time needed to open the study was now down to 1 second, hardly different from using a normal key. The rule of the study stated that with luck, one could enter a normal study, which seemed to have a very low probability. However, Indu didn't expect that when he opened the study door for the second time, he would actually see the study. The layout of this room was very simple. A bookshelf stood against the shared wall with the living room, while a painting hung on the opposite wall, and in the middle of the room was a wooden table. Directly opposite the door was a large curtain, and Indu guessed there must be a floor-to-ceiling window behind it, very likely even with a balcony. Was he this lucky? As Indu reflected on his short 23 years of life. No matter how you look at it, it's not lucky. But looking at the 3 props I got in a short time, perhaps I became lucky in the world of strange rules? Indu carefully walked into the study, clearly aiming for the desk. He didn't close the door, ready to escape at the first sign of anything strange. The desk was very traditional, with 3 drawers in the lower left. However, Indu's first attention was not on the drawers, but on the yellow and white paper money underneath the desk. Whose study has paper money scattered on the floor? Without hesitation, Indu turned and ran out of the room. This study was definitely not a normal study. As Indu approached the door, he saw the door suddenly move, and behind it were those 2 paper figures. These 2 paper figures clearly had painted black pupils that started to move and fixed their gaze on Indu. Indu gasped, his feet stumbled, and then he sped up towards the door. The study was likely still a morning hall, just disguised to deceive someone like him who knew the rules. As the paper figures moved when he got close, thankfully, their movements were slow, and Indu managed to grab the door just before it closed, pushing it open and escaping the study. After exiting, he didn't forget to pull the door shut behind him. This time he didn't lock the door, because he still had time. He planned to try 2 more times. For things relying on luck, the number of attempts is the guarantee. After calming his emotions once more, Indu reopened the study door. The layout of the study hadn't changed, and Indu first checked behind the door, no paper figures. However, Indu did not let his guard down. He felt this place would likely still be against him. Sure enough, when he looked closely at the bookshelf, he quickly discovered 4 portraits of the deceased displayed on it. So, he didn't even step into the room and directly closed the door. A second later, he reopened the door. This time, there were no portraits on the bookshelf, but the painting opposite had turned into a portrait of the deceased. Close, open, close, open. Indu kept refreshing the study, but could always find something wrong. The most outrageous time was when the desk directly turned into an altar, glaringly informing him that this room had a problem. Thus, after wasting more than 20 minutes, Indu still couldn't refresh the study. It was almost 6 o'clock now, and to avoid being caught by someone returning while he was trying to enter the study, Indu had no choice but to abandon his search and lock the door. He couldn't understand, even if he had bad luck, wouldn't opening the door nearly 30 times at least get him into the study at least once? Indu stared at the door lock, pondering for a while, and finally thought of a possibility. Or maybe it's simply impossible to enter the study from here? The only true way to enter the study might be to go to that place that looked exactly like this home but was filled with pollution? Indu felt this possibility was very high, because he hadn't seen anything strange over there. Aside from the pollution, that place was as normal as could be. With this hypothesis, Indu strode confidently toward the bathroom, but when he reached the bathroom door, he heard the sound of the exhaust fan running. The whoosh 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 sound made Indu a bit irritated. Was it intentionally keeping him from going there? Seeing that he couldn't enter the bathroom, Indu promptly turned and ran into his grandfather's room, pulling out his brother, who was still playing a game. "Brother, help me open the bathroom door, I can't open it." Without asking why Indu didn't go to another bathroom, his brother immediately helped open the bathroom door. Before opening the door, Indu noticed that there was no sound from the exhaust fan in the bathroom anymore. That thing was really targeting him. "Thank you," Indu said, turning and stepping into the bathroom. Fortunately, this time there were no surprises. There were no additional bathing devices in the public restroom. After closing the bathroom door, Indu stood by the door waiting. After 10 minutes, he finally opened the door and looked outside. The broken mirror he had left behind had restored itself, and he successfully arrived in another space. The setup on both sides was the same, and Indu pulled out his lockpicking tools and ran directly to the study door. However, he was slightly mistaken. The study here was not locked. Since his tools went unused, Indu directly entered the study and walked to the desk. He opened the last compartment and, sure enough, saw a white box. After pulling out the box, Indu hurried back to the bathroom. The contamination in this place was too severe. He stayed for almost a minute, and the auditory hallucinations found him again. Just like last time, as soon as Indu entered the bathroom, he hid in the tool room waiting for Grandma to find him, and once again encountered the hair monster within the tool room. A day later, the hair monster had not evolved any new skills and could still only use its hair to bother him, occasionally blowing air in his ear. This time, Indu was able to coexist with it more harmoniously. As long as he did not violate the rules, this creature couldn't harm him. The buff from the auditory hallucinations occasionally made him hear some ow-added sounds, as if there were other monsters in this space. This time, the wait for Grandma took longer than last time. This was normal. After all, when he ran into the bathroom, Grandma hadn't even returned home yet. There was no light in the tool room, and in the dark environment, Indu couldn't see what was in the white box, so he simply tossed it into the toolbox and took out the MP3 his brother gave him. When the MP3 turned on, Indu discovered it even had a small LED light. Although not bright enough, it barely illuminated a small area in front of him. He turned on the light to make it easier to see the screen of the MP3. At this moment, he had no idea how terrifying he looked from the outside. The light from the MP3 barely illuminated from his head to his shoulders, and at that moment, a woman with a distorted face and protruding eyeballs leaned against his left shoulder, her hair surrounding them both. The woman's eyes were fixed on Indu's profile, her white eyeballs filled with red veins. She occasionally opened her mouth and breathed on him, as if she wanted to devour him. Chapter 27, The Release Spell. The operation of the MP3 was not difficult, and Indu quickly found the only track saved on it. The name was a jumble of characters, and the prelude seemed familiar. Indu squinted his eyes. This seemed to be. Indu took a deep breath. Ong chilin jinza jinza shang jinza, chiling jinza jinza shang jinza. Sure enough, it was the release spell. Indu painfully grabbed his hair. Perhaps some might wonder why he was so familiar with this sutra despite not being a Buddhist. He guessed what it was just by hearing the prelude. Actually, this traced back to the community where he lived and part-time worked as a security guard and maintenance worker. In his community, there was an elderly person who believed in Buddhism. The old man had a player hanging around his neck, and every day, he repeatedly played 8 chants. Everyone in the community had been influenced by the old man. Indu, who normally only ventured out at night and early morning, should have escaped this ordeal. However, the old man woke up early every morning to stroll around the community. He loved to walk right behind Indu just before his last patrol, claiming it gave him a sense of security. The old man felt secure, but Indu's ears suffered every day, tormented by those repetitive 8 chants. What surprised Indu the most was that even after entering the realm of strange rules, he couldn't escape the baptism of Buddhist scriptures. Moreover, to eliminate the contamination, he had to voluntarily play it once every day. Indu sighed in his heart. The 3.5 minutes of the release spell was not long, and when it ended, Indu studied how to change the jumbled name back to the release spell. In an instant, the MP3 lit up that familiar text box again. Small capacity MP3, memory for 1 release spell. Playing once can purify 30 points of pollution. Charging time, 22 hours, playback time, 1 song, upgradable. Indu stared at the text in shock. Did the purification ability actually strengthen after the renaming? He actually just disliked the garbled text and guessed that the MP3 should still be able to add other songs, so he changed it to a familiar name. After all, if there were normal songs, he wouldn't choose to listen to the spellbreaking chant to purify pollution. But it must be said, the purification effect really felt absent. The hair that was once tangled around him still remained, the skin could feel the flow of air, and the noisy sounds by his ears showed no signs of fading. It seems the previous purification did not lower his pollution stage at all. Indu continued to ignore these feelings and sounds and turned to look at the box beside him. Although the MP3 could no longer play songs, the LED light was still working, but the light was far dimmer than before. He had no idea when his grandmother would return home and discover he was missing. He really wanted to check the box, but in this place, he didn't dare to take the risk. Although according to the rules, the watch inside should help him and pose no danger. But he wasn't really sure if he was holding the box that was truly from the rules. After all, a normal study is merely a study from another space. This was just his own guess without clear evidence. So he had to return to his grandmother's room and open this box in a safe place according to the rules. That way, even if opening the box carried danger, it would be limited by the room's rules and could not harm him. Indu tucked the box securely in his hands and closed his eyes, waiting quietly. Then, once again, his family's voices emerged one after another, calling him to come home. Indu realized he actually felt a strong impulse to follow these voices. It appeared that his pollution level was still a bit high. He didn't know if he got even higher, he might uncontrollably follow these voices out of the tool room. These past 2 days, he had been quite successful in brainwashing himself, firmly imprinting every family member in his mind, fearing that in a moment of carelessness, he might think of them as weird and not family, leading to violations. Your family loves you very much, they would never harm you. Family would never harm him. If he no longer saw them as family, then everything in the house would be a danger to him. But by deepening the concept of family, he also faced the danger of losing himself. When he forgot he was the chosen one and truly merged into this family, that would be his moment of loss. Loss isn't death, but staying in such a world is worse than death. Nana. Finally, his grandmother's voice rang out like a heavenly melody. Indu didn't respond right away, he only opened the tool room door when he distinctly felt the urgency in her tone. It was indeed his grandmother who was anxious for his safety. Though his grandmother was the creator of these rule tales, she still loved him. Indu stepped out of the tool room and hugged his grandmother, Nana. Seeing Indu safe and sound, his grandmother sighed in relief, stroking his head. Wash your hands, it's time to eat. Indu nodded, but mentioning eating reminded him of something else. Nana, I was playing in your room today, and I noticed the medicine you usually use seems to be gone. What medicine? His grandmother momentarily didn't respond until Indu made an injection gesture towards his belly. Is the medicine running out? His grandmother paused, her expression revealing a moment of sadness that quickly disappeared. Indu noticed this and stopped pretending to be cute. What's going on? Could it be that the medicine cannot be replenished? Nana, what's wrong? Indu boldly asked directly, knowing that as long as he didn't break the rules, there would be no danger. Lost in her own thoughts, Grandma's eyes visibly shrank, and only when she looked at Indu did she return to her normal self. But her eyes were filled with lingering sorrow. Grandma? Indu tilted his head to observe Grandma's expression, not getting a response. Nana, our family must be together. Together. Suddenly, Grandma's sadness disappeared, and she began to chant softly. Together. Grandma's strange demeanor reminded Indu of the first day he was affected by the family photo. Indu never expected the effect of the medicine to be so strong. His pupils flickered, and he quickly grabbed Grandma's hand. Grandma, weren't we supposed to eat? Let's go eat, I'm so hungry. Right, eating. At Indu's shout, Grandma finally returned to normal. She took Indu's hand and walked out of the bathroom. As soon as he stepped out of the bathroom, he saw the other family members already seated at the dining table, waiting for him and Grandma. As soon as Mom saw him, she angrily slammed her hand on the table. Indu, what's wrong with you? Making the whole family wait. You had to make Grandma come find you just to eat. Faced with Mom's sudden anger and her lowered expression, Indu did not show obvious fear. He knew he had broken Rule 1 of the living room. Although that rule was long, with many added times, it could easily be thought to mainly restrict mealtimes. But breaking it down, the rule you are a good child who won't make the family worry also held true. And his earlier behavior certainly did not count as being a good child. However, it was clear he hadn't completely crossed the line, since mealtime hadn't passed yet, he just arrived a little late, not worthy of severe punishment. I'm sorry, Mom. Indu apologized while walking to the dining table. He cast a subtle glance at all the family members at the table, clearly aware that since he had one foot on the line of breaking the rules, everyone was waiting for him to cross the red line. Even his older brother, who had just been playing with him, now wore a different expression, staring at him like a piece of food. Indu subtly adjusted his posture, ready to run back to Grandma's room at any moment. Then he slowly spoke. I just found out Grandma's medicine was running low, and I lost track of time while looking for it. Medicine. Upon hearing the word medicine, Mom clearly paused, her face contorted with mixed emotions of anger and confusion. However, the other family members did not react. It seemed that in this situation, Mom was the one judging whether he broke the rules. As long as she didn't speak, the others wouldn't act. Medicine was something mentioned in the rules required him to remind the family to restock, but it didn't say he couldn't tell the family's abnormalities. He had just reminded Grandma about the medicine according to the rules. And now he used the medicine as an excuse, explaining that his previous behavior was not due to being disobedient. On the contrary, it was precisely because he was a good child that he cared about his family's health issues so much. However, the medicine was originally just a pretext for him. He didn't expect Mom to have such a strong reaction. Moreover, of all the people at the dining table, only she reacted. Clearly, he had inadvertently discovered an important clue. Indu observed Mom's expression, testing the waters as he spoke. It's the medicine in Grandma's room cabinet. I've seen Grandma take the medicine and give herself injections. He knew his actions were somewhat impulsive, but he really needed to know if there was a way to solve the medicine issue. What would happen to Grandma without her medicine? Since the reminder to stock medicine was written in the rules, once there was no medicine, something must happen. Would his situation become even more dangerous then? Fortunately, Mom did not let him down. Upon hearing that the medicine was missing, her angry expression completely vanished and transformed into a strange state. Medicine. Medicine. The fridge has prepared medicine, the fridge has medicine. Mom murmured dazedly, as if she had fallen into some faulty program. Medicine in the fridge? Indu furrowed his brow. He had just checked the fridge in the kitchen at noon today and was sure there was no insulin inside. Besides, Mom couldn't enter the kitchen, so how could she possibly know there was medicine in the fridge? Indu quickly pieced together all the information he knew. No, maybe she really did prepare medicine in the fridge when she could still enter the kitchen. The kitchen she could enter, the fridge where she stored medicine, was another space's home. And if he could really find medicine over there, it would only further confirm his belief that that place was his real home. Unfortunately, reaching this conclusion did not make Indu feel any better. He had trespassed into that place for 2 consecutive days, and even if there were methods to reduce pollution now, his pollution level still showed an upward trend every day. If he went there again tomorrow, he couldn't be sure if his pollution level would still exceed 60 even after purification. Once he started to feel dizzy and hear voices, the possibility of breaking the rules under the influence of those voices would only grow larger. Moreover, the impact of pollution would be magnified in another home, the tool room, and while resting in bed, which was the most dangerous. While analyzing this, Indu sat down in his spot. At this moment, Mom was still in a state of glitch, not paying any attention to him. Besides Grandma, everyone else was still watching him, seemingly waiting for Mom's instructions. Indu quickly shoveled half a plate of black vegetables into his bowl. Mom, can we eat now? Hearing Indu's question, Mom finally broke free from that strange state. At that moment, she was still in a pose with one hand holding the bowl and the other hand slapping the table. Mom turned her head to look at Indu's bowl filled with black vegetables, then at her own hand resting on the table, feeling a moment of dizziness. Wait, what was she about to do just now? Mom hesitated for a moment, then picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of meat into her older brother's bowl, while using her other hand to pat his head. What are you dazing out for? Hurry up and eat. Indu lowered his head and shoveled vegetables, trying hard to ignore the other hand that was emerging from Mom's chest. That was close. That bizarre appearance clearly indicated she was about to add more food. The older brother, who had been patted, began to eat in a wronged manner, even though he was waiting for Mom's command to start eating. How did it end up being him? Having witnessed the bizarre state of his family after they ate meat, Indu did not want to linger at the dining table for even a second. He quickly finished the vegetables in his bowl and stood up. Mom, I'm done eating, I'm going to take a shower now. Okay, Mom said, then slapped the older brother again. Look at your sister, then look at you, why are you so slow even when eating? Mom didn't understand why, she just felt a surge of frustration in her heart, but she didn't know who it was directed at. She could only nitpick at any little thing she disliked. After being hit again, the older brother, feeling wronged, quickly stuffed a big mouthful of meat into his mouth, trying to finish eating faster. At this moment, the benefits of being a gifted individual became apparent. As long as a gifted person did not break the rules, the bizarre could not harm them, even ordinary punishments and blame were not allowed. Chapter 29 AM 8:26. Taking a shower should have been a relaxing thing, but in this house, besides the time spent alone in Grandma's room, Indu did not dare to relax at any other time. Even while bathing and singing, he had to choose a revolutionary song to soothe his mood. After all, that two-headed monster had not given up waiting for him to make a mistake. Perhaps he also wanted to take back that knife from him. After finishing his bath, while his family was still having dinner, Indu gained a brief moment of solitude. He sat at his grandmother's makeup desk, sorting through today's discoveries. First, there was a shortage of medicine. It was unknown what risks his grandmother would face without it, but he learned from his mother that there was medicine in the kitchen. Of course, one obvious point was that there was no medicine in the refrigerator at home, so logically, the medicine should be in another house. Second, when he mentioned the medicine, both his mother and grandmother showed visible signs of distress. They acted like robots receiving new instructions while on a mission. The medicine seemed like a keyword implanted in their minds, just mentioning it would trigger essential clues to this level. Indu paused his writing at this point. What lay ahead were his unspeakable guesses. What he needed most right now was to decide whether he should go get the medicine tomorrow. When today ends, his grandmother's medicine would run out. And tomorrow might be a battlefield where no one in the family would step outside. Indu took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He really wanted a tool that could show his pollution levels so he could determine if he could make it to the other side to fetch the medicine tomorrow. Speaking of tools, Indu just remembered the watch he had recently acquired. He was startled by the news about the medicine and, for a moment, completely forgot this important tool. Indu hurriedly tucked away the paper with his analysis and took out the box containing the watch, opening it. Inside the box was a white electronic watch, displaying the time, AM 8:26. Indu's hand paused. Electronic watches usually don't have power upon sale, buyers need to remove the plastic that isolates the battery themselves. But now, this watch had already been preset, and Indu couldn't be sure if this time held any special significance. Indu took out the watch and flipped through the box again, but he found no other information about the watch. He then pulled out the rules from the study, his gaze landing directly on the second rule. Wearing the watch will help you. Wear it. Indu no longer hesitated and put the watch on his wrist, adjusting the strap. And at the moment he stopped adjusting, the white strap began to turn blue from the underside of the watch, with the entire first fifth of the strap turning blue, while a few millimeters at the back gradually transitioned to the white strap. Indu widened his eyes, staring at the watch's change. Blue? Why did it turn blue? Is it because of him? Could this watch have a function to detect pollution? But from his talent's viewpoint, this watch didn't seem like a tool. Maybe the watch's function is limited to this particular rule-bending scenario. Indu looked back at the electronic watch's screen. The time hadn't changed due to him wearing it, it now showed AM 8:28. Indu pressed the button on the side of the electronic watch. This button only served to adjust the time. After thinking, Indu still didn't change the watch's time. He had a feeling that this time had another purpose. Nuan, why are you back in your room so early today? Aren't you going to play with your brother for a while? His grandmother's voice suddenly rang out. Startled, Indu showed no reaction on the surface, but his heartbeat inevitably quickened. More importantly, his grandmother's attitude seemed strange to him. Last night, it was his grandmother who had actively called him back to the room, and although there was that small incident with the tool, it was evident that she didn't want him to play with his brother. It's important to know that playing with his brother came with risks of breaking the rules. If his grandmother was, as he suspected, the only other person in the house besides him, she shouldn't push him toward the bazaar. Indu released his grip on the electronic watch and slowly turned to face his grandmother, who had a loving smile on her face. Today is Friday, and my brother has a lot of homework, so I won't disturb him while he studies. I'll play with him tomorrow. The most important thing for a child is studying, and Indu's words successfully silenced the words that were about to escape his grandmother's lips. My little girl is so obedient, Grandma smiled as she stepped forward to pat Indu on the head. Indu carefully observed his grandmother's expression. Since he turned around, the smile on her face had not changed, and even while speaking, her lips were raised, but there was no joy in her eyes, they were fixed intently on him. It looked too strange, he felt like prey being stared at by his grandmother. What happened? Indu tried to calm his quickening heartbeat, pondering the cause of this situation. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, hurriedly jumped off his chair, and quickly ran to the wardrobe. Indu hurriedly opened the wardrobe and took out the medicine box to check the amount of medicine inside. Sure enough, it was the same as when he checked it earlier in the day. The best time to inject insulin is half an hour before meals, but looking at his grandmother's demeanor and the amount of medicine, it was clear that she hadn't injected before dinner. Grandma, have you not injected yet? Inject right, I need to inject before meals. Look at my memory, I actually forgot, Grandma said. Hearing Grandma say this, Indu quickly took insulin out of the medicine box and handed it to her. It's okay, Grandma, you just finished eating. It's fine to inject right now. Seeing that Grandma was still slow and not ready to take the medicine from him, Indu stepped forward and pressed the insulin into her hand. Grandma, please inject quickly. At first, Indu just wanted to urge Grandma to inject, but the moment their hands touched, he noticed that the band of the watch he was wearing had turned almost entirely blue, with only a small part remaining white. As soon as Grandma took the medicine, the watch band quickly returned to its original state. This change confirmed for Indu that the color on the band was linked to pollution levels. Moreover, this watch could detect not only the pollution level of the wearer but also those who came into contact with the wearer. This was truly a great tool, too bad it was exclusive to this bizarre abstract rule, and if he took it to the next one, it would probably only function like an ordinary watch. Watching Grandma slowly use the last bit of insulin. The thought of going to another world to get medicine resurfaced in Indu's mind. After Grandma finished her injection, the half-permanent smile on her face finally faded. She looked a little sad, yet somewhat relieved. Then, she walked in front of Indu and once more reached out to ruffle his hair. Indu looked down at his watch. This time, the band was still largely blue, but the white part had increased by more than twice. This proved Indu's guess: injecting insulin was an important means to prevent Grandma from completely turning strange. My little girl has grown up, luckily she reminded me this time. The now normal grandma went to bed early, just like yesterday, and reminded Indu to rest early too before she climbed into bed. Indu nodded, locked the door to grandma's room, and then returned to his own room to lie down. Although it was still early, sleeping could reduce pollution. Although Indu guessed that there must be a limit to using this method to eliminate pollution, he couldn't be sure what that limit was. Of course, he wanted to sleep as much as possible. After all, children tend to feel sleepy. Moreover, he needed to gather energy for the battle to get medicine tomorrow. Just like the previous night, as he slept, those annoying auditory and tactile hallucinations came knocking again. Indu desperately tried to ignore it all and counted sheep in his head to lull himself into sleep. He's sleeping well early. Now the house is all strange. It's safer in the room, so just sleep. Did you all actually watch the live stream? This morning, Indu said that sleeping can eliminate pollution. Workers can't watch the live stream all day, you know. I guess Indu was sleeping early to prepare for getting medicine tomorrow. Grandma seems somewhat dangerous without her medicine, and that smile sends chills down my spine. Is that just a feeling? That's definitely dangerous. While Indu struggled against sleep, the analysis team closely watching Indu's live stream suddenly held an emergency meeting. Their only topic was the time on Indu's electronic watch. Indu was the only one among the gifted with an electronic watch. They had no one to reference or compare it to. However, since the first day Indu entered the rules of the strange talk, they noted a time-related clue: the number of times the clock in the restaurant chimed. According to the rules, this watch must be very important, and what we can confirm now is that the time on this electronic watch matches the number of chimes from the clock. This must be a very important clue. But Indu has never paid attention to the number of clock chimes. Should we use our only hint opportunity to tell Indu about this discovery? It's only the second day of this scenario, and Indu hasn't encountered any danger yet. Wouldn't it be too early to use the hint now? If something dangerous happens later, we would be in a passive position. What a pity, the progress of other gifted individuals is far behind Indu. We can't even find someone to explore and gather more clues. Chapter 30, Ominous Signs. Quick, check the live streams from other countries. What happened? It's exploded. Question mark. Grandma is acting strange. It's not just Indu's side, but other countries are experiencing it too. What's going on? Even if Grandma is acting strange, isn't that okay? It looks like it's not dangerous. Grandma isn't in danger, but she keeps urging the gifted to leave the room. When they don't listen, she even starts to chase them out. If they leave, they can just come back when it's time to sleep, right? Don't forget, Grandma's room is the safest. Staying inside definitely makes people feel more secure. No, you all don't understand how serious the problem is. Once chased out of Grandma's room, they encounter family members who become extremely dangerous. Several gifted individuals have already died at their hands. Then just go back to the room and sleep. Grandma can't possibly chase the gifted out of her own room, right? She really can't, but she will disturb you in various ways, not letting you sleep, and the gifted only have 5 minutes in the room to do other things. The rest of the time they must go to bed and rest. And resting means facing issues like hallucinations and tactile illusions. Grandma's disturbances can easily cause the gifted to fail. However, currently, going back to the room to sleep is indeed the safest. As long as you can hold out until Grandma rests, you can sleep peacefully. Being able to fall asleep quickly in this scenario is also a talent. I just took a quick look. Actually, there's another method. Just ignore Grandma's urging and sit firmly in her room without leaving. Although Grandma becomes extremely frightening while trying to drive the gifted away, she actually won't harm anyone. So going out is essentially a trap. Speaking of which, did people in other countries notice Grandma's strangeness because they didn't get the shot? Yes, from Amelie, Stick Nation, Pear Nation, Tank Nation, about 10 of them. But I noticed that participants from Amelie and Stick Nation chose not to have Grandma get the shot. It seems they plan to save the medicine for tomorrow. Indeed, this round tonight isn't a deadlock, and since they can't replenish the medicine tomorrow, saving this bit for tomorrow is a wise choice. Did this chosen one from Amelie break the record this time for clearing the scenario? Oh my, you almost made me forget, this is her 7th instance. What is her talent again? Is it really that amazing? It's a top 5 talent just like the magic shield, resistance. As we all know, there are 6 talents in the top 5. Besides the first, second, and third being fixed, the 4th and 5th spots constantly have 3 talents battling. So, could someone explain what resistance actually does? Can't you just look it up yourself? Why keep asking? Resistance, as the name suggests, means it has some resistance against pollution and bizarre attacks, digitizing the talent holder's health points. In an instance, they won't truly die until their health points are exhausted. Transported to Qian Du Qian Ku. Sounds stronger than the magic shield. Why would it compete for rankings with it? Can't you see from the description? This resistance has a fatal flaw. Pollution also reduces health points, and in the world of rules and hauntings, the talent holders are almost daily subjected to pollution. Indeed, if this talent couldn't convert fatal attacks into health point deductions, it would be an utterly useless talent. I see, so conversely, if we could separate pollution value from health points while keeping the ability to convert attacks into health point deductions, then this talent could firmly secure 4th place? Absolutely. Even though I don't know how pollution point deductions are calculated, based on past performance from those who had this talent, it can withstand up to 12 fatal attacks. Yes, its competition with the magic shield is precisely for this reason. In a 7-day instance, the magic shield can only protect you 7 times, while this can protect you up to 12 times. However, if faced with a large amount of pollution caused by a specific rule, the magic shield can resist all pollution at once, but resistance would drain all your health points. Sigh, that's why assimilation and mutation are the best talents. Perhaps having slept for too long, Indu felt a bit groggy when he woke up. Before he could stretch his limbs to wake himself up, he suddenly noticed a floating text interface appear in front of him. Having seen live streams, he of course knew what this meant. The country has sent him a reminder. 1. The time on the restaurant's wall clock does not match your alarm clock, but it does match your watch. 2. After Grandma had an unusual reaction without her injection, other family members became more bizarre and dangerous. To safely clear the instance, you need to ensure Grandma's medication supply. 3. Restaurant Rule 4 Decryption. It is not at home, do not let it see you at home. Every 20 minutes, it will spend 18 minutes in a spot where it can see the house, and 2 minutes patrolling. Currently, your exploration speed is the fastest among all talent holders. The information the country can gather is limited. I hope the above tips are useful to you. Indu quickly read through the reminder and then blinked to close it. The country truly lives up to being the country. He had just dozed off and they delivered a pillow. Since he got the digital watch, his biggest confusion has been the time on it. Now knowing that the wall clock's time matches the digital watch, a hypothesis popped into his mind. You see, on the first day he arrived in this world of rules and hauntings, if it weren't for hearing the sound of the bell, he wouldn't have even noticed a wall clock in the corner of the restaurant. It's clear that this wall clock has issues, and it might be the key to breaking the game. Indu glanced at his watch. It was now PM 7:57. Last night, Indu confirmed that, disregarding the digital watch's AM/PM markings, the digital watch was 1 hour ahead of the alarm clock. Now he can tell the time without needing an alarm clock. The blue on the watch strap has faded a bit more, now it's almost down to less than 1/6. If we consider the entire strap as 150, his current pollution value is below 25. This pollution value makes using an MP3 player feel like a waste. However, Indu frowned at the watch strap. He had slept for so long last night, but the purification effect seemed to be worse than the day before. But yesterday, he didn't have a tool like the watch strap to observe his pollution level, so this feeling of a decrease in purification was completely subjective. Maybe he was just worrying too much. Thinking about the rules in the room, Indu stopped delaying, changed his clothes, and walked to Grandma's room. Just as he entered Grandma's room, he discovered something terrifying. The curtains on Grandma's balcony were pulled halfway up. Rule 2 of Grandma's room: the curtains in the room should never be drawn, and after sunset, stay away from the balcony. Once the curtains are drawn, Grandma's room is no longer safe for him. Fortunately, it was only halfway, perhaps the protection hasn't completely vanished yet. But he couldn't guarantee when the curtains would be fully drawn. After all, Grandma's room isn't a place he can enter alone. It seems this home is becoming more dangerous. Indu rapidly organized the known information in his mind. Originally, he wanted to wait until he had more clues before studying the pendulum clock. But now it seemed that there was no time to waste. Aside from the pendulum clock, the top shelf of Grandma's room cabinet also needed to be explored. Little sister, it's time for breakfast. Just as Indu was planning what to do today, his older brother suddenly appeared at the door of Grandma's room. Looking at his brother's pleasantly smiling face, Indu felt anything but cute. In fact, his heart began to race wildly. Because his brother was leaning against the doorframe of Grandma's room, something he absolutely would not have done just 2 days ago. His brother had always kept his distance from Grandma's room. This change could only be due to the curtains being drawn halfway. Looking back at that rule, perhaps it was not just reminding those with talent not to draw the curtains, but also hinting that as the curtains are pulled up, the situation for those with talent is becoming more dangerous. Thinking about those rules that hinted at him to run away and hide, it all suggested he would never have a steady 7 days. Fortunately, Indu had already suspected this and was prepared. Even if his current guess about breaking the situation is wrong, at least he has a backup plan. Chapter 31, Snuggle Snuggle. Indu tidied up his feelings and looked sweetly at his brother at the door. Brother, it's still early for breakfast, do you want to come in and play with me? Hearing this, his brother looked towards the balcony with fear and shook his head. Seeing his brother like this, Indu waved his hand. Then brother, you go eat first. I'm not hungry yet, I want to play for a bit. It was still not time for him to have breakfast according to the rules. Initially, he thought that as long as he didn't eat breakfast and left Grandma's room, it would be fine. But with his brother's invitation, he didn't dare to go out. People really can be easily scared. Indu walked slowly to the balcony. At this time, the morning sunlight streamed in through the half-open floor-to-ceiling window that the curtains had not blocked. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but ever since he entered Grandma's room, Indu felt something was peeking at him from behind the drawn curtains. He just hadn't noticed it at the beginning because he was too shocked by the curtains being pulled halfway. Thinking this, Indu took a few steps forward and pinched one corner of the curtain. According to the rules, being close to the balcony wasn't dangerous. This was what reason in his heart told Indu, so he gritted his teeth and let go of the curtain. It was now 7 o'clock in the morning, and the sunlight was still very weak. He could very well wait until the noon sun was at its brightest to draw the curtains. Indu took a few steps back to the wardrobe. According to his plan, he still needed to explore what was hidden at the very top of the wardrobe. Compared to the greater uncertainty of the balcony, the wardrobe was in Grandma's room, and Grandma's room was still an absolutely safe area for him. Indu opened the wardrobe and looked at the fourth shelf. This time, he did not feel the same fear he had the first time. He took out everything he could reach from the wardrobe to lay under his feet, then climbed onto the second shelf and pushed up against the partition between the second and third shelves to stand up. The bottom of this wardrobe had the most space, and the other 3 shelves divided the remaining space evenly, so after climbing to the second shelf, even if he bent down and stretched his hand, he could still reach the fourth shelf. He reached out his hand towards the dark space. At that moment, everyone watching Indu's livestream held their breath. Indu could not raise his head due to his position, but those watching the livestream could clearly see that as Indu's hand gripped the partition between the third and fourth shelves, a pale hand reached out from the darkness of the fourth shelf and grabbed the partition, its sharp nails tapping against the board twice, with the hand only about a centimeter away from Indu's hand. At that moment, Indu was still unaware of what he was about to face. He carefully adjusted his posture, thus causing his hand resting on the partition to draw a bit closer to the eerie hand. Faintly, he heard the "oh" sound his fingers made as they rubbed against the partition. Danger! Ah ah ah! There's a monster in this cupboard. Get down, get down. Hurry and send a warning, quickly warn him, don't check the wardrobe. I don't know if Indu will be okay, but I feel like I'm about to lose it, my heart is racing so fast. The chance to warn was used up the moment Indu woke up. This time the country really made a mistake. It's only the 3rd day, and Indu hasn't faced danger. Why use it up? Oh God, what do we do? Indu was completely unaware of the storm brewing in the livestream. Although he felt a bit of fear in his heart, he still reached out his hand into the cupboard without hesitation. As his hand dove in, the monster that had only shown its hand finally revealed its face. The monster had disheveled hair that made its features hard to discern, but those extremely bulging eyes could still be vaguely seen peeking through the strands. Those eyes were filled with red blood vessels, nearly bursting out of their thin eye sockets, giving an impression that they might fall onto Indu's head at any moment. Yet, Indu, having not touched anything, boldly reached further inside. At that moment, he finally felt something thin. Its rough texture scratched at his hand, and when this object came into his grasp, Indu's eyes lit up. It was hidden so tightly and had terrified him on the first day. It must be a very important clue. At that moment, joy flooded Indu's mind, preventing him from immediately sensing the overly hot gaze above him. And at this time, the eerie face was nearly pressed against Indu's head. Hiss, I admire this courage. The main thing is that we can't see what's above. Fortunately, although that thing looks scary, it doesn't seem aggressive. We forgot that Grandma's room is a place confirmed to be safe by the rules. When afraid, who remembers the rules? Just like those talents who left Grandma's room last night, they forgot the rules for a moment, didn't they? It might not be about forgetting. Let's not forget, this rule also has a part that was erased. Right, the safety of this room is built on a condition. Perhaps those people thought this condition was Grandma's attitude. After all, this is Grandma's room. I think, those talents who weren't scared out of the room by Grandma last night probably already had an idea about this condition. Indu pulled hard at the rough-textured thing, but though it was thin, he couldn't manage to move it with his strength. With no other choice, Indu had to change his position and try to use the force of downward falling to pull that object. But even so, Indu looked up and directly met the gaze of a head poking out from the top of the wardrobe, their eyes staring at each other. The strange face was only about 5 centimeters away from Indu, close enough that he felt as though its breath was spraying on his face, and those bulging eyes seemed like they would stick right onto his face in the next moment. At that moment, Indu felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. Chapter 32, Speculation. After his heart and breath stopped for a few seconds, Indu's reason barely returned. He closed his eyes and pulled hard on the thing in his hands, using the force of gravity to throw it heavily onto the ground. At the same time, he moved away from the monster that was clinging to the wardrobe. Fortunately, the monster didn't chase him, but it also did not leave. Instead, it fixed its gaze on Indu, who had fallen to the ground. Indu glanced at the monster again, then turned to look at the clothing he had just pulled down. These were 2 slightly yellowed white linen clothes. Considering their size, they seemed to belong to an adult and a child. And this kind of standard white linen clothing generally has only one use: funeral clothing. Combining this with the earlier news on the TV and his brother's words when he gave him the MP3, it was easy to guess what had happened to this family. On October 12, a series of traffic accidents occurred on XX Highway, resulting in the deaths of 9 people, including his father, mother, grandfather, and brother. The birthday gift his brother was supposed to give him was likely damaged or lost in that accident. Now, the little girl personifying him and her grandmother had escaped and avoided the disaster because they had not gone out with the other family members due to some reasons. But this family could not accept the sudden tragedy, or rather, the grandmother could not accept this reality, so in some way, she brought back the family members who should have departed, and then, a strange power created this home. She was forced into a world that did not belong to her. And her grandmother was becoming stranger as she was further contaminated. As for why the grandmother could still maintain some sanity and had not completely succumbed to the strange, Indu speculated that the grandmother might have used some means to separate the strange part away. And this separated portion. Indu dropped the clothing in his hands and stood up. According to his original guess regarding Rule 6 in the grandmother's room, as long as the part of the grandmother that belonged to the human side had not completely disappeared, her room was still a safe place. This monster seemed terrifying, but he had just rummaged through the things above for a long time without it showing any signs of attacking, which also proved his speculation. Indu raised his head and carefully observed the hideous monster. Even though its skin was loose and saggy, and its eyes were almost falling out of their sockets, its bone structure indeed matched that of the grandmother. Indu clenched the morning clothes in his hands and attempted to call up to the monster that had not left yet, "Grandma." Hearing Indu's call, the monster hurriedly shrank back into the wardrobe. It actually responded. He hadn't expected this strange entity to react at all. Strange beings are non-human and should have erased their humanity and memories of being human. Maybe it was because the grandmother herself still belonged to the human realm, so this portion that was separated still adhered to her, thereby showing such behavior? Thus, the rule required him to pay attention to the grandmother's medicine because without it, her body would worsen, and she would no longer be able to suppress the strange. At that time, the part of the grandmother that belonged to humanity would completely die, turning into a true strange being. And this home would no longer have any space for him to survive. Thinking of this, Indu suddenly gasped. Now Grandma has no medicine left, and he cannot be sure when Grandma will fall into an unusual state. With that said, when he brings back the medicine, will he still be able to leave the tool room with Grandma? That's questionable. It seems he has taken a wrong step in an important game. The leftover medicine from yesterday should not have been used up at night. This realization sent a chill down Indu's back. The tension made his heart race and even made his body feel a bit cold. Calm down, there must be another way to break through this situation. If all else fails, Mr. Bear can be a fallback. Moreover, the fact that Grandma's medicine is in another home is itself a hard clue to discover. It's likely just one of the ways to solve this chapter, provide medicine to Grandma to ensure he can survive the 7 days. That's right, the pendulum clock. He needs to see the pendulum clock, and he has to find the ice cellar. Both should have key clues. Thinking of this, Indu's heart calmed down a little. What he needs to do now is to go eat. If he doesn't leave the room for breakfast before 8 o'clock, he fears he might turn into a strange breakfast. Indu turned to leave the room when his eyes immediately met Grandpa, who was clawing at the doorframe. Grandpa's drooling appearance scared Indu so much he took several steps back. With how Grandpa looks, he is truly more terrifying than the monster that popped out from the wardrobe earlier. Moreover, when did he come over? He didn't make a sound at all. Perhaps it's also because he had just been scared a few times in a row that his courage had almost disappeared, and he forgot to pay attention to his surroundings. But speaking of it, today his family seems much freer. In the mornings in the past few days, they had to sit like puppets at the dining table during breakfast. Now they can come over to forage for food on their own, which is indeed a cause for celebration. Indu looked at Grandpa, who had no intention of leaving the doorway, and glanced at the watch showing PM 8:44. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Mom. Grandma." No matter what, it's better to call them first. At least last time when Grandpa had a problem, calling Mom did help. However, Grandma is the only person in this family besides him. Even if there might be strange occurrences today, she is still safer than the clearly weird other family members. Hearing Indu's voice, his mom rushed to the doorway of the room. She didn't directly give Grandpa the gum as she did that day, but instead forced a very stiff smile at Indu, who was in the room. "Don't be afraid, dear, Grandpa is just hungry." After saying that, she showed a look of longing towards Indu, murmuring, "Mom is also hungry." Seeing that he had summoned another diner, Indu quickly continued calling for Grandma. But after calling several times, Grandma still did not appear. Indu anxiously grabbed his hair. What is happening now? He thought if something were to go wrong, it should be after breakfast. After all, breakfast was usually normal. After successfully ruining his already messy hair, Indu looked up again at the two family members blocking the door. Right now, time is slipping away, getting closer to the deadly deadline of 8 o'clock. Once people are in a panic, it seems they lose the ability to think rationally. Indu's mind went blank for a while before he remembered a rule that could help him crack the current situation. Chapter 33, The Vase. Rule 3 of the master bedroom: you can seek Dad's help, but be sure to remember he is Dad, not something else or something weird. According to this rule, when encountering danger at home that doesn't have a clearly written solution, the best person to ask is actually Dad. Recalling this rule, Indu hurriedly shouted, "Dad, help me call Mom and Grandpa to breakfast." What is going on with this Grandpa and Mom? It seems there's nothing like this with others? There's nothing over there with the sticks, their talent person just woke up. Smoothly, he arrived at the restaurant to eat. Although his family wasn't waiting at the table like before, they also didn't block the door. Did the stick not let Grandma get her shot last night? Could that be the difference? No, aside from the stick, people from other countries didn't encounter this situation either. Why is he still calling for Dad? Is he trying to add another blockage for himself? Indu is looking for Dad now, probably because of the master bedroom rules, right? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. The bedroom rules said you could ask Dad for help. To be honest, during these crises, how many people can think rationally about the rules? For Indu to act like this on his first entry into the world of bizarre rules is really impressive. Actually, no one thinks he performed poorly, right? At first, people didn't have faith in him because of his talent. But now that he holds 2 tools, his evaluation has improved a lot. So, has the Toolbox talent also risen in ranking now? Not at all, still at the bottom. After all, not everyone is so lucky to get 2 tools in the first copy. I don't think it's just luck. After calling out for Dad, Indu kept paying attention to the movement outside the door. Dad's arrival was very slow, and he looked a bit stiff. This reminded Indu of the puppet dad he saw yesterday during the day. He slowly approached the door and squeezed past Mom and Grandpa who were surrounding it, finally turning his back to firmly blocking Indu inside the room. "Dad, it's time for breakfast. Honey, today there's your favorite salted egg bun." Blocked from sight, Indu could only see his dad's broad back. When Dad moved away, Mom and Grandpa had already left Grandma's room door. At this point, there were 4 minutes until 8 o'clock. Indu no longer hesitated and hurried towards the restaurant. When he arrived at the restaurant, the other family members were already having breakfast. Indu habitually greeted them and sat in his spot. However, this time there was not only plain porridge on his plate, but also an egg and a char siu bun. Indu wasn't surprised. He was already clear about the danger he needed to face today after the morning's experiences. He didn't show any emotions about what was in front of him and bowed his head to drink his plain porridge. When the clock struck 8, he counted the chimes in his heart. 1, 2, 3. 8, 9. Indeed, it rang 9 times, consistent with the time on his watch. However, to check this clock, he would have to wait until he finished eating and the other family members left the restaurant. Indu quickly drank half of his plain porridge, then awkwardly glanced at the char siu bun and egg in front of him. "I'm so full." After saying this, he secretly watched the expressions of his family members at the dining table. Seeing that neither the person nor the spirit showed any unusual reactions, he continued, "Brother, why don't you eat this char siu bun and egg? The rule just says that he can't waste food. It doesn't mean he can't share it with others to eat." Hearing Indu's words, his brother happily reached out to take the small plate in front of him. "Thank you, sister." His brother smiled widely, radiating an aura of wisdom. The other family members watched the movements of the two, but no one stopped them. The remaining half bowl of plain porridge Indu ate very slowly, waiting for the other family members to finish and leave the dining table. He quietly observed the actions of everyone in the home, confirming that the family members had no intention of leaving the house. Today's copy was indeed formally updated. Grandma's lack of medicine led the family to reach a dangerous threshold, and because today is the weekend, all the spirits gathered in the home. If he couldn't find a safe way to go to another home today, he would have to hide inside Mr. Bear. Thinking of this, Indu jumped off the chair and walked to the clock. The glass above the clock was painted black, so he couldn't see the time. The glass below is clean and clear, allowing the swinging pendulum inside to be seen. He had previously glanced at the pendulum clock roughly. However, since he saw no unusual aspects and thought the clock's glass was fogged just to prevent him from checking the time and violating certain rules, he never inspected the clock closely, nor did he pay attention to the sound it made at the hour. If it weren't for the reminder from the country, he wouldn't have noticed that the clock was an hour ahead of the local time. Even if he had discovered that the time on the clock was wrong, he would have just thought the clock was faulty and not considered the time on the clock to be correct. But what was he supposed to do about it? Indu stood in front of the pendulum clock, gradually feeling a little anxious. He had found the key prop but didn't know how to use it. And it wasn't easy for him to check the clock. The floor-standing pendulum clock was at least 1.8 meters tall, and he could barely reach the bottom of the clock's face with his hand. From the front, there seemed to be no place to open the clock. As for the back, he didn't have the strength to move the clock at that moment. Indu reached out to try to move the glass in front of the pendulum, but this glass was embedded as a hole in the wood. To take it out, he would have to break the clock. However, through the glass, Indu glanced inside and saw nothing unusual, no notes or strange objects. Even if he broke the glass, he probably wouldn't find anything. Nuan, what are you doing in front of the vase? Just as Indu was still thinking, his grandmother, returning from the living room to her room, noticed him and asked. A vase? Right, why was he standing in front of the vase in a daze? Wasn't he looking for clues to the ice cellar? Chapter 34, The Way to Make the Pendulum Clock Disappear. Indu's mind went blank. He turned and took 2 steps toward his grandmother. As he nearly passed the dining table, he tripped over a chair leg and suddenly reacted. What vase? He was clearly studying the pendulum clock. Indu stopped and looked at his grandmother's expression, seeing her wearing the same smile as last night. Last night, before sleep, he thought it through and felt that his grandmother's behavior carried no malice whatsoever. She genuinely thought she should go play with her elder brother. After all, it was still early at that time. And she hoped he could get closer to the family weirdness. Or maybe, when Grandma realized she was inevitably becoming strange, she began to wish her lonely granddaughter could also become strange. That way, it would fit the theme of this scenario, a happy family of 6. And this trap meant to make him stay didn't start just now. From the very first day he looked at the family portrait, the hints it gave him were to make him stay. Indu turned his gaze back to the pendulum clock. Just now, under the influence of Grandma's words, he had seen the clock as a vase, and on the first day, when the clock didn't sound, he had also mistaken it for a vase. This seemed to be due to the influence of pollution. Does that mean that when his pollution was serious, he wouldn't be able to see this clock anymore? Indu turned back to look at his grandmother and feign an innocent, bright expression. Grandma, I wasn't looking at any vase, I was clearly looking at the pendulum clock. As he said this, he walked to the pendulum clock. It was still making sounds during dinner just now, boom boom boom, several times. Why does the clock make noise? The clock? Grandma looked confused at the spot where the vase was, her eyes full of chaos. Yes, there is a pendulum clock in the corner of the dining room. No, there is no pendulum clock. There is no pendulum clock in this house. There is no pendulum clock in this house. No. Grandma's words were disjointed, and in the end, it was as if she was self-hypnotizing. She no longer regarded Indu and left the dining room with that dazed expression. Indeed, this clock is not a thing from this home. In fact, he had already guessed this when the clock's time matched his watch. But what does he need to do? What does he need to do to return to his original home? Indu walked back to the clock and touched it. The feeling was so real. This clock and the watch on his hand are rare existences from another world in this home. Like him, they do not belong here. So what he needs to do is take this thing and leave? Indu looked down at his chubby little hands. This seems impossible, unless this strange world offers him a power-related item or ability. But is that possible? However, when it comes to sending something to another world, there seems to be a way. They say to boldly hypothesize and carefully verify. Unfortunately, Indu currently lacks the conditions to be careful. He can only boldly verify. After all, he is already prepared to run to Mr. Bear with supplies. Indu cautiously walked to the corner of the living room to observe. At that moment, Dad, Mom, and Grandpa were watching TV. Grandma had just returned to her room. His brother should also be in the room. But this is just Indu's guess. To reassure himself, he walked to Grandpa's room door to confirm. His brother was indeed inside, leaning against Mr. Bear while playing video games. Then Indu walked into the opposite room. Originally, he thought Grandma would most likely be lying on the bed resting. But upon entering, he found that Grandma was even more entranced than she was in the dining room. She sat in front of the dressing table, holding her own memorial photo. When Indu saw what she was holding, he noticed that the photo on the wall had already been taken down by her. Holding the memorial photo, Grandma's focus was not on the photo, she was mumbling to it. Standing at the door, Indu could only see her mouth moving without hearing any sound. Indu didn't hesitate, he walked directly into the room. He didn't make a sound and quietly approached Grandma's side. Clock, without the clock, the child cannot stay here. No, without the clock. This home is not abnormal. No, there is a clock, there is. Without the clock, the child is in danger. No, there is. Without the clock, the child. But your child does not belong here, she needs to live in a normal world. Grandma, Indu suddenly spoke up. A person, no matter how difficult, must learn to live on their own. Family can only accompany us for a part of our journey in life. Indu himself couldn't tell if he was saying this to Grandma or reminding himself. Has he really moved on from his family's departure? Since coming here, due to the urgency of survival, he rarely thinks about his family. Instead, he finds it easier to recall bits from these years in the community. Pulling him, the retired plumber taught him the repair skills that turned him into the community's repairman. Every morning, an old lady followed him, chanting various Buddhist scriptures. She would always share some of the vegetables and fruits grown on the roof with his neighbors. And since arriving in this dangerous world, he has begun to deeply miss that gentle world. Grandma became extremely sad because of Indu's words. How could this be? Doesn't the child want to be with our family? A place with family is home, isn't it? Indu shook his head. A place that makes people comfortable and at ease is home. After saying this, Indu walked straight towards the door. In this world, Grandma and the others want to keep her here because they cannot bear to part with her. But in the real world, it is the opposite. Often, it is the living who cannot escape. Because they live in their own emotions and do not feel the warm world. However, life should not be like this. Let the pendulum clock disappear, and then you can leave. Before Indu walked out the door, Grandma suddenly spoke. Indu turned his head in surprise upon hearing this, but when he looked back, Grandma had already transformed back into her original dazed state, making him think he had just imagined it. But let the pendulum clock disappear? He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to think that letting the clock disappear meant completely ignoring it under the influence of pollution. The remaining way to make the pendulum clock disappear was exactly what he was about to do next, right? Indu chuckled lightly and stepped out of Grandma's room with a quick pace. Grandpa and his parents were still watching television. Although their expressions were stiff and there was no communication, they seemed quite engrossed. Good, now there was no one in the master bedroom, and no one could see what was happening at the study door. Indu swayed back to the dining room and then quietly walked toward the study. As it was the last 2 days, the study was still locked. Indu quickly demonstrated his lockpicking skills. Perhaps he also knew that Indu was fully aware that this study would never return to normal. When he opened it, he was met with a room that resembled an altar. This should be the original state of the study here. In a normal home, it was just an altar. Paper figurines stood on either side of the table, offerings and incense burners were placed on the table, and the candles on both sides were still smoking. Indu glanced around, confirmed his target, and immediately rushed toward the altar. He grabbed a candle and tore a paper figurine in one hand as he ran out of the study. The rules of the study did not say that he could not take things out from inside. The exit from the study, as stated in Rule 1, also allowed for some time leeway, and did not directly present itself as a killing threat. Moreover, even if danger did arise, it would not be brought outside the study. To Indu, this strange study felt more like a third world. Because he moved fast enough, by the time Indu dashed out of the room, the other paper figurine inside had not noticed anything yet. The paper figurine Indu pulled out was a male figure painted blue to mimic clothing. With the candle in Indu's hand, the paper figurine's pale face was illuminated with a yellow glow, and Indu strangely felt that there was a hint of panic on the figurine's face. Ah, this must be an illusion. Indu locked the study door and brought the paper figurine to the pendulum clock, revealing a proud smile. What's going on? I feel like Indu is acting like a villain. I agree. Chapter 35, Going Home. Gently placing the paper figurine beside the pendulum clock was Indu's final kindness. The candle flame in Indu's hand kept burning, the white wax dripped onto his fingers, and the warm temperature made Indu unhesitatingly throw the candle into the paper figurine's hand. Compared to the pendulum clock covered in wax outside, the paper figurine easily caught fire, and the flames reflected on Indu, driving away the chill he had felt for so long. As the pendulum clock was consumed by the flames, the commotion did not attract any attention from his family. This was understandable. After all, only Indu and Grandma could see the pendulum clock in this house. So, they could not witness this fire. As the pendulum clock disappeared, the entire house began to grow dimmer. With the firelight as a guide, the living room had already fallen into darkness. And within the range of Indu's vision, the once white walls began to turn yellow, marked by numerous black fingerprints, and the furniture started to look extremely worn down. Strange sounds arose, and Indu could hear footsteps approaching from the direction of the living room. The feeling that danger was imminent was very obvious. Indu instantly recalled Grandma's words, without the pendulum clock, the girl couldn't stay here. This clock is a connection between two worlds, and its existence allows part of the original home space to cover this world, which is why the girl she plays can stay here. And the home from the other world is no longer suitable for her to live in because of this reason. Indu took out the desk lamp and began to observe the surroundings. How could he return to the normal world? Could it still be through the small utility room in the bathroom? Indu shook his head as he looked at the bathroom being swallowed by darkness. No, although part of the door still seemed to be in the light, it was most likely already engulfed by darkness. For him, it was a dangerous zone. The place that would allow him to leave home must be within this range where he could still move, and he needed to leave before the firelight disappeared. Indu observed around and finally fixed his gaze on the corner cabinet. Speaking of which, there seemed to be a place in this home he had never been to. And based on the entrance he discovered in the kitchen, this place should be right behind the wall where the cabinet leaned. With this assumption, Indu no longer hesitated and made a swift dash to the cabinet. The cabinet within the range of the firelight showed no changes. Moving the cabinet was unrealistic, so Indu opened it, and it still appeared to be a normal cabinet. But as the door opened, the white ceramic plates and shelves all turned to dust. This allowed Indu to see a note placed deep inside the cabinet. 1. Do not make a sound, do not stop your steps when you see any scene. 2. You must be clear about where you are going, or you will get lost. These were two very simple sentences, but the second one disturbed Indu's mood. Before seeing this note, he was sure his destination was that normal home, but now he was filled with doubt. He needed to know that he was not the real child of this home but an outsider. His goal was never to return to that normal home, but to go back to his own world. So he needed to be firm about his direction. Was it his true home or the little girl's home? The firelight from the burning clock began to weaken, and the area around the cabinet started to be swallowed by darkness. Indu no longer hesitated and stepped into the cabinet. The bottom of the cabinet matched his height perfectly, and he didn't need to bend down at all. Once he was fully inside the cabinet, the originally closed space transformed into a dark one-way passage. His way back was completely covered by darkness, and he could only continue moving forward. After walking for a few minutes, four lights suddenly appeared before Indu, each light illuminating a standing corpse. The corpses, battered and burned, were unrecognizable, but Indu could somewhat tell they were the family he had spent a few days with. He had to pass through these corpses to move forward. After taking 2 steps, the putrid smell made Indu a bit dizzy. But he remembered the rules. He couldn't speak and couldn't stop, he had to keep going forward. Even though these corpses showed clear signs of moving closer as he walked. He wanted to go back home, back to the little girl's home. Indu kept his destination in mind. When his mother's body suddenly came right in front of him, he could only control his body to awkwardly step aside to avoid the tragedy of face-to-face contact with his mother. His hand holding the desk lamp was sweating cold, and the finger resting on the button trembled, ready to press at any moment. Fortunately, these corpses, while frightening, showed no signs of aggression. As he walked on, before he could see anyone, he heard the sound of wailing. Then there were scattered paper offerings on the ground. As the wailing grew closer, Indu saw a group of paper figures, and among them, 4 coffins were being carried. The paper dolls with bizarre smiling faces looked far more terrifying than the corpse seen earlier, and no matter how much Indu tried to dodge to the side, the next moment, the row of paper dolls would appear right in front of him. Logic told Indu that as long as he didn't break the rules, these paper dolls could never harm him. But as they drew closer, Indu ultimately turned on the lamp. In the instant the light came on, the paper dolls disappeared, but the surroundings became cold and damp. Indu could feel the chill coming from behind him. The corpse he had just passed was like a cold storage, and now he had left that range. As long as he kept moving forward, he could return to the little girl's true home. Under the lamp's light, nothing strange appeared in front of Indu, but this path seemed endless. After 3 or 4 minutes, when the lamp began to flicker, Indu still hadn't seen an exit. He could only continue to walk forward with a heavy heart. And every time the light flickered out, a ghostly face would flash in front of Indu. In the first unexpected moment, Indu almost gasped out loud. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself in the end. Under the lamp's final protection, Indu walked ahead for a while. When the lamp dimmed, he quickly replaced it with his MP3 and started playing the hypnotic Buddhist chant. With teeth like gold, sparkling gold. The moment the chant began, Indu's heart, which had been racing, instantly calmed down. He steadied his mind and suddenly realized that he had been continuously disturbed by those terrifying images and couldn't focus at all. No wonder he had walked for so long without escaping this place. Indu glanced down at the MP3 and suddenly remembered the ranking of the pollution purification talent in his world. Third from the bottom, those who hadn't entered this world truly underestimated this talent. In a world of rule-based horror stories where pollution struck at every moment, being able to clear pollution meant having a clear mind, which was a priceless treasure. With the MP3's assistance, Indu finally advanced toward his destination without distractions. Before long, he saw a wooden door appear ahead. Indu hurriedly approached. The door was very simple, without any decorations, but something sharp had scratched out a message on it. Opening the door means you cannot turn back. Having clearly determined his destination, Indu was not swayed by that statement. His destination was the little girl's home. He pulled the door open and stepped into the blinding light. Chapter 36, The Mirror House. As soon as he entered, Indu was back under the warm sunlight. The familiar living room came into view. This old and somewhat cramped house was the home he had lived in for over 20 years. Even the TV was an old-fashioned model with a large back. Above the TV, there was a family photo. After being surprised, Indu quickly used the TV to look at himself. At that moment, he had returned to his original appearance, but his clothes were still the same as the little girl's. This was his home? Indu walked briskly into his bedroom, barely believing it. There was a crack in the ceiling that extended right above his bed. He walked to the bedside cabinet and picked up the calendar on top. He had entered the rule-based horror story world after falling asleep on the morning of the 24th, and before sleeping, he had just circled this date on the calendar, noting that he needed to wake up to help Mr. Chin in room 502 of Building 5 fix the faucet and install a call bell for Grandma Meow in room 201 of Building 3. And now, the calendar had marked his most recent schedule. From all of this, it seemed he had indeed managed to return home. But how could that be possible? Although this is his first time entering the rule's strange talk, he has been paying attention to the information about it since its emergence. He is very clear that in the past 6 months, no talent who entered the rule's strange talk has returned to the real world. From the words of some talents during their live broadcasts, he gathered information that talents who cleared the rule's strange talk early will be taken to an independent room to rest, waiting to enter a new copy. According to the live broadcast time in the real world, the interval for the rule's strange talk copy to open is 24 hours. When the last talent clears the game, a new live broadcast will start 24 hours later. And during these 24 hours, no talent has been seen in the real world. Indu put down the calendar and directly headed towards the master bedroom. He does not live in the master bedroom. After his parents left, he hardly ever went in there except for the fixed cleaning time each week, fearing that touching things would remind him of them. It has been 5 days since he last cleaned the master bedroom. In these 5 days, a room with no activity would naturally accumulate some dust. This is a detail that cannot be seen with the naked eye. But Indu wiped the table with his sleeve, and there was not a speck of dust on his white sleeve. This place is indeed not his home. Before stepping through this door, he had 2 guesses about his ultimate destination. One was to return to the little girl's normal home and wait for the clearing message. The other was to go to the rumored resting room for talents and report his progress. But it seems now that he has not successfully cleared the game, leaving that strange home seems only to be the first level of this copy. Then, Indu searched around the house, and all the arrangements in his home, even the things in the refrigerator and cabinets, were exactly the same as he remembered. From the watch band, this place did not worsen his contamination, and after this round of walking, he did not see any rules or any strange things. This means that it is safe for him. But what does this kind of safety represent? He sat down on the sofa and looked up at the family photo on the TV, lost in thought. In many ways, this place really seems to be his home, a place with no danger that he is very familiar with. But his home should bring him warmth and infinite security, not this confusion and anxiety he feels now. You must be clear about where you are going, or you will get lost. The place he was determined to go was the little girl's normal home. Could it be that he misunderstood the password to clear the game? So he got lost in the copy? Suddenly, Indu jumped up from the sofa and walked towards the entrance of his home. When he opened the door before, he went directly to the living room, rather than walking in from the entrance, and when checking the house, he did not go to the vestibule to check. When he reached the vestibule, Indu's attention was instantly drawn to a note stuck on the door. This is the only place that differs from his real home. He has never stuck anything on the door. He quickly stepped forward and took down the paper. Mirror home living rules. 1. Do not let anyone discover that you already know this is not your home. 2. Until you are discovered, there will be no danger in the house. 3. Do not go out with your family. Seeing this note, Indu instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he has not gotten lost. This seems to be just a new copy. Although the process he is experiencing now is different from what he saw in previous live broadcasts, it is normal for previous talents' live rooms to frequently have black screens and muted situations, and it is indeed normal to have information he does not know. After tossing the note into the toolbox, Indu tried to open the door again, and outside the door was indeed the scene from his memory. And there was also a note stuck on the back of the big door. Mirror home life rules. 1. Do not be found that you are not a person from here. 2. Keep normal life. 3. Pay attention to children, be careful of animals, avoid flowers and grass. At the moment Indu passed through that long passage and opened the door, his live room directly went black screen. Only after a few seconds did white words float up. Congratulations to Xia Country talent Indu for successfully clearing the rule strange tale 6-person family. Successful clear plus 20 points. Escape the weird home plus 10 points. Grandma's trust plus 20 points. Obtain family favor plus 10 points. Plot unlocked 90% plus 36 points. Total 96 points. Clear reward, the country can freely choose one city to erase the strange tale. The talent person's talent level increases. As long as the score reaches above 90 points, it may erase the strange tale. Although there was always this guess, this is still the first time someone did it. Grandma's trust, family favor, this score cannot be obtained by only wisdom. That 6-person family can still count as family, isn't it only grandma left? Trust and favor are not the same thing. What I mean is, why is rule 4 not directly called grandma's favor? If saying like this, maybe this family really includes those. Maybe, but we do not need to tangle with this anymore. Anyway, Indu has already cleared. Chapter 37 Warm Home. Indu's gaze stayed on the words keep normal life. Does this mean he must live like in the real world? Speaking of the real world, Indu suddenly thought of the previous note. He quickly took the note out, his gaze locked on Rule 3. Do not go out together with your own family. But he already had no family, how could he go out together? When making this rule, did they forget to consider special cases, or does it have other meaning? Just when Indu was still thinking about the deep meaning of the rules, from the opposite door came out a woman about over 50 years old. A familiar person appeared. Indu subconsciously greeted, Aunt Lu, are you going out to buy vegetables? Aunt Lu heard the voice and first froze, then nodded, it's Xiaodu, you just got off work? Indu quickly shook his head. This sentence from Aunt Lu that looked normal actually hit a trap. He worked as a night shift guard in the community, his off-work time was morning 7 o'clock, and now it was broad daylight, long past his off-work time. If he answered yes, he would break his character setting. No, I can't sleep, came out to walk. Indu said. But as soon as the excuse came out, Indu felt he might be too tense. Maybe the other side really was just a normal question? Oh, right, I forgot you are on night shift now, are you used to it? Aunt Lu clearly looked like she did not plan to leave. But Indu, feeling his state was not too good, did not want to deal with the warm Aunt Lu now. He reached out and pressed the door handle. It's okay, just day and night reversed, the routine is not too good. You see, I am sleepy now. As Indu spoke, he deliberately yawned. I still have to work at night, now I must go back to make up sleep. After he finished speaking a bunch of words, Aunt Lu could not say more, then smiled and said, then quickly go rest, I should also go buy vegetables, later it will be hard to find fresh meat. Indu nodded, turned around and went back home. Speaking of it, Aunt Lu's words also reminded him of one thing. Meat. You must know in the 6-person family rule Strange Tale, there is one rule with extremely unclear pointing. Can only eat beef, vegetables, and grains. Until now he still did not see the instance clear settlement. Then does this instance count as inside the 6-person family instance or not? Also, the note did not clearly write that it is the rule of the 6-person family instance. According to past experience of watching live streams, this kind of rule is usually one that all rule Strange Tale worlds must obey, and it only acts on all rule Strange Tale worlds when it appears. He remembered that the last rule like this was, no wearing red clothes. The subject couldn't guess due to lack of information, but since then, no talented individuals had worn red clothes in the rule-based horror stories. Even in the real world, the sales of red clothing had seriously declined, and hardly anyone dared to wear red clothes. As for the rule only eat beef, vegetables, and grains, he deduced based on the previous instance that the subject must be a living person. The so-called living person is defined as a living person in the rule-based horror world. Talented individuals do not always play the role of a living person in every scenario, so this rule does not always bind talented individuals. In this mirrored world, he still played himself, so his identity should still be that of a living person. Since he is a living person, he must abide by the rule of only eating vegetables, beef, and grains. At this moment, Indu felt grateful once again. Fortunately, he was home alone, so he didn't have to worry about any food on the dinner table that he couldn't eat. Now his biggest challenge was left to find the conditions to clear the level. But there was no rush, this scenario felt much easier to him, probably due to the familiarity of the environment. Indu walked back to his room, confirmed that the alarm on his phone was set, and then lay down. Rather than exploring the rules right away, he preferred to have a real rest after just coming out of a high-intensity state of focus. Moreover, what he told Luma about needing to work the night shift was not entirely an excuse, he still had to work the night shift in his normal life. Without various illusions interfering, Indu quickly fell into a deep sleep. However, he woke up not from the alarm but from someone calling him. Xiaodu, get up, dinner is ready. The familiar yet somewhat strange voice echoed in Indu's mind, making him, already a bit dazed from sleeping too long, fall into an even more confused state. This voice was his mother's. Was he dreaming? Otherwise, how could he hear his mother calling him for dinner? Indu struggled to open his eyes, and his mother's familiar face came into view. Compared to the voice that became strange due to silence, this face, which Indu saw daily in photos, felt so warm and familiar. Indu looked at his mother, who stood at the door holding a soup spoon, and instinctively called out, Mom. Now that you're awake, quickly wash your face, the dishes are getting cold. His mother smiled gently and then turned to leave Indu's room. At the moment his mother spoke and showed her kind smile, Indu instantly woke up. His mother wouldn't smile like that, this person was not his real mother. At this time, the rules on the paper reappeared in his mind. So that's how it is. He had no family, but this was the mirrored world of the horror rules, how could everything be exactly like reality? He had oversimplified things. Indu got up and walked out of the room, using water to splash his face at the bathroom sink. After trying to wash away his drowsiness, Indu walked toward the living room. Since the house was small, their living room also served as the dining room. When Indu arrived at the living room, his mom and dad had already started the meal. Mom, Dad, Indu greeted them before taking a seat. When he sat down, he noticed that his bowl already had meat placed in it, and in front of his rice bowl was a bowl of fish soup with a big piece of grass carp and several pieces of scattered tofu. Indu knew he would face a tough battle, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. Although the rules here didn't require him not to waste food, he had never been a child who would refuse his parents' kindness. While Indu was still thinking about a strategy, his mother spoke up. "You just woke up, have some soup first." Speaking of which, tofu should count as a grain, right? He only drinks soup and eats tofu, it should be fine, right? Indu thought this way, then suddenly got up. "I feel a bit dry in my throat. The fish soup is too greasy to quench my thirst. I'll go get some water first." Drinking water was Indu's way of buying himself some time. He walked over, picked up his usual cup, filled it with water, while his eyes casually glanced at the dining table, focusing on the lively movements of his mom and dad. They didn't think anything was wrong with Indu going to drink water, they were enjoying their meal happily. However, through this observation, Indu noticed a problem. The atmosphere between the two was too pleasant. Dad wasn't nitpicking at all, and he occasionally picked food from mom's bowl. This was something that could never happen in the world he originally came from. No matter how much he missed his parents, he couldn't beautify the atmosphere they had while alive. After all, he grew up listening to them argue since elementary school. So after graduating from university, he resolutely chose to stay in the big city instead of going home as his parents wished. He returned home filled with regret, having not even seen his parents one last time. Lost in his feelings, Indu quickly finished a glass of water. Speaking of which, aside from the odd behavior between his parents, Indu discovered another problem. Dad only picks vegetables for mom, and they have only been eating vegetables. They did not touch the meat placed in front of them. According to Indu's speculation, living people could only eat beef, vegetables, and grains. Since there was no beef on the table, were his parents in this mirrored world following the rules for living people? The mirrored world, living parents, and then there was him. Chapter 38, Kind Colleagues. Indu put down the glass of water and returned to the table, then picked up a piece of pork and brought it to his mouth. If he guessed correctly, in this world, he was not a living person, so he didn't have to follow those rules. Indu ate slowly, mainly taking this opportunity to observe if there were any changes in himself. Fortunately, this time he was right. After finishing the pork, he felt no discomfort, and there was no change in him. The phenomenon of pollution did not occur in his body. Indu sighed in relief, then quickly turned to eat other dishes. Eat slower, if someone didn't know better, they'd think we don't feed you at home." Dad looked at Indu with slight annoyance. Indu obediently slowed down but couldn't help letting out a sigh in his heart. Heaven knows how he has survived in the last 2 days. Kanji, oats, and some unknown black vegetables alternated, and he hadn't had a chance to improve his meals. And God knows how long it would take him, after leaving this side mission, to eat normal meals again. After dinner and cleaning the table, Indu glanced at the time. It was now 7:30, 3.5 hours until he had to go to work. However, that didn't mean he could rest. After all, he still had 2 plans for the day. "Dad, Mom, I'm going out for a bit." Indu greeted his parents, who were currently sitting in front of the TV. Before going out, Indu lingered on his parents who were engaged in discussing the TV show for a moment. Speaking of which, although this was also a side mission, the autonomy of the locals was strikingly different. Perhaps this is the difference between living people, and living dead? Indu shook his head, dismissing these baseless thoughts from his mind, then walked out the door. From the hallway to the community, everything here was just as Indu remembered. The familiar surroundings always make one feel more relaxed, and Indu's previously tense mood was somewhat calmed. Indu's home was in Building 1, Apartment 301, very close to the security booth. It only took him 2 minutes to walk to work each day. Since the tools for repairs had always been kept at the security booth, he hadn't really seen the toolbox at home. So after leaving the building, he walked towards the security booth. Before he got close to the security booth, Indu saw his colleague Feng Chi sitting inside, idly playing with his phone. He greeted with a smile. The greeting came out of habit, but as soon as it was done, the smile on Indu's face froze. Feng Chi's face, which looked completely normal through the window, transformed into a skull as he leaned out of the window. In the eye sockets of the skull, 2 blue flames replaced his eyes. But now it was too late for Indu to regret. Feng Chi had already seen him. Fortunately, the skull version of Feng Chi still reacted quite normally. "Indu, isn't it still not time to change shifts? Why are you here?" Indu forced a smile and replied, "I just finished eating and came down for a stroll." To avoid showing anything unusual, Indu strained to manage his expression. His acting skills were evidently quite good. Judging by Feng Chi's expression, he seemed to be unaware of anything off from Indu's stiff demeanor. However, in the next second, the other person asked an incredibly awkward question. "Do you think I should switch shifts with you and take the night shift? I feel like the sun has been a bit too harsh these past few days, and it's made me a bit darker." Indu didn't have any clues at hand, so he didn't dare to randomly change his life rhythm. He could only look at the bones of Fong Chi, which were pale with a tinge of green and then bluish-black, and awkwardly smiled. Indeed, it was a bit dark, but Indu thought it was mostly due to the bones being aged or not properly cared for. However, for his own personal safety, Indu couldn't respond to Fong Chi so casually and quickly came up with an excuse. Let's not, if we swap shifts, we both have to adjust our schedules. I've finally gotten used to the night shift after a year, this would just be chaotic. Also, if you think you're getting darker, you can hang up some dehumidifying bags. I believe your situation is largely related to having too much dampness. Hang dehumidifying bags? Does that really help? Fong Chi asked suspiciously. How would Indu know? He had never maintained a corpse before. Whether it works or not, you only know if you try, Indu said with a smile. And if you're worried about getting tanned during the day, just wear a mask or something for physical sun protection. That would just conveniently hide your big toothy grin. Of course, Indu wouldn't say the last part out loud. He quickly said goodbye to Fong Chi to avoid another round of questioning. If he kept chatting like this, he wouldn't have enough time left in the day to do his maintenance work. Though it was Grandpa Chen who had made the initial repair request, Indu first went to Grandma Miao's house based on proximity. Grandma Miao, who lived in Building 3, was 63 this year. Both of her children had gone to work in the big city, and after her husband passed away, she started living alone. Grandma Miao's children weren't neglecting her, it was just that the elderly woman refused to leave her hometown for a strange place, and the children couldn't persuade her, so they could only think of ways to improve her life. Today, the call bell that Indu was going to install was something Grandma Miao's children had asked him to help with. Actually, Grandma Miao already had a full set of surveillance cameras at home, but both her children worked and couldn't always keep an eye on things at home, which was why they decided to use a call bell. According to the instructions they sent, Indu only needed to connect the terminal to the network and then put the call bell on the elderly woman's hand. With the call bell, whenever she needed something, the elderly woman just had to press the bell, which would simultaneously call both her children's phones. It looked manageable, even without a toolkit. He should be able to finish it with the tools in his toolbox. In Indu's old community, each building had a mailbox on the first floor. However, this old thing had gradually lost its function with the passage of time. A few years ago, it was modified into a shelf for delivering packages in their neighborhood. The world is just like this. However, when Indu arrived in front of the third building, he found only one package lonely sitting on the shelf. He walked closer to check the delivery slip. It indeed came from Grandma Miao's child, and it should be the doorbell he needed to install. But it was strange that there was only one package on the entire shelf. Though the residents of this neighborhood were generally older, and the packages were fewer than in other places, there were usually instances where children sent things home or bought online for the elderly. Also, the old folks often didn't collect their packages on time, so in the past, the shelf had always had a few packages, and sometimes there were packages that went unclaimed for a long time. This difference from reality reminded Indu of his colleague who had turned into a skeleton. While at home, he had a guess. In this mirrored world, his deceased parents were alive, while his living self from the original world was the dead one. But, could it be that everyone's life and death in this neighborhood had been mirrored? If that were the case, wouldn't the Grandma Miao he was going to see? Indu swallowed, looking up at the dark corridor. Because it was relatively old, the corridor walls were visibly yellowed, with some places smeared by mischievous kids with various things: people, hands, cats, dogs, anything you could think of was there on the wall. Fear twisted Indu's imagination, turning every image into a horrific scene, making the atmosphere increasingly eerie and causing his heart to beat faster and faster. Just then, a figure appeared on the upper half of the stairs on the first floor, the person's hand resting on the railing, the old and somewhat weak voice coming down from the stairs. "Is that you, Xiaodu? Why aren't you coming up?" The sudden voice startled Indu, but he quickly recognized it as Grandma Miao's voice. Only, it seemed to have a slight difference from usual. "Grandma Miao, I'm just getting the package, I'll be right up." Since he was already there, he needed to explore more places to find the way out, and going to Grandma Miao's house was just the opportunity. Besides, hesitating wouldn't solve anything, so Indu decisively picked up the package on the shelf and headed for the stairs. Chapter 39, Cat-Face Grandma. Is this hallway light broken? Noticing that stomping his feet didn't wake the hallway light, Indu frowned and murmured. But soon he couldn't think about the light issue anymore because he discovered a more deadly problem. As he walked up the stairs to the same level as Grandma Miao, the corner of his eye caught something. Grandma Miao's fingers resting on the railing had unusually sharp nails. They looked more like animal claws, rather than human nails. Indu didn't dare to turn his head to study closely and could only slow his steps to give himself more time to think of a countermeasure. If the person standing on the stairs wasn't Grandma Miao, or if this Grandma Miao couldn't be called a person, what should he do? He remembered that the rules mentioned something related to animals, but it was only 4 words: beware of animals. But how was he supposed to be careful? Indu desperately wished he had an item with the ability to crack rules to help him decipher this inexplicable rule. Beware of children, beware of animals, avoid flowers and plants. Indu repeated this rule over and over, but he couldn't grasp its meaning. At that moment, he finally reached the platform in the middle of the stairs. The walls of this platform were also filled with graffiti, and apart from the graffiti, there was a large smear of red paint on the wall. Was this really just red paint? Sensing the smell of blood, Indu cautiously moved closer, trying to find some clues on this wall. Unfortunately, apart from seeing what seemed to be a cat face pattern on the wall, he couldn't see anything else. Perhaps it was also because it was too dark here. At this moment, Indu somewhat regretted not bringing a flashlight when he left the security booth. Although the skeleton version of Fang Qi was somewhat scary, at least it was a spacious place with plenty of light, which was enough to give him great comfort. Taking a deep breath, Indu prepared himself and turned to face Grandma Meow standing on the stairs. This Grandma Meow looked exactly like the one in his memories. The biggest difference was that she had a cat face. Her black cat fur made her face almost blend in with the darkness. Indu didn't know how to face this cat-faced grandma and could only pretend he didn't notice anything unusual as he walked and spoke to her. "Grandma, it's time to go back inside. I'll install this call bell for you." Indu's performance was so natural that the cat-faced grandma turned without a word and headed back to her room. Looking at the eerie cat head in front of him, Indu really didn't dare to go up the stairs with her. However, if he showed any unusual reactions, he would likely be met with a knife. After all, he needed to maintain a normal life. In a normal life, he wouldn't encounter any cat-faced grandmas, nor should he run away while going to help Grandma Meow install the call bell. Wait, he did have a reason to leave. Once Indu realized this, he turned and ran downstairs with the package. "Grandma, I forgot to bring my tools. I'll go back to get them." Indu ran extremely fast, and by the time he finished speaking, he was already outside the building. Just as he ran out of the hallway, he heard a sharp cat scream. Even if he didn't understand cat language, he could hear the anger in it. However, the other party didn't chase after him, so it seemed he was safe now. Indu couldn't help but thank Fang Qi. If it hadn't been for Fang Qi's eerie appearance scaring him away just now, he wouldn't have this excuse to use. However, now Indu still needed to go back to the security booth to grab the toolbox, which meant he would have to come face to face with his dear skeleton colleague. As he walked towards the security booth, Indu sighed deeply in his heart. The updates in this world were happening too fast, he couldn't keep up. Arriving at the security booth, through the glass, the Fang Qi in Indu's eyes looked just like a normal person. He stood at a distance, observing for a moment, and Fang Qi's movements were not much different from those in the real world. Except he seemed to have developed a cleanliness obsession, as he wouldn't put his feet on the table and would throw his trash into the garbage can instead of littering. From this point of view, he was happier working here than in the real world. Indu thought absent-mindedly. Then he walked step by step towards the security booth. To be honest, after the experience with the cat-faced grandma, Fang Qi's impression on him actually improved a lot. After all, Fang Qi was just a skeleton who cared about his image. This time, feeling braver, Indu went straight to the window. "Fang Qi, could you pass me the tool bag under the table?" "Oh, sure." Fang Qi didn't make things difficult for Indu and bent down to get the tool bag. At the moment he bent down, Indu saw the rules behind him through the glass. Mirror World Security Rules. Indu quickly noted down the rules. At this moment, he finally understood why Fang Qi made him feel so safe. After all, in terms of their current identities, Fang Qi was a security guard, and he was a resident of the community. Fang Qi had the duty to ensure his safety. If that's the case, can he ask Fang Qi for help regarding that cat-face lady? Indu thought and tentatively asked, "By the way, I just saw a black cat outside Building 3, it looked pretty fierce. Is it a stray cat? Stray cat from Building 3? Fang Qi heard Indu's words and reached into the drawer of the table to take out a notebook. "Let me take a look." There was actually a notebook. Indu leaned in to catch a glimpse. But just as his face was about to reach the window, Fang Qi hurriedly pushed him back. "What are you doing? Only security can enter the guard booth." Indu didn't fully register Fang Qi's words at first because, in his eyes, Fang Qi's pushing hand looked like a skeletal hand. Once he reacted, he held back his disgust and chuckled awkwardly, "Sorry, I forgot." He truly hadn't expected that just poking his head through the window would be considered entering the security room. And from the looks of Fang Qi, it seemed that having others intrude into the security room was an extremely dangerous matter for a security guard. Chapter 40, Dealing with the Cat-Faced Woman. Fang Qi flipped through the notebook for a while and finally found the page he needed, but as he read it, his expression behind the glass noticeably changed to a strange one. Seeing his expression, Indu felt a sense of unease. "Do you want to go to Building 3? Fang Qi asked with a serious face after reading the notes. Upon hearing Fang Qi's question, Indu's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally sank. It should be noted that his earlier statement only mentioned encountering a stray cat outside Building 3, yet with just this information, Fang Qi had concluded that he intended to enter Building 3. It was evident that the cat-faced lady must be a unique feature of Building 3. Indu glanced toward the notebook, but unfortunately, it was too far away, and he couldn't see what was written on it. Indu nodded as a form of answer, but before Fang Chi could speak, he hastily asked, "Can I borrow the notebook to take a look?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Fang Chi suspiciously put away the notebook. The notebook can only be used by security. This rule wasn't in the code. But judging by Fang Chi's demeanor, this was indeed a rule he had ingrained in him. It seemed that he hadn't yet uncovered all the rules belonging to security. "So, can you tell me how I can safely enter Building 3? "Actually, it's not hard to enter Building 3, as long as you don't get deceived by Mrs. Catface and avoid her territory," Fang Chi said. "But that's also the most difficult part, because once you enter Building 3, everyone you see will be cat-faced, and you can't tell whether it's really Mrs. Catface." "Well, that's not too difficult, I just have to ignore everyone and focus on reaching my destination," Indu replied without holding back, now certain that the security guard wouldn't harm him. However, Fang Chi's expression turned slightly mocking in response to his naive solution. "It's not that simple, even if you ignore her, if she walks in front of you, she'll lead you to her territory. However, once you're sure the person in front of you is Mrs. Catface, you can splash water on her, and she will naturally flee after being splashed with water. Remember, don't splash water on others, or they will go crazy." Fang Chi's last sentence successfully shattered Indu's initial thought of splashing water at everyone he encountered. It did seem not too hard to deal with. But to recognize her. To be honest, after Fang Chi told him that once he entered Building 3, everyone he saw would be cat-faced, he no longer dared to be certain whether the person he just saw was the cat-faced Granny Meow. The only evidence he could use for identification was the cat's meow he heard after he left. But that cat's meow might have been deliberately released by Mrs. Catface to confuse him. Carrying a heavy heart, Indu returned in front of Building 3 with the water he got from the guard booth and the toolbox he had just received. He did not immediately walk into Building 3. Instead, he shouted at the position of room 201 from downstairs, "Granny Meow, are you home?" His voice was strong and loud, and soon he got a response from Granny Meow at home. "It's Little Do, Grandma is home." As she spoke, Granny Meow walked to the balcony and waved kindly at Indu down below. Seeing that Granny Meow had a normal human face, Indu raised his brow. It seemed that as long as he did not enter Building 3, he would not be affected by the cat-faced lady. However, Granny Meow looked like she had aged a lot more than he remembered. What was going on? According to his guess, in this world, Granny Meow's husband should still be alive. The two of them had a great relationship since they were young, being a model family in the area. With the old man around, shouldn't Granny Meow look younger because she was in a good mood? With no time to ponder these things, Indu called up to Granny Meow, "Grandma, wait for me at home, I'm coming up." On his way to Building 3, Indu had already thought it through. As long as he confirmed that Granny Meow was home, the only person he would encounter in the hallway would be the cat-faced lady. After all, he had been standing in front of Building 3 for a minute now, and during his walk here, he had not seen anyone going inside. There shouldn't be anyone going upstairs on the first or second floor stairs. Seeing that Granny Meow agreed and was waiting on the balcony, Indu bravely walked into the building, holding the water in his hand. It was still that dark hallway. But the cat-faced lady was clearly not as clever as Indu imagined. Right now, she was actually using Granny Meow's identity once again to trick him. "Little Do, you came," the cat-faced lady greeted him warmly. This time she still stood at the upper half of the stairs. Indu did not respond to her. He quickly walked to her level and splashed the water from the plastic bottle onto her. In an instant, the sound of a vengeful cat piercing through Indu's eardrums struck his brain. Indu tried to look at the position where the cat-faced lady had been, but the spot that had once held a person was now empty. Obviously, the cat-faced lady had already fled. However, the effect of her piercing scream did not disappear. Indu felt dizzy and a wave of sorrow swirling in his heart. Countless scenes inexplicably appeared before his eyes, but in his current state, he could not even understand what the scenes were trying to express. Indu let his head droop. He endured the pain and walked upstairs. He did not know how long it would be before the cat-faced lady returned after escaping. He had to seize the time to get to Granny Meow's home. Every step he took felt extremely difficult, but in this agony, he suddenly remembered something. This method of splashing water was told to him by Fang Chi, but after splashing water, the cat-faced lady did not simply run away. Fang Chi had not mentioned this. As a security guard, Fang Chi must protect his safety, so he would tell him how to deal with the cat-faced lady when he asked. But this did not mean Fang Chi could not choose to conceal some information to achieve his own harmful objectives. After all, he had not asked whether there would be other troubles after splashing water. But why would he do that? Whether it was a human or something bizarre, Indu had always believed that the actions of any intelligent being would have its own logic. And in the world of strange tales, even the bizarre follow rules, and they must have their own identities and corresponding lives. In such a case, he absolutely could not treat them as mindless monsters that would randomly harm others. Only by understanding their logic of action could he truly avoid danger and even find the key to passing through. In a rush of chaotic thoughts, Indu finally arrived at the door of room 201. He knocked on the door. Chapter 41: The Function of the Doorbell. Indu knocked on the door. However, it was not Grandma Meow who came to open the door, but a strange old man. Not the cat-faced one? This was Indu's first reaction, and then he realized the identity of the other person. The one who appeared at Grandma Meow's house was likely her deceased partner from the original world. But the old man seemed too thin. He looked completely like skin and bones, in a very unhealthy state. Indu politely greeted the old man. "Hello, Grandpa, I am here to see Grandma Meow." The old man's expression was normal when he opened the door, but upon hearing Indu's purpose for coming, his face suddenly changed. He glared at Indu fiercely, clearly not planning to let him in. While Indu was still assessing the situation, Grandma Meow's voice came from behind the old man. "Xiao Du, come in." Grandma Meow's voice was as warm as ever, but the old man's face turned pale instantly. Indu tilted his head to look at Grandma Meow behind the old man. Just like he saw downstairs earlier, this Grandma Meow indeed looked older, and although she had white hair, it was even sparser here. "Grandma Meow." Indu smiled and then walked past the old man into the house. He could only say he was slightly handsome, but what stood out was his obedient look, which older people would like. And Grandma Meow clearly liked him very much. Grandma Meow stepped forward, caring for Indu as if he were her own child, and then, like giving orders to a servant, instructed the old man, who was still standing at the door, to take the tools and packages from Indu's hands and put them away. After a flurry of concern, Grandma Meow asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "Just right, Grandma is going to eat, stay, and eat with me." Indu quickly declined. "I have eaten at home." "Eaten, huh? What a pity," Grandma Meow said, "then Grandma can only eat alone." Eating alone. Indu discreetly turned to observe the old man's reaction near the sofa. Unfortunately, this old man had worn the same expression since he entered and had not changed at all. "Grandma, you eat, I'll go set up the call bell terminal." As Indu said this, he walked towards the sofa while Grandma Meow went to the kitchen. As she walked away, Indu keenly noticed the old woman's walking posture was a bit strange. Is this a knock-kneed walk? This walking style was different from the Grandma Meow in reality. Indu remembered these oddities and began to unpack the delivery. This call bell was just like what Grandma Meow's children described, with two main parts, one terminal that needed to connect to the internet and one call bell that could be worn on the wrist. Seeing what Indu took out, the old man's expression finally changed, more grim. Indu sensitively noticed this. He picked up what he needed and moved away from the old man, then carefully asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" "Eating?" The old man revealed a smile full of malice, giving Indu the feeling that he wanted to swallow him whole. When he noticed what Indu was holding, his malice deepened, but Indu felt a sense of fear from this malice. The old man's fear was clearly directed towards the call bell in Indu's hand, or rather, what the call bell might bring. Indu looked at the call bell in his hand in confusion. What is wrong with this call bell? Or is it that the call bell will bring something unfavorable for the old man? Indu looked for a place to set the item down, occasionally moving closer to the old man, but the old man did not seem afraid of him approaching with the call bell, only intensifying his fear when Indu's hand was over the call bell. It was really strange. In the end, Indu chose to install the call bell next to the television. Actually, he originally wanted to install the call bell on the partition wall of the entrance, where, according to the layout, the terminal could cover the entire house. But when installing, Indu suddenly remembered that there was only one spot in Grandma Meow's house with an outlet and an internet port, which was next to the TV, so he had no other choice from the beginning. Installing the call bell wasn't hard, and soon Indu completed the task. After that, he got up and walked towards the kitchen to inform Grandma Meow. When Indu entered the kitchen, Grandma Meow was sitting on an old wooden stool enjoying a seafood feast laid out on the stove. At that moment, Indu finally understood what the elderly lady's earlier words meant. According to his family's situation, the elderly woman should also be a living person, but there was nothing for a living person to eat in Grandma Meow's meal. Thinking about his own parents suddenly getting along, it wasn't hard to guess the situation at Grandma Meow's house. Yet, Indu was still influenced by his memories of the original world and momentarily didn't think in this direction. "Grandma, the call bell is installed, but I checked the instructions, and its range is limited and can't cover the balcony." Indu deliberately didn't avoid mentioning the range of the call bell. Because he was too natural in his behavior, Grandma Meow didn't realize that Indu was helping the elderly at that moment. Grandma Meow happily thanked Indu and then washed her hands, asking him to help her put on the call bell. As soon as the call bell was on, Grandma Meow pressed the button without any hesitation. "Grandma?" Indu looked at Grandma Meow in confusion. Why use the call bell now? But there was no need for Grandma Meow to answer, as the sounds coming from the living room explained the current situation to Indu. In the living room, two very distinct baby cries were heard, along with the elderly woman's frightened screams and the sound of the balcony door being forcefully opened and closed. Evidently, the elderly lady had escaped to the balcony. Indu swallowed hard and met Grandma Meow's still kind but inquisitive gaze. At that moment, he realized that he shouldn't have any doubts about the call bell's function. Grandma, why did you press it so urgently? You didn't even wait for me to leave. I should stay and play with the brother and sister for a while. I still need to help Grandpa Chen fix the faucet. Seeing that Indu was merely hesitating about staying to accompany her two kids, Grandma Meow's attitude visibly improved. You've already called them brother and sister. They aren't real children, so there's no need for you to play with them. You should go handle your things. By the way, Grandma, there's a gift here for you. Grandma Meow took Indu's hand and walked to the living room, ignoring the trembling elderly lady hiding on the balcony, and the two chubby figures clinging to the balcony door. She directly pulled out a flashlight from the drawer of the living room table and handed it to Indu. You need to patrol every night, and I think the flashlight provided by the community is a bit too outdated. You can use this flashlight. As soon as he held the flashlight, a text box popped up. Ordinary flashlight. Under the light of the flashlight, all creatures will reveal their true appearance. Charging time, 12 hours, usable time, 12 hours. Note, the flashlight will only start charging when the power is exhausted. Indu raised his eyebrows slightly. If he had this flashlight earlier, he wouldn't have had to fear that cat-faced old woman. Thank you, Grandma. With this flashlight, my work at night will be much easier. Indu sincerely expressed his gratitude. Grandma should be thanking you. If it weren't for you taking care of me all these years, I wouldn't be living so well. As she said this, Grandma Meow looked towards the balcony, revealing a joyful smile. Indu waved his hand to show that he didn't want to take credit, and then continued to use the excuse of going to Grandpa Chen's house to say goodbye to Grandma Meow. After walking out of Grandma Meow's home, Indu felt like his face had frozen into a smile. On the wrong path. Indu stood in front of the third building, a bit tired as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Although Grandma Meow meant no harm, he still had to keep his guard up when facing her, so as not to fall into danger due to his stance. If he had shown pity for the old man earlier, Grandma Meow's attitude towards him would surely have changed completely. This neighborhood was not as beautiful as it appeared at home. There was ultimately a chasm between the living and the dead. Living in such a place was far from easy. And now, he still had to go to Grandpa Chen's house. He didn't even need to think to know that Grandpa Chen was definitely not alive. Correspondingly, his late wife, who passed away 2 years ago, was supposed to survive in this world as a living person. What was Grandpa Chen's house like again? As Indu recalled, he walked towards the security booth. He planned to first ask if there was anything to be careful about when entering the fifth building, to avoid facing Mrs. Catface unprepared like before. Even though he was prepared to face various strange events, Fong Chi's words still shocked Indu. Indu incredulously confirmed Fong Chi's words, the fourth building? Yes, that's right. The fifth building is not dangerous, but remember, don't go the wrong way and enter the fourth building. Once you enter the fourth building, whether you can escape depends on yourself. Fong Chi seemed reluctant to talk more about the fourth building. After telling Indu to be careful, he changed the subject. By the way, it's getting more dangerous in the neighborhood. Don't always take on tasks just because you're kind-hearted. Indu casually nodded. At this moment, his thoughts were still on the so-called fourth building. In fact, there was no fourth building in the neighborhood he lived in. When this community was built, there were a total of 4 buildings, but because the number 4 is considered unlucky, they directly called the fourth building the fifth building, which was where Grandpa Chen lived. Moreover, Grandpa Chen's 501 was actually on the 4th floor. But in this world, the fourth building appeared, which meant that there were actually 5 buildings in this neighborhood. Lost in his thoughts, Indu completely failed to notice Fong Chi's frustrated expression after his advice fell on deaf ears. Indu walked back to the front of the third building with a tool bag on his back. In fact, it wasn't his fault for not realizing there were 5 buildings in this neighborhood, because from the third building spot, there was really only 1 building left in the back. This meant that at least, without entering the 4th and 5th buildings area, the community's appearance was still the same as Indu remembered. Indu tentatively walked down the main road towards the 5th building. The plants planted here were more than those on the streets in front of the previous buildings combined, and the streetlight's glow was obscured by leaves, making the whole place seem cooler. And this atmosphere indeed made Indu feel a chill down his back. The overly dim path and the shadows of flowers and plants by the roadside made it particularly easy to mistake them for human figures. One rule was avoid flowers and plants, but Indu had already confirmed this rule after leaving home. As long as he walked on the normal stone path and did not touch the flowers and plants, he would not break the rule. But now, the road he was on was getting narrower, and the flower beds were becoming denser. This gave Indu a very bad feeling. For a moment, he even thought of backing down. Did he really have to go to this 5th building? And coming here at night really gave him the feeling of wishing for a shorter life. But now it was too late to regret. He really didn't expect that helping 2 small tasks would lead to so many troubles and ended up spending all the daylight hours sleeping. Looking ahead at the increasingly narrow path. gradually turning into a path that only one person could walk. Indu had no choice but to stop. If he went any further, avoiding the flower beds would not be an easy task. But then again, was the path between the 5th building and the 3rd building really that long? He had been walking for at least 3 minutes now, hadn't he? Indu looked up at the 5th building. At this moment, his view still held only one building, and that building was not any closer than when he looked at it from the 3rd building. In other words, the road he had been walking was not bringing him closer to the 5th building. Suddenly, Indu reacted. The path he was on was leading him to the 4th building. Fearing to touch the flower beds on either side of the road, he had only dared to walk along the stone pavement. But if the path to the 5th building was hidden from his sight by the flower beds, then he would never be able to take that road. Knowing the rules, he would naturally be led to the 4th building. This was the trap contained within avoiding the flowers and grass. After all, the flowers and grass themselves do not move. As long as he paid attention, he would never touch them. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the flower beds in front of him might be true or false, and Indu simply took out the flashlight that Grandma Meow had given him. Originally, he had planned to try the flashlight when he went to work tonight, but since things hadn't gone as planned, if he didn't use it now, he might really end up walking to the 4th building. The flashlight Grandma Meow gave him wasn't very powerful, and the area it illuminated was quite limited, making it unsuitable for night patrols. But the flashlight had a special function. As soon as Indu picked up the flashlight, he shone it towards the dense flower beds. It was a shock, he almost jumped out of his skin. He saw that the flower beds on both sides of the passage transformed into human-shaped sculptures under the flashlight's beam. Indu hurriedly turned off the flashlight. He thought seeing the flower beds again would make him feel better, but his mind, having witnessed the truth, kept bringing back the previous images. Even now, he found himself surrounded by these sculptures, and just thinking about it made his whole body crawl. They are just sculptures, there's nothing to be afraid of, Indu constantly reassured himself in his heart. He had to find the right path to the 5th building. If he didn't dare to turn on the flashlight to see the real world, he would have no choice but to head to the 4th building. Thinking this, Indu gathered his courage and turned the flashlight back on. This time, prepared mentally, he wasn't frightened again when he turned on the flashlight. But this time, he noticed that what he had thought were human-shaped sculptures were not sculptures at all, but real people coated in a layer of white paint. They were posed in different ways, trapped in white shells, with only their eyes turning towards Indu when they noticed his gaze. The emotions within them were overwhelming, so much that Indu couldn't tell them apart. Indu instinctively held his breath, his feet felt extremely heavy, and he couldn't take a single step, with only one thought running through his mind: escape. Chapter 43, The 4th Building. But the thought of running away was also irrational. After all, even if he left this path, there would still be other flowers and grass in the community. As long as he lived here, he would inevitably face these strange things. Until now, he still hadn't found a way to clear this level. And going to Grandpa Chen's house was something he had to accomplish. Avoiding it would only make things worse. By not running away, he could take the opportunity to enter Grandpa Chen's house. Collecting more clues in this strange tale would be more beneficial for clearing the level. As long as he didn't touch these things, he would be fine. He did not break the rules. In the world of rule horror stories, following the rules is the biggest lifesaver. Although from a person's perspective, seeing these things is psychologically uncomfortable. Indu bravely held back his fear, trying to go back and find the real way to the 5th building further ahead. Unfortunately, reality still disappointed him. Although the flower bed in the front section was not as dense as the back, the gaps in the flower bed were definitely grass, not a stone path. With no choice, Indu could only return to his previous position and choose to go deeper. The deeper he walked, the closer these people got to Indu, and some even had their limbs stretching outward. Indu tried to turn off his flashlight, and the arm in front of him instantly turned into a long, thin branch. If Indu hadn't discovered the truth about the flower bed before encountering this branch, he might have pulled out the big scissors from his toolkit to cut it off. After all, the big scissors touching the flowers and plants couldn't be considered him touching it, right? But now, having discovered the true appearance of the flower bed, he only wanted to thank Grandma Meow's flashlight. Through a series of maneuvers like dodging left and right, Indu finally managed to continue walking on the road without any danger. From time to time, he would glance towards the position of the 5th building, and visibly, the distance between him and the 5th building had not decreased. However, the position of the 5th building seemed to be changing correctly. When he first stepped onto this path, the 5th building was still at his 2 o'clock position. But now, the 5th building was almost in front of him. But he clearly hadn't changed his direction. Indu stopped, surrounded by the crowd, and observed the distant building from afar. From the outside, this building did not look unusual. But judging by its position, this should be the 4th building. The place Feng Qi warned him not to enter. However, on this road, he indeed had not found the way to the 5th building. With no other options, Indu can only continue down this path. As the road went deeper, he finally arrived in front of the 4th building. The appearance of the 4th building was no different from the first 3 buildings, and the area around the building was lined with landscape lights. It was already past 9 o'clock, and the landscape lights in the community were all on, surrounding the fourth building with light. If he ignored the people around, the fourth building did not look sinister at all. At this moment, he looked back again. The third building was not far away. But with this small distance, he walked for 10 minutes, subtracting the time he spent checking for alternate paths. It took him at least 5 minutes to walk from the third building to the front of this one. This time seemed quite unreasonable, further confirming that this building was not the fifth building he wanted to reach. Knowing that this building had issues, Indu naturally could not enter. He began to wander around it. This building was surrounded by a circle of people who would all cast their gazes at Indu as he passed. With such scrutiny, after wandering around, Indu finally found another path apart from the way he came. This path only appeared when his flashlight was on. Once he turned it off, the road in front of him would turn into a flower bed. Under the illusion, this fourth building was completely surrounded by a flower bed, appearing stunning under the landscape lights. Indu no longer lingered and directly walked towards the newly found path. Before leaving, he made sure of the direction. This path was at the 3 o'clock position from where he came. The beginning of this path was the same as the one leading to the fourth building, with extremely dense flower beds. These flower beds, under the light, also unequivocally turned into people trapped in white shells. But after walking for about 2 minutes, the surrounding flower beds gradually decreased, and the streetlights hidden behind the leaves gradually became visible. It is not hard to see that these branches have all been pruned. These discoveries made Indu breathe a sigh of relief. Because this proved that his inference was correct. He had already moved out of the range of the fourth building. Soon, he saw the fifth building at the end of the road. The fifth building was also under the spotlight, appearing extremely prominent in the dark night. However, the appearance of this fifth building was extremely worn out, with peeling tiles and rusty iron bars. Not to mention comparing it to the fourth building that seemed to have a filter applied. Even compared to the first 3 buildings, it seemed like it belonged to a different era. If it weren't for Indu's prior judgment on the road, this fifth building would truly resemble the dangerous fourth building mentioned by Feng Qi. Indu shook his head and walked toward the entrance of the fifth building, but before stepping in, his foot came to a stop. Maybe? Perhaps all his previous judgments were wrong. That building surrounded by people, beautiful under the illusion and filters, beautiful enough to make one doubt, might actually be the true fifth building. And the one he had exhaustively searched for might actually be the fourth building. Indu chuckled to himself. Then this is quite twisted, isn't it? Everything in the dungeon is preset. How could it guarantee that he would be so suspicious, that he would ask Feng Qi in advance about what to be cautious of in the fifth building, that he would receive a flashlight from Grandma Meow to see through the disguises on the road, and walk all the way here? Indu lifted his foot to move forward. Wait, did he overlook something? Indu suddenly turned back to look behind him. The position of the third building was so close, according to his impression of the original neighborhood. The few buildings in the neighborhood were on the same horizontal line, and the distance between 2 buildings was around 10 meters, really taking only a few seconds to walk. To cover such a short distance but take so long to reach, then the path he took initially must have deviated greatly, leading him to take a sharp angle and return to the fifth building. In that case, the fifth building shouldn't appear in the 2 o'clock direction on the road. It should be positioned around 4, 5, or even 6 o'clock. Indu, with a foot still raised, quickly turned back. Due to the hurried change, he accidentally tripped, stumbling back in panic. In that moment of falling, he caught a glimpse of a shadow in the shape of a hand quickly retracting on the floor inside the building. This scene made Indu completely sure that his judgment was right. This was definitely not the fifth building. Of course, the one he saw earlier on the way was also not the fifth building. All this time, he had been winding around, and in the end, he had actually been circling within the range of the fourth building. From the very beginning, he had already stepped into the trap leading to the fourth building. Both Feng Qi's hint and Grandma Meow's flashlight were meant to make him believe that the fourth building was actually the fifth building. Chapter 44, The Right Path. In a hurry, Indu shuffled back a few steps on the ground, and when his heartbeat returned to normal, he finally got back up from the ground. He had to leave this place, although according to Feng Qi, entering the building would pose dangers of not being able to come out. But from what he had seen earlier, Feng Qi's responses were always somewhat reserved, and before seeing the neighborhood's related rules, he had to remain vigilant about everything. This time, Indu moved much faster, almost running away in a panic back to the road not far from the third building. At this moment, he took out his phone. In the time he had been fumbling around, it had unknowingly turned 9 o'clock. He had to wear his security uniform at 11 to change shifts, so he had little time left to find the way to the fifth building. Indu looked up again at the position of the fifth building. From his current location, the direction of the fifth building was indeed around 2 o'clock. If he was walking on the correct path, then the fifth building would move towards 3 o'clock. But on the wrong path he just took, the fifth building in his eyes had unknowingly been replaced by the fourth building, while the fifth building remained stuck at 2 o'clock for a long time. So, when was the fifth building replaced? Indu picked up the flashlight and shone it towards the fifth building. The flashlight's light hit the outer wall of the fifth building, barely revealing a faint halo. From this point of view, there was no barrier between him and the fifth building at that moment. Indu slowly took a few steps forward, his gaze fixed on the fifth building. With those few steps, the fifth building continued to drift normally towards 2 o'clock. Everything seemed normal. However, it was unusually quiet around. Usually at this time, elderly people would come out for a stroll in their community. But in this world, the entire community had no signs of life. While keeping an eye on the distance between himself and the flower beds on both sides of the road, Indu cautiously moved forward, keeping a watchful eye on the position of the fifth building. But after just a few steps, he found that the fifth building had stopped, completely fixed at the 2 o'clock position. According to his previous experience, this building fixed at 2 o'clock was actually the fourth building. Now it seemed that as he walked forward, the positions of the fifth and fourth buildings had overlapped, and from the moment they overlapped, moving forward would lead him onto the path to the fourth building. Indu took 2 steps back. As the fifth building deviated from the 2 o'clock position, he quickly shone the flashlight towards the surrounding flower beds. At that moment, he noticed a clear boundary in the flower beds, with one side being normal flower beds and the other side filled with those statues. Indu immediately understood the main point. This was where he began to walk the wrong way. Indu approached the right flower bed, keeping the flashlight aimed at the flower beds ahead as he moved forward. With his actions, the flower bed ahead finally did not turn into statues. But noticeably, 2 rows of statues appeared on Indu's left, compressing his walking space to only allow one person to pass. Clearly, that left path was the way to the fourth building. This was nothing but a trick. When he turned back to find the path earlier, perhaps because he was still on the way to the fourth building, the flashlight revealed only statues ahead, as he was still trapped in the illusion created by the fourth building. Perhaps if he had stayed there a bit longer, he would have lost his way back, trapped forever in the world of the fourth building. Finally on the right path, Indu's steps became lighter. He quickly moved towards the fifth building. As he approached the fifth building, he began to hear voices. Under the fifth building, several elderly people were gathered around a table chatting. This scene, so close to reality, made Indu stop in his tracks. Although he had felt uncomfortable with the lifeless environment of the community, the sudden appearance of people made him inadvertently tense up. After all, from the front, besides his parents at home, everyone else was a stranger to him. In fact, even with his parents, he couldn't guarantee they were on his side. Indu cautiously walked towards the entrance of the fifth building, trying his best not to disturb the chatting elderly people. However, it was nearly impossible not to be noticed with such a large presence. Before he even reached the door, he noticed that the elders' chatter had stopped, and the once noisy world suddenly became silent. When Indu turned around, he saw several people staring at him in a fixed gaze. That gaze was filled with indifference and dislike. Just this one look made Indu's heart skip a few beats, and then it began to race rapidly. The attitude of this group of elders was just like that of the old man at Grandma Meow's house. It made him clearly feel that he was not welcome here. Chapter 45, Brother Chen. After a little comparison, Indu felt that these elders should all be living people. After all, the dead like him would not show their malice so openly, rather, they would scheme against him from behind the scenes, just like Feng Qi. If he were in the original world, Indu would definitely greet these elders, but now he just wanted to leave quickly. Especially after the experience at the fourth building, he had started to develop a psychological shadow towards normal people. With all his heart, Indu braved these gazes and quickly entered the fifth building. Considering that this community had a fourth building that originally did not exist, Indu was very careful while going upstairs, fearing that he might encounter a fourth floor. Fortunately, this time there was no trouble. When he counted to the fourth floor, he indeed saw the sign for room. At the door of 501, Indu pressed the doorbell. The one who opened the door was a young man, his face thin and haggard, with deep dark circles under his eyes, looking like he hadn't slept in a long time, as if he could fall down at any moment. Looking at the unfamiliar stranger in front of him, Indu fell into a momentary daze until the other called out his name. Little Do. Coming back to his senses, Indu secretly pinched his thigh to wake himself up, and then carefully examined the person in front of him. Mentioning it, although he appeared younger, he could still see the shadow of Old Man Chen. Clearly, the person in front of him was the Old Man Chen he needed to find, just transformed into a younger version in this world. Besides the age not matching the real Old Man Chen, this version of Chen was unusually warm and welcoming. You should know that the real Old Man Chen was quite proud and would never smile so cheerfully. Brother Chen. Facing the young man in front of him, Indu found it really hard to call him Uncle Chen, forcing a smile as he greeted him. You finally came, come on in, quickly. Brother Chen pulled Indu's shoulder and brought him into the room. Before Indu could stabilize himself and observe his surroundings, he was met by Brother Chen's lint roller. Where have you been? Why are you all dirty? Brother Chen said while rolling the lint roller over Indu's clothes. At this moment, Indu noticed that his clothes were covered in a large patch of dust and fluff, and there was also a bloodstain on his arm. The dust and fluff were okay, but when did this bloodstain happen? The handprint wasn't large and looked like it belonged to a child. He touched it and found that it was already dry, indicating that it had been there for a while. After checking the handprint, Indu's gaze turned to Brother Chen, who was seriously focused on removing the dust and fluff from him. At this time, Brother Chen was completely absorbed in the dust and fluff on his body, totally uninterested in the bloodstain on his arm. This was quite strange. After all, a bloodstain was definitely more noticeable than other dirt. After Brother Chen finished with the lint roller, Indu deliberately extended his hand to show him the bloodstain. "Brother Chen, I accidentally got some blood on me, can I borrow the bathroom?" He spoke while watching Brother Chen's expression, and saw Brother Chen's gaze go unfocused. When looking at the bloodstain, he clearly wasn't looking at the right spot, but he still nodded and said okay, although his attitude suddenly cooled down quite a lot. It was obvious that Brother Chen hadn't seen the bloodstain on his arm, but he also didn't think he was lying. In other words, it seemed normal that he saw things that Brother Chen could not. But this difference about himself seemed to reduce Brother Chen's favorable impression of him. Or perhaps it was seeing this thing that made him no longer regarded as the same kind by Chen Gu. But the faucet in the bathroom is broken, you can use the shower head to manage. The lack of enthusiasm from Chen Gu made him seem much more like the real Chen grandpa. However, this did not ease Indu's tension. "I'll fix the faucet first," Indu said, heading toward the bathroom while carefully observing the house. Chen Ji's home was no different from reality, and there was no sign of a second person living there. It seemed he could not simply assume that the mirrored relationship from his own home and Grandma Miao's home applied everywhere. Upon entering the bathroom, Indu immediately saw the severely deformed faucet. He didn't know what had happened to the faucet in the real Chen grandpa's home, but he believed it could never look like this. This stainless steel faucet had prominent handprints on it, clearly twisted and broken by human force. With such a faucet, the inner parts were damaged beyond repair, so it could only be replaced. After making his judgment, he turned to Chen Gu, who was standing at the door, and explained the situation. "Chen Gu, this faucet can only be replaced, it can't be repaired. Do you have any spare faucets at home?" Chen Gu showed a gloomy smile and said, "There's none at home, but aren't there many in the community? Wait for me, I'll go find one." Without waiting for Indu to respond, Chen Gu turned and left the house. Not long after, Indu heard a sharp scream by the bathroom door. The sound was nearly piercing through his eardrums, making Indu, who had just been exhausted and momentarily empty due to a lack of others around, instantly alert. "What is going on?" Indu stepped out of the bathroom to see what was happening, but the next second, a blood-soaked Chen Gu appeared before him. The smell of blood hit him hard, but this time Indu did not feel disgust. Instead, there was a surge of impulse. The bloodthirsty sensation made his eyes feel somewhat hot. Chen Gu seemed to have sensed this impulse, and his expression returned to its previous enthusiasm. He smiled and raised his hand, presenting the bloody faucet to Indu, saying, "Here's the faucet, for you." Indu looked at the faucet in front of him, his pupils quivering, and the surge of hot blood instantly cooled. He reached out, somewhat trembling, to take the faucet. This trembling, originally born from fear, panic, and resistance, seemed to be misinterpreted by Chen Gu as excitement. So the cold indifference Indu had imagined did not strike again. Instead, he received an even more enthusiastic Chen Gu. Excited, Chen Gu happily draped his arm around Indu's shoulder, saying, "I knew it, you are on our side, right?" Indu forced a smile again, not understanding how Chen Gu misread his attitude. Perhaps it was the blood that made him a bit out of it. Chapter 46, Mindless Skeleton. At first, Indu wasn't so sure of his judgment until Chen Gu said, "You are still on our side, right?" And then he was completely certain of one thing. Here, the living and the dead stood on opposing sides. Just moments ago, Chen Gu easily killed a person over a faucet, experiencing a taste of zero-cost purchases. Indu concealed his peculiar emotions and smiled. "Didn't I come to help you today, Chen Gu?" Chen Ji's smile deepened upon hearing this, wrapping his arm around Indu like good brothers. While feeling relieved that he had successfully tricked Chen Gu, Indu sighed. Thinking of Fang Qi's true nature, perhaps that was also the real Chen Gu, he felt that Chen Ji's behavior was likely due to being mindless. After treating Indu like a brother, Chen Gu started to open up. Unfortunately, he rambled on without sharing any useful information. Indu, who originally chatted with the intent to gather information, gradually lost his patience. Finally, Indu found an opportunity to interrupt. He waved the bloodstained faucet in front of Brother Chen. "Brother Chen, if there's nothing else, I'll go help you fix the faucet first, I still need to get to work later." Being interrupted by Indu, Brother Chen's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. This quick change of face made Indu think it was bad. Fortunately, the changed expression of Brother Chen did not cause trouble, and he let Indu enter the bathroom. Indu quickly replaced the faucet in the bathroom and then turned to leave. Dealing with this emotionally unstable madman, Indu felt extremely tired, and he didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. At this moment, Indu suddenly missed Grandma Meow. Although Grandma Meow didn't look as kind as she seemed, at least she didn't constantly mess with his nerves, making his emotions rise and fall. Of course, the most important thing was that Grandma Meow gave him a prop. although it was given to him with bad intentions. On the way back from Building 5 to Building 3, there were surprisingly no dangers. However, Indu had dawdled too long at Brother Chen's house, and it was already nearly 11 o'clock. He had no extra time to rest, hurriedly going home to change into his black security uniform, and as he left, he noticed that the door to the master bedroom was already closed, which meant his parents had likely gone to bed. The shift change time was 11 o'clock, and Indu arrived at the security booth with 7 minutes to spare. When Fangchi saw him in the security uniform, a malicious smile appeared on his face, not concealed at all, looking like a poorly trained actor. "What's going on?" Indu silently thought it was bad. He took out a flashlight and a hammer, ready for action. However, to his surprise, Fangchi did not make any aggressive moves but instead showed a happy smile and waved at him. "It's shift change, hurry in." "Another madman," Indu sighed inwardly, then said, "It's not 11 o'clock yet." As he said this, he kept a close watch on Fangchi's expression. To his surprise, upon hearing him, the expression Fangchi displayed was not disappointment but rather a kind of fear. It seemed that changing shifts early wasn't good for him either. So what was he looking forward to? Indu flashed the flashlight into Fangchi's eyes, which changed his expression back to anger. But no matter how angry he was, he suppressed his impulse and didn't step out of the security booth. Indu raised an eyebrow, "So he can't leave the security booth?" Thinking this, Indu redirected his gaze to the rules on the wall. According to the 5th rule of the security code, allowing others to enter the security booth would threaten the safety of the security guard. At 11 o'clock, Fangchi ended his shift. After work, he was no longer a security guard. If he stayed in the security booth, he would violate the 5th rule of the security guard regulations. However, Fangchi was still in the phase of handing over duties to himself. This was a rare time when both of them had the identity of security guards. Fangchi tried to delay the time past 11 o'clock, using the 5th rule to deal with him. But he forgot one very important thing. Security guards need to ensure the safety of residents, but now both of them were security guards, their identities equal, no one needed protection from the other. Indu looked at Fangchi, who sat there smugly refusing to get up, and decisively swung a hammer at the back of Fangchi's head twice. After Fangchi lost his ability to move, Indu quickly dragged him out and tossed him from the security booth. This process took no more than 30 seconds. After throwing Fangchi out of the booth, Indu hurriedly closed the door to prevent anyone from slipping in. Once he confirmed everything was fine, he observed Fangchi, who was left on the ground. Once outside the booth, Fangchi instantly transformed from a skull with a broken head into a completely unharmed normal person. Confused, he lay on the ground for a while before sitting up and gazing blankly at Indu, who was sitting in the booth. What just happened? He was off work? But wasn't he supposed to? Sitting in the booth, Indu smiled and waved at Fangchi. "Congratulations on finishing your shift, hurry home and rest." It took Fangchi a while to remember what had just happened. He stared wide-eyed, angrily looking at Indu, then pounced on the door, banging hard on the glass. Unfortunately, he did not have the power to resist the rules. Even though the door of the booth was just ordinary glass, no trace of cracks appeared despite his best efforts. Indu casually watched his performance and directly opened the drawer next to his seat, picking up the notebook, Security Work Manual. Chapter 47, Security Work Manual. As Indu was about to open the Security Work Manual, a barely rational Fangchi finally stopped his futile efforts against the door. He turned around, reached his hand inside, and pretended to push the window open. It was only at this action that Indu noticed the issue with the window not closing properly. In fact, the security booth in the real world also had flaws. The window of the booth could be easily opened from the outside as long as someone pressed it inward because the lock hook was too straight. Generally, other than someone forgetting the key and using this window to climb into the booth, no one would tamper with it. However, Indu never forgot to bring the key, so over time he had tossed this problem aside. If not for Fangchi's actions today, Indu wouldn't have remembered this. Seeing Fangchi had pushed the window open a gap of nearly 10 centimeters, Indu felt a sense of danger and quickly took out a small knife, aiming it at Fangchi's wrist. He struck swiftly, locking the window shut as Fangchi released his grip. He inspected Fangchi's wrist. His strike had left no mark whatsoever on his opponent's hand. However, from Fangchi's reaction, it was clear he felt pain. After being attacked by Indu, Fangchi was about to launch a second assault, but he halted when he saw the knife in Indu's hand. His eyes fixated on the small knife, revealing a greedy glimmer that made Indu even more vigilant. Indu glanced down at the small knife in his hand, only then realizing that he had urgently grabbed a Western-style knife obtained from the double-headed monster. He raised the small knife and waved it in front of Fangchi. Sure enough, it attracted Fangchi, who lunged at the window. "Give it to me, give it to me." Fangchi banged on the window with all his might. His intense emotions had overwhelmed his rationality. Indu took the opportunity to find a few corner brackets from his toolkit to secure the window. This time, he did not relax immediately after fixing the window, but instead checked the security booth thoroughly. Only after confirming that there would be no more points of intrusion in the security booth did he pick up the security work manual again. The first page of the security work manual contained 2 rules. To ensure information exchange and the safety of security, each security guard must record the situations encountered in handover details in the manual on the day of work. No names are allowed to appear in the manual. To protect the rights of security guards, this manual is for the sole use of security guards and is strictly forbidden for others to read. Turning to the next page, there were several entries. April 12, Friday, morning shift. I was informed that starting from today, we need to write in the security work manual every day. What a hassle, it wasn't required before. Today, a household moved out of the second building, seems to be from the 5th floor. Nothing special happened throughout the day. April 12, Friday, mid-shift. The handover process was the same as before, nothing special happened during work either. April 12, Friday, night shift. Everything is normal. The records in the first few pages were quite simple, with no special events. Indu flipped through more than 10 pages, jumping to the end of April, when the first unusual record finally appeared. April 31st, Wednesday, morning shift. Everything is normal. April 31st, Wednesday, mid-shift. Everything is normal. April 31, Wednesday, night shift. I hope it's just my illusion, the night was quiet as usual, but I kept feeling something strange. Recording, everything is normal. Indu took out his phone to confirm the date. Today is May 10th, which means the anomaly happened 9 days ago? April 32, Thursday, morning shift. The night shift guard had a bad expression during our handover, looking like he hadn't rested well. The night shift is indeed exhausting, luckily I am on the morning shift. Everything is normal today. April 32, Thursday, mid-shift. The morning shift guard didn't tell me during handover that several statues were added by the roadside, not even noting it in the records. I was scared while patrolling. The statues are on the road to the 4th building, I need to pay attention next time. April 32, Thursday, night shift. There are more decorations on the way to the 5th building, must pay attention, definitely must pay attention. April 33, Friday, morning shift. Did I forget to record the new statues yesterday? These statues are just ordinary artworks, just avoid touching them. April 33, Friday, mid-shift. I also added a few statues on the way to the 4th building. These artworks can really lift one's spirits, can't they? April 33, Friday, night shift. Must remember, remind, add statues. Statues can make the residents' lives better. April 34, Saturday, morning shift. Today I heard a cat meowing while passing by the 3rd building. Where did the stray cat come from? But since no one complained, I guess it's fine to ignore it. I added a few more statues today, and my mood improved a lot. April 34, Saturday, mid-shift. I added the most statues today, it's great. There was a complaint from a resident in the 3rd building about a woman wearing a cat face mask who jumps out to scare people, but when I went, I couldn't see anything. April 34, Saturday, night shift. I added statues, it looks like they're almost done, be careful. Didn't go to the 3rd building. April 35, Sunday, morning shift. Why are they so fast? Today I only added 2 statues and found there was no more space, looks like I won't be getting the bonus this month. Received a complaint from the 3rd building, but when I went, I couldn't catch anyone. April 35, Sunday, mid-shift. Another complaint from the 3rd building, this time I saw the catface woman, but couldn't catch her. I found that the statues have all been added during my shift. Do the night shift guards work this fast? April 35, Sunday, night shift. Too fast, the reminders do work after all. Because of the complaint, I went to the 3rd building. The cat-faced woman isn't afraid of me and even wanted me to go to her room. Cat-faced woman? This should be about Mrs. Catface. In this manual, each security guard's record is not long, but the content is extremely strange. Indu quickly flipped back a few pages after pausing for a few seconds at the record of the 35th. He started looking back at the record from the 31st. Chapter 48, Current Situation on April 40. Indu pulled out a piece of paper from the drawer and began to sort through the information starting from the 31st. 31st, the recording of the date began to mix up. 32nd, a statue appeared. 33rd, the security guards began to participate in the work of adding sculptures, and the 4th building appeared. 34th, a woman wearing a cat mask appeared. 35th, the work of adding sculptures came to an end, and the record of the woman wearing a cat mask changed to cat-faced woman. Apart from this information, the night shift security guard, which was him originally, clearly also discovered abnormalities, but for various reasons, he could not write down what he knew on paper. If we assume that the original he and his thinking are the same, then interpreting these words according to his understanding shouldn't be a problem. April 31st, there are clear alterations in the word April, evidently he wanted to write May, but noticed that the recording times of the previous 2 people had issues, hence the modification. 32nd, it emphasizes that one must pay attention to the extra decorations, which obviously refers to the extra statues. The reason for not directly writing statue is because he saw not a statue, but a real person. 33rd, do remember, to remind, add sculptures. This section looks like it has been brainwashed. But what he should be saying is to remember to remind the residents of the community to pay attention. Those statues are very likely the original community residents who transformed. 34th, the sculptures are about to be finished, be cautious, danger is imminent. 35th, too fast, the reminder really works, too fast, this context is clearly not happy. Moreover, the typo is too obvious, this sentence should have the opposite meaning. And the following sentence carries even more information. The cat-faced woman wants me to go to her house. So did I go to the cat-faced woman's house or not? This record is more and more unsettling. What exactly has happened in this community? Indu pinched the bridge of his nose and, after gathering his spirits, flipped another page in the manual. April 36th, Monday, morning shift. I heard today that those who followed Mrs. Catface upstairs yesterday have not returned. I rushed to the third building the moment I received the complaint this morning, but still could not catch anyone. It's really annoying. Why didn't the statue make the third building better? April 36th, Monday, mid-shift. Because of the complaint, I went to the third building and caught Mrs. Catface, but she ran away while I was taking her to the fourth building. Mrs. Catface's hair is all black, and her voice sounds like she's over 40. When I caught her, she was standing on the first floor stairs harassing residents. April 36th, Monday, evening shift. Because of the complaints, I went to the third building to drive away Mrs. Catface. I tried using water to drive her away, but 2 hours later she would still return to the first floor stairs. When splashing water, be careful not to splash on others. Remember, the fourth and fifth buildings are not in the same direction. April 37th, Tuesday, morning shift. After telling residents the method to drive away Mrs. Catface, the complaints finally decreased. But as long as she is not caught in the fourth building, there is still risk. April 37th, Tuesday, mid-shift. New regulations came out for the fourth building, remember to check. April 37th, Tuesday, evening shift. There has been cat crying from the third building all night, no danger, pay no attention. April 38th, Wednesday, morning shift. Everything is normal. April 38th, Wednesday, mid-shift. I can no longer enter the fourth building. Why? Why? April 38th, Wednesday, evening shift. Went to the fourth building, just as imagined. Next time, be careful about the timing of entering and exiting. April 39th, Thursday, morning shift. Everything is normal. The existence of the statues really makes the community more beautiful. April 39th, Thursday, mid-shift. Still not good, still not good. I clearly am the one doing the best. On April 39th, Thursday, during the night shift, I went to Building 4 again. It was amazing, all the fatigue in my body disappeared. I really wanted to go back again. On April 40th, Thursday, during the morning shift, I felt better and better. However, this morning I encountered a strange child in front of Buildings 1 and 2, standing there dazed, not saying anything. When I finished my patrol and came back, the child was gone. On April 40th, Thursday, during the afternoon shift, it still wasn't right. Why? I saw him, he seemed a bit strange today. The record stopped on April 40th, which is today. It has been 10 full days since the anomalies began, and the information from the last 4 days far exceeded the earlier days. Indu went over this information 2 or 3 times before he began to organize it. 1. Mrs. Catface is very likely on the same side as him, and if I can hear a cat crying in Building 3 tonight, it means Mrs. Catface is still safe. So the water thrown towards Mrs. Catface by him may not really be a way to drive her away, but may have another purpose. 2. He has been to Building 4, but Building 4 is certainly not a good place for him. When he went the first time, he wrote to be cautious about the time, showing his wariness of Building 4. However, after going the second time, he wrote that he wanted to go again. Such a sudden shift is very strange. Perhaps last night, the original him changed sides and was no longer an ally of Mrs. Catface. Today, when he threw water towards Mrs. Catface, did her cries and the lingering resentment that tangled his heart mean that his actions harmed her? This guess made Indu frown. From everything today, it's not hard to see that Fong Chi, Granny Meow, and Brother Chen must have been polluted and are on the side of pollution, while he before the 39th and Mrs. Catface's side was the one resisting it. Indu has watched all the strange talk shows about rules. No matter how the world changes or how the gifted ones change, resisting pollution is the unchanging theme. Even if he is now a dead person, he must be a clean and unpolluted dead person. Indu closed the manual and began to determine what he must do tonight. First, he needed to find the rules that security must follow and clues related to Building 4. Then, when he goes out to patrol later, he must check on Building 3 to confirm Mrs. Catface's situation. Finally, during the handover tomorrow, he needs to check the morning shift security situation, and after work, he will try his luck between Building 1 and 2 to see if he can encounter the child the morning guard saw. After tossing the paper filled with information into the toolbox, Indu stood up and wanted to start searching for the remaining security rules. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw his target right there at the position where he saw the rules outside the security booth. The words through the glass were completely different from before. Moreover, the first rule was related to Building 4. Mirror World Security Rules. 6. Excellent employees may earn the qualification to enter building for the next day. Employees without qualification are absolutely forbidden to enter building for. Indu now understands the reason why Fong Chi has been trying to calculate against him. Mirror World Security Rules. 6. Excellent employees may earn the qualification to enter building for the next day. Employees without qualification are absolutely forbidden to enter building for. 7. Employees may not leave the security booth within 1 hour after work begins and 1 hour before work ends. 8. Each shift must patrol at least 3 times, with at least 2 hours between each patrol. 9. Excellent employees will be updated daily on the screen. It seems that apart from the first rule, which seems special because it mentions building for, the other rules are nothing particularly special. But what does the screen that daily updates the excellent employee say? Indu searched the entire security booth but found no new equipment. The only thing that could be called a screen in the booth was an old monitor hanging in the upper left corner for the security guard to watch the surveillance. The monitor was divided into 4 images, depicting the inside and outside of the neighborhood gate, the electric bike parking lot, and the entrance to the security booth. Indu carefully looked at the surveillance images, and suddenly, his gaze froze. When he entered the security booth before, he hadn't closely observed these images, only knowing that the areas captured by the cameras were no different from his original world. But now, upon a second glance, he was covered in goosebumps. Due to the dim light, among the 4 images, except for the one showing the entrance to the security booth, the other images were all grayish-white. In the 2 images outside the gate and in the parking lot, dozens of glowing eyes were clearly visible, staring intently at the direction of the camera. It felt as if they could see Indu, who was standing right in front of the screen. What are these things, and when did they appear? Indu could guarantee that when he first looked at the surveillance, there was no abnormality at all. He tiptoed over to the window facing the outside of the neighborhood in the security booth. Outside the neighborhood was a dark and quiet scene, with nothing visible to the naked eye. But just as Indu was about to give up on exploring and turn to seek that so-called screen, a loud banging sound came from the window behind him. Indu instinctively turned around and was met with a pair of frenzied, blood-red eyes. Without time to identify what it was, Indu was scared enough to take 2 steps back. When he calmed down, he realized it was a puppet pressing its face against the window, and the red eyes were merely painted after being carved. As soon as it noticed Indu looking at him, the puppet excitedly began to bang on the window and opened its mouth. Whether it was the enclosed security booth blocking its sound or it didn't make any sound at all, Indu couldn't hear anything. And as a puppet, its speaking was just opening and closing its mouth, making it impossible to determine what it was saying. According to the rules, the security guard inside the booth was absolutely safe. So after the initial fright faded, Indu bravely walked to the window. He bent down to be level with the puppet's face. "What are you saying? Can you write?" The puppet seemed not to hear Indu's voice and continued excitedly banging on the window, its mouth flapping faster and faster. Seeing the puppet like this, Indu squinted and thought for a while, then held his hand in front of his face and shook it. But the puppet's gaze did not move with Indu's hand, it just fixated on his eyes. Seeing this, Indu stepped back a few paces and wandered around the room. No matter where he went, the puppet's gaze remained locked on his eyes. This situation was really strange, the manual had never mentioned the presence of such a puppet. Clearly, this was a situation that had never occurred before. Indu frustratedly rubbed his head. He hadn't yet figured out the secret of building for, and now this strange puppet appeared. Moreover, the eyes he saw in the surveillance couldn't all be like this puppet, right? He didn't need to worry about those outside the gate yet, but the parking lot was one of the places he patrolled. Thinking of the rule that stated at least 3 patrols per shift, he finally understood where the difficulty lay. This world was unlike his original world, the danger of nighttime patrols was hard to estimate. And right now, he knew far too little about this world. Compared to the mirrored world, the 6-person household felt like a beginner's village. Indu turned around, no longer facing that puppet. Not long after he turned around, the knocking sound outside the window gradually slowed until it stopped. The suddenly quiet security booth gave an eerie feeling. Thinking about how the community gate was surrounded by many strange beings, and the puppet standing by the window. The unknown amplified imagination, and for a moment, Indu even felt the puppet was right behind him. To prevent his imagination from continuing to torment him, Indu turned around. Fortunately, the puppet was still at the window, it just stood there blankly when Indu didn't turn, but as soon as he looked, it began to repeat its previous actions. Unable to figure out the true nature of the puppet before him and unable to extract any clues, Indu simply continued to search for leads about the outstanding employees. He thought there should be information about building for, which was more important to him at the moment. Indu began to rummage through boxes and cabinets, since he couldn't see any large equipment, perhaps the so-called screen was a tablet or a phone? But after searching around, aside from finding a remote control lying in a corner, he found nothing else. Wait, could it be? Indu picked up the remote and switched the signal source for the display. After switching through two sources, the screen finally transitioned from snowflakes to something resembling a wanted news report. With a blue background, the title read Outstanding Employee in large letters, followed by his photo, position, and name. Then there were two short paragraphs of text. 1. Outstanding employees must report to building for the next day. 2. Only outstanding employees can enter building for. Indu repeatedly read through it twice, revealing a puzzled expression. It wasn't that these two rules were difficult to understand. However, if the first rule's meaning was to mandate outstanding employees go to building for, then what was the purpose of the second, which repeated the same rule? Was it just an emphasis? Unable to figure out the meaning, Indu noted this point down, then switched the signal source back to the surveillance feed. As the video returned to the monitor, Indu's gaze immediately locked onto a pair of eyes. Originally, the surveillance outside the door was focusing on a face. Though initially startled, Indu quickly recognized that it was the puppet which had pressed against the window glass just moments ago. Indu turned to look at the window, and after a while, the puppet returned to the window and began knocking again. The scene repeated, and as before, the puppet only moved in accordance with Indu's gaze, or rather, it only fixed its eyes on the position of Indu's eyes. This was truly bizarre, however, Indu did not have time to study it further. An hour had passed, he was now allowed to leave the security booth to patrol. A complete patrol of the community would take at least half an hour, and there needed to be a 2-hour interval between each patrol. Doing the math, he would need at least 5.5 hours to finish his work. He only had 8 hours of work, and he was required to stay in the security booth for 2 hours, leaving him only half an hour of movable time. To avoid ending up short on time, Indu had to go patrol immediately. After all, he could not be sure what might happen on the patrol route. However, before departing, Indu checked his belongings. The newly acquired flashlight still had ample battery, the small lamp from his grandmother was fully charged and could give him 5 minutes of cover, and the MP3 his brother gifted could still play a curse unraveling song. Prepared and ready, Indu slowly walked towards the door. The security booth was absolutely safe, and the rules of patrolling were undoubtedly forcing him out of this safe zone. Chapter 50, You Need to Join the Revelry. The community at night was very quiet, not quiet at all. After opening the door of the security booth, Indu discovered that someone in the community was playing music. The sound is quite dynamic. At this time, playing music is simply disturbing the peace. Indu locked the security booth door behind him to prevent anyone from sneaking in during his patrol. After locking the door, he quickly turned his back to the main entrance, fearing that the puppet outside might see him and excitedly rush through the gate into the community. Until he confirmed the puppet's alliance, he didn't want to have any close contact with it. No, even after confirmation, he still didn't want to. After all, that puppet looked too much like a human, so much so that it sent chills down his spine. The feeling it gave to Indu was very similar to that of Mrs. Catface in Building 3. According to his usual patrol route, the first place Indu needed to go should be the parking lot, which was very close to the security booth. But when he thought of the footage on the monitor, Indu honestly decided to head first toward the location where the singing was coming from. At this time, it was more important to resolve the noise complaint. Their community was not large. After passing the first building, Indu realized that the source of the music should be the small square between the second and third buildings. The open space between the second and third buildings was large and had public sports facilities, which were usually the favorite gathering spots for the elderly in the community. When Indu reached the small square, his eyes were immediately dazzled by the colorful lights, followed by the deafening music. At this moment, Indu noticed that they had just finished a song and had now started a new round of disturbing the peace. Looking around the small square, there was truly something happening everywhere. On the left side, there was a skull spinning wildly on a Tai Chi wheel. In the middle, there were skeletons missing arms and legs dancing, occasionally clashing limbs that made crisp sounds accompanied by graceful parabolic arcs and the sounds of things falling onto the lawn. The scene was so beautiful that Indu instinctively stopped in his tracks. The skeletons immersed in music and dance did not notice his arrival. Indu quietly took 2 steps back, preparing to leave this somewhat crazy scene and head directly to the third building. But just as he turned around and hadn't had a chance to escape, a skeletal claw landed on his shoulder. Indu held his breath for a moment, then pretended to be calm as he turned around. Before he could speak, the owner of the claw spoke first. "Brother, want to join us?" Indu focused and noticed that this skeleton resembled Feng Qi, whom he had seen in the evening. It was also a somewhat dark skeleton, with blue ghostly fire flickering in its deep-set eye sockets. With his question, the previously thunderous music stopped, and all the skeletons present turned to face Indu. They all looked similar, with blue ghostly fire in their eye sockets. If the scene were dark now, making it impossible to see the skeletons, one might think they were phosphorescent. Facing the blue flames directed at him, Indu straightened his posture. This bizarre world of rules seemed to enjoy playing this trick, applying pressure on them, the gifted, in such a way that they would lose correct judgment amidst tension. And Indu truly felt the pressure now because he didn't know if there were any rules regarding this matter. This world was really different from the previous family of 6, as the map had expanded but the rules had clearly decreased. Just these two factors had significantly increased the overall difficulty. Now Indu truly hoped there would be more rules. After all, rules themselves are a kind of clue, and the more clues there are, the more helpful they are for passing through. Indu cast a somewhat dazed look at the skeletons in front of him, quietly holding a desk lamp in his hand. The cold sensation of the lamp made Indu's mind a bit clearer. He patted his clothes on his hands. With a look of regret, he said, "I am on patrol." Hearing Indu's response, all the skeletons changed their expressions. Seeing this, Indu continued, "But it's hard to refuse such enthusiasm. Shouldn't I join in for a song?" As he said this, he stepped forward, acting friendly, and put his arm around the skeleton brother who had just invited him. "After the song, I'll go back to my patrol." Indu silently cursed the unreliable self from before. Isn't it unusual for these skeletons to appear at night? He hadn't even made a note of it, catching him completely off guard for this wild party. Seeing Indu join in, the music finally started playing again, and the skeletons began to dance once more. Indu released his hand from resting on the skeleton brother's shoulder and started to awkwardly sway in place, his gaze sincerely searching the scene for any rules. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any rules, and instead got a close-up view of the skeleton's graceful dance. If he had to judge, it was not as exciting as the Tremble music video he had seen before. Moreover, after watching the skeletons for a while, he realized they weren't as frightening as those zombies that looked almost human yet were not. Resigning from trying to find rules in the surroundings, Indu finally began to carefully observe the dancing skeletons. These skeletons were dressed in different outfits, and the backs of their clothes had several lines of vague phrases printed repeatedly. "You need to join the revelry. Do not go too deep. Blue flames are rebirth. Abandon red blood." Could these be rules? But whether they were or not, Indu knew it was time for him to leave. His time was limited. If the patrol took too long, he would definitely violate the rules later due to insufficient time. When Indu turned towards the third building, the skeletons did not stop him. Not a single skeleton even noticed his movements. And before leaving, Indu also noticed some skeletons in the revelry had gone too wild and ended up temporarily separating from the group to find their own limbs. Clearly, participation in this party was not mandatory. Only you need to join the revelry, but perhaps the rules continued with the following phrase: "Do not go too deep." In the evening, for safety, he went to Grandma Meow's house, splashing water on Madame Catface. According to the records he wrote in the manual, after being splashed with water, Madame Catface would reappear 2 hours later. Indu cautiously walked into the building. The reason he suspected Madame Catface and the original him were on the same side was that the method of splashing water was too abrupt. In the records, he had only encountered Madame Catface for the first time on the 35th day. Before that, he had already seen Madame Catface during both the early and middle shifts. Even on the 36th day, the middle shift had caught Madame Catface. Yet under such circumstances, he was the only one who found a way to drive Madame Catface away. This was too unusual. Once inside the third building, Indu immediately directed his gaze to the railing at the top right. Sure enough, Madame Catface's figure appeared there. Chapter 51, Black Cat. "I'm here," Indu spoke up. Madame Catface did not reply, but turned and walked up the stairs. Indu felt a bit uneasy. After all, he still had no evidence to prove that Madame Catface was on his side. But he needed clues. Obviously, the fourth building was much more dangerous than facing Madame Catface, and he had to find more information about the fourth building before going. With this in mind, Indu took a deep breath and quickly walked up the stairs, slowing his pace only 5 steps away from Madame Catface. The lights in this building were already problematic, and the path following Madame Catface was noticeably darker than a normal hallway. Moreover, after passing the relatively normal stairs on the first floor, there were now many cobwebs in the hallway, and the wall paint was peeling off quite a bit. The whole place looked like it had been abandoned for many years. This brought some mental pressure to Indu. He shifted his gaze down to Miss Catface's feet. Miss Catface walked without making a sound but firmly occupied the space in front of Indu like a shadow. Indu looked at the lamp he held in his hand and flipped it to take out a flashlight. He turned on the flashlight and aimed it at Miss Catface. Feeling the light, Miss Catface turned her head. At that moment, in Indu's eyes, the black cat head ahead had transformed into a girl with short black hair. There was light in her eyes, dispelling the fear that originally lingered in Indu's heart. At first, Indu did not use the flashlight to check Miss Catface's true appearance, nor had he ever doubted the authenticity of her image. After all, in this strange world, it seemed unusual for any image to appear. But just as he pulled out the flashlight, a thought suddenly crossed his mind that perhaps Miss Catface was not really Miss Catface. Just like Feng Chi before, a person's appearance was merely a layer of skin over skeletons. Too bright, Miss Catface finally spoke in front of Indu. But this voice was completely inconsistent with her image. It lacked the crispness one would expect from a girl. However, this was exactly what was recorded in the manual. Miss Catface sounded like a woman in her 40s. Indu guessed that this might not be Miss Catface's true voice after all. Indu pointed the flashlight down at the path beneath his feet. It was too dark just now. I'm not like you, I can't see the road clearly in the dark. Miss Catface turned her head away. Staying in the dark for too long, sudden brightness makes it hard for me to see the road. But it seems those two balls of fire in your eyes are of no use, huh? She said, gracefully stepping over 2 more stairs. Upon hearing her words, Indu raised his eyebrows, realizing that he should be just like those skeletons outside. At that moment, he remembered what was written on the clothing of those skeletons and curiously asked, "What color are the flames in my eyes?" Miss Catface did not turn around this time. She walked up to a door and pushed it open, red, like they are going to burn everything around. The first time I brought you to my home, I really worried you would burn it down. In front of Miss Catface was a heavy wooden door, dark in color. The crack she opened revealed only darkness. Indu then took out his lamp again and followed Miss Catface inside. Upon entering, Indu could hardly believe he had stepped into a forest cabin. The room was filled with flowers and plants, and when he looked up, he could only see tangled branches and swaying vines, with no visible roof, but a glimmer of light was visible. Indu glanced down at his feet. Fortunately, the entrance was still a stone floor, and he did not step on any flowers or plants. It's truly amazing. Indeed, in the world of bizarre tales, one cannot use common sense to reason. If this house were really in the 3rd building, it would at least require the height of 3 floors combined. Digging out such a room in a building would be a huge project. Are you coming in? This time, the voice Indu heard had changed. The girl's clear voice instantly caught Indu's attention. Indu followed the sound and saw only a black cat remaining where Miss Catface had stood. He hurriedly aimed the flashlight at it, but did not see the black cat transform back. It seemed the flashlight had lost its original function here. This was truly amazing. It was Indu's first time witnessing a prop malfunction. Perhaps there was some rule here that negated the flashlight's power? Seeing Indu did not answer her question. But once again, he fell into his own world. The black cat elegantly took a few steps forward and stepped a paw on Indu's foot. I'm asking you a question? Snapped back to reality, Indu shook his head. He didn't know if there were any special rules in this house, but he understood that he needed to avoid the flowers and plants. In fact, he guessed that he needed to avoid the flowers and plants because those flowers and plants might be transformed from real people, meaning those sculptures that would turn into flower beds in his eyes. But that didn't mean touching normal flowers and plants wouldn't violate the rules, it just meant the punishment might be different. The black cat paced at the entrance. Aren't you coming in to take a look this time? No. Indu used the flashlight to shine around the house. Besides, if the black cat doesn't revert back under the flashlight's light, those flowers and plants might not actually look like what his eyes saw. Seeing that Indu didn't enter, the black cat simply sat down at the entrance. Perhaps thinking Indu was too slow, she spoke first. You splashed water on me this afternoon. The black cat licked her paw. Why? Indu didn't expect the black cat would bring up his strange behavior from the afternoon. He paused for a moment before saying, I went back to building 4 last night, and when I came out, I felt like I had lost some of my memory. For a moment, I almost forgot what I was supposed to do, who was truly on my side. Indu spoke with half-truth. However, that night I remembered everything again, so I decided to come find you. My job requires me to enter building 4 again tonight, but I'm afraid if I go out tomorrow, I might experience today's situation again. That would be a state worse than death, turning into a skeleton without a self. Upon hearing Indu mention his memory loss, the black cat stopped licking her paw and watched Indu warily. When he said he remembered everything that night, she tilted her head a bit. After Indu finished speaking, the black cat immediately replied, although everything sounds terrible, you brought a good piece of news. It seems my purification ability is not only effective for the living, but also for the dead like you. Doesn't this mean we might be able to expand our ranks? Purification? When did he mention purification? Indu felt confused for a moment and then realized that it was his earlier lie that led the black cat to make the wrong judgment. Unaware that he had switched to another person inside, after hearing his words, one would think his memory loss was due to entering Building 4. The black cat knew that entering Building 4 would lead to pollution, so she would think his slight memory loss was caused by the mental confusion due to the pollution. As for the purification the black cat mentioned, that was easy to guess. After all, he had done only one thing to the black cat that afternoon. No wonder after he splashed water on the black cat, he experienced those strange emotions. That should be the amplified negative emotions during purification. This means the black cat's judgment might not be wrong, that her purification ability against pollution might actually be useful for him. However, his pollution might not have reached a level to produce noticeable changes, so purification might be unnoticed. Yet regardless of whether the black cat was correct about the scope of her purification ability, Indu didn't think relying on it to expand their ranks was a good idea. Doesn't it take you 2 hours to rest after one purification? This was Indu's judgment based on the method against Catface misses. Since splashing water wasn't really the way to drive Catface misses away but was instead to trigger her purification ability, then why was it clearly stated that Catface misses would leave for 2 hours after being splashed? In order to purify more people, the duration Catface Mrs. left the hallway should be the shorter, the better. So those 2 hours were the time Catface Mrs. had to leave. It is another limit of her purification. Yeah. The black cat nodded. There are only 24 hours in a day. Even if you don't rest or sleep, you can purify at most 12 people. And once they step outside this building, they might encounter new sources of pollution and be contaminated again. Moreover, this method also has to consider their level of contamination. If the pollution is too deep, maybe your purification won't have any effect. As the black cat listened to Indu's words, her head sank lower and lower, looking very disappointed. Seeing her like this, Indu held back the urge to pet the cat and lightly coughed. What we need to do has never been about expanding our ranks, but rather correcting the mistakes. So, let's first discuss the issue of the 4th building. He was no longer the original Indu of this world. The clues about the 4th building that Indu held had now reduced to just one: be cautious about the times of entry and exit. But he suspected that the anomaly in this world was definitely connected to the suddenly appeared 4th building, which only excellent employees could enter. I have a limited amount of time to enter the 4th building. Where do you think I should start checking? Actually, Indu couldn't be certain if the original him had revealed any information about the 4th building to the black cat. However, even if he hadn't disclosed it, the black cat might possess other clues regarding the 4th building. After all, after everything abnormal occurred, the other residents of the community became sheep to be slaughtered, yet she possessed the ability to purify and transformed into the black cat lady in others' eyes. This uniqueness was too evident. The 4th building. The black cat's gaze was complex as she turned her head, seeming to be lost in thought. Chapter 52, Intelligence on the 4th building. The 4th building. Indu quietly watched the black cat's expression. To be honest, this expression clearly indicated that she was hiding something from him. After a moment, the black cat finally spoke, but rather than engaging in dialogue with Indu, it seemed more like she was talking to herself. Although the 4th building is the starting point of all mistakes, is the solution really in the 4th building? Perhaps we have no way. The black cat's voice grew quieter, until it became almost inaudible. The 4th building is the starting point of all mistakes? Indu repeated the black cat's words in his mind. This sentence carried a lot of weight. He looked at the black cat, still lost in her thoughts, and after contemplating for a moment, he pretended to be troubled and said, "But apart from the 4th building, where else can I start?" The black cat, called back to her thoughts by Indu's words, quickly shook her head. "Although the solution isn't in the 4th building, we still need the clues inside. You still have to investigate the 4th building." Hearing the black cat's words, Indu blinked. It seemed he had discovered something. So where should I start looking? I can say that I achieved nothing when I was in there a couple of days ago. You also know that it's much more dangerous inside than outside. If there's no clear target, perhaps I shouldn't go in tonight. Indu tentatively said. Upon hearing Indu's words, the black cat pressed her wildly swaying tail in a somewhat irritated manner. "I'm not sure where we can find the clues we need." Was she worried about not going to the 4th building? It seemed that the original him hadn't told the black cat that he must go to the 4th building. Indu's mood immediately relaxed a lot. His initial choice to hide his true intentions and not directly state them was indeed the right one. Although he and the black cat were currently in the same camp, they both had secrets and were on guard against one another. The black cat said his eyes looked like 2 balls of red fire. Normal people wouldn't have such eyes, so he definitely wasn't human now. Currently, the only beings he knew that had fiery eyes would be skeletons, so it was highly likely that he was also a skeleton. As for why the color of his flames was different from other skeletons, it is indeed worth his exploration. Unlike him, a skeleton, the black cat is merely seen as a living monster, standing firmly on the side of the living. How could it possibly accept him, a dead man, without any reservations? It is normal to be a bit wary. But no matter how much they distrust or guard against each other, they still stand on equal footing. Once she knows he must go to the 4th building, their relationship of mutual help and seeking clues would turn into one-sided aid. The 4th building would become a place he has to visit, shattering their equal relationship. Then the black cat could impose demands on him, instead of offering the necessary clues unconditionally, as it does now. Fortunately, the original him was not foolish and did not let himself fall into this passive situation. After a moment of distress, the black cat suddenly jumped up. "Right. The archive room. Maybe you can check the archive room." Archive room? So, the 4th building is not a residential layout, but rather has functional departments? What kind of place is it, and why is it the starting point of all mistakes? Indu's heart was filled with questions, but due to not being discovered that he was no longer the original Indu, he could only suppress all these inquiries. "Do you know which floor the archive room is on?" "I didn't see any archive room on the 1st floor a couple of days ago." Regardless of the nature of the unit or organization, the archive room is usually not open to the public, and naturally, it would not be located on the 1st floor where people come and go. Even if he had never been to the 4th building, Indu saying this would not cause any problems. Sure enough, the black cat did not doubt Indu's words. it shook its head and confidently said, "It's on the third floor, right next to the principal's office. The supervision on the third floor will be tighter than on the first and second floors, and there will be more people in white lab coats. You must be careful not to get caught." Hearing the black cat's serious warning, Indu nodded repeatedly, "I will be careful." With talk of the principal and white lab coats, it seems this fourth building is either a hospital or a research facility. After chatting with this little black cat for so long, he finally obtained some information he did not know. "Is there anything else I need to pay attention to?" The black cat thought for a moment, lowered its head, then raised it again to shake, "Nothing more." Indu understood that the black cat was hiding a lot of information from him, but without any entry point, he couldn't draw out the information he wanted. Perhaps after discovering more clues tonight, he would have something to lure the other party into speaking. "Then that's it, tonight I will find a way to go to the archive room in the fourth building to search for clues. If I find anything, I will come back to find you." After leaving the black cat's room, Indu quickly went downstairs to officially start his patrol. Although their neighborhood is old, they still attach great importance to security, and the patrol configuration has also been updated with the times. Before Indu returned as a security guard, their neighborhood had already implemented a patrol system. There are a total of 10 patrol points in the community, and security guards can leave a clock-in record by scanning with their phones. In the past, Indu had to scan all these clock-in points to complete a round of patrol. So although the rules did not specify the patrol route, Indu understood the patrol rules when he found the same device at the first patrol point. He needs to walk through all 10 patrol points to complete a single patrol. And in one night, he has to repeat this action 3 times. Ignoring the skeletons still partying in the small square, Indu quickly walked through all places except the parking lot in the fourth building. On this trip, he scanned a total of 9 clock-in points. Indu looked at the check-in situation on his phone and sighed helplessly. The patrol points in this world are exactly the same as in the original world. In other words, to complete a patrol, he must go to the parking lot to scan the last patrol point. Speaking of the parking lot, Indu couldn't help but recall the scene he saw in the surveillance. Just then, a cold wind blew by, causing Indu to shiver involuntarily. What exactly are those light spots? Chapter 53, In the Parking Lot. Indu circled back to the community parking lot. On both sides of this parking lot are brick walls, and at the far end is the community's enclosing wall, topped with a sheet of iron to block the rain. There are no lights installed inside, and looking in from the outside reveals only a patch of darkness. Indu picked up his flashlight and shone it inside, but the light simply seemed to be swallowed up upon entering the parking lot, unable to penetrate the darkness. This scene clearly told Indu that something was wrong with this parking lot. But he had no choice but to walk inside. Not only did he have to go in, but he also had to walk all the way to the back to scan the patrol point installed on the far wall. This damned world truly offers him no relief. Preparing himself mentally, as he approached the parking lot, Indu noticed an announcement hanging outside. Please pay attention to the following rules when entering the parking lot. 1. Please ensure you have no light sources on you. 2. Please do not make any sounds to avoid alarming them. 3. The time spent inside must not exceed 10 minutes. 4. Each person may only enter the parking lot once per hour. Upon seeing these rules, the tension in Indu's heart vanished, and instead, he laughed. Not allowing any light source means not just not using a flashlight, but also covering his eyes. Without the flashlight, after he adapts to the dark, he can still see a little, but with his eyes covered, it will be like truly groping in the dark. But that's not the main point. The key is, what is the significance of covering his eyes? If it's to prevent the light source from disturbing them in the second rule, then the first and second rules could be combined instead of listed separately. So, this rule's true intention is more likely to prevent him from seeing something. Indu recalled what he saw in the surveillance, but unfortunately, that blurry footage did not provide him with more information. Having no other leads, Indu decided to go in and take a look first. Since there are rules, as long as he follows them, he should be fine. Indu put away his flashlight and switched to a lamp, then silenced his phone, and finally took out some water tape from his toolbox to wrap around his eyes several times. Thus, with the lamp in his left hand, Indu stepped into the dark parking lot. The parking areas were on both sides, with a passage in the middle. So as long as he walked straight, he could reach the end. However, after just a few steps, Indu realized he had made a mistake. As a normal person, he couldn't guarantee that he was walking in a straight line after suddenly losing his vision. He should have found a blind stick for himself earlier. But now that he had entered the parking lot, turning back would mean he couldn't complete the patrol within this hour. In this situation, every step Indu took was extremely cautious, but even so, he inevitably bumped into something. Fortunately, his movements were slow enough to make no sound. Indu reached out carefully to touch, and the cold sensation was clearly metal or steel. He meticulously felt the shape of this object, which seemed to be made up of iron rods, likely a fence or iron mesh. Before he could figure out why there was such a thing in the parking lot, the hand he had resting on the rod suddenly felt a rush of wind. This wind was very rhythmic, like some creature breathing. With this realization, Indu's hand gripping the iron rod inevitably broke out in cold sweat. It was clear that there was an unknown creature beside him. No, thinking of the size of this parking lot, perhaps there was more than one. This realization made Indu's breathing slow down, fearing that even the sound of his breath would violate the second rule. Indu tried hard to drive the fear from his heart. Think positively, at least now he could use these railings to walk to the end. Just like that, feeling his way along the railings, Indu successfully reached the innermost part. He stretched out his hand to feel along the wall, searching for the security checkpoint. When he felt the checkpoint, he took out his phone and scanned it. Ding! Check-in successful. The abrupt mechanical sound echoed in the darkness, causing Indu's movements to freeze for a moment. Fortunately, his instincts reacted faster than his brain. His left hand instinctively turned on the lamp he held. He had clearly set his phone to silent mode. Why did it still ring? Having already violated the rules, Indu simply tore off the waterproof tape from his head, slow in opening his eyes, adjusting to the light. And when he finally opened his eyes, he saw a dozen emaciated people. They avoided the area directly illuminated by the lamp, surrounding Indu instead. Indu shook his hands and pulled out a flashlight from his toolbox, sweeping it over the crowd in front of him. But in the flashlight's beam, they showed no changes. If the parking lot wasn't a special space like the Black Cat's home that disabled the flashlight, it would mean that these emaciated, drooling, dazed-looking people were indeed real. As one of them, facing these individuals, Indu felt an indescribable emotion. Aside from the indescribable feeling, the discomfort of being surrounded by them also affected Indu. He turned off the flashlight, clenched his fists to remind himself to be more rational amid the pain, then gradually walked towards the exit, sheltered by the lamplight. As he walked, these people would make way to avoid the light but would instinctively crowd back around him after he passed. Indu initially thought there were only the 10 or so people who had just surrounded him, but as he walked outward, he found that the parking lot, aside from the central passage, was packed with people. However, apart from the dozens who had already breached the railings to surround him, the others were still restrained in place by the railings. He had already violated the rules. Logically, shouldn't all of them be able to attack him now? No, wait, initially, he only violated the second rule. The sound from his phone startled them, and they broke through the railings to come before him. This was the punishment for violating the second rule. The others standing further back must not have heard the sound, so they were not disturbed. To them, he had not triggered the second rule. But earlier, in order to save his life, he had used the lamp. The light from the lamp violated the first rule. Indu's gaze swept across the faces of the numb individuals locked behind the railings. But evidently, the punishment for violating the first rule was not executed by them. Indu walked out of the parking lot with a stern face. The people surrounding him in the parking lot did not follow him out this time. Clearly, even if they broke through the railings, they could not exit the parking lot. Indu turned off the lamp and quickly checked himself. Just from appearances, nothing had happened to him. Moreover, he did not have any hallucinations or other abnormalities that usually occurred after severe contamination. It seemed that violating the first rule brought him no punishment, but could that be possible? Indu looked back with confusion at the announcement hanging outside the parking lot. Not paying attention was one thing, but when he looked again, he found that there was actually a new rule added on the board. 5. If you find damage to the railings in the parking lot. Chapter 54, The fourth building is the home of the soul. Rules related to the fourth building? Indu was very certain that this fifth rule was definitely not on the notice before he entered the parking lot. Was the rule set to appear only after leaving the parking lot? Or did something change within him that caused this change in the rules? Moreover, this rule clearly guides him to go to the fourth building right now. If he doesn't go, those who walk out of the barriers will definitely act against him during his next patrol, and by then, he won't have the desk lamp to protect him. Indu anxiously rubbed his temples, trying to calm himself down. Unfortunately, it didn't help much. The overwhelming thoughts left him unsure where to begin. Maybe he shouldn't overthink it and should just head to the fourth building to check the situation. After all, he had no other place to search for clues now. Thinking about this, Indu helplessly looked at the desk lamp in his hand. His only life-saving skill was gone, and everything he did now was dangerous. However, the fourth building should not pose a fatal danger. At least, according to the records in the security work manual, he had entered twice and safely walked out. The real danger in the fourth building was the change in his cognition, turning him into an existence like Feng Qi. He still couldn't confirm whether this change in cognition was due to deepening contamination or another cause. If it was just the contamination, at least he now had two ways to purify it: Black Cat and the MP3. But if it was due to some other reason, he might not be able to fix it. At that point, he could very well get lost in this scenario. This was not the ending Indu was willing to face. As he had said, he would rather be a sober dead man than a soulless skeleton. Becoming a strange being was the one outcome Indu could not accept. While thinking about all this, Indu had already reached the dividing point leading to the fourth building. The so-called fourth building was not part of the community. Based on the route he took last time, the fourth building was at least 50 meters away from the community. And according to the rules of the Black Cat in parking lot, the fourth building was either a hospital or a research institute. A hospital or research institute located 50 meters away from his residential community? In reality, he couldn't find any building that matched this description. Their old community was planned in a residential area, with schools, the police station, and markets nearby, but there was no hospital, let alone a research institute. The fourth building was clearly a product of the rule-based scenario world, and the origin of all abnormalities. Indu walked through the flower-bed passage and arrived at the incredibly splendid fourth building under the spotlight. This time, there were no new roads beside the fourth building. Apart from the path he took, it was surrounded by flower beds in the center. From the outside, the building was only 3 stories high, but its area was not small. This was a completely different structure compared to the other buildings in the community, with even the doors being double glass doors. However, from Indu's position, the glass doors were a gray-green color, and he could not see inside at all. Indu looked down at his security uniform. It seemed the fourth building's disguise was targeted at him. It would only show its true appearance in front of those who could enter. Approaching further, Indu noticed a sign in front of the building, similar to the one at the parking lot entrance. However, this sign was larger than the one at the parking lot, and besides the printed text, it also had a designated space for public notices. Indu walked closer. Please follow the following rules when entering the fourth building. You must wear a uniform, and the uniform must match your identity. Remember the purpose of your visit here. If you forget, you can ask at the front desk. The staff inside Building 4 all wear white coats. Those wearing other colored clothes are not staff of Building 4. This is a paradise. The third floor is the internal area of Building 4, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. Violators will face heavy penalties. In addition to the rules, there is also a paper pasted on the sign that says, Building 4 Announcement. 1. Building 4 is a home for everyone's spirit. Please relax here, all problems will be easily resolved. 2. It is an honor to come to Building 4, and everyone will be proud of you. Compared to the seemingly flawed rules, this announcement feels even more confusing. It looks like brainwashing. As the term brainwashing emerged, Indu cautiously took 2 steps back. Wait, this thing wouldn't cause you to get caught just by looking at it, would it? But he didn't feel anything unusual. Just like when he violated the second rule in the parking lot, he couldn't find any changes in himself. Indu stepped forward and peeled off the paper. The paper was stuck with double-sided tape, and the mottled marks on the announcement board proved that this was not the first announcement. This was normal yet extremely abnormal. After all, this place is not the real world, and what is written on the announcement could very well be a clue. Indu stuck the paper back and then focused on the fourth rule, which was clearly cut off halfway, almost as if it was afraid of being discovered. This feeling was really bad. Ever since he entered this copy, he felt like a headless fly, trapped in all kinds of traps. Realizing that no matter how much he studied these rules, the words wouldn't change, Indu gave up on further exploration and directly walked toward the door of Building 4. When he reached the door, before he could clearly see his reflection in the glass, the door automatically moved apart. Is this actually an automatic door? Indu's thoughts flashed by, and he soon faced the person standing right in the middle. To be honest, Indu didn't really want to refer to the creature in front of him as a person. With gray-green skin, gray protruding eyes, and a body like a bag of bones, this being completely matched Indu's imagination of a zombie. The zombie stood behind the counter and was clearly the front desk of Building 4. On the wall behind her was a diagram of the internal structure of Building 4. After easing his discomfort, Indu started to memorize the map, but before he could even look for a few more seconds, the zombie at the counter interrupted him. Welcome to Building 4. How can I help you? The zombie revealed a perfect smile while speaking, but this did not lessen the discomfort Indu felt upon seeing her. However, through her voice, Indu determined that the zombie in front of him was female. After giving a quick glance and confirming that she was wearing a white coat, he finally spoke. Someone just told me that the barrier in the parking lot is broken. Hearing that the parking lot barrier was broken, the zombie's smile froze for a moment, but quickly her perfect expression returned. I understand the situation. Someone will handle the parking lot issue shortly, please don't worry. After casually responding to Indu, the zombie picked up the phone and made a call. Incident number 2 has occurred, please resolve it promptly. While the zombie was on the phone, Indu's gaze naturally turned towards the diagram behind her. The building had a total of 3 floors, the memory load was not large, but memorizing all the positions in a short time was unrealistic. Indu only had time to remember the route to the archive and the departments he would pass along the way. Of course, while committing this to memory, he also did not ignore the zombie's encrypted call. Connecting the zombie's response when she heard the news he conveyed, it made Indu feel even more vigilant. Clearly, the damage to the barrier in the parking lot is no small matter for Building 4. Is there anything else? After finishing the call, the zombie refocused its attention on Indu. Indu nodded. I am today's outstanding employee of the community. He spoke while observing the zombie's expression. Seeing the other person smile more genuinely after he spoke, Indu's heart raced. He had a strong feeling that he was the prey being targeted. Thinking back to the brainwashing content he had seen at the door, being named the outstanding employee was probably not a good thing. But he still had to reluctantly say things he didn't even believe. It is an honor to come to Building 4. Of course, everyone should feel honored to be in Building 4, the receptionist said. She then operated something on the computer and pulled out a round tag from the drawer. This is your number tag. Please keep it and wait in the rest area. When you hear your number being called, follow the instructions to the designated department. Okay, thank you. Indu had already looked at the map of Building 4, so he knew that the rest area was the first room to the left of the front desk. He didn't need to ask, taking the tag and walking directly towards the rest area. Chapter 55, Celebrate. The rest area of Building 4 is a separate room with a warm reminder on the door. Warm reminder, if you cannot find a seat in the rest area, please leave within 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Indu first picked up his phone to start the timer, then pushed open the door to the room. The room was draped in black cloth all around. When he first entered, the sudden drop in brightness caused Indu to fail to see the rest area clearly. This made him stop, wary. As his eyes slowly adjusted to the light, he carefully observed the room. It would be more accurate to call this room a private cinema rather than a rest area. There were only 10 seats in total, each one a massage chair, arranged in 2 rows with 5 seats each, staggered. From his position in the back, he couldn't tell if anyone was sitting in the massage chairs, but he could see the large numbers behind the chairs. The numbers in front were from 1 to 5, and the ones in the back were from 6 to 10. Looking at it this way, the rest area didn't seem designed to make him struggle to find the correct seat. Could the purpose of the rule be to force him to sit down? Indu looked up ahead. In front of the massage chairs was a large screen. Just as he looked up, the screen lit up and started playing a promotional video for Building 4. 2 large speakers on either side of the screen repeatedly broadcasted brainwashing phrases. Building 4, the spiritual home of people. Here, we have the most professional medical team, the warmest service experience. The promotional video kept repeating a few sentences, with the video cycling through 4 or 5 photos of the exterior and the front desk. Indu listened for a bit, not noticing anything strange. However, while observing, he noticed a small line of text beneath the video. Please sit according to the number on your tag, and wait to be called. Indu looked at the tag in his hand. Whether by coincidence or not, it had the large 4 written on it. The 4th seat was located in the middle of the first row, so Indu had to pass a few seats to reach it safely. He glanced again at the words, please sit according to the number on your tag. Indu carefully walked to a position aligned with the second row. He scanned the seats in the second row, and all 5 were occupied. However, to him, the figures sitting in those seats were mere human-shaped black shadows, like holes carved out of the human form. They looked even more unsettling than clear images of skeletons and zombies. Fighting the fear rising in his chest, Indu cautiously approached the 10 seat closest to him. He carefully observed the dark shadow, but he couldn't see anything, only noticing a number tag in its hand. Looking again at the dark shadow that showed no reaction to his scrutiny, Indu's mind sparked a bold idea. However, considering the current situation, Indu no longer lingered and walked towards the front row, about 3 meters from the big screen. Once seated, he could basically only see the screen in his line of sight. He glanced at the brainwashing promotional video and thought for a moment, pulling out paper and an MP3 from his toolbox. Standing aside, he wrote a few sentences and fiddled with the MP3, then he finally sat down in the only empty seat, number 4, just before the end of the 10-minute countdown. As soon as he sat down, the massage chair's air cushions automatically pressed against his body, binding him to the seat. However, the pressure didn't make him uncomfortable. On the contrary, the air cushions inflated and deflated in a very rhythmic manner, giving him a massage. At the same time, something rolled on his back, kneading his shoulders and waist. He wasn't wrong, this really was a massage chair. The massage chair was well adjusted, and the suitable strength made Indu unconsciously relax. The fatigue and pressure of the past few days were released with the gentle music. The 4th building truly was a great place, but only excellent employees could gain entry. The treatment he was enjoying was something only excellent employees could experience. He needed to work hard to become an excellent employee. How could he become an excellent employee? He needed assimilation, expansion. The massage chair was simply too comfortable. Indu unconsciously closed his eyes, and the music made his eyelids grow heavier. Indu was the first talent to clear the 6-home dungeon. After his successful run, countries that hadn't sent their notifications hurriedly sent the clearing process to their own talents. Most talents who received the clearing process successfully replicated Indu's actions and cleared 6-home before Sunday arrived. However, not everyone could successfully copy the homework. Some believed they could optimize the answers for a better solution. Among them, the Hebrew talent Benjamin went directly to destroy a pendulum clock instead of going to another home to get a watch. But as the pendulum clock burned, the flames did not create a safe zone for him like the other talents who got watches. Furthermore, the flames were an eerie blue. As the blue flames grew larger, in the unseen living room and rooms, the family members began to mutate, sprouting extra heads or growing additional hands. Although they didn't evolve into Neza, their power clearly increased significantly. As Benjamin pulled at the cupboard door, perplexed as to why it wouldn't open, the family members completed their mutation and approached him. As Benjamin angrily kicked and cursed at the cupboard, the family members had already surrounded him, completely unaware. When the shadow enveloped him, he finally turned around, realizing the situation too late. Looking at the eerie figures, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. His talent was substitution, which allowed him to control a dummy to act in his stead while he could stay in a safe place. The existence of the substitution was not time-limited, but injuries would present a normal wounded state, impairing his mobility. Additionally, the substitution could only withstand 3 fatal injuries. After 3, it would disappear, and in this dungeon, that talent could not be activated again. The downsides of this talent were quite obvious. First, its use was limited. Not every dungeon had a suitable hiding place for the true self, and the so-called safe zone found by the talent was not necessarily safe. Moreover, blocking 3 hits from damage could not match magic shield or resistance in terms of number. So in the online voting for talents, the stand-in ranks only to the 8th. However, this talent has a great advantage in this dungeon, because Grandma's room is clearly a safe zone in the rules. Benjamin's main body rarely steps out of Grandma's room, which is why he can survive until now, and the country is not in a hurry to give him hints. But now, facing such a dangerous situation, even if his stand-in is still there, it cannot help him change the situation. The comments in Hippo's live broadcast room are scrolling rapidly. Most people are cursing Benjamin for being arrogant, but some blame the failure on the country for not clearly writing the strategy and the first one to clear it, Indu. However, their frenzied attitude is not hard to understand. When the live broadcast of Hippo changes to show family members tearing Benjamin apart, more and more people in Hippo fall into madness. In the past 6 months, many lands in Hippo have been weirdly eroded. This time of failure means that their last piece of pure land will also fall. Facing a dead end, the people of Hippo behave frantically, which is very normal. After Benjamin's death, Hippo's live broadcast room did not go dark like other talent failure broadcast rooms but instantly turned into an overhead map. The people of Hippo can recognize that this is a shot of their country. You will ascend to true paradise, celebrate. Blood red text appears, and then the image in Hippo's live broadcast room freezes and no longer changes. Chapter 56, Code of Conduct for Excellent Employees. Indu lives in the Jaching community, working as a night security guard in the community. During the day he is an owner, and at night he is an employee. Due to his good work attitude and excellent ability, he has been rated as an excellent employee in the community for 3 consecutive days. The community provides great benefits, and excellent employees can receive a daily qualification to relax in the amusement park. The employees in the amusement park are even more outstanding than those outside the park. Everyone knows that only the most outstanding people can work in the amusement park. Joining the amusement park is everyone's goal, and Indu is no exception. Today, Indu also went to the amusement park to relax. Strangely, after he relaxed, he found an MP3 he had never seen before in his hand. The MP3 was wrapped in a piece of paper. Code of Conduct for Excellent Employees. 1. Strive to complete daily work. 2. Note the map of Building 4, find a way to the 3rd floor archive. 3. Record today's observations in detail, but do not let the second person see. 4. Do not let the second person discover this code, and do not reveal its content. 5. After finishing work each day, before resting, open the MP3 to enjoy the songs inside. Indu looked at the strange piece of paper that suddenly appeared in his hand and read it carefully several times. He was unsure where this paper came from. But the title made him pay attention. Code of Conduct for Excellent Employees. Codes and rules are quite common in his world, and for the good life of himself and others, these regulatory things must be followed. What confuses him is that the codes written on this paper are for excellent employees, but judging from the content, they don't quite match his impression of the requirements to become an excellent employee in the community, and can even be said to be completely unrelated. Indu's brows furrowed tightly. Code of Excellent Employees. Reading these 2 words, Indu's brows gradually relaxed. This is a code that needs to be followed, not a condition. Isn't it normal for them to be different? The requirements he knew for becoming an excellent employee in the community had always come from hearsay and speculation, and he had never seen any paper documents. But those still helped him become an excellent employee in the Jaching community. Now he received the code for excellent employees in the amusement park. Does this mean he is already undergoing the amusement park's assessment? Is there a chance to become an employee of the paradise? Just thinking about this possibility, Indu almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fortunately, he still remembered that he was currently in the paradise. In the paradise, one must remain quiet. Indu carefully folded the note and put it away. Everyone wants to be an employee of the paradise. If others found out that he got this chance, he would definitely become the enemy. Feeling hopeful about becoming an employee of the paradise, Indu left the relaxation area with a big smile and walked towards the front desk. Seeing Indu's expression, the receptionist smiled and asked, "How was your relaxation today?" "Good, very good," Indu said joyfully. While speaking, he glanced at the paradise layout chart behind the receptionist. According to the chart, the paradise had 3 levels. But the chart only marked the location of the relaxation area, which was the only place that external personnel could access. "What are you looking at?" Noticing Indu's gaze on the layout chart behind her, the receptionist, still smiling, obviously lost her earlier cheerfulness. Indu did not sense the change in the receptionist's mood. He looked at the layout chart with longing, his tone a bit passionate. "I really want to join the paradise. If I had the chance to join, that would be wonderful." As he said this, he felt a hint of pride in his heart. He had already obtained the ticket to join the paradise. As long as he acted according to the rules, he would definitely be able to join. Seeing that Indu seemed normal, only affected by his desire to join the paradise, the receptionist smiled kindly again. "I understand your feelings. Everyone wants to join the paradise. But even if you do not join the paradise, as long as you shine in your own position, you can contribute to creating a beautiful world. The purpose of the paradise is to allow everyone to live in a beautiful world. One day, all places will become paradise." Hearing the receptionist's heartwarming words, Indu nodded in agreement. He recalled the note he had just received in the relaxation area, and the passion in his eyes intensified. That note must be a test from the paradise. As long as he completed the rules, he could join the paradise. Although he also knew that if everyone worked hard, one day, all places would be as beautiful as the paradise. But who would want to wait to live the good life in the paradise in advance? Seeing the fire in his eyes, the receptionist encouraged him with satisfaction. "Work hard, and let's create a beautiful paradise together." Work hard? Isn't that exactly what the first rule says? It seems the receptionist was hinting that he should work hard according to the rules. But the rules are an unspeakable secret, so neither he nor the receptionist could openly say the rules and the requirements within the rules. "I will work hard," Indu said seriously. But after finishing, he felt a bit confused. The other rules were easy to understand, but how could he complete the second rule? As a non-employee of the paradise, he only had the qualification to enter the paradise relaxation area, so how could he have the qualification to see the paradise map? If he couldn't even see the paradise map, how could he record the map? This is simply an impossible task. Indeed, becoming an employee of the paradise is not an easy thing. Thinking this way, Indu lowered his head in disappointment, and the fire in his eyes dimmed considerably. Seeing Indu's emotions fluctuate so much, the receptionist was baffled. As an employee from the outside, an employee working on expanding the influence of the paradise, maintaining motivation is the most beneficial to the paradise. And this guy has already experienced the cleansing of the paradise. How can he be so sentimental? Shouldn't he be thinking about working hard to make all places into the paradise? Excuse me, do you have any concerns? The paradise is dedicated to making everyone happy. If you go out with such a lost heart, it will be the failure of paradise. The receptionist looked at Indu with concern on her face. Indu kept his gloomy appearance, not raising his head as he said, "Even if every place will someday become paradise, I will never have the qualification to join the initial paradise. I won't even know what it looks like in its entirety. Isn't that disappointing?" After saying that, Indu looked fervently at the map behind the receptionist again. This is the country of his dreams, the paradise of his dreams. The receptionist noticed Indu's gaze. This time she no longer doubted him as before, but felt comforted by his eagerness. Only those who yearn for paradise so much would work hard for it. But thinking of Indu's earlier disappointment, the receptionist worried that his emotions might affect his work efficiency. If she were in Indu's position, she too would long to join paradise, right? Even if she couldn't join, knowing more about paradise would be good. Empathizing with Indu, the receptionist felt pity for him in her heart. Outsiders don't know, but as an employee of paradise, she knew very well that paradise was already full, and no matter how eager others were, they couldn't join. Thinking about this, the receptionist took a manual from the drawer and handed it to Indu. Right now, it is indeed very difficult to join this paradise, but you must believe that other places will eventually become paradise. Before this goal is achieved, I hope this manual can motivate you to move forward. Indu did not feel that this manual was what he wanted the most at the moment, but he still gratefully accepted it. Chapter 57, Awakening. The noisy alarm bell woke Indu up. Maybe because of lack of sleep, Indu felt that his head was extremely heavy, and blurred memories told him that he should be lying on a massage chair now. But when he opened his eyes, the mottled sunlight and familiar room told him that he was lying in his own bed in his own room. Indu rubbed his temple and carefully recalled what happened last night. Last night, he went to Building 4 as per the rules. Feeling something was wrong after entering the lounge, he left a backup plan to guard against being brainwashed. Now it seemed that his worries were not unwarranted. After lying on the massage chair last night, he had no impression at all now. Indu picked up his still ringing mobile phone and turned off the alarm. It was 8:30 in the morning, and the alarm he set for this time last night was meant to remind himself to go to the front of buildings 1 and 2 to see if he could meet the child the security guard had encountered during the day. However, before looking for that child, he still needed to see if he had left any clues for himself last night. Indu forced himself to get up. He opened the curtains in the room, and the glaring sunlight made his mind much clearer. Meanwhile, the sunlight shining on his arm also sent a dull pain. Thinking about the state of his body, Indu quickly pulled his hand back and hid in the shadow. He looked down at his arm and saw no signs of injury. It seemed that the sunlight just made him uncomfortable. After confirming he was fine, Indu scanned the room and indeed found the notes he left on the bedside table last night. It appeared that he was indeed easily deceived after being brainwashed. But thinking about his brainless state, it seemed not surprising at all. Indu picked up the notes, and before he could flip through them, a small manual fell out from inside. He picked it up and found it was a promotional brochure for a nursing home. Indu quickly skimmed through it. The brochure introduced a nursing home named Renaissance Peace and Harmony, which accepted all those who became immobile due to difficult diseases or serious injuries. Patients who cannot take care of themselves must strive to restore normal life for them. In addition to regular medical care, the facility is equipped with an independent cinema, gym, game room, activity room, and other leisure areas. The accommodation is 4 people per room, with a total of 320 beds, including meals and lodging, costing $10,000 per person each year. Looking at the supporting facilities and then at this price, it truly can be called good value for money. But just by thinking about it, one can know that a nursing home cannot be this cheap. Clearly, this place hides other secrets. Moreover, if he is not mistaken, this so-called Rane-i Johan nursing home should be the predecessor of Building 4. So, what exactly happened in this nursing home? Perhaps the archives can really give him an answer. Indu put the brochure into his toolbox and then looked at the records he had left behind. The receptionist gave me a manual that describes the paradise, which really makes me yearn for the paradise even more. The current paradise has only this one place, Building 4, our pure land only has one. But as long as we work hard, every place in the world can become a paradise. Indu stopped after reading the first paragraph. The so-called manual should be the one he just saw, right? But Indu took the manual out of his toolbox again. He looked at it repeatedly but couldn't find any sentence related to paradise inside. This is clearly just a promotional brochure for the nursing home, right? Could it be that the polluted things he sees are different from the normal him? This guess made Indu's body shudder. Moreover, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this guess was correct. Before entering the parking lot last night, he clearly saw only 4 rules for the parking lot, but after coming out, there were 5 rules. At that time, he thought the 6th rule could only be seen after coming out of the parking lot. Now thinking about it, it should be because he violated the 2nd rule, which led to the pollution, allowing him to see the 6th rule. And the incomplete rules he saw in front of Building 4 were probably also due to pollution. This place is indeed much more dangerous than the previous instance. Unexpectedly, there were so many twists and turns in reading the rules. After leaving the paradise, I returned to the security booth. Outside the booth, there was a strange animal. Every time I turned to look at the window, it would desperately bang against the glass. I really wanted to catch it and take it to the animal room, but at night, I can't open the community's main gate. It would be dangerous. Forget it, the security booth is very safe. It can't break the glass. After 2:30, I took the patrol stick and began my second patrol. There were no abnormalities in the animal room. They were all properly kept in their cages, and I left after finishing the clock-in with my eyes covered. Today, the residents in the community were very active. The activities in the small square continued until 5, and when I finished my patrol at 5:30, everyone left one after another. By then, the ground already had faint sunlight, but it didn't seem to affect anyone, which is really great. But we still need to work a little harder to turn the community into a true paradise, so that everyone's activities are no longer limited. In the last hour before the end of work, I wrote about today's work situation in the security work manual. During the shift change, Jiangqi came a little late to hand over and almost missed the handover time. He didn't seem to have much energy either, probably because he didn't sleep well last night. When I returned home, there was no one else or any animal at home. After tidying up a bit, I decided to take a nap before I had to go back to Building 4 at night. Animal? Animal room? Is this talking about the parking lot and the group of people locked inside the parking lot? If so, then the animals in the rule that says beware of animals should also mean living people. No wonder yesterday he stayed active in the residential area for such a long time and saw no animals at all. Before, he was still guessing that these animals might mean black cats only. Now it seems he was thinking far too simply. But this beware means beware of what exactly? Except for breaking the parking lot rules, all the living people he saw at other times had no attack power. The parents at home had no intention to hurt him at all, and the old people at Granny Meow's home had no ability to hurt him either. The most dangerous person he had seen so far had to be Brother Chen with his unstable moods, but Brother Chen was clearly a dead person. There was not much written on the paper. It seems that he did not encounter anything special last night. This made Indu feel a little disappointed. He had thought that after being brainwashed, it could bring him more clues that he could not explore himself. Forget it, a person should not be too greedy. The information he has now is already enough. Right now, finding the child is more important. Chapter 58 Rules for Clearing the Mirror World. Considering the problem of sunlight, Indu only left home after fully arming himself. The residential area in the daytime was especially quiet. Those skeletons were very likely sensitive to sunlight like him, so they did not come out. As for living people, Indu guessed that most of them were probably locked in the parking lot. Yesterday was his first day coming to this world, and everything that happened on that day told him how dangerous the situation of living people was. And standing on the side of living people, he himself was even more dangerous than them. After all, he was an existence that neither of the two groups welcomed. And moreover, if Indu was not wrong, today the outstanding employee among the security guards should still be him. So although he showed nothing on his face, his heart was full of anxiety. After all, he had already escaped the hypnotized state. With his current condition, going to Building 4 again tonight might not be safely fooled through. If the strange beings in Building 4 noticed his abnormal state, then only two endings would be left for him. One was to be directly killed by a blade, and the other was to be completely brainwashed, keep deepening his own pollution, and finally fall and sink into this instance forever. Indu did not want either of these two endings. Holding heavy worries in his heart, Indu came to the space between Building 1 and Building 2, and sure enough, he saw a child. This was a little boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle. He wore white clothes, and from far away he gave people a feeling of closeness. But after getting closer, his hollow eyes made Indu stop his steps without realizing it. This kind of hollowness was different from the hollowness of his family members before breakfast in the previous instance. At the moment he met the boy's eyes, Indu felt as if he was completely seen through. Everything about himself was nakedly exposed under the sunlight, which was not a comfortable thing at all. But Indu quickly adjusted his mindset. In this abnormal residential area, a child who could appear alone in broad daylight would definitely not be an ordinary child. He had already guessed this long ago. Besides, judging from the contents of the dayshift security guard's work manual, this child would not bring any deadly danger. Thinking of this, Indu relaxed a bit more. He held the hammer tightly behind his back with his left hand and carefully walked forward. "Little kid, why are you here alone? Where is your family?" The little boy did not answer Indu's words and only continued to look at Indu with hollow eyes. At such a close distance, Indu could clearly see his own reflection in the boy's eyes, but that reflection was his true appearance. A skeleton with strange light flashing in its eyes. Does this mean that in this child's eyes? He did not have a false shell, he was a real skeleton? This child, like the black cat, can see the real him? Finding the common point between the two, Indu suddenly had a guess. Could this little boy have some relation with that black cat? "Little friend, do you know the black cat?" "A very pretty big sister," Indu asked. After Indu spoke the black cat with a trying heart, the little boy's face finally had a bit of change. Cat, sister. Sister? Indu carefully looked at the little boy's looks, then recalled the black cat girl's looks. Alright, he was face-blind, he really could not see if the two had any similar place. But these were not important. What he could now more confirm was that the key to clearing this instance should be the black cat and the little boy. The two of them were both more abnormal existences in this instance, like key NPCs in a game. So, you are here to find the black cat sister, right? The little boy did not give a sure look or action, he only picked words from Indu's words and read them like a repeater. Here find cat sister. Seeing this point, Indu finally understood the working rule of this robot little boy. He looked like he could only repeat what he heard and what existed in his system. Then have you found cat sister? No. Can you enter the building inside? Cat sister may be inside the building. Cannot. Indu simply asked two sentences, then realized this way of asking was really low in efficiency. Maybe even a whole day later he could not get useful information from the little boy's mouth. He sorted the information he needed in his heart, then spoke again to the little boy to ask. If you find cat sister, will you go with cat sister to the fourth building? Will not. Will you go with cat sister to leave the residential area? Leave the residential area. Will you go home together with cat sister? Indu continued to ask. This time the little boy did not answer, his eyes were still empty. At this time, as time passed second by second, the sunlight went around the buildings and shone on Indu's head. Even though he already wore a hood and a duckbill cap, Indu still felt a bit of burning heat, making him feel his head was on fire. Then look at the child in front of him, his figure actually began to become blurry. So this was the reason why after the day shift security guard walked one round, he could no longer see the child. This child's appearing time was very limited. Indu understood he could not delay, he wanted to continue to ask, but not going home, where else could such a small child go? Just as he thought this, the words Run Ai Yoha Nursing Home appeared in his mind. He also spoke this name without thinking. After the little boy heard Indu's words, he indeed gave a reaction, nursing home. Is the nursing home not the fourth building? This child does not go to the fourth building, even wants to leave the residential area, but the destination is the nursing home? Indu was turned around a bit confused. How are you going to the nursing home? The nursing home is not the fourth building. Is Cat's sister taking you to the nursing home? Not, the little boy answered. The nursing home is not the fourth building, not the black cat taking him to the nursing home. Then what else is there? Could it be that someone will come to pick you up? Indu asked with a frown. If there really is this person, then he is very likely outside the residential area. Someone, the little boy answered halfway. A beam of light shone onto his body, his figure instantly disappeared in front of Indu, and finally one paper note fell to the ground. Indu quickly picked up the paper note. Mirror World Clear Rules. 1. Help the little boy find his sister and help them leave the residential area. Clear rules? Indu really did not expect that the clear rules would be obtained so simply. The rules seem easy enough. Could it be that this copy is so simple? Or is the true difficulty of clearing the game and leaving the community? Speaking of which, it seems he hasn't discovered any rules related to leaving the community. Chapter 59 Zhangqi. Indu recalled all the places he had walked through yesterday. Because of the patrols, he had basically walked almost everywhere in the community. However, aside from the parking lot in Building 4, he hadn't seen any rules anywhere else. Last night, due to the puppet outside, he hadn't approached the main gate. He only confirmed through the controller and surveillance on the table that the main gate and his original world were the same, both having remotely controlled electronic locks. However, in the real world, the residents of the community all had keychains that could open the door, so the security guard only needed to stop a stranger when they noticed them. But now that this world treats leaving the community as a clearing task, entering and exiting must be no simple matter. Most likely, whether one can enter or exit is controlled only by the controller inside the security booth. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Indu's forehead. At this moment, he realized that as a security guard, he actually didn't know the requirements for entering and exiting the main gate. Let alone in the world of rules, even in the real world, letting outsiders into the community is a risky business for a security guard. Putting aside the rules for entering and exiting that he was still completely unaware of, one of the security guard's codes clearly stated that as a security guard, he has the duty to ensure the safety of residents in the community. If he lets any dangerous individuals into the community, has he not failed in ensuring the safety of the residents? At this moment, Indu couldn't help but feel thankful that he was the night security guard, and during the only hour he was awake last night, no one asked to enter or exit the community. By sheer chance, he had narrowly escaped a calamity. It seems that in the world of rules and strange tales, his luck had indeed improved a little. Initially, Indu wanted to postpone finding the rules of the main gate and first prioritize resolving the crisis he faced at Building 4 tonight. But now it seems that neither matter can be delayed. Today is destined to be a sleepless day. Since he had no ideas on how to resolve the crisis at Building 4, Indu decided to first check near the main gate to see if he could find any rules. As he walked towards the security booth, Indu naturally thought of the daytime security guard. The day security guard Zhangqi, in Indu's memory, was a man around 50 or nearly 60 years old, who loved to sit at work every day watching short videos on his phone. In the real world, the day shift doesn't require patrolling, only sitting in the security booth guarding against people coming and going. During the day, there wouldn't be many crazy people trying to sneak into the community. You could say that in their old community, the day shift was the easiest job, the night shift was next, and the most hectic was the afternoon shift responsible for Feng Qi. Originally, Indu was supposed to recognize Zhang Qi in this world when he changed shifts today, but since he was already in a hypnotic state during the shift change, he now didn't have any impression of Zhang Qi in this world. Before the security booth came into view, Indu saw a teenager in a blue short-sleeved security uniform swaying on the road with a riot baton, his cheeks all puffed up as he muttered something. At first glance, he didn't seem very bright. Indu stopped in his tracks and only spoke tentatively after the other approached him, Zhang Qi. Hey, Duge, why haven't you gone home to catch up on sleep? Zhang Qi rushed over and casually hooked his arm around Indu's shoulder, appearing like close buddies. This overly lively and enthusiastic demeanor felt very harmless, making Indu feel a moment of discomfort. Can't sleep, just came out for a walk. Indu said as he discreetly observed Zhang Qi, who bore not a trace of resemblance to the person in his memory. Suddenly, he became alert there was something very strange about Zhang Qi. Indu's gaze lingered on Zhang Qi's uniform for a few seconds. A short blue security uniform. In reality, Indu also had the same kind of blue uniform, and being drawn to Jiang Qi's age, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with Jiang Qi's outfit at that moment. But upon careful recollection, Fang Qi had also worn a long-sleeved black uniform yesterday. Most importantly, Jiang Qi's arms were completely exposed to the sunlight, yet there was no sign of discomfort whatsoever. Indu looked at Jiang Qi's arms shining in the sunlight and quietly extended the fingers he had hidden in his sleeve. The almost burning pain felt like flames scorching him, making Indu nearly cry out in pain. But because of Jiang Qi's presence, Indu had to endure the pain, retracting his fingers back into his clothing. His gaze towards Jiang Qi held a hint of inquiry. Jiang Qi did not seem to notice anything. He was still cheerfully talking to Indu, saying, "Do go, if you have nothing to do, why don't you help me watch the security booth and let people in and out? Just now, some residents in Building 3 complained again. I need to check it out, but right now is exactly when the most people come in and out at the main gate." In the real world, Indu would casually agree to such a small task. But this was the world of strange rules and tales. He had to maintain a skeptical attitude towards anyone and anything. Why did Jiang Qi want him to help watch the security booth? Before he noticed him, Jiang Qi did not seem troubled at all about having to leave the booth. Besides, the rules required every shift to patrol 3 times. Even if Jiang Qi had to leave the booth because no one had complained, he would eventually need to leave anyway. So, locking the gate from the outside to prevent anyone from entering should have been completely normal for Jiang Qi. Wait, speaking of rules, he recalled that there was indeed a rule: the security booth was an absolutely safe place for security personnel, but never let anyone else enter. The rules never stated that it was only when security personnel were in the booth that they could not let others in. That was why he would lock the door before his patrol yesterday to prevent anyone from entering. But now Jiang Qi was openly inviting him into the security booth. Could it be that Jiang Qi's rules regarding security were different from his? Du Ge? Why are you hesitating for such a small favor? If you don't want to help, just say so, I won't blame you. Seeing that Indu had not spoken for a long time, the enthusiasm in Jiang Qi's eyes dimmed somewhat, but he still wore his cheerful smile, and his words were very understanding. Indu smiled bitterly, because he was unclear about Jiang Qi's rules and the rules of entering and exiting the gate. He found himself in a dilemma. In fact, he had even started to regret greeting Jiang Qi just to confirm his identity. Fortunately, at this critical moment, his mind wasn't completely at a standstill. After Jiang Qi finished complaining, he used his genuine expression to make up for his earlier silence, saying, "I'm just worried. Although I really want to help you with this favor, you also know that I've been on night shifts lately, and during night shifts, I barely see anyone, and no one comes in or out. I've started to feel unfamiliar with the residents in the community." Indu said sincerely. He was genuinely very unfamiliar with the residents in this community. If I accidentally let the wrong person in, the responsibility. Indu's brows furrowed tightly, making a difficult expression. Chapter 60: Leaving the community. If I accidentally let the wrong person in, the responsibility. While speaking, Indu naturally kept an eye on Jiang Qi's expression. Seeing Jiang Qi about to speak without any hesitation, he quickly continued, "Neither of us can bear that responsibility." Jiang Qi began to speak the moment Indu stopped talking. He wanted to chime in. But the more eager he was, the less likely Indu was to help him. However, he also didn't dare to refuse Jiang Qi directly, so before Jiang Qi could finish speaking, he quickly said, "But I can explain the situation to the owners who are coming in and out. You just focus on handling the complaints." As soon as he finished speaking, Indu didn't wait for Jiang Qi to retain him and hurriedly walked toward the security booth. As he walked away quickly, he didn't see the expression left behind him, but he could feel the fiery gaze fixed on his back. Jiang Qi must have been very touched by such colleague love. When he arrived in front of the security booth, there were 2 skeletons standing outside the gate, with blue flames dancing in their eye sockets. Seeing that Indu was not wearing the security uniform, the light in their eyes dimmed, and they ignored Indu's presence. Seeing this, Indu ignored them as well. His eyes searched around the gate for the rules of entry and exit. Hard work pays off. After searching for a while, he noticed a sign standing outside with the rules written on it. His angle wasn't great, but he could barely see all the content on it. Rules for entering and exiting Jiaqing community to ensure the quality of life for the residents and improve the safety of the community. The following rules are established. 1. The community gate is only open between 6 o'clock and 11 o'clock. 2. To enter or exit the community, you must hold the community resident certificate, which must be verified by the security before passage. 3. Besides the main gate, no other places in the community may be entered or exited. These 3 sparse rules weren't exactly simple. Of course, this complexity didn't refer to himself. As a resident of the community, he was still a security guard and should have a resident certificate. But neither the black cat nor the kid from earlier were clearly normal residents of the community. They likely did not possess such a thing. Indu's gaze rested on the sign for a few seconds. After confirming he had memorized the rules, he turned and quickly left the gate. He needed to go home to find his resident certificate. Upon returning home, Indu, according to his habits, rummaged through a drawer in the shoe cabinet at the entrance and found a card. Number 003 name, Indu room number 1 to 301. The information was crude, and it had no photo. From the material, it only appeared to be a simple piece of copperplate paper, not an IC card or ID card. Indu frowned slightly. So how did the security guard match the card to a person? Or could anyone enter and exit the community as long as they had a card, even if it was counterfeit? Filled with questions, Indu took his card to the gate. When he came this time, Jiang Qi had returned to his post, and he was checking the residence certificate of a person wanting to enter the community in front of the gate. Indu focused on his every move. He saw the skeleton outside cautiously handing over a wrinkled card, but Jiang Qi didn't take the card. He merely pressed down on it with his index finger, and then opened the gate to let the person in. Indu pulled out his card and held it up at the angle where Jiang Qi had been checking the other card. Under the sun, the entire card was printed with faint golden characters spelling Indu. It seemed this card had an anti-counterfeiting feature. But this still didn't explain how the security guard matched the card to the real person. Recalling the obviously battered card that the previous person had, Indu had a guess. Holding the card, Indu walked up to the gate and handed the card to Jiang Qi. Seeing that it was him wanting to go out, Jiang Qi raised his eyebrows in surprise, saying, "You're going out?" "I've got something to do," Indu replied. "Well, good luck." Jiang Qi didn't even check Indu's card. He smiled and respectfully gestured for him to leave. He seemed to have ulterior motives. It felt as if he was eagerly hoping that Indu would never return. This added a bit of psychological pressure on Indu, but he was not worried. According to the rules, as long as he held the residence certificate, he could safely enter and exit the community during the specified time. As he watched the big gate slowly open, Indu casually put the card into his toolbox, then straightened up and stepped out. Outside the community gate was a vast open space, with a row of flower beds between it and the road. In the previous world, this open space would be filled with cars every day. But in this world, the space was frighteningly clean, not even a fallen leaf in sight, yet the flower beds remained. Looking at the familiar yet strange empty road, feeling the unusual tranquility, Indu cautiously took out a hammer from his toolbox for self-defense, then pulled out a flyer for the Rene Ayoha Sanatorium. This was the purpose of his outing. Based on his guess, the Rene Ayoha Sanatorium should be the predecessor of Building 4. However, from the flyer, it seemed that the sanatorium's address was near the community, not within it. Although he didn't know what anomaly caused direct access to Building 4 from within the community, he thought that if the address was correct, he should be able to reach Building 4 after leaving the community. Leaning against a doorplate discarded in a corner, Indu slowly walked toward the sanatorium. This world was eerily quiet. He hadn't seen a single person along the way. Just as Indu pondered whether everyone here was hiding in dark corners away from the sunlight, a skeleton wrapped in a black garbage bag jumped out from a trash can in the corner, quickly grabbing Indu's arm with one hand while the other reached out to catch him. If it were the former Indu, he might have been taken down easily. But after working as a maintenance worker for several years, Indu had gained some strength. He forcefully swung his arm and directly shook off the skeleton's claw. At the same time, he stepped back a few paces to evade the skeleton's other claw, and the hammer still in his hand came into play. He pushed it forward and let go, and the hammer fell directly onto the skeleton's foot bones. "Ah!" The skeleton let out a sharp cry, not knowing whether it was in pain or anger. Indu innocently waved his hand and quickly kicked the hammer to retrieve it, saying, "Sorry, it was a mistake." It really was a mistake. He aimed for the creature's claw, but didn't expect the wooden handle to be too slippery, causing him to miss. He felt a bit ashamed of his profession. The skeleton had no interest in listening to his excuses. After the pain eased slightly, it limped and charged at Indu again. Indu dodged left and right, managing to avoid getting caught. But the skeleton was quite resilient and chased him for 5 or 6 minutes, and in the process, it lost a black cloak. "No. I'm saying, brother, you should at least tell me what you want. You can't catch me by force like this." Though he had strength, his stamina was lacking. Indu stopped, helplessly watching the skeleton trying to launch a new attack as he paused. Hearing Indu's words, the skeleton, after missing again, unusually stopped, flames flickering in its eyes. "I want a resident card, give me a resident card. I want a resident card, give me a resident card." A normal person couldn't possibly read expressions on a skeleton, but the skeleton's madness still frightened Indu. Before leaving the community, Indu had guessed that the resident card mentioned in the rules was key for entering and exiting the community, so he had hidden the card in his toolbox. But now, seeing the state of the skeleton, he worried that it might become enraged and attack him if it couldn't find the resident card. Indu gripped the hammer tightly, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings, ready to escape at any moment. With just one glance, he suddenly discovered that to his left was actually the Rene Ayoha Sanatorium. Without knowing it, he actually ran to here. Is this a coincidence? Before Indu could think more, the skeleton had already forced its way close, to about 2 meters away from Indu. Take it out, I saw it, you came out from the residential area, you definitely have a resident card. Indu helplessly reached into his pants pocket. To be honest with you, I already do not have a resident card. How is that possible? Without a resident card, how dare you leave the residential area? Without a resident card, you cannot return to the residential area. You are lying to me, the skeleton said with certainty. Indu put away the hammer, raised both hands high. I can let you search me. Actually, I did not leave by choice. If it were possible, who would not want to stay properly in the residential area? That skeleton held an attitude of distrust and seriously searched Indu from head to toe. Being searched was not comfortable. Indu kept warning himself in his heart, being touched will not lose a few pieces of flesh. After all, he now does not have even one piece of flesh. After being searched again and again, the skeleton finally went crazy. None, how can there be none? He staggered back 2 steps, then suddenly roared like mad, you lied to me. You must be lying to me. After roaring, he stretched out his hand and was about to attack Indu. And at this moment, in Indu's raised hand suddenly appeared a claw hammer, the claw part facing down. Indu used force and smashed hard toward the temple position of the skeleton's head. The skeleton fell over toward Indu's direction in response. Indu hurriedly retreated several steps, his gaze looking toward the skeleton on the ground. As expected, just like last time with Fong Fong Chi, even though he used his greatest strength, he still could not knock even a tiny crack into this skeleton head. It seemed this skeleton was also like Fong Chi, it was only knocked unconscious by the attack, and after a short while it would get up and continue going mad. Indu clenched the claw hammer and swept his gaze around the surroundings. Following his movement, the surroundings at it made faint sounds. It seemed the skeletons secretly peeping at his resident card had all retreated. It was unknown whether they truly believed he did not have a resident card in hand, or feared the force he had shown. But no matter what, he had obtained temporary safety, and it was time to look for new clues. Indu turned his head to look at the front, the Ran Ayuhi nursing home. The nursing home's surrounding wall was very high, looking at least 3 meters, with sharp spikes standing on top. The main gate was an iron gate, as tall as the wall. These setups looked like they were preventing someone from running out. The nursing home's wall had long turned yellow, looking very old. The inside of the yard was silent, but looking in from the gate, the lawn and trees inside did not look like they were not trimmed by anyone. This was not a place abandoned for a long time. Indu searched around the entrance once, and did not see anything related to rules. Seeing this, he did not dare to directly enter the nursing home, but instead circled around the nursing home to search. More than half an hour later, he returned to the entrance again. The nursing home's gate was not locked. With a bit of force the gate could be opened. Indu pushed the gate open and carefully walked inside. Along the way he was still searching for the nursing home's rules. But until he walked to the front of the first building inside the yard, he did not see any rules. The first building here looked like a dormitory building. Every floor's windows were firmly sealed with iron bars. The rusty iron bars left a layer of rust marks on the wall surface. The whole building gave off an ominous feeling, and even vaguely it seemed as if a layer of fog surrounded this building. Indu hesitated for a moment, but still chose to walk toward the entrance. However, he was not able to enter this dormitory shrouded in strange aura. A chain blocked his path. This chain was as thick as a baby's arm. Even using a chainsaw would take an hour or 2 to cut it open. Indu wanted to start with the lock, but following the chain to look around he discovered the lock on the iron chain should be inside the door. This undoubtedly means that there is someone inside the building. The thought of someone in the dormitory building made the silent atmosphere of the sanatorium even more terrifying for Indu. He could only suppress his discomfort and try to peek inside through the gap in the door. But whether it was because the lights were off inside or something was blocking his view behind the door, Indu could only see darkness. Just as he was about to give up on observing, he vaguely heard a sound of footsteps. Seeing this, Indu abandoned the idea of peeking and pressed his ear against the door to listen. The footsteps inside were chaotic, and from the sound, there seemed to be quite a few people, but they were not walking towards the main door. Aside from the footsteps, Indu faintly heard a sound like a heartbeat, and after a while, there was a rush of air, as if someone was breathing right by his ear. Breathing? Indu quickly stepped back a few paces and looked at the gap in the door. But just like before, it was dark in front of him. Indu frowned and took out his phone to check the time. It was already noon, and he didn't have much time to waste. Instead of lingering in this place with no clues, it would be better to check somewhere else. Indu turned and left the dormitory building to circle around to the back. Behind the dormitory was another familiar building, Building 4. Not just the building, even the notice board at the entrance was the same as what Indu had seen last night, but the content had changed. Renai Yoha Sanatorium Office Building Rules. 1. Please keep quiet in the office area. 2. There are no patients in the office building. If you see someone in a patient's outfit passing by, please close your eyes immediately and stand against the wall until the footsteps fade away before continuing your actions. 3. This is a very normal office building with no life-threatening dangers. Please ignore any cries for help you may hear. 4. In case of danger, make sure to shout out effectively for help. 5. If you want to enter the office building, do not wear white clothing. When Indu saw the rules, he first surprisingly didn't analyze them but instead breathed a sigh of relief. It felt as if he had been traumatized by the rules of this strange world, and not seeing rules made him even more anxious. After a moment of self-mockery in his heart, he seriously analyzed the rules. To be honest, there was nothing complicated to interpret in these 5 rules. Apart from the third and fourth rules seeming somewhat contradictory, there was nothing difficult to understand. But actually, the third and fourth rules assume different identities for him, so it can't really be called a contradiction. Just because he couldn't be the rescuer doesn't mean he can't be the one needing rescue. He just didn't know if he shouted for help, who would come to save him. As for the white clothing, he didn't have much white clothes in his closet because he found them hard to clean. Today he wore a gray-blue jacket when he left the house. After confirming he had memorized the rules, Indu walked towards the main entrance of the office building. As he stood in front of the door, the glass doors of the office building automatically moved apart, and at the same time, an extremely loud broadcast sounded. Welcome to Rinai Yoha Sanatorium. We are committed to creating a better world for patients. Never mind the content of the broadcast, just this sound was almost announcing his entrance to the whole place. Indu stood up, fully alert, and walked into the office building. Chapter 62 Inside the Sanatorium. The reception area of the office building looked just like Building 4, the only difference being that there were no zombies standing at the front desk. And the office building was as silent as the outside. So quiet that before he saw anyone, Indu already keenly heard the sound of footsteps. He quickly moved to the wall and prepared himself. However, unexpectedly, the person coming was not one in a patient's outfit, but a middle-aged man with a kind face, wearing a white coat, and only exposing a small section of black pants and black shoes. Facing the person in the white coat, Indu did not let his guard down. After all, he couldn't be sure if underneath that tightly covered white coat was a patient outfit. It should be known that the rules state, do not wear white clothes when entering the office building. This rule about white clothes must have been made because of white coats. Thinking this way, Indu leaned against the wall and closed his eyes before the other person approached him. Once his eyes were closed, Indu's other senses became sharper. He could feel the middle-aged man standing in front of him, halting in his steps. Indu's breathing involuntarily slowed, as if he thought that if he didn't breathe, he wouldn't be noticed by the other. But this was clearly impossible. He could feel the other person right in front of him, unmoving. This made him have the impulse to bring back the crowbar. While Indu's mind was racing with thoughts, the person in front of him suddenly chuckled softly. Interesting. Not knowing how to respond, Indu could only stand stiffly. Alright, I'm not a patient, you don't need to be so on guard. Let me introduce myself, I am Zhang Kashang, the doctor of this sanatorium. Indu remained unresponsive at these words. A patient can impersonate a doctor, anyway, without evidence, he wouldn't believe a word. Just as Indu was thinking about how to make the other prove his identity, another sound of footsteps emerged. This set of footsteps was lighter and seemed a bit insincere. There was a feeling of being between true and false. Just as Indu was still trying to distinguish the authenticity of these footsteps, the person next to him spoke again, the real patient has arrived. As the voice fell, Indu felt someone standing next to him. It seemed the other was also trying to avoid the patient in the same way he was. Although this set of footsteps didn't sound real, it didn't stop as it passed in front of Indu. Could this person beside him truly be a doctor? Holding on to uncertainty, after the footsteps faded, Indu spoke, you take off your white coat, if you're not wearing a patient outfit underneath, I'll believe you. The rules didn't say he couldn't speak while standing with his eyes closed against the wall, so at this moment he hadn't violated any rules. Of course, the moment he opened his eyes, if the person in front of him was wearing a patient outfit, he would be in serious trouble. So even if the person claiming to be a doctor took off the white coat, he wouldn't easily open his eyes. The person standing in front of Indu seemed a bit speechless at his request, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking, okay. Immediately, Indu heard the sound of clothes being taken off in front of him. I'm done undressing. Hearing the voice from the other side, Indu reached out in front of him. The other person clearly understood Indu's intention and held the white coat in front of him. Feeling the fabric, Indu grabbed it and naturally tossed it at his feet. Then he extended his hand towards the other person, quickly and precisely grabbing the collar to tear it to the sides. Rip! Indu had actually felt that the other person wasn't wearing a patient outfit the moment he grasped the collar, since the material in his hands was too soft, and the collar was a round neck common in t-shirts rather than a v-neck. Most importantly, he didn't feel any buttons. Even so, to ensure his safety, Indu still chose to tear the other person's clothes apart. Only in this way could he feel assured that the person in front of him was not wearing a patient outfit while keeping his eyes closed. After tearing off the other person's clothing, he carefully felt around again, and only after confirming that the other was completely unclothed did he open his eyes. Opening his eyes, Indu first glanced at the torn black t-shirt he had shredded and then put on an awkward smile to look at the person in front of him. Hello, I am Indu. Zhang Kashang no longer had the smile from before, darkening his face as he introduced himself again. I am the doctor of the sanatorium, Zhang Xiuxing. After saying that, he lowered his head to pick up his white coat to restore his dignity. But when he looked down, he discovered that the white coat, which had just been casually thrown by Indu, had vanished into thin air. Indu, who had long since placed the white coat into his toolbox, pretended not to know what he was looking for and only showed a face full of apologies, saying, "I had no choice." Since the other party, like him, needed to lean against the wall to avoid those in hospital gowns, he surely could understand his actions. However, understanding does not mean he could fully forgive his unreasonable behavior. Indu carefully observed the other person's expression and witnessed how quickly his face changed. In the last second, Zhang Xuxing had a sullen face, but instantly returned to his original smile. "It's fine, I understand, I understand." The two words understand were spoken through gritted teeth, making Indu feel a bit more alert in his heart. To be honest, if the other party had shown dissatisfaction directly, he wouldn't be so on guard. But it was obvious that under his excessive behavior, he forced a smile, which clearly suggested he had ulterior motives. "But it's been a long time since outsiders have come to the sanatorium. What are you doing here?" Zhang Xuxing asked. After asking, without waiting for Indu to answer, he waved his hand, signaling Indu to follow him. "It's easy to encounter patients in this corridor, it's safer to go to my office." Just as Indu was about to casually brush off the other party's question, the word office stopped him in his tracks, and he leaned back against the wall, watching Zhang Xuxing before him with vigilance. It seemed that gaining his trust and luring him into the office was the other party's true intention. Chapter 63, The Front Desk Has New Lab Rats. After reading the rules, Indu knew that the office area in this building was more dangerous than other places. The rules of this building seemed kinder compared to many other places Indu had encountered before. It not only promised that there would be no life-threatening situations but also provided solutions in case of danger. But that did not mean he would be completely safe. Because there were conflicting parts in the rules. Rule 1 required him to remain quiet in the office area, but Rule 4 provided a solution to danger that required him to shout for help. Clearly, once he entered the office area, he would have to choose between two rules when faced with danger. Which rule to violate and what consequences to bear would depend entirely on him. So for his own safety, his best choice was not to go to the office area. But since he was already here, it was impossible for Indu not to go to the archive room. For him, the fourth building was much more dangerous than this place. If he could find the clues he needed here, as long as he figured out a way to avoid the fourth building tonight, he could safely get through the second night. But if he couldn't find useful information here, he would have to brave the fourth building tonight. Who knows if he would be lucky enough to wake up from the brainwashing again this time. If tonight, after being hit, he couldn't wake up, what awaited him would be lost in this chapter. While leaning against the wall, Indu pulled out the hammer for self-defense once again silently. He had a hunch that the person before him might use force if he couldn't deceive him. Zhang Xuxing indeed did not disappoint Indu's guess. When he realized that his little scheme had been discovered, he put away his smile, saying, "I originally wanted you to enjoy yourself a little longer, but I didn't expect you to be ungrateful." Saying this, he pulled out a walkie-talkie from his pocket. "The front desk has new lab rats." Received. Upon hearing the response from the walkie-talkie, Zhang Xuxing's mouth curled, wearing a look of determination. And Indu, being treated as prey, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Only gripping the hammer in his hand made him feel a bit more at ease. In a one-on-one situation, Indu had confidence in his ability to escape, but as for facing multiple foes, Indu wasn't that arrogant. Of course, Indu could seek help using the methods outlined in the rules, but having already guessed the helper's identity, he did not want to gamble on facing the consequences of asking for assistance. Thinking like this, Indu twisted his wrist, gathering strength. Perhaps thinking Indu was trapped in his own territory, Zhang Xuxing did not regard Indu at all, which gave Indu the opportunity to attack. Indu did not miss this opportunity. The hammer returned to the arena. But Zhang Xuxing was clearly not on the same level as the two skeletons he had dealt with before. Even unprepared, when Indu's hammer came at him, he swiftly dodged backward and reached out to grab Indu's hammer. Indu pulled hard, but his opponent did not budge. Seeing this, Indu's pupils trembled slightly. Before Zhang Xuxing could react, he quickly let go of the hammer and turned to run. Zhang Xuxing stood still with the hammer, watching the fleeing Indu with a somewhat mocking gaze. For him, this was nothing but a game of cat and mouse, where the mouse could never escape the cat's grasp, and all the struggles were simply entertaining the cat. After fleeing from the front desk, Indu ran towards the location of the staircase in his memory map. In this office building, both the elevator and the staircase were located at the farthest corner, and to reach the staircase, he had to pass the elevator. As he passed by the elevator, Indu saw, as expected, that the elevator was coming down to the first floor. Seeing that the elevator's number was about to change to 1, Indu quickened his pace and dove into the stairwell. As he turned the corner, before he could observe the stairwell's situation, he caught a glimpse of legs planted on the stair platform out of the corner of his eye. Those blue and white striped pants were clearly hospital patient clothes. Why did it have to appear at this moment? Indu controlled his impulse to look up, closed his eyes, and leaned back. When his hand touched the metallic texture, Indu silently cursed himself. He was not leaning against a wall, but rather against the stairwell's fire door. Calm down, calm down. Indu kept reassuring himself in his mind, then moved sideways with his eyes closed, until he was out of the fire door's range. Just as he stepped past the fire door's range, he felt a distinct flow of air. Clearly, someone was standing in front of him at that moment. However, just now, he hadn't heard anyone approaching his footsteps at all. Could it be that he was too nervous to notice? Indu held his breath, his hand trembling as it touched the wall. He suddenly remembered something. From the moment he entered the stairwell to when he stood against the wall, it was no more than 3 seconds. And when he entered the stairwell, the patient in hospital clothes was clearly standing on the platform. Unless the other party could teleport, there was no way they could directly appear in front of him. In the world of strange rules and tales, there are indeed entities that can teleport. But if the patient's setting allowed for teleportation, then Rule 2 would be nothing but a joke. So, the one standing in front of him was definitely not the patient. Indu tapped the wall with his finger. He recalled that just now, he had been too tense to think clearly, and the feet in hospital clothes were clearly facing the direction of going upstairs, and would not pass by his position at all. So the patient was not coming toward him at all. The one standing in front of him, silently admiring his tense demeanor, was none other than Zhang Xuxing. Zhang Xuxing actually had teleportation ability, no wonder he looked indifferent to Indu's escape. But upon closer thought, it didn't seem surprising that he could teleport. He originally thought that encountering Zhang Xuxing right away was because he was nearby, but now it seemed that he had actually teleported nearby after the announcement when Indu entered. So that announcement upon entering was actually meant to prepare for the hunting of Indu. After thinking everything through, Indu revealed a helpless smile. Now, Zhang Xuxing didn't catch him simply because he found playing this cat and mouse game entertaining. Once the person on the intercom arrives, this boring little game will come to an end. Indu originally didn't want to use that rule, but now it seems that without that rule, he would have no chance of escaping Zhang Xuxing's grip. Indu kept his eyes closed and took a deep breath. Help! I'm in the stairwell on the first floor. Save me! After shouting, Indu finally opened his eyes. As expected, in front of him was Zhang Xuxing, his face enlarged and red with anger. It looked like he was upset by Indu's call for help. Indu smiled and gave Zhang Xuxing a provocative glance, then he bypassed Zhang Xuxing's head to look at the platform. As the empty platform reappeared with legs dressed in a patient gown, he quickly closed his eyes again. This time calling for help made Indu realize something he hadn't noticed before. Zhang Xuxing could clearly locate his position but couldn't catch him. Otherwise, there would be a time lag between his call for help and the arrival of the patients. Zhang Xuxing could have easily reached out and grabbed him before he left the stairwell. When the patients arrived at the stairwell following the call for help, they would miss him, the one who sought aid. The people on the intercom were the true ones who could catch him. If he called for help after that person appeared, he would have to continuously report his location in real time, otherwise, if his position changed, the call for help would not meet the valid condition. Chapter 64 Su Weishan. The sudden appearance of the patients scared Zhang Xuxing away, but Indu's situation didn't improve at all. When he saw the patients closing their eyes, the entire stairwell gradually became chaotic. All kinds of sounds filled this space, footsteps coming from multiple places, as if many people were moving around in the stairwell. This chaotic situation was one of the reasons why Indu didn't want to call for help in the beginning. Although the arrival of the patients saved him, it also made him unable to move an inch. This couldn't go on. Indu had limited time and needed to return to the community before the shift changed. Thinking about the community, something suddenly flashed through Indu's mind. If the community residence certificate is the proof of residence identity, the security uniform is proof of the security identity, then what is the proof of identity in this sanatorium? Indu put his hand behind him and took out the white coat that he had secretly tucked away earlier. As he felt around, he indeed found a raised spot on the chest of the white coat. From the pattern, it appeared to be embroidered with Run Ai Yoha Sanatorium. This was a custom uniform from the sanatorium, which could prove the identity of doctors from the sanatorium to outsiders. But this wasn't enough for Indu. Indu flipped through the white coat, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything else he needed. Having not found what he needed, Indu could only put the white coat away for now. He leaned against the wall, carefully distinguishing the sounds around him. From when he called for help until now, about 10 minutes had passed. The surrounding noisy sounds gradually faded, and all footsteps began to recede. Indu carefully opened his eyes a crack. Confirming that there was no one else in the stairwell, he quickly ran up the stairs. However, as soon as he stepped onto the platform, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure coming down from above. He quickly closed his eyes and leaned against the wall, but as he thought about not having heard any footsteps earlier, he kept his guard up and opened his eyes again to confirm the person's attire. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the person was not wearing a patient gown but, like the previous Zhang Xuxing, was dressed in a white coat. Earlier at the front desk, he had suspected that the person in the white coat might be wearing a patient gown underneath, but it is because he does not understand the situation here. But now he can be certain that the patient and the doctor are two completely opposing camps, and clothing is an important credential confirming their identities. There cannot be a doctor wearing a patient's gown, nor can a patient wear a white coat. Since he is a doctor, the rules for dealing with patients naturally do not apply. Indu did not hesitate, quickly took out a white coat and put it on, then secretly observed the person in front of him, ready to take off the coat to call for help at any moment. The person who originally had a treacherous smile froze instantly upon seeing the white coat and the words on it, and his eyes gradually became sharper. He received a notification that there was a new lab rat in the stairwell, but just a second ago, the person in front of him clearly matched the characteristics of a lab rat. How did they suddenly turn into his colleague? Upon seeing the clarity in the other person's eyes, Indu became increasingly confident in his judgment. In this world, identity is confirmed through various credentials. So, wearing a white coat, he was no longer the lab rat Indu, but a doctor from the sanatorium. However, what should he call himself as a doctor? Indu put on a false smile facing the person in front of him, his gaze searching over the other person before he spoke first. Brother, here to catch the lab rat? The unfamiliar doctor didn't engage, instead directly adopting a serious pose and asked, Who are you? I haven't seen you before. Hearing this, Indu chuckled lightly. To be honest, I haven't seen you either. The doctor saw Indu mimicking his wording and laughed disdainfully, using his hand to pull out a badge from his chest pocket and displaying it. Compassionate Care and Sanatorium. A director actually came personally to catch a lab rat. It seems this sanatorium doesn't have enough manpower. Seeing the badge, Indu scoffed inwardly, then read the name on it, Xia Nation. Xia Nation nodded with a smile, just about to say something when he heard the person across from him say with a grin, That is my name. Upon hearing this, Xia Nation's expression stiffened. He looked shocked at the person in front of him, only to see a badge hanging prominently from the other's collar that read Xia Nation. Then, in the blink of an eye, that badge and white coat seemed to vanish from Indu's body as if by magic. Seeing this, Xia Nation was stunned. He looked down at his own chest, which was now empty. Where is his badge? You. Xia Nation finally realized he had been played by the person in front of him. This guy was not a doctor at all. Although he didn't know where that work uniform came from, he was indeed the lab rat he was supposed to capture. Having figured this out, Xia Nation fumed with anger, his eyes reddening as he reached out to grab Indu. You damn lab rat, I'll send you to where you belong right now. After experiencing Zhang Xuxing's one-sided crushing, Indu understood that the monsters in the sanatorium were not weaker than those outside, and he couldn't deal with them using just an ordinary hammer. Xia Nation, being sent to catch the lab rat, was probably even stronger than Zhang Xuxing. From Xia Nation's words and actions, it was not difficult to guess that he was the person Zhang Xuxing sent to capture him. Facing such a situation, Indu did not hesitate. He dodged Xia Nation's attack while loudly calling for help. Help me, I'm at the first floor platform. In response to Indu's cries for help, Xia Nation did not flee like Zhang Xuxing. He maintained a stern face and swung a powerful blow towards Indu's back before he had finished speaking, knocking Indu down to the ground. The extraordinary speed and attack power were completely beyond Indu's ability to resist. Fortunately, as the rule said, there was no life-threatening danger here. After Xia Nation knocked Indu down, he did not directly stab Indu but instead carried him quickly down the stairs. The pain in his back and the discomfort from something hard pressing against his stomach made Indu want to gag, and the downward position made his brain feel congested, intensifying this feeling and causing his whole head to spin. Since entering the world of bizarre rules, Indu's mind had been highly focused, but his body had never felt so uncomfortable. What a terrible experience this is. Will he really fall here this time? No, his identity here is that of a dead person, and the rules said there is no life danger in this office building. So what will he face? It might be the pain causing it. Indu's thoughts began to stray, hard to concentrate. Fortunately, the remaining sanity allowed him to still pay attention to his surroundings while thinking wildly. When Xia Nation carried him into the elevator and pressed the button for the third floor, Indu's mind cleared up for a moment. The third floor, the archive room. Chapter 65, Replacement. Triggering the keyword, Indu tried hard to concentrate on Xia Nation's actions. When the elevator stopped at the third floor, Indu clearly felt Xia Nation turn left by 90 degrees, before stepping out of the elevator. After exiting the elevator, Xia Nation carried Indu straight ahead, walking all the way to the end of the hallway. Indu struggled to recall the map he had seen last night. On the map of the fourth building, the layout of the third floor was distinctly different from the other two floors. The corridors on the first and second floors are in the middle of the building, with offices, treatment rooms, and other functional spaces distributed on both sides. But the third floor's corridor is next to the wall, so each room made on the third floor is at least twice the size of the room below it. He remembered that on the third floor, the first office should be the security department's office, followed by the director's office, the dean's office, the archive room, and the electric room. Wait, if the last room is the electric room, What does Su Weishan want to do by bringing him there? Just as Su Weishan was about to open the door to the electric room, Indu's mind finally kicked into gear. The map he saw yesterday in the fourth building might not be correct. If this sanatorium itself had secrets, then it wouldn't be surprising for the publicly displayed map to omit some things. Cough, cough. When the door to the electric room opened in front of Su Weishan, the pungent smell made Indu cough uncontrollably. Indu struggled to twist his body, trying to break free from Su Weishan's grip. Perhaps due to already being at the electric room, Su Weishan only took a step forward and loosened his grip, directly throwing Indu onto the floor of the electric room. Without needing to look up at his surroundings, when he touched the cold tiles and caught a glimpse of several equipped doctors approaching him, Indu completely understood what this so-called electric room was. He looked up to see that Su Weishan had no intention of entering but was coldly watching the door slowly close. It seemed that as the director, he was only responsible for catching people. How wonderful! Indu looked at Su Weishan with a smirk at the corner of his mouth. This strange expression made Su Weishan frown, and just as he vaguely felt he might have missed something important, he saw Indu suddenly change into a white coat, which prominently displayed a work card that he was extremely familiar with. At that moment, Indu's self-introduction in the stairwell echoed in his mind once again. Su Weishan, my name. Su Weishan's eyes widened, he finally realized what Indu was trying to do. But before he could speak up to refute, he saw Indu waving the work ID at the doctors surrounding him. The doctors, looking at the work ID, froze in place. After a second, these doctors returned to their previous state, then looked at the person surrounded by them, confused, and asked, Director Su, why are you here? Didn't the dean just mention that there would be a new test subject? Didn't you bring it? The doctors spoke all at once, but none of them doubted the identity of the person, Indu. Seeing Su Weishan's identity being taken away, his eyes turned red. Anger pushed aside his rationality, and he rushed into the room before the door completely closed. Seeing that Su Weishan dared to enter, Indu was a bit surprised. In his mind, after Su Weishan's identity was taken away, his first reaction should have been to run away. After all, someone without identity in this hospital is just a test subject who accidentally wandered into the sanatorium. Confused by Su Weishan's actions, Indu quickly moved behind the doctors before his brain caught up. The move was rather cowardly, a response Su Weishan clearly should not have shown. Indu calmed himself and said, This is the new test subject we captured today. Hurry up and get to work. Although Indu's behavior deviated from Su Weishan's character, the doctors here only recognized people by their identity credentials, so no one paid attention to Indu's actions. They formed a circle around Su Weishan. Su Weishan looked at the situation. His mind, just clouded by anger, cleared for a moment. He took 2 steps back and was already pressed against the door. Just as Indu thought he would try to escape, Su Weishan suddenly shouted, I am Su Weishan, I am Su Weishan, you can't capture me. This behavior seemed more like giving up, as if he had already expected he couldn't escape and was now making a final struggle. This realization made Indu frown slightly. Captured by Su Weishan, Indu knew well how strong Su Weishan was. Not even considering his strength, just his agility and speed were clearly not something these slow-moving, stiff doctors could compare to. Why not try to escape, at least? While Indu was still confused, Su Weishan was already grabbed by 2 doctors. His face showed terror, but he didn't struggle much and was taken away. It was too strange. Indu couldn't ignore these oddities and was soon, in a daze, escorted out of the room by the doctors. As soon as he stepped out of the electrical room door, Indu's eyes met Zhang Xuxing, who was already standing there with a smile on his face. Before his mind could process, his body spoke first. Hello, Dean. Zhang Xuxing walked forward, patted his shoulder, and said, Good job. Hearing Zhang Xuxing's praise, Indu felt an inexplicable sense of pride rise in his chest. He smiled and said, This is what I should do. Alright, now that we have the test subject, there's nothing more for today. You can go back to your office and rest. Zhang Xuxing was very pleased with Indu's attitude and looked every bit the competent leader. But Indu could sense that the emphasis in the last sentence was on him returning to the office. Though a bit confused as to why, Indu didn't resist. After all, when there's no work, he had no other choice but to rest in the office. The 3rd floor of the sanatorium appeared to have only 5 rooms. From the stairwell and elevator, these 5 rooms were the security department, the director's office, the dean's office, the archive room, and the electrical room. Walking from the electrical room toward his office, Indu inevitably passed by the archive room. When he saw the 3 bold characters' archive room, it felt like his mind suddenly went blank. The archive room? Right, wasn't he supposed to go to the archive room when he had nothing else to do? Why did he suddenly forget something so important? Realizing something was off, Indu nervously swallowed, but feeling the pressure of being watched, he didn't stop his steps. Arriving at his office door, Indu skillfully took off his badge from his chest and swiped it to open the office door. Chapter 66, Su Weishan's Break Room. After opening the door, Indu didn't have time to observe the layout of the office, he only had time to confirm that there was no obvious danger, then he walked into the office under Zhang Xuxing's gaze and closed the door. Leaning against the door, Indu's heart raced as if it had just come back to life, beating erratically, causing his breath to become a bit chaotic. Recalling the purpose of his arrival at the sanatorium, Indu's mind became clear. He quickly realized what had happened to him. After stealing Su Weishan's identity, he was inevitably influenced by this identity. If he didn't take action soon, he might forget his true self and completely become Su Weishan. It seemed he needed to act faster. Then leave the sanatorium early and restore his original identity. Uncertain if Zhang Xuxing was still outside the door, Indu, despite his urgency, chose not to go out to the archive room but instead wandered around the office. This office was small, with only a large desk and a boss's chair. There was a decorative crystal pen holder on the desk, and nothing else, not even a working computer. However, on the wall opposite the entrance, there was a door that was extremely close in color to the wall. Indu glanced at the door and then walked to the desk to sit down. As soon as he sat down, he widened his eyes in shock, staring at the crystal pen holder on the desk. He hadn't thought much when he first looked at this crystal pen holder, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't expect that the other half of this pen holder was actually inlaid with his photo. It was a half-body photo of him in a white coat, with the entrance to the sanatorium's office building in the background. Overall, except for the face, everything else felt extremely unfamiliar to Indu. Although he had long suspected identity replacement, at this moment, Indu still felt a chill run down his spine. It was also at this moment that he finally understood why Su Weishan acted so irrationally in the end. It seemed the other party already knew the fate that awaited him after his identity was taken, which was why he gave up the struggle. Perhaps the Su Weishan he met was not even the first Su Weishan. Indu reached out and took the crystal ornament from the desk, rubbing it in his hand for a few moments. And he wouldn't be the last one. After taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Indu began searching the desk. However, just like the surface of this desk, the drawers were empty. No matter how many drawers Indu opened, he only found a notebook in the last one. The first few pages of this notebook were filled with old photos, and unsurprisingly, the faces had all been replaced with Indu's face, the body shape identical to his. Indu flipped through with great interest. He had initially thought this would be a work journal, but to his surprise, after finishing the photos, only blank pages remained, not even a single scratch. Hastily finishing flipping through the notebook, Indu flipped back to the earlier photos. Since there was no other content, the focus should be on the earlier photos. The first photo was a work photo, showing Indu bending over to examine the legs of a person sitting in a wheelchair. The person in the wheelchair was not visible from the face, and could only be judged from the figure. It appeared to be a young person, dressed in an oversized hospital gown, and Indu couldn't immediately determine their gender. The second photo was likely a meeting photo, with a doctor with Indu's face standing in front of a screen, appearing to be reporting on work. In the photo, the text on the screen was too small, most of the letters were blurred together, and after careful discernment, Indu could only make out the words life, new, and garden. The third photo was still a work photo. The object of treatment has turned into a child lying on the bed. The next few photos, over and over, are work photos, the subject seemingly always the same too, but as time goes on, the child's shape has grown, while the boy seems unchanged in form. Indu closed the notebook and then flipped over his desk again. Who knows, there might be a hidden compartment or secret drawer in this desk. It can't be that the whole office is just empty, giving him this unclear clue, can it? Unfortunately, Indu could hardly find anything even after nearly taking the desk apart. Now he had to turn his gaze to the door in the room. He couldn't find any clues related to the room behind the door in this office. He felt completely in the dark about what was beyond it. The unknown has always been the most terrifying, and Indu couldn't help but hesitate. But thinking of the changes that would happen to him next, he still braced himself and walked towards the door. The white door had no handle, only a recessed area to push the door open, which could only be discovered by getting close. As Indu pulled the door, he had many guesses about what was inside the room. Maybe it would be another electric room, or perhaps an operating room, or a small black room for imprisoning people. But Indu never expected the scene inside would be like this. A single bed, a wooden table, a tin wardrobe, a mirror facing the door, and a bathroom. This was clearly a dormitory. Indu patted his head. He really had been too tense, even such a simple answer had not come to mind. However, since there was a bathroom, why place the mirror in the room facing the door? A normal layout would not have a mirror facing the door. After all, unexpectedly seeing a figure can scare a person to death. Moreover, according to the layout of this building, the wall where this mirror was located should be the outer wall. Why put this mirror here without a window for ventilation? While complaining about this, Indu walked towards the mirror, wanting to see if there was something unusual about it. In the closed space, all sounds are amplified, and as he approached the mirror, he could hear very clear footsteps. The echoing footsteps were hard to determine the direction of. At first, Indu thought they were his own, until he stopped in front of the mirror and the footsteps kept approaching him. He finally realized something was wrong. This time he heard clearly, the footsteps were coming from inside the wall. Indu simply leaned next to the mirror, reached out to test it, and after confirming it wasn't a two-way mirror, he moved close to the wall to listen. The footsteps were right inside the wall. It sounded like they were getting closer to his position bit by bit. Until they stopped right in front of him. Stopped? Indu pressed his whole body against the wall, a few seconds later finally confirming that the footsteps had stopped directly behind the wall facing him. Realizing this made Indu freeze. For a moment he didn't know if he should stand up. Although he had just confirmed that the mirror in front of him was not a two-way mirror, it did not guarantee there weren't other problems. After preparing himself psychologically, Indu slowly pushed up his body. As he stood up, his gaze had already turned towards the direction of the mirror. When he confirmed that there was a figure in the mirror, his mind raced wildly. Ultimately he had to conclude that, from his current position, it was impossible to see himself in the mirror. The figure in the mirror should be the owner of those footsteps just now. Chapter 67, Su Weishan's Memory. Even though he was already prepared, when he formally saw the smiling puppet in the mirror, Indu's heartbeat skipped a few beats, then began to race irregularly. Indu pressed his hand against his chest, feeling that if this continued, he would surely have a heart attack one day. Juggling two thoughts in his mind, he couldn't help but glance at the figure in the mirror. No, it should be said the figure in the glass. The mirror he had previously deemed not a two-way mirror had now transformed into a very clear piece of glass. The light on the puppet depended entirely on the light coming through the glass from this side of the room. This caused it to be half in the light and half in the shadow, creating a striking image. However, this was not the most important thing. What truly startled Indu was how eerily familiar this puppet was. This puppet looked so much like the one that had frantically pounded on the glass outside the security booth last night that he could only say it was the same one. His memory of the puppet from last night was too deep, with its scarlet eyes and manic smile, hovering outside his security booth in the dark. The puppet this time even had the wheels in the same position as last night. If he had to point out a difference, it was that the smile on the puppet in front of him was slightly less pronounced than that of last night. Yet this smile did nothing to lessen the puppet's eeriness, especially as its gaze was fixed firmly on him. Perhaps it was still daytime, so Indu felt a bit braver than last night. This time he did not choose to avoid the puppet's gaze but approached the glass to check its condition. The glass was not thick, about 3 millimeters, with the edges completely embedded in the wall, and the embedded part fixed with glass adhesive, clearly immovable. For the puppet to come out from behind this glass, it would have to break it. Although this layer of protection was not very strong, it still gave Indu some peace of mind. With the glass barrier in place, Indu gathered his courage and leaned close to observe what was behind the glass. The puppet's location was not just a single cave. Even though most of it was hidden in darkness and hard to see, he could sense that the spaces to the left and right were not small. It appeared that this was a passageway. Although he could not see the passage clearly, Indu discovered that there was a gap in the wall behind the glass, which he imagined might be hiding the mirror he saw when he first entered the room. In the world of rule-based horror stories, solving mechanisms unrelated to passing the level was not very meaningful. But understanding the truth behind every event would keep Indu from feeling like he was stepping on floating leaves above water as he moved forward. Even if the road ahead was dark, at least his feet were on solid ground. Having finished examining the puppet side, Indu turned to start rummaging through the things in the room. Unfortunately, the room only contained a few daily necessities and some spare clothes. If it weren't for the puppet still watching him closely, this could really pass for an ordinary bedroom. Not finding any clues, Indu simply lay down on the single bed. It had already been about 10 minutes since he entered the room, which wasn't very long. Indu couldn't guarantee that Zhang Xushin was no longer in the passage, so he could only wait. He opened his phone to check the time. Before he knew it, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Just the right time for a nap. Indu barely had 3 hours between finishing work and waking up in the morning, so he felt a bit tired and decided to set an alarm for 20 minutes later to take a quick rest. However, just as he closed his eyes, Indu suddenly sprang up like a startled fish. He turned his head to look at the puppet that was still staring at him intently and sighed helplessly. Trying to sleep under such an unyielding gaze was truly not an easy task. Indu walked to the wardrobe and pulled out a white coat. Whenever he needed to transform his living environment, Indu was particularly satisfied with his talent. He pulled an iron nail from his toolbox and directly nailed the brand new white coat to the glass above. The length of the coat was long enough to let the wooden puppet inside the glass show only its poorly carved wooden feet. The upper half of this puppet was flawless, but its lower half was not made as well as his own skills. Indu couldn't help but complain in his heart and was just about to grab a piece of clothing to cover that little bit below when those wooden feet suddenly vanished, and the puppet's face appeared sideways in front of him. WC. In that sudden moment, Indu was so startled that he jumped back 2 meters, losing his balance and performing a fall in front of the puppet. Sitting on the ground, facing the puppet's scarlet eyes, Indu's mood was difficult to calm for a long time. After a while, he got up and picked up a piece of clothing to cover the last gap. That sudden scare had completely dispelled Indu's fatigue, so he simply walked back to the office outside to bring the notebook back to the break room, lying on the bed and flipping through the photos again. He could feel that the two patients in the photos should be very important, but none of the patients showed their faces, making it hard for him to find clues as he didn't know where to start. Flipping through the photos, Indu stared blankly at the blank page. In a dim corridor, surrounded by green lights, the path ahead exhaled cold air, and the farthest point was a red light hanging in midair. It was extremely quiet around. As he walked on the path, his footsteps echoed. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the darkness, grabbing his ankle. He looked down and saw a pale-faced person looking up at him, their eyes filled with despair and madness. Seeing the person's nails about to pierce his flesh, Indu struggled hard. Bang! The sound of the notebook falling to the ground awoke Indu, who blankly observed his surroundings. Wooden table, a mirror covered by a white coat, a familiar yet strange break room. Indu patted his head. What was going on? What had he just seen? Indu tried to recall the scene but couldn't remember the appearance of the person who grabbed his ankle. The only thing he could remember was that red light in the front. What place was emitting that red light? When the question arose in Indu's mind, the answer naturally jumped out: the operating room. Indu suddenly sat up and picked up the notebook from the ground. Fortunately, the sound of the notebook dropping had brought his mind back, allowing him to timely escape from Su Weishan's memories. It seemed that he had to keep his nerves taut, always remembering his identity. Once his mind relaxed for a moment, Su Weishan's memories would surface to replace his original memories, turning him into Su Weishan. Indu tossed the notebook into his toolbox and then got up to walk out. Since his plan for a nap had fallen through, he might as well go directly and check if he had the chance to enter the archive room now. Chapter 68, The Trapped Soul. Su Weishan's office and the archive room were separated only by the dean's office. But for Indu, this was the biggest obstacle. Indu cautiously opened the office door and looked around to ensure Zhang Xuxing was not outside before he let out a sigh of relief. After tidying up the white coat, Indu left the office, turning right and heading straight for the archive room. The door to the archive room was locked, but this didn't pose a challenge for Indu. For doors used for important documents, the locks were generally harder to open than ordinary household anti-theft locks. Indu evaluated this in his heart while pulling out a piece of tin to poke inside. The archive room door was successfully opened. But after the door opened, Indu didn't dare to walk in immediately. Right in front of the door, two scarlet light points were exceptionally obvious in the darkness. Even without turning on the light, Indu could guess what that thing was. After thinking for a moment, Indu chose not to turn on the light but took out a flashlight to shine ahead. As expected, a doll was placed behind the glass plate. It seemed that this doll also had no intention of coming out. Indu desperately tried to calm his little heart, which had already endured too much stimulation, as he entered the file room. The light in the file room was right next to the door. When turned on, the red light illuminated the entire room. Dazzling and oppressive, the atmosphere created by the light made Indu very uncomfortable, and the memories that didn't belong to him resurfaced. This time the words operating room felt closer. Indu hurriedly reached out to turn off the light. As the scene returned to the darkness of the file room, he sighed in relief against the wall. He had a hunch that once he entered the operating room, his memories would be completely overshadowed by Su Weishan's memories. Check the data. He had to check the data quickly. Indu dared not turn on the light again and directly used the flashlight to begin checking the file shelves. To his surprise, the dates on the file shelves were normal. The latest file box placed had the date marked as May 19th, just the day before. Indu glanced forward, confirming that this sanatorium had one file box per day. He picked up the file box from May 19th and opened it. This file box was filled with patient records, documenting the medications used that day and the patient's body indicators. Too many complicated terms left Indu completely bewildered about what had happened to the patients. The only useful information these files provided was the patients' identities. However, with this stack of papers in his hand, there were at least 300 or 400 patients. If he were to go through them day by day, he certainly wouldn't have the time. Indu put away the file box for May 20th and started to recall the possible points of abnormal change. In the security work manual, the time noted for abnormal records was April 31st, which corresponded to May 1st. But the security work manual had been in use since April 12th. According to the records, there had not been any abnormalities in the community from April 12th to May 1st, but suddenly being asked to make records was, in itself, an abnormal thing. Something must have happened for the security work manual to be activated. Indu set down the file box in his hand and directly found the files for April 12th. There was a lot of information, and Indu suppressed his inner frustration as he began to flip through page by page. Before he started reviewing the data, he had already thought about what he wanted to find. It was nothing more than those two patients who repeatedly appeared in Su Weishan's notebook. Under the director's supervision, and specifically noted, those two people were surely not ordinary patients. However, none of those photos showed faces, nor did they contain any identifying information, so Indu could only rely on age information to look for individuals. a teenager in their teens and a child under 10. Indu silently recited in his mind, but the next second, his gaze stopped on a patient file that completely did not meet his request. Ding Chunju, female, 57 years old. An unfamiliar name, entirely not fitting his requested age. What made Indu stop flipping through the pages was the black and white photo on the file. Just 2 days ago, he had seen this photo in another place. The same person, the same black and white composition. Grandma. Indu's hands trembled slightly. Although he had long guessed that this copy was connected to the previous one, he never expected the connection to be so deep. Indu steadied himself as he read through his grandmother's medical history. Grandma was transferred to the Rinai Yoha Sanatorium on April 12. As a late-stage diabetic patient, she struggled to take care of her own life, yet at home, there was an 8-year-old granddaughter needing her care. After holding on for more than half a year, to avoid delaying her granddaughter's education, she had no choice but to give the child to kind-hearted people for adoption and move into the sanatorium herself. Indu couldn't comprehend what the sanatorium's treatment plan for his grandmother was meant to achieve. But he could roughly see that this was by no means a treatment plan for diabetes. The sanatorium was not treating patients at all. Of course, this was not surprising. However, now Indu could confirm one thing: the appearance of the 6-person household was entirely caused by the Rinai Yoha Sanatorium. In reality, there were no dark 7 days of this 6-person household. The real granddaughter was with her grandmother, living steadily for 6 months after other family members met with a car accident, until the grandmother felt she could no longer take care of her, and then she was sent away. The fake 6-person household was created after the grandmother entered the sanatorium, where they turned her into something strange, then created the 6-person household that completely trapped the grandmother and other family members' souls. And now, the Jiaqing community was another 6-person household, a bigger 6-person household. It imprisoned more souls inside. However, the purpose of the Rinai Yoha Sanatorium was clearly not to create these prisons. Their targets were always people. Every patient who entered the sanatorium was their research subject. Indu still did not know what effect the sanatorium wanted to achieve, but he was sure that most patients had mutated under their experiments. And those who had mutated created the Jiaqing community. Indu looked at the address information on his grandmother's medical record: 502, Building 2, Jiaqing community. The Rinai Yoha Sanatorium was too close to Jiaqing community. If someone in Jiaqing community needed to enter the sanatorium, it would definitely be the first choice. Indu rubbed his slightly swollen head. The overload of information made him feel a flickering sensation, as if some clue was right before his eyes, yet he couldn't remember anything at the moment. After hesitating, Indu folded up his grandmother's documents and placed them in the toolbox, then started to review the records again. Although his grandmother's information shocked him and provided him with much information, it didn't help him significantly in clearing the level. As long as he didn't clear the level, no matter how much the plot unlocked, it wouldn't add any points. This time, he flipped through the documents faster. He selected the records that matched his age requirements one by one, and then began to look at them. There were very few underage children in the sanatorium. After going through all the materials in this file box, he only found 4 that met his requirements. Among these 4 records, there was not even one child under 10 years old. Wait. The security work manual was a delayed compensation measure. So the problem should indeed be on April 11th. Indu looked up at the file box for April 11th, but just as he saw the file box, his peripheral vision keenly captured a shadow on the edge of the shelf. Chapter 69 Zhang Chu Shang. Seeing the shadow, even knowing the other party had already seen him, Indu still instinctively held his breath and, adhering to the principle of "if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move," stealthily flipped through the file box for April 11th. The other party seemed to have no intention of stopping him. Thus, under the gaze of something unknown, Indu turned over the medical records in the file box one by one. This time, he focused on finding medical records that were not present in the April 12th file box. After more than 10 minutes, he selected 2 medical records that met his requirements. These 2 records were not only absent from the April 12th file box, but their ages also perfectly matched his criteria. Zhang Yi, female, 15 years old. Zhang Shangshan, male, 8 years old. They all share the surname Zhen? And this name, isn't there supposed to be a person named Zhang Er in between? Indu still couldn't understand this medical record, but at this age, he already knew who these 2 were. Taking advantage of the opportunity to return the other medical records, Indu placed the records of Zhang Yi and Zhang Shangshan into his toolbox and then turned to walk toward the door. Throughout, he ignored the shadow, pretending not to notice the other person. Unfortunately, the shadow would not let him go. Just as he was about to reach the door, a dark figure suddenly appeared at the entrance, blocking his way. Teleportation? This ability. Indu raised his flashlight and shone it at the figure. Director? Is that you? Upon realizing the shadow was Zhang Xuxing, although Indu felt somewhat guilty, the fear he had just suppressed vanished completely. After a somewhat awkward greeting, Indu secretly observed Zhang Xuxing. Zhang Xuxing was strange. Of course, director Zhang had always been strange, wearing a semi-permanent fake smile, with very few emotions in his eyes regardless of the situation. But this time, encountering him in the archive room, he surprisingly did not ask anything, only telling him to return to the office for a rest. The more he looked, the weirder it seemed. Under Zhang Xuxing's watchful gaze, Indu walked to the door of his office again. He rested his hand on the doorknob, pondering for a moment. He did not open the door but turned around and walked toward the stairs. As he turned into the stairwell, Indu glanced back. Zhang Xuxing was still watching him but showed no intention of stopping him. This realization made Indu start to panic. Zhang Xuxing's indifference to his actions could only stem from confidence that he could not escape this place and would eventually become Su Weishan. If his memories were completely replaced by Su Weishan's memories, then was he Indu or Su Weishan? Or rather, was this simply allowing Su Weishan to live again through his body? Indu hurried down the stairs. Along the way, he bumped into Patience a few times, forced to stop. After some stumbles, he finally reached the main entrance. There was no one at the counter, and no one guarding the entrance. Before he could approach, the automatic door had already opened, welcoming him to leave at any time. Just as Indu thought of searching for something unusual, Zhang Xuxing suddenly appeared at the door, bowing with a gesture of invitation. Elegant, truly elegant. If not for the increasingly sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth, Indu would have praised him more. Staring at the door just 3 meters away, observing the lively scene outside, Indu took a step back. Leaving was such an easy thing. But what he would face after going out was not certain. Indu leaned against the counter, calmly pondering what he had overlooked. He still remembered the office rules, which did not include restrictions on leaving. Wait, there were no leaving rules for the office, but that didn't mean there weren't other rules. Originally, he entered this place as an outsider, bound only by the office rules. But now, he was Su Weishan. Indu covered his head and curled up on the floor against the counter. Red light flickered before his eyes, and he heard muffled cries from the operating room. However, he did not feel fear, instead, he felt excitement. Those cries surprisingly gave him a sense of accomplishment. Indu trembled and pressed down hard with his hand. The command to control the golden thread, I now release it for you. The MP3's cooling time hadn't ended, but the brainwashing voice emerged, giving Indu a chance to breathe. The scene in his eyes transformed into Zhang Xuxing's face, quickly reading disappointment from his eyes. Indu reached out his hand weakly to push the person away. Director, why are you so close to me? I don't have that kind of interest. Confirming that Zhang Xuxing clearly understood he was not Su Weishan, but rather an outsider being replaced by Su Weishan, Indu had no more thoughts of acting. Of course, even if he wanted to act, he lacked the ability, having had very little contact with Su Weishan and not knowing what kind of person he was. You're pretty impressive, you're the person I've seen hold out the longest. Zhang Xuxing smiled. If possible, I would really like to have you as the head of this laboratory. Laboratory director, although I already guessed this nursing home is doing human body experiments, but telling him so clearly like this, is it really okay? Looks like, being trapped to death is not without benefit. After confirming he cannot walk out, this Zhang Xuxing should not mind giving him a bit more information. Although he most likely takes the information and it is useless, but the rules horror world has always been live streaming. Indu sorted out his messy brain, and for now pressed down the thought that he should go find the staff rules. I think, before I disappear, can you clear up some of my doubts? But I think you are not so easy to disappear, eh? Zhang Xuxing blinked at Indu like he was looking at some fun toy. And also, if you just disappear like this, I will be very bored. Indu pulled at the corner of his mouth and showed an ugly smile. At this time his head still hurt like it was being torn apart. He suspected this was his instinct resisting the invading memories. Under such pain, he really had no time to care about Zhang Xuxing's slightly perverted words. Zhang Indu licked his lips, he had not taken in water for a long time. Zhang Shangshan, did they escape into Jiaqing residential area? Ah, so you entered the archive room to check this. Zhang Xuxing was a bit helpless, why didn't you come ask me directly? I would definitely tell everything I know, and say everything without holding back. Indu had the same smile as Zhang Xuxing on his face, and in his heart he complained, so much nonsense, yet not one useful sentence. Seeing Indu's smiling look, Zhang Xuxing only felt bored. He stood up and looked down at Indu from above. They are my 2 most excellent works. Unfortunately, in April they ran away. As for whether they are in the Jiaqing residential area you mentioned, maybe. After they escaped, that residential area was sealed off, non-residents cannot enter. Naturally, I also cannot get in. When talking about himself being unable to enter, Zhang Xuxing's eyes rarely showed some anger and impatience. Even though he quickly pressed down the emotion, Indu, who had been watching his eyes the whole time, did not miss it. When a person's facial expression has already become half-permanent makeup, often only the eyes will betray his emotions. Indu used his hand to support the floor, leaning on the counter and slowly stood up. He really did not expect that, as the source of all mistakes, the director of Run Ai Johan Nursing Home, actually did not even have the ability to enter Jiaqing residential area. Then, the current Jiaqing residential area, or the nearly already fully controlled fourth building, who was controlling it? Who is the key to breaking the deadlock? Chapter 70 Method to break the deadlock. Du leaned on the counter and began to think. Actually, the ones who can control the residential area, or rather the fourth building, are no more than those two people. It is just not known whether this is caused by one of them, or caused by the two joining hands. At this time, Du again thought of that note with the clearance requirements written on it. That note was just obtained in the morning. Even without deliberately memorizing it, Du still remembered the content on it helped the little boy find his sister and take the little boy and the sister to leave the residential area. But this clearance rule, no matter how you look at it, you cannot see the two of them as the behind-the-scenes boss of the fourth building. Du always felt he had ignored something, but looking at Zhang Xuxing, who was still standing in front of him with great interest watching him, he was not good to take out the note to check, and could only pretend to think about other problems. For example, what exactly is the rule that makes him unable to go out, and how he should escape from this nursing home? This is the question that most concerns his life and death right now. However, before Du could figure out what exactly was going on, the lobby suddenly broke in with an uninvited guest. When he saw that figure wearing a patient uniform appear before his eyes, Du did not hesitate and went around the counter, quickly hiding by the wall. Zhang Keshang, like a ghost, instantly moved to his side. Du did not pay attention to this relentless pervert, and even after the patient left, he did not change his position. Instead, he continued to immerse himself in deep thought, searching for a way to save himself. He guessed that his progress was now far ahead of other gifted individuals, and with the clues he had, the country could not help him. It would be like a skilled woman trying to cook without ingredients. If he didn't want to get lost in this dungeon world, he could only rely on himself. Du sank into deep thought, standing motionless against the wall, as if the entire world no longer mattered to him. His gaze became hollow and empty, as though he had given up all hope and struggle, quietly awaiting death's arrival. Facing this toy that no longer struggled, Zhang Keshang gradually lost interest. His smile, which had always been on the tip of his lips, slowly faded, the curve of his mouth noticeably shrinking. This made him appear less odd and more indifferent. Time passed, minute by minute, and both of them remained silent, the atmosphere feeling extraordinarily oppressive. After a few more minutes, Zhang Keshang finally stood up, and with a teleportation, vanished into the hall on the first floor. After wasting some time, Du, trapped in a mental dilemma, decided to temporarily give up on useless thoughts. The sanatorium was so large that, without any ideas, it would be best to search for more clues and gather opinions. When he was sure there were no footsteps around, he slowly opened his eyes. Step 1, start with the counter. The sanatorium's counter was small, with only a visitor logbook placed on the desk. Du flipped through it and found only records from May, listing 3 names, with visit dates on May 1st, 3rd, and 4th. However, from the handwriting, it was clear that all of these had been written by the same person. There was no one guarding the counter at the sanatorium, and no one registered him when he entered. Who filled out this record? Wait, let's think about it from another angle. Maybe, before the 4th, there was someone manning the counter? And perhaps the person left the position for some reason after the 4th? After all, in the 4th building, there was a zombie lady with an excessive mold level. To prove his hypothesis, Du opened the 2 drawers of the counter. In one drawer, there were cosmetics, and in the other, there was a sanatorium brochure and a staff manual. A staff manual? This was quite convenient. Du quickly flipped through the manual. The manual had many rules, but none of them were important. It was obviously the kind of generic company framework manual, filled with things like no lateness or early leave, or performance will be deducted, and so on. He kept flipping until he finally saw important information. This sanatorium signs lifetime contracts with employees. Except for the director, no employee may leave their post without a signed release form from a superior. The director may leave the workplace at night. Perfect. This sanatorium's contract wasn't a lifetime contract, it was clearly a contract of slavery. Du sighed helplessly as he took out the work ID he had obtained through trickery. Now, he was the director, with an office next to the headmaster, and the vice principal's office didn't even appear on the map. It was clear that his superior could only be Zhang Keshang. Get Zhang Keshang to give him a release form? He might as well think about how to replace Zhang Keshang. Of course, that was just a thought. After all, he had never seen Zhang Keshang with any identification. But as for him, he now had 2 forms of identification. Right. Du took out the Du resident ID. As long as he could be recognized as Du again, he could escape the influence of the Su Weishan identity. However, finding someone in this sanatorium who can recognize his identity is not easy. Since entering the sanatorium, the people Du has seen are just a handful. Firstly, Zhang Xuxing, who is watching him become the new Su Weishan, will definitely not fall for it. And the doctors in the electric room, as soon as they acknowledge him as Indu, will likely prevent him from leaving the door of the electric room. So it seems his only choice left is those patients. But patients also pose a risk. He is still unclear about the consequences of breaking the rules, and he isn't sure if he can endure the punishment for violating them. So the patients are clearly not a good choice. Who else can prove his identity? Suddenly, Indu's gaze shifted to the counter. The counter originally had staff, but now it's empty, so he can't use that. But in such a large sanatorium, it cannot be that there are only the doctors in the electric room, him, and Xia Nation, right? Speaking of which, he hasn't even been to the second floor since he came in. Maybe it's time to explore it now. Chapter 71, Patience. Although there is an elevator in the sanatorium, the enclosed space always makes Indu feel uneasy, so he only uses the stairs to go up and down. On his way to the second floor, Indu encountered a patient again, but as long as he follows the rules, there shouldn't be any danger. As he rushed down the stairs, Indu slowed his steps when he reached the entrance to the second floor. He peeked outside the stairwell, confirmed there was no one, and cautiously walked into the hallway of the second floor. However, once he entered the second floor, Indu felt a bit hasty. The structure of the second floor is entirely different from the first and third floors. The corridor is in the center, with closed rooms on both sides, and when the corridor lights are off, it plunges into complete darkness. The dark passageway, with rooms that could spring people at any moment, makes the danger here seem no less than that on the third floor. Indu took a few deep breaths before walking in with a flashlight. When he stepped out of the stairwell's range, Indu felt as if he had entered a new space. Silence, and it gave him a familiar feeling. It seems he often walks this path. No, it's not him who often walks this path, it's Xia Nation. Realizing this, Indu's face turned pale. This is precisely the path leading to the operating room. In his mind, as long as he steps into the operating room, he will completely transform into Xia Nation. Though in reality, entering the operating room should not have the same effect, it would still exert a negative influence on his mind. Indu halted his steps, holding the flashlight and examining both sides. The doors here are all labeled, judging by their names. These are all offices for functional departments. In a floor full of functional offices, having a dedicated operating room definitely has nothing to do with treating patients. But isn't this operating room for human experiments the electric room on the third floor? Why is there one on the second floor? Could it be that? Indu hurriedly walked forward until he reached the operating room. This time, without the interference of Xia Nation's memories, he finally saw the full view outside the operating room. At the very end, the operating room is different from the rooms distributed on both sides. It occupies the last space, and thus, this corridor has not a single window. And this location also means that directly above it is the electric room. Perhaps the original operating room had two levels that were connected, but for some reason, the second level's operating room was abandoned, forcing them to move the entrance to the operating room to the electric room? While pondering this, a hand suddenly landed on Indu's shoulder. Who? Indu's body stiffened. Experience tells him that in the sanatorium, only Xia Nation can quietly appear behind him. But the recent speculation tells him that Xia Nation, or the doctors here, have likely been restricted from entering the second floor. Otherwise, they won't change the position of the operating room entrance. And will limit the doctors to the patients that anyone must avoid by rule. Reason told Indu the answer, but at this moment, he wished that the pervert Xia Nation was behind him. At least Xia Nation wouldn't harm him right now, he would only wait for him to be completely replaced. Just as Indu prayed that this time his speculation was wrong, the person behind him spoke. Are you a doctor? How to describe this voice? As that patient got closer to him, he quickly picked up the flashlight and shone it into the patient's eyes. Taking advantage of the moment when the other was blinded by the strong light, Indu lowered his body, bypassed the person, and rushed toward the storage room. Indu did not pull open the storage room door on his first try. The door to the storage room was locked. Indu steadied his hand, using his tool to perform at his best level, and unlocked the door in about a second. Of course, this was also thanks to the fact that the hospital storage room used the lowest grade of lock. Just as Indu opened the door, the burned patient had regained his senses, and his previous gentle demeanor changed as he rushed towards Indu, mouth making unclear noises. At the same time, the other two people who had been guarding the staircase were also rushing toward him. They moved quickly and were still only a few steps away from Indu. Faced with such a dire situation, Indu didn't even have time to take a glance at the scene inside the storage room before being forced into the room by these three people. As he closed the door, a crashing sound echoed, and Indu's hand, which was locking the door, shook from the impact. But after that one sound, there was no more noise outside. It seemed the patient did not intend to enter this room. This did not make Indu relax. The patient not daring to enter only indicated that there were other problems in this storage room. Indu raised the flashlight in his hand and carefully shone it inside. However, the sight before him shocked him. It was not a storage room at all, but a temporary morgue. Inside the room were several makeshift beds, each occupied by lifeless bodies, exposed and twisted, looking as if they had just suffered inhumane torture before death. It seemed he really had fled into an unusual place in his desperate escape. Chapter 72, Advanced Substitute Dolls. Indu slid down against the door and sat down on the ground, watching for a moment. Seeing that nothing happened inside, he cautiously got back up from the ground. This storage room for corpses exuded a chilly atmosphere, but the temperature was not low enough to be sub-zero, suggesting it was not a place meant for long-term corpse storage. The bodies piled up here were likely those that could not be moved away due to the changes at the sanatorium. Indu swept the flashlight around the room. The four walls of this storage room were lined with neat shelves, on top of which were neatly packaged cardboard boxes, each with a white paper label affixed to the front. Indu walked to the nearest shelf and looked closely at the white paper, finding only two short lines of text: name and admission date. It seemed this room was originally meant for storing the belongings of patients in the sanatorium. However, judging by the number of boxes, it was likely that only the patients who had been brought into this office building would have their belongings appear here. This means that the patients not entering this room likely did not do so because it was dangerous, they simply did not want to step into this place full of memories and despair. Of course, it was also because there was no need to enter. After all, this room had no other exit, and their ultimate fate still lay in the hands of those outside. Indu directed the flashlight towards the 8 beds in the middle as he walked closer. Just at the door, he thought the bodies on these 8 beds were twisted, but now upon closer inspection, that was because there were at least 2 people piled on each bed, which created the illusion. The purpose of this sanatorium was not to create twisted monsters. Although the faces of the dead looked extremely hideous and distorted due to pain and fear, the bodies were intact. The few twists and injuries were old scars that should have existed before entering the sanatorium. After confirming that there were no extra clues on the bodies, Indu shifted his attention back to the surrounding shelves. To be honest, after realizing what kind of place this was, he no longer held hope of finding any important clues from here. But now, trapped here, if he doesn't find something to do, he'll just keep overthinking. Indu held the flashlight and checked each cardboard box. If these were the belongings of the victims from the nursing home, then his grandmother's things should be here as well. He didn't know what his grandmother had gone through here, but based on the experiences of the 6-person household, it was likely that anything his grandmother brought to the nursing home was related to the family. The one thing his grandmother couldn't let go of was her family. After searching for a while, Indu finally found a box with the name Ding Chunju on it, and the admission date was April 12, exactly the same as in the records. This box was placed at a height just below Indu's knees, which was why it had been hard for him to find. Indu bent down, pulled the box out, and started cutting the tape with a small knife. As soon as the tape was cut, a fuzzy brown ear poked out. As Indu fully opened the box, the brown bear, which had been shoved in so tightly, popped out. Indu paused for a moment, and after 2 seconds, he took the brown bear out of the box. This brown bear plush was only as big as his lower arm, and it didn't really resemble a real bear at all, but the twisted seam marks on its neck and left arm were painfully familiar. There weren't many people skilled enough to do this kind of stitching, but it should have been his brother whose neck had been stitched. Indu narrowed his eyes and began to pull out the other items from the box. A pair of newlywed figurines with mom and dad written on them, a music box with a photo of a couple stuck on it, and a little girl doll. And at the very bottom of the box was that family photo, which he used to avoid looking at. These were all the things his grandmother had brought to the nursing home. Indu held the brown bear and fiddled with the little girl doll for a while before putting the doll and other items back into the box and storing them in his toolbox. He wasn't carrying the bear just because it was more familiar, symbolizing his brother. The main reason was that this bear had come with a certain message when it appeared. Advanced Substitution Doll. The substitution doll can disguise itself as its user. While disguised, the user can take on a different appearance to move around. The doll's substitution feature will be deactivated after 2 hours or when it is attacked. Cooldown time depends on the doll's damage level, ranging from 8 hours to 240 hours. When Indu saw the bear was a prop, he realized this doll was the key to breaking his situation. It didn't matter whether the patients had recognized his identity before, this doll would allow him to disguise himself as someone who could safely leave the nursing home. Thinking this, he tightened his grip on the bear's hand. "Brother, looks like I'll have to rely on you to take the hit again." After he spoke, the bear in his hand disappeared, and a twisted shadow emerged in front of him, which finally transformed into his own appearance. Looking at the person in front of him, Indu had the strange illusion that he was staring into a mirror. He stepped forward, carefully feeling the figure up and down, and from the touch, it was clear this substitute looked indistinguishable from a real person, even having a faint breath. The sensation of standing face to face with himself wasn't exactly pleasant, and Indu inexplicably felt a sense of panic, especially because there was something eerie about the substitute. That eerie thing was that, aside from the faint breath, it gave off absolutely no life force at all. Since it appeared, a whole minute had passed, but it remained as still as a statue. Indu tried several times to make the substitute come to life, but in the end, he could only desperately recall the live streams he had watched, trying to remember how people with substitution abilities controlled their substitutes. But after thinking it through, he realized that from start to finish, all gifted individuals can effortlessly control the special abilities they possess without any attempts or practice, as if these abilities are a natural part of them. When Indu's thoughts wandered from searching for a manual to marveling at how talents truly are talents, a voice awakened his consciousness. Indu raised his head as if it were stuck, looking in shock at the substitute before him. "What did you just say?" "Sister," Indu happily called out again. Indu withdrew his shocked gaze and once more examined the substitute before him. The substitute still maintained his appearance, and his voice was exactly the same as his own, but the tone and mannerisms were strikingly similar to his bargain brother he had spent a few days with. Indu looked at the clear-eyed version of himself with a complicated expression and tentatively spoke, "Brother?" "Sister." In fact, Indu regretted speaking up as soon as he called out. Not to mention how embarrassing it was to call a child over 10 years younger than him brother while looking like an adult. Just the almost physically overwhelming hug from his bargain brother was enough to make him feel faint. Feeling faint wasn't just an expression, it truly went black. Indu wasn't sure if he was being hugged too tightly, but his vision started to blur, and seconds later, he felt himself floating away. And his last thought was, "No way, I won't really be physically erased, will I?" Chapter 73, Escape from the Office Building. Indu didn't know how long he had been walking in the passage behind the cold storage. Just when he started to doubt if he had lost his way, a wooden door finally appeared before him. This door was very simple with no decorations, just a phrase scratched onto it by some sharp object. "Opening this door means no turning back." With Indu's understanding of rule creepypasta, this phrase was merely to shake his judgment. So he hesitated not at all and directly opened the door to walk in. Back when he watched Rule Creepypasta live streams, he knew from the players' words that after clearing each level, they would be sent to a separate room to rest and wait for the next level to open. Indu initially thought that opening the door would lead him to that resting area. But as the door opened, he first felt a chill, then he became captivated by the tall figure in front of him. A familiar yet unfamiliar shape and face. Indu nervously swallowed and still forced himself to suppress his discomfort to observe the other person closely. No, that's not right, how could he be wearing such a silly smile? Seeing that the other person didn't seem to hold any malice, Indu boldly stared at him, but before he could draw any useful conclusion, the other acted first. The person in front of him put away the smile and then very carefully reached out to pick him up. At the moment the other touched him, Indu saw a line of text flash across the other's face. High-level substitute doll, substitute status. Is this a tool? Moreover, it's a tool being used on him, in other words, this is a tool he is using. Indu sat in his own arms and began to check his toolbox. Unsurprisingly, a few things had been added to it. It seems he lost a piece of memory. A large piece of memory. This is bad. He originally summoned the substitute to do what? Indu furrowed his brow distressingly. You want to go out? The voice of Indu rang in his ear. Indu was shocked and looked up at his own handsome face. At that moment, he truly thought his face was very handsome. However, at the same time, he caught the key point from Indu's words. You know my next plan, did I tell you? Indu shook his head. It's not you who told me. But I know everything about Indu from the judging community. And because of that, I know what Indu truly wants to know right now. Upon hearing this, Indu's eyes lit up. Yes, because you are Indu now. And he was the little girl from a family of 6. Now, he understood why his memory was fragmented. The place where his memory was cut off should be where he completely detached from his identity as the little girl. Indu, it felt a bit strange to call his own name to another person, and Indu adjusted himself before continuing. Then you should know how to let me out, right? Indu nodded solemnly. Give me the white coat. Having just checked the toolbox, Indu immediately pulled out a white coat and handed it to the other person. Then, the person directly covered him with the white coat. Before he could ask, Indu felt the person holding him suddenly start running. Then, there was a loud crash of a door being kicked open, and they were running. Was his plan really this reckless? Just as this thought rose, he felt someone tugging at the white coat on him, the person snarling and shouting, If you become like us, you'll be safe. Why don't you want to become like us? Become one of us, become like us. More and more unfamiliar voices joined in shouting. The number of people pulling at the white coat on him kept increasing, but Indu protected him very well and didn't allow any harm. Just like that, Indu felt himself being carried downstairs and running toward a brighter place. Then, he was thrown out. The torn white coat fell from his head, and Indu saw Indu crash heavily onto the smooth tiles, flying toward him. And he himself tumbled over the door frame and down the stairs. Recovering into his human form, Indu endured the pain as he got up from the ground and looked up at the office building. Through the transparent glass, the brown teddy bear was torn apart by the patients who had attacked in a group, white cotton fluff floating in the air like snowflakes. Mr. Bear. The glass door of the office building opened and closed in response to the motion sensor, and the patients, losing their target, wandered around the hall for a while before gradually leaving a mess behind. Indu stood at the doorway, watching all of this. When he had made the plan to escape with a decoy, Indu hadn't hesitated at all. He should have been happy for his own rationality, for his perfect escape. But why? Who made this trash? After the patients left, Zhang Xuxing arrived as scheduled. He looked at Indu standing outside the door, his eyes clearly filled with unwillingness. But due to the rules, he couldn't leave the office building, so he could only vent his anger on the garbage on the floor. He waved his hand, and the white cotton fluff and brown fabric scraps flew toward the door. This time, the snowflakes fell onto his head. Indu glanced at the ground, then, facing Zhang Xuxing's slightly crazed gaze, he stepped up the stairs. As Indu moved closer to the door, it felt like he was walking straight into a trap, and Zhang Xuxing eagerly moved closer to the door, then saw Indu pick up the torn white coat from the ground and spread it out. You! With his expectations dashed, Zhang Xuxing's eyes turned red. Indu ignored the strange threats that didn't bother him and continued to pick up the scattered fabric scraps and cotton fluff from the floor and place them on the white coat. Once the large pieces of debris were collected, he wrapped up the white coat. Originally, his plan was to take these pieces back to the community, back to the little girl's home. But the text that appeared before his eyes stopped him from doing so. Broken decoy doll, a decoy doll that has been severely damaged. Expected repair time, 100 hours. How could he forget? This wasn't just a normal toy, it was a prop. Great, Mr. Bear. In the family of 6, Mr. Bear was actually the older brother, or, in Grandma's imagination, the older brother who had grown up and could protect his younger sister. Indu felt relieved as he put the white coat into his toolbox. He had been in the office building for quite a while, and as he walked out of the sanatorium under the evening glow, he suddenly realized that the sun was about to set. Though the rules didn't state any danger outside at night, Indu still quickened his pace towards the community. Fortunately, the sanatorium was not far from the community, and he arrived at the community entrance just before the sun completely disappeared. At this moment, the security guard had changed to Feng Qi, and upon seeing Indu outside the community, his face clearly showed surprise. As Indu walked toward the gate, Feng Qi smiled and blocked him, pointing to the rules on the side. Non-residents are not allowed to enter the community. Chapter 74, The Strange Rule. Seeing Feng Qi's expression, Indu had no doubt that once he handed over the resident card, it would say goodbye to him forever. But to enter, it was impossible not to show the security guard the card. Wait, now that I think about it, it didn't seem like the rules stated to show the resident card to the security guard, right? Indu thought this way and turned his gaze to the sign at the community entrance. To his surprise, the sign he had seen in the morning was still there, but it only had the 4 big words "Be careful." Due to a brief memory loss, the memories that vanished and then returned were completely in a dissociated state, and he had to recall them himself for them to emerge. But his memories were just dissociated, not gone. He clearly remembered that this very sign had 3 rules related to entering and exiting the community written on it. Why had the rules disappeared? Indu sighed and rubbed his head in frustration. Speaking of which, it was the first time seeing the rules disappear, but it seemed he had experienced a sudden appearance of rules earlier. Hey, do you want to get in or not? If you don't want to, don't block the door, Feng Qi said, clearly growing impatient as Indu stood at the gate without reacting. Indu pulled his thoughts back, looked up at Feng Qi, and then glanced at the dark currents hidden behind him. This was clearly not a suitable place for thinking. After recalling the scene in the morning when Zhang Qi let the person outside in and let him out, confirming that Zhang Qi had never received a resident card, he took out his own resident card. He fiddled with the card, adjusting it to an angle where Feng Qi could see the anti-counterfeiting mark, then waved it in front of Feng Qi before smoothly putting it back in his toolbox. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds, leaving no chance for Feng Qi to snatch the card away. See? I am a resident of the community, let me in quickly. As Indu said this, he surprisingly carried a hint of arrogance. As long as he confirmed the resident card, he was the owner of the community. He was the object of the security guard's service. Indeed, no matter how angry Feng Qi was, he could not go against the rules. Upon seeing the resident card and confirming its authenticity, he had to open the gate to let Indu, the person he hated most, into the community. Entering the community, Indu didn't even spare a glance at Feng Qi and headed straight for the parking lot. The rules of the parking lot were where he first encountered suddenly increasing rules. As he approached the parking lot, he quickly checked the rules posted above. Please pay attention to the following rules when entering the parking lot. The 5th rule. He had previously guessed that the rules visible to him in this instance were related to the pollution he had on him. According to the parking lot's rules, his state of contamination was as low as when he left the parking lot last night. This was actually correct. He had just returned from the Uncanny sanatorium, the source of contamination, and he had almost been assimilated into another identity there. How could he think his contamination was lower instead of deeper? Could it be that the rules at the entrance were invisible when contamination was too high? Holding this doubt, Indu hurried back to the main gate again. But this time, when he looked at the sign outside the gate, he clearly saw the 3 rules. The rules that had just disappeared in front of him had returned. This is too strange, right? It can't be that these rules can only be seen inside the community, can it? Although reason told him that figuring out why he could pass through wouldn't help, a riddle lingered in his heart, making Indu feel really uncomfortable. Therefore, to verify his guess, Indu completely ignored Feng Chi's hungry gaze and once again took out his resident card to wave it before walking out the gate. The rules were still there, his earlier guess had been wrong. At this moment, Indu's energy was almost exhausted. He bit his tongue to make his brain clearer, but unfortunately, it had little effect. So many things happened today, lack of sleep and the back and forth of memories made his brain feel somewhat sluggish. Now encountering such a bizarre situation, Indu sighed. He always felt that the answers to all the problems were already presented before him. He had so many clues, yet he couldn't string them all together into the final answer. Maybe sleeping now would help him more. While thinking this, Indu used the same trick on Feng Chi again. Indu rushed back and forth, making Feng Chi feel like he was being toyed with, which made him grit his teeth in anger. But due to the rules, he could only watch Indu leave. When Indu returned home, his parents were already there, and dinner was served on the table. After a perfunctory dinner, Indu returned to his room, locked the door, and set an alarm on his phone before collapsing into bed. The rules at home didn't pose much danger. As long as he treated this place like his own home, there would be no danger, which made Indu sleep much more soundly than at the little girl's home. When the alarm rang, he struggled against sleepiness and got up to wash his face in the bathroom. At this time, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, 1 hour before Indu's work. This hour was deliberately freed up by him, just to organize all his leads in this safe zone before work. First, there was the question that still troubled him before sleep. Why couldn't he see the rules at the entrance when he returned? According to his previous speculation about this scenario, the rules were another trap of this model. Because only by knowing the rules could one avoid danger, but some rules in this model only appeared when contamination deepened. In other words, to protect himself, he had to maintain his contamination level at a point that was neither crazy nor clean enough. If his guess was correct, then when he had just returned to the community, his contamination level must have been very low. But after entering the community, his contamination level restored to. Thinking of this, Indu's eyes brightened. How did he forget that he had used Mr. Bear when he was at the Uncanny sanatorium? During the time he used the substitute, he turned back into the little girl, and Mr. Bear took his place as Indu. The reason why his memories from the Indu period were stripped when he became the little girl was that there was an invisible rule in this model: one's memory, appearance, abilities, and the identity one played were all related. This invisible rule could be glimpsed from the rules of entering and exiting the community. So the little girl could only have the memories of a little girl. Mr. Bear, playing the role of Indu, possessed all the memories of Indu. At the same time, the pollution that belonged to Indu transitioned to Mr. Bear. In the end, Mr. Bear was torn apart by the patience and the identity of Indu, and at that moment, everything about the identity Indu was completely reset. When he walked out of the sanatorium, although he had regained the appearance of Indu, he had not actually obtained the identity of Indu. Only at the entrance of the community, when he showed his resident card to Feng Chi, did he transform back into Indu and inherit the pollution from Indu. Indu even had a crazier guess: the invisible rules he was playing did not only exist in this copy. In other copies, the strange beings also followed these rules. They were assigned roles, altered memories, and then became the NPCs in the eyes of the gifted in each copy. Indu reached out and touched his face. The world in the eyes of the strange beings is different from the world in the eyes of the gifted, or, in other words, from the world seen by humans. Now, as a gifted, he was playing the role of the strange being, thus adhering to the rules that strange beings must follow. As a human, as long as there were no hallucinations, what he saw was the real scene. When someone stands in front of a mirror, even if that person is behind him, he can see the reflection of the other person in the mirror. Therefore, in the eyes of beings like the black cat, he now appeared as a skeleton. But in his own eyes, he had the appearance of Indu, and he could still live a life belonging to Indu. And this is the paradise that the fourth building was meant to build. The dead can also live well in this world. In other words, the rules constructing the paradise of the fourth building are entirely based on the rules governing strange beings in the world of rule-based horror. So this so-called paradise is, in fact, a false paradise created by rule-based horror. Many strange beings, on the surface, seem to lack eyes. Everything they see is merely what the rule-based horror allows them to perceive. Chapter 75, The Real Passing Rule. In the world of rule-based horror, the so-called pollution is actually the degree to which one is assimilated by rule-based horror. The deeper the pollution of the gifted, the stronger the control of rule-based horror over the gifted. From the initial auditory hallucinations to the final transformation, it is the journey of a gifted person gradually becoming a strange being, becoming one of rule-based horror. Thus, the purpose of this copy making him play a strange being is quite clear. This copy has never shown a fatal threat, but every step attempted to keep him in this world. Being lost and falling is the goal of this copy. Indu certainly did not want it to succeed. Therefore, he must escape from this copy as soon as possible. As time goes by, the pollution on him will deepen, and the fourth building that he must visit every night may completely brainwash him at any moment. Speaking of the fourth building, Indu subconsciously frowned. After exploring the original entity in the sanatorium with Ren Aiu, he always felt that he had grasped the key to breaking the situation. The most important clue he obtained in the sanatorium should be the stack of files he saw in the archive room. So the Black Cat's hint is correct. No, that hint is both right and wrong. The fourth building is not a real sanatorium, it is a strange building that appeared after the community underwent a mutation, so even if he really goes to the archive room of the fourth building, he will find nothing. If he hadn't experienced the situation of 2 homes in the 6-person household, he wouldn't have thought of looking for the real sanatorium so quickly. So was the hint given by the Black Cat intentional or unintentional? Indu had never felt hostility from the Black Cat. The passing rule is also related to the Black Cat and the little boy. So he instinctively categorized the 2 of them into the harmless camp. But even so, he remained rationally on guard against everything existing in the bizarre rules. At this moment, when he suspected the Black Cat and the little boy, all the doubts he had ignored suddenly popped up. The first and foremost was the time point of the pollution in the community. Initially, because the Black Cat and the fourth building were clearly not on the same side, he had never thought that the pollution in the community was caused by the Black Cat. His original guess was that the deepening strangeness in the sanatorium had affected the nearby community with multiple residents in contact with the sanatorium. And the Black Cat and the little boy were merely hiding in the community during the chaos of the sanatorium. But now thinking about it, the day the Black Cat and the little boy left the sanatorium was precisely the day the community began to be polluted. It was obviously much more reasonable to say that the pollution was brought by them or one of them. The Black Cat was indeed resisting the corruption of the fourth building, but her resistance felt so powerless. Purifying the polluted people in the community was out of the question. Moreover, her ability could hardly purify anyone. And while seeking clues to solve the problem, she concealed important information, providing a clue that was not entirely wrong but also far from correct. This could only mean that a complete solution to the problem was not the situation she wanted to see. Or rather, what must be done to completely solve the problem was something she was unwilling to see. Indu recalled the little boy he had seen that morning and sighed deeply, then took out the note he received in the morning that wrote the rules. Mirror World Clearance Rules. 1. Help the little boy find his sister and help them leave the community. This clearance rule had many issues. First of all, this rule was clearly incomplete. If there was 1, there would be 2 and possibly even 3, 4, 5, and 6. Secondly, his biggest question right now was, if helping them leave the community, does eliminating the little boy count as helping him leave? As soon as this thought emerged, Indu noticed new words appearing on the paper. 2. Beware of the Black Cat being caught by the little boy. When seeing the second rule, a big question mark popped up in Indu's mind. Isn't the Black Cat the little boy's sister? Since it told him to help the little boy find his sister, then why emphasize to beware of the Black Cat being caught by the little boy? Indu rubbed the paper hard, as if by doing so he could extract more clues. It seemed he needed to find the Black Cat once again. Ding ding ding. Another alarm rang. Indu looked at the time, only 10 minutes left until 11 o'clock. Indu changed into the security uniform and went to the security booth. In reality, whether he came on duty a few minutes early or late didn't matter. Fangchi wouldn't care about those few minutes, but in this world, it was different. Just thinking about the need to be punctual made him not want to stay in this world. Arriving at the security booth, Fangchi's attitude had indeed not changed because of the passing hours. When he saw him, he seemed to want to tear him apart. To this, Indu adhered to the principle of not hitting a smiling face, smiling as he completed the shift handover. Probably due to yesterday's incident that set the stage, Fangchi finally didn't act bizarrely this time. Indu regrettably put away the hammer he had already grasped and began to flip through the security work manual. From the rules in the security work manual, this manual was crucial for him to grasp the current situation in the community. However, today was only the second day since he came to this subworld, so there shouldn't be any dangerous changes happening. Thus, in Jiangqi and Fangqi's work records, the strangest thing today was that he went out of the community. Seeing that both of them had written down his exit from the community in the security work manual, Indu's heart sank. Although because of the rules, his name did not appear on the security work manual. But the night security guard's indication was already quite clear. Why was he leaving the community to be recorded as a key entry in the security work manual? Wasn't he violating what Indu should do by doing this? Indu felt a cold sweat, even though the danger had not yet arrived. It only gave him a suppressed feeling like the calm before a storm. He could no longer sit and wait. As a night security guard, one benefit is that during work hours, the community gate no longer opens. For this hour, he didn't need to deal with anyone and could quietly empty his mind in the security room. However, just when he was emptying his mind, the nighttime visitor, the puppet, came again. Just like last night, whenever Indu faced it, it would frantically hit the glass. This time, Indu did not deliberately turn his back to ignore it, but instead approached the puppet and took out a flashlight to shine it on the puppet. Under the flashlight's light, the puppet showed no change. Indu examined the puppet carefully, then slowly opened his mouth, and 3 silent words popped out from his mouth: Zhang Shangshan. This time, the puppet finally had a different reaction. It paused in hitting the glass, and after a few seconds, it started hitting the glass again. Are you Zhang Quansheng or Zhang Shangshan? Just as he was emptying his mind, a brand new, crazy guess popped into Indu's mind. Don't forget, in this scenario, something bizarre can replace another bizarre as long as it obtains another bizarre identification. As a laboratory mouse for Zhang Xuanqing's experiments, how did Zhang Yi and Zhang Shangshan escape the sanatorium, and where did the energy come from to create the 4th building in the Jiaqing community? No matter how he thought about it, the one who could create the 4th building must be the owner of the sanatorium, Zhang Quansheng. So, from another perspective, the little boy Zhang Shangshan had already become the new Zhang Quansheng, and everything was explained. The little boy obtained Zhang Xuanqing's identification during his time at the sanatorium, and just after replacing Zhang Quansheng, he still retained the memories and emotions of the little boy. Thus, he and his sister Zhang Yi escaped the sanatorium. However, Zhang Quansheng, as the head of the sanatorium, bore a powerful contamination. Even with Zhang Yi constantly affirming Zhang Shangshan's identity, Zhang Shangshan inevitably began to turn into Zhang Quansheng. In the end, Zhang Shangshan's consciousness could only appear when the morning sun rose. So, the rules he saw just now were not contradictory. The rules deliberately used the title of the little boy to blur the 2 identities that the little boy currently represented. The real clearance rules were actually: 1. Help the morning Zhang Shangshan find his sister and assist them in leaving the community. 2. Beware of the black cat being caught by Zhang Quansheng. Chapter 76, The Abandoned Red Blood. However, even though the hidden meaning of the rules had been deciphered, completing this rule was not easy. After all, no matter how their identities were differentiated, Zhang Shangshan and Zhang Quansheng were ultimately one entity. As long as Zhang Yi and Zhang Shangshan were together, Zhang Quansheng would be able to find Zhang Yi. Just like the puppet still foolishly knocking on the window outside. It clearly knew Zhang Yi was here, that's why it came knocking. So, the second rule could be further deciphered: completely eliminate Zhang Quansheng. Fortunately, the remaining consciousness of Zhang Shangshan still knew to protect Zhang Yi, which is why Zhang Quansheng had not been able to enter the community. But it seemed that Zhang Shangshan wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. As the influence of the 4th building on the community gradually strengthened, Zhang Shangshan would eventually disappear, and then Zhang Yi would completely fall into Zhang Xuanqing's hands. How are you going to get rid of yourself? There's no clue at all. Looking at the unresponsive puppet outside the window, Indu let out a deep sigh. Then he started recalling everything from the moment he entered this instance. From what he knew so far, Zhang Xuanqing's weakness was the patients in the hospital. But those patients were also deadly to him, and in the sanatorium, Zhang Xuanqing could even teleport. If he really wanted to solve Zhang Xuanqing using the patients, the chance of him being dealt with first was obviously much higher. With the possibility of solving Zhang Xuanqing in the sanatorium ruled out, the only remaining opportunity was the puppet he saw last night. What was the puppet afraid of? Surely, it wouldn't come with fire again this time, right? Wait, speaking of fire, it seems like he wasn't completely clueless after all? Indu straightened up and glanced at the time. As soon as the ban was lifted, Indu stood up and left the security room. This time, he purposely walked to the front door. Sure enough, the puppet was quickly drawn over to him, changing from knocking on the glass window to knocking on the bars of the gate. Without the glass barrier, the puppet's blood-red eyes were clearly exposed in front of Indu, looking like 2 blood droplets hanging on the wood. Then, he took out the lighter and paper he had snatched from the security booth, lit it, and threw it at the puppet's feet. Although he felt that the solution might not be this simple, he still decided to see if he could roast the puppet, adhering to the philosophy that practice proves the truth. Unfortunately, just as he had guessed, the puppet was not afraid of fire at all. Apart from briefly glancing at the flames due to refraction, it completely ignored the fire burning at its feet. The paper on the ground quickly burned out, but the puppet's feet didn't even get slightly scorched. Seeing this, Indu stopped paying attention to the puppet and turned to begin his patrol for the day. With yesterday's experience in mind, he used the patrol stick to clock in at the parking lot. After passing through safely, he headed straight for the square. Just like last night, today there was still a group of skeletons celebrating wildly here. Indu was once again invited to join. He didn't refuse and staggered into the group of skeletons. You need to join the revelry. Abandon the red blood. Do not go too deep. Blue flames are rebirth. The skeleton's clothes still had those words printed on the back. He looked up again at the skeletons' faces. All of the skeletons had blue eyes, blue ghostly flames. But he remembered what the black cat had said, the flames in his eye sockets were red. The kind of red flame that could burn everything to the ground. In other words, he hadn't received the so-called rebirth, and this was also the reason the fourth building kept asking him to go there. From this perspective, these words could also be considered rules for the skeletons. Roughly interpreted, it meant that as a skeleton, you needed to participate in the revelry, only then would you not be considered an outcast. You must not go too deep, the subject should refer to the fourth building, and this is to maintain the status of the fourth building. Of course, the fourth building is indeed dangerous, and going too deep could cause trouble. And only by abandoning red blood to become a skeleton and gaining blue flames could one achieve rebirth. If a skeleton wanted to survive well in this district, they should follow these rules. But, there are many kinds of strange things. Why are all the strange things gathered in this district eventually shaped like skeletons? Is it to make the red blood disappear from here? From the information he had gathered in the past 2 days, there weren't many living people left in this district. Once all the living people are dead, there will be no more fresh red blood in this district. Thinking this, Indu left the group of skeletons and walked to a corner. He took a pair of scissors from his toolbox and made a cut on his palm. Looking at his skin, which appeared completely normal before him, but with no blood or flesh, the pain made Indu's head clearer. No wonder. Since he discovered that there were still living people in this district, he had already begun to doubt his role as a skeleton. In this neighborhood, the situation for the living is clearly much more difficult. No matter what kind of failed outcome is intended for him, placing him in the position of the living is obviously more suitable. So there is clearly a reason for making him a skeleton. Indu smiled as he looked at the wound on his palm gradually healing. Unexpectedly, the black cat's hint was given right from the start. Chapter 77, The Method of Collecting Blood. There are still quite a few living people in this neighborhood, so it seems easy for Indu to obtain blood, but in reality, it is fraught with difficulties. Firstly, the closest living people to him are his parents, but as long as he does not want to reveal his identity, he cannot lay a hand on them. The same goes for others. Upon understanding the truth of the so-called mirror world, he realized he should not simply project his real identity onto it, and he cannot interact with the residents of this neighborhood using his previous attitude. Talking about the mirror world is merely an attempt to confuse him and trap him in a mental dilemma. Moreover, familiar scenes also numb him, making it easier for him to become lost in this replica. Indu tapped his palm with the patrol stick, his gaze sweeping across the group of skeletons still reveling before him. Suddenly, a person's face floated into his mind. Indu left the square and continued to clock in. After finishing the last clock-in point, he turned around and returned to the front of Building 5. When it comes to blood, the first person he thought of was a man, Brother Chen. Last night, the most profound impression Brother Chen left on him was one of bloodiness. Indu strode quickly to the door of room 501 and knocked heavily on the door. He was utterly certain that Brother Chen was definitely not among the group of reveling skeletons downstairs. According to Brother Chen's personality, if he saw him, he would definitely come out to greet him. However, he had been wandering around the square for a long time and had not seen Brother Chen's figure. Sure enough, after he knocked a few times, Brother Chen opened the door, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Brother Chen's face was initially filled with impatience, but when he saw Indu standing at the door, his expression immediately became somewhat frenzied. Indu was startled by his rapid change of expression, his mind going blank for a moment. Fortunately, after this period of training in the rules of strange talks, his reaction speed had greatly improved. Almost instinctively, he blurted out, "Brother Chen." Brother Chen laughed heartily as he walked over, wrapped an arm around Indu's shoulder, and gently patted him, saying, "You big busy man, how come you have the time to come find me today?" Indu's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a smile even crazier than Brother Chen's. "Brother Chen, I want to ask you for a favor." "Oh? What kind of favor?" Brother Chen asked curiously. Indu took a deep breath, his gaze firm and resolute, and slowly said, "Brother Chen, I want to improve." From the first day he met Brother Chen, Indu saw just how crazy he was. After all, that bloodstained face was truly unforgettable. But this time, it was Indu who took the initiative to seek Brother Chen's help, and he had to watch unflinchingly as Brother Chen took action before him. Smelling the scent of blood and watching the brutal scene, Indu stepped forward and grasped Brother Chen's wrist. Brother Chen, who was in high spirits, was interrupted by him, turning his head to fix his crimson eyes directly on Indu. Indu could feel his heart racing, but the more nervous he became, the wider the smile at the corner of his mouth grew. "Brother Chen, death is a very simple matter, just close your eyes and you won't know anything. You have to deeply instill fear in them, only then will they leave on their own. In this neighborhood, the living and the dead are in opposition, and the dead try every means daily to eliminate the living and compress their living space. Yet even so, the living still exist, clearly because there are rules within this neighborhood protecting the living. Brother Chen can kill, but there must surely be limitations. If it weren't for this, he would have already cleaned up all the living people in this neighborhood. Automatically leave? Brother Chen was clearly moved, but soon he shook his head again. It's easy to say, if they could leave the neighborhood, they would have already left. It's not surprising that the living can't move away from the neighborhood. After all, in such a weird neighborhood, who would want to stay here and suffer if they could leave? But what Indu meant by leave was not literal. What I mean by leaving is this kind of leaving, Indu said as he wiped his hand across his neck. We can't easily kill them, but that doesn't mean they can't take matters into their own hands. Indu looked toward the person who had unknowingly shrunk into the corner from Brother Chen's feet and slowly opened his mouth. Am I right, sir? That person could hardly hear what Indu was saying, only knowing he was trembling in the corner. But Brother Chen didn't need his answer. Because he knew that living people could end their own lives, and this had been proven long ago. After all, a group of living people could not bear to live in this bizarre neighborhood and chose to end their own lives. That's a good idea, but how do we do it? Brother Chen asked with a furrowed brow. Indu didn't answer but instead turned and walked into the bathroom. When he came out again, he was holding a bucket of water and walked straight to the person in the corner. Brother Chen watched Indu's actions with curiosity. Indu calmly took out a small knife and made a cut on the person's wrist. Instantly a warm stream of blood splattered across Indu's face. Warm, living blood. Indu nonchalantly placed the person's hand into the bucket, fingers resting on the person's wrist, watching the blood rise continuously while glancing at the person's expression. At the same time, he spoke, as the blood flows out, the person will start to feel weak, dizzy, and have a rapid heartbeat, followed by a gradually fading consciousness, coming closer to death. After his words fell, Indu pressed down hard on the blood vessel at the person's wrist, the pressure causing the blood to flow slower. Of course, due to the rules, we can't actually let them die. Indu didn't pretend to press down on the person's wrist as he reached into his pocket to take out needle and thread. He had secretly taken this from home, intending to use it on the ragged Mr. Bear. It seems it was fortunate timing. Brother Chen watched Indu skillfully stitch the person's wound, and the smile that had appeared when Indu started working grew even stronger. You planned this all along, didn't you? Of course, was the impossible answer. He had only just thought of this method when he remembered Brother Chen's weirdness in the square. A blood-collecting method that seemed very legitimate and could even increase goodwill in Brother Chen's eyes. Chapter 78, Escape the Neighborhood. After teaching Brother Chen how to intimidate people, Indu excused himself, saying he was still working and couldn't join him for the task. On the surface, Indu looked regretful, but inside he was secretly laughing. Although little brother can't go with you, Brother Chen, if you collect a full bucket of blood, you must bring it to me to broaden my horizons. Definitely. Knowing Indu's profession, Brother Chen had no doubt about his words. Once this bucket is full, I'll deliver it to the security booth for you to display it for everyone to see. After agreeing with Brother Chen, Indu happily finished his patrol and walked toward the security booth. Entering the security booth, as expected, the puppet had already returned to the window. Indu sat in his seat and started counting the time. After guarding for the first 2 hours, he went out for another round. When he sat back down again, he continued counting the time, looking outside from time to time. Does it really take this long to collect a bucket of blood? If Brother Chen's bucket of blood isn't delivered before his third patrol, he might have to make a trip to the fourth building during his third patrol. Just as Indu's gaze kept shifting back and forth between his phone and the doorway, that man finally appeared, covered in blood. In the security booth, Indu felt as if he was surrounded by the smell of blood. He put away the urgent desire to take the water bucket and smiled as Brother Chen walked over. As Brother Chen approached the door, he finally stood up, walked out of the security booth, and locked the door behind him. Looking at the blood in Brother Chen's hands, Indu complimented, Brother Chen, you've had a rich harvest. In response to Indu's compliment, Brother Chen was rarely modest. I found this as a skill. When I was dealing with the second person just now, I accidentally killed him, which made me afraid that I'd kill someone while letting them bleed. When he said this, he was clearly proud of having killed someone during the execution of the plan, and then indignantly exclaimed, come on, what kind of broken rule is it that we can only clean up one person a day? And that person has to have looked me in the eyes to be dealt with. It's really troublesome. Indu nodded in agreement, indignantly adding, Brother Chen, yours is still better. Look at me. Indu pointed behind him to indicate Brother Chen to look at the security regulations on display inside. To ensure the safety of residents in the community, do you think those people can be considered residents? They are just a bunch of parasites. Just now, if it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would have almost violated the rules. The security regulations hung clearly there, and the second rule was visible to everyone. Brother Chen could not possibly not know that he needed to protect the safety of the residents. But Brother Chen didn't care. He didn't care whether Indu would violate the rules because of this, nor did he care what Indu would face. Even though he felt some fondness for Indu, he had no empathy. It is indeed frustrating. Brother Chen squinted his eyes, tempting, so, hurry up and become a being like us, you'll gain more freedom. Freedom. Indu muttered this word as he looked down at the water bucket in Brother Chen's hands. Yes, you'll be much freer. Saying this, he reached out to take the water bucket from Brother Chen, but before that, I still have to do my job well. I'll place this bucket of blood at the window, letting everyone who comes seeking help see it, ensuring they live in fear every day. Brother Chen nodded in satisfaction and then turned to leave. As soon as Brother Chen left, Indu placed the bucket down. He pressed on the imprint on his palm. The bucket of blood was quite heavy, and he had imitated this human skin convincingly, without any blood but still bruised. Holding the blood, Indu stood at the entrance of the security room for a few minutes, confirming that Brother Chen would not return, before picking up the water bucket again and walking towards the main gate. The puppet appeared again, continuing to mechanically knock on the door. The iron door rang loudly under his knocking. Indu looked up at the hinges on either side of the iron door. Both the door and hinges were made of iron, and under the puppet's knocks, neither the door nor the hinges were harmed, only the wall had started to crack. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before this puppet could take down the door. Indu looked at it a few more times, then turned to head back to the security room to check the window that the puppet had been knocking on. As expected, there were cracks on all four walls of the window. Since entering this alternate world, he hadn't heard any announcements and had no idea how long the community's barrier could hold Zhang Xuxing off. While Indu was inspecting the window, the puppet came over like a pesky little bug again. Alright, stop knocking, come outside, I have a big gift for you. Indu put on a hypocritical smile. Of course, the puppet outside couldn't hear him, but it obediently followed Indu to the main gate. Indu didn't rush to splash blood on it, instead, he started rummaging through his toolbox for tools. He pulled out a chisel and a hammer to begin removing the hinges. Accompanying the sound of his hammering were the puppet's knocks on the iron door, creating another bizarre duet in the night along with a part resonating in the square. Indu didn't completely remove the hinges all at once, he kept them all loose and then stepped aside to watch the puppet continue to knock on the door. 1, 2. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, the already wobbly hinge finally couldn't hold on and fell down directly. Faced with the suddenly fallen iron gate, the puppet did not feel surprised, but was stunned for a few seconds. It raised its hand, ready to strike down again, but it looked like it was surrendering. How is it? Isn't it a great gift? Indu carried the bucket and walked up to it, then beckoned it with his finger, you come in. The puppet's malfunctioning brain finally restarted at this moment, it struck down hard, starting a performance with no physical object. Indu stood in front of it, watching it pound the air. Not to mention, this was not ordinary air because Indu could see the puppet's hand seemed to be blocked by some invisible force, each strike stopping at the same position. It seemed that in its rules, the pollution level of the community had to reach a certain extent before it could enter. The door and the windows were just a visualization of the rules and had no actual function. In this world, the rules are the greatest for both people and the bizarre. Physical solutions only work on lifeless things. Indu let out a breath and then picked up the bucket, forcefully splashing it toward the puppet before him. Red blood turned into red flames the moment it touched the puppet. The ignited puppet struggled in pain, its mouth wide open but unable to produce a sound. With the puppet's disappearance, the ground welcomed the first light. The square was silent, and the community fell into a strange quietness. After a moment, a noise came from the security booth not far away. Indu discerned that it should be coming from the direction of the parking lot. Not good. He was so focused on executing the plan that he forgot the fourth building was under the power of Zhang Xuxing to control the community. Now that Zhang Xuxing had disappeared, the community had completely lost control, and many rules based on the fourth building would collapse, leading to a bizarre battle between the strange and the human. In such a situation, his identity was not good. Truly caught between a rock and a hard place. He had to hurry to complete the remaining tasks to clear the game. Indu ran desperately toward the third building. Black Cat. Before Indu entered the building, the Black Cat, sensing the changes in the community, had already run out of the third building in the form of a black cat. Indu did not say much, grabbing the Black Cat by the scruff of its neck and running toward the open space between the first and second buildings. Quickly call your brother out, you need to leave the community immediately. Meow, meow, meow. The Black Cat, caught in Indu's hand, let out a sorrowful cry and struggled hard. Indu was scratched and, in pain, loosened his grip. The Black Cat landed gracefully on the ground. Meow. Although he couldn't understand the Black Cat's words, Indu felt it was swearing pretty horribly. But none of that mattered, hurry and find your brother, there's no time. Indu had already realized that his choice to splash the puppet was wrong. He should have consulted with the Black Cat first, letting her and her brother be ready to leave the community at any time. Meow. The Black Cat called out again in place, and this time, a semi-transparent little boy appeared. He carefully hugged the Black Cat in his arms. Sister. Meow, meow, meow. Indu had no time for them to reminisce. Before the black cat finished meowing, he directly grabbed the little boy's shoulder. Quick, come with me to exit the community. Zhang Shangshan was not Zhang Xuxing. With a tug from Indu, he could only follow and run forward. However, when they reached the door, they were still blocked. The entrance of the community was filled with people escaping from the parking lot. Indu and the little boy's arrival made quite a noise. Those blocking the doorway turned back, their gazes toward Indu filled with intense hatred. Indu had no doubt that their next move would be to tear him apart. Fortunately, the lamp in his hand had not been used yet, and he skillfully took out the small lamp, its faint light barely visible in the sunlight, yet still created a safe circle around Indu and the boy. With the lamp's power, Indu and the little boy successfully walked out of the neighborhood's gate. At the moment they stepped out, Indu glanced back, seeing those numb, rigid people trapped behind an invisible door. At that moment, Indu could not describe the feelings swirling in his heart. But before he could discern them well, he felt the sensation in his hands fading away. Indu looked down, the boy's already translucent body grew even more blurred, and the black cat in his hand fell to the ground. This time, the black cat was no longer agile, it clumsily tumbled to the ground. Meow, it cried anxiously, but could not slow down the boy's disappearance. Seeing the sunlight growing ever hotter, Indu heard the notification sound from the mission. He should have felt joy at passing the level, but instead, he felt extremely complicated emotions. Zhang Shangshan, you are Zhang Shangshan, your sister's brother, you must remember. After shouting this, Indu's eyes went dark. Here we go again? Chapter 79 Mission, The Soul Resurrection Night. When Indu woke up again, he found himself lying on a white bed, sunlight pouring into the room through the window on his left. He sat up and looked around the room. This room was not big, probably only 10 square meters, containing just a bed and a simple desk and chair set. Indu got up and walked to the desk. The desk was very simple, without even a drawer. On the desk was just a 3-digit number display, now set to 000. Additionally, there was a note: if you have food needs, you can simply say it out loud, and after making the request, food will be placed on the desk in 10 minutes. Food. Indu touched his stomach, he felt no hunger and decided to walk around the room. The room had no door, no partitions, only a single window. Outside the window was a lawn, with sunlight just right, and the sound of birds could still be heard in the room. But when Indu actually got close to the window, it had turned into a white wall. This was clearly a room he could not escape from, and even the only light source, the window, was fake. Indu guessed this must be the resting area that the previous gifted individuals had mentioned. But this resting area, shockingly, didn't even have a toilet? What would happen if he had a physiological need? Or is it that in here, gifted people do not have normal physiological needs at all, and the so-called food is nothing more than a false placebo? Holding these doubts, Indu sat back at the desk and cautiously requested a bottle of cola. To not miss the appearance of the cola, he timed it with the alarm clock in the toolbox, not blinking as he stared at the desk, waiting for the cola to suddenly appear. He picked up the cola and examined it. The packaging looked exactly like what he remembered, and the production date was very close to when he entered the mission. So, Indu opened the cola and took a sip. The taste was fine. After drinking half of the cola, Indu began to try putting items back into the toolbox, and this time he finally discovered a problem. This cola would not go back into the toolbox. He didn't know if it was because of the special nature of this space or if the cola was indeed, as he suspected, just a false placebo. Indu shook his head self-deprecatingly. What the heck, after finally escaping the mission, he was still overthinking these things. But speaking of overthinking, Indu couldn't help but fix his gaze on the 3-digit number display on the desk. He had just been fiddling with this number display while waiting for the cola. It was just an ordinary ornament, with each position's number ranging from 0 to 9. Indu had a gut feeling it was not an ordinary display, but no matter what numbers he turned it to, no miracle happened. The only special thing about this number tag is that, like the suddenly appeared cola, it cannot enter his toolbox. This room is truly boring, and with no other choice, Indu can only lie back on the bed to rest and start reviewing. As he reviewed, he suddenly thought of the voice he heard when he cleared the levels earlier. It seemed there was some sound after clearing, which should be his reward settlement, but he couldn't hear it clearly. Could it be that the complete report only appears in the live broadcast room? He doesn't know how many points he earned in total or if he successfully obtained the reward for eliminating the urban legend. As he continued reviewing, Indu closed his eyes and fell asleep directly. After experiencing the rules of the urban legend dungeon, quiet and free rest time became extremely precious. Most importantly, this room not only provides food but also offers books, game consoles, and other things to pass the time. After staying in the lounge for a few days, Indu finally heard the announcement of the dungeon again. A new dungeon will open in 10 minutes. With the help of the clock, he confirmed that he had been in this empty room for about 3.5 days. According to previous patterns, a new dungeon will only open 24 hours after the last talent user clears the dungeon. Considering the time he spent in the dungeon earlier, there should be a talent user who cleared the dungeon by safely spending 7 days at home. Indu got up from the bed and sat on the edge of the bed to wait. Participant from Summer Country, Indu, Talent, Toolbox, Level 2, Welcome to the Rules Urban Legend Night of Souls, Minimum Clearance Condition, Customer Satisfaction above 80. This dungeon is a multiplayer team dungeon. Toolbox Level 2? Indu keenly captured the difference in his talent in the announcement. It seems that he received a talent upgrade reward during his previous clearance. Unfortunately, no one has successfully upgraded the toolbox, and he still doesn't know what changes have occurred after the upgrade. But now is not the time to study the toolbox. The most important thing at the beginning of the dungeon is to gather information. Indu began to survey the place where he was located. At this moment, he was sitting in the middle of a 3-person bench. On his left and right sides, the one on his right is a burly man, while the one on his left is a tall, thin man with fair skin. Indu doesn't know the person on the left, but the person on the right seems a bit familiar. This person is actually a colleague of his, a security guard from the land of Bang, Mashonja, Talent, Magic Mask. Even though he hasn't upgraded his talent since entering the dungeon, with this talent combined with his abilities, he has been doing quite well in the dungeon. Indu glanced at his own arm and then at the other man's arm, which is almost twice the size of his, and secretly marveled. He never realized this person had such a big physique when watching the live broadcast. Like him, this person also switched to being a security guard midway. But unlike him, this guy was a gangster before changing careers. It is said that his security company is a product that the boss cleaned up and released. On his first day in the dungeon, the land of Bang exposed his identity. Because of his past as a gangster and his current role as a security guard, public opinion in the land of Bang wasn't very favorable toward him before he cleared the first dungeon. Moreover, the land of Bang was not interested in shaping him as a hero. At that time, the elite class of the land of Bang said the ugly clown is grasping the fate of the country, and everyone should be prepared to accept the arrival of the urban legend. After he successfully cleared for the first time, the elite class had to hide some of their arrogance, stating a gangster dying in the rules urban legend would be the greatest contribution to the country. Until the third clearance, when public opinion could no longer accept such a hero being slandered, these elites had to let go of their prejudices. This should be this person's 5th instance. Their strength is indeed formidable, but it's unknown whether they are friend or foe. Indu withdrew his gaze from the scrutinizing arm and looked at the bench opposite him. On that side sat 2 ladies, one with reddish-brown dyed hair, currently wearing what seemed to be a performance outfit, her entire demeanor radiating fear. Beside her, the blonde lady appeared to be in a better state. Although she was also nervous, she still seemed aware of her surroundings. It looked like she was also a gifted one, and a novice at that. As for the person to Indu's left, judging from their state, they were far more experienced, at least appearing calm on the surface. If this instance was a 5-person group, then it meant that seasoned players occupied 3 out of 5 spots here. Were there really so many people clearing the last instance? Here we go again, no time to catch our breath. This is a multiplayer instance, I feel like we're doomed. Why start off with such pessimism? Can't we hope for something good? You must know how high the death rate is in multiplayer instances. I, for one, can't be optimistic. Besides, Indu matched with that guy from the land of Styx this time. Yeah, what's up with that? I've seen other livestreams where there's either one seasoned player or none at all, but here with Indu there are 2. Isn't that targeted? Let me correct you, it's 3 men, all seasoned players. The one on Indu's left is called Juan Winjun, he's from Vietnam, with the talent, Pollution Purification. Though pollution purification has never been highly regarded, it was really useful in the last instance. Anyone with this talent can just hide in Granny's room for 3 days, then spend another 4 days near Mr. Bear to clear it. In the last round, there were a total of 6 who got the pollution purification talent, and aside from that guy from the country of barbarians, everyone else managed to clear it. Truly a tool for passing. I have a theory about the last instance. Granny seems to provide more help to children with low pollution. Those who obtained the pollution purification talent even received hints about hiding in the room and eating cereal right from the start. Chapter 80 The Rules of Vigil over the Corpse Chamber. After observing the companions in this instance, Indu began to search for clues. He had already taken a quick look around the room while observing the people, and besides the 2 benches they were sitting on, there was nothing else in here. Since there was nothing in the room, he could only find clues on himself. Glancing at the tall, thin man checking under the benches, Indu shifted a bit to distance himself from the big man next to him. He searched his whole body and eventually found a phone inside the inner side of his boot. He looked down at his cargo pants, which had at least 6 pockets, and suppressed the urge to complain, silently examining the phone instead. At that moment, nearly everyone had also found their phones. As soon as he opened the phone, a timed reminder popped up. August 18th, 11 o'clock reminder, remove the public information from the group, do not share any other information. Indu guessed that others' phones probably had the same reminder. After all, besides him and Ma Xiangxia, everyone else's sudden vigilance was quite evident. However, this wasn't a rule. It was just a reminder from oneself. Indu closed the reminder and opened the chat app on his phone. In the chat interface, a group of 6 was pinned at the top. The 7-day return to life night, this must be the group mentioned in the reminder, came Ma Xiangzhe's voice from beside him. You guys better check the information in there right away. Though it was in the language of the sticks, several people who shouldn't understand it nonetheless understood his words. As his voice faded, Indu clicked open the group messages. The nickname of the person who created the group was Customer. The instance notification mentioned that the minimum passing condition was a customer satisfaction rating above 80. It probably referred to this group leader. Indu clicked on the group message and scrolled to the top. August 17th, 12 o'clock. Customer, everyone, here's the thing. In my area, there's a custom where the elders must be watched over for 7 days before their burial. The watch period is from noon to midnight each day. For the first 2 days, we must stay for 12 hours, and for the remaining days, 10 hours is enough. Customer, currently, our elder is in the morgue, and I hired all of you just to keep watch for these 7 days. After it's done, there will definitely be a generous reward. Customer, this is the rule for keeping watch in the morgue, you must remember it. Customer, image.jpg. Customer, this is the rule for keeping watch in the morgue, you must remember it. Customer, this is the rule for keeping watch in the morgue, you must remember it. Customer, this is the rule for keeping watch in the morgue, you must remember it. Customer, this is the rule for keeping watch in the morgue, you must remember it. This is the rule for keeping watch in the morgue, you must remember it. A chilling voice rang in Indu's ears. Customer, sorry, it just lagged. Please remember to check the rules. When Indu saw this message, the red-haired woman suddenly screamed, Who? Who is speaking? This is just mental interference, it's not serious at the moment, no need to be too nervous, Ma Xiangzhe replied without lifting his head. In the world of rule-related ghost stories, this situation is quite common. Indu could sense that this person beside him was actually quite impatient with this kind of situation, but since it might be a multiplayer dungeon that requires cooperation to clear, he had to speak up. After Ma Xiangzhe finished speaking, the blonde woman next to the girl also comforted her. You must have seen the livestream, right? In the last dungeon, players were also affected while looking at family photos, and this kind of voice would appear. As long as you pay attention not to let the contamination deepen, you'll be fine. To clear the multiplayer dungeon, in addition to following the rules, having good companions is also important. Indu observed silently, confirming that the red-haired girl had no extreme emotions before continuing to look at the messages. Boss is a calf, understood, boss, don't worry, we will definitely follow the requirements. Coming soon, boss, leave it to us with confidence. Big sister A, we will follow the requirements. Is June, not June, leave it to us with confidence. Red fire, I will do my best. Customer, it's settled then, no backing out, okay? The consequences of backing out are yours to bear. Customer, it's settled then, no backing out, okay? The consequences of backing out are yours to bear. Customer, it's settled then, no backing out, okay? The consequences of backing out are yours to bear. Customer, it's settled then, no backing out, okay? The consequences of backing out are yours to bear. Customer, it's settled then, no backing out, okay? The consequences of backing out are yours to bear. Once again, this time the red-haired girl didn't make any sound, only her body trembled slightly and almost imperceptibly. It seemed she had slightly adapted to the methods of the rule-related ghost stories. Customer, sorry, it lagged again. I thought it hadn't sent, so I pressed it twice. Customer, we will start the watch tomorrow at 12 o'clock, don't be late. Customer, by the way, there's a lounge near the morgue. If you arrive early, you can rest there. You can use the lounge for the next few days. Indu opened the image. The image showed an old gravestone carved from black granite, with golden letters etched upon it. Rules for keeping watch in the morgue. 1. When keeping watch in the morgue, each person should ideally only stay for 2 hours per day. 2. The morgue is open from 10 a.m. to midnight, you can only enter to keep watch during this time. 3. The morgue is more dangerous after sunset, try to keep watch during the day. 4. You must keep watch for the required time, the shorter the watch time, the more dangerous the night of the resurrection. 5. Someone must keep watch from 11 p.m. to midnight. The rules for keeping watch, Indu murmured. These are just the rules for the watch, maybe there's another set of rules for the morgue. Each person should ideally only stay for 2 hours a day. According to this rule, the 5 of us can only keep watch for 10 hours. Ma Xiangzhe said while manipulating his fingers, looking as if he was ready to reason with everyone. As he moved, others kept a wary eye on him, only Indu remained still and voiced his thoughts. Indeed, but this conversation hasn't mentioned whether the customers will participate in the vigil. What do you mean? Indu stood up and said, this should be the lounge mentioned by the customer, and it's not yet 11:10. I want to see if I can find the customer to confirm some information in person, even if I can't, gathering more clues is still good. Let's wait for the last 10 minutes, then we can discuss how to allocate the time for the vigil. Indu was always a man of action. After sharing his thoughts, he directly walked towards the lounge door. I'll go with you. The blonde woman stood up. After she stood, the red-haired girl next to her timidly stood up as well. I want to go too. Then you two go outside to find the customer. I'll try to contact him on my phone. Ma Xiangjia said. Hearing Ma Xiangjia's words, Indu turned back. At this moment, the big man sitting in the chair had already crossed his legs, typing quickly on his phone. Seeing this, the live stream exploded with comments. This person from the stick country is really sly, letting Indu and the others go out while he sits there safely typing. The idea to check outside was first brought up by Indu. If anyone is to blame, it's him. Really, how could he not see how foolish this was in the first place? Wait, you're... Indu was about to interrupt Ma Xiangjia's actions when suddenly someone rushed out beside him. Wait, let me send the message instead. I remember your skill is the magic cloak, right? You should be the one to scout ahead. The tall, skinny guy said, trying to assert dominance over Ma Xiangjia. Ma Xiangjia raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat baffled, and slowly stood up. Just this movement startled the tall, skinny guy to step back with his left leg, but he quickly reacted and lunged forward with a big step. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Hearing those somewhat awkward yet familiar words, Indu couldn't immediately tell which country this person was from. However, his posture along with his tone was somewhat amusing. Returning his gaze from the skinny guy, Indu turned to Ma Xiangjia, who was just looking at him. In this moment of eye contact, both of them smiled, smiles full of sarcasm. Alright, you contact the customer on your phone, and we'll go out to look for clues. Ma Xiangjia walked around the skinny guy heading towards the door. Chapter 81, The Cold August. After enjoying the performance of the tall, skinny guy, Indu and the others finally stepped out of the lounge door. During this time, the red-haired girl had been tightly gripping the arm of the blonde woman. The lounge was not indoors. Outside the door was a wide avenue, and across the road was a big house just like the one where they had been resting. Both houses had 3 large iron doors, and the lounge they had just occupied was in the middle. Additionally, there was a van parked by the side of the road. As Indu stepped out, a gust of wind blew in, and the chilling air made him shiver involuntarily. He looked down at his thin jacket, frowning. This temperature didn't match his outfit at all. In this situation, either the environment or himself had a problem, or maybe both had problems. That should be the morgue. Ma Xiangjia, who had been walking last, squeezed past to stand beside Indu, pointing at the opposite house. Indu nodded since there were only these 2 houses nearby, and there were no other buildings around. He was just about to discuss splitting up the search with Ma Xiangjia when he was interrupted by the red-haired girl behind him. It's so cold. I want to go back to the lounge. The red-haired girl was wearing a thin, somewhat revealing costume and was huddling her body close to the blonde woman, trying to warm up. There were 5 of them. Only the red-haired girl's clothing is quite unique. He, Ma Xiangjia, and the tall skinny guy are all equipped with the same outfits as they entered the dungeon with their talents for continuously challenging levels: t-shirts, light jackets, work pants, and boots. The red-haired girl is a new entrant, and because this dungeon is not a role-playing dungeon, she came in wearing her original clothes from her own world. The blonde lady is somewhat special. Her clothes are the same as those of the continuous challengers. This outfit caused Indu to question his judgment. It's possible her previous panic was all just an act. It is indeed a bit cold, said the blonde lady. But isn't August summer here? I closely observed the lounge just now. There is neither heating nor air conditioning, yet I don't feel cold. Isn't August summer in your place? Ma Xiangjia successfully blurted out a statement that fits Indu's stereotype of a thug. This person should be from a country in the southern hemisphere, Indu explained while patting Ma Xiangjia's shoulder. The climate in the southern hemisphere is opposite to ours. Ma Xiangjia's face turned slightly red as he brushed off Indu's hand. I do have this bit of common sense, I just didn't think of it for a moment. Yes, I'm from kangaroo country. It won't exceed 20 degrees during the day back home. I was still wearing a coat before coming in. But to fit the weather setting of this dungeon, your clothes changed to the same t-shirt and jacket as ours after you entered, Indu interjected. So, we feel cold. Something must be wrong. Standing at this entrance won't give us answers. We should look for clues first. After speaking, Indu looked toward the red-haired girl, who seemed to want to back out. If you really want to go back to the lounge, I won't stop you, but remember, don't play on your phone. Okay. Although she didn't understand Indu's intentions, the girl still agreed. Watching the girl walk towards the lounge, Ma Xiangjia said somewhat irritably, according to the rules of this dungeon, having fewer people is not beneficial for us. And that red-haired girl didn't seem reliable. If she went in alone to guard the spirit, who knows if she would even last through the first day. Actually, the tall skinny guy wasn't very bright either, but he had cleared a dungeon before. If he wasn't somewhat capable, then surely his talent was good enough. Why not let her use her phone? Even if that dude learned something from his phone, he probably wouldn't share it. Haven't you figured it out yet? Since entering the dungeon, the group message from the customer has already caused 2 instances of pollution. With this, you still want to look for clues on your phone? Don't you think you are getting yourself too deep into the pollution? But just giving up the clues on the phone like this? It's not giving up, it's just unnecessary to use a phone right now. Even if we contact the customer, the most we could ask is whether he would join in guarding the spirit. You can't hide that information if you learn it. If that's the case, why did that guy grab this job at the beginning? Is it possible he's afraid his teammates will kill him? After all, as he said, according to the current rules, having fewer people is detrimental to clearing the level. He still has to protect his teammates. If that's the case, then we don't have to worry about Indu's safety? We still need to worry. Ma Xiangja isn't in danger right now, but dragging down teammates is also very dangerous. 3 people, just right. Let's split up and search. First, the rule of guarding the spirit is what we received in the group. We're still not sure if there's a mortuary rule, so we need one person to check around the mortuary for clues. Also, this place is so large, and there isn't a bit of garbage on the ground. There should be someone managing it, so perhaps we can find that person to gather information. Finally, according to the current rules, we need to stay here for 7 days. We need daily necessities. If nothing goes wrong, they should be in that van. Where do you want to take responsibility for searching? Indu analyzed the current findings and then turned to the 2 and asked. He preferred to let the blonde lady, who was entering the dungeon for the first time, check the van. Compared to the other 2 tasks, checking the van was undoubtedly the safest job right now. Moreover, the van was looking for supplies, not clues. With his understanding of Ma Xiangja, Indu was confident that Ma Xiangja wouldn't hide any clues, but he still had not figured out the blonde lady and was reluctant to trust her easily. I'll follow your lead, just tell us what to do. Seeing that there was a brainy member in the team, Ma Xiangja, who didn't like to think much anyway, waved his hand, but while saying this, his gaze had already turned to another flat house. Clearly, he still had his own ideas. Hearing this, the blonde lady quickly expressed, I will follow your arrangements. She knew they were all tied together like grasshoppers on the same string, and Indu would not want to harm her for no reason. Alright, then you. Indu looked at the blonde lady. Erica, my name is Erica. Erica, check if there are any daily necessities in the van. Ma Xiong, you go to that flat house and see if there are any clues. I'll find the administrator. After Indu finished speaking, he turned to head into the other rooms of the flat house. Wait. Ma Xiongja called out, are you just leaving like this? Saying you'll listen to Indu, but backing out? Truly a person from the stick country. Indu turned back in confusion. At least leave a name, we've met in this way, and if something really happens, I need to know who my brother in arms is. Indu, that's my name. But, I think you should worry more about yourself, I won't easily kick the bucket. Hearing Indu's words, Ma Xiongja frowned in dissatisfaction, why do you talk so harshly? The average person would probably be scared stiff seeing his bulkiness, but Indu laughed instead, because, if you can't speak nicely, you can just be quiet. He turned and walked towards the iron door on the left, saying, those who understand know you are worried about me, those who don't would think you are cursing me. In front of you, did you regret speaking too quickly? I don't believe this person from the stick country really has good intentions. If you're this free, why don't you go register with the Emperor? Stop babbling here. Chapter 82, The Deceased Customers. Ah, this guy. Ma Xiongja swore as he walked towards the large flat house across the road. Indu had said when assigning the searches to just look for clues around the large flat house. But Ma Xiongja was prepared, if he didn't find anything useful outside, he would take a gamble and go inside. The morgue was a place they had to enter sooner or later. If a teammate really died at the start, they didn't know what the subsequent night of the living dead would face. However, the situation Ma Xiongja anticipated did not happen. The rules of the morgue were clearly posted on the door, but the words were covered in dust and could not be seen clearly. Ma Xiongja looked around, seeing there were no tools, he simply took off his clothes and started to wipe the sign. Once the sign was cleaned, Ma Xiongja quickly took his phone to snap a picture and sent it to the group. August 18, 11:16, Morning Group. Coming soon, image.jpg. Not long after he sent it, a private message suddenly popped up on his phone. August 18, 11:17, Boss is a sucker. Memorize it or write the rules down on paper. Indu. Ah, this guy has so many demands, it's not easy to have a phone, and he wants me to memorize things. Doesn't he know I hate memorizing things the most? As soon as Ma Xiongja read the message, he complained, then, began to obediently memorize the rules. After teasing Ma Xiongja, Indu arrived at the iron door on the left. After checking outside, ensuring there were no rules or abnormalities, he knocked on the iron door. Just as he knocked once, a response came from inside immediately. It was as if someone was deliberately waiting for him. Here it comes. The voice was very hoarse and somewhat weak, giving a sense of emptiness. Indu tightened the lamp in his hand, staring at the slowly opening iron door. The door creaked open to reveal a very thin old man who was hunched over. Strangely, he was still half a head taller than Indu, creating an overwhelming feeling from Indu's perspective. But oddly, although the old man's face was wrinkled, it was unusually rosy, and the smooth areas appeared exceptionally tender. "Was it you who knocked on the door just now?" Indu took 2 steps back and nodded. "Yes, it was me." While stating the truth, he tried to look past the old man to observe the inside of the room, but unfortunately, the old man stood in such a way that blocked his view completely. It seemed he had a strong sense of caution. "What do you want?" Once he said this, he basically removed himself from the identity of a customer. However, Indu did not exclude him from the list of suspects because the feeling of discomfort this old man gave off was too obvious. But without understanding the current situation, Indu could only hold back his curiosity. He thought for a moment and decided to be straightforward to exchange for some information. "Sir, we were hired to keep vigil, but after arriving here, we haven't seen the person who hired us, so we want to ask you, which family's old man came in recently? Have you seen his family? In my mortuary, recently I've only received 2 corpses. One is Zhao Laosan from our village, who was found dead from starvation at home 2 months ago. As for the other one, let's not talk about it." This statement was clearly leading him to continue asking. Indu blinked and responded, "Well, you should still tell me. Let me confirm if this is the person we are supposed to keep vigil for? After all, we can't wait 7 days and then realize we've got the wrong person." Indu spoke sincerely, and his reasoning was sound. After hesitating for a moment, the old man said, "To be honest, after Zhao Laosan was sent here, I haven't seen his son come at all, so no one arranged for his funeral. You see, here, when a person dies without anyone keeping vigil, they will turn into a vengeful spirit when buried, so I have been too scared to bury him and can only keep trying to contact his son, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to reach him. It wasn't until 7 days ago in the morning, when I was about to come clean the road, that I saw Zhao Laosan's son, Zhao Xiaolei, sitting by the road muttering to himself. When I was about to approach him, he suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, 'I'm here to keep vigil, I'm here to keep vigil, I'm here.' He repeated these 2 sentences in front of me for about 10 minutes before collapsing straight to the ground. When I took a closer look, I found his face was pale and his body was stiff. Do you know what the scariest part is?" The old man lowered his voice to create a scary atmosphere. Unfortunately, Indu, who was listening to the story, was not afraid. As soon as he asked the question, he immediately answered, "Actually, he has been dead for a little while, hasn't he? His body must have been completely stiff, so that's why you saw him lying straight?" Unable to scare Indu, the old man let out a disinterested hum and continued, "People like me who see mortuaries know a bit about the dead. From the level of his stiffness, it's clear he has been dead for at least 12 hours. Later, I checked his phone and found he had navigated his way here. He started out at noon yesterday and walked all day to get here." When he heard the old man's timeline, Indu silently counted on his fingers, eventually mumbling quietly, "Yesterday was the 7th day." It seemed that their customer had already died. But what kind of fear drove him to get up after death to find someone to keep vigil? Or perhaps, it was not this deceased customer who sought them to keep vigil. So, is Zhao Xiaolei's body now placed in the same morgue as his family's elder's body? Hearing Indu's question, the old man quickly denied, "Of course not. The bodies we are waiting to keep vigil for are each in their own room. I placed Zhao Laosan's body in the middle morgue. As for Zhao Xiaolei's body, I was worried it might dirty my morgue, so I tossed it into the river in front." Tossed it? This is something Indu had not expected. He asked in confusion, "Aren't you supposed to keep vigil before burial here? You just tossed it away. Aren't you afraid it could turn into a vengeful spirit?" "You just said it, only after burial does it turn into a vengeful spirit. Since I didn't bury him, I just tossed him, right?" What a good point, I was left speechless to refute. Burial will turn it into a vengeful spirit, but tossing it away means it's fine? The old man really has a plan. No, Zhao Laosan and Zhao Xiaolei are already dead. Who called Indu and them over? Zhao Xiaolei might not even be a customer, perhaps there are others behind this. Faced with the old man's honesty, Indu returned to a period of silence. "So, if you come here, the only object you can keep vigil for is Zhao Laosan, do you understand?" the old man said. I understand. But I have one final question, old man, are there any rules to follow when keeping vigil in the morgue?" "You kid, you're quite clever. We have quite a few rules for keeping vigil. Take this paper, don't make mistakes," the old man said as he threw a piece of paper to Indu. Morgue vigil rules. The paper the old man threw to Indu had one more rule than what was in the group chat. At that moment, a message came through the pinned group chat. August 18, 11:16 Vigil Group. On my way, image.jpg. Seeing this, Indu didn't even open the photo, he directly clicked on his avatar and sent a private message. August 18, 11:17 on my way. Memorize or write down the rules. Indu. August 18, 11:20 Vigil Group. Boss is a brat, gather in the break room. Ian Do. On my way, it's only been 3 minutes, I'm not some memory superhero, gather what? Boss is a brat, find a way, come quick. Ian Do. On my way, Ushi, you wait for me. Ma Xianze angrily typed a reply in the group and then looked up at the sign in front of him. At this point, there's no way to memorize it. If he had that memory, he wouldn't have had to drop out of school and become a thug. After a few seconds of distress, Ma Xianze simply tugged at the sign a couple of times and directly pulled it down. Chapter 83, Customer's Identity. When Indu returned to the break room, a tall, thin guy was chatting with someone on his phone. The red-haired girl was obedient. At that moment, she was quietly sitting on a chair. When she saw Indu enter, she quickly got up to look behind him, then revealed a disappointed expression. Indu knew who she was looking for, but he didn't explain, just stood at the door watching time go by, then picked up his phone to start sending messages. August 18, 11:20 Vigil Group. Boss is a brat, gather in the break room. Indu. On my way, it's only been 3 minutes, I'm not some memory superhero, gather what? Boss is a brat, find a way, come quick. On my way, Ushi, you wait for me. Big A sister, okay. Ma Xianze's reply sounded like he was getting ready to fight, but Indu knew that guy would definitely find a way to get back to the break room on time. However, seeing these conversations, the Korean girl didn't think so. Ushi, why does this guy get to command our talented individuals? No, why is Ma Xianze so obedient to Shagwa Tianji's words? He follows the rules when told to, and goes back when asked? Exactly, and haven't the rules been written down? Why does he have to memorize them? I know, Ma Xianze is so obedient, he must be pretending to be compliant, waiting to be removed later. Are you guys thinking too much? This is just a cooperative mission. What's wrong with sharing the clues quickly? When can the clues not be shared? Clearly, he could just use his phone to notify, why must they go back to the lounge? Are you really foolish or just pretending? Can't you see there's a problem with the phone? While people in reality kept expressing their opinions, Ma Xianze was happily walking into the lounge with the sign that had the morgue rules written on it. As soon as he saw Indu, he proudly shook the sign and said, "Look what I brought back." At this moment, Erica hadn't returned yet, so Indu simply held the shaking sign and started to read. Morgue rules. 1. Whenever you enter the morgue, you must check the information on the wall to ensure that the bodies inside have not been replaced. If you find the body has been replaced, wrap the body in a white cloth, open the back door to discard it, and leave the morgue immediately. Enter again after 5 minutes. 2. The body in the morgue should be placed on the stainless steel table in the center. If you find it on the floor when you enter, please move it back to the table. 3. Only one body can be stored in one morgue. If you see extra bodies, immediately cover them with a white cloth, then open the back door and throw them out. 4. If you enter the morgue for a vigil, please light an incense stick and insert it into the incense burner on the table while silently reciting your name 3 times. 5. If you enter the morgue for a vigil and have discarded a body in today's morgue, make sure to open the back door again before leaving to check if the body is still there. If the body is still outside the back door, please light another stick of incense and place it in the burner. 6. The first person to enter the morgue that day must check if the incense burner is empty. If it is not, take the stick from the burner and insert it into the mouth of the body, then cover the face of the body with a white cloth. 7. The last person to enter the morgue that day must light 2 sticks of incense and place them in the burner before leaving. 8. The bodies do not move. If you see any signs of movement, it must be an illusion. Please keep your eyes on the body for a minute without closing them, and you will find the body does not move. 9. To preserve the bodies in the morgue, the temperature is set to -24 degrees. You must wear a thick cotton coat before entering. Even in a cotton coat, one cannot feel warm at this temperature in the morgue. If you feel warm, no matter what you are doing at the moment, please exit the morgue through the front door immediately. Once you leave the morgue, you cannot enter again within half an hour. 10. Remember, you are not a corpse. These rules are far more complex than the vigil rules. Indu went through these rules in his mind a few times before he roughly remembered them. At that moment, Erica happened to walk in carrying 2 large bags. There's bread and water in the van, and sleeping bags. I don't have enough strength, so I brought the bread first. Indu glanced at the 2 large bags, and the quantity seemed enough to last them for 7 days. Then let's go get the water and sleeping bags first? Ma Xianze immediately suggested when he heard they had supplies. Wait, this isn't urgent. I have something else to discuss with you, Indu said as he looked at the tall, skinny person still lost in conversation. They were making quite a noise over there, but that guy's attention never strayed even for a moment, and he had a blissful smile on his face. Clearly something was wrong. Ma Xianze followed Indu's gaze and obviously realized something was off. He frowned, tossing the sign towards Indu. A person walked over. Hey, gather up. Do you not understand? Ma Xianze said bluntly, slapping the tall, thin guy to wake him up physically. This move worked well, successfully shifting the tall guy's attention away from his phone. He bounced up angrily, glaring at Ma Xiangzhe. I was talking to a customer. Why did you interrupt me? You said you were chatting with a customer? Indu raised his eyebrows. Did this customer share any information with you? The person we are guarding is called Zhao Laosan, and the customer is Zhao Laosan's daughter. But she said she has things to do, so she won't come by in the next 7 days. The tall guy said proudly. After chatting for so long, you only got this bit of useful information? What else do you need to talk about? Ma Xiangzhe looked at the tall guy with disdain after hearing him. Seeing the tall guy about to resist, he grabbed the collar and pulled him up. What? You're not happy just with a few words? Ma Xiangzhe's strong presence immediately intimidated the tall guy. But thinking that if he showed weakness from the start, he would be completely dominated later, to maintain his initiative in the team and even gain leadership, he suppressed his fear and puffed out his chest to defend himself. Isn't the goal to satisfy the customers? I'm doing this for their satisfaction. Zhao Laosan has a daughter? Upon receiving this news, Indu frowned. It seemed like he had been misled by that old man. That old man kept emphasizing contacting his son to guard the spirit, but never mentioned that Zhao Laosan also had a daughter. Noticing Indu's murmuring, Ma Xiangzhe looked at him with confusion. What's wrong with him having a daughter? It's nothing, this is still an important clue. He has done his part, you can let him go now. Indu patted Ma Xiangzhe's hand, signaling him to release the tall guy. Ma Xiangzhe threw the guy down, then realized and cursed, damn it, why should I listen to you? Indu ignored his complaints and got to the point. I just got 3 important pieces of information. First, Zhao Laosan has a son, but he died 8 days ago. Second, there are actually 6 rules for guarding the spirit. The 6th rule is that the guardian must be someone who knew the deceased. If you are a stranger, please bring an item familiar to the deceased into the mortuary. Items familiar to the deceased? Where are we going to find these things? Ma Xiangzhe said irritably, scratching his head. Right. The red-haired girl whispered in agreement. Is this information correct? If it is, I can have the customer send something over. The tall guy immediately stood up, a smirk on his face, already planning in his mind that once the customer's items arrived, he would use them to control this group. Then, he was curious to see if Ma Xiangzhe would still dare to treat him like this. Thinking that these people must submit to him, his smile twisted slightly. Hearing the tall guy's suggestion, Indu nodded. Finding this customer to get items is indeed a good idea. You should contact her and ask her to send 5 items from home or items the elderly often carry. After giving the instructions slowly, Indu continued, besides finding the customer 4 items, I have another method, which is the 3rd piece of information I got. Zhao Laosan's son was here 7 days ago, and his body was thrown into the river by the mortuary's manager. We should be able to find the things we need on him. Are you saying we should fish the corpse out? Ma Xiangzhe raised an eyebrow, looking quite pleased with this task. The corpse has been in the river for about 7 or 8 days, it should have floated to the surface, so it should not be hard to find. Indu said uncertainly. If possible, he preferred to use the items he found himself, rather than relying on an unclear identity person or things sent by someone else. Erica nodded in agreement and said, now we have about 30 minutes left. The customer's things might not arrive on time, and we may not be able to recover the body, but if we act on both sides, the chances of success will surely be higher. The red-haired girl felt a bit scared upon hearing about retrieving the body, but she still nodded and said, I'll help too, more people will search faster. Chapter 84, The Floating Corpse on the River. The river the old man mentioned was indeed not far from the mortuary. After asking for directions, Indu drove the van there in just 3 or 4 minutes. He parked the car by the river, got out to check the river's flow, and then got back in to drive downstream. The river was wide in its flowing part, but it gradually narrowed and branched out downstream. At the branching point, before even getting out of the car, Indu saw a white object caught by the tree roots by the riverbank. Brother Ma, let's go check if that's it, Indu said, patting Ma Xiangzhe, who was in the passenger seat. Ma Xiangzhe also spotted the object and without saying a word opened the car door and went down. After Ma Xiangzhe went out, Indu turned to the 2 ladies in the back seat and said, if that's not Zhao Xiaolei's body, we'll need to search separately. Ma Xiangzhe left the van and casually broke a branch from a nearby tree as he walked toward the white object. As he neared the riverbank, he found that it was a white burlap sack. For safety reasons, he didn't rush to touch it, but poked it a few times with the branch. After confirming there was no movement, he grabbed one corner of the sack and dragged it ashore. As soon as the sack was lifted out of the water, he was astonished to discover that one corner of it was gripping a hand bone. The hand bone was missing from the wrist down. Though he was already quite brave and had been through the bizarre tale copy, he didn't react too much after the surprise. When he placed the sack on the ground, he poked the hand bone a few times with the branch, but it was already buried inside the sack, and he couldn't pull it out with the branch. Seeing this, Ma Xiangzhe ignored the hand bone and squatted down to open the sack. Inside was a male corpse with a pale, swollen face. His eyes were wide open and his face was twisted, as if telling the unwillingness towards death. At the same time, a putrid smell wafted from the sack. Seeing the hand bone and the corpse's unchanged expression, Ma Xiangja furrowed his brows tightly upon smelling the odor. Although they found the body now, it was uncertain whether it was the one they were looking for. If it were a usual scenario, he would have to check the corpse himself to confirm its identity. But this time, he chose to tie the sack back up and drag it toward the van. The hand bone gripping the sack occasionally clanged against the stones on the ground, making a clatter sound. Seeing Ma Xiangja dragging the sack toward the van, Indu understood that there was definitely a corpse inside the sack. Whether it was Zhao Xiaolei remained to be discussed. Indu turned his head and said, "Get out of the car." As he said this, he intentionally glanced at the red-haired girl. If it were the real world, he wouldn't mind displaying a bit of gentlemanly flair to keep the scared red-haired girl from getting out of the car. But in the world of bizarre tales, having a safe corpse to practice courage was an uncommon opportunity. Furthermore, they needed to enter the mortuary to sit with the corpse for at least 2 hours, so it was best to adapt now. Indu didn't know whether the two ladies in the back could understand his good intentions, and he didn't care if they could. After all, they were just passers-by encountered in a copy. After speaking, he was the first to get out of the car and walk toward Ma Xiangja. Before he got close to Ma Xiangja, he heard Ma Xiangja shout, "You have to see this, the corpse has a bonus gift." As he said this, he forcefully tossed the sack towards Indu, and in a parabolic arc, the sack fell heavily in front of Indu. Indu secretly marveled at Ma Xiangja's strength. If this sack contained Zhao Xiaolei, that would be an adult man. One hand could easily throw an adult man away, which is quite a deadly power. "What extra gift?" Indu said, looking at the sack. After taking a look, he no longer needed Ma Xiangja's answer, as the hand gripping the sack was quite obvious. Indu put on insulating gloves and squatted down, carefully picking up the hand bone from the sack. The hand bone was small, with thin phalanges, and it didn't look like a male's bone. Indu turned his head and saw the red-haired girl walking closer. He stood up and said to her, "Open your hand." Although the red-haired girl was puzzled, she complied and opened her hand. Without a word of explanation and giving her no chance to prepare, Indu directly held the hand bone above her hand for comparison. When she saw the hand bone, the red-haired girl held her breath. She trembled, suppressing the urge to pull her hand back. Fortunately, Indu did not place the hand bone in her hand and quickly removed it. Seeing the hand bone taken away, she visibly sighed in relief. Just as she steadied herself, she heard Indu's voice. "How old are you this year?" I'm 20, the red-haired girl replied softly. Indu nodded and then said, "This hand bone is slightly smaller than hers, looks like it belongs to a girl of about her teenage years. This bone is so clean, it must have been thrown in the water for quite a while." Realizing what Indu was doing, the red-haired girl asked in confusion, "Aren't we here to find Zhao's son? This bone should have nothing to do with our target, right? This hand bone has been in the river for years, why is it clinging to this sack? Do you think it's just a coincidence?" Indu put the hand bone away, then squatted down again to start untying the sack. "However, our immediate priority is indeed to find Zhao Laosan's son, Zhao Xiaolei. We can investigate the identity of this hand bone's owner later." After untying the sack, Indu dumped the body out without a detailed look. A decaying adult male corpse was completely exposed before their eyes, emitting a putrid smell. The red-haired girl tightened her grip on Erica's arm again. But this time, Erica had no time to comfort her. The dual stimuli of smell and sight made her feel somewhat uneasy. Indu initially wanted to directly start searching the body, but suddenly thought of something. He turned to the two standing behind him, deep in thought. Then he coldly said, "You two go to the car and see if there are any plastic bags. If so, put them on and then search this body. If there aren't, you will have to directly handle it. After all, we're right by the river, so washing your hands afterward is convenient." What? The red-haired girl screamed. A floating corpse looked much scarier than a bone, and touching it was even more daunting. The blonde woman clearly found it hard to accept touching a floating corpse, but she didn't speak up. Instead, she adjusted herself and turned to the car. Having just searched the entire van, she knew there were plastic bags inside. After giving the thicker and larger plastic bag to the red-haired girl, she gritted her teeth and stepped forward first. She knew well that she was already quite lucky. In the first instance, she encountered two decent experienced teammates. With danger shared and rules explained, if she could make it out of this instance, she might not be this lucky next time. So growing stronger was the most important thing. The hardest part is always taking the first step. As she unbuttoned the corpse's jacket, Erica's hands gradually steadied. At this moment, the red-haired girl also began to manipulate things. You're even more ruthless than I am." Ma Xiangja patted Indu's shoulder appreciatively. Indu remained silent, quietly watching them examine the corpse. Indu's actions were incredibly fast. While other live stream rooms started with self-introductions before splitting up to find clues, he went ahead without even asking for names, making them peel off a corpse. Some people just copy the work, forget about finding clues. Has any country already used hint opportunities for clues? This copy started less than an hour ago. In a multiplayer cooperative copy, sharing information can be seen as having 5 hints. People like Amelie and her group, Felipe has already used a hint and provided the 6th rule and a solution. Having a dog is great. After all, failing in the rules of the strange talk only means one city gets polluted. Offending Amelie means losing a master. Chapter 85, Gains for Everyone. To say they were fierce, the 2 girls were not to be outdone. Everyone understood their situation. Fear could exist, but if one only knew to dodge in times of crisis, one would die even faster. Once they overcame their fear, they directly stripped the corpse down to just a pair of underwear. Sadly, the things they found in the end were not many. Excluding clothing, only an ID card, a silver longevity lock, and a red string with 3 tassels remained. The ID card and the longevity lock bore the name Zhao Xiaolei, proving this corpse was indeed the one they were looking for. Just 3 items, and the ID card shouldn't count, right? Ma Xiongja squatted down, waving the ID card in front of Yindu. No. Yindu picked up the red string. This is definitely not Zhao Xiaolei's thing. The so-called items familiar to the deceased means you must carry something that proves your relationship with the deceased. In that case, Zhao Xiaolei's ID card and longevity lock can prove you are guarding the spirit as Zhao Xiaolei. As he spoke, Yindu slipped the red string over his 4 fingers. This red string is too small for me, let alone for Zhao Xiaolei. Zhao Xiaolei, even if not swollen from water, would still be a lot fatter than Yindu. This is definitely not his thing. Then whose is it? Erica, who had been listening to their conversation, asked. Of course, Yindu pulled out the hand bone he had just tucked away. It's hers. As for why the red string ended up on Zhao Xiaolei's body, perhaps we will find the answer later. The hand bone residing in Zhao Xiaolei's body, the red string found on Zhao Xiaolei. Even if no clues were found, one could still guess what happened. Yindu tied the red string to the hand bone and then put it away again. You carry that thing on you, don't you feel uneasy? Ma Xiongja looked at Yindu's pocket with distaste. Don't look down, after all, you can't do without it either. What do you mean? Ma Xiongja looked at Yindu in confusion. Although we can take turns using the ID card and longevity lock, 5 people sharing 2 items is still not safe. Yindu said while using a finger to lift Zhao Xiaolei's clothing. As for this clothing, I feel it doesn't prove identity very well. Clothes are too interchangeable, it's unlikely one could rely on clothing to recognize a person. After hearing Yindu's words, Ma Xiongja's thought process gradually aligned with Yindu's. What you mean is? Ah, looks like I. But people have 10 fingers? Keeping some as spare is not a bad idea, right? With this thought, Ma Xiongja directly pulled off all his fingers. The corpse that had been dead for several days was much weaker than a living body, so he didn't use much strength. With fingers in hand, the ID card and longevity lock naturally went to the 2 ladies who had put in the effort. Holding the longevity lock, the red-haired girl couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't have to take the fingers. Let's wrap these fingers in a trash bag, the smell is a bit strong. Ma Xiongja said with some disdain while pinching one finger. Yindu nodded, but instead of using a plastic bag, he took out adhesive tape to wrap the fingers. 10 fingers, Yindu and Ma Xiongja each took 5 and stuffed them in their pockets. A little disgusting. Are these 2 people's tolerance levels a bit too strong? Is it a matter of tolerance for Ma Xiongja? I suspect he has done things like breaking others' fingers before. Actually, I think they didn't even need to break the corpse's fingers. Ruan Wenjun got 5 items from the customer, which is enough for them. Ruan Wenjun did indeed receive 5 items, and he got them much earlier than Yindu and the others. After confirming that he needed to obtain something to prove his identity, he immediately reconnected with the customer. Hearing Ruan Wenjun's purpose, the customer readily agreed, but she mentioned that she was still at work and couldn't leave, so she could find someone to help deliver the items. In the world of rule-bound horror stories, seeing one more person adds another level of danger. Ruan Wenjun wasn't foolish enough to be completely unguarded, he only let the customer send the items to the lounge door. After listening to the tall, thin person describe the whole process of obtaining the items, Yindu didn't know whether to praise him for being smart or very smart. He sighed in gloom and then expressed his desire to see the 5 items sent by the customer. Sure, you can look at them, but what will you use to trade? The tall, thin person said, spreading his legs in a posture that made him look like a lord. It seemed he was ready to use these 5 items to take advantage. As soon as Yindu and the others returned, the tall, thin person began to show off what he had obtained. Moreover, he seemed certain that they wouldn't be able to find the corpse, not even inquiring about their search for it. Having already obtained something from Zhao Xiaolei, Yindu was not in a hurry, he simply walked over and sat down on the chair opposite the tall, thin person, openly taking a confrontational stance. Originally, he thought that with Ma Xiongja standing by his side, their team might not share the same thoughts internally but could at least present a united front on the surface. To his surprise, in less than an hour, someone wanted to proclaim themselves king. Ah, you guy. Ma Xiangja rolled up his sleeves and was about to go hit him. Brother Ma, we should talk about the issue of time allocation. Indu timely spoke up to stop Ma Xiangja's action. Time is limited, so I'll keep it brief. Without the customer to help watch over the corpse, in the rules of watching over the corpse, we must make a choice between Rule 1 and Rule 4. As Indu spoke, he took out the note he got from the old man. Rule 1, in the corpse room, each person should best stay for only 2 hours each day. Rule 4, you must watch over the corpse for the required time. The shorter the watch time, the more dangerous the night of return. Compared to violating Rule 4, I lean towards violating Rule 1. What do you all think? I think the tall, thin person immediately began to voice his opinion after hearing Indu's words. But as soon as he started, Ma Xiangja impatiently interrupted him. What you think or I think doesn't matter, just tell us what to do if we're going to violate Rule 1, no need to beat around the bush. This remark seemed to express dissatisfaction with Indu but was actually not giving the tall, thin person a chance to speak. Indu smiled lightly and continued with his words, well, since we decided to violate Rule 1. Let's talk about how to allocate positions. However, to ensure everyone can be assigned to a suitable position, let's first introduce ourselves and our talents. Chapter 86, Out of Control Emotions. As the one who suggested the self-introduction, Indu naturally went first. He glanced at the people present and succinctly set an example. Indu, a citizen of Xia country, my talent is Toolbox. The two girls had entered the instance after Indu and knew somewhat about the previous level's fastest clearers. Hearing Indu's introduction, they both nodded instinctively. Ma Xiangja noticed their reaction, his eyes flickering, and mumbled, it really is a toolbox. Then, he picked up where Indu left off. Ma Xiangja, a citizen of Goryeo, my talent is magic cloak. As a frequent clearer, everyone present knew Ma Xiangja's information. This was just a formality. With two leading the way, the two girls who had been following Indu also began to introduce themselves one after another. Emily, from Kangaroo Country, my talent is untying knots. Untying knots is also a mid to low tier talent. It can be used once a day, affecting one eerie being each time. The eerie being that is untied will have its attack power reduced and the user's favorability will increase. This ability sounds quite good, as it can make an eerie being less aggressive towards you. But using it on one eerie being per day does not mean you're gaining a new eerie being every day. Reducing aggression does not mean there's no aggression at all. Previous holders of this talent would usually choose to use it when facing the threat of an eerie being. The final result only transforms a deadlock into a losing game. The eerie being's attack power decreases, favorability increases, but the attacks won't stop, only shifting from splitting up to fighting for survival. However, Indu quite liked this ability. In his eyes, this kind of ability should be used right from the start, pinpointing the target to gain favorability and extract more clues. In a rule-based instance, what truly saves your life is always the clues. Kawashima Akira, from Lee Country, my talent is Resistance. Resistance is a talent that goes back and forth with the magic cloak on the rankings. But in Indu's heart, Resistance is actually more useful than the magic cloak. Indu's gaze lingered on Kawashima Akira for a few more seconds. Unfortunately, Kawashima Akira is a newcomer to the instance, and from her current performance, she has only been losing points in Indu's eyes. Considering everything, he still preferred to choose Ma Xiangja as a teammate. After the 4 introductions were complete, their eyes all turned to the tall, skinny guy. The tall, skinny guy was also a talented person who had cleared the instance. But he was not as famous as Ma Xiangja, who had cleared many times, nor as outstanding as Indu in the last performance. In other words, the two new entrants to the instance knew nothing about his information. Ruan Wenjun, a citizen of Vietnam, my talent, Pollution Purification. Pollution Purification ranks third to last on the leaderboard, and if he could, Ruan Wenjun would rather not reveal his talent. Especially after hearing the others' introductions, he realized his talent was only slightly better than Indu's. But since he was indeed a talented person who had cleared once, the two girls must have already known what his talent was. Lying would only make him seem less confident. He might as well directly state his talent. Besides, someone with the third to last talent could still clear, surely these people would understand his level. So it turns out it's Pollution Purification. Indu smiled sincerely for the first time at Ruan Wenjun. This talent is pretty good. This was not sarcasm, Indu genuinely thought this talent was good. With his abilities, avoiding fatal moves in the instance was not too difficult, but dodging the ever-present pollution was not easy. Fortunately, now he had an MP3, which could barely be used as Pollution Purification. Pollution Purification has great use in this instance. Unfortunately, to Ruan Wenjun, these words sounded like provocation. After all, how useless Pollution Purification is, everyone knows. If he weren't strong himself, he might have died at the hands of that little brat because of this useless talent. What are you saying, you with the toolbox? Do you even have the right to speak here? Ruan Wenjun didn't dare to confront Ma Xiangja right now, but he was not afraid of Indu, this pretty boy in his eyes. In fact, aside from Indu, he also looked down on the two girls, even though their talents ranked higher than his. Since entering this instance, he knew that the only real threat to him was Ma Xiangja. As long as he defeated Ma Xiangja, he would become the leader of this team. At that time, Ruan Wenjun's gaze swept across the two girls, thinking it was very subtle. That Westerner was too old, he didn't care for him, but that native girl was quite good, both in looks and figure. Such a gem, he could never have approached before. Emily felt Ruan Wenjun's gaze and furrowed her brows deeply, but said nothing more. On the other hand, He Shangcheng, who had been weakly hiding behind Emily, suddenly changed color and tightened his fists behind her. Faced with Ruan Wenjun's hostility, Yindu frowned and stood up, wanting to reason with Ruan Wenjun. After realizing the need for team cooperation upon seeing the rules of this instance, he had decided to get along with everyone to avoid team annihilation due to internal strife. Originally, he thought the most solitary wolf would be Ma Xiangja, so when Ma Xiangja chose to use his phone to contact the client, he spoke up to try and please him and build a closer relationship. But in this short hour, he had overturned his initial thoughts multiple times. Firstly, Ma Xiangja was obviously a bold and careful person, fully aware of the consequences when choosing to use his phone. Secondly, people from the underworld have never been solitary wolves. Finally, their team had already encountered a variable, but that variable was not Ma Xiangja, nor was it He Shangcheng who shouted out of fear of pollution, but Ruan Wenjun. Ruan Wenjun felt no fear towards Yindu's actions. After all, ever since he learned about Yindu's talent, Yindu had become just a clown in his eyes, only bold enough to speak out because he was holding onto Ma Xiangja's thigh. Ruan Wenjun revealed a sneering smile and was about to continue mocking them when he suddenly received a punch. What are you looking at? I can't stand people like you the most. Just looking is not enough, you also want to touch and hug, how disgusting. If it weren't for needing to make a living, who would want to serve you? He Shangcheng exploded for no reason. By the time Yindu and the others reacted, Ruan Wenjun had already been punched several times. To be honest, He Shangcheng was small and weak, hitting without any skill, which was not very damaging but extremely insulting. Emily quickly stepped forward and pulled He Shangcheng behind her, while Yindu, interrupted in his action, silently stopped. His brows were furrowed enough to squash a fly. At this time, Ruan Wenjun had already reacted and wanted to fight back, but was gently pushed back down to his chair by Ma Xiangja. Yindu looked at the chaotic scene in front of him, rubbed his temples in pain, and after calming his emotions, he stepped forward to say, "Don't be angry, I think He Shangcheng must have been affected by something, which caused him to lose control of his emotions." He explained to Ruan Wenjun. She just said her talent is resistance, so how could she be affected by pollution? Everyone knows that resistance talent holders have a certain amount of life points, receiving pollution and attacks will decrease their life points, but they won't be affected like other talent holders with illusions and illusions, mutations occur. Therefore, Yindu's words cannot explain the situation of He Shangcheng at all. I didn't say she was contaminated, Yindu shook his head, but something else is affecting our emotions. After all, just now, even I wanted to hit you. Yindu believed that his emotions were quite stable. In the past, Ruan Wenjun's garbage talk wouldn't even enter his mind, let alone waste energy to refute it. Clearly, their time was already too limited. I don't know why our emotions were all amplified just now. After venting, He Shangcheng had regained her rationality. Hearing Yindu's words, she looked at her reddened joints and quietly shed tears. She had been in a state of panic since entering the rule-based horror, her emotions had never been effectively released. When checking the floating corpse, all sorts of negative emotions had already emerged within her. But her rationality suppressed those negative emotions, until Ruan Wenjun looked at her with a gaze she was very familiar with. The unfairness of reality, the pressure of survival, the panic after entering the instance, the fear of facing corpses, the powerlessness in the face of death threats, all of these exploded in an instant. And she vented that onto Ruan Wenjun. Yet after the outburst, what she felt in her heart was not relief but an inexplicable sorrow. Emily looked at her exposed performance outfit and, recalling her words from earlier, kindly put her coat over her. Yindu looked at the silent lounge and suggested, "I think there might be a problem with this lounge, why don't we go outside to continue our previous topic?" He couldn't guarantee that the problem was with the lounge. But the atmosphere in the lounge was truly too poor, it was better to suggest leaving to break the current deadlock. There are only 10 minutes left until 12. We don't have time to sort out our emotions here. After Yindu finished speaking, he didn't leave first but looked at Emily. Emily caught Yindu's gaze and led He Shangcheng to the front. Finally, Yindu and Ma Xiangja, who was holding Ruan Wenjun, walked out together. Arriving on the wide avenue, the cold wind made everyone feel a little clearer-headed. Feeling the drop in temperature, He Shangcheng quickly wiped away the tears on her face, wanting to take off the coat and return it to Emily. Emily pressed her hand and shook her head. Seeing that everyone was no longer immersed in the previous atmosphere, Yindu quickly continued the topic he had not completed. Actually, when I heard about Ruan Wenjun's talent, I already thought of a distribution plan. What? Ruan Wenjun clearly hadn't processed the earlier sudden events and couldn't accept the speed of Yindu's topic change at the moment, only reacting when he heard his name. But Indu didn't care. He directly began to express his speculation: when guarding the body in the mortuary, each person should ideally stay for no more than 2 hours a day. The rules say ideally, not necessarily. I think this is because every minute and every second we stay in the mortuary, we are contaminated. And within 2 hours, the pollution is still at a level we can tolerate. As Indu spoke, an MP3 suddenly appeared in his hand. So, to break the rules and safely pass through, there are only two methods. First, everyone shares the risk of contamination so that even if it exceeds the tolerable range, it won't be too high, at most, just illusions. Second, let those with purification abilities bear the extra time. When Indu said this, Wan Wenjun finally understood what Indu wanted him to do. Why should I guard for more time? This isn't fair. Wan Wenjun reacted extremely. Ma Xiangja pressed Wan Wenjun down. Fair? You want to talk to me about fairness? Ma Xiangja's temper was originally fierce, and what had just happened had further lowered his patience. Now, hearing Wan Wenjun's refusal, he started rolling up his sleeves again. Indu could only suppress his annoyance and grasp Ma Xiangja's hand, continuing to negotiate with Wan Wenjun. According to the rules, nighttime, especially between 11 p.m. and midnight, is the most dangerous. If you stay up for one more hour, I can arrange for you not to be on night duty later. For your talent, guarding during the day for 3 hours is the safest choice. I think the others should have no objections to this arrangement? None. Emily said. I can guard at night. After hearing Indu's analysis, He Shengqing also understood that with her resistance and with Ma Xiangja's magical shield, the safety of night shifts was higher than for others. This instance required teamwork to clear, and if one only cared about their own safety while ignoring teammates' lives, they would only suffer in the end. But this simple truth was something Wan Wenjun just couldn't comprehend. With his mind solely set on competing for team authority with Ma Xiangja, even realizing Indu was correct, he still rejected Indu's proposal. I don't want to. Don't forget, the required items are still in my hands. You can share the extra 2 hours of guarding, and I'll distribute the items to you. He didn't want to listen to Indu's arrangement. For him, listening to Indu was tantamount to listening to Ma Xiangja, which he, who always considered himself on the same level as Ma Xiangja, could not accept. Who told you that only you have items? We have them too. He Shangcheng, who believed he had completely fallen out with Wan Wenjun, rolled his eyes without courtesy. We don't need your items. Stop boasting, how could you have anything? In this short time, can you find the body? Wan Wenjun did not believe at all. At this moment, Ma Xiangja couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed Wan Wenjun and dragged him to the break room, while smiling at Indu. To save time, I'll talk to him alone. You can discuss their time arrangements with the girls. Indu nodded and stepped forward to help him close the door. Ahem, let's talk about your time arrangements. As he spoke, Indu pulled out the rule card that Ma Xiangja had dismantled. For the first 2 days, we need to guard for 12 hours, from noon 12 p.m. to midnight 0 a.m. For these 2 days, from 8 p.m. to midnight, Ma Xiangja and I will be responsible. And from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., you two will take charge. Remember to switch every half hour. Absolutely don't extend your guarding time just because you think the steps of coming in and out are troublesome. But why do we have to switch every half hour? The rules don't require this, right? He Shangqing asked. And according to what you just said, Wan is responsible for 3 hours during the day, so isn't there still an hour during the day with no guard? Emily also raised a question. Chapter 87, Cooperative Spirit Guarding. Facing the two's questions, Indu calmly explained, I insist on switching every half hour mainly to deal with Rule 9. While speaking, he pointed at the rule signboard. If any of us experiences Rule 9 during the shift, once they leave the corpse room, they cannot re-enter for half an hour. If we choose to guard for 2 hours or switch every 3 hours, then it could happen that someone encounters this situation, being unable to enter for half an hour, but others' allowed time has already run out. Emily quickly responded. However, after some thought, she frowned. No, even if we rotate every half hour, the last person could still trigger Rule 9 and have to leave the corpse room. Indu nodded, confirming her guess. You're right, even using the rotation method cannot prevent this situation from happening. The reason I'm advocating this method is to lower the frequency of Rule 9 occurring and ensure everyone's safety. The most effective time for Rule 9 to occur is when we have become numb to the cold in the corpse room, and our perception of temperature has already decreased. This is why it's unlikely to trigger when we first enter the morgue. That way, even if the last person to enter activates Rule 9 and has to leave, the person replacing them won't need to stay as long, rather than having to share an extra half hour of vigil time right from the start. Also, there's another important reason for the half-hour rotations. Indu raised his hand and pointed to the warehouse behind Emily and the others. Look, the morgue. He agreed. He volunteered to take on 3 hours of the vigil 2 days ago. Before Indu could finish, he was interrupted by Ma Xiangja's loud voice. He took a deep breath, turned to look at Ma Xiangja, who was dragging Wan Wenjun out. Yes, dragging him out. Indu's eyes widened, and he quickly stepped forward, scanning Ruan Wenjun's body. Luckily, it was just bruises and swelling, no broken limbs. Ma Xiangja still knew his limits. The worry in his heart eased, and Indu returned to his usual calm demeanor, smiling at Ruan Wenjun, as long as you're willing. If you had agreed earlier, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. Willing? Did he want to be willing? If he hadn't agreed, Ma Xiangja would have beaten him to death. Could he have said no? Indu ignored the sparks of anger in Ruan Wenjun's swollen eyes and continued with his plans. Now that you're out, let me go over the schedule. First, the vigil from the last 2 days definitely had to start at midnight. Even for the next 5 days, I recommend starting the vigil at midnight, because staying up at night is more dangerous. I think everyone has no objections, right? At this point, everyone, except for Ruan Wenjun, who was still being restrained by Ma Xiangja, shook their heads. By the way, about starting the vigil at midnight, I think besides scheduling the vigil time, we also need to arrange the time for staying watch over the morgue when we're not on duty. The idea of having someone keep an eye on the morgue was something Indu thought of as soon as he saw the rules of the morgue. But since not everyone had gathered yet, he hadn't brought it up until now. Stay watch over the morgue? What's there to do? The first to speak up was Ruan Wenjun, who had recovered slightly. Are you saying we're not tired enough with these rules and stories? The others in the room also had doubts about Indu's arrangement, but only Ruan Wenjun turned his questions into an accusation. Indu wasn't bothered by their lack of understanding of his plan. He could explain if they had questions. But his temper wasn't good enough to calmly explain himself when he put in the effort to make arrangements, only to have them questioned. He stopped the words that were about to come out of his mouth and looked at Ruan Wenjun. At the same time, Ma Xiangja slapped Ruan Wenjun's head aside with a hard hit. Axie, if your brain isn't working, then don't speak. Is it really that hard to follow the plan? It wasn't really Ma Xiangja's fault for being angry. To rise to the position of a small leader in the underworld, he didn't just rely on his toughness, his brain and ability to read people were the key to his success in the criminal world and his eventual clean break from it. Many people who were just as strong as him died in shootouts or got caught in dirty schemes. But Ma Xiangja made it out alive and is living a carefree life, at least before entering this world of rules and weird stories. He truly felt happy. Unfortunately, he entered this world. His mind, which he hadn't used much before, had to start working harder, even beyond what he had used it for before. Sometimes, Ma Xiangja felt like he couldn't go on anymore. If it weren't for his strong will to survive, he might have already stopped moving forward in some dungeon, completely lost in this world without hope. Working with Indu could be considered one of the few times since entering the dungeon when he didn't have to be on high alert. I have to say, it feels really good to be able to outsource your brain work. The feeling of having no pressure and still being able to hit someone is truly wonderful. Moreover, Indu's talent let him see a glimmer of hope. After delivering a strong blow to Ruan Wenjun, Ma Xiangja put on a twisted smile and spoke to his external brain, but I'm quite curious, why do we still have to guard the morgue? Seeing Ruan Wenjun take such a heavy punch from Ma Xiangja made Indu's previous dissatisfaction disappear. He pointed at the rules on the board. According to the rules, the first person to enter the morgue during the day must check if the incense burner is empty. If it's not, they need to take the stick from the incense burner, insert it into the corpse's mouth, and cover the corpse's face with a white cloth. Is there a problem with this rule? We just have to carry it out as required, right? He Shanqing whispered. I forgot to tell you, besides us, there's an old man in charge of the morgue. So we cannot guarantee that the first person of us to go in is actually the first person to enter the morgue that day, Indu said. And for safety's sake, from now on, besides guarding during the wake, we also have to take turns guarding the morgue to confirm if the first person among us really is the first to enter the morgue that day. In fact, aside from the old man, they also couldn't ensure that outsiders wouldn't enter the morgue without their knowledge. So only by tightly guarding the entrance of the morgue could they ensure safety. After hearing Indu's words, everyone realized what the trap in the rules was. However, other days could indeed follow Indu's method, but what about today? Emily and he Shanqing spoke in unison. But to Indu's ears, they all meant the same thing. Indu actually had no better solution for being the first to enter today. He could only turn to Ma Xiangja, who had the talent of Magic Hood. Today, we can only trouble Brother Ma to test the waters. Strangely, Ma Xiangja wasn't angry about being pushed into this risk by Indu. He continued to ask about the timing arrangements. You can stay inside for 10 minutes before coming out, and then Ruan Wenjun will go in. Yukata's taking my place today. For the next 6 days, I'll be the first. Upon hearing that Indu would be the first to enter every day, everyone felt a bit surprised. Especially after hearing from Indu what kind of risk the first person would face, their feelings became a bit complicated. No one dared to guarantee that the old man guarding the morgue hadn't entered before they started their vigil. Nor did anyone dare to ensure that their teammates would be thorough during their time guarding the morgue without making mistakes. They all thought Indu would choose to let everyone at least have one day as the first person to enter the morgue. In this way, the risks would be shared, and nobody would dare slack off. Indu guessed their thoughts and smiled. Are you all thinking that everyone should have one day as the first person? Without waiting for their response, Indu continued, actually, sharing a day is the most dangerous. After all, on the first day, everyone might still be on high alert guarding the morgue, but once they finish their turn without facing the risk of being the first, they might become slack. The truly safe method is to draw lots to decide who will enter on the day they need to go in. This way, no one knows if they will be the first person, and everyone will hesitate to slack off. You're right, drawing lots is the best method. Ma Xiangja looked at Indu in confusion, so why don't you choose this method? Indu lowered his eyes slightly and spoke softly, because I'm afraid you will die. No, I'm not afraid of you dying, I'm afraid that if you die, it will implicate me. Actually, the reason I just mentioned to you that we must rotate every 30 minutes is? So it is. This morgue is entirely sealed. If the vigil schedule is too long, no one will know if the person inside is alive or not before the time comes. If we only switch every 2 hours, by the time we find out that the watchman has died inside after 2 hours, who knows how much vigil time we've missed? To ensure we don't suffer too much loss from one person's death, each of us can only stay inside for a maximum of 30 minutes. If it weren't for the fear that spreading out the rotation time would cause confusion, Indu would want to change every 10 minutes. He looked at the people beside him. Aside from Ma Xiangja, he couldn't trust the others. He wasn't someone who easily trusted others, and now he had to put his life in the hands of others. This truly felt uncomfortable. So he preferred to take on more risks himself, that way he at least had his life in his own hands. In any case, every day from now on, I will be the first to enter. After 10 minutes, I will come out and let Ruan Wenjun in. Ruan Wenjun will stay for 30 minutes before coming out, then I will go back in. This will continue. If Ruan Wenjun doesn't trigger Rule 9 in the meantime, he will complete today's vigil before or at 4 o'clock. If Ruan Wenjun triggers Rule 9 during that time, then Emily will come in to cover the time Ruan Wenjun cannot be in the morgue. Ruan Wenjun will make up for the missing time after 4 o'clock. From 4 to 8, Emily and Hishan will take turns keeping watch. If any of you trigger Rule 9, the other will cover for half an hour, unless both trigger it consecutively, otherwise, you can complete the vigil task at 8 as planned. As for the period from 8 to 12, Brother Ma, we will do the same rotation, but since I have taken care of the beginning of the day, I'll leave the ending to you. There are also requirements for the last person to leave the morgue in the rules, but as long as you remember to follow it, it's nothing compared to the danger of the first person to enter. On the contrary, according to Indu's arrangement, if the last person entering triggers Rule 9, it is the one replacing him who will truly suffer. The last person is the least likely to violate the first vigil rule. And there's no need to guess, Indu always emphasizes whose vigil will end at what time. The one left to watch the remaining time will only be Indu himself. In this case, if something like him triggering Rule 9 happens, combined with the schedule during the day, Indu's vigil time will far exceed the limit. Although Ma Xiangja easily outsourced his thoughts, he was not so clueless. He frowned. You don't have to do this. The 10 minutes of daytime vigil can be shared between you and me, and we can also take turns at the end of each day. I have also been contaminated before, and that bit of pollution won't affect me. Hearing Ma Xiangja's words, the smiling Du had been maintaining became more sincere. He could tell that Ma Xiangja genuinely wanted to share these risks with him. Even though the Korean had initially been branded with a street thug label. But the other party was not some careless little punk, he was a person of integrity and trustworthiness in the underworld, someone of recognition. Brother Ma, I'm not someone who risks my life recklessly. Indu shook the MP3 in his hand. In the last instance, I got an item that can eliminate pollution, so you can consider me as possessing the talent to purify pollution. Ma Xiangja looked in astonishment at the item in Indu's hand. You actually obtained an item? Emily also reacted at this moment. She had heard that the talent users from Xia country obtained 2 items in their first instance. But she forgot, the Toolbox gifted one can carry props into other instance copies. That is to say, holding the legendary most useless gifting do, at this time actually equals having 2 gifts. If now outside there is a ranking toward gifted ones, then Indu is absolutely not low. And also, the last instance copy, Indu seemed to clear with high score, is the current only gifted one who obtained the Erase Monster Tail reward. Lucky, lucky. Indu said. Words are so, but his expression is not humble at all. Ma Xiangja threw away Ruan Wenjun who was always held by him and walked to Indu's side. Props are not something you can get by luck. He is not a newcomer, once also relied on props, he knows very clearly, getting props has conditions. So the owners of Toolbox always are hard to survive. Can the MP3 let me take a look? Ma Xiangja asked. If it were other people, Indu would more or less hold some guard, but facing Ma Xiangja who just now was going to share danger with him, he said nothing more, directly handed out the MP3. It truly is a prop. Ma Xiangja excitedly patted Indu's shoulder. Finally, let me wait for you. Ma Xiangja actually already knew in the last instance copy that Xia country produced a Toolbox gifted one. After all, those guys in his country who eat idle food every day, wasted the chance of hints, did not give him much useful information, instead told him the matter that the Xia country gifted one was the first to clear and the gift was Toolbox. As for why to give him these information, naturally because those high above rice buckets, facing the crisis of all humankind, still only think of guarding their own interests, fear other countries live too well, want him to find chance to make a move on the Xia country gifted one. Thinking of these, Ma Xiangja sneered once in his heart. This group of stupid pigs even forgot to tell him the news that Indu got props, still want him to harm people. Not afraid that after he truly gets evil thoughts he will overturn in a dark ditch. If not that this time Instance Copy just matched him together with Indu, he might have already thrown Indu as an ordinary one-round tour toolbox owner to the back of his mind. Luckily, he did not miss it. Chapter 88. Enter morgue. Step 1. Dismantle door. Put the MP3 away. Ma Xiangja returned the prop in his hand to Indu. Indu took it, and secretly sized up Ma Xiangja. At this time Ma Xiangja seemed to also realize that just now he was a bit out of control, on his face again returned to a careless look. Ma Xiangja's attitude toward him is very strange, this feeling Indu already had from when he first met Ma Xiangja. But at that time Ma Xiangja showed it far less obvious than now. Indu had the heart to ask Ma Xiangja, but obviously now is not a good time. Everything that happens in the Instance Copy is open to outside, many people and many eyes are not enough to describe the environment they are in. He needs a space where he can be alone with Ma Xiangja and not be peeped by anyone. Putting away the MP3, Indu pulled the twisted topic back. The time arrangement I already said, next let's talk about the matters to pay attention to after entering the morgue. Indu again placed the sign written with morgue rules in front of several people. He picked up the phone and looked at the time, now it is already 11:57:08, from the time that should enter the morgue only 2 minutes left. You other people first go through the rules, brother Ma, it's almost 12, we go to the morgue now, on the road I tell you how to do after going in. Ma Xiangja nodded. This one nod can be said to directly hand over his own safety to Indu. If Indu had the intention to harm him, only need to give wrong strategy, Ma Xiangja very possibly would die in the morgue. Must know, no matter how strong the magic shield can resist attacks, it has one fatal flaw, that is every day it can only be used once. Seeing Ma Xiangja's this nod, Indu immediately stuffed the rules sign into Emily's hands. Pulling a person to walk toward the morgue. He knew clearly, although the rules on the sign were first seen by Ma Xiangja was afraid he did not remember much, and after reading the rules, Ma Xiangja went to fish up a corpse and then beat Ruan Wenjun, so the few rules he originally remembered were likely almost forgotten now. While pulling Ma Xiangja to walk, Indu began to talk about his own strategy. And seeing Ma Xiangja listen to Indu like this, the outside live stream room became noisy again. What is going on with this Ma Xiangja? He really listens to everything the Xia country person says, is he not afraid of death? You do not need to worry, Ma Xiangja has seen the rules, if the Xia country person's words have problems, he will definitely find it at the first moment. Ma Xiangja did not remember all the rules at all, if he remembered them, he would not have taken down the sign with the rules written on it, did you forget? 11, I think Ma Xiangja must have betrayed his country, he was a hooligan to begin with, a dog cannot change eating shit. That's right, Ma Xiangja has a problem, last time they already told him to pay attention to the Xia country gifted ones, if there was a chance then strike, but now he listens to everything the other side says. This instance is a cooperation instance, every one less person will affect clearing it, if Ma Xiangja strikes in this instance, is he not asking for suffering? By the same logic, the Xia country gifted one also cannot harm Ma Xiangja, can you be a bit rational? Ma Xiangja's gift can offset attacks, that's why he is not afraid of violating that whatever Return Soul Knight rule, he definitely has other intentions. The dangers in a rule instance are not only attacks. Take a step back, even if it is cooperation, it should be the Xia country gifted one listening to Ma Xiangja. Ma Xiangja is the gifted one who was cleared many times, but what about now? Even the vigil time is arranged, and even what to do after going in is arranged. Exactly, in other live stream rooms the gifted ones who cleared many times are the leaders, why here let the Xia country person be the leader? There is a problem, Ma Xiangja definitely has a problem. Yes, investigate Ma Xiangja. The Koreans who already felt unhappy about Ma Xiangja being too obedient to Indu became even more noisy this time. But the Xia country live stream room instead gave Ma Xiangja a wave of praise, of course, mixed in the middle there were inevitably one or two rat droppings. This stick is workable. For now, the stick actually became the best teammate. It is already like this, stop calling him stick every sentence, why not like Indu call him brother Ma? Brother Ma is righteous, he can tell right from wrong. You actually really believe this stick's performance, this stick definitely has other plans. I also think so, those not of our kind must have different hearts. With great disaster in front, all humans are one kind, the strange things are the outsiders. There are always some with water in their brains, who like to do lone fighting. Have you ever thought, inside the instance the gifted ones, their communication with the outside world only has one hint chance per instance, and that is still one-way contact. So for them, the ones who can give real help have always been the other gifted ones in the same instance. Ma Xiangzhe looked at the time on his phone. When the time jumped to 12 o'clock, he immediately opened the iron door, his mind replaying Yingdu's warnings. This morgue from the outside looks like an ordinary flat building. The door is also just a normal iron door, but according to the rules, the inside temperature is minus 24 degrees. To achieve this temperature, behind the door there should still be a cold storage. In the middle space, there should be protective gear hung for entering the cold storage. You must use the fastest speed to put on the protective gear. Right, while there you also look for whether there are stick incense candles, and a lighter. Just as Yingdu said, after opening the iron door, although Ma Xiangzhe felt the temperature had a clear drop, it was far from below zero. He swept a glance at this narrow space. Right in front of him was a thick white door. On the left side of the wall hung several coats and pairs of gloves, but there were no incense sticks, candles, or lighters. Ma Xiangzhe walked quickly forward, putting on a coat, tightening the hat strap of the coat, and finally putting on gloves. After putting on protective gear, check whether the walls and the main door of the cold storage are a solid hole without any installed equipment. If they are, after you open the cold storage door, you must not close it immediately. First, check whether the other 3 walls of the cold storage are all sealed. I mean, whether they are all sealed with the back door closed. Ma Xiangzhe glanced around. Indeed, the walls and the main door of the cold storage were all a single unit. Then, he opened the cold storage door, not entering the room but quickly checking the 3 walls. Sealed. If the entire cold storage is completely sealed and there are no balancing windows, after the cold storage is closed, there is a high possibility of low internal air pressure. We must find a way to brace the door of the cold storage. If that doesn't work, we can even take the door apart. Don't waste time telling me these things, just give me the solution. Find a way to brace the main door or take it apart. In short, you need to break the seal of the space. Ma Xiangzhe held onto the main door tightly, forcing the upper hinge of the door to loosen and twist. Due to the misalignment of the hinge, the position of the door and the doorframe became skewed, and now, if he closed the door again, there would be a noticeable gap between the door and the wall, and cold air poured out through the gap. Chapter 89, The Body of Ma Xiangzhe. After confirming the cold storage is not sealed, you can enter the cold storage and find the incense burner. Check if the incense burner is empty. But regardless of whether it is empty, you must first find incense sticks and a lighter. Light the incense sticks, silently reciting your name 3 times before inserting the incense stick into the incense burner. If you can't find the incense sticks and lighter, just leave the morgue and come find me. Ma Xiangzhe walked into the morgue. The morgue was not large, and there were not many things inside. There were only 2 stainless steel tables, one large and one small. The large stainless steel table was placed in the center with a body covered in a large white cloth, which hung down to the ground. The small stainless steel table was placed in the center of the wall where the back door was, with a blood-red incense burner on it. Oh, and a clipboard was hanging on the left wall, clearly holding some documents. Following Yingdu's instructions, Ma Xiangzhe directly walked to the table with the incense burner. This table was a very simple stainless steel table, and the incense burner on it held a few scattered incense sticks. In the middle of the table, there was a layer of a clipboard with a few scattered incense sticks and candles on it. But there was no lighter. Ma Xiangzhe frowned. According to Yingdu's words, without a way to light the incense, he had to leave the cold storage immediately. Since he had already entered the cold storage, the next person entering would not be the first, so there was no need to worry about violating the first rule of the morgue. Ma Xiangzhe was willing to follow Yingdu's strategy, but giving up further exploration like this was simply not his character. After all, he still had the magical cover, and searching for a lighter should not be dangerous. Thinking this, he reached out and pulled out an incense stick from the compartment, preparing to search for a lighter. But he did not expect that when he picked up the incense stick, it spontaneously ignited. Ma Xiangzhe was taken aback and quickly began to silently recite his name in his heart. Ma Xiangzhe. Ma Xiangzhe. Ma Xiangzhe. As Ma Xiangzhe silently recited his name, he felt that his voice echoed in the morgue with each repetition. Like a soul-calling chant, it was calling his name. Lastly, remember, you are a living person. Yingdu's final reminder before he entered echoed in his mind, dispelling his momentary thoughts. Ma Xiangzhe took a deep breath. The cold air rushed into his chest, making him shiver twice. After his mind cleared, he quickly approached and pulled out the remaining sticks from the incense burner. Then he inserted his own incense. You take out the stick from the original incense burner and insert in your own lit incense, holding the stick, and immediately go to check if the body in the morgue matches the information on the wall. In short, the stick from the incense burner needs to be placed in the mouth of the body registered in the morgue, and then cover its face with a white cloth. Ma Xiangzhe turned to look at the large stainless steel table in the middle of the morgue. At this glance, his eyes widened. He saw that the originally ordinary-sized body had now swollen up, and judging by size, the body under the white cloth was now twice the size of before. The white cloth that was originally dragging on the ground was now slightly raised, revealing part of the table legs. And from the gap, it seemed that there was something under the table too. These discoveries caused Ma Xiangzhe to skip checking the information on the wall and walk directly to the stainless steel table. When he got closer, the outline traced by the white cloth fully appeared before him, debunking his previous guess of 2 bodies. This was obviously a very robust person's body. This was not a physique that an ordinary person could have. Ma Xiongjia's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he had a guess. The usually calm him felt a slight tremor in his hands, cautiously reaching out. He pulled hard, throwing the white cloth behind him. On the stainless steel table lay a body with a physique and face he was extremely familiar with. Ma Xiongjia. Even Ma Xiongjia instinctively took 2 steps back. And in this retreat, he was alert that another body lay under the layer of the stainless steel table. More eerily, this body was lying on its side, eyes wide open, with a smile at the corners of its mouth. Ma Xiongjia hurriedly walked quickly to the right wall and picked up the paper above to read. Name, Ma Xiongjia. Gender, male. Age, 34 years old. Height, 178 centimeters. This was completely his information. The one lying on the stainless steel table. Ma Xiongjia bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. The pain and taste of blood were proof of his existence. He was a living person. Ma Xiongjia turned back to the stainless steel table, reached out to pinch the corpse's chin, pried open its stiff mouth, and then shoved the stick he had held in his hand into the corpse's mouth. Then he refolded the white cloth on the ground and covered it back over the body. Now, the length of the cloth didn't even cover the position of the layer, perfectly exposing the pile of white cloth on the layer and the body underneath the layer. Immediately, Ma Xiongjia quickly pulled out that corpse. If there is a body in the morgue that doesn't match the information on the wall, cover it with a white cloth and throw it out the back door immediately upon discovery. By the way, regardless of whether you end up throwing out the body, remember to check if the back door can be locked from the inside. Ma Xiongjia took out a white cloth from the stainless steel layer to wrap the body. Then he hoisted the body and quickly walked to the back door. This back door only had a very crude bolt installed. Ma Xiongjia opened the back door with one hand and directly threw the body out. The heavy object dropped, raising a cloud of dust. Ma Xiongjia looked outside the back door. Behind the morgue was a grove, and he could hear something moving there. Ma Xiongjia didn't hesitate and quickly closed the back door, re-bolting it. Damn, just a few minutes, and it feels like everywhere is a pit. That body down there is really scary. The one on the table is also very scary, okay? Wouldn't a normal person collapse if they suddenly saw their own corpse? The stick was shoved into the corpse's mouth. By the way, what's the situation with these corpses? Do all see their own bodies? Not everyone sees their own corpse, only those who light incense before looking at the body see their own. What about those who don't light incense? If you don't light incense, you directly uncover the cloth and see the old man mentioned in the copy. Now the teams of the gifted must split into A-B routes to observe. First complete Rule 6 of the morgue, then complete Rule 4. First complete Rule 4, then complete Rule 6. Du provided the B route. Currently, Route A sees the corpse that the morgue administrator mentioned. Route B sees themselves. Hiss, so does this mean Du and their choice is wrong? Not necessarily, both A and B routes have not encountered danger yet. The people from the side have already started cursing, saying Du is harming their talent holders. It's not just that, they also curse their own talent holder, saying he has no brains, just believes whatever people say. Although Route B looks a bit strange, I still think Route B is correct. Well, I still think Route A is correct. Chapter 90, Brand New Talent Holders. Things are starting to go wrong. What's happening? Point the way to the Nubia livestream room. Jafar Hassan Naimari is a talent holder from Nubia, with the talent of recent popular pollution purification. The last talent holder from their country, said, got lost in the passage to the exit just as he was about to successfully clear the level. In the end, Nubia did not face a bizarre disaster, but lost a talent holder who had already cleared the dungeon once. Compared to the cautious and somewhat clever said, Jafar's performance, who has always been honest and straightforward, seemed clumsy and unsatisfactory. In this dungeon, his teammates came from Saudi Arabia, UAE, Portugal, and Britain. Among these, Nubia is the weakest, and Jafar won't fight for himself. Therefore, after the other few analyzed the rules, he was directly pushed out to be the scout cannon fodder. Most talent holders are not fools. Jafar's teammates also understood the importance of their teammates' lives in this dungeon. But this only allowed them to avoid harming teammates, share discovered clues, and selflessly express their views on the rules, but it couldn't make them sacrifice themselves to scout. Even if some of them have life-saving skills, they're clearly more suitable for being the scout than Jafar. Under the democratic decision of the other four, Jafar could only memorize the rules and the others' analysis points, then step into the morgue. As soon as he stepped through the iron door of the morgue, he instantly felt a change in temperature. It dropped sharply, and he, only wearing a coat, started to feel chilly. Surveying the entire room, Jafar tremblingly walked to the wall to put on the overcoat and don gloves. There were no corpses in this space. Clearly, the real morgue was behind another door. Thinking that there would be corpses inside, some terrifying images automatically surfaced in Jafar's mind. This made his steps toward the door slow down tremendously. In fact, just moments before outside the door, he had already adjusted his mindset. But after entering, he found that he was not in the morgue. All that energy instantly deflated. Time and again, he faltered. No matter how Jaffer adjusted this time, his movements seemed somewhat hesitant. By the time he gripped the door handle of the morgue, 2 minutes had already passed. Well versed in the rules, he understood that if he delayed any longer, he would soon violate the rules. So, he gritted his teeth, directly opened the door, stepped in, and closed the door. As the door made a bang sound when it closed completely, he let out a breath and began to observe the morgue. As a guardian, the first step in entering the morgue is to offer incense. Jaffer quickly walked to the incense burner. A few thin sticks were sparsely inserted in the burner. Jaffer pulled out these sticks and placed them aside, then searched for incense on the table's shelf. Once the incense entered his hand, it spontaneously ignited, leaving behind a spark at the tip. Jaffer was surprised for a few seconds. After a moment, he remembered the next steps and quickly closed his eyes to silently recite his name 3 times. Too nervous, he hardly noticed the echoing wails in the mortuary, successfully placing incense into the burner. After offering the incense, he began the step of verifying the corpse's information. Nubia's elementary school was free, so although his education level was low, he could still read. He walked to the wall where the record book hung and started reading. Name, Jaffer. Gender, male. Age, 29 years old. Height, 181 centimeters. When he first read the name Jaffer, he didn't react immediately, since there were many people named Jaffer around him. But when the age and height completely matched his own, Jaffer's heart skipped a beat. He flipped the page, which had a photo of the corpse attached. The black and white photo was hard to discern, but Jaffer could still tell that the person looked very much like him. This is just a scary trick from the world of ghost stories. That's right, changing the corpse's information to mine is just to scare me so that I can't complete the vigil. Jaffer had a small quirk. When he was nervous, he liked to mutter to himself. He kept repeating comforting words to himself and then walked to the stainless steel table in the center of the room. On the table lay a corpse covered with a white cloth. Jaffer carefully lifted the cloth, revealing a face that was pale yet unmistakably similar to his own. Having the information on the wall as a buffer, Jaffer wasn't scared this time. He walked back to the incense burner, picked up the stick from the table, and placed it in his own mouth. Then he covered it back with the white cloth. Because he only slightly lifted the cloth, Jaffer didn't notice that there was another corpse under the stainless steel table. As he had just pulled the cloth down to the corpse's neck, that corpse barely revealed its face, with its eyes directly looking at his feet. Jaffer's team hadn't received the 6th rule of the vigil at the start, so Nubia had to use hints to remind them of the existence of Rule 6 and that they could get the required items from customers. Now, Nubia wanted to remind Jaffer that there was another corpse in the room, but it was impossible. They could only watch Jaffer, who stood dazed in the mortuary, praying. Perhaps the prayers worked. After standing still for a moment, Jaffer finally noticed the body covered by the white cloth beneath the table. He walked up and bent down to pull back the cloth. The corpse, with eyes wide open and an eerie smile, came face to face with him. Jaffer felt as if he had been struck by paralysis, staring at the corpse for several seconds. Once his nervousness faded, he began to mutter again, extra corpses need to be covered with a cloth, they need to be disposed of. But this corpse was too eerie, scarier than his own body on the table. Jaffer didn't dare to touch it at all. Fortunately, there was another white cloth on the shelf of the table. He covered the head of that corpse with it and then pulled at its shoulders to drag it out. Once the corpse was free from under the table, he quickly wrapped the entire body with the cloth and dragged it toward the back door. However, when he opened the back door, the problem arose. After moving the bolt aside, he could not push the back door open no matter what. Realizing the back door wouldn't budge and he couldn't send the corpse out, Jaffer completely panicked. Earlier, he had some rationality despite his nerves, but now rationality had completely left him, and panic took over. He kept kicking the back door, and after several kicks, dents appeared on the door, but it still didn't budge at all. As time ticked by, at the 10th minute since he entered the mortuary, the corpse covered in the white cloth stood up from the ground. While Jaffer was still kicking the door, he didn't notice the movement behind him until a cold hand rested on his shoulder. The sudden contact made Jaffer freeze, his entire body becoming stiffer than the corpse itself. When he turned around, he was met with the corpse's smile, more exaggerated than before. "Ah!" Jaffer screamed, frantically knocking on the back door, but the door still wouldn't open. His brain, which had come to a halt, finally began to function again, and he gave up struggling with the back door, running towards the direction he had come from. During this time, the corpse merely followed him, twisting its head in the direction he was fleeing, eventually turning its entire neck 180 degrees to stare at Jaffer, who was banging on the front door. "Help! Help! Open the door, hurry!" Jaffer cried for help, breaking down. Unfortunately, the mortuary was very well sealed, and not a sound escaped. Jaffer didn't know how long he had been banging on the door, he only felt his body becoming more and more rigid, gradually unable to lift his hands. When he completely lost control of his body, that very corpse finally reached his side. Then, Jaffer's livestream went dark for a few seconds. When the livestream lit up again, the corpse had disappeared, and Jaffer was back at the stainless steel table, staring at the body covered with a white cloth. The corners of its mouth formed a standard smile. Didn't something happen? Why does it look so calm? Yeah, isn't everything fine? The people who arrived questioned in Nubia's livestream. What you're seeing is nothing, that is the biggest thing. Ah. Hurry and send a reminder. In this scenario, the gifted will be replaced by the strange. Don't. The country couldn't have not thought of this, they must be negotiating which country will send the reminder. It's hopeless. Just now, the UAE already sent a reminder, and a large part is garbled. It's over. Is the purpose of this scenario complete extermination? No, as long as the corpses are thrown out, they won't be replaced. But I don't think it's that simple. Don't forget, half of the gifted have corpses lying in front of them that look exactly like them. Chapter 91 New Message. At 12:09, while Ma Xiangja kept watch over the corpse, his phone alarm rang right on time. You only need to stay inside for 10 minutes, so you can get ready to leave at 09 minutes. If you haven't discarded a corpse, then wait by the door until 10 minutes, and then just go out directly. If you have discarded a corpse, open the back door to check if the discarded corpse is still there. If it is, light another stick of incense and then leave the mortuary. If there is no corpse or if another corpse is outside, then just leave the mortuary. Another corpse? The rules only mention that if a corpse has been discarded, you must check if the corpse outside the back door is still there. But taken as a whole, the subject should specifically refer to the discarded corpse. Maybe I'm just overthinking, it's just that looking at the rules of this mortuary, it feels like there are many corpses here. So I think when you check the back door, the one that appears there may not necessarily be the corpse you discarded. The rules only require you to light incense for the discarded corpse. We don't know what will happen if you light incense for another corpse. The phone rang for a few seconds before Ma Xiangja turned off the alarm. He took a couple of steps to the back door and opened it decisively. Outside, the forest was still filled with sounds of ooet, but the corpse he had left on the ground was already gone. What a pity, he couldn't verify the other scenario Indu had mentioned. Ma Xiangja closed the back door and quickly left the mortuary. As soon as he stepped out, the sudden change in temperature made him feel momentarily uncomfortable, but the warm space quickly wrapped him in comfort. He didn't rush to take off his cotton coat, simply walking into the sunlight. At that moment, Indu had already pulled Wan Wenjun and others to wait outside. Wan Wenjun looked a bit resistant. However, when Ma Xiangja came out, he still took his place and went in. What's going on? I thought he would need me to talk to him alone. Ma Xiangja made a look of regret. Indu chuckled lightly. Is that what you call chatting? Ma Xiangja scratched the wing of his nose with his right index finger, his gaze somewhat fleeting. I really just wanted to have a chat with them, but we didn't reach an agreement. Plus, my emotions were amplified by that lounge, so I ended up. As he spoke, he turned his head to the side, appearing somewhat guilty. Indu looked at him and secretly scoffed. It sounded like he was saying that not entering the lounge would mean he wouldn't hit anyone. However, he did not show these thoughts and nodded earnestly, indicating his understanding. But this emotional amplification may not necessarily be caused by the lounge. After all, we haven't found any definitive evidence yet. We need to be careful from now on, don't let emotions ruin things. This statement somewhat implied criticism towards Ma Xiangja. He furrowed his brow, crossing his arms unconsciously in front of him, inadvertently making a dismissive gesture towards Indu. Indu caught sight of his action and explained why he said that. Wan Wenjun is very clear that you can't kill him, so no matter how much you hit him, he'll only give in temporarily, it won't make him truly cooperate. I'm worried that if you come too many times, he might eventually act irrationally, not saying that what you did just now was wrong. Humph. A guy like him, if it weren't for the rules, I really want to just... Ma Xiangja rubbed his knuckles and then looked at Indu seriously, suggesting, we could shorten the time for guarding the spirit by 2 hours, what do you say? He extended 2 fingers, making a scissors gesture. Indu laughed and looked at Ma Xiangja. If he becomes uncontrollable, we can consider it. The two of them spoke openly, clearly aware that their every move was being broadcasted, and they uttered dangerous words. The threat was very obvious. After all, even if Wan Wenjun received some hint, he might not share it with them. It was better to utilize his hint opportunity. With Indu's cooperation, Ma Xiangja wore an evil smile, and his grip tightened a bit more. Alright, let's not talk about him, let's discuss what you encountered inside. Indu said. Since Ma Xiangja could come out safely, his explanation of the rules should not have big problems. But there were inevitably some details that needed improvement. Ma Xiangja had no concealment, recounting his experiences to Indu in detail. Are you saying that the body in the morgue isn't Zhao Laosan's, but your own? Indu frowned tightly. This was indeed an unexpected situation for him. He looked at the already closed iron door, wondering whose body Wan Wenjun would see upon entering now. Yes. Besides that, the body has no other abnormalities. Ma Xiangzhe rubbed his arms, seeing myself lying on that table for the first time was quite a shock. The body should have problems. Before Yingdu could finish his words, Ma Xiangzhe interrupted him. Oh, right, there's one more thing I almost forgot. There is incense in the morgue, and it can ignite without a lighter, but there's not enough for our use. Ma Xiangzhe slapped his forehead, adding the news he had wanted to bring to Yingdu since being in the morgue. It's strange, the more he wanted to say something, the faster he forgot it when the time came. How many sticks of incense are there, and how many candles? There looked to be about 8 or 9 sticks of incense, and about the same number of candles. I didn't count, afraid they would ignite just by touching them. Ma Xiangzhe said. Yingdu nodded. 8 or 9 candles are enough, but for sticks of incense, that amount won't last us 7 days, so there must be a way to get more sticks. Then that leaves us with one thing to ask about. Ma Xiangzhe looked up towards the direction of their lounge. Speaking of which, I was eager to share the new rules I just got, but I haven't been to the other room yet. One is the administrator's room, and one is a lounge. What do you think the last room will be? Yingdu finished speaking and saw Ma Xiangzhe head straight for the administrator's room. He is really a man of action. Yingdu followed him. When they reached the door of the administrator's room, Ma Xiangzhe knocked hard on the door. As soon as the old man opened the door, Ma Xiangzhe quickly put on a flattering smile, changing his expression so quickly that Yingdu couldn't help but click his tongue. However, Yingdu suspected this was a skill he developed after entering this strange rules world, which made his flattering smile look so hideous. Sir, do you sell incense here? The kind that ignites just by touching, it's used for worship. No. The old man said that and directly closed the iron door. Yingdu suspected that the old man was scared by Ma Xiangzhe's expression, which made him react so strongly. Ah, if there's none, then there's none. What kind of attitude is that? Ma Xiangzhe said unhappily. You didn't even ask if he sells anything there. Yingdu said softly from behind. Frustrated by being turned away, Ma Xiangzhe's tone naturally wasn't good. You go ahead, you try. Fine, stand aside. Yingdu walked to the front and started knocking on the door. However, after knocking several times, the old man didn't come to open the door. 1 minute later. Look at you, the old man wouldn't even open the door for you. Ma Xiangzhe laughed loudly. Yingdu wasn't angry, he stopped knocking and said, forget it, if the old man won't tell us, let's go search in another room. Before Yingdu finished speaking, the door in front of them suddenly opened. Incense, candles, the village's paper figure shop sells them. The old man said, giving them a sideways glance, in that room, you both will die. Chapter 92, The Trap of Guaranteed Clearance. After the old man finished, he slammed the door shut with a bang. Yingdu and Ma Xiangzhe looked at each other. So, what do you say, should we go to the paper figure shop? Ma Xiangzhe asked. Exploring a new map is always dangerous, but if they don't go, without incense, they might also be done for. Of course we should go, a new location is a good thing for us. Yingdu said, heading straight towards the van. Ah, is it really a good thing? Ma Xiangzhe muttered behind. Once at the van, Ma Xiangzhe realized and asked, are we just leaving 2 girls here? New locations always come with new dangers. They are both newcomers, if we take them and encounter danger, we might not be able to protect them. Yingdu replied. Honestly, if Emily weren't a newbie, Yingdu would have wanted to bring her along. In his eyes, among their group, Emily's talent for untangling was best for opening up new maps. It lowers the power of strange attacks and increases affinity. Perfect for uncovering clues. But now, Emily's talent must be kept for her safety, not to be used lightly. Get in the car, I have to come back in half an hour for my shift. Yingdu opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. Ma Xiangzhe also followed and sat in the passenger seat. Once Yingdu started the car, he finally thought to ask, do you know where that old man said the village is? Downstream of the river. When searching for bodies, I saw it seemed to be farmlands below. Yingdu answered. As he spoke, he drove straight towards the river. Close to the riverbank, he added, it's also possible that I was mistaken, but if we turn around later, it's not too late. According to that old man, the mortuary should belong to the village he mentioned, and they shouldn't be too far apart. Hearing this, Ma Xiangzhe silently rolled his eyes. Fortunately, Yingdu hadn't been mistaken. After driving along the river for a while, a vast expanse of farmlands appeared before them. Further ahead, they could see several white-tiled houses. That should be the village the old man spoke of. Ma Xiangzhe said. Yingdu nodded. Watching the village getting closer, Ma Xiangzhe crossed his arms in a defensive manner. In the world of strange rule tales, the more people there are, the more dangerous it undoubtedly is. Even though he had already cleared several instances, he still held a resisting heart toward everything about rule horror. And compared to him, Indu, who had just cleared one instance, seemed to adapt well to everything. Thinking of this, Ma Xiangja turned his head to look at Indu, who was still calmly driving, his gaze a bit complex. You just said, a new place is a good thing for us, why? Seeing that the car was already about to enter the village, Ma Xiangja finally asked out his doubt. Indu did not answer, but stopped the car and looked at the big stone standing in front of the village. On this stone were carved 3 words Spring Village. The characters were painted with bright red paint, and it looked like they had just been repainted recently. Hey, I am asking you, what are you looking at? Ma Xiangja followed Indu's gaze and looked forward. Spring Village? Get out and take a look. Indu said. For some reason, from the moment he saw this stone tablet carved with the village name, he felt a strange and uneasy feeling. But he could not say why. Ma Xiangja did not struggle with the earlier question anymore, and directly opened the car door and walked down. And the moment he got out of the car, his expression also instantly became serious. There is a problem. Ma Xiangja said. Indu turned the car to the side and then got out. He came to Ma Xiangja's side. Indeed, the problem is a bit big. Indu gave a bitter smile. Before even walking close, Indu noticed that the stone he had seen from the car was clearly folded out of paper. And whether it was the words on it or the color of the stone, they were all very new, clearly a recent work. Not only that, this village was also unusually quiet. When they were in the morgue, not to mention the sounds of their group, they could occasionally hear some sounds from around, wind blowing grass, birds flying, insects calling. And by the river, the sound of flowing water was also very clear. But here, when he stopped the car, and the two of them did not speak, he could only hear his own and Ma Xiangja's breathing. Oh, now there was also his heartbeat. So, is this the village that old man talked about? Most likely. Indu adjusted his breathing. What should come will always come, being nervous is useless. So, a new place is a good thing for us? Ma Xiangja repeated his question again. Hearing this, Indu gave a bitter smile. Otherwise? Do you still remember what the minimum clear requirement is? Of course, isn't it, customer satisfaction? Ma Xiangja stopped halfway, his eyes widened as he looked at Indu in disbelief. That's right, customer satisfaction higher than 80. Not safely passing the 7 days of vigil, and not meeting the time of the vigil. Indu sighed. No one or rule ever said that as long as we keep vigil, customer satisfaction will increase. In other words, right now we actually have no way to clear it. He had discovered this from the very beginning, he just had not said it out loud. After all, this truth would only hit everyone's motivation. Before finding the clue to clear, it was better to let everyone be trapped in their own thinking, and draw an equal sign between keeping vigil and customer satisfaction. And, from the situation you just described about what you encountered in the morgue, keeping vigil in the morgue is not very dangerous. Do you think this instance would really let us clear it so simply? Indu directly said the question as a statement. Ma Xiangja scratched his head in distress. Hell, I hate these winding things the most. Then what do you say we should do? What else can we do? I originally thought there might be other clues in the morgue. But now it seems, the clues we need can only be here. Indu once again looked at the 3 big words Spring Village. Even if ahead is a dragon pool and tiger den, we still have to break in. Alright, let's go. Ma Xiangja gritted his teeth and was about to walk straight into the village. Indu quickly pulled him back and asked in some shock, when you enter a new place before, don't you first look to see if there are rules before going in? Ma Xiangja nodded. A look of indifference. I have a magical shield, it's not too late to find the rules once it's triggered. Indu had watched Ma Xiangja's livestream, but only saw fragments, so he always knew Ma Xiangja was very brave. Today he realized, this guy is completely reckless. Ma Xiangja saw the look in Indu's eyes and instantly understood what he was thinking, and promptly defended himself. Finding rules is a waste of time, and once you trigger a rule once, it becomes easier to find the next one. Is there really such a saying? Indu looked at Ma Xiangja with suspicion. Really? Ma Xiangja scratched his head. I don't know the principle, but every time I trigger a rule, I notice things I usually overlook. He also knew this was problematic, but he had verified it in several instances. Looking at Ma Xiangja like this, he really didn't seem to be lying, but the situation was indeed strange, making one feel the need to investigate deeper. But Indu rubbed the bridge of his nose. The most urgent thing right now was to buy incense and find clues to pass the level. I believe you, but this time we still need to find out if there are any rules before entering the village. After all, I don't have a magical shield, and if I trigger a rule, I could really die. Chapter 93, Precautions for Spring Village. The most eye-catching thing at the village entrance was that piece of paper rock, and Indu walked directly to the stone. As soon as he got close, Indu smelled a strong smell of blood, which was not really surprising. This smell. Ma Xiangja waved his hand in front of his nose. Not fresh. The smell of fresh blood wouldn't be this pungent. It should be mixed with something. Compared to blood, this color is too bright. Indu reached out to the font above. Hey, you don't want to touch this thing, do you? Ma Xiangja frowned, interrupting Indu's action. He wasn't afraid of touching blood, he simply didn't want to touch strange things in this bizarre world. Indu stopped his action. You've reminded me, how about you try it? Although he guessed that touching these words wouldn't trigger any danger, with a meat shield beside him, why would he choose to take the risk himself as a prop master? Question mark. Ma Xiangja pointed dumbfoundedly at himself. He couldn't understand how a few words could bring trouble. Come on, don't waste time. Indu said, pushing Ma Xiangja to the paper rock. If there are rules, they are most likely hidden in this fake stone. So what should I do? Touch the stone, preferably touch the words. This idea came to Indu after Ma Xiangja mentioned that touching the incense would ignite it and provide fragrance. Perhaps in this instance, their touch represented opening a mechanism. Touch the words, right. Ma Xiangja squinted his eyes and then quickly poked at the word spring. His swift action left Indu uncertain if he really had touched the paper rock. However, the answer came quickly. The bright red letters on the stone began to ooze blood tears. Ma Xiangja and Indu stepped back in unison, warily watching the stone. And, at some point, the small desk lamp sent by Grandma had already made its way into Indu's hands. However, danger did not come. Only that bright red blood continuously gushed out, soaking the entire stone, leaving only spots that retained the stone's original color. It's a rule. Ma Xiangja exclaimed in shock. The places not stained by the blood were actually individual characters. Indu nodded. Looks like I didn't guess wrong. Precautions for Spring Village. What the hell is written here? This isn't even a rule. Ma Xiangja frowned tighter than ever after seeing the blood. Indu nodded. Indeed, it's not a rule, it's a warning that if you don't heed, you'll die. But what about the words on this? Ma Xiangja asked. I look at it and it just sends chills down my spine. But if you're asking if there's any useful information, there will be paper money and paper people on the ground in this village. Does that count as useful information? After hearing Ma Xiangja's words, Indu slapped his head directly. Stop talking nonsense. The information is clear, there are neither paper money nor paper people in this village. Having said that, Indu walked straight into the village. What do you mean there's none? That warning is clearly hinting. Ma Xiangja argued as he followed. Indu turned his head, his face serious, and placed his left index finger to his lips. Show. From now on, don't speak, don't laugh, just treat yourself as my bodyguard and follow me. After speaking, Indu turned and continued walking forward. Seeing this, Ma Xiangja had no choice but to trust him. Since long ago, Ma Xiangja had learned one principle: when you feel you're not as clever as the other person, as long as the other person is still on the same side as you, just follow them, don't think too much, and don't be arrogant. In other words, it's fine to doubt your own mind, but don't doubt the mind you choose to follow. As soon as they entered the village, Indu immediately felt his hearing return, which made him a bit uncomfortable for a moment. Inside the village, in front of him was a wide main street, with a few pieces of paper money scattered on the ground. Indu walked forward and picked up the paper money, one by one. Ma Xiangja, who had fallen behind, came up beside Indu and nudged him with his hand, his gaze fixed on the paper money Indu was holding. Indu noticed his confusion and, without much explanation, simply said, "You'll know soon enough." After saying this, he continued walking forward. Whether it was due to the village's sparse population or the village gate's secluded location, they had walked along the road for quite a while without seeing a single person. Looking at Indu silently walking ahead, Ma Xiangja felt that Indu had become a bit strange since they entered the village, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was off. Indu, too busy to pay attention to Ma Xiangja behind him, had already spotted the village's first person. After straining to make out the figure, Indu finally spoke up and greeted, "Hey, big brother, do you know where I can buy incense sticks in the village?" Big brother? Where did this big brother come from? Ma Xiangja looked at Indu in confusion, and after a long moment, he realized Indu was talking to the paper figure standing by the wall. He's lost it, the brain he picked has finally gone mad. Ma Xiangja clenched his teeth, almost about to let out an expletive, but he ultimately decided to quietly watch Indu's performance. The big brother Indu was referring to was, in fact, a paper figure with painted bean-shaped eyes, a smile, blush, royal blue clothes, and black pants. Before Indu spoke to it, the paper figure remained motionless, leaning against the wall, exactly like the paper figures Ma Xiangja remembered, just lifeless objects. However, just a few seconds after Indu spoke, the paper figure suddenly raised its hand and pointed in a direction. "I think it's over there. You can go and check." "Alright, thank you, big brother. I'll go ahead and ask up front." Indu replied. His expression and tone were entirely normal, as if standing in front of him was not a paper figure that looked somewhat human even in daylight, but a regular person. With this mental fortitude, Ma Xiangja couldn't help but secretly admire him. He could talk to paper figures too, it wasn't hard, but he certainly couldn't make his expression seem as natural as Indu's. No wonder someone who goes through challenges with nothing but a toolbox and no support can make it through. After getting a general direction, Indu led Ma Xiangja forward. This eerie village most likely hid the clues to pass through, but unfortunately, he didn't have much time to explore the village. Not long after, Indu encountered another paper figure. This time, the paper figure had braids, wore a floral dress, and had a pink hairpin on its head. Indu blinked and cautiously spoke, "Sister, do you know where I can buy incense sticks?" The sister did not answer Indu but burst out laughing, saying, "At my age, you still call me sister, how amusing." Then her tone shifted, carrying a hint of questioning, "Can't you tell I'm older than you?" With her tone combined with the paper figure's unchanging smile, the horror level shot up. As soon as the paper figure spoke, Indu could roughly tell she was an older lady, and he silently cursed himself. Now, seeing the other party suddenly change her expression, his heart inevitably raced. He didn't know whether not being able to tell the paper figure's age counted as violating the warning about no paper figures, so he quickly tried to cover himself. "It's just that sister's outfit is too youthful. It's just that sister's outfit is too youthful." Indu tried to use sweet words to blurt his way through. Unfortunately, the paper figure wasn't fooled. She said to herself, "Do you think I don't look like a human?" Realizing he wouldn't pass this test so easily, Indu took out the desk lamp as the paper figure opened her mouth. But before he could move, Ma Xiangja grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back. "Be careful." Ma Xiangja reached forward, and the black smoke emanating from the paper figure was blocked by a shield of air. This paper figure seemed to be one-time use. After the black smoke dissipated, the figure vanished completely. He made another mistake. Indu bit his teeth in frustration. "Are you okay?" After blocking the attack, Ma Xiangja turned to ask Indu. He actually didn't know if his talent could protect others from strange attacks, but he had no time to think when facing danger. "I'm fine. It seems that as long as you stand in front, the magic shield will naturally work, and it's not just the danger you trigger that activates it." This was good news for the teammates, but maybe not for Ma Xiangja himself. This point has already been known by everyone, so in future group dungeons, be careful not to be used as a shield. Indu reminded. "Don't worry." Ma Xiangja was just about to laugh to lighten the mood, but as soon as he smiled, Indu covered his mouth. Indu looked seriously at Ma Xiangja. "Don't laugh." Ma Xiangja nodded to indicate he understood. It was also at that moment he finally realized what had been off about Indu since entering the village. From the very beginning, Indu often laughed. Though those laughs could be agreement, mockery, or helplessness, there was no doubt Indu was an expressive person. But since entering this village, Indu had been expressionless. Whether speaking to him or greeting the paper figure, he always had a poker face. Indu cautiously released his hand. "Remember, speak less, especially in front of paper figures, and absolutely don't laugh." "I won't forget this time," Ma Xiangja said. He neither asked Indu to explain why. Since Indu said nothing, he must have his reasons. "But do you really have to greet every paper figure like this? It's too dangerous." Although they had only encountered 2 paper figures on their journey, the second one nearly caused them to fail. Indu understood this, but he simply couldn't think of a better way to prove he was seeing humans instead of paper figures. Actually, normally, it's fine not to greet strangers, but we can't be sure how ignoring the paper figures will be judged. Indu sighed. "But just now, I thought of how to greet them," Indu said. Being too straightforward, he realized that while it was hard to tell the age of these paper figures, distinguishing their gender was still possible. Using universal terms like brother, buddy, or beauty was clearly much safer. Of course, one can also use the term comrade, which can be used for anyone regardless of gender or age. But he really couldn't call the paper figure comrade, a term that holds special meaning. "Let's keep walking, we'll buy the incense and go back to the morgue right away," Indu said as he continued moving forward. Originally, he thought about exploring this village when Emily and Hishang Chang were in charge of the vigil. But now that Ma Xiangja's talent was already used up, they had lost a life-saving trick, so it was better not to take risks. As Indu walked, he observed the buildings around him. The houses in this village were all of the same style, with white walls paired with gray tiles. Occasionally, a 2-story building could be seen, and the entire village looked both clean and atmospheric. If it were in the real world, it would definitely be a trendy spot for social media photos. Unfortunately, this was an eerie world, and if possible, Indu wouldn't want to come in a second time. While he was lost in thought, Indu caught sight of a paper figure standing at the second-floor window of a house. Because it was blocked by the windowsill, Indu couldn't even discern its gender. However, Indu wasn't shy. He raised his hand and waved, "Hello." After greeting, he pulled Ma Xiangja and continued on their way. After walking for a while, Indu and Ma Xiangja came across a few more paper figures along the way, and with their guidance, the two went deeper. The surrounding buildings were similar, and their sense of direction was dwindling. "If we can't find our way after this turn, let's just head back," Indu said. Ma Xiangja nodded repeatedly. In fact, he had already forgotten the direction they came from. He just assumed that since Indu didn't seem too worried about getting out, he still remembered the way. But it seemed that Indu had reached his limit as well. Fortunately, this time the turn didn't disappoint them. As they turned, a shop with 2 red lanterns hanging at the entrance appeared in their view. Above the shop was a black sign, on which was written "Person" in red letters. Finally, they had arrived. Indu quietly sighed in relief. Although they hadn't encountered more danger along the way, it was still nerve-wracking. Moreover, if they kept going, he would surely get lost in this place filled with similar buildings. However, Indu soon realized he had relaxed too soon. Because as they approached Person, he discovered that there was only one paper figure displayed as a product, and it was a living person. Ma Xiongja was clearly astonished as well. He nudged Indu to express his shock. Indu felt that what shocked Ma Xiongja was likely the same as what shocked him. After all, in their world filled with Chinese cultural elements and strange stories, having a living black person displayed in person felt somewhat out of place. Indu and Ma Xiongja exchanged glances. Should they go over? Ma Xiongja asked with his eyes. They had to go over eventually. Indu blinked in response. You wait for me here, I'll go buy some incense and be right back. In the end, Indu decided to go alone. After all, Ma Xiongja had just used his talent to save him, and he wouldn't be able to block any danger again. However, his small lamp was still unused. If danger truly arose, there might still be a glimmer of hope to escape the village within 5 minutes. Grass, a type of plant. What's going on here? What's happening? In an eerie world, using paper figures as living beings and living people as paper figures is normal, right? What's there to be shocked about? Although a sudden appearance of a black person is a bit strange. Is it a matter of whether the person is black or not? The issue is that this black person seems to be a talent user too. Yes, a talent user, a Nubian talent user. I just watched his livestream. What's going on? Wasn't he replaced by something eerie? How could he appear in our talent user's livestream? I just went to look. Nubia's livestream is still going. That creepy thing is still keeping vigil over the dead. Could it be a gifted one after being replaced, who can still go to another team's instance and start again? Start again, my ass. Didn't you see he's already been sold as a paper man? So what on earth is going on? Chapter 95 Person. Indu and Ma Xiongja, who could not watch the livestream, naturally had no way to know the identity of that black paper man. On top of that, their situation right now was already hard, and Indu had no mind to explore the secrets on that black paper man. The moment he entered the shop, his eyes went straight to the stick incense placed on the counter. Boss, are you here? How much is this stick incense? And, do you have incense and candles? I'm here. An old voice sounded from the corner. Stick incense and incense candles, 1 bundle is 20 coins. Indu followed the sound to look, but only saw a patch of darkness. Seeing that the person spoke but did not show himself, Indu immediately lowered his head and took out the paper money he had picked up on the road and counted it. This village was indeed very generous. The stack of paper money he picked up after entering the village had a full 124 sheets. All of this, by stick incense and incense candles. This paper money was different from the ghost coins he took from his older brother. It could only be used in this spring village, so Indu simply went all out and put all the paper money on the counter. 62, I'll give you 2 bundles of stick incense and 1 bundle of incense candles. The old voice sounded again. At the same time, the paper money on the table directly burned by itself. After the flames, 2 bundles of stick incense, 1 bundle of incense candles, and a black square block appeared on the table. You are the first customer in the shop this week. I'll also give you a paper weight. Thank you, boss. Indu hurriedly thanked him. He reached out to take the stick incense and incense candles on the table, but before touching them, he suddenly remembered Ma Xiongja's words. There was no lighter in the morgue, but after I picked up that stick incense, it burned by itself. The stick incense and incense candles here were very likely the same kind as those in the morgue. Indu did not know the reason for the self-burning, but clearly, when the stick incense was placed on an object it was fine, so he just needed to not touch it directly. Thinking of this, he put on his insulating gloves again, then picked up the stick incense and incense candles and threw them into his toolbox. After putting these 2 things away, he then reached out and picked up the paper weight on the table. Person can press down paper men, making them unable to move. One-time item. Seeing this line of description, Indu's eyes lit up. Although it was only a one-time item, it was equal to 1 more life-saving chance when facing paper men. And the effect of this item was completely a special supply for this instance. Even if it could be used many times in other instances, its usefulness would not be great. After putting away the paper weight, Indu quickly left run. At this time, Ma Xiongja was still waiting at the door. He had his eyes closed and leaned against the wall. Beside him stood a paper man waiting for him to open his eyes. This scene made Indu want to laugh. He had forgotten earlier that when Ma Xiangja stood outside waiting for him, it was also possible to run into a paperman. Luckily, Ma Xiangja himself was a gifted one who had cleared instances many times, so dealing with this bit of trouble was not hard. "Brother, do you have some business with my friend?" Du walked up and lightly patted the paperman on the shoulder. "No, I saw him standing here with his eyes closed and not moving. I thought something happened to him." The paperman replied with a smile. "He's just not feeling too well, especially his eyes. If he sees light for too long, they will feel sharp pain. Then you should go find a doctor to take a look early." The paperman said warmly, "Our village has a pretty good doctor. Do you want me to take you there?" This paperman was truly generous and friendly, warm and hospitable. Du waved his hand and refused his kindness. "We still have friends waiting for us, next time if there is a chance. Brother Ma, it's time to go." Ma Xiangja had already opened his eyes when Du started talking to the paperman. However, at that time, the paper figure had already shifted its target and had no time to pay attention to him. Hearing Du say they could leave, he turned around without hesitation. "This friend of mine is just so impatient," Du said helplessly, then quickly followed up. Knowing the route, Du and Ma Xiangja found it much easier to leave the village than to enter and seek someone. Without needing to ask for directions, they could just wave and say hello if they encountered the paper figure on the way. From driving to Quan village and then finding someone, it took them about 20 minutes. By the time they left the village, there were only 5 minutes left until Du expected the shift change. Their return time was very tight. So, before getting in the car, Ma Xiangja volunteered to be the driver for this round. Faced with Du's somewhat distrustful gaze, he pounded his chest, claiming that he was a genius racer who could drive over 200 even when being chased by the police in the past. To save time, Du had no choice but to believe his self-promotion. As Ma Xiangja drove the car in front of the mortuary, Wan Wenjun had already finished his vigil and came out from the mortuary. Meanwhile, Emily and He, who were originally resting in the lounge, also knew that it was time for Du to switch shifts with Wan Wenjun, so they both came out of the lounge. They just happened to meet Wan Wenjun, who was walking out of the mortuary. Wan Wenjun stood in front of the mortuary door, wearing a smile, completely changing from his earlier unwillingness, and greeted Emily and He friendly. "My time for the vigil is up. Where is Du?" Before Emily and He could answer, a van appeared in their sight and abruptly stopped in front of the mortuary. As soon as he got out of the car, Ma Xiangja immediately complained, "This broken car can only go up to 150, otherwise I definitely wouldn't be late." Du got out of the car with a pale face. It wasn't that 150 speed was terrifying, it was just that they were driving on rough roads, and 150 speed combined with constant bumps almost made him throw up, as he hadn't been out for many years. Seeing Du and Ma Xiangja get out of the car, Emily and He hurriedly stepped forward. Wan Wenjun also walked over slowly. "Du, it's your turn for the vigil, don't waste any time." He spoke with a smile, giving Du an unsettling feeling. "I know." Du felt that Wan Wenjun seemed a bit strange, but he couldn't put his finger on what was so odd. At this moment, time was pressing, and he couldn't afford to think too much, so he could only remind Ma Xiangja to be careful, then stood up and walked towards the mortuary. As Du entered the mortuary and Wan Wenjun went into the lounge, Emily spoke up, "I feel like Wan is a bit strange." "I feel the same," He quickly agreed. Ma Xiangja nodded, even he, who was usually slow, sensed something was off. Wan Wenjun did not hide it at all. But he really couldn't understand what had happened to Wan Wenjun. "I feel like he's hiding something from us, like he made a deal with a demon, and he looks like a little person who has just succeeded," He whispered. "If that's the case..." Ma Xiangja squinted his small eyes. He felt that He guess might be right. After all, among them, only Wan Wenjun had contact with the customer. Who knows, during the vigil, this guy might have struck another deal with that customer. Chapter 96, The Identity of the Black Man. As soon as Du walked into the mortuary, he felt a cold air hit him from the front. He looked up and saw the cold storage door already askew. There was no need to think, this must be Ma Xiangja's doing. Du put on his coat, preparing to enter the cold storage. The hinge above the cold storage door was completely broken, the lower hinge bore the entire weight of the door, and when opening it, he needed to lift the door slightly to pull it open. The advantage was that the door wouldn't close tightly, allowing air to flow between the inside and outside, preventing the door from being stuck and unable to open. With Ma Xiangja's experience, as soon as Du entered, he headed straight to the stainless steel table at the back to start lighting incense. After finishing the incense, he took out a portion of his newly bought incense and placed it on the shelf of the stainless steel table. Then, he checked the body information. Lying on the stainless steel table was Du, and the information on the wall matched it perfectly. Everything seemed so normal. The steps for guarding the wake were not many. As long as one remembered to offer incense upon entering, the rest of the time was spent staring at the body and checking if any extra bodies appeared in the morgue. Indu did not like this kind of purely monotonous time, so he decided to glance at the door that Ma Xiangja had dismantled in the middle of the wake. Might as well fix the door now, so the two ladies don't get blocked by the broken door when they come in later. The hinge of the cold storage door was nailed in place. To remove it, it had to be pried out completely, and when reinstalling, it could only be nailed back in place. Without new hinges, the old ones had to be hammered and reused. These tasks were not big but required a bit of manual labor. To ensure nothing strange happened while he was working, Indu occasionally raised his head to observe the situation in the morgue. Perhaps because the time was short, when Indu finished reinstalling the door, there was no unusual occurrence in the morgue. The only change was that when Indu was about to drill holes in the door for ventilation, he noticed that he had an additional electric tool. Originally, he had only taken out a flathead screwdriver and a hammer, planning to use brute force to make a few holes. Unexpectedly, as he complained in his mind that there wasn't even a basic electric drill in the toolbox, an electric drill fell directly into his hands. At the same time, the broadcast from the Strange Tales world came. Entering new talent information, Toolbox, Level 2 added electric tool in the toolbox, electric drill. Indu quietly waited for the Strange Tales world to continue its broadcast, but to his surprise, after waiting for more than 10 seconds, no other information appeared. Wait, is this it? After his talent leveled up, he got this thing? Is this for real? Holding the electric drill, Indu fell silent. Although he always said that every talent had its use, there were really not many talents that relied entirely on external power, with no use for him at all. Forget it, what else could he do? It's not like he could change his talent. Indu picked up the electric drill, turned his frustration into strength, and directly drilled holes in the cold storage door until it looked like a sieve. Looking at the cold storage door full of holes, Indu felt a bit better, his destructive urges finally satisfied. At this point, with just over a minute remaining until 12:50, Indu closed the door and then leaned against it, waiting to leave. It was at this moment that his left eye caught what seemed like a shadow in the corner of the wall on his left. Indu immediately turned his head and saw a person crouching and curled up in the corner. To come out at a time like this, really, just as he was about to leave, they gave him more work to do. Indu quickly walked to the stainless steel table where the body was placed, took a white cloth, and walked toward the body. When he got closer, Indu realized that the body crouching in the corner was actually a black man. He was surprised for a moment before quickly taking out a screwdriver to lift the body's head. When he looked, he instinctively took 2 steps back. Not because of the eerie smile on the body's face, but because he had seen this face before. The paperman standing at the door, the one for sale, looked exactly like this black man. Why would a paperman appear in the morgue as a body? What was the connection between these two? Indu really couldn't figure it out. So, before leaving, Indu lit an incense stick and placed it in the incense burner. Stepping out of the cold storage, Indu let out a deep breath. In those 10 minutes, nothing major happened, but the sight of that black man's corpse still disturbed his thoughts. This was more troubling than his terrible talent. His intuition told him he must figure out the identity of this corpse. It was crucial for their safety in this instance. So, as soon as he walked out and met Ma Xiangja and the others, Indu didn't wait for them to speak and directly said, "I saw a black man's corpse in the mortuary. I need to know his identity." The people present, except for Wan Wenjun, were not fools. They understood Indu was not speaking to them but to the viewers watching their livestream. Indu was seeking information from the outside. But since the instance had just begun, all teams should have similar progress, and the information they lacked wouldn't necessarily be available to other teams. Ma Xiangja furrowed his brow. He could sense Indu's urgency. This indicated that the black man's corpse gave Indu a strong sense of crisis. After speaking, Indu turned to Wan Wenjun. "When you go in to guard the spirit, if a new corpse appears in the mortuary, I hope you can remember what he looks like." Once he finished speaking, he sighed again. In this instance, aside from the dangers presented, Wan Wenjun was the most troublesome to him. "I know you don't want to cooperate, but this matter concerns everyone's life safety. I hope you can think it over." "No, this only concerns your safety," Wan Wenjun scoffed and turned away towards the mortuary. "I already have a solo way to clear the instance. As for you, just continue struggling." Bang! As his words fell, the iron door of the mortuary was forcefully closed. Damn, this guy. Forget it if he won't cooperate, don't mind him. Indu was now too distracted to care about Wan Wenjun. Since Wan Wenjun chose to guard the spirit after learning the so-called method to clear the instance, it meant he knew that the method still couldn't escape the spirit guarding requirement. And as long as Wan Wenjun completed his assigned spirit guarding time, ensuring they wouldn't face too dangerous a situation on the night of soul reclaiming, that was enough for Indu. But what he said about the clearing method, He Shanqing said softly. "Both Ma Xiangja and I have been in the mortuary. There are no clues to clear the instance inside. If he has a way to obtain clues to clear it, it can only be from his phone. I overlooked this. I should have made it clear to you all before the spirit guarding started. Don't trust the information in the phone too much, even if that information is sent by people present here." Du said with a serious face. He wasn't intentionally neglecting to remind Won Wenjun. It was just that the early stage of the instance gave too little time, they needed to find clues and analyze the rules. After stressing the rules, he had forgotten the initial anomalies he discovered. Why? He Shanqing asked in confusion. Because the information on the phone can be modified, what you see is only what it wants you to see. As for information not sent by people present, if you would believe in strange things, then consider my previous warnings as nonsense. Wait, when you say it, who are you referring to? Emily, who had been deep in thought, looked at Du with confusion. When I say it, I mean the customer who hired us to come here. Chapter 97, The Range of Spring Village. When you just got the phone, didn't a reminder pop up saying to keep the public information in the group private and not to share other information? That's right. Yes, there was this reminder, and its content was exactly as you said. After discovering that the group information could cause contamination, and that the most important rule of spirit guarding in the mortuary was hidden, he confirmed, the customers were not allies to them. Thinking of everyone's synchronized reminder, he couldn't help but form a guess. Was this reminder really set by themselves? Everyone, at the same time, the exact same reminder. Such a situation could only mean that either the reminder was set under someone's guidance, or someone directly set this reminder in all their phones. Du leaned towards the second possibility. After all, no matter how much guidance there is, humans are thinking animals. If it was set by themselves, why would everyone have the same time? Not to mention others, Du himself disliked reminders on the hour, always preferring to set alarms or reminders a minute before the time to allow himself some buffer. And now, as he checked the content of everyone's reminders, his guess became even more certain. If they wrote the reminders themselves, why didn't they add a bit more personal content? Is their brain really that synchronized? Du voiced his suspicion. You're right, the content of that reminder is indeed suspicious. Since the rules require us to cooperate for the guarding, we cannot avoid sharing information, Emily said. Kawashita Chang nodded in agreement, but she still didn't understand, so what's the purpose of this reminder? While it might affect us at first, later on, to complete the guarding, the clues must be shared. Even the simplest person should understand that if the guarding fails, no one can escape the dangers of the night of resurrection. Isn't the purpose already clear? Ma Xiongja glanced towards the morgue. You mean, this reminder is primarily to stop us from revealing the information received on our phones? Kawashita Chang immediately reacted to this reminder. I just said, the information on the phone is what the customers want you to see, and as for the authenticity of the information, I can only say, when a liar deceives you, they will also tell you not to share what they say with others. Then isn't Ruan in danger? Emily asked. Looking at his state, he should be fine for these 2 days. The key now is to discuss that black man, Ma Xiongja said coldly, clearly not wanting to waste more words on Won Wenjun. Why are you so eager for his information? He looked at Du. For him, Du's sudden urgency after the guarding was of more interest. Because I suspect, he is not an NPC in the copy. Feeling that this guess was unproven, Du's tone was softer than usual. Or rather, he originally was not an NPC in the copy. Upon hearing Du, Ma Xiongja felt his brain was not enough. If he wasn't originally an NPC in the copy, then what is he? Black man, do you mean he was originally a gifted person? Kawashita Chang, who often found it hard to keep up, was the first to connect with Du's idea this time. Hearing Kawashita Chang, Ma Xiongja's eyes widened. How could a gifted person become an NPC? No, it seems no one said gifted people cannot become NPCs, it's just that his previous experiences in copies did not have this situation. And because of this normality, he had solidified his thinking and couldn't react to the meaning of Du's words in time. Right, and how did you come to this conclusion? Emily looked puzzled at the three who seemed to agree with the conclusion. Actually, she started feeling puzzled when Du said he wanted to know the identity of the black man. She knew that Du's comment was directed at the official audience watching the live stream, but she couldn't understand why Du would become anxious because of a corpse. Isn't it stated in the rules that there could be extra corpses in the morgue? Du explained to Emily, if this corpse is of a yellow person, I definitely wouldn't notice his strangeness. But this corpse just happens to be a black person. What's wrong with being black? Emily listened more and more confused. As Emily spoke, Du finally understood why she, who had always seemed smarter and more adaptable than he Shangqing in the copy, was so slow to grasp this time. People are always easily limited by their own understanding. For Emily, the appearance of black people in life was not something worth noticing. But this copy, from any aspect, has a background from my country. In my country, black people are rare, especially in such a clearly closed village. Although the rule-based strange talk isn't the real world, it has its own self-running logic. It can be said that the rule-based strange talk copy values rules and logic the most. If that's the case, then there should not be any discordant factors in the copy. Just like a modern background copy should not have ancient people appearing. It is strange for a black person to appear in a mortuary used by a village in the summer country. Indu said. Emily nodded in a daze. Seeing that everyone agreed with his guess, Indu began to add his experience of first seeing a black person with Ma Xiangxia. In the morning. In that village, paper figures are people, and among people, that black person was the sole paper figure. So for Quan village, a black person should be a paper figure. Why did he appear here and become a corpse? Halfway through his sentence, Indu suddenly realized something and stopped. Waiting for his brain to analyze the situation, Ma Xiangxia, who was a bit impatient, urged, "What's wrong?" You stopped mid-sentence. Brother Ma, do you think this mortuary actually belongs to Quan village? Since learning of Quan village's existence, Indu had always assumed that this mortuary was for the use of Quan village. But in fact, there was no evidence to prove this. He purely assumed the connection based on the old man at the mortuary saying, the village's paper figures can be bought. Is the ownership of this mortuary important? Of course it is. Indu clenched his fists. If this mortuary really belongs to Quan village, then it means we have been in Quan village's territory from the beginning. Hearing this, Ma Xiangxia also understood. You mean we have to follow Quan village's precautions here too? Indu nodded slowly. Compared to him, Ma Xiangxia, who received this information, was surprisingly not very nervous. Well, that's not much, right? Look, we've been here for so long, and we haven't seen any paper figures. Clearly, this isn't a place where paper figures usually move, so it's not very dangerous. And even if we encounter a paper figure, we just need to treat it like a person, right? Indu deeply sighed after hearing Ma Xiangxia's optimistic words. The main point of precautions has never been about the paper figures. Chapter 98, He Shangqing's Guess. The main point of precautions has never been about the paper figures. Then what is it? Ma Xiangxia first looked confused, then eagerly said, Don't keep beating around the bush, just say what you think, I'll listen to you about what to do next. He admitted that his brain wasn't as sharp as Indu's, so even if he didn't understand what Indu asked him to do in Quan village, he followed it without question. But these misunderstandings Indu had never explained to him, and now there were a few big questions in a row. He only felt like his brain was about to burn out. He just wanted an answer to help his mind relax. But Indu seemed to be troubled by something, always leaving things half-said. If he felt that way, then Emily and He Shangqing, who only learned about Quan village through Indu's words, could only stand by and stare, helpless. You also said, these are all my guesses. Indu said. Then he looked at Emily and Kawashima Saika. I fear that if I express my thoughts, it will limit your thinking. Moreover, if they continue to rely on his judgment, how will these two pass the levels once they leave this scenario? On this point, Indu believed that even if he didn't say it, both of them could think of it. As for Ma Xiangxia? He had no such worries about Ma Xiangxia at all. So, it's still better if I take you to Quan village, and you can judge for yourselves. As for Brother Ma, I ask you to stay here, and if it's my turn to guard the spirit and we're not back yet, you can take my place. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiangxia looked at Indu with a complex expression, but ultimately agreed. He just didn't want to use his brain, not that he had no brain. With a little thought, he could tell that Indu specifically advised him that he might not be back on time, indicating he wanted to enter the village to investigate. After all, just driving to look at the precautions and to see those strange paper figures in the village wouldn't take much time at all. Although the two hadn't specifically discussed this before, the lack of discussion actually meant they both felt they wouldn't be exploring Quan village today. When his magic barrier could be used again tomorrow, it would be relatively safer. But the appearance of that black man made Indu anxious. Ma Xiangxia understood that Indu had made up his mind to do something, and even if he tried to stop him, it would be useless. He could only try to comfort him. It's only the first day, brewing danger also takes time, so don't be too anxious. If the rules of the bizarre tale didn't give them any time for exploration and directly struck with lethal force, who could possibly survive and walk out? Indu nodded. Did he not know this? But he was born with a worrying personality. Once there was a problem unresolved, it felt like a thorn was stuck in his heart, making him restless. Not wanting to waste any more time, Indu waved for the two ladies to follow him. Once the engine started, he suddenly remembered to ask, Can you drive? I can. Emily hurriedly replied. Indu nodded and then said, In a moment, I'll take you into the village to have a look, then you can come back out. If I am not back by 3:30, you should drive back to the mortuary. Remember, absolutely do not go into the village to find me. 3:30 was not the last deadline Indu gave himself. It was just that at 4 o'clock, Emily and Kawashima Saika needed to return to the mortuary to guard the spirit, and this delay was crucial. Indu set his own deadline for 7:30 in the evening, just in time to return to the mortuary when he and Ma Xiangxia were responsible for guarding the spirit. Skillfully driving to the entrance of the village, Indu signaled for the two to first observe the precautions at the door. Quan village. Paper figures? Paper money? Although they had already heard Indu mention Quan village, looking at these precautions still made Emily and Kawashima Saika feel a chill down their spines. There are a few points of this rule that Ma Xiangja and I have already verified. Indu spoke. First, treat the paper figures as normal villagers. Second, the paper money scattered on the ground in the village is the currency used for transactions here. These 2 points correspond to the first 4 lines of the precautions. What about the last 2? This point is still just my speculation. Of course, he already had more guesses now. In the 5th point, Quan village hopes to make tourists feel at home. In other words, make tourists satisfied with the hospitality of Quan village. Satisfied with the hospitality is too vague, so I speculate that as long as you are guided by the paper figures to give a good review of Quan village, that counts as being welcome. Even more extreme, you might not even need to say anything, as long as you show satisfaction, like smiling or such, that also counts as being welcome. This was also the reason he didn't let Ma Xiangja smile or speak earlier. Ma Xiangja was heavily built, and when he wasn't smiling or talking, he looked like a villain. But whether it was because of his character. When he spoke normally and smiled, he appeared a bit silly. However, that smile was ultimately forced. As for the 6th point, it probably means that one cannot stay overnight in the spring village. But what I'm saying hasn't been confirmed. Indu said. If you have other guesses, feel free to share. I have one. He Shangchang raised his hand. Indu looked at He Shangchang. For the 6th point, I think it might not just be about not staying overnight. What do you mean? Indu and Emily both looked at He Shangchang, with encouragement in Emily's eyes. In the past, my mom always set a curfew for me, so maybe this rule is also a time limit? He Shangchang said softly. For example, as long as you stay in Spring Village for a certain amount of time, it will be assumed that you treat Spring Village as home. This was not impossible. Moreover, this guess filled in a piece of the puzzle in Indu's mind. Now, he needed to clarify the ownership issue of that area in the morgue. He looked up at He Shangchang. Your guess is very likely correct. This statement clearly encouraged He Shangchang greatly. She smiled and then suddenly remembered what Indu had just said and quickly held back. Seeing her like this, Indu instead relaxed and smiled. Although I have my doubts about the boundaries of Spring Village, saying that a smile counts as home away from home is still too far-fetched. Besides, during the time we've spent in the side quest, we must have laughed already. If there's anything to pay attention to, let's wait until we're in the village. Okay, sure. He Shangchang's lips slightly curled up. She hadn't been affirmed for so long. If we're ready, let's go in. After you see the first paper person, you can come outside and wait in the car. Thinking of He Shangchang's earlier words and his own guess, Indu added a sentence. Yes, we will just wait for you in the car. If Cheng's guess is possibly correct, you must come out early. We can come back to explore this village on other days, there's no need to rush. Rushing easily leads to mistakes. Chapter 99, Investigation Target. Emergency Response Bureau Analysis Group. What do they say about Gao Li and Li Ben? The leader of the analysis group asked in a deep voice. Hearing the question, the external liaison head, temporarily transferred from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, shook his head, saying, Gao Li and Li Ben have also tried various methods, secret codes, slang, Morse code, but none have worked. It seems that as long as the content hints that the body in the morgue is an ability user, the alert cannot be sent. This is the first time we haven't been able to send a warning since arriving in the world of bizarre stories. It should be because this alert has touched the core secret of this side quest. The office of the analysis group was filled with chatter. Actually, it shouldn't matter that we can't send this alert, Indu seems to have figured out the identity of the body. Someone quietly pointed this out. He was soon countered. But he doesn't know what happened to the body. Ability users can be replaced by the bazaar, blending in with other ability users to continue the mission, and after being replaced by that bazaar, the Nubia ability user has already appeared in 3 locations. Bazaars mingling with the team disguised as ability users were what made them feel most dangerous. Moreover, the team Indu was in also had the unknown factor of Ruan Wenjun. Indu guessed correctly, Ruan Wenjun had been frequently checking his phone since entering the morgue, evidently reaching some deal with someone in the phone, becoming confident, thinking he had the upper hand. However, Ruan Wenjun's live streaming did not show the chat interface on his phone. So what happened to Ruan Wenjun remained unknown to them, and naturally, they couldn't provide any effective alert. At most, they could only warn him to be cautious of Ruan Wenjun. But does this mean they have to waste a chance to remind us? You see, Indu and his team have always been on guard against Ruan Wenjun. Their own talented person is charging into the world of rules and strange tales, yet they can't even pass along such simple information. This inevitably makes everyone feel a sense of frustration. Indu may have only cleared a level once as a talented person, but he is the only one to have received a reward that eliminates strange tales. When they entered this instance, everyone was filled with confidence, thinking they could provide effective information to help Indu shine again. But now. Just when the whole office atmosphere grew heavy, a voice suddenly rang out. No, I don't think Nubia's talented person is in 3 places. Everyone's gaze immediately turned toward him. Poochie C, someone who usually acts alone, unable to feel the atmosphere, and cannot understand subtle sarcasm. In other words, this person has very low emotional intelligence and is extremely dull. These 2 traits combined make him an invincible presence. Arguing with him, no matter who wins or loses, the one who gets hurt will always be the other party. Now, Poochie C's dullness had come into play. He ignored the office's atmosphere and began to share his thoughts. What is currently in Nubia's livestream room should be the corpse that originally appeared in the morgue. And after that corpse replaced Nubia's talented person went missing, until Indu and the others saw him among the people. Then what we see in the morgue, he spoke while scribbling notes that only he could understand on his pad. So, we can actually disregard the false talented person in Nubia's livestream room. Because the information about the talented person being replaced cannot be passed on, and that false talented person only affects Nubia's team. Our focus should be to analyze the relationship between the paper person among the people and the corpse in the morgue. Do they exist at the same time? If so, what are their individual situations and what do they represent? If not, how do they move back and forth between the 2 places? From the routes opened by Indu and Mashongja, it seems there can't be a closer way from the village to the morgue. No, wait, if it's not the main road, we don't know about the small paths, but can small paths be faster than speeding? As he spoke, Poochie C once again fell into his own world. When the office quieted down, the others exchanged glances. After all that, it was full of questions. After experiencing the paper person that could probably talk without moving its mouth, likely from practicing ventriloquism, with Emily and Yishang Chang, Indu set off on his own adventure. What he most wanted or urgently needed to find was still clues related to the morgue, but he truly didn't know where to start looking for these clues. Sorting through the information at hand, Indu realized the only lead he could follow was Zhao Laosan and the series of people involved because of him. From the old man's words, Zhao Laosan should be from the village. Perhaps he could find some useful information in Zhao Laosan's home, ideally about the customers hidden behind the phone. Regarding the customer mentioned in the guaranteed clearance requirements, the only information they currently knew was 2 points. First, the customer claimed to be Zhao Laosan's daughter, a corpse in the morgue. Second, based on the information that was concealed and deliberately input on the phone, the customer seems to be a dangerous presence, not a friendly one. Trying to understand the customer through the phone would probably only lead to a bunch of lies and false guidance. So the first point may not be credible. But no matter what, there must be a connection between the customer and Zhao Laosan. Otherwise, there wouldn't be their soul-keeping task. But, where would Zhao Laosan's home be? Indu wandered aimlessly in the village, carefully looking at each house he passed. Then, when he caught sight of a paper figure out of the corner of his eye, he immediately talked to himself, why do all the houses here look the same? Which one is Xiao Lei's home? After finishing his one-man show, he quickly saw the paper figure and excitedly approached. First, he confirmed the figure's gender. Second, he warmly grabbed the figure's dangling hand. Big brother, do you know where Zhao Xiaolei's home is? Zhao Xiaolei, are you talking about Zhao Laosan's Zhao Xiaolei? The paper figure still wore its unchanged smile, but its tone was noticeably filled with doubt. Yes, big brother, you know? Can you take me there? Indu asked eagerly. What is your relationship with Zhao Xiaolei, and why are you looking for him? The paper big brother asked warily. This tone, there is something to it. Indu maintained an expression of urgency while feeling secretly pleased in his heart. As expected, as long as he didn't trigger the rules, the paper figure could only obediently play the role of a normal villager. I am Xiao Lei's colleague and also his friend. Xiao Lei suddenly stopped coming to work a few days ago, and I couldn't reach him. My boss asked me to check on Xiao Lei at home, but when I went to Xiao Lei's home, I found out he had died. It's been several days now, and his family hasn't shown up. Xiao Lei's body hasn't been dealt with. I remember Xiao Lei saying his hometown is right here, so I came looking for it, thinking to inform his family to go claim Xiao Lei's body, and let him rest in peace. According to the old man's words, after Zhao Xiaolei died, he should have only appeared outside the morgue on the main road before being thrown away. The villagers should not know that Zhao Xiaolei had died and that his body was abandoned in the river. Half-truths and half-lies are the hardest to discern. The paper figure fell silent for a moment before saying, "Come with me." Saying this, it lightly bounced forward. Chapter 100 Investigation, Zhao Family. Zhao Laosan's home is just like every other house in this village, a white-walled tile house. Indu, brought to the front of the house, repeatedly thanked the paper figure, while also asking if anyone was at Zhao Laosan's home. Hearing the question, the paper figure paused. I don't really know their family situation. Upon hearing this, Indu simply nodded, once again expressing his gratitude as he sent off the paper figure. Once the paper figure left, he carefully examined the house in front of him. In truth, he didn't believe the paper figure's words. This spring village is so small, even if he wasn't familiar with this family, he would still know who had been home recently. Moreover, the paper figure suspiciously hesitated for a moment. Indu approached. The village doors are all traditional wooden doors, giving a sense of antiquity. However, the black painted door also brings a sense of oppression. Indu raised his hand and cautiously knocked on the door. After a moment, he heard a sound behind the door, and a young girl opened the door just a crack to look outside. Seeing a stranger at the door, she timidly said, "Everyone else in the family has gone out. If you have business, please come back another day." Upon seeing a person inside instead of a paper figure, Indu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly reached out to stop the door from closing. "Wait, may I ask, is this Xiao Xiaolei's home?" "I have something to inform regarding Xiao Xiaolei." "Yes, this is Xiao Xiaolei's home. May I ask, who are you to Xiao Xiaolei?" The girl inside glanced at Indu cautiously a few times, seemingly trying to confirm something, and finally said, "I am his wife." As soon as these words were spoken, Indu was stunned. Mainly because this girl's age looked indeed very young, her delicate face seemed even younger than the clear water on the river. And Xiao Xiaolei, from the ID card, was already a 30-year-old middle-aged man. At first Indu still guessed that the other side might be Xiao Xiaolei's younger sister. Even though the age gap was big, it was still easier to accept than a husband and wife. And if the other side really was Xiao Xiaolei's younger sister, then the customer in the phone might be her. "I didn't expect you to be sister-in-law. Hello, I am Lei Ji's co-worker. This time I came mainly because there is something about Lei Ji that I want to tell you." While speaking, Indu looked at the situation on both sides again, then asked, "May I go in and talk?" Xiao Xiaolei's matter. Hearing that it was about Xiao Xiaolei, the girl hesitated for a moment, the hand holding the door finally loosened. "You come in. Dad went out and hasn't come back yet. You can wait at home for him to come back and then tell him about Xiao Xiaolei," the girl said after Indu entered the door. But at this moment, Indu no longer had the mind to listen to what she was saying. All his eyes and attention were drawn to the girl's swollen belly. "Sister-in-law, are you pregnant? How many months? There isn't even a person at home to take care of you?" Seeing that the other side was a pregnant woman, even knowing this was the world of rule horror, and that she might just be a strange thing pretending to be human, Indu still became very careful. What's more, her belly was unnaturally big. It looked like she was already about to give birth. "It's about 9 months, usually it's Afong." The girl supported her waist and smiled as she explained. Suddenly she paused, her face stiffened, and she awkwardly changed her words. "Usually Dad takes care of me." "Afong." Indu quickly caught the existence of another person in this family, but looking at the girl's expression, that person seemed to be some kind of taboo that could not be mentioned. "Dad went out, he will probably only come back after 7 days, outside has been dangerous recently, you can stay here for 7 days, wait for Dad to come back and then tell Dad about Xiao Xiaolei." Compared to Afong, the girl's way of calling Xiao Xiaolei was extremely distant, and it looked like if it wasn't to make sure he could pass Xiao Xiaolei's matter to Zhao Laosan, she wouldn't have let him enter this door at all. I still have things of my own and can't wait 7 days. I can tell sister-in-law about Zhao Xiaolei's matter directly, and sister-in-law can tell Uncle Zhao a few days later, it's the same. Indu suggested. Actually, telling that Zhao Xiaolei was already dead was just one sentence. Indu had been hiding it only to get inside the door. But to be honest, looking at it now, all the secrets in this house were gathered on the girl in front of him and the Afong she mentioned. What he needed to do now was to get words out of Afong's mouth. But Indu never expected that after hearing his words, the originally timid girl completely changed. She stared with wide eyes and viciously at Indu, like she wanted to swallow him alive. "No. This matter, you must say it to Dad with your own mouth." The sharp voice almost pierced Indu's eardrums. Indu felt that she was projecting her hatred toward others onto him. And looking at the girl's face, for a moment he actually felt like he saw two faces on one person's face. No, this seemed to really be two faces. Indu lightly bit the tip of his tongue to calm himself down. And the girl in front of him also changed her expression at this time, and gently said, "Zhao Xiaolei's matter is better told to Dad directly, I am not fit to handle his matters." She returned again, and the one standing in front of him had once more become Zhao Xiaolei's wife. And if he didn't guess wrong, the one just now should have been the Afong spoken of by Zhao Xiaolei's wife. After seeing Afong's ghost-like and ferocious look, Indu keenly smelled a bit of danger. He silently stepped back 2 steps, the desk lamp had already been gripped in his hand. Okay, but since we need to wait 7 days, then I will come again after 7 days, I still need to go to work, I can't stay here too long." As he spoke, his body had already retreated to the door. The girl's face changed again. "I kindly invited you to stay. Are you unwilling?" "It's not that I am unwilling." Seeing the other person about to make a scene, Indu raised the hand holding the lamp, but he still tried to calm the person in front of him. From the 2 girls' attitudes earlier, they should have already learned about Zhao Xiaolei's death. Now the only one who didn't know was Zhao Laosan, who died before Zhao Xiaolei. But, after 7 days, Zhao Laosan would return. Indu didn't know what this return would be like, but it seemed they both hoped to tell Zhao Laosan about Zhao Xiaolei's death when he came back. And it had to be conveyed by him, an outsider. Could it be that he, as an outsider, was more convincing? Actually, I came this time just to tell you about Zhao Xiaolei's death. If you insist that I tell Zhao Laosan in 7 days, I will definitely come back in 7 days, and I can also bring Zhao Xiaolei's body. Upon hearing that Yindu could bring Zhao Xiaolei's body, the girl's expression changed again. She carefully touched her belly. Can you really bring Zhao Xiaolei's body back? That would be good. I have another piece of good news to tell him. Then it's settled. In 7 days, you need to bring Zhao Xiaolei's body over, otherwise. As she spoke, she somehow pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Yindu. Yindu didn't want to take it, but felt that if he didn't, something big might happen, so he could only reach out to take the paper. Strange contract. A contract signed with the strange must be fulfilled by both parties. If one party fails to fulfill the contract, the other party can hold the breaching party accountable. This contract can be reused. A new contract can be established after one ends. Contract established. Zhang Yun and Zhao Xiaofang voluntarily give Yindu the item strange contract, and Yindu must bring Zhao Xiaolei's body in 7 days. Contract signers, Zhang Yun, Zhao Xiaofang. As soon as he grasped the paper, Yindu realized in a daze that he had been trapped. Though Zhao Xiaofang, who was attached to Zhang Yun, looked terrifying, as long as he didn't break the rules, they couldn't do anything to him. However, by accepting this paper, he had instead added an extra rule for himself. In 7 days, if he didn't bring Zhao Xiaolei's body over, then Zhao Xiaofang and Zhang Yun would have the right to hold him accountable as the contracting party. Just thinking about it, he knew that being held accountable by the strange would not end well. Chapter 101, Rest. However, looking at the strange contract in his hand, Yindu felt that he hadn't really lost out. At least he had gotten an item. Fortunately, he possessed the Toolbox talent. If anyone else had gotten this item, they would have been furious. 7 days after the contract, this instance would likely be coming to an end. Those who could not bring this item into the next instance would just gain another rule. Upon receiving the strange contract, Zhang Yun and Zhao Xiaofang indeed ceased to make things difficult for him and opened the door to let him leave. As Yindu stepped out of the black door, a sudden wind made him shiver. At that moment, he realized he had vividly portrayed a saying, sweating profusely. Taking a long breath, Yindu picked up his phone to check the time. It was almost 2 o'clock, and he had another hour and a half before telling Emily and He Shangqing. With so much time, it was impossible for him to go back. Moreover, he had just gained such great insight in such a short time. Clearly deceased, Zhao Xiaofang could only attach to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun's fear of Zhao Laosan and his strange attitude toward Zhao Xiaolei. And, the long-awaited deceased Zhao family father and son. Yindu took out the strange contract and looked at it carefully a few times. With his knowledge of Zhao Xiaolei's body whereabouts, the content of the agreement was not difficult. What truly made him wary was that the delivery of the body was scheduled for 7 days later. According to the rules, after the 7 days of mourning, they would welcome the night of returning souls. From time view it should be the 8th day 0 hour. And from Zhang Yun and Zhao Xiaofang words it is not hard to guess the one who returns on the soul night is Zhao Laosan. And in this kind of dangerous time period he needs to send back Zhao Laosan's son Zhao Xiaolei body and must personally tell him the news of Zhao Xiaolei death. No matter how you look at it, this is a road to death. Yindu shakes his head and presses this thought down. It is not the last yet. If he loses heart now, then he really can only wait to die. Remove the above discoveries. Zhang Yun also brought him one surprise. He originally thought Quan village is full of paper people. He did not expect there are actually normal living people. Indeed, in the notes it only mentioned villagers. Of course, are flesh and blood living people, not paper people. So he needs to treat paper people as flesh and blood living people. Wait. Villagers of course are flesh and blood living people. Villagers of course are flesh and blood living people, not paper people. Yindu mutters a few times in his mouth and his mind suddenly becomes clear. He quickly walks out of the village and on the way like last time greets the paper people. When he reaches the village entrance, Emily and Kawakami Chang see him and both show surprised faces. Because of Yindu reminder, they already assumed Yindu would not come back so early. The two sit in the driver's seat and passenger seat only waiting for time to come, then drive back to the morgue. Who would think only 2 o'clock Yindu comes out. Ian, are we going back now? Emily asks. Go back today, I will not explore this village, Yindu says. Then he opens the car door and without any politeness sits in the back seat. Once he enters this relatively safe space he directly half collapses on the seat and lets his whole self go empty. Although he does not plan to enter Quan village again today, he still needs to keep vigil later. If he does not let himself rest now, he fears his mind will break. Emily and Kawakami Chang do not know what he saw in the village but can see his tiredness. The two silently choose not to speak. When the car drives back to the morgue, they also do not disturb Yindu and even stop Ma Xiangja, who just came out of the morgue, to look for Yindu. What is wrong with this guy? Ma Xiangja sees Yindu like this for the first time. He looks like he just lost a war. If this were outside and Yindu were his little brother, he would surely hit him once to help him wake up. After Ian came out of the village he was like this. We also do not know what happened, Emily says. Kawakami Chang at the side nods and adds he also said today he will not go into the village again. This guy, he must have met something in the village. Ma Xiangja touches his chin. Then he says nothing to us now should be because he himself has not sorted his thoughts yet, Kawakami Chang says. As soon as her words fall she finds the area around her suddenly quiet and in front of her appears one sentence: the strange can pretend is gifted ones and firks. Even though she did not watch much live stream, Kawakami Chang, who has basic understanding of rule strange stories, knows this is a reminder from her own country. This reminder maybe was sent too urgently. At the very end there is a mess of random letters. But these are already not important. The message this sentence sends out is already enough for her to become alert toward the people around. She quietly moves away from Ma Xiangja and moves close to Emily. From entering this instance she has not separated from Emily to say who is most impossible to be replaced by the strange that is Emily. Ma Xiangja does not notice Kawakami Chang move. He directly gets on the car and also sits in the back seat and starts to stare blankly. These 2 times he replaced Ian Du to enter the morgue. The time was not long and he did not meet any danger. Plus each time between keeping vigil the gap time is not short. He should not feel too tired. But every time after finishing keeping vigil he is like his vital energy was sucked away, and this time when coming out it is especially obvious. Originally, this abnormality should have been discussed with Wan Wenjun, who had been keeping vigil the longest. Unfortunately, that guy is a clueless fool. Compared to talenters from the same world with the same goals, that fool actually trusts an unknown entity hiding behind a phone, whether human or ghost. Ma Xiangja crossed his arms and leaned against the back of the chair. With this relaxation, his head grew heavier, and he eventually fell into a deep sleep. I have good news and bad news. Is it about the reminder from Ribben that the transmission was successful? Exactly. What reminder was successfully transmitted? It's about the strange phenomena being able to replace talenters. Now there are nearly 10 teams with replaced talenters, but no country has sent out a reminder about talenters being replaced, so it's reasonable to guess that the information regarding talenters being replaced by strange phenomena cannot be sent out. Moreover, after Ian Du discovered a corpse that looked just like a Nubian talent from the morgue, he asked about the identity of the corpse, but neither our country nor the 2 neighboring countries provided any reminders. So, whether its talenters will be replaced by strange phenomena or if the corpses in the morgue are talenters, neither can be reminded? That was originally the case, but now the situation is different. What's the matter? Good news, Ribben has successfully sent out the reminder about talenters being replaced by strange phenomena. It has been received downstairs. Bad news, the reminder has been cut down to half, and it didn't make it clear that no one in their team has been replaced. Now that girl from Ribben has entered a state of alert and is unlikely to share this reminder. Wow, this reminder can still be manipulated like this? The authority of the reminder was never in our hands. It being intercepted or cut down is quite normal. Honestly, I fear that one day, this strange narrative will be able to directly send reminders instead of the country. I feel it can't be done. They say it's a strange narrative. I think this reminder must have its own rules. Otherwise, it could have used this trick long ago. That's true, but why does this particular instance use this tactic? Chapter 102, Ma Xiangja's Nightmare. When Ian Du came back to his senses, he found someone beside him. He turned his head, wanting to wake Ma Xiangja to share his new discovery, but he found that Ma Xiangja was now eyes closed, brow furrowed, with a clear expression of pain on his face, as if trapped in a nightmare. Ian Du observed for a while, confirming that he was not in any life-threatening danger, and thus did not wake him. Instead, he began to wonder what on earth Ma Xiangja was dreaming about. He couldn't quite imagine what kind of dream could make Ma Xiangja show such an expression. By 2:30, Ma Xiangja still showed no signs of waking up. Ian Du had no choice but to wake him up first. Brother Ma? Ma Xiangja. Ian Du called out several times, but Ma Xiangja didn't react to the sound. At this moment, Ian Du finally realized that there was a problem with Ma Xiangja's condition. Is this due to contamination? Ian Du recalled Ma Xiangja's actions today in detail. In Quanshan village, except for the time he entered, the 2 of them acted together all other times. So it shouldn't be a problem that arose in Quanshan village. The problem must have occurred during the vigil at the morgue then. Based on his own experience when he entered the morgue, he believed there was no issue with his analysis of the vigil rules and the rules of the morgue. Thinking of this, Ian Du reached up and tapped his own head. He almost forgot that Ma Xiangja, as the first person among them to enter the morgue, was most likely to violate Rule 6 of the morgue. Worried about violating Rule 6, which could provoke physical threats, he let Ma Xiangja be the first to enter the morgue today. In the end, Ma Xiangja encountered no danger at all. He originally thought everything would end here. I did not expect the aftershock of this matter to keep going until now. But luckily Ma Xiangja went into the morgue in the daytime to keep vigil for him, only then did he let him discover this situation now. From the start of keeping vigil, Ma Xiangja entered the morgue a total of 3 times, each time 10 minutes. There was still 1.5 hours before the 2 hours clearly written in the rules, which showed how huge the pollution caused by the violation was. However, Rule 6 of the morgue had two kinds of possible violations. Ma Xiangjia should have followed what he said. No matter whether he truly was the first to enter or not, he fed the corpse the stick. So now it could already be confirmed that the violation of not being the first person to feed the stick was polluted. If it was the first person to enter but did not feed the stick, perhaps what would be triggered would be a different punishment. After thinking it through, Indu continued to try to call Ma Xiangjia. After confirming the person really could not be woken, he finally still took out his own MP3. But when clicking play, he still hesitated for a moment. If he used up the MP3 now, his danger at night when keeping vigil overtime would increase. But if he did not wake Ma Xiangjia now, today's vigil would at least be missing 1.5 hours. He chose safety and did not go to keep vigil, and would only lose 1 hour. After a round of analysis, Indu finally turned on the MP3. When the brainwashing Buddhist scripture entered his mind, he then dazedly remembered that this MP3 had purifying ability, but it seemed there was no explanation of how this purification effect was counted if multiple people heard it at the same time. Ma Xiangjia squeezed out a sound from his throat, struggling to open his eyes. Not yet fully back to his senses, he forced out one sentence: run fast. Run from what? Run to where? Indu looked speechlessly at the half-awake Ma Xiangjia. As Indu's words fell, Ma Xiangjia finally completely broke free from the nightmare. He gasped for breath and used his hands to straighten his own body. It was a dream. Indu felt around in the car, took a bottle of water and handed it to Ma Xiangjia. It indeed was a dream, but it was a dream made under the influence of pollution. So what did you dream about? Ma Xiangjia took the water and fiercely gulped down 2 mouthfuls, then spoke. Dreamed. He tried hard to recall, but discovered that the dream that made him feel as if he was personally there only left a few blurry traces in his memory. Ma Xiangjia raised both hands and made useless gestures in the air. It was like, I was sleeping, woke up and was lying in a very cold place, seemed like lying on a bed, a table? That should be the morgue? Right, it was the morgue, right? When he said this, he also looked at Indu uncertainly, as if waiting for Indu's confirmation. Indu choked for a moment, helplessly said, just take it as the morgue. It was the morgue, I remember now, things were like this. When talking about the morgue, the memories buried deep inside Ma Xiangjia were triggered. After I finished keeping vigil I was very tired, and wanted to rest for a while, so I fell asleep on a chair in the restroom. When I woke up I discovered I was lying on the stainless steel table in the morgue and could not move. But I felt as if there was someone beside me looking at me, staring at me the whole time. Then I suddenly reacted. I seemed to have become the corpse in the morgue, and the person beside me looking at me was keeping vigil. I struggled with all my strength but could not move at all, and I don't know how long passed before I finally succeeded in moving a little, but the result was only falling from the table onto the ground. After falling onto the ground, I could not move again, then the person keeping vigil carried me back onto the table. After that, no matter how I struggled, I could not move even a bit. I wanted to run, wanted to leave the morgue, but no matter how I struggled it had no effect. When Ma Xiangjia said this, cold sweat could not help but appear on his forehead. This feeling of powerlessness was far more terrifying to him than the dangers he had met before. Chapter 103: Darkly Carrying a Ghost Fetus. Ma Xiangjia did not know that when he felt fear because of describing his own dream, Indu also broke out in a body of cold sweat. He rummaged through his toolbox and successfully took out the board that had the rules written on it. He remembered correctly, there were several situations in Ma Xiangjia's dream that matched the rules. This was not a simple dream. If only you could see who that person guarding the body is. Indu sighed softly. I don't know who that person is, but I know he has no strength. He stumbled while moving me, making me bump into things several times. By the way, I could also feel the movement and the pain in the dream. Ma Xiangjia touched his shoulder where he had bumped into something, and pressed it. There was actually a dull ache. Hiss, what's going on? Indu noticed his movement and immediately asked, what's going on? Look at my shoulder, is there a bruise? Ma Xiangjia was extremely familiar with this kind of pain. He pushed his shirt aside to reveal his shoulder. Although Ma Xiangjia had a rough appearance and was robust, his skin was naturally fair, and the dark bruise was very visible on him. So it wasn't just on his shoulder, even the bruise a little below his scapula was clearly visible to Indu. Yes, and it's not just on the shoulder. Indu said, unceremoniously pressing hard on the spot of another bruise. Hiss! Ma Xiangjia gasped sharply. He hurriedly swatted Indu's hand away. At least give me a warning first. Indu didn't care, his thoughts had already drifted away. From Ma Xiangjia's words, he had more or less figured out what would happen if he got contaminated in the morgue. No wonder the last line in the morgue was remember, you are not a corpse. Fortunately, Ma Xiangjia's contamination had not reached an irreversible point. Even more fortunately, Ma Xiangjia, while panicking at the thought of becoming a corpse, still clearly knew he was alive and was continually resisting. But why were you dreaming about sleeping in the lounge? Weren't you always in the car? Indu asked. I felt really tired just after coming out of the morgue, so I wanted to rest in the lounge. It was because you guys happened to come back that I got into the car. As Ma Xiangja spoke, his gaze shifted to outside the car. That guy has come out. Hearing this, Indu also looked outside the car and saw Ruan Wenjun, whose face did not look too good. This was a huge difference from last time. Ma Xiangja obviously noticed this too. He didn't have this expression when he came out to switch places with me. I think he must have been scared by you. Indu said. Ma Xiangja looked back at Indu, puzzled. The guarding spirit you mentioned, who has no strength and caused you to bump into things several times, is probably him. Earlier Indu had only speculated, but now he was certain, half of Ma Xiangja's so-called nightmare could be considered real. His physical body was still in the car, but his consciousness, or rather his soul, was at that moment attached to the corpse in the morgue. Thinking carefully, that corpse might still have looked like Ruan Wenjun at that time. Just thinking of Ma Xiangja speaking to himself while wearing Ruan Wenjun's face sent shivers down Indu's spine. Is it true? Ma Xiangja's eyes widened. He thought it was just a nightmare, maybe influenced by this peculiar copy, linking the dream to the copy. He never expected that maybe when he was asleep, his soul had already floated out and almost got into trouble. Just thinking about possibly being trapped in that corpse made Ma Xiangja feel a chill. He opened the car door wanting to get out and bask in the sun, but Indu pulled him back. Don't get out of the car, rest a little more inside. Indu said as he turned around to get out of the car. At this moment, Ruan Wenjun had already walked towards the lounge, seemingly intending to take a rest there. Clearly frightened, he didn't have time to provoke anyone. Indu quickly walked into the morgue, probably influenced by Ma Xiangja's matter. He was much more serious this time when he looked at the corpse. Unfortunately, nothing happened during his 10 minutes of vigil. However, this also meant that the few people outside were currently safe. When Indu walked out of the mortuary, Ruan Wenjun was already waiting outside. Clearly, he had just been scared to death by what happened inside the mortuary, yet he was now extremely eager to take over the shift. What exactly did the presence on the other end of the phone say to him? Indu was indeed becoming more and more curious. Moreover, he was really concerned about whether the customer on Ruan Wenjun's phone was Zhao Xiaofang. Zhao Xiaofang was the person he knew who most fit the identity of a customer. Earlier, Ruan Wenjun mentioned that the customer claimed to be the daughter of Zhao Laosan. And Zhao Xiaofang did indeed call Zhao Laosan dad. In the middle of their conversation, Ruan Wenjun asked the customer for the items required by the rules, and the customer said they couldn't come. Zhao Xiaofang was attached to Zhang Yun. She herself was unable to move, while Zhang Yun, due to her pregnancy, indeed could not come. Wait, was Zhao Xiaofang attached to Zhang Yun? Or was it? Indu began to recall that brief encounter. At that time, he was scared by Zhang Yun's sudden change, and there were many details he didn't pay attention to. Now that he thought about it, Zhang Yun obviously didn't have any excess feelings for Zhao Xiaolei, but she cared greatly for the baby in her womb, and even said she had good news to tell Zhao Xiaolei. His first reaction to this good news was that it was about the child in her belly. But this was strange. Did Zhao Xiaolei not know that Zhang Yun had a child? He remembered the old man saying that Zhao Laosan had died 2 months ago, and during this time, Zhao Laosan's family hadn't come to visit. It was normal for the two suspicious ones in Zhao Laosan's family not to come. But if Zhao Xiaolei didn't come, it was as if he completely didn't know about his father's death. The old man also said that Zhao Xiaolei's corpse had been traveling for a day before arriving at the mortuary. To travel for a day meant they were not close, likely in a neighboring city. In other words, Zhao Xiaolei hadn't been home for at least 2 months. This was also why Indu had dared to use Zhao Xiaolei's colleague identity earlier. But if Zhao Xiaolei didn't even know that Zhang Yun was pregnant, then he hadn't been home for at least 6 or 7 months. Indu leaned back in the chair, and a new thought popped into his mind. What if Zhao Xiaolei actually already knew that Zhang Yun was pregnant? What if the surprise that Zhang Yun mentioned was actually Zhao Xiaofang about to return? So, whose soul is actually coming back on the night of the returning souls? Chapter 104, Changes in the Mortuary. Next, until Ruan Wenjun's shift ended, nothing else happened in the mortuary. Not even a new corpse refreshed. Indu rubbed his nose wearily, then started to teach the two ladies who were about to enter the mortuary about vigil preparation. Although Indu had already mentioned the precautions, Emily still listened very attentively. But He Shanqing seemed a bit inattentive. He Shanqing was feeling anxious. She struggled to recall everything Indu had done earlier, trying to determine if he had any issues. Unfortunately, she clearly didn't have the talent for this. Indu himself was a bit tired and didn't pay much attention to the two states. Plus, previously, Emily and He Shanqing had performed decently, so he didn't think much of it and returned to the car to rest after explaining. Although the chairs in that restroom aren't comfortable, it's better than huddling in the car, right? Why don't you go rest in the restroom? He wasn't allowed to rest either. Ma Xiangja had long been puzzled about this, but he hadn't asked until now. Now that Indu had 4 hours of free time and was sure he wouldn't be going out for exploration again, he finally brought up this small concern to bother the other party. Hearing Ma Xiangzhe's question, Indu let out a sigh. Mainly, it's because I suspect that the boundaries of Spring Village include this place. And the car we drove here does not belong to this village. Actually, I had this guess early on, but it was only a guess. The real reason I decided not to rest in the lounge is still because of your dream. Hearing this, Ma Xiangzhe was taken aback. My dream? Ah, are you talking about the dream where I woke up in the morgue? Ma Xiangzhe said. He always felt that the focus of his dream was turning into a corpse. Indu could see Ma Xiangzhe's thoughts, but he didn't know how to express it. Should he say that all these guesses come from his intuition? Without evidence, Indu would never easily come to a conclusion. To be honest, he felt that this copy was much better than that twisted and illogical mirror community. Over there, if he hadn't used a bit of cleverness, he might have been successfully brainwashed on the night he entered the 4th building, and he couldn't even think of going to find a sanatorium. As for clearing the level, that was an utter fantasy. But in this copy, all clues pointed in one direction, or rather, all had a logic to them. The need to buy incense was something that would eventually be noticed, and as long as one asked the administrator, they would get clues for purchasing incense. In the end, they would always find Spring Village. In this copy, the hardest part was still the uncontrollable teammates. If the 4 teammates were his 4 avatars, Indu couldn't even imagine how carefree that would be. I always feel like there's some key rule we've yet to discover. Indu sighed. There are more rules? Ma Xiangzhe asked as he started counting on his fingers. Vigil rules, morgue rules, Spring Village rules, the places we currently know all have rules, right? Indu shook his head. Do you remember that there's still one room we haven't entered? As he spoke, his gaze went through the car window towards the 2 rooms beside the lounge. From the outside, the administrator's room looked like a relatively normal room. The administrator's room and the lounge prepared for guests visiting the morgue. It seemed that the rooms in this flat were all for residents. What was the remaining room for? About the rules of that room, or the rules regarding this whole flat? You said, if there really is such a rule, where can we find it? Indu asked Ma Xiangzhe beside him. Where can we get it? Of course in the administrator's room. Ma Xiangzhe replied without hesitation. Indu turned to look at him. Just what I thought, but unfortunately, we probably won't get the chance today. At that moment, as time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Emily and He Shangqing took turns a few times, and in the meantime, Emily once showed behavior of leaving the morgue early. Nothing else was noteworthy. However, after the 2 finished their vigil, He Shangqing, who was the last to leave the morgue, noticeably began to distance himself from Emily. This, Indu, who was preparing to enter the morgue for vigil, did not notice. And tired Emily thought that the other party also needed to rest and regain their spirits just like her. The day's vigil had not yet ended, and the side effects of the morgue made everyone exhausted. Before entering the morgue, Indu reminded the 2 to rest directly in the car at night, not to enter the lounge. Emily agreed without any objection, but He Shangqing showed obvious hesitation. Seeing this, Indu thought that the other party felt uncomfortable because there were boys in the resting space, and he didn't think much of it. He and Ma Xiangzhe's turn for vigil began with him first. As soon as he entered the morgue, Indu felt a completely different atmosphere from during the day. The entire morgue's lighting turned a strange green, dim enough to create visual blind spots in the room. If a corpse appears in the corner and no one approaches, it's hard to see clearly. Suppressing the unease in his heart, Indu first followed the procedure to light incense and check the corpse's identity. Lying on the bed was a body that still had his name and looked exactly like him. After completing these 2 initial tasks, he took a flashlight out of his toolbox. While using the flashlight to inspect every nook and cranny of the mortuary, a question involuntarily popped into his mind. He had just checked his phone. The sun was set to go down around 7:40 p.m., and according to the rules of the vigil, changes in the mortuary should start appearing after sunset. So, He Shangqing, who had just finished the vigil, should be experiencing the same situation as him. However, after leaving the mortuary, He Shangqing hadn't mentioned any changes during her last vigil. So, was this change something that occurred after he entered, or was there a problem on He Shangqing's side? Before he could figure out the answer, he was startled back 2 steps when a ghost face suddenly appeared in the 3rd corner he shone his flashlight on. In the corner near the back door stood a humanoid figure, its whole body wrapped in a white sack, with a ghost face mask in place of a head. From Indu's position, he couldn't immediately tell if it was a corpse or not. Silently recalling the rules in his mind and confirming that there was no possibility of a corpse suddenly jumping out to scare him, Indu stepped forward, preparing to check if it was indeed a corpse. But just as he got close, his vision went black for a moment, and his mind blanked out for an instant. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in a corner, facing the center of the room. It seemed like there was something on his face that limited his vision. All he could see was a stainless steel table and the body lying on it. Chapter 105, The Strange Paper Figure. A corpse? No, it didn't seem to be a corpse. The figure that Indu thought was a corpse suddenly moved, leaving him in a state of confusion as an observer. Then, the white cloth covering it slid down as the figure lifted itself up, faintly revealing its pale profile, though much of its face was hidden by disheveled black hair. Just as Indu contemplated whether to go forward, she quickly turned her head and looked at him, fully exposing her face and allowing Indu to recognize her identity. It was clearly the face he had seen on Zhang Yun, belonging to Zhao Xiaofang. Indu instinctively wanted to back away, but a sudden stumble caused him to fall to the ground. When he regained his senses again, what lay before him was no longer a stainless steel table and body, but that sack-wrapped mask figure closer to him. Suppressing the rising fear, he couldn't tell how long that illusion had delayed him. He hurriedly stood up and moved forward to lift the ghost face mask. Beneath the ghost face mask was a stark white paper face. Indu quickly ripped open the sack, revealing a body made of paper, its surface painted black. This paper figure was quite fancy. It was dressed in a suit and wore a tie. However, now the question arose, according to the precautions in Quanshan village, is a paper figure considered a person? If the paper figure is a person, then is the paper figure in the mortuary a corpse? But upon closer thought, these questions didn't matter much, as the rules only stated to throw the corpse out through the back door, without mentioning that other things couldn't be tossed out. Thinking this, he quickly wrapped the sack paper figure in a white cloth and dragged it to the door, then opened the back door. As soon as he opened the back door, he was stunned. Outside the back door, in the normally quiet woods during the day, many paper figures stood densely packed. All these paper figures were facing the direction of the mortuary. Some looked like the paper figures he had seen in the village, while others, like the one in his hand, were also wrapped in sacks and wearing ghost face masks. This scene was too frightening. Indu felt no desire for exploration, quickly threw the paper figure away, and then closed the door. Leaning against the door after closing it, he let out a breath. Just as he calmed his emotions, he hurriedly picked up the flashlight and began to check the morgue again. It was alarming to check. In the four corners of the morgue, he surprisingly found 3 standing human-shaped objects. After the fright from earlier outside the back door, he wasn't scared seeing them now, but he worried that getting close to each might lead to a similar situation. Who knows, he might still be in an illusion and was in trouble for violating the rules. Indu rubbed his head and started searching through the toolbox, trying to find some tools to help himself. Among the few special tools, the Western-style knife had no other uses except for bribing the strange. The MP3, which could purify and refresh, had been used up. The flashlight only served as a ghost-revealing mirror, and the desk lamp was essentially a shield, not useful against illusions. The newly obtained weight paper had no effect on a motionless paper figure either. As for the substitute doll, it was too damaged initially, and there were still several hours of cooldown left. Indu laid all the tools in front of him, feeling helpless as he began to put them away again, contemplating if there were other ways to help him get through the current predicament. At that moment, he accidentally touched the MP3 with one hand while reaching for the weight paper with the other, preparing to put it away, but before he could toss them back into the toolbox, a string of words appeared before him, stopping him in his tracks. Found a combination item. Main combination item, electric drill. Consumables, MP3, weight paper. Success rate, 80%. Finished product? Looking at the last few question marks, Indu's mind was filled with confusion. What combination? And what's up with consumables and success rates? Isn't that a bit of a scam? Unfortunately, before Indu could react, the 2 items at his side disappeared directly, leaving only the dimly lit morgue in front of him. This scam-like scene made him only dare to put away the items one by one. After storing all his tools, which took a considerable time, he hurried to the stainless steel table where the incense burner was placed. He reached under the table and pulled out an incense candle, which ignited immediately upon touch like a stick of incense. Watching the wax dripping from the burning candle, Indu tried to tilt the candle towards his hand, and a drop of wax, made even blood red by the green light, fell onto his arm. The high temperature made him feel a sharp sting. In fact, when the text appeared, he had already thought of the solution to his current problem. From his previous experience of breaking free from the illusion, he realized that as long as he sustained physical harm, he would escape the illusion. Therefore, as long as he used the time of the wax dripping from the candle, he could ensure a quick escape from the illusion's effects, and the wax's damage wasn't significant. Using this method, Indu successfully concentrated the remaining 3 paper figures at the back door within a short time. But a sudden change occurred. When he opened the door again, he found the paper figure, which had originally been standing in the woods, was now getting closer to the back door. Indu hurriedly threw the 3 paper figures out the door and slammed it shut. He then checked the time on his phone. Only 15 minutes had passed since he entered the morgue. Leaning against the door, he moved his hands restlessly, the flashlight's beam sweeping across the morgue. He had to admit, it was fortunate to have gotten this flashlight in the last chapter, otherwise, he would have to wander around the morgue to ensure no corpses suddenly appeared from the corners. And while wandering, he also had to keep an eye on the body on the table to see if it moved. After Ma Xiangzhe spoke about his dream, Indu actually formed a new hypothesis. Keeping his gaze fixed on the corpse, ensuring it did not move, could be more than just protecting the guardian spirit. Perhaps the talented individual, who briefly appeared in the morgue. It is also possible that the guardian's violation has completely turned into a corpse. Perhaps realizing that the previous trick was ineffective, the guardian's watch over Indu became unusually calm. This calmness lasted until the corpse on the stainless steel table suddenly rolled off and fell to the ground. I struggled hard but couldn't move for a long time. I don't know how long it took until I finally managed to move, but I just fell from the table to the ground. Ma Xiongjia's words echoed in Indu's mind. It was the same situation again. Who was it this time? Indu had no time to think more. He hurried to the table and moved the corpse back onto the table, during which he discovered something. The corpse resembled him, but it was very light, and he easily lifted it back to the stainless steel table. Indu stared wide-eyed at the corpse while recalling the weight issue of the corpse moments ago. In fact, it wasn't just the corpse's weight that was problematic, the weights of the paper figures he dealt with earlier were also questionable. In a copy involving a family of 6, he once moved a paper figure. That paper figure was so light that even when he was just a child, he could easily lift it. But the 4 paper figures he discarded just now were somewhat heavy. It seemed that something was hidden within those paper bodies. Chapter 106, The Black Notebook. As Indu stared at the corpse while pondering what might be wrapped inside the paper bodies, he suddenly noticed that there was a bulge on the chest of the corpse he had moved back to the table. It looked like it was hiding something. Indu raised an eyebrow in confusion, then carefully approached and uncovered the white cloth he had hastily wrapped earlier. As he removed the wrinkled white cloth, the bulge became more conspicuous. Earlier, he hadn't looked closely. Now he realized that this corpse seemed not to have been handled at all, and the clothing was just a regular outfit. The foreign object was hidden beneath the coat, and it appeared to be a hard object with corners. Indu carefully lifted the coat, and immediately, a black object fell to the ground. He looked down. It was a black notebook. At the moment he saw the notebook, Indu felt a twinge of regret in his heart. It was his negligence. He hadn't thought the corpse they were guarding would have a clue. This was supposed to be one of the easiest clues to find. Indu hurriedly picked up the black notebook, and after lifting it, he didn't rush to flip through it, but checked the morgue with a flashlight again. Once he confirmed that everything was fine and there were about 4 minutes left before he would finish his guardian duty, he took the flashlight and opened the black notebook. As soon as he opened it, Indu frowned in discomfort at the sight. Before he even started reading, he was deterred by the crooked letters on the pages, and as he struggled to make out the words, he discovered that it was filled with misspellings. The village again has those strange paper figures wandering around, and I often forget important things. Indu thought that this notebook probably didn't have any contamination ability, but his mind seemed to be suffering from serious contamination. Helplessly, he could only adopt a primary school style for reading, pointing at the words in the notebook one by one. Because I always forget important matters, and my phone was broken by a yun, I decided to write important things in this notebook, and in the future, I'll ask Xiao Lei to buy me a new phone. As Indu read this passage, his brow furrowed. Logically, this passage made sense, if only there weren't any traces of edits beneath the words a yun. The blacked-out text was indecipherable, but Indu guessed that it might be Xiao Feng. The already dead Xiao Feng returned and broke my phone, and I wrote it down to remind myself to let Xiao Lei buy a new phone for me. That I was undoubtedly clear. In the past few days, there have been many more paper figures in the village. Placed in all sorts of places, the paper figures all have smiling faces. Looking at night is scarier, it often frightens me. I went to the paper figurine shop wanting to ask the boss if these paper figures were his doing, but he was clearly standing at the door and ignored me completely. So I smashed the paper figure he had placed at the door and then left. If he dares to come find me later, I will definitely curse him out. There are more and more paper figures now. Those old guys from before won't come out. They are so timid, really useless as they get older, back in the day. Perhaps the events from back then were too complicated, and he couldn't write them down well with the words he knew, so he couldn't express them. That's fine. Indu now wants to know about the paper figures and has no desire to learn about Zhao Laosan's past at all. Strangely, when I came back tonight, it seemed like I saw the paper figures move. Did I see it wrong? No, the paper figures really moved. This is terrifying. Many people in the village have disappeared. Zhao Laosan's notebook is filled with what he thinks is important, so he didn't mark any dates or times. He used the same pen, and Indu couldn't know when the paper figures started to change. He could only frown and keep flipping through the pages. In the later pages, even without looking at the content, Indu could feel Zhao Laosan's panic. Because his handwriting became more and more sloppy, and there were more and more corrections. Moreover, the records were very chaotic. The blue paper figure spoke. The black paper figure is Zhao's stupid voice. The yellow paper figure is Zhao Ergu, the red paper figure is. They surrounded me. Don't go outside at night, don't go outside at night, it's dangerous out there. The paper figures are all gathered outside the door, surrounding the door. They fear fire, yes, they fear fire, we need to burn firewood in front of the door at night. Ayun, Xiaofeng, Ayun is not Xiaofeng, Ayun is Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, don't come over, don't come over. You agreed back then, it was all an accident. She's dead, Xiaofeng is already dead, I saw it wrong, there's only Ayun at home, Ayun is about to give birth, giving birth is a good thing, a good thing. Zhao's stupidity is nonsense, the others in the village are not as well off as Ayun. From fear to the expectation of new life, this change is too fast. So fast that Indu felt that by the end, Zhao Laosan was blinded. After all, he had just written that many people in the village had disappeared, and it seemed they had turned into paper figures. But later he started to compare pregnant daughters-in-law, it seemed he had begun to communicate with the paper figures. However, Indu touched his nose and continued to flip to the next pages. Unfortunately, this black notebook only recorded up to here, and there was nothing afterward. Indu carefully checked under the flashlight's light, confirming that the next page after the last recording only had the imprint of the previous page, and he decisively tore out all the blank pages behind. He didn't have time to sort through the other content, but one thing was clear. Lighting a fire at the door is effective in driving away the paper figures. As Indu tossed the ripped records into the toolbox, the alarm reminding him to leave rang out. He hurriedly took the still-burning incense candle to the back door. Before opening the door, he set the paper in his hand on fire and quickly threw it out through a gap he opened in the door. After completing this set of actions, he carefully pulled the door open. Outside the door, those paper figures were, predictably, getting closer and closer to the door. But they still stopped 5 meters away. However, there was a big problem. Outside the door were all paper figures, and the visibility was dim. Indu couldn't be sure if the paper he threw out would blend in with this pile of paper figures after shedding its wrapping of white cloth, burlap, and masks. But considering that, even if there weren't any bodies outside the back door, lighting incense wouldn't count as a violation, he still chose to light another stick of incense to insert. Before leaving, Indu glanced at the incense and the incense burner inside. Although he felt that lighting more incense wasn't against the rules, he always felt that this self-lighting incense had already made them pay a price. He could only say that this price was lower. As Indu safely walked out of the morgue, his live streaming room was actively discussing the current events happening. These paper figures are too strange. I just checked many other live streams, and there are no paper figures or that illusion. Did Indu get so heavily contaminated that he could see these things? You must not have watched thoroughly. As long as you've been to Spring Village, there are paper figures in the live streams. However, Indu's illusion is truly one of a kind. So, what happens in the morgue is related to the clues triggered. It's obvious that irregular progress has happened before. Actually, I'm more concerned about Indu's talent. Isn't anyone paying attention to that? I almost forgot about that. Mainly, the information flow in the last half hour has been a bit overwhelming. So, did the synthesis succeed or not? What did Indu actually get? I just can't imagine what could be synthesized from a drill, an MP3, and a paperweight. But the success rate for these three is 80%, which is quite high. Isn't anyone discussing those things recorded by Zhao Laosan? It turns out the paper figures were villagers. So what exactly happened? Chapter 107, Nightmare Strikes. Indu quickly exited the morgue and, just as Ma Xiangjia was about to enter, he grabbed him. Wait a moment, we need to find something to burn before going in. Finding something to burn wasn't hard, after all, there were many dry branches near the morgue. Soon, the two collected a large amount of dry branches. At this moment, Ma Xiangjia finally asked, why are we picking up burnable items? Right now, there are a lot of paper figures outside the back door, and I found clues about their paper figures, said Indu, pulling out the black leather notebook left by Zhao Laosan. In Ma Xiangjia's eyes, the characters in the black leather notebook turned into Korean. Korean is actually phonetic, so it was much easier for Ma Xiangjia to read this record than for Indu. He quickly scanned through and then picked up the dry branches to walk into the morgue. After Ma Xiangjia left, Indu didn't rush back to the car but started to take out his drill. He actually remembered about the item synthesis since just a moment ago, 2 of his items had disappeared from his hands without warning. However, he had been too busy addressing the immediate trouble to pay attention. Leaning against the wall of the morgue, a drill suddenly materialized in his hand. Upgraded version of the drill, when using the drill, it emits sound from the built-in tracks, unleashing the corresponding abilities of that track. Due to the drill's intimidation, any eerie beings hearing its sound will be suppressed and unable to move. Usage time, 10 minutes. Charging time, 10 hours. Currently selectable tracks, unbinding spell, playing will purify pollution value. Just as Indu finished reading the explanation of the drill's new features, before he had the chance to be happy about the complete refresh of the cooldown time, he heard a report from the rules of the Bizarre World. Entering new talent information, Toolbox, Level 2. The Toolbox has added electric tools, electric drill, can synthesize items. Tool information in the Toolbox has been updated. The initial talent information entry was nothing special, but the subsequent update of tool information caught Indu's attention. He thought for a moment and took out the somewhat restored teddy bear. However, when the teddy bear was in his hand, it still only displayed the cooldown time as before. Indu raised an eyebrow and then rummaged through other tools. As expected, he found a change. The desk lamp and flashlight both updated with a new line of information attribute, consumable. It seemed that only the electric tools obtained after the upgrade were synthesizable items. And synthesized consumables were generally electrical. No, the paperweight was not electrical. So what exactly is the principle behind this synthesis? How could the MP3 and paperweight possibly integrate into the drill? It makes no sense at all. Indu sighed and patted his overly used head. He actually tried to find principles and reasons in the world of bizarre rules. He was indeed crazy. He put away the tools he had used and slowly moved towards the van. As he approached the van, he sensed that something was wrong. The two people who often stuck close together during the day were now one slumped in the passenger seat and the other curled up in the back seat. The person in the front seat had their hair spread out, making their expression unclear. But the person in the back seat had a pained face, mumbling something. Their state was somewhat similar to Ma Xiongjia's earlier. If he hadn't rested in the back seat of the van himself, Indu might have thought there was a strange rule about the back seat. Like, no sleeping, or you'll have nightmares or something. Emily? Emily? Indu knocked on the back window. After a few knocks, he saw Emily's body tremble slightly. He hurriedly continued calling, Emily, Emily. Emily had rested in the back seat after Indu entered the morgue. At that time, Shangqing had walked behind her and had wandered outside for a moment before climbing into the passenger seat. Emily thought nothing of it, believing Shangqing thought it was uncomfortable for the two of them to squeeze in the back seat together. After all, Indu and Ma Xiongja had already rested in the car, and during the vigil, they shouldn't get back into the car. Resting in separate spaces would give them more room. Emily reclined the back seat and leaned against the headrest, closing her eyes. Perhaps too much had happened during the day. She quickly felt a wave of sleepiness wash over her, and her eyelids became heavier. During this time, it seemed she heard Shangqing calling her. The soft Japanese accent carried a hint of determination. She wanted to respond, but her fading consciousness wouldn't allow any reaction. She didn't know how long it had been when suddenly she heard someone calling her name again. This time it wasn't Shangqing. It was Amy, Amy. It was her mother. Emily wanted to follow the voice, but found she couldn't move at all. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that she was in the world of bizarre rules, resting in the van. Her mother did not belong to this world. This realization made her more aware. But this awareness did not wake her. She found she couldn't open her eyes or move at all. Amy, Amy. That voice, just like her mother's, was getting closer, as if it was next to her ear calling her. The voice, which should have been comforting, now filled her with fear. Emily struggled hard, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't escape this nightmare, until the sound of knocking on the glass came from her upper left. She knew someone was knocking on the car window. If it were something eerie, it definitely wouldn't knock on the window so politely. The person outside must be her teammate. Emily struggled even harder, trying to get closer to that voice. After several efforts, she finally heard a muffled call. Emily. It had a somewhat serious tone. This was the unique accent of the summer country language, and the person outside was Indu. Recognizing the person's identity, Emily felt a wave of relief. She stopped her pointless struggles and desperately told herself to open her eyes. Opening them would help her escape this nightmare. A few seconds later, she finally managed to open her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, she looked towards the window. The night was dim, and her eyes could only vaguely sense someone outside. Even when her sight became completely clear, the person outside was just a shadow. But even so, she still felt at ease. Indu, positioned in the dim light, could clearly see the lingering fear in Emily's eyes. He didn't rush to open the car door, but asked through the glass, "What happened?" Emily rolled down the window. "I just fell into a nightmare. My consciousness was clear, but it just cannot get up. Call Shangqing. She seems like you too has fallen into a nightmare." Shangqing is lying face down sleeping. Indu cannot see her expression. But just now his calling Emily's movement is not small. Shangqing for so long actually still has no reaction. This clearly also is a state of cannot get up. Emily hears, also cannot care that her head still has some dizziness. Her upper body squeezes from the middle to the front seat to push Shangqing. Chang? Chang. Emily uses strength shaking Shangqing, until Shangqing because of shaking, her head leaves her arms and knocks on the car yet still has not woken. Emily completely realizes something is wrong. She anxiously turns her head to look outside the window at Indu. She seems cannot wake up. Outside the car Indu's eyes are dark, with Ma Xiongjiu in front. Now he very clearly knows what situation Emily is. Just now because synthesis completely refreshed the cooldown times electric drill can help Emily. But at this moment, he yet did not choose to take it out. Different from Ma Xiongjiu, next Shangqing does not have a vigil task. And also, her current situation can help him verify, in this instance sleeping can or cannot to some extent remove pollution. Having made up his mind, Indu calmly says to Emily, keeping vigil in the morgue will be polluted, pollution too deep then will fall into nightmare, cannot wake. But this also is not without benefit, although she is doing nightmare, but sleeping helps remove pollution, so only need wait pollution lowers to a certain degree, she can wake from nightmare. Indu without any guilt says out a guess not yet proven, and pulls Ma Xiongja to strengthen persuasion. Just now Ma Xiongja also fell into nightmare, we confirmed, this has no life danger. Emily thinks of her just now nightmare and no matter how struggle also cannot wake state, completely believes Indu's words. Chang, don't fear, you will wake. She lovingly touches He Shangchang's hair, and also takes the chair back's pillow to let He Shangchang rest on it. He Shangchang only is a few years younger than her daughter, in appearance looks even younger than her daughter, in her eyes, He Shangchang is a poor unlucky child, she cannot help but have more pity for this child. Actually, since entering this world, she has been always rejoicing that entering this world is herself, not her daughter. She simply dares not imagine if her daughter enters this world how heartbroken she would be. Fortunately, entering here is her. Only, outside probably again has many more mothers in unbearable sorrow. Chapter 108 Guess and Strange Feeling. When Ma Xiongja comes out from the morgue He Shangchang still has not woken. But Ma Xiongja brings Indu two pieces of news. First, this time when he kept vigil, the corpse moved, and the corpse strangely is light, at least cut off his weight by 2/3. Second, when he opened the back door to throw the corpse he did not see paper people, outside the back door in daytime difference only is because darkness becomes a bit gloomy terrifying. Why the corpse is very light, Indu already guessed the reason. As for the second news Indu after hearing also feels puzzled, but he has no time to think of the reason. Just now they went to pick dead tree branches already wasted some time, to save time, he at the door listens to Ma Xiongja's words then quickly walks into the morgue. As soon as entering the morgue, he sees the branches Ma Xiongja piled beside the back door. Looks indeed did not use much, presumably Ma Xiongja after lighting fire found no paper people then did not move again. Indu repeats last time's vigil operation, during it the corpse on the table moved again once, this time Indu did not wait it fall off the table then stares at the corpse ensuring the corpse will not move. He does not know what situation Ma Xiongja had when keeping vigil, but this half hour is very busy. In the corner, paper figures occasionally jumped out. To ensure that the paper figures surrounding the back door wouldn't get too close, he had to constantly add firewood to the flames at the door. It's worth mentioning that Ma Xiongja said he didn't encounter any paper figures while guarding the spirit, but as soon as Indu opened the back door, he discovered that the paper figures attacking the door had reset to the same level of threat as when he had left last time. No, upon closer inspection, this time they were even closer than before. It seemed that after he entered the mortuary, these paper figures returned to their original places. It appeared that the saying guarding the spirit at night is more dangerous only held true during his watch. While busy, Indu pondered the reason in his mind. He had spent a lot of time with Ma Xiongja today, and the only differences between them were two events. And both happened during their time in Quan village. Indu exhaled, the white mist made the scene before him a bit blurry. He inserted a new incense stick into the censer, then turned to leave the mortuary. The moment he stepped out of the mortuary, the sudden change in temperature made Indu's head throb, and the fatigue washed over him like drowsiness. It was already 10:30, and maintaining high focus throughout the day's activities made it seem normal to feel tired, as long as he could get some rest. Just as he thought this, the moment he looked up and saw Ma Xiongja, Indu's head instantly cleared. Feeling exhausted after guarding the spirit, and wanting to rest, this behavior was just too familiar. First Ma Xiongja, then Emily, and He Shangcheng, now it was finally his turn. Indu rubbed his head hard. Clearly in the mortuary, he had been thinking about checking Zhao Laosan's black-covered book after coming out. Leaning against the mortuary, he directed his gaze toward the van. At that moment, He Shangcheng was still slumped in the passenger seat. Emily was probably too scared to sleep after the nightmare and was sitting in the back seat, observing He Shangcheng's condition, occasionally clasping her hands together and murmuring. After observing the two, Indu suddenly felt as if something was watching him. He hurriedly searched for the source but only caught the moment the door closed. That was the break room. Ruan Wenjun had guarded for 3 hours without falling into a nightmare like Ma Xiongja and the others, it must be thanks to his talent of pollution purification. But why did he suddenly want to peek in on them? Feeling even worse due to the headache and fatigue, Indu sensed the situation was getting worse. To him, Ruan Wenjun was like a ticking time bomb, if only he could remove this guy. Indu knocked on his head hard, reminding himself not to be troubled by issues he couldn't solve right now, then he pulled out the nearly torn black-covered book. Going to the paper figure shop, he heard the paper figures speak and interact with them. Both of these events occurred before the paper figures surrounded the door. And these were the two actions Indu had taken that Ma Xiongja hadn't. But which of these actions caused the paper figures to surround the door? Or, could it be that both actions together led to this result? Regardless of what the answer might be, it proved one thing: the source of all the problems in this instance was Quan village. Or rather, the source of the problems was Zhao Xiaofang. Du put the black-covered book back in his pocket and took out the hand bone and red string he had put away earlier. Initially, he wasn't sure to whom these items belonged, but after seeing Zhao Xiaofang during the day, he had guessed where they came from. The deceased Zhao Xiaofang's remains should be lying in that river. At that time, he had already set 2 search paths for tomorrow. Zhao Xiaofang's house, or Zhao Laosun's house, was quite dangerous for him, and he wouldn't go unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, to gather more clues from Quan Village, he had to explore other houses. Another path was... It's time to look for Zhao Xiaofang's bones. If the customer hiring them to guard the spirit is really Zhao Xiaofang, then simply thinking about it, what would truly satisfy Zhao Xiaofang would be to bury her bones peacefully, not Zhao Laosan. No matter how you look at it, Zhao Laosan seems to be Zhao Xiaofang's enemy. Wait, if that's the case, there's actually a question that has been bothering him since the daytime. Why did Zhao Xiaofang hire them to guard Zhao Laosan's spirit? Wouldn't it be better to let Zhao Laosan's corpse just lie in the mortuary, making it so he cannot rest in peace? From Zhao Xiaofang's words earlier, it was easy to guess that Zhao Laosan would return home in 7 days, so their purpose in guarding the spirit was to bring Zhao Laosan back to life. This also matches the name of this storyline, Night of Resurrection. So, the question changed to, why did Zhao Xiaofang want to bring Zhao Laosan back to life? Was it just to let him know about his son's death, Zhao Xiaolei, and receive some shock? But to shock Zhao Laosan, wouldn't it be better to let Zhao Xiaolei die while Zhao Laosan was still alive and have Zhao Xiaolei's body go straight back to Quan Village? That would be a bigger shock, wouldn't it? Thinking like this, time always flies quickly, and before he knew it, Ma Xiangzhe had already come out from the mortuary. Du took over and walked into the mortuary. During this time, as Ma Xiangzhe passed by Du, he yawned, "It's 11 o'clock. If we switch again, we can finish today's work." Du nodded and reminded him, "You must not fall asleep. Don't worry, I know that if I sleep, I'll definitely have nightmares. However, even though I'm tired, it's not the same kind of fatigue as earlier. I didn't even want to move before." Just remember that, Du said, feeling relatively reassured about Ma Xiangzhe, and before stepping into the mortuary, he instructed one last thing. "While I was waiting for you here, that guy opened the door and glanced this way, so keep an eye on his situation." Ma Xiangzhe looked at the break room across the way, giving Du an okay sign without turning his head. Du walked into the mortuary again, lighting incense and checking the corpse as he had done a few times earlier, setting an alarm on his phone for 11:29. After setting the time, he frowned at his phone. He felt something was strange, but for a moment, he couldn't think of what was wrong. And the paper figure that suddenly appeared in the mortuary made him set aside that bit of suspicion and began to repeat the numb action of tossing paper figures. Chapter 109, Time on the Phone. When Du walked out of the mortuary this time and locked eyes with Ma Xiangzhe, he could feel that Ma Xiangzhe had noticeably relaxed, that common lightness in the real world when the weight on one's shoulders before the end of a workday could finally be temporarily set down. Compared to Ma Xiangzhe, Du appeared even more exhausted than before. Clearly, each entry into the mortuary polluted him. Over time, the pollution on him had also accumulated significantly, so once he fell asleep, he would likely end up in a predicament like Shangcheng. Ma Xiangzhe noticed his weariness and, as he passed by him, patted his shoulder, saying, "You should go rest a bit. I'll wake you when I come out, and then we can discuss tonight's night watch." Du nodded slightly, watching him enter the mortuary. He indeed should take a break, his overused brain was now extremely dull. Du walked heavily towards the van, replaying every detail in his mind, trying to find any overlooked but not forgotten issues in his subconscious. When he got to the van, he yanked open the door, feeling utterly drained of strength, unceremoniously occupying the back seat space, leaning against the seat and closing his eyes. Emily, who was originally in the back seat, saw this and got up to move into the driver's seat. Emily looked at Du through the rearview mirror. Seeing someone with closed eyes but a furrowed brow, looking heavy-hearted, caused a touch of worry in her heart. After an unknown amount of time, Du's eyebrows slowly relaxed a little. She thought for a moment and cautiously turned off the lights in the car. But actually, Du just wanted to close her eyes to rest. She wasn't prepared to let herself fall into a nightmare unprepared, especially when others didn't have the ability to purify the pollution. Unfortunately, her tired brain clearly had its own ideas, dragging Du towards sleep. As Du's mind gradually relaxed and was about to completely fall into an unconscious state, her heart suddenly thumped. This missed beat made her heartbeat quicken and breathing become chaotic. Du suddenly opened her eyes wide. At this moment, the lights in the car had already been kindly turned off by Emily, and darkness and silence enveloped Du. Du placed her hand on her chest and exhaled, then opened the car door and got out. Emily heard the movement in the back seat and also got out of the car. "Aren't you going to rest for a bit?" Du did not turn to look at her, simply shaking her head slightly. "I'm actually quite afraid of having nightmares." "Ah?" Emily didn't immediately grasp the meaning of Du's words. After a moment, she remembered that their current rest carried a high chance of falling into a nightmare. To wake or not to wake, conscious yet unable to control her own body, was the most terrifying state for someone like Indu, who was used to controlling everything. Emily reached out and patted Indu's shoulder, no longer persuading her.
But I feel like you have something on your mind. It seems like there's been something bothering you since coming out of the morgue. Is it that obvious? Indu mumbled.
She considered herself not someone who usually laid her worries and emotions bare.
No matter how careful you are, fatigue will give you away. Emily smiled and said, maybe you can talk to me about what's bothering you. I always feel like I've missed something important.
Indu leaned against the car, her gaze directed toward the morgue ahead. But when I carefully recall all the known clues and rules, I can't find that point that constantly touches my nerves.
Maybe I can help you. How so? Indu finally looked at Emily.
Even in the dark, there was a spark in his eyes. Looking into Indu's eyes, Emily suddenly realized she had misunderstood something. Indu might be weary due to unavoidable physiological reasons, but mentally or, one could say, in willpower, he had never been weary.
I think maybe the point you've been unable to think of is because you originally placed it in an unimportant position. Emily said.
So, perhaps discussing it with me will help you discover the point you've overlooked. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise crossed Indu's eyes as he looked at Emily. In fact, from the moment Emily took the initiative to talk to him, he had been somewhat surprised, but it wasn't until Emily spoke this sentence that he realized he had always underestimated her. No, perhaps he had never seriously tried to understand her, so he naturally couldn't give a correct evaluation. In reality, he was someone used to being alone, arriving in the rule-bending world. Most of the time, he was indeed solving problems by himself. Even the colleague, Ma Xiangzhe, whom he seemingly placed in a cooperative position, was, to be frank, more often put in the position of a henchman. Even if he knew in his heart that Ma Xiangzhe, who managed to survive through so many challenges, was certainly not simple. You are right, I do need help. When one cannot solve a problem alone, seeking help in a timely manner is also a kind of wisdom.
Then let's talk about what problems you tend to overlook. Emily smiled as she took out her phone.
Indu watched her movements. The sudden light made him feel a bit uncomfortable, and he instinctively squinted his eyes.
Perhaps this action led Emily to misunderstand something.
She specially opened her mouth to explain, I know that things on the phone may be altered, but without paper and pen, with a furrowed brow, it seems that any hint related to the core of this copy will be blurred. Emily followed Indu's gaze, her face showing worry. Kawashiro Akira was with me all day. If something is wrong with her, it should have happened during the night vigil. Speaking of Kawashiro Akira, Indu remembered the increasingly strange morgue. Originally, he had wondered why Kawashiro Akira did not mention the change in the morgue when she came out. But when Ma Xiangzhe came out again, he no longer had that question. Because the morgue that Ma Xiangzhe saw, aside from becoming dim, had no other abnormalities. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed a bit strange that Kawashiro Akira didn't mention this matter. From their interactions during the day, although Kawashiro Akira was not very bold, she would ask any questions directly, and after some time, she would dare to share her thoughts. She must be hiding something from us, Indu said.
As soon as he finished speaking, a voice interrupted. What are you hiding?
Indu turned to see Ma Xiangzhe just stepping out of the morgue. Ma Xiangzhe appeared relaxed, as if he believed today's work was done.
Unfortunately. We'll talk about Kawashiro Akira later. I need to go for the night vigil now, Indu said to Emily.
You help explain the situation to Brother Ma, Indu said, quickly walking into the morgue, leaving Ma Xiangzhe with Emily.
Hey, what is he going in there for? According to the rules, he can't enter the morgue now, right? Ma Xiangzhe confusedly asked as he realized what was happening, only to see the iron door close.
Emily looked at Ma Xiangzhe, who seemed a bit adorably clueless, and silently sighed.
We just realized one thing. What?
Emily hadn't finished her sentence when Ma Xiangzhe anxiously interrupted. All content on the phone could have been changed, so the time on the phone is also unreliable, Emily said.
Upon hearing this, Ma Xiangzhe immediately reacted, so the night vigil hasn't ended?
Right, there's still an hour left, Emily replied.
But are you sure when the time was changed? Did someone inside not complete their vigil? Ma Xiangzhe asked again. Emily was taken aback. We haven't discussed that.
According to the rules, one person's vigil should not exceed 2 hours. So confusion about time not only posed the risk of someone not completing their vigil but could also lead to someone exceeding the originally stipulated time. The hints from her nation did not mention when they had confused the time.
We forgot to consider this issue. The nation didn't provide any hints either. As Emily spoke, she quickly looked towards the morgue, but at this moment, Indu had already been inside for a while, and they seemed to be able to do nothing. Strangely, Ma Xiangzhe seemed unfazed. He swayed his eyes and said, just because you didn't think of it, and your nation didn't think of it, doesn't mean that guy didn't think of it. His not asking means he already knows the answer to the problem. Ma Xiangzhe had great trust in Indu. And that trust successfully infected Emily.
Emily began to think about what information she had missed that caused her thoughts to lag behind Indu's steps. After entering the morgue, Indu found that the scene inside, or rather in the cold storage, had changed again. Now the morgue was completely dark, without even the faint green light. If he didn't have a flashlight, Indu could only stumble around in the dark. But having a flashlight wasn't necessarily a good thing. When Indu stood at the entrance of the cold storage, shining the flashlight forward, his heart skipped a few beats. The entire morgue was crammed full. It was filled with who knew whether they were people or ghosts, paper figures, or some kind of corpse. They were standing on the ground, floating in the air. Stuck to the wall, they all faced him. Indu held his breath, as if that would prevent them from noticing his existence. But in reality, the flashlight's light had completely exposed him. Indu hurriedly recalled all the rules and clues in his mind. After entering the world of strange rules, he would repeat this behavior whenever faced with the unknown. By acting according to the rules, he could safely get through each day under their constraints. Indu suppressed his fear and stepped into the morgue. The first step: light the incense. Chapter 111, The Rules of Chaotic Time. The morgue was originally small, but now the distance from the door to the opposite side had become incredibly far. Indu tried to ignore the entities crowded in the morgue, but he still inevitably had to bump into some tangible existences. With no solution, he could only pretend that what he bumped into was a dead thing. The morgue was too dark to see the path, so stumbling was quite normal. After lighting the incense, Indu went to verify the information of the corpse. At first, seeing the morgue so lively, he thought the corpse might cause some trouble, and he might have to find it among the pile of things. But to his surprise, everything went exceptionally smoothly. The two preliminary steps of lighting the incense and verifying the identity of the corpse were completed with little interference. These entities crowded in the morgue, aside from shocking him and getting in the way as he entered, seemed to become his manual labor. According to the rules, there could only be one corpse in this morgue. For now, regardless of those obviously ghostly things, the paper figures and the corpses definitely had to be thrown out. This was no small task. For a moment, Indu even thought about setting the paper figures on fire in the morgue. But he didn't dare to take that risk, so he could only be a diligent corpse mover, dragging several corpses out at once to speed things up. By the time he cleared the morgue to just a few untouchable forms, Indu was already sweating profusely. In the cold morgue, the sweat quickly turned into ice particles. The cold made Indu's movements start to stiffen. To prevent his body heat from escaping too quickly, Indu could only keep moving around in the morgue. As he moved, those originally floating translucent unknown forms followed closely behind him. It was probably due to the air currents. Indu comforted himself in his heart not to overthink, but he couldn't help but think that the reason he felt so at ease was probably because it was still the first day, and the true deadly danger had not yet arrived. No, perhaps the true intention of the strangeness was never to cause them to die. There was actually something very strange, a doubt that had been buried in his heart since he learned that time was chaotic, but he couldn't find an answer at the moment. Indu was pacing around the morgue while feeling distressed. His continuous movement did have an effect, perhaps a bit too much. Now he only felt the cold gradually fading away, even sensing a slight warmth. Indu took out the clock and glanced at it. He had only been in the morgue for 15 minutes. This time truly felt both fast and slow. Fast, because he had basically done nothing for the time to pass. Slow, because only half the time had passed for him to complete a round of vigil. But he could no longer stay in this morgue. Indu quickly walked to the back door, pulled out a few dry branches piled at the entrance, lit them, and threw them outside before opening the back door. Opening the back door to check the outside situation was merely an action to satisfy the rules for him. After spending a second admiring the various paper figures, Indu lit another stick of incense. Indu knew that continuously lighting incense to delay the cost was not a long-term solution, but for now, he had no other options. As he was exiting the morgue, he happened to hear Emily's excited voice. "I got it." The slightly sharp voice made Indu shiver, a chill spreading through his body. Of course, he understood that this chill was because he had shaken off the morgue's influence. The warm illusion he had just felt had vanished, and with the evening breeze, the dampness on his body quickly cooled him down. Indu rubbed his arms and walked toward the two people who were still engrossed in conversation and hadn't noticed his arrival. As he got closer, he heard Emily say, "In our choice of the time for the vigil, the trick of chaotic time can only be effective when used at the end. Drawing out 10 to 20 minutes in 2 hours is not easy to notice, but in half an hour, unless only a few minutes are taken out, otherwise, it can easily attract attention. But to use chaotic time just to take away a few minutes is a waste, so it chooses to take away 1 or even 2 cycles of our vigil time. However, if it starts to take away time early on, those who have been in the morgue infrequently or not at all, because they haven't been contaminated or are only slightly contaminated, will easily notice the discrepancy in the count. So, it can only confuse our time when everyone has entered the morgue and has been contaminated." After listening to Emily's analysis, Ma Xiangzhe nodded and said, "So, the missing vigil times will definitely be for the last person who entered." "Right. And to ensure we can't detect the problem, it also has to guarantee that the last person to enter the morgue is you, which is why during the chaotic time, it directly obscures 1 hour. Indu added as he walked up. Additionally, there is one more thing that confirms my guess. Indu looked at Emily and said. What? Emily looked at Indu with confusion, not understanding what she hadn't considered. It's the hint from your country. They didn't give a hint. Emily started to speak, and then quickly understood, no hint is a hint because the missing vigil time is exactly you who are still in the vigil, and they assumed you would continue watching over, so this information was left out of the hints. Exactly. As Indu admired Emily, he walked over and patted Ma Xiangxia, saying, I had some problems during the vigil, now it's your turn to go in. You come out after half an hour and switch with me. Hearing this, Ma Xiangxia lifted his leg and headed towards the morgue. Indu quickly grabbed him and handed him the flashlight, take this, just in case. Indu didn't mention what had happened while he was on vigil. The pitch-black morgue might be like a paper figure, it was simply his exception. After all, he had triggered too many things now, and the level of contamination was probably the highest in the team. There was really no need to make what he encountered a psychological burden for others. Watching Ma Xiangxia walk into the morgue, Indu pulled Emily to sit in the van. Emily had a puzzled look on her face but still followed Indu to sit in the back seat. Once they were in the van, Indu pulled out his magical electric drill. Seeing this, Emily felt more confused, but the unconditional trust she had caught from Ma Xiangxia kept her from asking her questions. Instead, she watched Indu fiddling with the electric drill, and then she heard a brainwashing tune, Ong Chi Lin Jinza Shine Jinza. This tune was mixed with odd sounds in between. Emily's face stiffened for a moment, looking in disbelief at the electric drill in Indu's hand. Is this the sound an electric drill should make? The brainwashing noise was deafening. Listening to this sound, Indu's face also began to space out. He felt like his ears had been contaminated. But strangely, he could clearly feel that his spirit was much better. The original fatigue was swept away by this magical sound, even giving him the illusion that he could still fight for another night. So, is the power of this electric drill actually about defeating magic with magic? Indu felt a bit numb, and his hand that was pressing the electric drill button became a bit shaky from the vibrations. He looked down and realized that he had mistakenly set the drill to its maximum speed. The time to break the curse was 3.5 minutes. After finishing the song, he released the button and put away the drill. At that moment, he noticed something moving in the shadow of his eye. He looked up and saw that the seat in front of him was trembling. Chang! Emily bent forward from the middle to observe the situation of Chang Yishan on the river. As she leaned closer, she realized that Chang Yishan, lying prone, was shaking violently, mumbling continuously, Go away, everyone go away. No! Chapter 112, Who is the one in the chaotic time? Chang, wake up, Chang! Seeing that Chang Yishan was trapped in a nightmare and showed no signs of waking up, Emily finally couldn't help but start calling out to her. Indu paid attention to the movements of the two from the back seat. Chang Yishan seemed to struggle even more under Emily's call. No! Suddenly, she screamed, throwing herself back hard against the chair's backrest. This intense reaction startled Emily, causing her to fall back into the rear seat. Fortunately, after this episode, Chang Yishan finally showed signs of waking up. She leaned against the chair's back, twitched a couple of times, and then suddenly opened her eyes wide in terror, looking at Emily through the rearview mirror. After confirming that the person beside her was Emily, she began to sob and calm herself down. But when she felt that there was another person in the back seat, her body involuntarily leaned forward. Emily got up again, gently patting her back to soothe her. When she felt that Chang Yishan's trembling was no longer so intense, Emily spoke, It's okay, Chang, it was just a nightmare. Hearing this, Chang Yishan shook her head excitedly, that was not a dream, absolutely not a dream. As she spoke, she stared straight at Emily, It's after me, it won't let me go. What should I do, what can I do? Chang Yishan shouted, grabbing Emily and showing an extremely frantic posture. Emily was momentarily stunned by her demeanor. Just as Indu was about to say something, she suddenly reached out her left hand and pressed on the back of Chang Yishan's neck, using her right hand to cover Chang Yishan's eyes and pushing her back down onto the rear seat. Quiet! Emily said in an irrefutable manner. Chang Yishan seemed to be frightened by Emily, trembling a couple of times but not making another sound. Emily did not loosen the hold on her neck. After a long time, Emily finally sighed in relief, letting go of Chang Yishan and slumping down next to Indu. Indu curiously looked at Chang Yishan, who had slumped in the driver's seat, through the rearview mirror, and found that she had actually fallen into a coma. He looked at Emily with some curiosity, what was that move? I just tried using my talent on her. I've seen live streams before, and those with the talent to break curses mostly used it on the strange. Almost everyone thought this ability could only be used on the strange. It's a bold attempt, but I remember that breaking curses doesn't make people unconscious, right? No, I used breaking curses just to help her relax. The ability to break curses reduces the target's attack power and increases the user's likability. I suspect that reducing attack power actually lowers bodily performance, including mental states, while increasing likability allows her to relax more around me. As for how I made her fall asleep, I just used a little technique. Emily made a gesture that could not be shown in front of Ma Xiongxia. Seeing that Emily wasn't going to say more, Indu stopped asking and shifted the topic back to Chang Yishan. Before you just woke her up. What is she muttering about? At that time, she was just repeating the words no and go away. Emily frowned and said. Clearly, these two words are not enough to infer what he Shangqing dreamed about. It seems we can only ask her tomorrow. Indu moved his body, preparing to get out of the car. The drill should have cleared the pollution off you. You can rest easy now. Tomorrow during the day, Ma Xiangxia and I will take over for you. As he spoke, Indu opened the car door and got out. Just before closing the door, he said to Emily, tomorrow, find a chance to see if you can ask her what happened while she was sleeping. Although he had no interaction with He Shangqing just now, Indu could still keenly feel her rejection of him. Emily nodded and then watched Indu walk towards the mortuary. Once Indu walked away, silence filled the car. Emily could only hear her own heartbeat and breathing. Sitting in the now quiet car, she couldn't help but sigh. So much had happened, and the day wasn't even over yet. She had no idea what to do for the next 6 days. Most importantly, this copy did not say that guarding the spirit for 7 days would end it. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Emily knew this would affect her sleep, so she could only force herself to clear her mind. Indu walked to the entrance of the mortuary. Since it would take a while for Ma Xiangxia to come out, he leaned against the wall and took out his phone to open the chat interface with the customer. The customer and he had only chatted in the group, and their chat interface only contained one message about adding a friend. Since the time of the chaos, a question had arisen in his heart. According to the spirit guarding rules, the shorter their guarding time, the more dangerous the night of resurrection would be. In other words, a short guarding time meant failure in spirit guarding, and failure would lead to very dangerous situations for them. However, based on the information he received when he met Zhao Xiaofang, the purpose of having them guard the spirit should be to resurrect Zhao Laosan. Given Zhao Xiaofang's hatred towards Zhao Laosan, even if Zhao Laosan did not resurrect, it was unlikely she would resort to lethal measures against them. So what would they encounter if they failed in guarding the spirit? Moreover, in spirit guarding, Zhao Xiaofang should be on their side, so who is obstructing their guarding and hoping for their failure? And according to this reasoning, he initially guessed that the person controlling their phones was the customer, who was Zhao Xiaofang. But now he thought that might not be the case. Or, besides Zhao Xiaofang, there could be another person who can manipulate their phones. Boss is a rookie. What happens if we didn't guard for 12 hours in the last 2 days? Customer, it's fine. As long as you manage to guard for 7 days, you'll be okay. Indu looked at this message and was more certain of his guess. The Zhao Xiaofang he saw during the day would never say that insufficient guarding time was okay. Indu leaned against the wall, his gaze directed toward the break room. He now had some bad news, since the phone could be controlled by more than one party. Who was it that confused Ruan Wenjun? Boss is a rookie. Do we really have to guard for 7 days? This mortuary is too strange. I don't want to guard anymore. Customer, no, you absolutely must guard for 7 days. You all have to guard for 7 days. Now he had some good news. No matter who confused Ruan Wenjun, they would make him guard the spirit for 7 days. So, for now, they only needed to ensure they were not deceived into insufficient guarding time. However, completing 7 days of guarding does not mean they cleared the copy. Currently, the only known way to clear was to have a customer satisfaction rating above 80. Chapter 113, the next day. Perhaps he had exhausted all usable tricks. During the final round, Indu did not encounter any problems. When he walked out of the mortuary after the first day's vigil, he felt a bit tired physically, but his spirit was uplifted by the end of the day's work. Moreover, he felt that the tricks the mortuary could play had mostly been encountered today. Do you want to rest for a while? Ma Xiangxia, who had been waiting outside, approached Indu while yawning. Indu shook his head and then took out a power drill. There's something to do before resting. The power drill needed only 10 hours to charge. If he used it now, it would cool down just in time for tomorrow morning's activities. This was much better than the old MP3, though the sound was a bit unpleasant. After Indu used the drill alongside Ma Xiangxia to enjoy its strange sound by the van, Ma Xiangxia, who initially wanted to discuss resting, suddenly woke up. He looked at Indu with his bright little eyes, filled with appreciation for the powerful function of the drill that drove away drowsiness. With a smile, Indu put away the drill and then said, "Tonight we take turns keeping watch, 4 hours each, and tomorrow morning, they can take over." It was not a fair distribution, but Ma Xiangxia had no objections. He understood that Indu trusted him enough to divide the watch time equally. Knowing Indu's character, if everyone in the group were untrustworthy, he would rather not rest and keep a longer watch himself, arranging for more people to watch during other shifts. In the end, they decided that Indu would take the first half of the night watch.
Mainly because, compared to Indu, who was used to working at night, Ma Xiangzhe clearly looked more fatigued. Although the drill had somewhat driven away his sleepiness, Ma Xiangzhe's eyes were starting to become blurry again. Indu suspected that if he let him keep watch now, he would end up falling asleep while standing. Although there were two girls in the van, Ma Xiangzhe still followed Indu's suggestion and went to the driver's seat to rest, leaving Indu alone wandering in the empty surroundings. The night in the countryside was so quiet that even the sound of the wind was absent, a stark contrast to the nights in the community. Indu tightly clutched his coat, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He thought this night felt unusually cold, although there was no wind, even breathing brought a piercing pain. Was summer nights supposed to be this cold? Indu took a few steps away from the mortuary, but didn't feel any change in temperature at all. Staring at the cold storage door for 4 hours without any entertainment was not easy, but Indu's previous job and this one were quite compatible. Relying on the various methods he had learned to pass the time, he successfully endured the 4 hours in this abnormal cold night. When it was time for Ma Xiangzhe to take the watch, Indu took off his coat and handed it to him. Although the fabric of the coat was lacking for Ma Xiangzhe's size, it was better than nothing. What is this for? Ma Xiangzhe looked at Indu in confusion after receiving the coat. It's a bit unusually cold tonight, so I'm lending you my coat for a while. Just before sunrise is the coldest time of the day, and Ma Xiangzhe had just woken up, making him least resistant to the cold. When he sat in the driver's seat, Indu felt even more certain about his thought, as the inside of the car was too warm, with at least a 10-degree difference between the inside and outside temperatures. However, when Ma Xiangzhe got out of the car, it seemed he did not feel the change in temperature. Out of curiosity, Indu, although already feeling somewhat tired, did not sleep right away but instead watched the solitary figure outside through the window. Unlike him, Ma Xiangzhe chose to sit directly against the door of the mortuary. This was indeed a good idea. Even if he accidentally fell asleep, no one could enter the mortuary without waking him up. Indu took out the alarm clock and glanced at it, watching the time pass second by second. He finally saw Ma Xiangzhe move 10 minutes later. Ma Xiangzhe first frowned and rubbed his arm, then took off the coat that Indu had casually draped over his shoulder and spread it out to cover his hands held in front of his chest. It was clear that the outside temperature was indeed abnormal. And one must stay outside for a while to notice the change in temperature. Indu frowned. He couldn't understand why and had no idea what kind of danger was hidden within this situation. But out of a sense of caution, he did not call Ma Xiangzhe back. No matter what danger there was, it was only the first night, and the threat should not be deadly. At least when he returned to the car after 4 hours, the temperature returned to normal. Indu didn't know when he had fallen asleep. When he woke again, it was Emily calling him. He opened his eyes and looked out the window, squinting uncomfortably at the light reflecting off Emily's golden hair. Then he turned his gaze back inside the car. Through the rearview mirror, he could see Ma Xiangzhe leaning in the back seat, resting with his eyes closed, while Kagawa Akira, who had originally been sitting in the passenger seat, was no longer inside the car. After adjusting to the brightness, Indu then turned his head to look at Emily. He remained silent, but Emily knew what he wanted to ask. But she didn't speak the answer Indu was hoping for. Instead, she tilted her head to show Kagawa Akira standing not far away and then shook her head at Indu. Indu understood and nodded. He then took out the alarm clock from the toolbox and looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock. According to the time he had agreed upon with Ma Xiangzhe, he should have awakened Emily and Kagawa Akira 2 hours ago. Emily only came to wake him now, indicating that the two of them must have talked a lot beforehand. However, to avoid Emily experiencing the same trust crisis with Kagawa Akira as he did, they were not suitable to discuss anything related to Kagawa Akira in front of her. There are still 2 hours until the vigil begins. I want to take a trip to Qin village, Indu said. If I haven't returned within 2 hours, wake Ma Xiangzhe and let him take my place for the vigil. Hearing Indu's words, Emily frowned slightly, then spoke up. Are you planning to act alone again? Upon hearing Emily's words, Indu, who had been checking his tools, paused for a moment. He stopped his actions without showing any signs and looked up to meet Emily's gaze, sincerely saying, the only ones here with the means to ensure safety are me, Ma Xiangzhe, and Kagawa. Ma Xiangzhe just fell asleep. He is too tired to come with me. As for Kagawa, Indu's eyes turned to Kagawa Akira, who was clearly observing them from a distance yet pretending to be uninterested. Her condition isn't suitable for more stimulation. Emily hesitated for a moment but still nodded in agreement, then reminded him, even if you have means to ensure safety, be careful. That village is far more dangerous than here. I know. Indu lowered his head and resumed checking his tools. Although the focus of this mission appeared to be keeping a vigil in the mortuary, Chen village was obviously the starting point for all the abnormalities. Indu had a general idea of what needed to be done to meet the requirement of customer satisfaction above 80, but he had never been satisfied with merely meeting the minimum requirements to pass. Chapter 114, The Strange Grain Collection Agreement. Because Ma Xiangzhe was still resting in the car, and the route from the mortuary to the village was familiar and wouldn't take much time, Indu chose to walk there. Coincidentally, moving around properly helped clear his mind a little. Now, unlike last night, even without his coat, he didn't feel cold after leaving the car. This was not surprising. After all, before midnight last night, he had been outside the car multiple times without feeling the temperature drop. As soon as Indu arrived at Spring Village, he felt the eerie atmosphere. The village was as unusually quiet as it had been yesterday. Before entering the village, Indu deliberately glanced at the fake stone, confirming that the words on it remained unchanged before walking in. However, unlike his last visit, Indu did not pick up the paper and pen on the ground, nor did he pay attention to the paper figures that suddenly appeared in front of him. When a paper figure jumped in front of him, he treated it as if it had been blown by the wind, calmly taking it to the wall and securing it with a nail. While doing this work, Indu couldn't help but be grateful for the mortuary from last night. Without that experience, he would have surely faltered at the moment he was surprised by the paper figure. After dealing with a few more paper figures, Indu finally arrived at his destination for this trip. The buildings in this village were quite similar, but there was always one that occupied the largest area and had the most extravagant entrance. To be honest, there was something very strange about this village, and that was the houses. It wasn't strange that all the houses in a village looked similar, but it was odd that everyone's standard of living seemed to be about the same. In the rural areas he had seen before, regardless of the level of development, there would always be a few households deserted due to moving away or passing away. Even rural areas developed as tourist attractions were no exception. After this period of training, Indu was now quick enough to take the tools he needed from his toolbox, so he didn't hold the props in his hands and directly knocked on the door. The wooden door made a dull sound when knocked on. Indu wanted to observe for a moment, but upon tilting his head, he noticed many paper figures gathering towards him. He chose not to look back but lowered his head and knocked on the door 2 more times. Seeing no response from inside, he used his special skill to quickly break in. As he closed the door, Indu could clearly hear his heartbeat accelerating. It wasn't because the situation moments before was urgent, but because he realized he had entered a den of paper figures. Each courtyard here was not large, and this particular courtyard door directly faced the hall on the first floor. After entering, Indu looked ahead and saw the paper figures standing in the hall. A quick glance revealed that there were at least 20 paper figures in the hall. Moreover, the clothing of these paper figures was different from those outside. Although they were also drawn on, they looked more like city paper figures. What were these 20 or so figures gathered here for? They're just paper figures, don't pay attention. As long as he ignored the paper figures, they were merely paper figures. Indu silently reminded himself, then stepped forward. It was clear that the paper figures did not conceal anything, so Indu began to wander around the house. In fact, there were some papers and document bags on the coffee table, but he did not immediately look at those items on display. It wasn't that he thought clues wouldn't be on the surface, but under the watchful eyes of these paper figures, he found it hard to concentrate. Additionally, he feared that his careless actions might attract danger, forcing him to retreat from the house. Indu turned and walked upstairs, beginning to rummage through the cabinets. The items in this house were quite disorganized, but one very strange aspect was that the rooms did not seem like places where anyone lived regularly. There were hardly any clothes in the wardrobe. Indu looked around but found no useful clues, so he went back downstairs. This time, he finally turned his attention to the papers piled on the table. He carefully walked to the table, his eyes hardly having time to study the items, as his hands instinctively gathered the papers into his toolbox. Fortunately, these paper figures did not attack him as he had feared when he moved the papers. Therefore, Indu did not have to be forced to leave immediately. From the moment he entered this house until now, it had only been about 10 minutes, and he wasn't sure if the paper figures outside had left. He didn't really want to go out right away unless necessary. Indu walked out of the hall and came to a relatively empty yard, looking for a quiet corner to start reviewing the materials he had collected. First, there were scattered papers on the table, which were the drafted contracts. Indu glanced over them and saw they appeared to be agreements for grain procurement. In the village, having someone take the lead to unify grain collection wasn't a bad thing, but after reading a few agreements, Indu frowned. The first agreement, 20,250 pounds of rice sold for 60,000. The second agreement, 30,211 pounds of rice sold for 50,000. The third agreement, 20,130 pounds of rice sold for 100,000. The fourth agreement, 30,131 pounds of rice sold for 90,000. Indu didn't know what the usual collection prices for grain merchants were, but the price differences on these contracts were too significant, clearly indicating a problem. Rice prices might fluctuate, but they shouldn't vary this much. If it was a different variety, the type should be clearly specified in the agreement. While Indu was pondering this, he suddenly realized that, at some point, he had been enveloped in a shadow. Indu's pupils dilated slightly, but he didn't rush to look up. Instead, he quietly took out his desk lamp and turned it on. After confirming he was under the lamp's light, Indu finally looked up and surveyed his surroundings. At this moment, he found himself surrounded by the paper figures that had originally been in the hall.
Since entering the village, he had treated all the paper figures as ordinary paper figures. Under these circumstances, although the paper figures were still able to move, their movements were clearly restricted, such as not being able to touch him actively. But now, Indu couldn't guarantee that the paper figures surrounding him would still follow this rule. In other words, he wasn't sure if he had inadvertently triggered some kind of rule. After all, these paper figures must have surrounded him because he triggered some rule related to Quan Village or related to the paper figures. Holding the desk lamp, Indu quickly exited the house and then left Quan Village. In fact, after leaving a certain distance from that house, the paper figures dispersed and no longer surrounded Indu, but he still didn't dare stay longer. Uncertain whether reviewing the materials might attract those paper figures, he now needed to find a safe place to check the documents in his hands. He already had an idea in mind about this place. Indu walked back to the mortuary at a much slower pace than before, even taking the time to admire the scenery along the way. While passing by the farmland in the village, he carefully observed the crops. Unfortunately, having not interacted with crops for many years, he couldn't glean any information from these plants. Perhaps Indu's swift movements were too sudden, making those guarding outside the mortuary look at him with obvious surprise when they saw him. "Why did you come back so quickly this time?" "I thought I'd get the first incense." Ma Xiangja laughed heartily. Chapter 115, Escape. "Why did you come back so quickly this time?" "I thought I'd get the first incense." Hearing Ma Xiangja's teasing, Indu halted his steps toward the group. He looked around. Just earlier, he had been focused on those strange agreements from Quan Village and hadn't thought much, but now he noticed something felt unusually quiet. This situation had always occurred only near Quan Village. "What's wrong with you?" Ma Xiangja stepped forward with a puzzled look. Indu silently made a stopping gesture, even dramatically pretending to listen carefully. "Don't you feel something strange?" "What's strange?" Ma Xiangja still looked confused. Indu stared at Ma Xiangja, knowing that just his sluggish questioning was enough to annoy the other. Although he might just banter with him verbally, it certainly wouldn't be like now, patiently inquiring. "When did I fall into the trap? What is the situation now?" Indu had no thoughts in his mind. The only guess he could make was that he probably had not yet left Quan Village. Everything around him should just be his illusion. "It's too quiet, way too quiet around here," Indu said, suddenly producing a flashlight in his hand and shining it directly on Ma Xiangja's face. Ma Xiangja did not raise his hand to block the glaring light like a normal person. Instead, he let his face turn into a pale paper face under the flashlight, with a strange smile painted on it. At this moment, Indu realized where he was. This paper figure was also painted with a black suit, just like one of the paper figures standing in the hall after he entered the house. "How did you find out?" Seeing that Indu had already discovered his true form, the paper figure showed no signs of continuing to disguise itself, and even chatted with Indu without the slightest oppressive aura. This appearance made Indu think of someone, and that was Zhang Xuxing in the sanatorium. The strange intent to delay time could only have one reason: the rules he had violated indeed required time to be enforced. "Didn't I say? It's too quiet here," Indu said. He looked at the person before him, without any panic despite being in a predicament. It was unknown if those watching the livestream had already broken into a cold sweat for his situation. Finally realizing something is off, I guess the country must be ready to issue a warning. Is anyone paying attention to the time? How long has he been trapped in the illusion? It seems like almost 15 minutes. Indu didn't even violate any rules. Why would he fall into an illusion? Quan Village is not small. The rule should not just be at the entrance. Since Indu has reacted, he must have a way to escape. Should we discuss the grain collection agreement? Why does it feel like you have more confidence than Indu himself? Indu does indeed look confident. Ever since he realized he was in an illusion and not actually back in the morgue, he hasn't panicked at all. This illusion is so real. If it weren't for the fog indicator in our livestream, we wouldn't be able to see the problem at all. How did Indu discover the issue? Yeah, he said it was too quiet, but it was quiet all the way back, and he didn't notice anything then. It should be because of Ma Xiangja's words. What do you mean? No matter how good a teammate Ma Xiangja is, he can't change the fact that he is Korean. How could he say first incense when he went up for the first incense? I really didn't expect this to be how it got exposed. Indu is amazing. If I were in there, I'd just have to wait for the country to issue a warning. The paper figure nodded and looked around in agreement. It's too quiet, indeed too quiet. The old Quan Village wasn't this quiet. When did it become like this? Indu sensed its lament, but at this moment, he had no interest in exploring these questions. Instead, he painfully took out a power drill. He originally wanted to save time with the desk lamp, but unexpectedly, this moment of thought wasted the desk lamp. Indeed, a rational choice is not always the best choice. It's better to just follow one's feelings from the start. As soon as the power drill started, a familiar brainwashing sound rang out, and the paper figure that had wanted to say something suddenly froze. In the distance, two paper figures dressed like Emily and Xia Nation also returned to their original forms. As the brainwashing from the power drill became more successful, the scenery before Indu changed as well. It was then that he discovered that although the paper figures playing Ma Xiangxia and others were indeed the paper figures in that house, his position was not indoors. He had long since walked back to the village without realizing it. He was now surrounded by a large number of paper figures. Judging by the situation, all the paper figures in the village should be here. Just as Indu was observing his surroundings, he keenly noticed that the door of a nearby house was slightly ajar. And I was secretly peeking at him through a crack. The moment that I met Indu's gaze, it quickly closed the door. At this distance, he should be able to hear the sound of the electric drill. Since it could still act, it wasn't mysterious. Indu hurriedly ran to the front of the house. His movements were not small, and he had the electric drill still buzzing in his hand. The person inside should have heard him approaching, and before he could knock, a voice came out. "You need to leave quickly. If you don't go, you will become one of them." It was a girl, sounding quite young. Indu understood that the other party resisted him, and he didn't force it anymore. He turned to the paperman who was still standing in punishment and asked, "As long as I leave the village, I'll be safe? Just don't let them find you within 30 minutes, the girl whispered as she obviously moved closer to the door. "During the day, they can't leave the village." "Thank you." Although he could guess that the girl might not be helping him out of good intentions, but rather because his trouble wasn't good for them, Indu still sincerely expressed his gratitude. Another instance of a quest with faction relationships. Indu sighed and quickly moved towards the village exit. Fortunately, his original position was not far from the village exit, and before the song of the electric drill ended, he successfully ran out of Spring Village. It seemed that without understanding all the rules of Spring Village, it was no longer suitable to enter. This time when Indu left the village, he paid special attention to the sounds around him. Passing by the river, the gentle sound of flowing water reminded him that this time he was not in an illusion. How obvious the sound of the river was, how did he not notice it before? Indeed, after being polluted, no amount of vigilance was useful. Due to the time wasted in the illusion, Indu returned to the mortuary close to 11 o'clock. However, this time was still considered early. Emily greeted him with a smile. "You're back so early, the horse is still resting. By the way, the manager just went into the mortuary, he hasn't come out yet." Hearing this, Indu nodded and then walked toward the van. He didn't get in the car, just opened the door and gently patted Ma Xiangxia's face. "Wake up." Ma Xiangxia impatiently swatted his hand away. "Go away, don't disturb my sleep." Very good, this was really Ma Xiangxia. Indu closed the door with relief and leaned against the car to calm his emotions. Chapter 116, The Rules of Spring Village. Because Indu didn't need Ma Xiangxia to be the first to enter the mortuary, he never woke him up, quietly waiting by the van. The old man who entered the mortuary before he returned didn't come out until nearly midnight. Indu couldn't help but feel that the other party had some scheme inside. After the old man returned to his room, Indu walked over to Emily and asked, "Did he bring anything into the mortuary just now?" Emily thought for a moment and shook her head. But she didn't dare to be sure, adding, "He didn't have anything in his hands. I'm not certain if he hid something in his pockets." Indu nodded. This answer was almost equivalent to none. At this moment, Indu really wanted to know if this old man had entered the mortuary and other live rooms, to judge whether his actions connected to his visit to Spring Village today. But if he used another hint tomorrow, was it worth it? Indu silently clenched his fist. Now he regretted using the desk lamp earlier. As he was struggling in his thoughts, midnight arrived on time. Indu had no time to hesitate and could only enter the mortuary first. However, to his surprise, this trip to the mortuary was quite calm. It also gave him a chance to see the information about the hand. In fact, the paperman could enter the mortuary, just like he had encountered last night. But just as that girl said, during the day, they can't leave the village. In this place where the paperman could come and go, looking at the data that likely caused him to violate the rules was undoubtedly a provocation. Indu took out the several food collection agreements that he found very suspicious once again. These grain collection agreements are all standard contracts, the only differences in each contract are the quantity of grain and the total price. The grain collection agreement has no visible problems, and that's when Indu began to open the 5 file bags he had previously set aside. As soon as he took out the documents from the first file bag, Indu was stunned for a moment. He didn't examine the content closely, but hurriedly flipped through the remaining file bags. They were all somewhat similar things. Each file bag contained a large stack of photos and medical examination forms, and it seemed the bags were sorted by age. The file bag with the youngest year had the most documents. Indu took a deep breath and stuffed everything back into the file bag. These file bags were standard A4 craft paper bags, neither enlarged nor thickened, and the last stack of slightly larger documents was not easy to fit in. Indu's hands were a bit stiff from the cold, and when he tugged, he accidentally tore a crack in the craft paper.
Already in a bad mood, he became even more irritated upon seeing the crack, so he decided to force it open further, preparing to wrap the documents in the craft paper as well. But unexpectedly, this careless act led him to discover new clues. Rules of Spring Village, 05. Do not become a girl of Spring Village. Inside the craft paper bag were rules he had never seen before. Seeing this, Indu quickly opened the other sealed craft paper bags to check. Rules of Spring Village, 01. If possible, please do not enter Spring Village. If you are unfortunate enough to enter Spring Village, definitely do not attract the attention of the paper person, do not knock on the paper person's door, do not touch the paper person's things. 02. Outsiders must not stay in the village for more than 3 hours. 03. If you have stayed for 3 hours, please check if there is any paperification phenomenon on your body. If so, find a house without a paper person to hide immediately. 04. If you are unfortunate enough to become a villager of Spring Village, please dress like a girl, do not leave the house during the day, and go out at night. 05. Do not become a girl of Spring Village. The rules of Spring Village. After reading all the rules, Indu organized them in his mind and then let out a deep sigh. He got up and walked towards the body that had appeared in the corner he didn't notice before, clenching his fist to vent his frustration. Shaking his sore hand, Indu wrapped up the body and tossed it out the back door. After looking at the documents and the rules, he felt as if some emotion was being bottled up inside him. Indu knew clearly that he was being affected by something. He usually would empathize, but empathy would not affect his actions. But this time, he chose to let himself be carried away by these emotions. As he walked out of the morgue, Ruan Wenjun was already standing at the door waiting to enter. However, his gaze was noticeably dazed compared to the day before. Indu furrowed his brows and glanced over Ruan Wenjun, but unfortunately, he found nothing. It wasn't until Ruan Wenjun reached out to close the iron door that Indu noticed a small issue. Ruan Wenjun's gaze was not just dazed, but his movements were also clearly a bit stiff. If one didn't know any better, they might think he was the one just coming out of the morgue. What could have caused this? Even if the person on the phone confused Ruan Wenjun, as long as he did not violate the rules, there shouldn't be any problems. So, there are still rules they haven't discovered. Indu turned to look at the lounge behind him. With sleeping bags available, it would actually be much more comfortable to rest in the lounge. But yesterday he felt there was something wrong with the lounge, which was why he had made Ma Xiangja and the others rest in the car. Though it was uncomfortable, it was better than violating the rules. Now it seems, there were indeed rules in this lounge that they hadn't found. Is something wrong? Emily walked up to him. Hearing Emily's voice, Indu finally snapped back to reality, turning to look at her, but his eyes locked onto the vigilant expression of He Shangqing behind Emily. Although he didn't know why He Shangqing was so wary of him, the events of last night made it not surprising at all. I noticed that Ruan Wenjun's movements seemed a bit stiff just now, so I was wondering if he violated some rules that we don't know about. Ruan Wenjun had long been excluded from their group, and there was nothing to hide about their suspicions of him. Are you saying there are rules in the lounge? Emily immediately understood Indu's meaning. Indu nodded. However, if we don't go into the lounge, it won't be a big deal if we don't look into those rules. At least from the clues he currently had, it seemed the lounge wouldn't provide any useful information. Indu didn't want to waste time there. He Shangcheng stood quietly behind Emily, listening. When she heard them mention the lounge, her gaze shifted towards it, and then suddenly, with a somewhat melancholic tone, she said, "The lounge gives me a very bad feeling." Hearing this, Indu looked at He Shangcheng with curiosity. He wanted to ask her, but upon seeing her expression and complexion, his words got stuck in his throat. How to describe He Shangcheng's appearance now? She looked the same as the person he saw yesterday, yet somehow a bit different. While Indu was observing He Shangcheng, Emily asked the question he originally wanted to. What kind of feeling? Nervous? Fearful? Confused? Or unwilling? He Shangcheng seemed to be speaking to herself, as if questioning. Chapter 117, The Secret of the Lounge. What is it? What is it? Seeing He Shangcheng seemingly sink into some emotion, Emily hurriedly stepped forward, gently patting her back. Shang, don't think about it, let's not dwell on these things. Indu noticed Emily's skilled actions, as if it wasn't the first time she had done something like this. This meant that He Shangcheng was not new to falling into a daze. Was she still not fully out of last night's nightmare? But none of that was important. What mattered were her earlier words. It seemed that the existence of this lounge was more complicated than he imagined. Suddenly, Indu changed his mind. He originally didn't want to investigate the lounge issue because he felt the clues he had were already sufficient, and he should focus on finding out about key figure Zhao Xiaofang and look for ways to pass the stage with a high score. But now it seemed that the lounge might bring him more information. Indu had always been a decisive person. At that moment, Ruan Wenjun was in the morgue and not in the lounge, so no one interrupted his actions. Without further thought, he directly walked into the lounge.
They had opened their eyes in this room yesterday. The only furniture in the empty room was 2 chairs. In fact, this room had been thoroughly checked on the first day, there were no visible clues. This time, Indu roamed around the room again, walking through every corner, almost tearing the wallpaper off to inspect the walls. Nothing. Indu sat down on the chair and leaned against the backrest. He looked up at the ceiling, which showed signs of age with several cracks, forming an irregular pattern. While Indu was in a daze staring at the ceiling, he suddenly turned his head. He didn't know if it was due to moving his neck, but he felt a bit dizzy. Feeling uncomfortable, he pressed his hand against the back of his neck, and at that moment, he noticed that the chair across from him was gone, revealing an entire white wall in front of him. The afterimage left from looking at the ceiling was still visible on the opposite wall, remaining that irregular pattern. Indu's movements paused. Where did the chair go? Had someone entered the lounge while he was daydreaming? And even if someone had come in without him noticing, he wouldn't have missed the slightest sound if the chair had been moved. Indu quickly got up to inspect the room. At this moment, he suddenly realized that, somehow, a desk had appeared in the room, but it was empty, with nothing in the drawers. The strangest thing was that, until now, no matter where Indu looked, the afterimage left by the ceiling still hadn't disappeared. An afterimage can't linger for so long. In an instant of realization that something was off, Indu instantly woke up, and at that moment, he discovered that he was actually still sitting in the chair, staring up at the ceiling. If someone had walked in just then and seen him, they would probably only think he was daydreaming. Indu wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and quickly got up to leave the lounge. He guessed that if he wanted to uncover the secret of the lounge, he had to enter the state he was in just now. No, he might need to go deeper, as there weren't many clues in the lounge he just saw. But how could he go deeper? As Indu stepped out of the lounge, the time for Ruan Wenjun's vigil was not over yet, and Emily and He Shangcheng were sitting not far from the morgue, talking. It seemed like Emily was comforting He Shangcheng. This scene reminded Indu of what He Shangcheng had just said. The lounge gives me a very bad feeling. Nervous? Fearful? Confused? Or unwilling? He Shangcheng also felt something was wrong with the lounge, just like him. But he had come to this conclusion through rational analysis. He Shangcheng seemed more influenced by something or perhaps resonated with some kind of force. Thinking of this, Indu fixed his gaze intently on He Shangcheng. Perhaps, He Shangcheng was the one who could touch the secret of the lounge. Emily and He Shangcheng noticed Indu's gaze and turned to look at him in unison. Did you find anything in the lounge? Indu shook his head, but I think I know how to get clues from the lounge. But I need someone's help. As Indu spoke, his eyes were still on He Shangcheng, without hiding his intention at all. When He Shangcheng saw this, he awkwardly hid behind Emily. I won't go. Emily turned sideways, her gaze shifting between Indu and He Shangcheng, filled with hesitation and reluctance on her face. In her eyes, He Shangcheng had been in poor mental condition since last night, and more stimulation might lead to something unforeseen. You all know that the only thing we currently know about the conditions for passing is to have customer satisfaction above 80. But how to achieve that level of satisfaction remains unclear. Surely, you wouldn't optimistically think that just finishing the vigil would fulfill this goal, right? We need more clues to help us pass. After Indu finished speaking, Emily clearly had some change of heart. However, her change of heart didn't mean handing over He Shangcheng. Instead, she suggested, then let me try your method. Maybe I can find clues. Indu didn't refuse her proposal. What had just happened to him was not very dangerous, and having another person try wasn't a bad thing. Moreover, he suddenly remembered the rules of the Spring Village. There were 2 rules that mentioned girls and young women. It was clear that, in this copy, women were likely to be special existences. Perhaps Emily, who had a female identity, could indeed bring more clues. All right, come with me. Indu led Emily into the lounge and sat her down on the chair alongside him. Look up at the ceiling and observe the pattern on the ceiling. After saying this, Indu hesitated and decided not to tell Emily the method to escape the illusion. He feared that Emily would be influenced by him and leave the illusion too quickly, resulting in missing the clues. In any case, he would stay beside Emily, and if anything went wrong, he could wake her up. Emily obediently lifted her head, fixing her gaze on the pattern on the ceiling. But after looking for a long time, she found that the pattern had not changed at all. Did Indu make a mistake? Emily thought, turning to seek confirmation from Indu, but when she turned, the person before her made her eyes widen. Chang, what are you doing here? Isn't Indu beside me? Chapter 118, Memories of the Lounge. Chang? Seeing that He Shangcheng remained unresponsive to her call, Emily called out softly again. However, He Shangcheng still ignored her, even too stingy to offer a glance, just sitting rigidly in the chair. At this moment, Emily felt a surge of unease. She hurriedly stood up, perhaps too panicked, or maybe from sitting too long, her legs went weak, and she stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately, He Shangcheng next to her caught her just in time.
Sister, are you okay? A trace of concern flickered on Hishang Chang's face, which looked as still as dead water. The more she looked at the person in front of her, the more certain Emily became that this was not Hishang Chang. Although Hishang Chang was not in great spirits today, she would never be dull to everything around her. On the contrary, it was exactly because she was highly sensitive to everything that Hishang Chang had pushed herself to the brink of a mental breakdown. Moreover, Hishang Chang would never call her sister. With Hishang Chang's support, Emily slowly stood up. The concrete sensation gave her the certainty that the person in front of her was not a figment of her imagination. So who was this person wearing Hishang Chang's skin? Where was she now? Emily quietly surveyed the surrounding environment. This room was just a lounge with some rearranged furnishings, so she was still in a lounge, just not in the original one? Emily withdrew her gaze and looked back at Hishang Chang. At this moment, Hishang Chang was still beside her, carefully supporting her hand, seemingly afraid she would fall again. Emily gently pulled her hand back and rested it on the back of Hishang Chang's hand, soothingly stroking it twice. I'm fine. That's good, sister, let's go back to the chair and sit. Emily was just about to nod in agreement when she suddenly recalled what Hishang Chang had said earlier, and she instantly lowered her head, addressing Hishang Chang. Chang, I have a really bad feeling about this place, I want to leave. Upon hearing Emily's words, Hishang Chang widened her eyes in fear, looking towards the doorway, then hurriedly covered Emily's mouth with one hand while making a shushing motion with the other. Sister, please don't say such things, if they hear us, we'll be in trouble. After saying this, seeing Emily nod, she let go of her hand covering Emily's mouth and continued, Sister, don't be afraid, just respond with what I told you earlier, they definitely won't select you. Hishang Chang gripped Emily's wrist from behind, we can go home soon. Emily detected the tremor in Hishang Chang's last sentence. She understood that this was merely the girl comforting her sister. So, she asked aloud, are we going home together? Upon hearing this, Hishang Chang trembled, a flicker of pain crossed her numb face, but she quickly raised her smile again. Sister will go home first, I will return in a few months too. By then, our house should be completely built, we can have our own rooms and plant our favorite flowers in the yard. Hishang Chang had a look filled with longing, then suddenly turned to Emily and asked, Sister, what flowers do you like? I can bring them back when I return. The rapid change of expressions from numbness to pain to joy in Hishang Chang left Emily unsettled. She could not sense a shred of genuine happiness from her, only an indescribable sorrow. Unable to hold back, she opened her arms and embraced the person, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Emily felt a deep divide within herself. Her rational mind was calmly analyzing the current situation, dissecting Hishang Chang's identity. Yet her emotions did not belong to her. She felt an uncontrollable sadness. The heartbeat even brought a wave of pain. When reason and emotion completely diverged, Emily woke up. Immediately, she realized she was still leaning back in her chair, looking at the ceiling full of gaps. And Indu was sitting next to her, reaching out to lightly brush her cheek without any distance. Have you been crying? Indu's expression looked puzzled. Emily quickly wiped her face. The dampness on her hands reminded her that she had indeed shed tears. But at that moment, there was not a trace of sadness in her heart. That heavy emotion seemed to be merely her illusion. She looked up at Indu and calmly said, It's not me who's crying. Then, she told Indu about her recent experience. I think what I just saw was something that really happened in this lounge at some moment, and I was playing the role of a character in that plot, Emily explained. And because I don't know what the other person in the plot looks like, they automatically replaced that person with Cheng's appearance. Indu nodded, your analysis should be correct. But you received too little information about the plot. In this village, there is an improper transaction that profits from exploiting the women in the village. He had already caught a glimpse of this in the materials. What he needed to know now was what role this lounge played in those plots. It's best to directly reveal what that improper transaction is, so we can understand the deeper obsession in the customers' hearts. Emily nodded in agreement with Indu's words and then said, From what I just experienced, only by immersing myself deeper into the role's emotions can I go further. But I think that's very dangerous. A trace of fear flashed in Emily's eyes. From the very beginning, I wasn't brought into the emotion, I was always trying to analyze my situation. But even so, in the end, my emotions were still affected. If it weren't for the rapid change in emotions giving me a sense of detachment, maybe I really would have fallen into it. Tell me, if my emotions were really completely affected, would I still be able to wake up? Chapter 119, Indu's Calculation. Indu understood that Emily meant it was not advisable to let Kawashima Chang in to explore. Indeed, if even Emily almost fell into it, with Kawashima Chang's current mental state, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand this impact. Is it necessary to risk someone for this clue? Indu felt it was necessary, after all, that's how he had always done things. But looking at Emily's determined gaze, Indu nodded in compromise. Maybe there are other ways to obtain clues about the lounge. Now is not the time to fall out with teammates. Indu silently sighed and walked out of the lounge. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped outside, he met Kawashima Chang's gaze.
Seeing him come out, Kawashima Chang turned his gaze away. It seemed he had been keeping an eye on the lounge since they went in. Was he afraid he would hurt Emily? Kawashima Chang did not trust him and was on guard. He understood that, but at this moment, he couldn't help but feel emotional. When the hearts of people scatter, it's hard to lead a team. However, maybe this could be used. Having an idea, Indu immediately headed towards the van, but before he could get close, the door of the morgue opened, and Ruan Wenjun walked out, exuding a chill. Perhaps he had provoked too much yesterday and found today meaningless. He didn't even glance at Indu and headed straight for the lounge. Seeing this, Indu had no choice but to abandon his plan and walked into the morgue. 10 minutes later, he timely came out, allowing Ruan Wenjun to enter, while he went to the side of the van. "Brother Ma!" Indu reached out to push Ma Xiangja a couple of times. Woken from a sweet dream, Ma Xiangja frowned in annoyance, and when he realized that it was Indu calling him by that special name, he struggled to open his eyes. Perhaps he hadn't slept enough, his eyes were bloodshot. The gaze quickly scanned Indu's face, seeing that his expression didn't seem like something big had happened. Only then did I relax and ask, "What's wrong?" "I found some clues in the lounge," Indu said with a serious face. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiangja frowned in confusion. Why look for him when he just needed to receive conclusions and action plans after discovering clues? Indu noticed his thoughts, and his original words got stuck in his throat for a moment before he regained his voice and said, "It's like this, I just explored the lounge with Emily, and it seems that everyone sees different clues, so I want you to try too." Not far away, Emily and He Shangqing both heard Indu's words. He Shangqing didn't know what would happen upon entering the lounge, but Emily was quite clear. Just now, she had reasoned with Indu that the clues from the lounge should relate to each person's emotional investment. And from analyzing the plot she saw, the main characters in this storyline were two girls. In this situation, she couldn't fully invest herself. How much could Ma Xiangja synchronize his emotions if he went in? No matter how you looked at it, Indu seemed to be doing a futile task. Once Ma Xiangja heard he needed to take action himself, he got off the car without saying a word. "Tell me, what should I do?" "I'll tell you how to do it once we enter the lounge," Indu said while purposely looking in the direction of Emily and He Shangqing, clearly avoiding something. What could he avoid? Emily had just been inside. Naturally, the person he wanted to hide something from was He Shangqing. He Shangqing wasn't foolish, she naturally sensed Indu's deliberate concealment. After Indu walked into the morgue, she immediately turned to Emily and asked, "Emily, what clues did you find in the lounge?" Emily had already sensed trouble after seeing Indu's look. He was obviously trying to entice He Shangqing to get involved in this matter. Before coming out of the lounge, she had decided not to tell He Shangqing everything she had seen inside. Because she was afraid that merely narrating the plot would still influence He Shangqing. After all, He Shangqing had hardly been inside the lounge but could describe how those two girls felt about it. This showed that her connection to the lounge was much deeper than she realized. However, in a team, the most taboo thing is to be excluded from something alone. If she concealed the clues she saw, He Shangqing would definitely lose trust in her and try to explore the lounge herself. Emily looked at He Shangqing with obvious conflict in her eyes. "Chang. Emily, here I only trust you." He Shangqing's words struck like a final blow, and Emily opened her mouth to lay everything that happened when she entered the lounge bare. "Chang, I'm telling you this just so you know you can always trust me." Emily held He Shangqing's hands. "As for what I just said happened in the lounge, don't take it to heart, it's all in the past, and it has nothing to do with you." Though she said this, Emily knew she could only pray that He Shangqing's aversion to the lounge would make her give up on uncovering its secrets. In fact, there was one thing she didn't tell Indu. After coming out of that plot in the lounge, she was filled with fear about it. Moreover, she had a strong premonition that if He Shangqing entered the lounge, she would definitely not come out. "I understand." He Shangqing could sense Emily's genuine concern and worry for her from her words. However, some things cannot be guaranteed to do just because they are promised. After hearing Emily's words, He Shangqing couldn't help but keep casting her gaze toward the lounge. This time, with Indu taking Ma Xiangja in, they entered quickly and came out just as fast. Emily felt unhappy with Indu's purposeful behavior and didn't even give him a glance when they came out. But He Shangqing was staring intently at Ma Xiangja, trying to see more information on his face. Unfortunately, Ma Xiangja was wearing his usual dark expression, revealing nothing. He Shangqing shifted her gaze back to the lounge and tilted her head. Suddenly, she heard a voice. He Shangqing quickly turned to look at Emily beside her, but at that moment, Emily was just staring blankly at the ground without speaking. However, the voice that had spoken didn't disappear. She couldn't make out what it was saying, but she felt it getting closer. What was it? What was it saying? What did it want her to do? In a daze, He Shangqing felt someone grab her hand. "Chang? What are you doing?" It was Emily. He Shangqing looked down in a daze at her wrist, which was being held a bit painfully. "It hurts." He Shangqing suddenly showed signs of struggle and quickly pulled her hand away from Emily's grip. Then, that voice she couldn't hear clearly finally became distinct. "Get to the lounge, hurry." Hurry! Hashang Chang didn't know what to do in the lounge, but she had an urgent thought in her mind. She had to go now, otherwise, it would be too late. Chapter 120, The Strange Change in the Lounge. Emily failed to hold on to Hashang Chang. She and Emily entered the lounge one after the other, but before she could pull her back out, Hashang Chang fell straight toward her. Emily quickly caught her and shouted several times. But no matter how loudly she called or how much she shook her, Hashang Chang showed no response. Hashang Chang had a peaceful expression, looking as if she was just in a normal faint. But Emily felt extremely uneasy. It was as if once Hashang Chang fell asleep, she might never wake up again. Unexpectedly, Hashang Chang didn't stay unconscious for long. When Indu and Ma Xiangja rushed in, Hashang Chang opened her eyes. She had only been down for about 2 minutes. Emily, what's wrong with me? Hashang Chang asked confusedly as she lay in Emily's arms. Seeing that Hashang Chang was unaffected by the lounge, Emily sighed in relief and gently said, "It's nothing, you just sat for too long and suddenly stood up, and then you fainted." Indu looked at Hashang Chang, who had clearly just woken up, and suddenly had an idea. He looked up at the ceiling and found that the originally cracked ceiling now had no signs of cracks. But he could vaguely see some red marks. Seeing this, Indu quickly turned, "Brother Ma, look at the ceiling, don't you see any marks?" Upon hearing Indu's words, the other three all looked up at the ceiling. "Yes, but it's too faint to tell what it is," Ma Xiangja replied. Emily, who was still supporting Hashang Chang, also nodded. These marks seem more regular than the original cracks. Indeed, the original cracks were irregular, often crossing each other. But now, the indistinct marks on the ceiling seemed to be extending in a regular direction, with only occasional small branches. But what does this mean? Ma Xiangja scratched his head. None of them could provide an answer to this question. Indu stared at the ceiling and suddenly had an idea, saying to Ma Xiangja, "Brother Ma, can you turn off the light?" "Okay, where's the light switch?" Ma Xiangja habitually looked toward the door but didn't find the target. Indu then turned to look at the wall inside the room. The lounge was very simple, they knew this from the first day. But having only spent time in the lounge yesterday, they never noticed that this windowless lounge didn't even have a switch for the only light. Then try closing the door. Before Indu could finish speaking, Ma Xiangja, standing behind him, without hesitation, swung the door shut with a loud bang, startling Emily and Hashang Chang. The lights in the lounge went out, and an eerie red glow appeared from the ceiling. Indu held the electric drill and looked up at the ceiling. The previously unclear marks were now as red as if they were overflowing with blood, and the flat ceiling bulged toward them. This strange scene made the people present hold their breath, and Ma Xiangja had already placed his hand on the door, ready to break it down at any moment. Emily instinctively pulled He Shangqing toward the door, but she found He Shangqing so frozen in fear that he didn't move at all. The ceiling continued to swell until it reached a curve, then slightly contracted, making it appear as if the ceiling was alive and breathing. What is this thing? Emily's voice trembled. The ceiling gave her the feeling that it was about to explode at any moment. I don't know, but it seems like it poses no threat to us. It had been 5 or 6 minutes since the ceiling had started to swell. If there was any threat, it should have shown some signs by now. Since this phenomenon occurs when the door is closed, then opening the door should be fine. Ma Xiangja suggested. Seeing Indu nod in agreement, he immediately pushed the door open. The expected obstruction did not occur, the door opened easily. As the door opened, all the strange phenomena in the room disappeared, and the lights inside turned on again. When the lights came on, He Shangqing, who had been motionless, finally stood up from the ground. "Let's get out of here, this place makes me feel uncomfortable," she said, pulling Emily to walk outside. Indu looked at He Shangqing, who seemed to have recovered quite a bit, although her rejection of him still hadn't lessened. "Let's go out too, even though I didn't sense anything abnormal here, just thinking about that guy makes this place feel uncomfortable to me," Ma Xiangja said. What is this thing? It's not exactly scary but a bit strange. This ceiling seems alive, still breathing. So what exactly is this ceiling? Is it strange? I don't know, even Indu and the others can't figure out the mystery of this ceiling. We who are watching on the screen can't see it either. Compared to this ceiling, I feel Indu is more dangerous? They say the lounge makes her feel uncomfortable, yet they plotted against her. What, is Indu the only one who needs to clear this chapter? The others don't need to contribute anything, right? Exactly, I also think Emily has problems. Clearly everyone is on the same team and needs more clues to clear. Why act like a good person and hinder Indu from finding clues? Isn't the biggest issue He Shangqing? She's really useless, can't help at all. Just when there's something for her to do, she keeps putting up obstacles. No one is perfect. Instead of condemning those talent holders who are desperately trying to clear the chapter here, it's better to pay more attention to provide clues to the emergency bureau. Unlike the live stream that was finding problems among the few people, there were no rifts forming between Indu and Emily due to He Shangqing. After noticing that He Shangqing no longer relied too much on herself after coming out of the lounge, Emily finally found an opportunity to talk to Indu. I have something to tell you. Emily gestured to Indu to get into the van. After receiving the signal, Indu turned to let Ma Xiangzhe keep an eye on Yishangcheng. Although what they were discussing wasn't any secret, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt as if they were gossiping about someone behind their back. However, Indu never expected that before he could sit steadily in the car, Emily would shock him with an astonishing piece of news. Cheng said her hint has already been used up. The hint given to her by the country is that the strange can disguise itself as a talent holder. Hearing this, Indu finally understood why Emily felt doubt about him acting alone that morning. She also mentioned that after returning yesterday afternoon, Yishangcheng had grown distant from him. But at that time, it was only estrangement and not rejection. Is this clue just one sentence? Indu said. Emily shook her head. Cheng said that there were some jumbled letters following that sentence, and she couldn't figure out what they meant. Those letters should be gibberish. Do you remember? You mentioned last night that your clue made you pay attention to Yishangcheng's words, which were cut off strangely. Indu leaned back in his chair calmly. He had already guessed what these two clues were about. Yes, the clue doesn't have a word limit. Normally, if the country wants me to pay attention to Yishangcheng, they should specify the reason. Emily said. After she finished speaking, she suddenly clapped her hands excitedly. I get it. Initially, strange occurrences in other live streams disguised as gifted individuals prompted Cheng's country to send a clue, but that clue was cut off in the second half. When we sought clues from the country, they informed us of this situation, but unexpectedly, this clue was again truncated, leading to our various tests earlier. In fact, when Yishangcheng mentioned that strange beings can disguise themselves as gifted individuals, doubts and fears also arose in her heart. The teammates she interacted with daily could turn into harmful strangeness at any moment, or they might already be strange. It was like carrying a bomb set to explode. However, she quickly calmed down. Strangeness and humans are ultimately different. With a day's interaction as a foundation, she didn't think she would easily be deceived by strangeness. Yes, this is the reason to erase part of the clue. Leaving half of the words is more suspicious than saying nothing. So, does that mean we can't fully trust future clues? I've watched previous Rule Creepypasta live streams, and it's the first time this kind of manipulation has appeared in clues. It seems this trick must be limited. After all, in the world of Rule Creepypasta, this clue might also have its own rules. Emily nodded. After a day of contact, she was convinced by Indu's judgment. Indu was the smartest and most determined among them. He always knew what he needed to do, calculating sacrifices and rewards clearly in such extreme environments. So, when he needed clues, he would not hesitate to exploit Yishangcheng for more information. All of this aligned with the logical behavior that Indu had always displayed. After all, he was someone who could even sacrifice himself. However, even understanding this, Emily couldn't ignore Yishangcheng. Even in a terrifying place like Rule Creepypasta, she idealistically thought that even if they missed this clue, they could rely on other clues to clear the dungeon. However, in the end, caring for Yishangcheng and protecting her was her own matter. She shouldn't impose these thoughts onto Indu. Chapter 121, Strange Yishangcheng. After the incident in the lounge, Indu had no other plans for now, so the whole day was left with the dull yet reassuring task of guarding the spirit. With plenty of free time, Indu began to calm down and organize the clues he had at hand. In fact, after watching the play in the lounge, Indu already knew what kind of dealings Quan Village had been involved in that led to its current state. What the villagers of Quan Village were suffering now could only be described as a backlash of evil energy. Thinking of this, Indu took out the handbone he had put away since yesterday from the toolbox, a girl of about 10 years old. Who knows how many girls like her were buried in that river. Holding the handbone with sentiment, Indu suddenly felt a scorching gaze, and he quickly turned to look, unexpectedly colliding with Yishangcheng's deep eyes. That glance seemed to pull him into an endless darkness. This is not the kind of gaze that Yishangcheng can possess. Indu withdrew his gaze and looked back at the handbone, but his mind suddenly recalled what Emily had said to him not long ago: strangeness can disguise itself as a gifted one. No, that's not right. After thinking this through, Indu shook his head to deny his own guess. The hint from Liben indicated that strangeness can disguise itself as a gifted one, meaning that strangeness does not use the method of being possessed but instead takes on the appearance of a gifted one. And he was sure that today, Yishangcheng had not had any time to act alone. She couldn't have been silently replaced by strangeness. So, what exactly happened to Yishangcheng? And why is she staring at him? Indu had a habit: when he thought, his hands would unconsciously fiddle with the items he held. By the time he snapped back to reality, he hastily put the handbone away and turned to look at Yishangcheng. Upon looking over, he just happened to catch a glimpse of Yishangcheng turning her head. Indu blinked and, with curiosity, moved the handbone back and forth a few times. Yishangcheng's gaze also followed the appearance of the handbone, wandering over him like a sensing light, which was quite intriguing. Though it was quite unethical, to confirm, Indu played with it a few more times before bringing the handbone in front of Yishangcheng and directly asked, "Do you want this?" "No." Yishangcheng glanced at it and replied coldly.
Indu nodded and put the hand bone away. Without the hand bone, Xia no longer paid any attention to Indu. Feeling neglected, Indu retreated back near the van but occasionally looked up to observe Xia. There was no doubt that something must have happened to Xia. Just yesterday, her attitude towards the hand bone was one of respectful distance. But now, her feelings about the hand bone turned into concern. However, this hand bone must have no important role for her, so even though she cared, she didn't have a strong desire to obtain it. While observing Xia, Indu noticed another presence that often drew her gaze. At first, he thought Xia was frequently looking at the lounge. He also thought that she only cared about what was happening in the lounge. But after careful observation, he confirmed that the focus of her attention was actually that room which had never been opened. That room next to the lounge, the one that the old man explicitly said would lead to death once opened. Very good, he was growing more curious about what was inside. Indu thought this and then turned his gaze to the morgue. This was the last time Yuan Wenjun would keep vigil today. To be honest, with a power drill, even if they were missing one person over the next 5 days, they could still complete the vigil work. In other words, Yuan Wenjun no longer had any value. And regarding the matter of strangeness replacing gifted ones, based on his earlier speculations, he even suspected that the main target of strangeness was not to deal with gifted ones, but to complete the vigil in the name of a gifted one. In this scenario, there were 2 factions, but regardless of what both parties' goals were, at least both factions needed them to keep vigil. Moreover, in such a situation, strangeness can replace gifted ones also serves as a sort of warning. Don't think that just because someone is keeping vigil, the caretaker will definitely not die, because as long as strangeness successfully borrows a name, it doesn't need a person to remain. Of course, this could also be Indu overthinking things, he always loved to think too much. For now, he should think about how to have Yuan Wenjun help him take a look at that room. Chapter 122, Yuan Wenjun's Scheme. Yuan Wenjun stood in front of the stainless steel table, staring intently at the stainless steel table before him. This was his last vigil of the day. Once today ended, starting tomorrow he could easily keep vigil for just an hour each day and then rest well. After all, he was different from the group of fools outside. Now that he has won over the customer's goodwill, once the vigil ends, regardless of what the customers think of others, he will definitely meet the requirement of having a satisfaction rating above 80. Just thinking about this made Yuan Wenjun can't help but smile with pride. No matter how many times Ma Xiangja clears the stages, no matter how strong his power is, in the end, he still has to diligently hold the vigil to help him achieve his task goals, right? Those foolish people only know how to please Ma Xiangja. If they followed him instead, he would definitely say a few good words for them in front of the customers. Just when Yuan Wenjun was imagining the scene of Xia and the others regretting and begging him to save them, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Since entering the instance, the only people who have contacted him through his phone were customers, so Yuan Wenjun quickly picked up his phone to check the message. However, to his surprise, this time the message was from someone else. The boss is an idiot, so I can no longer clear the stage through normal methods, but as long as I enter the room on the right side of the lounge, I can get clues for a high score, right? The boss is an idiot retracted a message. Just after Yuan Wenjun finished reading the message and hadn't processed it yet, a notification for message retraction popped up on the screen. Then, another message came through. The boss is an idiot. Ma Xiangja said that when you come out, we should discuss the time distribution for the vigil over the next 5 days again. The boss is an idiot. I accidentally typed the wrong word earlier, don't mind it. Yuan Wenjun clicked on the group named 7 Knights of Resurrection. After confirming through the chat records that the boss is an idiot was one of the gifted, he couldn't help but curl his lips in a mocking smile. With messages being retracted and then resent and deliberately emphasizing that it was a typo, it was clear he had something to hide. If he wasn't wrong, this person should be the one from Xia country whose ability was a toolbox. Who would have thought the seemingly obedient waste under Ma Xiangja had secretly contacted the customers? Moreover, from that message, it seemed that each method of clearing the stage could only be used by one person. So this instance from the very beginning, they were both teammates and rivals? The thought of this possibility finally made Yuan Wenjun laugh out loud. Now Ma Xiangja is going to stumble. However, he couldn't let that waste have the high score clearing method. It's June, not June, let's have a private chat when I come out. The boss is an idiot, why do we need to chat privately? The time distribution should be discussed together. The fact that he would ask this definitely meant he had something to hide, and Yuan Wenjun became even more certain of his guess as his fingers quickly slid across the phone. It's June, not June, I've already seen your retracted message, stop playing dumb. It's June, not June, the high score clearing method must be mine. If you cooperate a bit, I can consider saying a few good words for you to the customers, and then you can meet the satisfaction requirement to clear the stage. It's June, not June, if you don't cooperate Ma Xiangja probably doesn't know that you have clues to the high score clearing method, right? Yuan Wenjun quickly typed a few threatening messages. Seeing the other side had gone silent, he was not in a hurry.
because he knew this meant the other party was frightened by him, and once he came out, he could pressure them a bit more to get them to fully disclose everything. As for the promise of helping to say good things to the customers so that the other party could clear the stage based on satisfaction, it was completely impossible. After all, even if he obtained the perfect clearing method, it might not guarantee that he could achieve it, so he had to keep this backup method for himself. That's exactly why he had initially approached the customers about wanting to change to a different clearing method instead of trying to take advantage of that waste. You have to know. He has the highest favorability among customers, and if he wants a high-scoring way to clear the game, the customer will definitely prioritize giving it to him. Chapter 123, Successful Deception. After receiving Ruan Wenjun's message, Indu stood not far from the morgue waiting for Ruan Wenjun to come out. He chose to use his phone to send a message to deceive Ruan Wenjun, which was also a well-considered decision. Since yesterday, Ruan Wenjun had been contacting the customer with his phone. For him, it was not surprising that someone else was using a phone to contact the customer. In fact, Indu wasn't lying, he had indeed chatted privately with the customer, but the topic had never been about clearing the game. However, his clumsy trick could succeed, thanks to Ruan Wenjun's underestimation of him. If that loophole-riddled message had come from Ma Xiangja, Ruan Wenjun would not have been so easily fooled. Before long, Ruan Wenjun walked out of the morgue. As soon as he came out, he quickly found Indu and then made a gesture to him. Indu immediately cooperated, pretending to struggle and feel unwilling, then watched Ruan Wenjun walk into the lounge with satisfaction. Ruan Wenjun really had no acting skills. With just that one gesture, everyone present, except for He Shangcheng, who was about to enter the morgue, noticed something was off. As soon as he stepped into the lounge, Ma Xiangja immediately winked at Indu, and Emily also gave a puzzled glance. Indu helplessly waved his hand. Ma Xiangja and Emily moved closer. After today, we can reduce our vigil time by 2 hours each day, meaning even if one person is missing, it won't be a big problem, Indu said with a cold tone. Ma Xiangja and Emily exchanged glances. They had already understood what Indu meant, but still couldn't help but confirm, are you planning? It's nothing, just going to borrow his life for a bit. What? Are you going to make that fool do something? He won't mess it up, right? Ma Xiangja said worriedly. Losing a life is not important, but accidentally messing things up would be terrible. Indu turned to look toward the lounge. Since yesterday, that door hasn't opened, aren't you curious what's inside? Ma Xiangja shook his head without hesitation. I'm never curious about risky things. He remembered the strange old man saying that they would all die if they entered that room. Emily rebutted, does what's inside have anything to do with our game clearing? Whether there's a connection can only be determined after the door opens. Before the door opens, everything is unknown. After Indu finished speaking, he directly lifted his leg and walked toward the lounge. As soon as he entered, he saw Ruan Wenjun sitting on the bench with his legs crossed. Without waiting for him to speak, Ruan Wenjun frowned and said, why did you take so long to come? At first glance, one would think that Indu was his little brother. Indu lowered his eyes to avoid revealing his emotions. Your eyes just now were too obvious. I waited outside for a long time before finding a chance to sneak in. Upon hearing this, Ruan Wenjun rolled his eyes. What are you afraid of? In his eyes, those people were all about to die. Seeing him like this, Indu tried to feign a worried look and whispered, I talked with the customer, she said that each clearing method can only clear one person. If they find out that there's another way to clear, then my chances of clearing will be even lower. Tisk. Ruan Wenjun shifted his legs, don't worry, as long as you don't say it and I don't say it, those fools won't discover this. However, for me not to say it. Ruan Wenjun looked at Indu's bulging pocket. Indu bit his lip, struggling. Noticing Indu's reluctance, Ruan Wenjun immediately threatened, if Ma Xiangja finds out that each clearing method can only clear one person, do you think he'll still have a chance to clear? Furthermore, you think you have the ability to achieve high scores and complete the level? Indu helplessly took out his phone, unlocked it, and handed it to Ruan Wenjun. As soon as Ruan Wenjun received the phone, he skillfully opened the chat interface with the customer. But Indu's chat with the customer was completely blank, there wasn't even a single message in the chat history. What's going on? Are you lying to me? No. Indu hurriedly said, because Ma Xiangja sometimes checks my phone, I deleted all the chats. But I have screenshots in the photo album. Hearing this, Ruan Wenjun suspiciously opened the album, and when he saw a locked album, he revealed a sarcastic smile. Locked? Quite cautious. The password is 818. Ruan Wenjun opened the album with the password Indu provided, and inside were 2 solid black pictures. This time, Indu didn't wait for him to question, he directly said, adjust the brightness. After a smooth series of actions, Ruan Wenjun's last bit of doubt was completely erased. He threw the phone in Indu's direction, then stood up. I didn't expect the high score method would be right next door. Without a doubt, Ruan Wenjun was also someone who took action. Disregarding the 2 unsuspecting people outside, Ma Xiangja and Emily, he walked out of the lounge and directly approached the door of the neighboring room.
Wait. Seeing Ruan Wenjun's hand on the doorknob, Indu quickly called out. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Ruan Wenjun had already pressed down on the doorknob and pushed it in hard. The door didn't open, it was clearly locked. Seeing this, Ruan Wenjun became furious and pushed against the door forcefully. As he was pushing against the door, a loud voice came from inside. Who? There are still people inside? Ruan Wenjun froze, stepping back cautiously. Could there be no one? You're opening the administrator's door. Indu scoffed internally. But this was also his fault. Having been outside for so long, he viewed things from the perspective outside the lounge, which was totally different from Ruan Wenjun coming out of the lounge. 2 seconds later, an old man opened the room door with an impatient look. What do you want? Do you have something to hand over to me? Once Ruan Wenjun saw that the other party was not dangerous, he regained his composure and even directly stated his purpose. Not far behind him, Indu even felt he should be thankful that he didn't directly say the words high score method. The old man looked at Ruan Wenjun with a sinister gaze. What do you want? Hearing the old man's reply, Indu's expression changed. It sounded like the old man was hiding something. Just as Ruan Wenjun was about to continue asking, Indu hurriedly stepped forward to pull him away. It's nothing, he's looking for me. Just came out of the morgue, my mind is all foggy, I took a wrong turn. After saying this to the old man, Indu quietly told Ruan Wenjun, you took a wrong turn, this is the morgue administrator's room. If we anger the administrator, we won't be able to enter the morgue. Customer satisfaction is built on the foundation of guarding the wake, and as soon as Ruan Wenjun heard that the other party had the ability to prevent them from entering the morgue, he immediately followed Indu's words and then turned to leave. The old man watched the two leave, huffed, and slammed the door shut. Chapter 124, Door Kill. While Indu was accompanying Ruan Wenjun and acting, Ma Xiangja and Emily were sitting in the van observing their movements. After the farce of entering the wrong room, Ruan Wenjun turned to look at the empty street. Where is everyone? They are resting in the van while I keep watch at the morgue. That's how I found the opportunity to come into the lounge to find you. Indu lowered his head, his voice sounding a bit dull. Hearing Indu's tone, it was clear he was being sidelined in the team, and without turning his head, Ruan Wenjun guessed what expression Indu had right now. After all, there are 4 of them in total. Max Xiongja relied on his strength to intimidate everyone. The 2 girls could use other methods to gain favors, while this worthless person had become the lowest tier in the team. Thinking about how Indu's current treatment was a consequence of not supporting him, Ruan Wenjun couldn't help but show a proud smile. While he was lost in thought, Indu had silently arrived at the door of another room. Considering that opening the door might bring danger, Indu didn't even try the door lock to see if it was secure. Of course, he wasn't going to risk his life to test it, he had only come here to provoke Ruan Wenjun to come over. Ruan Wenjun didn't waste Indu's efforts. When he discovered that Indu had quietly approached the door, he finally snapped out of his imagination and hurried forward to grab Indu's hand. What? You want to go in yourself, huh? He scolded with a loud voice and then pushed Indu aside. Indu cooperated with his force, retreating several steps to a relatively safe position. After pushing Indu aside, Ruan Wenjun confidently adjusted his collar and reached out to open the door. The door opened smoothly. Indu's imagined scene of Ruan Wenjun struggling to open the door and him acting cowardly to give him a hammer didn't happen. However, the scene that greeted him after opening the door made Indu feel a chill run down his back. What terrified him even more was that, confronted with such a scene, Ruan Wenjun was actually overjoyed and was about to step inside. But as he lifted his foot, bright red blood suddenly sprayed out. Ruan Wenjun's head snapped back, and he fell backward, leaning against the door with his eyes fixed on Indu, his expression not changing to one of horror or pain, still wearing the smile he had before entering. No, he even smiled wider when he noticed Indu was looking at him, slowly grinning. Red liquid flowed back from his mouth. Crack! With a crisp sound, Ruan Wenjun fell backward, arms and legs splayed out, seemingly about to crawl towards Indu. But in the next second, countless strands of hair reached out from the room, dragging Ruan Wenjun inside. Bang! The door slammed shut. Indu, who had been standing there dumbfounded, finally moved. He cautiously walked to the door. Why is there no blood? Indu couldn't help but mumble to himself. His hand glided over the door and the floor, there was dust, yet there were no traces of the blood that Ruan Wenjun had just sprayed. Could it be that everything he saw just now was an illusion? If everything he saw after opening the door was a facade created by an illusion, then Ruan Wenjun who walked into the door might not actually be dead. Hey, what's going on? How long are you going to be dazed at this door? Ma Xiongja patted Indu's shoulder. Indu turned to meet Ma Xiongja's worried gaze and brushed off the dust from his hands. Have I been standing here for a long time? Yeah, after that guy opened the door, you also walked to the door, and then you both froze, not moving at all. You both? Indu looked at Ma Xiongja in confusion. As he turned his head, he saw Ruan Wenjun standing not far to his left.
Ruan Wengjun stood motionless in the sunlight, wearing the same strange smile as in his illusion. Noticing Indu's gaze, Ruan Wengjun's head turned mechanically, then he raised his hand and waved at him as if greeting him.
Chapter 125 Illusion.
Indu silently stared at the Ruan Wengjun in front of him, then turned to look at Ma Xiangja. Seeing that Ma Xiangja really didn't notice anything unusual, Indu turned back to Ruan Wengjun, who had just greeted him and was now staggering towards the lounge. Seeing Ruan Wengjun sway as if learning to walk for the first time, Indu couldn't help but turn back to Ma Xiangja. Ma Xiangja felt uneasy under his gaze and simply walked over, putting his arm around Indu's shoulder and clapping him on the back. "Why do you keep looking at me?
Don't you notice anything strange about Ruan Wengjun?" Indu said.
Ma Xiangja let go of Indu, carefully recalled everything he saw from getting off the car until now, and said with a not very certain tone, "Except that you two stood still in front of the door a bit too long, nothing else is strange."
"But why did you freeze and not move after opening the door just now? Did you see something?" "We did see something," Indu said.
After stirring Ma Xiangja's curiosity, he turned his head to look at the door that had closed again, and asked Ma Xiangja, "You said we froze after opening the door, then who closed the door?"
Ma Xiangja.
"The door closed by itself. It closed not long after you stood there. When I walked over, I saw nothing," Ma Xiangja said with bad temper. Indu walked back to the door again. After opening the door, the picture he saw had a scene of blood splashing, but now there was no blood on the ground. It seemed that the picture Ma Xiangja saw was the real one. But if everything was his illusion, then how could the abnormal behavior of Ruan Wengjun be explained? Could it also be his illusion?
Indu frowned tightly. "What exactly is going on? This look of yours is quite rare."
"Let me be quiet first, let me think whether I should tell you what I saw." Indu closed his eyes and recalled again the picture he just saw. After hearing Indu's words, Ma Xiangja stayed quiet for a while, then said softly, "Looking at you like this, it is actually fine if I don't know this thing."
Indu.
First, everything before Ruan Wengjun opened the door was real. The pictures he and Ma Xiangja saw also became different from the moment the door was opened. In the picture he saw, after Ruan Wengjun opened the door, he seemed to see something that made him happy. And when he saw the happy expression on Ruan Wenjun's face, from the gap between the doorframe and Ruan Wengjun, he saw a pale swollen face.
Immediately after, Ruan Wengjun walked inside with a happy expression.
Yes, the problem appeared right here. Indu opened his eyes and quickly walked to the place where he stood before waiting for Ruan Wengjun to open the door. When Ruan Wengjun opened the door, his body was turned sideways, so he could see the expression on Ruan Wenjun's face and the face in the gap. But when Ruan Wengjun wanted to walk into the door, his body must have been facing straight inside, so how could he still see Ruan Wenjun's face? Obviously, from the moment he saw that pale face, everything he saw after that was illusion.
So what Ma Xiangja saw was the truth.
Indu looked at the tightly closed door, then lifted his leg and stepped forward. At that time he was indeed confused by the illusion, but he definitely did not move. Illusion cannot completely control his body, it must use illusion to lead him to move, so he must have moved to the door only after the Ruan Wengjun performance ended and he decided to step forward to check whether there was blood.
"Brother Ma, did you get off the car immediately after seeing Ruan Wengjun open the door?" Indu asked.
"No, I got off the car only after seeing you not move, and then as soon as I got off, the door closed." So, there was only one explanation. Actually, the time when he fell into illusion and walked to the door to check was very short. So the picture Ma Xiangja saw in the car was Ruan Wengjun opening the door, then he came to the door and stood still. In this way, the conflicting points between him and Ma Xiangja basically all had explanations. In the end, only one question was left.
Chapter 126 The Old Man Who Was Too Happy.
Indu did not think that the strangely acting Ruan Wengjun he saw was an illusion. Between him and Ma Xiangja, the one who did not see the truth was Ma Xiangja. And their difference was that he had seen the ghost inside that room. That pale swollen face floated into his mind again, and suddenly, that face pulled up a happy smile, the same smile as on Ruan Wenjun's face. So, the one who felt happy was never Ruan Wengjun who opened the room. It was that ghost trapped in the room. Indu suddenly looked at Ma Xiangja. "Brother Ma, I think we need to find that old man."
"Why?"
Ma Xiangja asked, puzzled. At this moment, he only felt pain in his brain from overthinking. Clearly, he hadn't thought about anything or tried to solve the puzzles in front of him. Yet still, he found himself confused amid the back and forth questioning with Indu.
"I think I've released some terrible monster," Indu said.
Speaking of which, his earlier actions resembled the protagonist in a cliched horror movie, who, despite all the warnings, recklessly opened Pandora's box.
But its appearance might not be bad news. Pandora's box brought disaster, but it also held hope, didn't it?
Right now, he only hoped that the disaster was merely sacrificing Ruan Wenjun's body for its use and wouldn't come with more costs. Because he hadn't thought through what to say, Indu walked slowly toward the management room. In contrast, Ma Xiangja, who had been called but still didn't understand the situation, knocked on the door in a flurry.
The first few knocks received no response until Ma Xiangja knocked harder, almost breaking the door down, at which point the old man opened the door, filled with resentment.
What is it? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?
After speaking, he glanced at Ma Xiangja's big build, then at Yindu. Or did you again knock on the wrong door?
We seem to have let that monster out from that room. Indeed, someone has reincarnated.
Both spoke at the same time. Although Ma Xiangja understood nothing, it didn't stop him from repeating Yindu's words.
Yindu, following the old man's words, found humor in their misfortune and joked.
Fortunately, the old man before them, though old, still had a functioning brain and ears, successfully catching the key information from their mixed words. After completely digesting the key information, the old man's eyes widened in fear.
You opened that room?
Yes, we. Ma Xiangja was about to respond but was pushed away by the old man. The old man, wearing a worn-out shirt and loose slippers, kicked off one of his slippers as he hurried toward the nearby room. But clearly, he didn't care about that at the moment. Arriving at the door of that room, the old man knocked rhythmically.
Knock, knock.
Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. After he finished knocking, he immediately bent down and pressed his ear against the door. Seeing his action, Yindu and Ma Xiangja, who were walking toward him, stopped in sync. A few seconds later, the old man, with trembling hands, opened the door. Seeing the old man open the door, Yindu instinctively pulled the motionless Ma Xiangja back 2 steps. After observing for a few seconds to ensure nothing unusual had happened to the old man, he turned to Ma Xiangja and said, "You stay back for now." Then he stepped forward. Before getting close to the room, the damp, rotten smell from the long unopened room made Yindu slow his breathing uncomfortably. When he got close to the old man, he peered into the room. The light shining into the room only illuminated a small patch of ground near them, and there was nothing there. Further inside was just darkness, where nothing could be seen. This scene was not frightening compared to what Yindu had seen earlier. But exactly this kind of scene caused the old man beside Yindu to directly collapse, falling backward.
Chapter 127 The Simple Old Man. Yindu reacted quickly and pinched the old man's philtrum, forcibly waking him up.
The pain made the old man shiver, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide. As soon as he opened his eyes, he struggled to stand up, mumbling,
"We can't stay here, we can't stay here."
Saying this, he trembled as he walked toward his management room. Yindu followed behind him, and this time he successfully entered the management room. It is called a management room, but it is more of a small room.
However, this small room continues the style of simplicity.
In the windowless room, a 1.2-meter wide bed is placed against the wall, and a wooden table, already chipped, stands in front of the bed. On the table are a vintage candlestick, a pile of books, and papers stacked together. Yindu's gaze lingered on the flickering flame of the candlestick for a few seconds before he began to observe other parts of the room. In the dim corners of the room, there is a wooden clothes rack, on which a few pieces of clothing are haphazardly draped. Even in the dim light, Yindu can see irregular color patches on those clothes. In another corner, there is a small partition, the door is not closed, and white light spills out, being the brightest spot in the entire room. By the light, Yindu can see a sink inside. It seems to be a bathroom. This treatment is actually much better than theirs. They have been crammed into a dry toilet during this time, and the hardships do not need to be elaborated. As soon as the old man entered the room, he went straight to the bed and pulled out a patchwork cloth bag in gray, black, and beige, embroidered with small red flowers. He didn't open the bag, and Yindu could only judge from the clinking sounds that it must contain ceramics or something similar. At that moment, Ma Xiangja, who had just been left outside by Yindu, peeked his head in through the door. He was a very large man, blocking most of the natural light from entering the room. The change in lighting made the old man sensitively turn around. It was at this moment that the old man noticed Yindu, who had followed him into the room. His face instantly turned a shade of pale, and he scolded Yindu, "Who let you in? Get out!" Facing the old man's anger, Yindu not only felt no fear but also managed to smile. Based on his previous observations and interactions, the old man was just an ordinary living person. As a living person, the old man might use the rules to harm him, but he could hardly physically overpower him. After all, in terms of physicality, the old man clearly would not be a match for Ma Xiangja. "Actually, I was summoned in. I keep hearing someone calling me, saying she is so scared, so cold." As Yindu spoke, his gaze fixed intently on the bag in the old man's hands, indicating his target.
"Nonsense."
Noticing Yindu's gaze, the old man's arrogance showed some signs of being doused, but he still pretended to be tough. Yindu didn't care. He moved to the clothes rack in the corner and casually picked up a coat. "Her hands are very skillful, aren't they?" The coat had 5 patches. 2 of the noticeably older pieces of fabric were meticulously sewn, tightly covering the original holes. The 3 patches on the back, however, were rather sloppy, with one even removable to reveal the holes beneath. "The bag in your hand should have been sewn by her as well." Yindu walked up to the old man with the coat in hand. With Yindu's words, the old man's grip on the bag tightened. She said you have something to give me.
Du continued to deceive him. The naive old man had never dealt with someone like Du, who spoke lies as if they were truth. Already in a shaky state of mind, he was instantly stunned by Du's few words. He dejectedly let his hand drop. The thing is on the table, look for yourself, I just want to take her away, take her away.
She can't be left in this dirty place.
Chapter 128, The Diary. Du turned to look at Ma Xiangja, signaling him to block the door, and then walked toward the table that the old man mentioned. The table was piled with messy books. As Du approached, he discovered they were all textbooks.
He casually flipped through them. The textbooks were somewhat worn, but the content was fine, just ordinary middle school textbooks.
Clearly, these would not be the things the old man referred to as something to give him. The remaining papers were all of very poor quality, appearing to have been torn from a notebook. Although the paper was not great, the handwriting on them was elegant. Words are like the person. Du seemed able to see through the words and see a clean and gentle and pretty girl. The school is closed, but I must go to the town to study and there are still many procedures to handle. Teacher Zhang is afraid that Grandpa and I cannot handle it, so she decided to stay one more week to help me handle the transfer.
Now the school has only me as one student left.
Grandpa these 2 days also looks gloomy and unhappy, saying the village school is about to close, but our family has no money to let me go to the town to study. I asked him how other people in the village make money, why our family does not do it together.
Grandpa did not speak, just sat at the door smoking dry tobacco.
The classmates in the school are getting fewer and fewer. Teacher Zhang worries every day about how to persuade people to come back to school.
But the village conditions have clearly become better. Why instead do people not go to school?
I went home and asked Grandpa. Grandpa said it is because everyone went to the town to study. The village school will close very soon. Today Teacher Zhang suddenly rushed into my home, pulled me and said she must leave the village immediately, and told me to quickly pack clothes and leave with her.
I asked, has the town school been found?
Teacher Zhang, while helping me pack clothes, replied yes. I said, Grandpa went to the fields to work, we must wait for Grandpa to come back and leave together. But Teacher Zhang said the car to the town has already arrived, we must leave immediately, Grandpa she will inform later. I felt Teacher Zhang was very strange, she seemed unwilling to mention Grandpa. But Teacher Zhang could not take me away, because Grandpa came back early. Seeing Grandpa, Teacher Zhang nervously held my hand. The hand that was always warm, this time became a little cold, sweating and sticky. Grandpa pulled Teacher Zhang outside the house to talk. I do not know what was said, then Teacher Zhang left. The next day I only then knew, after leaving my home Teacher Zhang immediately left the village. The one who told me this news was Zhao Xiaofang. She went to the town to study last year, does not return to the village much. These 2 days she came back seems because her older brother is going to marry a wife. When she turned back home she also said a strange sentence. Almost was able to leave. Today during class, the village representative came to the school. He said now the school already has no students, and there is no need to open it. On the spot he paid Teacher Zhang the half year of owed wages and let her leave. Teacher Zhang pointed at me, said I still must study, said I have always been the best student in the school, next year I will take the college entrance exam, then for sure I can get into a junior college, I cannot give up now. The representative said, I also very soon can go to the town to study. After Teacher Zhang heard it she comfortedly touched my head, and also helped me straighten my clothes. Being able to go to the town to study I am very happy, but I still cannot bear to part with Teacher Zhang.
Teacher Zhang comforted me, said I go to the town, there is still 1 year, maybe I can raise my grades even more.
That night I did not go home, I stayed with Teacher Zhang in the school. We together watched the stars on the rooftop. The stars in the sky were so many and so beautiful. These papers have no dates, the content is scattered, but it is not hard to sort. Du in a few moves reorganized the paper order. He understood what was recorded on the papers, but the content on them could not give him more useful clues. Several important people on the papers, Zhao Xiaofang not to talk about first, Grandpa should be the old man in front of him, the recorder should be inside the bag in Grandpa's hand, Teacher Zhang's whereabouts are unknown.
These people also cannot provide any help.
Du turned his head to look at the table, what else here was left for him?
Chapter 129 Clues to Crack the Instance.
Du's gaze suddenly met the active flame on the candle stand. When just observing the room, he already had a bit of doubt, inside this room there is clearly no wind, so why is the flame on the candle stand floating like this? To test this flame, after Du prepared the electric drill he turned his head and looked at Ma Xiangja once. Ma Xiangja as soon as he met his eyes, with tacit understanding closed the door. However, this level of understanding was still not enough, because Ma Xiangja had locked himself in the room. Why did you close the door?
Let me out.
The old man, who had already been blocked from the door by Ma Xiangja, was too afraid to speak due to Ma Xiangja's size, and now seeing the door shut, he instantly exploded. Ma Xiangja ignored him, calmly blocking the door. Facing the strange situation, he dared to confront it head-on as long as conditions allowed. Now that he clearly knew this old man was just an ordinary person, how could he be scared? While the old man and Ma Xiangja were stubbornly at odds, Du had already sat down on the bed.
The candle flames not only did not calm down after the door closed, but instead became more vigorous, even expanding enough to illuminate the entire room. At a glance, it was clear that there was something wrong with the candelabra, but as Indu reached out to hold it and even picked it up to check, he found nothing.
Don't you feel like the room has gotten warmer?
Just when Indu was still examining whether the candelabra had any mechanism, he suddenly heard Ma Xiangjia's voice coming from afar. Indu's gaze finally moved away from the candelabra and looked towards the direction of the sound. At that moment, he noticed that the originally shabby and small room had changed its appearance. The yellowed walls had vanished, transforming into a vast field, and the overall bright warm yellow tone lifted Indu's spirits. However, there was also something out of place in this scene, for Ma Xiangjia, who was now standing by the field, was making a gesture as if holding the doorknob, which looked very awkward. On the other hand, the old man who had originally been beside Ma Xiangjia had blended in perfectly. At some point, he had walked into the field and was busy with farming work, his face showing a look full of hope. When Indu turned around again, he found that the bed he was sitting on had now become a small stool, and the table in front of him was still the same old table, just much shorter. No, it wasn't shorter, rather, the legs of the table had changed shape. This table, if you could call it a table, was actually just a wooden board placed on two stools, but this wooden board was clearly the same one used for the table he had just seen. Indu reached out to touch the tabletop, and although he looked at the smooth and even surface, it felt somewhat rough to the touch. He quickly leaned in to examine it closely, but he could only see the wood grain. Indu rubbed the wood grain in front of him, and the tactile sensation was completely different from the sight before him. Right, he was still in the illusion, it was normal for what he saw and touched to be different. Now he should find a way to break free from the illusion. Wait, where did he just put his drill? Indu hurriedly reached out to feel the empty space on both sides, but he only encountered the cold hard surface of the wooden board. The moment the sensation of the wooden board hit him, the beautiful scene before his eyes vanished in an instant, pulling him back into the cold reality of the cramped and suffocating enclosed room. Indu first lowered his head to check the table, but the surface still looked normal and bore no trace that matched the feel of his touch. Then, Indu bent down to inspect the connection between the table surface and the legs, confirming that the two were indeed separate before he sat back down, looking up at Ma Xiangjia.
Did you see anything strange just now? Ma Xiangjia blinked, confused, and said, should I have seen something?
Indu raised his chin slightly to indicate for him to look at the old man beside him. The old man, who was already half a head shorter than Ma Xiangjia, had now stooped even lower. Yet, even in this position, he wore a happy smile on his face. He became like this shortly after you closed the door, Ma Xiangjia said innocently. You glanced over here just a moment ago, and I thought you said nothing, so I didn't pay attention to him.
As Ma Xiangjia spoke, he raised his left hand. Do you want me to help wake him up now?
Indu was at a loss for words. No need. Let him be happy for a while longer, besides, this way he won't run around. The old man trapped in delusion no longer needed guarding. Indu picked up the candlestick on the table and waved at Ma Xiangjia.
Come over and help me flip this tabletop.
This old tabletop was made of solid wood and was not light, but to Ma Xiangjia, it was nothing. When the tabletop was turned over, Indu quickly brought the candlestick closer again. Unlike the previous side, this one was not painted or waxed, showing the most original wood color, which made it appear somewhat dull.
Not only that, but there were many scratches on the surface. Deep and shallow, chaotic and disorderly.
Indu put the candlestick back in position and was just about to examine whether there was any pattern to these scratches when he suddenly saw black liquid bubbling up from them. He instinctively sat up straight, pulling away from the tabletop, and as he widened the distance, he noticed that the liquid flowing out was not all black. There were also shades of lychee red, crimson, date red, and rosy red. The varying shades of color created a series of images on the table, and the more Indu looked, the colder he felt all over. He hurriedly stood up, wanting to distance himself from the tabletop, but in the end, gritted his teeth and sat back down. Now the only thing that could give him a sense of safety was the electric drill back in his hand. The unyielding tool was the most trustworthy thing at the moment. The liquid on the tabletop kept flowing, as if an invisible hand was gathering it into the right places. Then Indu saw calm river water parting to reveal countless white bones, and within the tightly closed room lay trapped living beings, from which new life could still be pulled out amidst the already motionless corpses. Countless cries, screams, roars, and pleas finally merged into a single sentence.
Destroy it. Destroy this place.
A wave of sadness and determination surged within him, as Indu watched all the images finally twist together to form a black ball. Indu suddenly got up and knocked the candlestick off the table. The moment the candle flame touched the tabletop, it ignited quickly, leaving only a pile of black ashes behind. Ma Xiangjia, standing aside, clearly also saw the scene on the table. Even if he was not affected by that emotion, he remained silent. Indu struggled to shake off that influence and rationally analyzed, there should be a way to solve everything in the image we just saw. Another way to clear this copy, or rather, a direct method to end this copy, was undoubtedly that sentence.
Destroy it here. Ma Xiangjia nodded. Our goal should be to find that black ball.
Indu nodded slightly, then shook his head. No, not to find it.
It's to release it. After Pandora's box was created, only by releasing all the disasters could hope be seen. Chapter 130, Blocking the Door. Huff. As Indu was still thinking about how to release that black ball with Ma Xiangxia, the heavy breathing at the door made both of them turn their heads to look. At this moment, the old man was sweating profusely and had collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant. Indu and Ma Xiangxia exchanged glances and approached, supporting him to sit beside the bed, with Indu casually putting the cloth bag from his hand into his toolbox. Although there was no sign that this thing was essential for breaking through, holding it wouldn't hurt. This room should have no other useful items, let's go outside first. Indu said as he was the first to leave this increasingly stifling room. It seemed that since he knocked over that candlestick, the room had grown even colder. Stepping out of the room, when the sunlight hit him, Indu felt a wave of warmth surge. Speaking of which, just now in the delusion, he seemed to also feel the warmth of the sunlight on his body, warm and cozy. Indu stood in the open space for a while when suddenly he heard a concerned voice. He had originally intended to stretch, but his movement froze for a moment. He looked up in surprise at the person who made the sound. Concern for him, whether from Ma Xiangxia or Emily, would not surprise him, but now, the one showing concern was Xia Nation, who had always kept her distance from him. Are you okay? Seeing Indu not responding, Xia Nation repeated it again. Indu shook his head, I'm fine. After hearing this, Xia Nation said no more and quietly walked to stand aside. But this brief encounter made Indu feel that Xia Nation's rejection of him had disappeared. Indu did not know what standard Xia Nation used to judge whether someone was to be wary of, but the only thing he was sure of was that his adventure today was not over. The electric drill he had just put away came out again, and the flashlight that had not been used for a long time was also summoned. Upon seeing Indu holding the electric drill, Ma Xiangxia immediately understood that he was going to take action again. Do you need me to help? Ma Xiangxia asked. Indu shook his head and pointed with the hand holding the flashlight toward the room they had just opened. I just want to see what's in that room. After a series of thrilling actions earlier, the door to that room had remained open. From the outside, a corner illuminated by sunlight could be seen, but that was all. Hey, Ma, did Xia Nation come out of the morgue when you entered the room? Just before walking into the room, Indu suddenly remembered this. It was Xia Nation's gaze earlier that had made him determined to explore this room. Did Xia Nation really not make any move after the room opened? When I entered the room, it was Emily outside, Ma Xiangxia said. Upon hearing Ma Xiangxia's words, Indu realized that unless he used a hint, it was impossible to get an answer. After all, Emily probably wouldn't care about Xia Nation's movements after she took over from her. Indu no longer hesitated and turned on the flashlight, directing it into the room. The flashlight he held was bright and had a wide range, a fact verified in the community, and it had performed well in the morgue last night too. But when shining into this room, the light from the flashlight dimmed considerably, and the emitted light was quickly blocked. In the area where sunlight could not reach, something black seemed to spread out. Indu's throat moved slightly as he cautiously stepped forward. Just as he took a few steps and fully entered the room, the door behind him was suddenly slammed shut. Indu vaguely caught the sound of something rushing toward him. This room gave him a familiar feeling. But he had no time to think about where that feeling came from, nor could he look back to check the situation. His hand pressed the button on the electric drill faster than his brain could react. The brainwashing sound rang out, and the room gradually became bright under the flashlight's beam. This time, Indu finally managed to see the entire room clearly. But after seeing everything, he felt a chill throughout his body, a wave of helplessness making him want to leave this room immediately. Indu? Before Indu could calm his nerves, he heard Ma Xiangxia knocking on the door from outside. The sound of knocking and shouting startled Indu. Hearing the increasingly urgent knocking from Ma Xiangxia, Indu understood that the door to this room must have been locked. Indu turned around to try to open the door, but upon turning, he discovered that the door behind him had been completely sealed by a mass of black hair without him noticing. Perhaps the door wasn't locked. The reason Ma Xiangxia couldn't open it was simply that the entire door was blocked by black hair now. Looking at the strange black hair, Indu dared not step forward rashly. He could only try to respond loudly to Ma Xiangxia, I'm fine, I'll be out in a moment. But his voice probably did not reach outside, as Ma Xiangxia's knocking did not stop. He received no response from it. It seemed he had to find a way to open the door first. Indu turned to look at the things inside the room. This room was filled with large and small skulls, draped with countless black hairs. On the ground, strange patterns made of red liquid formed, and in the middle, there was a large bundle of chains. Chapter 131 The Rules of the Room. Skulls, black hair, red patterns, gray-black walls. This room was completely a cult site. And the skulls were one thing, but the hair was scattered too widely and unevenly. As soon as Indu wanted to move toward the center, he would inevitably touch the hair. Indu really did not want to go forward, but the electric drill had a time limit. He knew he couldn't afford to delay. Gritting his teeth, Indu bent down and moved toward the center. His first target was that bundle of chains, which was almost as wide as his palm. Lifting one end alone was not light. Indu initially thought that there might be something hidden in the chained area, but after pushing them aside, he only saw the bright red liquid on the ground. However, after covering this section, the pattern on the ground took shape in his mind. Not knowing what this pattern was for, Indu memorized it and turned to search in other places. As the electric drill's tune approached its end, Indu's movements became more hurried. Before entering this room, he had already used the electric drill for more than 3 minutes. When this tune ended, the effective time of the drill would only be about 3 minutes left. Seeing this, Indu could only return to the door and try to remove the hair by physical means. But clearly, this hair was not ordinary, it couldn't be broken or cut, and the sealing effect was comparable to steel wire. Sure enough, he couldn't be overly optimistic. Indu turned back to the side of the chains. In the center of the room, even with skulls and hair as obstacles, he could still see the entire room's shape. As he looked around, Indu finally discovered a slight difference on the wall to the right of the door. When the flashlight's light shone above, he vaguely saw faint red traces on the black wall. Finally finding a clue, Indu quickly pushed aside the obstructive hair and moved forward. The top of the wall was partially blocked by hair, but this hair only hung down about 10 centimeters from the ceiling, not affecting much. Without thinking much, Indu directly aimed the flashlight at the spot where he had just found the traces. Under the bright white light, the faint red became slightly clearer, and Indu finally distinguished that this faint red trace spelled the word rules in reverse. This wall must be where the rules of this room were written, in other words, it contained the way for him to leave the room. Indu illuminated the words one by one with his flashlight. But soon he realized this was completely not the way to go. Because apart from the two words rules, the other characters were too thin and small, looking incomplete under the flashlight's light, and the entire rules were reversed, further increasing the difficulty of recognition. After 30 seconds, Indu could only twist his head in frustration after barely reading the 16 characters that said Rule 1, under no circumstances should you open the door of the room. He knew this rule a day earlier than when he saw it. He straightened up, patted his somewhat stiff back, and then began to study the lower wall again. The reason the writing of the rules was reversed must be absolute. It couldn't just be to torment their bodies by forcing them to bend and twist, could it? Also, the faint characters visible under the flashlight should have other ways to become clearer. Wait a minute. Reversed words, words that can be seen in the light, that means. Indu stepped forward and pressed down hard on the front, constantly experimenting. Finally, with one press, he successfully heard a sharp grinding sound, and the wall tilted outward. He was indeed right, this place was not a wall. It was rather a rotating window, pivoting around a horizontal axis in the middle. After pushing the window open just a crack, sunlight successfully filtered in. In an instant, Indu felt as if a gust of wind had blown from behind him. And as the window tilted outward, he could see a new rule emerging clearly with the light. He had to ensure he was in a sunny spot in the room otherwise. Indu? As Indu tried hard to see the entire rule, Ma Xiangji's voice suddenly popped up, startling Indu so much that he nearly let the window crash down onto his ally. In truth, he had already lowered it a bit, it only stopped in time when the window grazed the top of Ma Xiangji's head, avoiding a disaster. Brother Ma, don't let your head stick out under the window, get up and help me look at the rule, Indu said. Just where Ma Xiangji's head was positioned, if Indu pushed the window up with force, it could completely break his neck. Chapter 132 Invisible Rules. Seeing Indu nearing the door, Ma Xiangji rushed forward as the door quickly shut. He shouted a couple of times, but received no reply. Anxiously, he tried to open the door, but no matter how hard he kicked and pushed, he couldn't budge it an inch. He turned to see if there were any tools around to help open the door, but unexpectedly locked eyes with Xia, who looked terrified. At that moment, Xia was curled up in the backseat of the van, her hands unconsciously gripping the seat back. She was clearly scared, yet her eyes were fixated on the room. Ma Xiangji hurried over to the front of the van. Hey, do you know what's going on with the room? How do we open the door? The sudden question startled Xia, already trapped in panic. Her frightened gaze shifted to Ma Xiangji's face, then quickly turned away, mumbling, can't open, can't get out, can't open, can't get out. Seeing that Xia was completely uncommunicative, Ma Xiangji could only rummage around in the car. Unfortunately, he found nothing. However, giving up was not his nature. Ma Xiangji turned back to the door and continued to kick. After kicking for several minutes, Ma Xiangji felt a bit tired and paused to catch his breath before continuing. But just as he stopped, he suddenly heard a sharp sound coming from the side of the house. Ma Xiangji quickly turned around. Xia was still by the van. That sound couldn't have been made by her. So, Ma Xiangji hurriedly ran to the right side of the house. When he turned the corner, he saw an unexpected angle jutting out from the otherwise smooth wall. As he got closer, he realized it was the edge of a window protruding outwards. Indu? With magic protection on him, he fearlessly leaned his head down into the opening to check on Indu's condition. But before his eyes could adjust to the darkness inside, just as his ears picked up a comforting sound of noise, Indu's voice called from a higher point. Brother Ma, don't let your head stick out under the window, get up and help me look at the rule.
Upon hearing Indu's words, Ma Xiangju quickly pulled his head back from under the window. Even though he hadn't seen Indu yet, his unconditional trust made him scan every place he could see, but... Rule? Where's the rule? Above the window. Ma Xiangju stood up straight and carefully looked at the window in front of him, but he saw no words at all. What rule? I can't see anything. Isn't there anything on the window? Upon hearing Ma Xiangju's voice, Indu sounded confused. At this moment, the rotating window was nearly about to flip over completely. Yet, to ensure sunlight continued to enter the room, Indu had not let go of the window to let it shut. Based on his judgment, this rule could only be seen from outside, under the sunlight. Indu flipped the window back, and when the window was horizontal, he could see the closest few lines of text thanks to the sunlight. Due to an angle issue, the fonts in his eyes had become so distorted that they were unrecognizable. At this moment, Indu could see Ma Xiangju's head standing outside the window, and naturally saw the aimless gaze passing through the window. He hopelessly asked, "Can you see?" Ma Xiangju shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion. It seemed that in order to see the rules, other conditions had to be met. While Indu was thinking this, Ma Xiangju suddenly seemed to remember something, and excitedly said to Indu, "Wait a moment, I'll be right back." Saying this, Ma Xiangju left the range of Indu's sight. Indu was not the type to sit and wait. Not knowing what Ma Xiangju was up to, he compared the size of the window and checked whether it could be taken out. The window, when swung open, was only half the size needed to pass through, with a height of less than 20 centimeters. As an adult, it was impossible for him to climb out through here. Looking at the window, it was clear that it was prefixed with the frame and then attached to the wall. To take the window out, the wall would have to be dismantled. After confirming this, Indu felt settled in his heart, and looked back at the two rules he could clearly see, putting away the electric drill in his hand. Black Room Rules. Rule 1, absolutely do not open the room door unless necessary. Rule 2, if the room door is already open, be wary of anyone who has been near the room. Rule 3, do not approach the room. If you unfortunately enter, ensure you stay in a sunny spot inside, or you will be caught by. Chapter 133, The Black Room. Indu had already thought it through. If Ma Xiangju really couldn't see the rules, he would use the substitute doll to escape first. At that time, he would turn into a child and have the substitute doll hand him out. Alright, he could also tie a rope to the substitute doll, so when the substitute turned back into a bear doll, he could pull it out directly without risking going back into the room. Just as Indu was preparing to take out the substitute doll to execute the plan, Ma Xiangju, who had just run away, returned. However, this time he was not alone. Next to him was He Shangzheng, who clearly wore a face of terror. It was obvious that He Shangzheng had been forcibly brought here by him. What was going on? Indu shot a puzzled look at Ma Xiangju through the window. I guess you have to meet certain conditions to see the rules of this room. I don't meet them, but she might, so I brought her to take a look. As he spoke, Ma Xiangju pushed He Shangzheng forward. You're not going inside, you just need to read out the rules. What are you afraid of? As Ma Xiangju forced He Shangzheng to look toward the window, Indu remained silent, quietly observing her. To be honest, Indu found her state very puzzling. Clearly, when they came out of that old man's room, He Shangzheng had seemed normal, even slightly softening her attitude toward him. So how was it that now she appeared so frightened? He Shangzheng was pushed by Ma Xiangju, and her head, which had been lowered, unconsciously lifted, looking through the window into the room. With the help of sunlight, she could see the skull hanging in midair and the hair that seemed to wrap her up like a mass. He Shangzheng stared blankly for a few seconds before her gaze turned to Indu, who was watching her. You're okay, you haven't been. Not been what? Indu looked at He Shangzheng's lips moving in confusion. Unfortunately, he didn't understand lip language, and even if he did, he couldn't read Japanese lip language. After a moment of muttering to herself, the fear in He Shangzheng's eyes finally eased a bit. As she slightly shifted her gaze, she saw the faint red words appearing on the window. Do you need me to read out the rules? He Shangzheng asked. Before an answer came, she continued, Rule 1, absolutely do not open the room door unless necessary. Rule 2, if the room door is already open, be very careful of the people around you who approach the room. Rule 3, do not go near the room. If you unfortunately enter, you must ensure you are in a sunny place in the room, otherwise you will be caught by them. Them? When he heard Rule 3, Indu's eyes were filled with curiosity. He remembered clearly that in the third rule he saw, those two words were blurred out. Rule 4, once a living being enters the room, darkness will gradually spread throughout the room. When the room becomes a black house, it will be completely sealed, and reopen after 24 hours. Rule 5, the black house does not allow any living beings. After reading the 5 rules, He Shangzheng stopped. Indu saw her gaze still looking down, but she no longer spoke. He tentatively asked, Are the rules finished? Finished? He Shangzheng's tone was calm yet firm. Indu replayed the rules that He Shangzheng had just read in his mind. Clearly, the 4th and 5th rules did not explain how to open the door.
The only thing that could be confirmed was that he had a chance to escape before this room was completely engulfed in darkness. But, what exactly was this so-called darkness? Indu looked at the sunlight spilling onto his hand, or rather, was the so-called darkness referring to the darkness after the sun set? But if that were the case, how could it be said that the darkness would spread only after someone entered, and why would it reopen after 24 hours? 24 hours after sunset would still be a night without sunlight. Indu turned his head and shone the flashlight into the room. The room was still filled with those things, unchanged: skulls, black hair, red patterns, gray-black walls. Wait. Indu suddenly thought of something and pointed the flashlight towards the door. Although his view was inevitably obstructed by hair along the way, he could still see the door wrapped in black hair. Even without purposefully memorizing it, Indu could tell that the mass of black hair on the door had increased. Not just on the door, when Indu looked back at the window, he discovered several strands of hair had already reached near the window. Looking further up, he could see that the ceiling was already covered with hair, and strands of black hair hung down from the walls all around it. Indu did not see the hair moving or spreading, but every time he shifted his gaze and looked back, he found the hair was thickening. The black hair was covering the gray-black wall at an alarming speed, trying to wrap the entire room. So it turned out that the hair was the spreading darkness. And the only thing that could stop the spreading of hair was... Indu looked at the black hair near the window that had stopped spreading. Only sunlight could stop the spreading of black hair. Does sunlight only stop the spread of black hair, or can it also drive away darkness? But even if sunlight could disperse the black hair, how could he let sunlight shine on the black hair at the door? It was definitely too late to look for a mirror now. Moreover, even if he found a mirror, would the sunlight reflected in it work the same as direct sunlight? Countless questions and possibilities flashed through Indu's mind. To verify these possibilities would take a lot of time. But now... Indu, do you know how to get out? Ma Xiongja asked anxiously from outside the door. The sun is about to set. Indu looked outside. The evening sun was gradually dimming, and the light spilling into this room was also decreasing. Once the sun set, this window would be sealed, and his original idea of escaping using a substitute doll would also be impossible. Perhaps now was not the time to try to find other escape methods. Directly climbing out the window might be the best solution. Indu no longer hesitated and took out the substitute doll. Once the substitute doll transformed into Indu's appearance, Indu also turned into the appearance of a child. Sister. This time, the substitute Indu looked clear-headed, smiling as he picked up the child in front of him. Without needing words, as Indu's substitute, he knew exactly what Indu needed him to do at this moment. I am a boy, Indu said while intertwining wires around his hand as he was handed over. The substitute Indu blinked and did not respond, reaching out to hand Indu to the waiting Ma Xiongja outside. Indu cooperated, turning through the window and being carefully held by Ma Xiongja. Originally, Ma Xiongja intended to set Indu down directly on the ground, but Indu stopped his motion, asking him to keep holding him in front of the window. The substitute doll, even if it replaced Indu's identity, was still just a doll, not a living being. When the living beings in the room disappeared, the darkness no longer spread. Indu shone the flashlight into the room and could see that large patches of black hair had already faded away. Mr. Bear, can you go open the door and see if we can get out? Indu said to the substitute Indu in the room. After speaking, he looked at the rules on the window. There were a total of 5 rules, and aside from the 2 blurred words in Rule 1, they were no different from the rules Changyi had read to him. It seemed that Changyi had not lied to him. But what was Changyi looking at that time? Indu patted the hand that Ma Xiongja was holding him with. You can put me down now. Ma Xiongja carefully set him down, his eyes filled with surprise. I'm really not used to seeing you like this. Indu extended his small hand and sighed, neither am I. If it weren't for the fact that only children could climb out of that window, he wouldn't want to act in the identity of a child. Where is Changyi? Indu looked around. Apart from him and Ma Xiongja, there were no other figures in sight. She left not long after reading the rules. She should have gone back to the van. Chapter 134, The Hidden Rules. After hearing Ma Xiongja's words, Indu started running towards where Changyi might be. Half a second later, Ma Xiongja passed him. When Indu turned the corner and saw the van, he noticed 2 figures standing not far from it. It was Ma Xiongja and Indu. At this moment, Indu turned to look at the room that had just trapped him. The door was already reopened, and the sun's afterglow lingered at the entrance. If he were still in the room now, he feared he would not be able to get out. The sun was setting much faster than Indu had imagined. Indu moved to peek over his substitute to look towards the van. At this moment, Changyi had returned to the van, the door was unclosed, and she curled up on the seat, both presenting a self-protective posture and ready to dash out at any moment. Indu tugged at the corner of the clothes of the person beside him. Without needing to say a word, the substitute Indu directly walked towards the van. Although he had only seen 5 rules, Indu felt that Changyi must have seen more things. In the parking lot of the mirrored neighborhood, he had once encountered situations where these rules were not fully revealed. Furthermore, Ma Xiongja hadn't even seen a single one of the rules in that room, indicating that there were conditions unknown to them in order to see the rules of that room. Changhe's level of integration into this chapter far exceeded theirs, and she should have seen more things than he did. Chong. Upon hearing the voice, Changhe's first instinct was to tremble her body unconsciously. It wasn't until she realized the voice belonged to Yindu that she slowly turned her head. When she looked at Yindu, there was still some panic and confusion in her eyes, but it was clear that these emotions were not caused by Yindu. Changhe opened her mouth repeatedly for a while before finally asking, "What is it? You were just looking at what after reading the rules? Was there something strange about that window?" Yindu's expression was calm, as if he was just asking a normal question. "No, I didn't see anything. I was just thinking if there were any clues in those rules that could be used." He Chongqing on the river obviously lied. "Is that so?" Yindu asked, clearly skeptical. "I think you should know, we are a team. If we want to get out of this instance, we shouldn't hide things from each other." Although he himself had hidden many things, this didn't stop him from saying this sentence without changing his expression. His actions left even Yindu stunned. What Yindu meant was for him to gently hint at things, but unexpectedly, he went straight to the point, not hiding his goal at all. And this last sentence was a threat, wasn't it? "Your substitute is better than you, straightforward enough." Ma Xiongja sincerely praised. If Ma Xiongja had to point out Yindu's flaws, the biggest one would definitely be that he liked to beat around the bush and wasn't direct enough. When it came to doing things, Yindu was never indecisive, but when it came to people, he always thought too much. Clearly, what the substitute did was actually what Yindu himself wanted to do most. But if Yindu himself had stepped in, he probably would have taken a huge detour first, only to get an answer that would need a lot of analysis to understand. Yindu opened his mouth, but couldn't bring himself to refute. Because on the van, he Chongqing really answered the substitute Yindu's question, "I did see something else. That's another rule, different from other rules, like someone using their finger dipped in blood to write it, crooked and wobbly. I thought that might be fake, so that's why I didn't say anything." He Chongqing explained. As she spoke, Yindu, standing next to Ma Xiongja, carefully observed her expression, catching every tone of her words. From He Chongqing's tone and expression, it was clear that what she said next was a lie. She didn't think those rules were fake, but chose to conceal them. Why was that? As countless thoughts flashed through Yindu's mind, he heard his substitute, still looking like him, calmly speak up, "Whether it's true or false, we should judge together." So, what was written up there? Ma Xiongja, standing next to Yindu, lightly patted him on the shoulder, genuinely saying, "I really like him more and more." Yindu really wanted to ask, "Can't we just ask directly to get the answer?" But reality told him that He Chongqing's mouth was really easy to pry open. After some visible struggle, she spoke. "Rule 6, please contain them with your body. Rule 6, please contain them with your body." He Chongqing's voice trembled, suppressing the fear, making her voice sharp. "Between 0 and 1 o'clock, stand at the door, and the containment ritual will be initiated. Rule 7, after the containment ritual ends, the room will return to normal, and the dark room will no longer exist." After He Chongqing finished reading Rule 7, the scene fell into silence. A few seconds later, confirming that there were no other rules, Yindu was about to signal the substitute to say something to end the conversation when suddenly, Emily's voice came from behind. "What are you all gathered here for? And where did this child come from?" Yindu turned around, and at that moment, Emily, exuding a cold aura, looked at him in confusion. He hadn't told He Chongqing about the substitute simply because her mind was unstable, and Yindu was worried that once he explained, he'd have to spend more time explaining again. And at that moment, he was eager to know what other secrets were on the window. Now, facing Emily, Yindu directly revealed the existence of the substitute. The substitute will remain for another hour or so before being released. The remaining vigil time will be handled by him. The substitute is not a living person, but it seemed that the rules for the vigil didn't require a living person to keep watch. It was just because there were a series of preliminary tasks for the vigil that they had to be carried out by someone who could meet the requirements. The vigil couldn't be delayed, and after receiving the instructions, the substitute walked toward the morgue. Emily looked at this substitute who looked exactly like Yindu with some surprise. To be honest, if Yindu hadn't said anything, she wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between the stand-in and Yindu. After the stand-in left, Yindu slowly began to talk about their recent discoveries. The scene seen in the old man's room, the rules of the dark room, and his speculation about the way to clear the level. The black sphere in the painting should be the product after containing the vengeful spirits in the dark room, and that black sphere will be the key to clearing the level. Emily nodded in agreement with Yindu's speculation after hearing his words. But this was ultimately just a guess, just a possibility. Although your guess is quite likely, do we really need to take the risk to produce this method? None of us can guarantee that containing that black sphere won't create other dangers. When we entered the level, there was already a way to clear it given, as long as the customer satisfaction is above 80, we can clear it, right? There are still 4 days, we can completely continue to look for ways to reach customer satisfaction. Hearing Emily's words, Indu fell silent for a moment. To get the customer satisfaction above 80, according to Indu's guess, as long as they try their best to achieve the specified guarding time set by the group, it should be sufficient. This guess came to Indu's mind when he realized that both sides they were fighting against in this level needed them to guard. Both sides needed them to be on guard, but the times they needed were not the same. The customer needed a longer guarding time, while the other side needed a shorter time. When the day of the Soul Night arrives, if their guarding time meets the customer's requirements, then the customer satisfaction will be above 80. They could then clear the level. And to ensure the guarding time, it wasn't too difficult, they only needed to ensure that all members of the team survived and stayed awake during these days of guarding. However, using this method to clear the level would mean that all of Indu's previous adventures could be seen as meaningless self-destructive behavior. Indu was not someone who loved self-destruction, everything he did was simply because he was never satisfied with clearing the level with the lowest score. There are still 4 days left to search for ways to achieve customer satisfaction. Indu quietly repeated Emily's words. Then, he raised his head, his eyes meeting Emily's. But how can you guarantee that when we find the method, we won't have already missed the conditions to achieve it? Although the method I'm suggesting now is a bit dangerous, at least we already know how to achieve it. Standing next to Indu, Ma Xiangja felt the air of being schemed against, and he instinctively crossed his arms. In an instant, he understood that Indu must have already known what to do to make the customer satisfaction above 80. Only, to achieve his goal, Indu chose to conceal it. At last, Indu smiled and said, "Isn't that right?" Hearing Indu's final question, Ma Xiangja lowered his hands and agreed, "Indeed, compared to the meaningless search for the unknown, trying everything we can attempt now is better. It's better to have fate in our own hands." Even knowing that Indu was scheming against him or against everyone, Ma Xiangja still stood on Indu's side. But after saying these words, he couldn't help but pat Indu's shoulder with a sense of melancholy. That's why he said he preferred the stand-in, who spoke directly enough. He really didn't want to think anymore. At this moment, Emily was standing opposite the two, clearly still somewhat disapproving. She still felt that Indu's proposed method was too risky. Just hearing about that room made her feel spine-chilling, let alone performing some kind of containment ritual. Who could guarantee that the existence contained would not pose another kind of danger to them? Of course, there was one crucial point, you all said that. The rules say it's to use a body to contain them. Whose body are you planning to use to contain? Chapter 136, You Can Use Mine. Emily's questioning tone made the air in the room freeze instantly. The main reason for this was that Ma Xiangja was caught off guard by the question. How could he answer? Whose body should be sacrificed to contain them? Of course, it would be Wan Wenjun's. But while he could easily talk about all the usual attacks, directly offering someone up as a sacrifice was something else. He didn't have a problem with it, but would the others accept it? Well, the others he was worried about didn't include Indu, since it was Indu who insisted on attempting the containment. Ma Xiangja lowered his head and looked at the child beside him, giving a subtle glance. Indu seemed to feel something and met Ma Xiangja's eyes. Ma Xiangja's eyes were considered big among the people of the Korean peninsula, but with his thick facial features, his eyes seemed small by comparison. At this moment, they were twitching and looked truly strange. Are your eyes twitching? Indu asked delicately. Ma Xiangja took a deep breath, trying not to roll his eyes at his utterly uncooperative brain. Just then, He Shangqing, who had been quietly listening to their conversation in the car, spoke up. If a body is needed for containment, you can use mine. He Shangqing's voice was very soft, almost floating in the air, but in the quiet and spacious environment, it was incredibly clear. Indu looked at her in astonishment, amazed by her sudden boldness. However, He Shangqing's suggestion to use her own body for containment made Indu think of something else. What nonsense are you talking? Emily scolded. Using her own body to contain those things? Just thinking about it was bone-chilling. Moreover, once she became the vessel for containment, whether she could continue to function normally was a huge question. Facing Emily's scolding, He Shangqing shook off her previous timidity. She lifted her head firmly and said, I want to do something to change everything now. No, I have to do something. To change the current situation. He Shangqing said as she got out of the car. She looked toward the room with the door open, clenching her fists. From her eyes, there was still some fear, but compared to her instinct to fear and avoid, it was clear that she had something else she wanted to do. That obsession pushed her to overcome her fear. Indu sighed quietly in his heart. It seemed that He Shangqing had been affected by this instance far more than he had imagined. Previously, he had only seen He Shangqing as overly emotional and constantly avoiding things, but at least all her actions were for self-preservation. Now, though, she was choosing to sacrifice herself to solve the problem of this instance. It seemed that, without realizing it, she had already been assimilated into this instance, becoming part of it.
However, Indu had never considered sacrificing any of them to complete the containment.
He had always believed that rule-based horror stories didn't have a must-die situation, every instance had its correct solution, and if things went smoothly, no one needed to be sacrificed.
I'm saying, can you guys stop thinking about sacrificing one of us? We clearly have a better choice, don't we? Indu said. Right, let Ruan Wenjun go, and that should be fine.
As soon as Indu finished speaking, Ma Xiangjia immediately chimed in.
Indu raised an eyebrow. He certainly wasn't going to use Ruan Wenjun's body.
Although he didn't like Ruan Wenjun and had already used him once, possibly causing irreversible harm to him, compared to the uncontrollable Ruan Wenjun, Indu had a better choice for containment.
One that didn't require sacrificing any of the 5 of them.
Rule-based horror stories might tempt people to harm each other for the sake of clearing the instance, but it didn't mean that the only way to solve the problem was through mutual harm. When necessary, Indu didn't mind using others, but not when it was unnecessary. After all, those with special abilities were an important resource.
When did Indu get that substitute doll?
I just thought he wouldn't make it out. Thankfully there was this substitute doll. I don't know when I got it, but this substitute doll looks like Mr. Bear from my brother's room.
That's right, it's Mr. Bear, that's what Indu calls him. But I remember Indu didn't put Mr. Bear in the toolbox, did he? Mr. Bear isn't a tool, either. Not just the substitute doll, haven't you noticed that Indu's flashlight also did not appear in the previous chapter?
It's just that this flashlight isn't as eye-catching as the substitute doll, so no one paid attention.
Speaking of which, could it be that Indu got a bonus item when upgrading his talent? The notification about talent upgrades didn't mention anything about that.
Compared to items given during talent upgrades, I suspect that he got them during the days he vanished after clearing the game.
Don't you find it strange?
Why is it that every time a talent clears the game, they don't broadcast their situation, as if something is being deliberately hidden?
That's right, and do you remember, Su Yangyan cleared the previous chapter and lost in just 2 days, but in the next chapter, he got lost in less than 3 hours.
Yeah, Brother Su has cleared so many chapters, I can't believe he would get lost so quickly in this one.
Are you saying that when talent holders are not in the livestream, they are actually also in the game's weird rules? If they fail, won't they just immediately get lost when the livestream starts? If you're suggesting that, this rule doesn't even give them a break, wouldn't that kill the talents?
Stop discussing this, you all quickly listen to what that Liren woman is saying.
What the hell? Using the body for containment? Are you kidding? The rules never joke with you. But, no matter how you think about it, it's impossible, right? With that skull and black hair in the room, wouldn't containing them just explode the body?
I think Emily is right, using the satisfaction method to clear the game is safer. But Indu isn't wrong either, they still don't know what to do to satisfy the customers.
What if they unintentionally violate the customers' will before they figure it out? Hiss, I always thought this Liren person was very timid.
I didn't expect her to be so brave, willing to sacrifice herself for the team. As long as she goes up, I will support her as the new saint.
Although sacrificing others isn't good, I think Ma Xiangjia is right, why not just use Ruan Wenjun?
After all, Ruan Wenjun seems to have been parasitized by some strange thing and probably has no hope left, right?
Indeed, just let Ruan Wenjun go. Chapter 137, The Ready Body. I wasn't talking about Ruan Wenjun,
Indu said as he turned to look at the morgue.
Everyone present followed his gaze and looked at the morgue.
Emily spoke up after her gaze fell on the cold iron door of the morgue. Could you be saying? Indu looked at Emily, just as he felt she had understood his meaning and was ready to nod. He heard Emily say an option he had never thought of.
Could use your substitute?
Indu fell silent strangely for a moment. If that's the case, using the substitute could work, although it would be a bit unfair to Mr. Bear. But thinking about it, it doesn't seem possible. The substitute only lasts for 2 hours. If you really use the substitute for containment, by the time it turns into an ordinary toy, who knows what will happen to those things contained inside him?
That's too dangerous.
I'm not talking about the substitute, and the use time of the substitute is not stable. Indu did not keep them in suspense any longer and directly said his thoughts. I'm talking about using the bodies in the morgue.
The bodies in the morgue?
As soon as Indu's words fell, a trio of gasps sounded in his ears.
Yes.
Indu said confidently, the rules only said that a body is needed for containment, it didn't say that the body has to be alive. Originally, I was thinking of using the body we pulled from the river on our first day for containment. But that corpse has been soaking in the water all the time, not kept well, the skin and flesh have fallen off a bit. I am afraid if we use it for containment something unexpected will happen. But the corpse in the morgue is not the same, it has been frozen in the morgue all the time, kept quite well. But that is the corpse we need to keep vigil for,
Emily said.
Obviously, she was very worried that touching that corpse would cause the vigil task to fail. And Indu, who already clearly understood the customer's attitude toward the corpse, did not worry that much. He was just about to say out his analysis, but one person spoke first, a person he did not expect.
Yes, we can use the corpse in the morgue, Kawakami Sumi said with a smile. This was her first time showing a smile after entering this instance. That smile looked extremely bright, as if she had met some huge happy event.
Seeing her like this, Indu became even more firm about the idea of using a corpse for containment.
Not to mention anything else, Kawakami Sumi was deeply affected by the instance, and clearly stood on the customer's side.
So her attitude, to a certain extent, also reflected the attitude of the customer's side toward this matter. The corpse in the morgue being taken to do containment, for them, was something they were happy to see. Whether it is the vigil rules or the morgue rules, none of them said that outside vigil time you cannot take the corpse out of the morgue.
Kawakami Sumi continued.
But, the rules said that outside vigil time you cannot enter the morgue. We have no way to take the corpse out,
Emily said.
What she said was not wrong. According to Vigil Rule 2, the morgue is only open from 10 in the morning to 12 at night.
As vigil keepers, they cannot enter the morgue during non-open time.
According to Morgue Rule 2, they need to make sure the corpse they keep vigil for is placed on the stainless steel table in the very middle of the morgue. Under the limits of these two rules, none of them can take the corpse out. However, after hearing Emily's doubt, Kawakami Sumi did not step back. She quickly thought of a way to deal with it. My talent is resistance. No matter what the punishment is for entering after 12 o'clock, I can resist for a while.
I can go move the corpse out.
Seeing that Kawakami Sumi, who was always the most timid and needed their protection, was so firm to make sure the containment ritual would happen, Emily was stunned. Her eyes swept up and down over Kawakami Sumi, in the end turning into a helpless sigh. Obviously she compromised. Indu listened to Kawakami Sumi's words, and could not help but look at her with new eyes.
Although Kawakami Sumi was affected by this instance, so she had an obsession with containment. Because of obsession she forgot fear.
But being able to find the loophole in the rules in a short time, and think of a solution, showed that she herself was smart enough. If she was not so easily affected by the instance, plus the talent of resistance, she could count as a pretty good partner. However, Kawakami Sumi's method still thought too little about one factor. What you said is right. After 12 at night we cannot enter the morgue to take away the corpse, but we also do not need anyone to risk breaking the rules to enter the morgue. Indu's one sentence again made everyone's eyes move to him. Don't forget, this morgue has an administrator. He is not affected by the vigil rules. Back then he brought up keeping watch at night because he was worried the old man would go in and out of the morgue while they were sleeping. But obviously the other people present just now did not think of what he said back then. This idea is good. It is settled like this. At night let the old man help us move the corpse out to do the containment ritual.
Ma Xiongja made the final decision. Chapter 138. Do you not want revenge?
Ma Xiongja volunteered to take the role of threatening the old man. Actually there was no need to threaten. Because after the old man came out of the aftereffects of the hallucination, he found his cloth bag was gone. Indu did not hesitate at all, directly let Ma Xiongja use the cloth bag as the condition to make the old man help them move the corpse in the morgue out after midnight. Ma Xiongja stood in front of the old man, holding a cloth bag that was completely inconsistent with his image, looking like a gangster bullying a lonely old man. The old man clearly valued the cloth bag and was a bit afraid of Ma Xiongja, but he still did not agree to Ma Xiongja's terms. Old man, if you hesitate any longer, the deal will be cancelled. Ma Xiongja raised the cloth bag high and shook it. I won't make it hard for you. If you don't help, I will just throw this bag into the nearby river, and then you can go fish it out. Ma Xiongja's past work experience told him that just talking about conditions wouldn't get him what he wanted, so he naturally began to threaten. While Ma Xiongja was talking to the old man, Indu was watching the situation from the side. He could see that the old man was struggling. Logically, the bodies in the morgue had nothing to do with the old man. Why was he unwilling to trade a body for the cloth bag? Indu stepped forward and tugged at Ma Xiongja's clothes, making him stop shaking the bag.
You're not unwilling to move the body, you can't move it?
Seeing that the person talking had changed to Indu, and although Indu was small, he could still control Ma Xiongja, the old man's fearful expression relaxed a bit. He nodded. As the administrator of the morgue, I cannot harm the bodies sent into the morgue. After saying this, he carefully glanced at Ma Xiongja, seemingly worried that his words would anger the other party.
Is it the administrator's rule? Can you show it to me? Indu asked.
The old man shook his head. The rule was posted at the door of the morgue, but it disappeared on the day you came. I searched nearby and couldn't find it, he emphasized, as if worried the two wouldn't believe him.
Posted at the morgue door?
Ma Xiongja repeated, then turned to look at Indu.
Indu immediately remembered the sign that Ma Xiongja took down on the first day.
But he clearly remembered that it only had the words morgue rules. Perhaps, due to their different identities, they could see different rules? Indu did not take out the sign he had tucked away but continued to ask, do you still remember what the rules said? There were just 3 lines, but I can't read. The rules are what my girl told me when I came here as an administrator.
The old man said, "My girl told me that there are 2 rules for administrators. Rule 1, the morgue unconditionally accepts the bodies of village residents and only accepts bodies from the village. Rule 2, the morgue administrator cannot harm the bodies sent into the morgue." Hearing this, Indu immediately laughed. "If those are the only 2 rules, then you don't have to worry about helping us move the bodies out of the morgue. After all, the rule says you can't harm the bodies, not that you can't move the bodies out of the morgue, right? If you move the bodies out and hand them over to us, then what happens to them after is entirely our problem, has nothing to do with you." In fact, this was somewhat a forced argument, since any body moved out of a low-temperature environment would begin to rot. So moving the body out of the morgue was indeed a form of harm. However, Indu was just trying to trick him, naturally picking the words that favored him. But clearly, the old man was not as foolish as he thought, and even raised another possibility that doing so might violate the rules. No, moving the bodies from the morgue to you, if you harm the bodies, then I would be an accomplice." The old man shook his head repeatedly. As he spoke, he emphasized again, "I would become an accomplice. I can't be an accomplice anymore." Can't be an accomplice anymore? Indu immediately caught the key point in the old man's words. Did the old man harm someone when he was an accomplice? Indu instinctively glanced at Ma Xiangjia's cloth bag. Then he unhesitatingly tempted, "But this time, you are not being an accomplice. Don't you want revenge?" Revenge. The old man's face turned pale, and then his eyes widened. This is the first time someone has planted the idea of revenge in his mind. But who should he seek revenge on? Aren't all those people dead? He saw with his own eyes as they entered the morgue one by one and then disappeared in there. Chapter 139, Night of the Return, Prelude. Revenge? They are all dead, what revenge can there be? The old man looked utterly confused. Indu, however, disagreed with him. Who says you can't take revenge on the dead? Moreover, in the world of bizarre rules and urban legends, the living are not truly living, and the dead are not truly dead. I guess you must have become disheartened and come to this morgue after she died, right? Indu guided him. The old man's family member was a girl still in school. It was clear that he couldn't possibly come here to guard the morgue while she was still alive. Furthermore, Indu clearly remembered the content from the illusions in the room. The old man obviously made a living by farming. And the diary on the table proved that when the girl was alive, the old man was at home. That's right. The old man nodded, then looked dazed. You should have realized. Just now you said that the rules of the morgue were read out to you by her. Indu said. She is dead, but still stays by your side. So, what do you think the other dead people are like now? Will they come looking for her? No. The old man suddenly exploded, startling the unprepared Ma Xiangjia. Indu was quite used to the old man's sudden outburst. Besides, he was already stirring the old man's emotions. The old man had been immersed in illusions for years, and his mind was very fragile. Without their arrival, one day he would inevitably mix up reality and illusion. You are alive and suffering, they are dead, but they may not be suffering. So, you really don't want revenge? Don't you want to punish them as they deserve? Indu continued to fan the flames. Yes, of course. The old man's eyes turned red. Then help us move the bodies out of the morgue tonight. Indu turned to the already opened room. Let those wrongfully dead, those who died tragically, join in this revenge. As long as I move the bodies out tonight, I can punish them? You can only trust me. As Indu spoke, he reached out again and pulled Ma Xiangjia's clothing. Give the bag back to him. Ma Xiangjia did not move. So, Indu looked up in confusion. He saw Ma Xiangjia staring at him intently. Brother Ma? Oh, what is it? Ma Xiangjia mumbled, dazed. But this time, before he could react, the old man had jumped up and taken away the cloth bag from his hand. He told you to return my girl to me. After getting the bag, the old man tightly held the contents in his arms and returned to his management room. Seeing the old man agree to his plan, Indu ignored him again. In truth, he wasn't afraid the old man would run away. Using the old man to move the bodies was just because he didn't want to sacrifice any of them. Even though some of them had talents that could negate danger, to him, talents were best left unused. After all, it's safer to use limited talents for self-preservation. But even if the old man insisted on running away and not helping, he could still use the method that He Shangqing just mentioned. Even if He Shangqing couldn't do it, he could wait for Mr. Bear's cooldown to end and then let Mr. Bear go move the bodies. At most, it would just be waiting an extra day or two. There are always ways. Now, he just had to wait for night to fall. So, you've been staring at me since just now. Is there something unusual about me? Indu, who had been trying to ignore Ma Xiangjia's gaze, finally couldn't help it. Ma Xiangjia did not respond to Indu's question. He merely remarked with a sense of nostalgia, I finally understand why you always like to talk in circles. Question mark. This time it was Indu who looked at Ma Xiangjia. Talking in circles often ends up wrapping people up. This old man. I was afraid you would fool me until I became crippled. Do. What I said was clearly all truth. Let's not talk about these first, now make good preparation and welcome tonight's action. If my guess is not wrong, after tonight's ritual ends, we should almost leave here. No need to keep vigil anymore? Ma Xiangjia asked with doubt. The corpse has all been sacrificed, so there should be no need to keep vigil. He Shanxing, who was watching the situation from the side, moved forward, saying with a face full of joy. It seemed she already could not wait to end all of this. Chapter 140 Soul Return Night, Containment in Progress. The time waiting for the night containment ritual strangely felt a bit long. Or maybe even decisions that were extremely firm when set and acted on would still unavoidably give birth to many worries during waiting. And this kind of worry stretched their sense of time. Even Ma Xiangjia, during the time when it was not his turn to keep vigil, could not help pacing back and forth at the morgue door. At the same time, several corresponding countries outside were also infected with the same mood as them. Time came to 11 at night, the meeting that started after knowing Yingdu and their decision had not ended until now. Xia Changtai sat in the main seat, looking at Yingdu calmly moving corpses in the morgue, and could not help repeating that sentence again. Is there any information now that can help our gifted ones? The people in the lower seats looked at each other and then shook their heads in tacit agreement. The biggest exploration range of other live rooms is only going to the village to buy incense and candles, and even this point is copying Yingdu and the others. Now many people have not even talked to the morgue manager. At present, most of the information we collected comes from Yingdu's live room. The guesses that can be drawn are also almost the same as Yingdu's. Seeing that everyone did not speak, the head of the analysis group had to bear the pressure and repeat the current situation again. How could he say it? Could it be that he should say that the things they analyzed were even less than Yingdu's? After all, this instance was more strange than previous instances. From other gifted ones it seemed that many places of this instance could also affect the gifted one's mood, and producing empathy with the instance should also help understand the instance. But Yingdu, who explored the most places, had always only had two expressions, making it impossible to figure out what emotions he actually received. At present, the relatively useful information is only one. After receiving hints from their respective countries, the gifted ones of Amelie and Chariot Country both proposed one guess. They think customer satisfaction is very likely related to the time of keeping vigil. As long as the time of keeping vigil is ensured, one can safely clear this instance. Hearing this, Xia Changtai finally moved a bit. But before he could speak, the analysis group head continued according to the process. On this point, Gao Li has already sent hints to their gifted ones. Yes, this topic was just talked about. Xia Changtai sat back again, then. After Ma Xiangjia received the hint, until now he has not said it to anyone. Then should we? We suspect that Yingdu and Ma Xiangjia had already deduced this point long ago, but in order to let others also agree to tonight's containment plan, they deliberately concealed this point. Xia Changtai could not help glancing at the time. After another repeated conversation, only 5 minutes had just passed. The remaining more than 50 minutes were still hard to endure. The meeting room became quiet again. Everyone continued to wait for the judgment of fate. Time passed second by second. When Yingdu walked out of the morgue, Ma Xiangjia impatiently ran in. This was the last half hour. Emily sat in the van with both hands clasped and held in front as if praying. He Shancheng, who was always mentally abnormal, instead had bright eyes. The old man who was tonight's main force was sitting right in front of the management room door, holding a cloth bag, murmuring softly. Yingdu took all this in, then looked up at the sky. The stars in the sky are so many and so beautiful. Yeah, when you... In an instant, a tear slipped from the corner of Yingdu's eye. Ding-a-ling. The sharp sound broke the silence. Live streaming rooms from 4 countries flooded with new viewers. Ma Xiangjia walked out from the morgue, standing at the door, his gaze falling on the old man still sitting on the ground. Knowing the time had come, the old man gently touched the cloth bag in his hands, then walked solemnly to Yingdu and handed the bag to him. She used to say she wanted to see the sea, to paint the sea. Can you take her to see it? Yingdu did not immediately take the bag. He fell silent for a moment before reaching out to respond. I will do my best. The old man placed the bag into Yingdu's hands, then resolutely walked back toward the morgue. He didn't know what the punishment for destroying a corpse was, but he could guess he wouldn't have a good outcome. Perhaps this was his punishment. As he stepped into the morgue, he smiled peacefully. During these days in the morgue, he had actually grown thin from hunger, but for a farmer, strength was never lacking. Soon, the old man brought out a corpse that no one had ever seen. This should be Zhao Laosan's true appearance, but Yingdu and the others didn't care about that. As soon as the old man exited the morgue, Ma Xiangjia immediately took the corpse and moved it to the doorway. Positioning the frozen corpse with a couple of wooden sticks to make it stand at the door was not difficult. After Yingdu and Ma Xiangjia worked together to set up the corpse, they quickly retreated to a distance, afraid of being accidentally harmed. Next, it was time to wait. The rules only stated, between 0 and 1 o'clock, standing at the door, the containment ritual will begin, but it did not say how long the ritual would take.
For now, they could only rely on their eyes to discern the situation. If they couldn't see anything, they would have to wait until 1 o'clock to approach the corpse for a closer inspection. Fortunately, this rule-based airy tale did not disappoint them. Soon, the originally shriveled corpse began to swell. The transformation of the corpse finally brought fear back into He Shangqing's eyes, but this bit of fear could not suppress the excitement in her gaze. Originally planning to get out of the car to group up for warmth, Emily chose to stay in the car after noticing her expression, simply shifting her position to the driver's seat while keeping the back seat and driver's door open. Indu and Ma Xiangja both took 2 steps back with their arms crossed. Seeing that he and Indu were on the same level, Ma Xiangja tugged at Indu, nodding his head slightly behind him. Indu understood his meaning and silently stepped back behind him. The corpse swelled larger and larger, until it exceeded the size of a sumo wrestler and still showed no signs of stopping. At this point, it was no longer accurate to call it a corpse, it was clearly a mass of flesh. Moreover, the mass of flesh that had no vital signs was now moving wildly. No, it shouldn't be said that the mass was moving, but rather that many things were wriggling within it and constantly banging against its walls. A bit disgusting. Ma Xiangja, who had been silent, finally couldn't help but comment. Indu silently shifted 2 steps, letting Ma Xiangja firmly block him. After all, that mass looked like it could burst at any moment. The expansion of the mass persisted and did not stop. When it was just a meter away from blocking the nearby lounge door, a person suddenly walked out from inside. At this moment, everyone else's gaze was focused on the mass, not noticing him. But Indu instantly locked eyes with his strange smiling face. Chapter 141, Soul Recovery Night, Containment Ritual Complete. What does this guy want to do? Indu furrowed his brow. He was not afraid of this guy causing trouble. After all, this was the world of rule-based airy tales. Unless there is a rule to stop containment, no one can prevent it. However, Indu doubts whether such a rule exists. Ruan Wenjun smiled at Indu and suddenly twisted his limbs and head in place. From the movement, it seemed he was warming up. However, this warm-up looked a bit too extreme for an ordinary person. Because he once again tilted his head backward a full 180 degrees. This time, Ma Xiangja and the others finally witnessed this classic scene from a horror movie along with Indu. Ma Xiangja turned to Indu in shock and asked, "Has this guy been possessed? Twisting his head like that, will he die? I guess he's been gone for a while." Indu replied calmly. When the door opened, the one who came out was no longer Ruan Wenjun. As for whether Ruan Wenjun could be saved, that was still debatable. "You mean?" Ma Xiangja immediately recalled Indu's strange question from the afternoon. "It seems you've already enjoyed this art performance." Indu nodded. "But why is he coming out now? Is he going to ruin our plans?" Ma Xiangja asked worriedly. "I don't know, but the containment ritual cannot stop. So, let's keep watching." As Indu spoke, his gaze turned to the side at He Shangqing. At that moment, He Shangqing was still focused on that large meatball, his eyes filled with emotions that Indu couldn't understand, completely unaware of Ruan Wenjun's appearance. After a segment of abstract warm-up, Ruan Wenjun lunged forward and hugged the huge meatball. His strength was not small, causing the meatball to leave a dent, and he was immediately flung backward, twisting and falling to the ground. This comical scene finally caught He Shangqing's attention, but soon his gaze returned to the meatball. At that moment, Indu finally realized what kind of gaze He Shangqing cast upon the meatball. It was the gaze of a pilgrim, moving steadfast and devoutly toward a holy land in his heart. While Indu was focused on He Shangqing, Ruan Wenjun repeated the crashing action 2 or 3 times. Each time, his body twisted further, but he still crashed with all his might. His face, originally twisted with a smile, changed. After being flung away each time, his already deformed face showed pain and fear, but when he got up again, he would revert to a smiling face, eagerly throwing himself into the embrace of the meatball. Noticing this scene, Indu came to realize that Ruan Wenjun's own consciousness was still within his body. 7 times. 8 times. Indu heard Ma Xiangja counting out loud. He also watched as Ruan Wenjun's physical body gradually transformed into a smaller meatball with each collision. The sight was extremely twisted, bloody, and terrifying, but there were still 2 people watching intently. Yes, only 2 people. Emily, needless to say, had already turned away after the first collision, her gaze fixed on the empty space in front of the van. Ma Xiangja, too, had unknowingly closed his eyes, the count on his lips relying solely on the sound of the impacts to keep track. To be honest, any psychologically normal person could not remain indifferent in the face of such a sight. Indu took deep breaths, pulling away the excess complicated emotions, analyzing Ruan Wenjun's purpose. But it seemed there was no need for much analysis. Clearly, Ruan Wenjun was one of the members in the darkroom, meaning he should also be one of the ones being contained. Indu had already thought of this when he witnessed Ruan Wenjun's first collision. However, overwhelmed by the visual shock and emotional overload, Indu could only turn this one question in his mind. If there are no questions, how to solve the problems? Suddenly, Indu heard the sound of footsteps approaching, and he turned his head warily. He saw the river flowing towards him, shimmering in the light. Seeing Yingdu finally turn to look at him, he Shangchang asked, "What can we do to help her?" "Help him? Help who? Ruan Wenjun?" Yingdu's mind reacted for a moment, then he looked at the van. "We can crash the car into it, the impact should be bigger." At this, he Shangchang's eyes lit up but then quickly dimmed, "But I can't drive." "Actually, I have a better idea." Suddenly, Ma Xiongxia, still with his eyes closed, turned and spoke. "What?" Yingdu and he Shangchang asked in unison. "It has begun, it has begun. This corpse is surprisingly brittle, can it really be used? We will know if we keep watching." "Has the corpse changed?" "It seems like it has a little bit. It's getting bigger, and the speed is increasing. The head is buried in the body, so disgusting, thankfully it's not the gifted person performing. I can't watch anymore, I'm leaving, everyone. This meatball is almost taller than the house, how can it still not be over? But it seems like the speed has slowed down, right? Wait, that guy. He can't be thinking of breaking it. Wow, that's ruthless. What ruthless? It's clear this guy has already been replaced by something strange. No, I can't watch anymore, I'm out. Actually, we could just block the screen and only listen to the gifted talk. Isn't the direction of this conversation also off? Indeed, what are they doing right now? Screech. Bang. Screech. Bang. Ma Xiongxia sat in the van, crazily spinning in place. Each time he turned at an angle, he could hear a sound. But as long as the sound didn't stop, he had to grip the steering wheel, gritting his teeth while continuously pressing the gas and brake pedals. Finally, he didn't hear the familiar sound anymore after an unknown number of times. Ma Xiongxia trembled as he stopped the car. Chapter 142, The Sun Has Come Out. Getting out of the car with weak legs, Ma Xiongxia immediately turned to look back. The rope that they had tied was still hanging on the back of the van, but the object on the other end had disappeared. Seeing this, he swallowed hard, preparing himself before turning to look at the huge meatball. However, the disgusting image he had imagined did not appear. At this moment, the meatball had stopped moving, and its exterior had inexplicably taken on a layer of black, gradually resembling the black ball in the painting. This image was much better than before. "Brother Ma, we succeeded, drive the car over here." Yingdu, who had hidden to the side during the execution of the plan, waved at him. After saying that, he jogged towards the meatball. His target was not the meatball, but the room behind it. According to the rules, once containment was over, the dark room would disappear. This was one of the signs to confirm whether containment was completed. Yingdu circled the gigantic meatball, shining his flashlight into the room. The flashlight's light illuminated the entire room without obstruction, revealing an empty room with yellowed walls. It seemed that the containment was successful. Yingdu brought this news back to the others. "Containment is over, but there is no clearance notification, what do we do next?" Emily asked sharply. The body they were supposed to vigil over had been dragged out and transformed into the large black ball before them, so the vigil task was essentially a premature failure. With the most basic task uncompleted, it was nearly impossible to achieve customer satisfaction. "Next, we wait for dawn," Yingdu said, directly taking the passenger seat. Emily still had doubts about Yingdu's judgment, but now that they had come this far, they could only continue on this path. She turned around and pulled He Shangchang, who was still staring blankly at the black ball, to sit in the back seat of the car. Once everyone was in the car, Yingdu looked through the rearview mirror at the still dazed He Shangchang. A few minutes later, he finally spoke, "Instead of worrying about others, you should keep a closer eye on her." "What do you mean?" Emily frowned. Yingdu's gaze met Emily's eyes in the mirror, and there was a rare hint of weariness in his look. "Let me give you a piece of advice. The most dangerous thing in the world of rule horror is this is never a killing intent that is revealed on the surface." After saying this, he ignored Emily and closed his eyes to rest. Emily picked up her phone and glanced at the time. Unknowingly, it was already 3 o'clock. Staying awake during the day for the vigil and then toiling all night for the containment ritual had indeed made her a bit tired. But thinking of Yundu's words, she could not find peace to rest. Before entering the world of rule-like horror stories, she occasionally paid attention to them, so she naturally understood that not everyone who no longer appeared in the live streams had died. Emily turned her head and looked at Kawashita's eyes with complex emotions, finally gripping tightly onto her wrist. Because she was tense, she was unable to sleep. Since she could not sleep, she decided to keep her eyes open and guard that black sphere. She could hardly face the process of the sphere's formation. It was the first time she had stared at this object for such a long time. However, it was now night, the car lights were off, and she could only see the outline of the black sphere in the moonlight. As Emily kept staring, she gradually felt a bit of fatigue. She instinctively gripped Kawashita's hand and closed her eyes facing the black sphere. After Emily fell asleep, Kawashita finally moved, which she had not done until then. She carefully but firmly pried open Emily's fingers. Yundu, sitting in the front passenger seat, caught that slight movement and opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused on the van in front, quietly saying, "We have done all we can. Now we just need to wait until day breaks to end this chapter." Kawashita heard his words but did not lift her head. She silently withdrew her hand that Emily had been holding. Then, with a devout look, she gazed at the black sphere. "It is meaningless to struggle in a world of perpetual pain. It is better to find a place of peace to spend the rest of my life. Here, I will be sheltered by it, no longer drifting." At this moment, though the sun was not yet visible, the sky had begun to brighten. Yundu trembled as he fastened his seatbelt. When the first light touched the ground, Kawashita decisively pulled open the car door and stepped out. The sound of her opening the door was not small and instantly startled the other two awake. "What happened?" Ma Xiangja, who had been lying on the steering wheel, jerked upright, hitting the back of his chair. Emily groggily opened her eyes and, after several seconds, realized someone was missing beside her. This realization instantly woke her up. She turned her head to look at Kawashita, who was walking away from the car. "Chiba, where are you going?" Kawashita did not answer, only continuing to walk forward. Emily gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to get out of the car, she heard Ma Xiangja shout again. "What's going on with that sphere?" This shout temporarily shifted her attention back to the black sphere. At this moment, the black sphere, which should have remained on the ground, slowly began to rise into the sky. As it climbed higher, its position gradually overlapped with the newly revealed sun. From their perspective, the black sphere seemed to replace the sun, and white light burst forth from around it, illuminating the world. "What's happening now?" Ma Xiangja stared in shock at the black sphere and reached out to touch Yundu, who was in the passenger seat, asking. After a few seconds with no answer, he turned his head in confusion. Turning his head, he finally noticed something was off with Yundu. At this moment, Yundu was tightly gripping the seatbelt, his eyes wide open but unfocused. "What's wrong with him?" Emily also noticed Yundu's state, her face showing fright. "I don't know either." Ma Xiangja shook his head and reached out to push down the buckle of his seatbelt. "I only know that we cannot let him walk away just like Kawashita." Hearing Ma Xiangja mention Kawashita, Emily finally reacted and looked in the direction Kawashita had left. But at this point, there was no trace of Kawashita on the road anymore. Where did she go? That direction. She must have gone to Spring Village. Ma Xiangja looked back toward the black sphere. Spring Village? Emily's heart sank at the words. Last night, Indu had already warned her to keep an eye on Hishangcheng, but she still hadn't done it. However, Hishangcheng had just walked, so he shouldn't have reached Spring Village that quickly. We should be able to catch up to her by car now. No way. Ma Xiangja rejected without hesitation. You should look at that black sphere in the sky. Reminded by Ma Xiangja, Emily looked back up at the sky. What she saw next took her breath away. The once normal sphere now had countless tentacles reaching toward Spring Village. No, upon closer inspection, those were not tentacles, because each tentacle ended in a head shape. What on earth is that? Countless grievances, a collective of grievances. Indu panted and said, those are all that have died in Spring Village over the years. While speaking, his hand reached for the seatbelt buckle, but instead, it pressed against Ma Xiangja's hand. Ma Xiangja turned to meet Indu's hollow eyes. Hold on a bit longer, or why don't you take out your electric drill and play with it? Chapter 143, Clearance Report. Electric drill? As if triggered by a key phrase, Indu's foggy brain managed to respond. His fingers, resting on Ma Xiangja's hand, flicked a few times, and then his other hand that had been holding the seatbelt flipped over, revealing the electric drill right in his hand. It was useless. Rationality told Indu that his current situation was not just a simple pollution issue. Aside from the pollution, his emotions were now being influenced by an unknown presence, making him feel a sense of belonging here, even finding comfort in it. When he chose not to resist but instead tried to discern where this emotion came from, he inevitably began to sink into it. In other words, his attempt to explore the factors behind assimilation almost caused him to trip up. Indu let go of Ma Xiangja's hand and put away the electric drill he had just taken. At this moment, his eyes had cleared, and he focused on the black sphere in the sky. The tentacles extending from the black sphere were rapidly sweeping up various things to grow in size. After a moment, he suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled out 2 items from his toolbox. Clean bones washed by the river and a large stack of documents found in the village. Without hesitation, Indu threw the items out the window, watching as they were swept up into the sky by a gust of wind. It seemed this action reminded the black sphere in the sky of this place's existence. Suddenly, several tentacles turned toward them, then with Emily's terrified gaze, they lifted the roof of the morgue. The immense wind force made the whole van shake, and occasionally the heads of the tentacles would sway in front of the van, as if trying to take the van up with them. Seeing that things were becoming increasingly dangerous, Ma Xiangja hurriedly started the vehicle to move away from the morgue. As he reversed, the wall of the morgue was just being pulled apart, exposing a makeshift operating room and an 8-person room in front of everyone. That is...
Emily opened her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. At a glance, this looked like a black workshop, but with so little information at hand, she had never touched the core secret of this side story, and couldn't guess what it was for at all. Ma Xiangja also had little information, but he had mingled in the black market before and could somewhat frame a business range based on what he knew. However, in the absence of any necessity, he was not prepared to waste brainpower guessing the secrets within this side story. At this point, what mattered most to him was to drive away from the flying debris stirred by the wind. Wait, where's that old man? Watching the car gradually move away from the morgue in the lounge, Indu asked, slowly realizing. Ma Xiangja shook his head. Once the collection ceremony began, his attention was entirely captured by that ever-expanding flesh ball, and after going through the subsequent chaos, the old man's presence had long been cast aside in his mind. He went to his little room after handing over the body to us, and hasn't come out since, Emily said. She had been keeping an eye on the old man's situation, mainly to see what kind of punishment a person would face for breaking the rules in the world of strange tales. Unfortunately, after the old man handed the body to Ma Xiangja, he went straight back to his room. Entering that room required passing by the flesh ball, so she had been too afraid to approach and check. However, this issue was no longer important to her, she was now more concerned about another matter. Instead of worrying about that old man, shouldn't we try to see if we can bring Cheng back? Indu shook his head, it's pointless, even if you catch up to her, you won't be able to take her out of this instance. Getting out of the car has always just been a symbol. Once she decides to stay here, no one can take her away. Unlike just a moment ago when he was confused yet still struggling, Shangcheng had already taken this place as her home. Completing the game might not be a good thing for her. Indu looked up at the black sphere in the sky once more. At least here, as she said, she could be sheltered. As it devoured more and more, the black sphere grew larger, gradually the surrounding white light spread inward. While Indu watched its changes, suddenly someone knocked on the glass window beside him. He turned to look, and outside the car stood a woman with a strange overlapping face, as if possessed by something. Somewhat familiar. Who is she? Emily's voice trembled from behind. Ma Xiangja frowned, gripping the steering wheel, ready to escape. But Indu stopped his actions and rolled down the car window under the shocked gazes of the two. When he caught sight of the woman's protruding belly, he remembered who she was. He also recalled something he had forgotten: he had a contract with Zhang Yun, Zhao Xiaofang, and Qi Yue. But according to his guess, once the black sphere took shape, he should have cleared the game. If that were the case, he couldn't possibly stay here to complete the contract. Moreover, looking at the black sphere's momentum, Zhao Xiaolei's body had probably been swept away long ago. And according to the terms of the strange contract, the compliant party could hold the breaching party accountable. Once the window was opened, Indu pulled out the strange contract he had forgotten in the toolbox and threw it to Zhang Yun outside the car. Zhao Xiaolei's body is by the river, if it hasn't been taken by the black sphere. Even though he hadn't fulfilled the contract, Indu was not worried. The contract's fulfillment was after 7 days, by then, he would have long left this instance. Zhang Yun threw the strange contract back through the window. I know her body has already been taken away by them, I'm not here for that. I wanted to ask you if you're interested in staying. Using Zhang Yun's body, Zhao Xiaofang asked with a smile. Huh? Indu didn't expect their visit had this intention, so he momentarily froze and didn't respond. However, Ma Xiangja reacted quickly and leaned forward to roll up the window. He won't stay. What a pity. Zhao Xiaofang didn't insist, then I can only wish you good luck. After saying that, she waved her hand and turned to leave. Just as her figure grew distant, a strange voice suddenly entered Indu's ear. To be honest, I still think you should stay, such a stable place is hard to find. Indu, who had originally shifted his gaze away, looked back toward where Zhao Xiaofang was leaving, but what he saw was not Zhang Yun's back, but Zhang Yun standing together with Shangcheng, waving goodbye to him. At the same time, the broadcast of the Rule Strange Talk sounded. Congratulations to the talent holders of Xia Country, Goryeo, and Kangaroo Country for successfully clearing the Rule Strange Talk Ghost Night. Successful clear plus 20 points, customer satisfaction above 90 plus 10 points, plot unlocked 75% plus 30 points, open Black Ball Spring Village instance plus 30 points, total 90 points. Clear reward: the country can choose any city to eliminate the Strange Talk, and the talent holder's talent level will be upgraded. The talent holder of Xia Country received the blessing of Zhao Xiaofang, a resident of Ghost Night instance, increasing pollution resistance by 5%, current pollution resistance 10%. The talent holder Libin Si Shangcheng is lost in the Rule Strange Talk Ghost Night. Upon hearing the broadcast, Indu turned in surprise to Ma Xiangja, who was becoming hazy. Is there this kind of broadcast every time you clear? Unfortunately, at this moment, Ma Xiangja seemed unable to hear him speak. When the broadcast ended, the scene in front of Indu changed, and he found himself in a narrow space. It looked like an elevator, and it was the kind of elevator with doors at both the front and back. At this moment, a sign hung on each of the two doors. The front door had glowing green words, restroom. The back door had glowing red words, Spring Village.
Just as Ingdu was wondering what to do, both doors suddenly opened at the same time, startling him. Please leave the selection room within 5 minutes. If you do not leave within 5 minutes, you will be randomly sent to the Rule Strange Talk world. Upon hearing the broadcast, Ingdu no longer hesitated and took a step toward a beam of white light. Chapter 144, A Glimpse. This was Ingdu's first encounter with the situation of being able to choose whether to enter an instance. Or perhaps there had been such a situation before, it just had never been presented in the live broadcast? Ingdu was very curious about what the ability to personally choose an instance truly meant, but now he had more important matters to attend to. So without further hesitation, he directly walked into the restroom. This room was somewhat different from the last time. Originally, there was only a window, but in the corner, a door had appeared. Ingdu, who was originally heading for the table, instantly changed direction and walked to the door to try to open it. However, upon opening the door, there was only a wall outside. It seemed he needed to verify his guess. Ingdu stepped back to the table and picked up the only ornament on the table. He had noticed before during the livestream that two talent holders who had never interacted appeared very skilled, and at that time, he suspected that talent holders could contact each other during rest periods when not live. It seemed this detail was deliberately hidden during live broadcasts, at least, he had never seen any talent holders mention it in the streams he had watched. Ingdu adjusted the number on the ornament to 417, which was the number he had pressed on Ma Xiongjia's hand during the van ride. When he placed the ornament back on the table, an unnamed wind suddenly closed the door he had just opened. Ingdu was startled by this sudden event, and hurriedly walked to the door to open it. This time, there was no longer a wall outside. From his position looking ahead, he could see the black gold railing of a corridor. The light outside was much dimmer than inside the room, and visibility was quite limited. Once Ingdu stepped out of the room, he realized he was on the second floor. Below him was a hall with a round table in the middle. At this moment, a familiar figure was seated at the table. Brother Ma. Ingdu greeted and then walked down the stairs. Seeing him approach, Ma Xiangjia immediately said, "This room number was given by you, why did you come down so slowly?" Upon hearing this, Ingdu understood that Ma Xiangjia had previously used this method to communicate with others outside of instances. Indeed, this method of contact was not a secret. I delayed a bit of time because I did not return to the restroom immediately after clearing the instance. What happened? Ma Xiangjia finally perked up and looked at Ingdu. After passing the level, I entered a place that looked very much like an elevator hall. The rules of the bizarre world made me make a choice. Should I return to the lounge or enter the Spring Village dungeon? Ingdu pulled out a chair and sat down. After sitting down, he noticed that there was a round ball protruding from the middle of the round table, with 5 small chunks hollowed out on its surface. Spring Village dungeon? Isn't that the new dungeon that was mentioned in the reward announcement when we cleared the level? Ma Xiangjia asked. Ingdu nodded, it should be. No wonder. Besides this time, no one has ever opened a new dungeon before, it's normal not to have seen this situation. Let's not talk about this for now. Do you know what this is? Ingdu stood up and touched the round ball. This thing placed here, just like the ornament on the table, must have some use. Oh, this is for assembling puzzles, Ma Xiangjia said, suddenly pulling out a broken red piece and pressing it into the gap on the ball. As one gap was filled in, the round ball spun quickly for a few turns, and then a line of text appeared above. Old Custom World 1/5. This means that as long as we gather the 5 small pieces on the round ball, we can unlock this old custom world? Looking at the words that appeared on the ball, Ingdu squinted his eyes and guessed. That seems to be the case, and I guess that as long as we clear this unlocked dungeon world, we can leave the rules of the bazaar. Ma Xiangjia said. The reason for this guess is purely because the rules of the bazaar must have some significance for setting this up. And he, above all, hopes to return to the real world. Every moment in the rules of the bazaar, he hopes for this. Generally speaking, as long as the scoring exceeds 50 points, puzzle pieces will appear in my hands when entering the lounge, Ma Xiangjia explained. But I can't bring puzzle pieces into the next dungeon, so no matter how I clear the dungeon, I can't gather enough pieces. Hearing this, Ingdu frowned. Are you saying that only those with the toolbox talent can collect the pieces, but those with the toolbox won't receive pieces? That's right, only those with the toolbox talent can possibly gather the pieces. However, you may have received pieces but just don't know it. Ma Xiangjia said. After hearing Ma Xiangjia's words, Ingdu hurriedly took out his toolbox. The toolbox is a conceptual talent, you must have a clear concept in your mind of what you want before you can take it out. So, if pieces were really placed directly into the toolbox and he didn't know, it would be normal that they couldn't be taken out. When he tried, he indeed successfully pulled out 3 pieces. 3? You've cleared 3 dungeons already? Ma Xiangjia asked in surprise. As far as he knew, Ingdu's first dungeon was clearly the 6-person family. That Soul Return Night was his second dungeon, he should not have 3 pieces. Ingdu looked at the pieces in his hand, carefully recalling his previous experiences. By the way, do you know about the mirrored world?
He hadn't thought much at first, but now remembering, while the six-person family was somewhat related to the mirrored world, they were fundamentally not the same dungeon. Ma Xiangzhe shook his head in confusion. When I cleared the dungeon before, I didn't hear any announcements. I was just about to ask you when I heard the announcement for clearing the rewards, but by then you couldn't hear me. He had not mentioned it earlier, entirely because he had too many doubts, and the announcement issue had temporarily slipped his mind. Because there was no announcement, I initially thought I had only cleared one dungeon. But now it seems that after successfully clearing the first dungeon, I was schemed against and directly entered the second dungeon. When he thought he had cleared it, only to find out it was all in vain. Normal people will feel disappointment and exhaustion. Moreover, and the purpose of that new instance is to completely lose me in the world of rules and weird tales. That's why it deliberately forged a world that is very similar to my reality. After listening to Indu's description, Ma Xiangzhe also came to a realization: this may be a level specially set for Toolbox talent holders. I remember, before I entered the world of rules and weird tales, there was a talent holder with a Toolbox talent. Didn't he get lost on the very first day the second instance opened? Ma Xiangzhe asked uncertainly. Indu shook his head helplessly. I only remember he got lost in the second instance, but I didn't pay attention to which day it was when the instance opened. He began to pay attention to getting lost because the previous talent holder of the country had lost himself in the instance. But shortly after he started to notice, he was selected into the instance, with no conditions to check what had happened to the talent holders who got lost in the instances before. Forget it, discussing this now won't lead us to any answers. At least there is good news now. You just brought 3 puzzle pieces, and we only need to clear it once more to unlock the sphere. Ma Xiangzhe said optimistically. Unfortunately, Indu had to burst his fantasy. These puzzle pieces have colors. I think different colors may represent different worlds. As he spoke, he placed the 3 puzzle pieces in his hand on the table. 2 blue and 1 red, each with different shapes. Ma Xiangzhe did not believe in evil, picking up one of the blue puzzle pieces and pressing it against the sphere. However, there was no opening on the sphere that could accommodate this puzzle piece. Really, what a disappointment. Ma Xiangzhe threw down the puzzle piece in his hand and picked up another red puzzle piece to try and fit it. Yet again, he failed. What's going on? Ma Xiangzhe frowned. Indu was not surprised. He stepped forward and took off the red puzzle piece on the sphere, placing it in Ma Xiangzhe's hand. The 2 red puzzle pieces in Ma Xiangzhe's hand looked exactly the same. These 2 red puzzle pieces are rewards for clearing Night of Resurrection, but... You mean, the same instance only rewards the same puzzle piece? That's right. Indu said as he pressed the blue puzzle piece he had onto the sphere. Moreover, we cannot guarantee what color the puzzle pieces given by each instance will be, so gathering 5 puzzle pieces is much more complicated than it appears. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiangzhe seemed deflated, leaning back in his chair. I hope I can hold on until that day. Indu also sat back down, his gaze fixed on the words on the sphere. Rather than worrying about when they could gather the puzzle pieces, he was more curious as to why the rules and weird tales had such a setup similar to a game level. According to Ma Xiangzhe's guess, as long as they cleared the open world instance, they would be able to return to reality. But the real world was still being invaded by rules and weird tales. If they could not end the invasion, what meaning would returning hold? He always felt that Ma Xiangzhe was mistaken. The rewards for clearing these instance worlds were definitely not meant to allow them to return to the real world. But Indu did not express his suspicion. After all, people need hope to continue moving forward. Chapter 1 Extra, On the River, 1. He Shangqing had not yet opened his eyes when he heard a strange voice ringing in his ear. Participant He Shangqing, welcome to the world of rules and weird tales. Night of Resurrection, minimum clearing condition, customer satisfaction above 80. Note, this instance is a multiplayer instance. Detecting that the participant is entering the world of rules and weird tales for the first time, activating participant talent. Participant talent activation successful. Participant He Shangqing's talent is resistance. This talent is already recorded. Talent holders will have resistance to pollution and weird attacks. Red lines appear on the wrist as signs of resistance. Finally, remember that in the world of rule-based horror stories, most rules are correct in most situations, so follow the rules to survive. Rule-based horror stories? Kawashiro Akira, still a bit dazed from last night's hangover, instantly became alert. She knew about rule-based horror stories and had watched 1 or 2 live streams, but that was from when they first appeared. At that time, people panicked due to the sudden changes, and the wealthy were too preoccupied to entertain themselves, giving her some time to rest. Once people figured out the logic of the rule-based horror stories, society returned to its operations, at least on the surface. And she started to rush about again for her livelihood. She had never thought about the possibility of being chosen for the rule-based horror stories, or perhaps she didn't have the time to think about it. Living every day in a world filled with lights and intoxication, her mind was half soaked in alcohol and... Are you okay? Kawashiro Akira wanted to escape, but the voice in her ear forced her to face the situation. Who was the person beside her?
Right, that voice just said this was a multiplayer scenario, perhaps the person next to her was her teammate. Kawashiro Akira gritted her teeth, opening her eyes to meet a sophisticated and mature woman with a gentle, concerned expression that inexplicably soothed her. I'm fine, Kawashiro Akira replied with a trembling voice. As soon as her words fell, she felt a vibration in her chest. It was her phone. Kawashiro Akira fumbled to take out her phone. At this moment, the phone's screen displayed a message. Reminder, August 18th, 11 o'clock. Do not share any information except for public information within the group. This statement clearly indicated that she could not trust her teammates. Kawashiro Akira quickly pressed a few buttons to delete the message, then nervously raised her head to observe her surroundings. Quickly familiarizing herself with the environment and reading people's expressions was nearly ingrained in her soul. In just a few seconds, she formed a rough judgment about the few people who might be her teammates. As for the environment, this empty room left little to talk about. However, there were strange things in this room. For example, there were no windows, and the light came from lamps on the walls, but she couldn't see any switches. For example, there were clear signs that things had been placed on the floor, but now they were gone. Kawashiro Akira lowered her eyes, thinking about what she should do next, when a voice came from across the way. It was in Korean. The night of return after 7 days, this should be the group mentioned in the hints. You'd better check the information inside immediately. The voice belonged to the big man from the underworld. Receiving the reminder, Kawashiro Akira quickly opened her phone. She skimmed through the information and was just about to scroll back up to note the rules when a series of chaotic voices rang out. This is the keeper's rule for the mortuary, you must. You fit so well. Run quickly. The tone of these voices was very strange but felt as if they circled around her ears. Kawashiro Akira raised her head nervously to look around. At that moment, the others were still looking at their phones, and no one spoke. That's right, in rule-based horror stories, this kind of situation happens. It's pollution, yes. Kawashiro Akira quickly looked at her hand. A ring of red lines had appeared on her left wrist without her noticing. At that moment, the red lines had a gap of about 1 millimeter in the middle. Indeed, it was pollution. Kawashiro Akira breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to continue looking at the rules on her phone. The increasingly chaotic voices rang in her ears. You shouldn't have come here. It's okay, it will pass. So painful, so painful. So cold, save me. As these voices became louder, a wave of fear and despair surged up. This time, Kawashiro Akira could no longer hold back. She screamed and covered her ears. Who is talking? Stop saying it, she quietly pleaded. This is just mental pollution. So far, it doesn't seem serious, so there's no need to be too anxious. In the world of rule-themed horror stories, this situation is quite common. Across from her, the gangster uncle spoke again. When he opened his mouth, all the noisy sounds disappeared. You should have seen the live broadcast, right? In the last instance, when the players looked at the family photos, they were also contaminated. The lady next to her reached out and patted her shoulder, comforting her. It seemed that as long as someone spoke, those sounds would no longer come. Sure enough, when everyone looked at their phones again, those sounds returned. Kawashita Haruka shivered, turned off her phone, and then checked the red string on her wrist again. Strangely, the gap in the red string did not get bigger. This meant that all those sounds just now only caused a single contamination effect? As Kawashita Haruka pondered this, someone in the room started discussing the rules. She listened carefully, gathering clues she hadn't noted down. When she heard someone suggest going outside to gather information, Kawashita Haruka hesitated. Although her skill could save her life, she was worried that the earlier situation might happen again. I will go with you. Before she could make up her mind, she heard the lady beside her say. Seeing this, she quickly stood up. I want to go too. At that moment, only the teammate next to her, who was also a girl, could give her some reassurance. After making the decision, she clung to the lady beside her, not paying much attention to other teammates' conflicts behind them. Anyway, she wouldn't casually use her phone. However, she soon regretted choosing to go out. Not because of fear, but because of the bone-chilling cold wind that hit her as she opened the door. Clearly, she hadn't felt how cold it was in the lounge. Why did it feel like winter now? But she was still wearing the thin performance outfit. The few people in front turned back to look at her, probably noticing her clothes, and no one suggested she return to the lounge. However, the boy who had always acted shrewdly suddenly warned her, if you really want to go back to the lounge, I won't stop you, but remember, don't use your phone. Huh? What was happening? Did the other party have the same situation when using their phone? Kawashita Haruka wanted to ask, but remembering the prompts on her phone and the many people present, she ultimately didn't voice her question, only saying, okay. Upon returning to the lounge, Kawashita Haruka immediately felt a gaze that was extremely familiar and extremely disgusting. It was the person who hadn't left the lounge.
Chapter 2 Extras Kawashita, 2. Kawashita Haruka didn't pay much attention to the other person and directly sat back down on the long bench to rest. She wasn't afraid of the other party attacking her, after all, every move in the rule-themed horror stories was broadcast live. Right now, what was most important to her was to take a break. Trying to block out the gazes that occasionally fell on her, Kawashita Haruka closed her eyes and dozed off. She didn't know how long it had been when the lounge door was reopened, and Kawashita Haruka quickly opened her eyes to look. Unfortunately, it was the shrewd boy who returned. Fortunately, it wasn't long before everyone else came back. After analyzing the clues, they went outside to look for a body. Kawashita Haruka had already prepared to freeze when going out, but unexpectedly, this time she didn't feel cold. The temperature around her seemed to have returned to normal. Once the body was found, or rather, when the items required by the rules were ready, everyone introduced themselves and discussed the guarding arrangements. Though it was said to be a discussion, it was basically a one-man show by the boy named Indu. However, he was someone with experience in clearing levels. According to Emily, he seemed quite capable, so it should be fine to listen to him, right? As for the conflicts in between, it was better not to mention them. She also didn't understand why she was so emotional and angry at that time. Generally, she kept her distance from men like Ruan Wenjun. Perhaps, as Indu said, the break room had problems that could affect a person's mood, just like that phone, which could easily stir up her fears. While Ruan Wenjun was in the morgue keeping vigil, Indu and Ma Xiangja went to the village to buy incense, and He Shangqing could feel that Emily, who had been comforting her all along, was actually scared. After all, keeping vigil meant being alone in a space with a corpse, and fear was inevitable. But all she could do was hold on to Emily's hand tightly. However, they quickly had no time to be afraid because as soon as Indu returned, he found them a new task to do. When there was something to do, there was no time to think wildly. During the day, everything seemed normal. The only thing that made her uneasy was the notification sent by the state, "The strange can disguise itself as an endowed person." Firks. This sentence was cut off halfway, and she didn't know what came after that. But this sentence ultimately affected her. Even though she repeatedly told herself not to doubt anyone without evidence, she still couldn't help but remain vigilant against others except for Emily. But when it came to her last vigil, an accident happened. Not long after she had completed all her preparations, the lights in the morgue suddenly turned green, and the entire space dimmed significantly. The change in brightness made it hard for He Shangqing to see the environment inside the morgue. But she vaguely felt that the corpse that was originally lying on the table seemed to sit up. He Shangqing was shocked on the spot, her mind went blank, and after a few seconds, she finally remembered that the rules seemed to have a solution for this. Successfully recalling the rules, He Shangqing forced herself to suppress her fear and stared straight at the corpse. Because it had changed to a sitting position, the white cloth on the corpse slid off, revealing a face almost identical to hers. The reason she said almost identical was that this corpse's face was more pale and thin, making the difference between them obvious at a glance. But staring at the corpse did not stop it from moving. On the contrary, He Shangqing watched as the corpse's head suddenly turned toward her and opened its eyes. Why? Wasn't she breaking this rule? He Shangqing trembled her legs, trying hard to recall a solution, but the more anxious she became, the less she remembered that long string of rules. At that moment, the corpse moved again, stepping toward He Shangqing, who couldn't move her legs. When the corpse finally stood right in front of her, she suddenly saw black and fainted. She didn't know how long she had fainted. When she awakened, she was no longer in the morgue but sitting on a bench. But this was not the break room. No, perhaps it should be said that this was not the break room she had been in. This break room had an extra white table, covered with papers. Just as He Shangqing wanted to move forward, suddenly a man walked into the room, scanning her with an eye as if evaluating a product, and then coldly asked, "Are you 30131? What is 30,131? He Shangqing was still confused, but her body uncontrollably answered, "Yes." The other party frowned in displeasure when he heard her answer. She had seen this expression many times. It merely indicated he was dissatisfied with her as a product. But what was going on? Wasn't this the world of the strange rules? Why? I remember the one I wanted, wasn't you? But I have experience. Before He Shangqing could figure it out, she heard another conversation. In a blur, the scene before her changed back to the morgue, where a corpse she had never seen before was facing her closely. Ah! He Shangqing couldn't help but scream, falling backward onto the ground. But as soon as she hit the ground, she immediately reacted to the situation. She had to get rid of the corpse. Ignoring the pain, He Shangqing hurriedly pulled the corpse toward the back door. After throwing the body out, she nervously checked the morgue once again, and sure enough, she found a few more bodies. After clearing the bodies, it was almost time for the shift change. As she stepped out of the morgue, she felt lightheaded, whether because of her mental exhaustion or the sudden temperature change, she couldn't tell. At that moment, she just wanted to rest immediately. Emily clearly noticed the change in her complexion and stepped forward with concern. But for some reason, when Emily came close, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable.
She didn't want anyone near her at that moment. After a few half-hearted replies, following Yingdu's words, Xia sat in the passenger seat of the van. But she never expected that as soon as she closed her eyes, she would find herself back in the break room. Facing this situation for the second time, Xia remained much calmer than last time. She didn't hesitate much and quickly went to the white table to check the items on it. When she saw the contents on the table, her brows furrowed tightly. It was a physical examination report of a person and a stack of private photos. Even though her identity wasn't exactly honorable, she had rarely been treated like this. 30131, is there any problem? Suddenly, a voice rang out beside her. Xia was startled by the sudden appearance of someone at the desk. It was another man, older than the previous one, and seemed more familiar with her. Moreover, Xia felt a sense of fear this time that she hadn't felt before. She was very afraid of him. Chapter 3, Extra Chapter, Xia 3. 30131, is there any problem? No, no problems. If there's no problem, then go wait in the operating room, the man said. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia found herself in a different place. She suddenly appeared on an operating table, with a sharp pain in her lower abdomen and stomach. This one also went smoothly, you can go back. Come again in 3 months. Xia made a move to get off the bed, but before she could actually get out of bed, her vision darkened, and she found herself lying down again. This time, she felt like her body was being restrained, and her eyes were covered. She wanted to open her eyes, wanted to move, but found she had no control over her body. She could only hear a conversation. Let's keep 4 for now and see how it goes. 4 is still too dangerous, and it's not good for development. Let's keep 2 or 3. It's fine, as long as the nutrition is sufficient, keeping 4 is okay. And after 1 or 2 months, we can reduce 2. She didn't know who was speaking, or what they were doing, but the feeling of being at the mercy of others was not pleasant. Her fear grew stronger, and when she felt something piercing her stomach, her soul trembled. But soon, she was free again. She found herself sitting in a yard, next to a gentle-looking girl. This time, although her body didn't feel well, there was no sense of fear. This was someone she trusted. It's been 5 months. Just a few more months and it'll be over, Xiaofeng. The girl held her hand, her eyes full of pity. Xia replied. But as she answered, a sense of panic rose in her heart. She reached up to touch her belly, and it was then that Xia realized she was pregnant, her belly visibly large, as if she were about to give birth. She was pregnant? And even though she had never been pregnant, she knew this was not a 5-month belly. Is your belly okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable? The girl noticed her gesture, gently took her hand, and looked at her belly with concern. No, I just wish time would pass faster. I want it to be over soon. Xia said. As soon as she finished speaking, she was suddenly back in the operating room. This time, she was still lying on the bed, not restrained, and could see the glaring lights as soon as she opened her eyes, with a man's serious voice beside her. What happened? Didn't we agree to leave only 2? Why are there 3? The deformed one inside. It should have been a death by medicine. No, it has to be removed, otherwise, it will affect the development of the other 2. What to remove? Xia hadn't reacted yet when she saw a man in a mask walking towards her with a scalpel. She wanted to close her eyes, but she couldn't control herself, only able to stare as the man cut open her belly. The pain hit her instantly, making her shiver, amplifying her fear. But her body didn't move, it passively endured all the suffering. As the pain increased, the scene before her became blurrier. When she felt numb, the shadows in her eyes suddenly turned a red hue. Not good, there's bleeding. Quick, stop it, find a way, hurry. The pain seemed to hit her again. Xia wanted to struggle, to escape, but she couldn't do anything. Moreover, her consciousness was gradually being devoured by pain and fear, sinking into endless despair. She didn't know how long it had been, the pain never eased, but her consciousness seemed a bit clearer. She opened her eyes and found herself trapped in a bed again. The bed was tilted, allowing her to vaguely see her swollen belly and the 4 in her hand. At this moment, she felt unusually good, there was no pain, and her thoughts were much clearer. Was this over? But when would this illusion end? She really couldn't take it anymore. Just as Xia thought this, a sharp sound rang out, beep beep beep. Then, there were hurried footsteps. Following the sound, Xia turned her head and saw several men rushing in. As soon as they entered, they headed towards the beeping device and Xia on the bed. She can't hold on. It's okay, she's already 8 months along, take her out directly, don't worry about her. Hurry, prepare the scalpel. After a moment of chaos, the masked man with the scalpel appeared again, and there was more than one of them. Go away, no. Don't come here. Get away, all of you. No. No. He Shangqing suddenly sat up with her body twitching a couple of times. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the van. Through the rearview mirror, she saw Emily. Before she could feel relieved, she noticed there was a man next to Emily. The feeling of pain surged back, and He Shangqing shrank forward. "It's okay, Chang, that was just a nightmare." Emily quietly comforted her. "That wasn't a dream, absolutely not a dream." He Shangqing stared at Emily and said, "It's got its sights on me, it won't let me go." She must have violated the rules of the morgue, but she had already left, so why hadn't this nightmare ended? What do I do? What should I do? He Shangqing clutched at Emily in anguish. That pain and fear did not leave her just because the nightmare ended. She felt like she was stuck in a swamp, and no matter how hard she struggled, she would only sink deeper. "Be quiet." Just as He Shangqing slipped back into her emotions, Emily suddenly pressed on the back of her neck, covering her eyes with her hands. For some reason, He Shangqing felt inexplicably calm. Beside Emily, it seemed there was no need to be so afraid. With this sense of peace, she only felt her mind gradually drift away. But unlike in the nightmare, this time it was a relaxed feeling. After a night without dreams, she opened her eyes because sunlight was shining into them. The sun had risen. He Shangqing leaned against the chair, her gaze passing through the window towards the morgue. When her eyes landed on the two rooms next to the morgue, her body involuntarily trembled. That should be the operating room. He Shangqing turned her gaze away and then opened the car door to get out. Although the last dream had ended, she knew very well she had died in there. Cut open without anesthesia. Thinking of this, a surge of hatred welled up in her heart. She wanted revenge. She had to make these people pay for it, ensuring they wouldn't have a good death. "Chang." A familiar voice interrupted He Shangqing's rising emotions. "Emily, you're awake?" He Shangqing smiled and greeted Emily. "Are you okay? Did you have any nightmares last night?" "No, I slept really well last night. Sorry for scaring you." "I guess I had nightmares because I was too tense yesterday," He Shangqing said lightly. Chapter 4 Extras, He Shang, End. It's good that you didn't have nightmares. After fooling Emily, He Shangqing raised her hand. At this moment, the red thread in her hand had turned into a semicircle, and the area beneath her palm had returned to being clean. Last night, she was deep in her emotions and forgot about her own talent for a moment. With resistance, even if she violated the rules last night, both fatal damage and pollution could be blocked. So why did she still have such nightmares? He Shangqing looked blankly at the morgue. Could it be that she was really being targeted by something? "By the way, Chang, I have another question to ask you." Emily pulled He Shangqing, who was about to sink back into her emotions, to the side. "What is it? Can you tell me what your nightmare was about last night?" Emily asked. Seeing He Shangqing hesitating, Emily continued, "I mean no harm, dreams might reflect things you haven't noticed, but your subconscious remembers them, turning them into dreams." Listening to Emily's words, He Shangqing felt an urge to share her experiences immediately. But soon, this impulse was suppressed. She looked up to meet Emily's gentle yet serious gaze, understanding that she couldn't just brush it off. After a moment of thought, she said, "Yesterday afternoon, my country sent me a reminder, and it was that reminder that made me uneasy." After chatting with He Shangqing, Emily kept an eye on the time, ready to wake Yingdu. He Shangqing stood silently beside her, no longer looking at the morgue, afraid of being affected by that strange emotion again. However, she ultimately could not escape being influenced by her emotions. Because when Yingdu returned after visiting Spring Village, she felt a thick malice surrounding him, which ignited her hatred. If yesterday afternoon, she was on guard because of the country's reminder, and last night, she felt fear because of that nightmare, then this time, she truly wanted to eliminate the person in front of her from the bottom of her heart. Why? Could it be that he was replaced by those guys? Lost in her thoughts, she didn't listen much to what Yingdu and Emily were saying until she heard them mention the lounge, which drew her attention. That's right, everything started yesterday in the lounge. He Shangqing's gaze turned toward the lounge, and the feeling from last night's dream surged again, causing her to involuntarily say, "The lounge gives me a very bad feeling." "What kind of feeling?" Emily asked. Hearing Emily's voice, He Shangqing instinctively replied, "Tension? Fear? Confusion? Or resentment?" "No, none of those." "What is it?" "What is it?" "It's hatred." "Chang, don't think about it anymore. Let's not dwell on this." Emily seemed to sense her rising hatred and suddenly hugged her tightly. He Shangqing returned the hug to Emily, pushing down those negative emotions in this embrace. But this moment of relaxation didn't last long. When Yingdu came out of the lounge, he wanted her to take a trip to the lounge too. To be honest, she felt very conflicted. She wanted very much to go into the lounge and take a look, but there was a voice in her heart telling her, once she went in, there would be no turning back. In the end, that instinct won, and He Shangcheng moved behind Emily, saying, I won't go. He Shangcheng suppressed the urge to enter the lounge, but after Yingdu, Emily, and Ma Xiongja had all entered the lounge, she began to waver. She looked to Emily beside her, who had already been into the lounge, and asked, Emily, what clues did you find in the lounge?
Chang. Emily, here I only trust you. Kawakami Chang said seriously.
Under her insistence, Emily still told what she saw and heard in the lounge.
Kawakami Chang knew as soon as she heard it that it was a plot earlier than her dream last night.
Because she heard this story, when Yingdu and Ma Xiongja walked out of the lounge together, Kawakami Chang could not help watching their faces.
How much did they know too?
Not seeing any sign from the faces of Yingdu and Ma Xiongja, her eyes could not help turning back to the lounge. But just this one look, she seemed to have hearing illusions, a voice kept echoing in her ears.
What sound, what sound? Kawakami Chang stood up and moved toward that sound. Chang? What are you doing? Kawakami Chang blankly lowered her head and looked at her wrist that was grabbed and hurt a bit. It hurts.
Kawakami Chang suddenly remembered the scene of being tied on the bed last night, her whole body seemed to hurt at this moment. And at this time, the voice that had been unclear in her ear finally became clear.
Go to the lounge quickly, go now. Go now. Or else, it will be too late. Kawakami Chang stepped one foot into the lounge.
At once, her eyes went black, and when she opened them again, she found herself running toward the lounge. As soon as she entered the lounge, she saw a corpse covered with white cloth placed on the ground. She felt her whole body shaking, both hands tight and twitching. Just as she was about to lift the white cloth, a man walked in.
Who are you? What are you doing?
That man without any reason grabbed her wrist and pulled her away from the corpse. Kawakami Chang wanted to resist, but the power gap was too big. In the end she was pushed to the ground, the back of her head hit the wall, and her mind began to blur. At this time, another man's voice came, the cart is pulled here, hurry and pull the corpse to throw into the river, do not wait for it to stink here later. Kawakami Chang tried hard to open her eyes, watching those two men lift the corpse covered with white cloth. In the end, she only saw one hand stretch out from the white cloth, on that hand, there was a red string.
Kawakami Chang opened her mouth, silently calling, Afeng.
Then, she lost all awareness, and when she woke again, she had already come to the riverside. That riverside where they found Zhao Xiaolei's corpse. Before Kawakami Chang could react, her body jumped, directly falling into the river. The place near the bank was actually not deep, but at this time she with no will to live did not make any resistance and sank down. But just at this time, something lightly held her up.
Kawakami Chang turned her head, a pale face popped out from behind her back. That dead and lifeless face should have made Kawakami Chang feel fear, but strangely, she instead felt joy. Afeng. Sister, I send you back to the shore.
The ghost holding Kawakami Chang from behind said softly.
Kawakami Chang shook her head, Afeng, I already know everything, you do not need to hide it from me anymore.
If I live on now, I will only become their tool to make money.
Sooner or later, I will also be thrown into this river. Better to end everything now.
Before, I saw one sentence in the textbook, saying the river is the mother that gives birth to us. Compared to living in that terrible village, it is better to directly throw myself into the arms of this big river.
Kawakami Chang cried with tears, feelings of despair kept surging up.
Sister, it will not be like that anymore, from today, everything will change. As soon as the ghost holding her body finished speaking, Kawakami Chang then saw thousands upon thousands of heads emerge in the river.
Most looked like babies, a small part were young girls like Afeng.
And those babies, one by one had already turned black, looking extremely terrifying. This made Kawakami Chang feel extreme fear. Clearly, at this time the person she was playing was also extremely afraid of all this.
Don't be afraid, big sister.
They're all sisters who were suppressed here, older sisters and younger sisters alike. With their help, we'll be able to break free from their control. Kawakami Sumi felt as though she was about to speak, but before she could move, the girl who had been supporting her suddenly changed expression and shoved her onto the riverbank.
Hello, my name is Zhao Xiaofeng.
The girl returned to her normal appearance and greeted her with a gentle smile.
Kawakami Sumi froze for a moment.
It took her quite a while to realize that she had already regained control of her own body.
After calming herself, she said, I'm Kawakami Sumi. I know you. Last night, I was with you.
As Zhao Xiaofeng spoke, she stepped forward and hugged her.
I'm sorry you had to go through something so unpleasant. Kawakami Sumi remained silent, her eyes reddening slightly. So the story she had witnessed last night, had it truly happened to this girl? Don't feel sad for me.
At least after I died, I gained the power to resist. Zhao Xiaofeng noticed her emotions and smiled as she comforted her.
However, the smile only lasted a few seconds before her expression turned somewhat downcast.
It's just that as more and more of them die, they've also begun to develop the strength to counterattack us. To buy time, we decided to borrow external forces. In fact, these 7 days of vigil are meant to use your living energy to suppress them. If it goes smoothly, we'll be able to regain control over them. At the very least, they won't be able to stir up trouble for the next few years. But if it fails, your living energy will instead become nourishment for them, helping them break through our seal even faster.
Kawakami Sumi wasn't foolish.
She immediately sensed that Zhao Xiaofang was not fully satisfied with the method of holding a vigil. She clearly had other plans. Everything Sumi had experienced yesterday had been paving the way for this very moment. But why her? Zhao Xiaofang seemed to read the question on her face. She gently took Kawakami Sumi's hand, her thumb tracing lightly over Sumi's wrist. The purer a person is, the more truth they're able to see. Kawakami Sumi looked at Zhao Xiaofang's face, then recalled the resentful spirit she had just seen, nearly filling the entire river. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "What do you need me to do? There are far more of us than there are of them, but most of us are still suppressed. It's the room next to the lounge. The solution to all of this must be in that room." When she opened her eyes again, Kawakami Sumi found herself looking at the lounge filled with strange phenomena. From Zhao Xiaofang, she already knew that the lounge itself had no rules. The reason it made people uncomfortable and the reason for the current anomalies was entirely due to the room next door. Even so, staring at the abnormal ceiling still made her feel deeply uneasy.
"Let's get out of here. This place makes me uncomfortable."
As soon as the door opened again, she quickly stood up and pulled Emily beside her toward the exit. After leaving the lounge, now that she understood most of the truth, she no longer dwelled on Emily. Instead, her attention shifted to the room that had remained sealed the entire time. She knew very well that she didn't have the ability to uncover that room's secrets or fulfill Zhao Xiaofang's goal. But she also knew exactly who could. On the third day, Kawakami Sumi kept glancing at Indu, especially when she sensed that familiar aura emanating from him. After what happened yesterday, she already knew that the hand bone Indu had once placed above her hand for comparison belonged to Zhao Xiaofang. Every time she saw that hand bone, she couldn't help but sink into memories. Noticing that her unusual behavior had drawn Indu's attention, Kawakami Sumi decided to take advantage of it, deliberately guiding his focus toward that room. With Indu's help, everything would finally come to an end.
Chapter 5, a chapter of useless rambling.
Because I accidentally posted the chapters of Volume 3 here, and the volume selection can't be changed once it's set, I can only replace the content. So this chapter is used to write out some already known settings from the story as a substitute.
Percent.
The native residents of the Rule horror stories include the Iriafid, and the people are generally already polluted, just to varying degrees. In the world of Rule horror stories, the outcomes for people are not only death and becoming eerie. As long as they follow the rules, they can continue to survive. However, because some Iris aim to turn the entire Rule world into an eerie world, the situation for people in these eerie-controlled areas is exceptionally dangerous.
Mirror world.
But there are also places where the eerie only target some people, while another part of the people are their protected targets. Spring Village. Secondly, Iris are different from people. They do not have eyes, and even if they have this structure on the outside, eyes are not their organs for perceiving the world. They perceive the world through magnetic fields. Therefore, sometimes without triggering the rules, people may not even be within their perceptible magnetic field. The reason it cannot enter outside the door of the 6-member household. Thirdly, there is no ranking among various talents. Each has its role and advantages and disadvantages in different instances.
All rankings mentioned earlier are based on votes from online viewers. Every talent has special effects.
Fourthly, the rules are always correct. There cannot be erroneous rules.
Even if the rules contradict each other, it does not mean there is an error.
Rules do not arise without reason, thus, they are clues in themselves.
Fifthly, there will never be an invincible war god in the text. Everyone can only fight under the rules.
Even those with the talent of abnormality or assimilation must obey the rules. Becoming eerie or controlling the eerie, they still must follow the rules. As long as they do not violate the rules, they can resist the eerie, but violence carries risks, as facing many eerie can easily lead to being killed. Sixthly, the endings of instance challenges correspond to the means that Rule horror story instances use to deal with talent users. Falling, pollution, death, physical knife, and loss, assimilation. Only completing the challenge allows the talent user to leave the instance unharmed. The pollution that occurs in the instance will be eliminated in one go upon leaving. The few days of rest passed quickly. On the 4th day in the break room, perhaps sensing that a new round of instances was about to begin, Ma Xiangxia suddenly talked to Indu about his former teammates. His first instance in Rule horror stories was a multiplayer instance, and it was in that instance that he was pulled into a team.
That was his first time entering the communication room.
The original team, including him, totaled 6 people, but after finishing his second instance, only half returned to the communication room. In that last chat room, no one opened it again except him. From what he said, it was only a small group holding together to keep warm, with no great goal, but as the number of people who returned to the room kept dropping, it was like a countdown where death took shape. Indu could hear a faint sense of despair in Ma Xiongji's tone. It was also like an early notice, telling Indu to get ready for parting. Indu lay on the bed, just finished taking in his feelings, when the system broadcast arrived on time. Summer Nation participant Indu, talent, Toolbox, level 3, welcome to Rule Horror Awakening Night School, minimum clear condition, on the 7th day, the small exam total score must be B. This instance is a multiplayer instance. Another multiplayer instance, Indu thought in tired silence. Compared to breaking through stages, sometimes dealing with people made him more tired. But at least there was one good piece of news, this instance did not need cooperation with other talent users. Indu sat up and opened his eyes. What he saw was an 8-person dorm room. There were 4 bunk beds in total, and a long table lay across the middle, with 4 chairs on each side. It was a very simple dorm, there was not even an air conditioner, and Indu faintly felt a wave of heat. At the same time, he could also feel several lines of sight on his body. There were other people in the dorm, unlike him who was sitting at the table, they were curled up on the beds. In the 4 spots in front of him, there were 2 raised shapes, one on the top and one on the bottom. As for the beds behind him, he did not dare turn his head to check yet. Because this was a multiplayer instance, he could not at once be sure of the identities of the people in the same dorm, so he could only quietly check the surroundings, trying first to find the rules inside the dorm. Of course, the life-saving desk lamp was already held tightly in his hand. Luckily, the dorm rules were not hidden on purpose, but were directly posted behind the dorm door. It was a very eye-catching red paper, the 4 big words dorm rules took up 1/3 of the paper. Indu stood up and walked toward the door, and at the same time glanced at the 4 beds behind him. The blankets on the 2 upper beds were raised. He did not know if it was an illusion, but Indu felt the strongest gaze was coming from the bed farthest from the door. He stayed calm, came to the door, and began to read the rules. Dorm rules. 1. This room is an 8-person room, with a total of 8 beds, and will only arrange 8 people to stay. If you find your bed is occupied, please do not talk to anyone in the room, and call dorm manager Teacher Chi to confirm the dorm arrangement. 2. The 8-person room only arranges students with a full subject score of C. If you find students with other grades, please call student office teacher Wu before lights out to rearrange the dorm members. 3. The 8-person room arranges 2 new students and 6 old students. New students are only arranged on upper beds. 4. Dorm lights out time is midnight. Before lights out, please return to your own bed. After lights out, getting out of bed is strictly forbidden. Making sounds over 40 decibels is strictly forbidden. Awakening Night School Student Office. There were not many rules, and they were not hard to remember. The problem was that 2 of the rules required making phone calls. But he did not have a phone on him, and he did not have the phone numbers of those 2 teachers either. Once a problem appeared, how was he supposed to make a call? There was no locker in this room, and the table was empty. Maybe his phone was on his own bed? Thinking of this, Indu remembered another thing. From the place he was sitting just now, his bed was very likely one of the beds behind him. But among the beds behind him, the 2 upper beds already had people lying on them. Now, assuming he was a new student, did that mean his bed was already occupied? In other words, if he was a new student, he should carry out Rule 1. But how was he to confirm whether he was a new student, and how was he to get a phone? Indu tightly gripped the desk lamp in his hand, and his eyes once again swept over the full set of rules. The requirement of Rule 1 is not to call immediately, but to not talk to anyone in the dormitory and to call the dormitory manager's phone. So, even if his position is really occupied, as long as he doesn't speak, he won't temporarily violate the rule. Moreover, this rule does not state that everyone can only use their own bed, it only requires the new students to use the upper bunk. In other words, if his bed position is indeed occupied by an extra person, in the case that there are empty spots in the room, he can choose to occupy an empty bed to ensure his position. Thus, the one who needs to solve the problem of extra people in the dormitory becomes the person without a bed. In an instant, countless possibilities and solutions flashed through Indu's mind. But in the end, he mustered his courage and approached the bed closest to him. He first checked the lower bed. The quilts and some clothes on these 2 beds were neatly folded into blocks, and as long as he felt around, he could confirm there was no hidden phone. The best outcome did not occur, but while searching for the phone, he discovered something else. Every bed's head iron rod had a number written on it in red paint. The 2 beds he just searched were number 3 and number 4. Since the bed numbers were specifically marked, there should be a bed arrangement. So why is there such leniency in the rules regarding this point? As he pondered, Indu reached up toward the upper bed. At this moment, the bed he was checking was the upper bed of bed number 4. Because of the quilt's obstruction, he could only see a semicircular red mark on the railing, which he guessed was the number 8. Indu suspected this was his position. Because the person on this bed was the source of that fiery gaze just now. He groped around the pillow, found nothing he wanted, but instead felt a rapid breath. This behavior really does not seem like someone maliciously occupying his bed?
In an instant, Indu became bold. He grabbed the bed rail with one hand, stepped onto the lower bed, and then flipped back the person's quilt. Exclamation point. At the moment he flipped the quilt, the boy on the bed shrank back hard, his back slamming against the wall, shaking the whole bed. Could it be that this guy is a talent who just entered the world of strange rules? Indu wanted to ask, but to ensure he could remain under the protection of the rules, he chose to remain silent. After confirming that the person in front of him posed no threat to him, Indu quickly searched the entire bed, including the boy's body. However, he found no phone and no other useful items. The bed where the boy lay was the same as the two beds below, only having a pillow, clothes, and a quilt. This is really strange. In a school, even if it's a night school, the dorm does not have any study-related items, and obviously has no personal belongings. Chapter 146, Please choose your student number. Seeing that he found no other useful clues in the dormitory, Indu simply walked directly to the dormitory door. Hey, wait, buddy, you are a talent, right? If you want to go out, let's go out together. Before Indu's hand could touch the doorknob, a voice came from the upper bunk across the room, speaking in English. Indu turned to look. A young man popped his head up from above the bed. He had golden hair, sharp facial features, a typical German appearance. Indu did not respond, pointed at the rules on the wall, and then opened the door to walk out. As soon as he stepped out, he turned and saw the dorm room number 404 and a note pasted on the door. The note had a dormitory personnel arrangement and a rule regarding bed assignments. 1. C119. 2. C120. 3. C121. 4. C122. 5. C123. 6. C124. 7. C207. 8. C208. Bed assignment rule: please absolutely occupy the bed according to your student number, and after lights out, the bed situation will be checked. No name, only a student number? Then which one is his student number? Indu frowned. Just as he was thinking about the meaning of this copy being arranged this way, the door in front of him was opened once again. The one who opened the door was that same young man from just now. The other side smiled and waved at him, then went out and closed the door before speaking. Thanks, buddy, if it were not for you just now, I might have been hit. If the rule really can be triggered, then we would be hit together, so there is no need to thank me. Indu replied calmly. Then he motioned for the other side to look at the paper on the door. But now I guess that even if we talked just now, we would not break the rules. Because we simply do not even have a student number. The young man followed Indu's gaze and looked at the paper on the door. After reading this strange bed arrangement, he widened his eyes and asked, then what do we need to do now? Since this is a dormitory, of course we go find the dorm manager and ask first. Indu's eyes swept around. This was a corridor without even a window. The corridor was not long, 3 rooms on each side, and each room door had a bed arrangement sheet pasted on it. And at the two ends of the corridor were 2 double doors. One of them looked like a fire door, and the other was a normal iron door. From start to finish, Indu did not ask the young man about his nationality or talent. This copy did not ask for team cooperation, and he did not plan to have too much contact with other people. After all, he could not be sure whether there would be a situation later that needed competition. But now it was only the exploration stage, so bringing the other side was not a big deal. Indu lowered his eyes. This was like when he went into the kitchen, he would bring his older brother with him. Need to find the manager, then let's go fast. After hearing Indu's words, the young man decided without any hesitation. After saying that, he walked toward the direction of the fire door. Indu slowly followed behind him. They were on the 4th floor. Behind every fire door on each floor, they could see a floor sign glowing green. There were no twisted or strange rules in the stairwell. Very quickly, they arrived at the 1st floor. On the 1st floor, the dorm manager room was located in front of the dormitory main door. The clear window let them see at a glance the middle-aged woman sitting inside. At this time, she was lowering her head and looking at her phone, not noticing their arrival at all. Indu did not step forward at once, but quickly looked around. Because he did not know the position of the dormitory, he could only use the sunlight at the door to confirm that it was daytime now. And in this space, at least on the surface, he did not see anything that recorded rules. This time there was no need to protect a companion. Indu turned his head and prepared to speak and trick the person beside him to go forward first. But before he could speak, the young man beside him had already taken the lead and walked up. Teacher Chi, hello, I am a student from 404, Fan and I. The young man spoke with polite words, with a warm smile on his face, making people feel close at first sight. This was definitely not a simple role. Indu walked to the young man's side. His eyes swept over the badge on the chest of the middle-aged woman in the dorm manager room, and then he spoke, hello Teacher Chi, I am also a student from 404, my name is Indu. 404? Teacher Chi raised her head and looked at the two people, then lowered her voice and asked, are you sure you are from 404? Hearing her question, Indu blinked and secretly complained in his heart, if you ask like this, then I am not sure anymore. Indu used the corner of his eye to observe the person standing slightly in front. Seeing that the other side was not ready to move, he spoke first, yes, we are students arranged to 404. According to his guess, they had not been arranged as student number yet, and dormitories and beds were arranged by student number. So, although the place where they started the copy was the 404 dormitory, it did not mean they must live in 404. They could completely take student numbers from other dormitories and live in other rooms. But Indu did not plan to do that. Since the choice of student ID has been given, the student ID must have its role. Before knowing its specific role, Indu thought that taking a student ID from the middle position was quite good. Moreover, since the student ID has special significance, there should be an opportunity to change the student ID later. When Teacher Chi heard that he was definitely from dorm 404, her expression instantly turned colder. She reached out and opened the drawer, took out 8 card phones, and threw them on the table. Take the one corresponding to your student ID. Indu didn't mind her suddenly worsening attitude and automatically translated her words in his mind, choose your student ID. He looked down at the card phones, and at that moment, the screens were lit up, showing the corresponding student IDs. Without much hesitation, Indu reached out and picked up the phone showing C207. As long as he had seen the dorm rules and the bed assignment list, it wasn't hard to guess that 2 student IDs starting with 2 were for new students. He didn't know what identities new students and experienced students would face, but due to the consideration of gathering information, he chose the side with fewer people. When Indu picked up C207, Fan and I blinked, then picked up the phone showing C121. Seeing this, Indu raised an eyebrow, his gaze toward Fan and I full of curiosity. After all, C121's bed was below C207. Fan and I seemed unconcerned with Indu's gaze. After taking the phone, he smiled and asked Indu, buddy, I think you're a smart guy. Want to consider cooperating with me? How do we cooperate? Indu asked. Fan and I shook the phone in his hand. Our identities are different now, so the information we collect might also be different. The national hints only come once, so there's no way to transmit all the information. So, how about a cooperation to share information? Indu shook his head. Neither of us can guarantee that the information the other person provides is true. Such cooperation is meaningless. Ah, you're really a tough guy to deal with. Fan and I shrugged helplessly. Indu didn't mind the other person's complaint and started checking the phone. The phone had no password. By pressing any key, the screen would jump to the menu interface, with the time displayed at the top. It was 11 a.m. now. Chapter 147, Awaken Night School Student Rules. The screen of the card phone was small, and it could only be operated by buttons, which was not friendly to people used to smartphones. However, when his eyes landed on the first option in the menu, he didn't hesitate for a second and pressed the confirmation key. Awaken Night School Student Rules. The student rules are the guidelines for student study and life, aiming to create an orderly and positive campus environment. The following are the rules of this school, and we hope that every student will strictly abide by them and work hard to practice them. General rules. 1. Students are members of the school and must take care of all the facilities in the school. 2. Excellent students will be liked by teachers. 3. Students must respect teachers and staff, addressing all of them as teacher. 2. Study guidelines, C2. 1. Class time is from 18 to 2000 hours, and students must avoid being late. 2. When entering the teaching building, students must carry their card phones with them. 3. There will be no animals in the teaching building. If any are found, immediately call Security Officer Ning. 4. Talking is strictly forbidden during class. Because the screen of the card phone was too small, Indu could only see one rule at a time. The speed of reviewing the rules was very slow. When he saw 2 rules that obviously conflicted with each other, he began to feel frustrated. Indu pressed the down button forcefully. 3. A life guidelines, C. 1. In the dormitory, it's best to carry the card phone with you, but don't use it unless necessary. Please try to minimize its use. After reading this rule, Indu continued pressing the down button as he walked toward the dormitory door. 2. To cooperate with the teaching schedule, the dormitory curfew time is from 18 to 2000 hours. During this time, students are not allowed to stay in the dormitory building. 3. To ensure proper nutrition, students must have 3 meals a day, a breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 4. To ensure safety. Outside the dormitory, do not linger in the dark for more than a minute. Indu pressed down 2 more times, confirming there were no other rules, and immediately lifted his leg to leave the dormitory. Seeing him leave the dormitory, Fan and I, who hadn't finished reading the rules, quickly followed. Why are you in such a rush? Indu did not hide it, directly saying, the rules say to use the card machine less in the dormitory. He had just felt an inexplicable impatience was because he had violated that rule.
Hearing Indu's words, Fan and I showed a look of sudden realization. No wonder I felt I couldn't focus on those rules. Have you finished reading the rules? Can you? Indu ignored the chattering Fan and I. He looked around, confirmed there was nothing unusual, and continued to check the card machine. The rules mentioned the issue of phone calls again. He needed to check if there were any saved phone numbers on his phone. The phone's menu had only 4 options: rules, contacts, alarm clock, and settings. When he opened the contacts and saw the saved numbers, Indu suddenly felt that this school was quite merciful. However, there were too many phone numbers, 24 in total. Surely, he wouldn't have to use them all, right? Moreover, this card machine only displayed 2 numbers at a time. If he encountered danger, he definitely wouldn't be able to find the corresponding number right away. Right, a keypad phone should be able to set up speed dial. Indu fiddled with it and temporarily set Teacher Chi, Teacher Wu, and Teacher Ning's numbers on keys 2, 3, and 4. After preparing everything, Indu finally raised his head again. At this moment, Fan and I was still checking the rules. Indu ignored him and turned to look at the main entrance of the dormitory building. After coming out, he noticed there was a brass plate next to the entrance. Access time, 18 to 2000 hours, 23 to 7 o'clock. This had one more restriction than the rules. Although this access time was not mentioned in the student rules. According to the dormitory rules, lights out at midnight required students to be in bed, so he had to return to the dorm by 10 p.m. Indu analyzed this, but soon dismissed his own thoughts. The dormitory rules were for those inside. If he didn't return at night, he shouldn't count it as violating the dormitory rules during lights out, right? However, many places in the school would likely be dark at night. If he wasn't careful, he might violate the last rule of life guidelines. It was safer to obediently stay in the dormitory when it wasn't necessary. Indu reacts extremely quickly. Really, he is the first to realize that student numbers need to be picked up from the dorm supervisor, right? Or maybe it's because he has more props, he has more chances to test things, that's why he dares to be so bold, while others only dare to cautiously probe, wasting a lot of time just to step out the dorm door. No, I've watched Indu's 3 live streams, I can prove he was just as brave without props. I'm still quite curious about Indu's dorm mate. Is this person a new talent? They seem to have quite a bit of guts. Does anyone know where they're from? You might not believe it, this guy is not a new talent. I specifically came here to see if anyone was chatting about her, but I didn't expect no one has mentioned her identity for so long. What's wrong with him? Besides being a bit annoying, his current performance doesn't seem worth discussing. Let's put it this way, everyone should go to Amelika's live room and see what's going on. What the hell is going on? Fan and I? That sounds familiar. Vanny Tracy, an American talent, is also the one who has cleared the most challenges so far. Does this guy have any ill intentions toward Indu? Shouldn't the country give a warning? I just thought he was foolish, now I only feel foolish myself. This guy has been acting since the beginning, right? Not really, this American talent has always appeared lively and cheerful, but her past image only seemed sweet. The other party hasn't done anything yet, wasting a hint on such a trivial matter is not worth it at all. To be honest, the current rules don't require any competition, the other side isn't stupid, and randomly framing others is just a fruitless effort. Didn't you realize? The rules only state that students should respect their teachers, but there are no requirements for interactions between students, so there's likely no cost even if someone gets hurt for no reason. Hiss, now that you mention it. So, it would be better to give a hint after all. I say, why are you all so anxious? Whether that American talent has bad intentions or not, Indu doesn't seem to trust the other person, right? Yeah, the other side just said they wanted to cooperate, and Indu immediately rejected them, clearly being cautious of the other party. Chapter 148 Cafeteria and Teaching Area. After finding no clues in the dormitory, Indu decided to check other places. It's about lunchtime now. If he had a choice, Indu would definitely want to go to the cafeteria. Unfortunately, he didn't have a map, so he could only take one step at a time, naturally aiming for the building closest to the dormitory. The building directly opposite the dormitory has 3 floors. From his position, he could see the open door but noticed no signboards. Out of the corner of his eye, Indu glanced at the person beside him. He didn't call anyone but deliberately made some noise as he walked ahead. As expected, the person who was originally studying the rules followed him. No matter what the purpose of this guy following him is, for Indu, his role is only one. Passing through the shaded corridor on both sides, Indu finally saw the sign and the words, cafeteria. It was a black sign, and since the words were in transparent acrylic, he couldn't see the sign from a distance. However, with 3 floors, although he still couldn't glimpse the whole picture of this school, judging from the size of their dormitory building, there shouldn't be many people, and such a large cafeteria shouldn't be necessary. Indu didn't rush to enter but walked around to see if there were any rules regarding the cafeteria. Unfortunately, he saw nothing and only discovered there was a passage to the left of the cafeteria. Looking down the passage, it seemed the playground was behind the cafeteria. Once again, opening a new map in unknown circumstances, Indu sighed inwardly, gripping the small lamp that could save his life tightly. Fortunately, this instance didn't involve any treasure hunting. As he stepped into the cafeteria, Indu immediately saw a signboard with rules posted on it. Cafeteria precautions. Teacher window, A grade student window, C grade student window. Based on our student ID numbers, we should be C grade students. But what about B grade students? Vanny said aloud. Indeed, where are the B grade students? There can't be no B grade students. Or do they not appear in the school? Before Indu could figure it out, Vanny spoke again. Office, restroom, why isn't there a staircase to go upstairs? That deliberate tone. This guy is doing it on purpose. However, Indu still followed his words and looked up to observe his surroundings. The cafeteria's layout was very simple, and it was easy to spot the office and restroom in the corner, but there were no stairs or any staircase-like areas in sight. Was the staircase deliberately hidden? Is there something wrong with the upper two floors? Indu looked at Fanny. His gaze of observation was too obvious, and Fanny, unable to hold back, eventually turned his head to avoid Indu's gaze. Seeing this, Indu didn't insist any further and directly walked towards the window. Since it was not yet mealtime, the window was still closed. Through the glass, he could only see the counter and the small operation area inside. Indu walked around each counter and, after finding no difference, headed towards the office. There were no rule notices posted at the office door, so for now, the only rules in the cafeteria seemed to be those on the sign he had seen earlier. Indu took out his card machine, and there was still about 20 minutes until the cafeteria opened for meals. Since there was still time, Indu didn't linger in the cafeteria and directly walked towards the passage he had just discovered after exiting the door. One side of this passage was blocked by the 3-story building, and the other side was surrounded by tree shade. Even though it was nearly noon, it was still relatively cool. Indu looked up and around, noticing that the only light in this passage was a lamp on the rooftop of the cafeteria. If it were nighttime, that would probably be the only light source in the passage. Walking through the passage, the first thing that came into view was a playground resembling a soccer field and a 6-story building. On the building, the words teaching building gleamed in gold under the sunlight. But these two places were currently separated by an iron fence. On the iron gate was another rule notice. Teaching area rules. A 4-story building, basketball courts, badminton courts? Indu frowned. Fanny, do you think the current teaching area looks normal? Indu asked while carefully noting down the teaching area before him, which did not match the rule description. But Fanny thought Indu was trying to find something different, and he replied, it's normal. We haven't entered the teaching area yet, so we shouldn't see anything different. Yeah, of course, since they hadn't entered the teaching area yet, how could the teaching area they saw be different from what was described in the rules? The rules of the teaching area did not specify the time of entry or exit. After thinking for a moment, Indu directly pushed open the iron gate and was about to go in. But as soon as he pushed the door open, Fanny stopped him. It's almost time for the meal. Let's go back to the cafeteria to eat first. Otherwise, if we miss the meal for any reason, we'll be in violation of the rules. In fact, Indu hadn't planned on exploring the teaching area right now. He just wanted to see if the teaching area would change into the one described in the rules once he walked inside. But for now, he didn't want to reveal the difference he noticed in the teaching area, so he let go of the iron gate and followed Fanny's suggestion to go back. You're right, we can come after we finish eating. Indu followed Fanny and turned toward the dining hall. When they returned to the dining hall, the windows were still closed, but through the glass, they could see people serving dishes in the operation area, and some of the windows had lights on. 7 windows, Fanny said. There were a total of 7 windows without lights, 1 blue light and 2 green lights. At the moment, it seemed that the windows without lights were the most numerous. Could it also mean that in this school, C-level students were the most? Chapter 149, Strange Classmate Shin. The dining hall opened at exactly 11:30. All the windows opened together, and employees wearing white masks and green and blue uniforms stood in the operation area. There was nothing wrong with this scene, but the employees who only showed their eyes gave into a strange feeling. While he was observing, Fanny had already walked toward a window without lights. Indu followed behind Fanny, watching him serve food. He had a feeling that Fanny was intentionally showing him the way. Could it be, because of his talent? After all, Fanny clearly didn't look like a newcomer. He most likely knew about the puzzle. There is more than half-meat dishes inside, Fanny quietly reminded as he passed by Indu after getting his food. But this guy seemed to think too little of him. Living people can only eat beef, vegetables, and grains. This was the rule given in the first instance of the strange talk he entered. Originally, he thought this title-less rule applied to all instances, but now he realized it should be specific to instances with the same theme. So, the phrase living people can only eat beef, vegetables, and grains should be directed at the perfect world instance. But how can one know what theme corresponds to each instance? From this perspective, Fanny seemed to know far more than Ma Xiangzhe. But why had no talent holders ever revealed this information in live broadcasts? Was it a deliberate concealment or simply unable to be conveyed? A thousand thoughts flashed through Indu's mind, yet he didn't stop serving food. As Fanny said, more than half of the dishes on display were meat. Food other than beef, vegetables, and grains should lead to contamination. After indulging in meat for a few days in the lounge, Indu wasn't that tempted by meat. He casually picked 3 kinds of vegetables and spent the rest of the time observing the serving staff. The staff was completely covered, only a pair of eyes were exposed, and strangely, their gaze never looked at him. Indu tried calling out teacher a few times but received no response. These serving staff seemed to only know how to serve food, having no other self-awareness. Seeing that he couldn't probe anything out, Indu had to leave. He carried his plate and sat next to Fanny. No one spoke while eating. The two quietly finished their food in silence, and after they put their plates at the recycling spot, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. This meal was too oppressive. Fanny couldn't help but complain as they exited the dining hall. No talking while eating, why make such a rule? Indu was rather curious. This kind of rule was not very restrictive, and violations might also not carry severe consequences. He felt there must be a reason for its establishment. Do you think it's because there's something above the dining hall that shouldn't be disturbed? Fanny speculated. But if that's the case, shouldn't they specify that no talking is allowed as soon as you enter the dining hall? Indu raised an objection. Fanny waved his hand and said, I don't know about that. Indu looked up at the second and third floors of the dining hall, uncertain of what secrets were inside. Let's go check the teaching area first, we have class tonight. In places that must be visited, Indu felt uneasy without knowing all the rules in advance. Moreover, before entering the teaching area, he had already seen something strange in the teaching area. Indu quickly walked toward the teaching area. But this time, as soon as they turned into the corridor, they encountered someone. Classmate, it's so sunny at noon. Why are you here at the playground again? A man with a gentle appearance stood in the middle of the passage. Unaware of the man's identity, Indu and Fanny exchanged glances, and in the end, Fanny stepped forward. Hey, how's it going? We just ate a big lunch, so we wanted to take a walk around the playground to help with digestion. Fanny greeted him warmly, without a hint of fear. If Indu hadn't known this guy was also a newly entered talent in the dungeon, he would have thought he was just a senior from the school. I see, it's a good habit to get some exercise after a big meal. The man slightly lowered his eyes, always smiling, even though he knew they were both people from this dungeon, possibly even strange ones, it still made him hard to dislike. But, I hope you'll remember one thing if you go to the playground. What's that? If you hear music playing over the loudspeakers on the playground, make sure to leave immediately. You must remember. The man said this with great seriousness, carrying an undeniable aura. As soon as he finished speaking, Indu and Fanny noticed the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. The man seemed to sense someone was coming, and he immediately turned around and walked toward the playground. Indu and Fanny exchanged a look and quickly kept their distance, also heading toward the playground. The footsteps behind them grew faster, but the target was not them. Instead, it was heading toward the man in front. Student Chen. After hearing the voice, the man turned around, still smiling, though this time a bit more polite. Teacher Li, it's you. What's up? Student Chen, didn't we talk about the new student meeting tonight? You were supposed to prepare a speech, but why hasn't it been submitted to the principal for approval yet? Did you forget, or were you just too busy? Of course, I didn't forget. I've just been too busy these past days. I only finished writing the speech this morning. I was planning to send it to the principal this afternoon, but if the principal is in a hurry, how about we go to the student activity room to get it? That sounds good. After talking with Teacher Li, the man walked together with him toward the teaching area. Meanwhile, Indu and Fanny, who were eavesdropping on the conversation, had just exited the passage. By the time they arrived at the teaching area and were reviewing the rules, Student Chen and Teacher Li had already opened the gate and walked into the teaching building. Do you think we can trust that man? Fanny asked, looking at the two figures entering the teaching building. Indu shook his head. He looked at the teaching area regulations and said, but I don't think the teaching area has only these rules. The playground and teaching building must have their own separate rules. Let's go inside and see. Fanny suggested. If we can find the rules for the playground, we'll know if he was telling the truth. Indu looked up at the 6-story building, took a deep breath, and then gripped his card device in his hand. Let's go. They opened the door and walked into the teaching area. Once inside, Indu realized the scene in front of him was identical to what he had seen outside. He immediately turned on his card device and muttered his student number. 10 seconds later, he opened his eyes, and the teaching building and playground finally matched the description in the rules. No way, you got caught as soon as you walked in?
Fanny exclaimed in surprise. It wasn't that he got caught just by entering. Luckily, Rule 2 is useful. He didn't want to summon the teacher for help yet, but this reminded him that he still hadn't added the teacher An's contact info to his speed dial. Indu frowned and quickly pressed a few buttons on the card device. By the way, over there, is that the rule for the playground? Upon hearing Fanny's words, Indu put away his card device and looked in the direction he was pointing. There. Indu looked up and down at the area. Only a strange lamp was found in the corner. The reason I say it's strange is because it is lit even in broad daylight. However, during the day, the brightness of this lamp is really not noticeable. If it weren't for Vani just pointing it out, he would never have noticed the abnormality of this lamp at all. Moreover, it looks like the light emitted from this lamp is green. Is there a rule over there? What does it say? Indu for a moment thought that there was something again that required specific conditions to be seen. And he chose not to hide the fact that he couldn't see. This was not because he trusted Vani so much, but purely because he believed that Vani still had his own interests in mind. When there are interests involved, as long as there is no major conflict of interest between them, Vani would not temporarily stand against him. Yes, there is. Vani pulled Indu to the front of the lamp. This lamp should be a projection lamp, and the rules are projected onto the ground by the lamp. Are you saying that I can't see because it's too bright now, and I can't see the rules projected by the lamp? Indu frowned. But his ability to distinguish colors was already at its peak among ordinary people. In this situation, he couldn't see the rules even when he was so close. How did Vani manage to notice the rules from way over by the door? He was surprised and suspicious in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He just continued to ask, so what do the rules say? Playground Training Manual. 1. The playground is a place for students to exercise. Fighting and harming classmates are strictly forbidden on the playground. 2. The playground broadcasting will play soothing music from time to time. Listening to the music will help improve grades. 3. Excessive exercise can harm physical health. The time spent on the playground each day must not exceed 4 hours. Just 3 rules, that's it. Vani quickly read through the rules. Indu digested the rules for a moment and then raised a question. The second rule says that listening to the playground broadcast music helps with studying? The student named Chen they met in the corridor had told them that once they heard the playground broadcast playing music, they must leave the playground immediately. Although this playground training manual did not require them to listen to the music, Chen's words were not in conflict with the manual. However, the known condition for passing was to improve grades. Vani shook his head. It's not about helping with studying, it's about helping to improve grades. Hearing Vani's emphasis, Indu instantly understood his meaning. Learning is just the process, but grades are the result. Regarding the known conditions for passing, the temptation to improve grades is far greater than just studying. Moreover, to achieve the result of improving grades, there are many paths to take. We don't necessarily have to use this method to improve grades. Until we are certain about what that Chen student said, let's avoid it for now. That makes sense. Vani nodded and then brought up another point. Fighting and harming classmates are strictly forbidden on the playground. Prohibiting harm to classmates is a rule that doesn't even appear in the student handbook. Do you think this playground is an alternative safe zone? Indu responded, are you suggesting that there will be situations where students will harm each other later? When he heard this rule, this guess had floated up in his mind, and it seemed that Vani had also thought of this point. As they were discussing, more people gradually gathered in the playground. Then a soothing prelude began to play, and Indu and Vani exchanged a glance and immediately walked towards the teaching building. To be honest, this instance, so far, only made people feel full of puzzles but no sense of danger. The killing intent seemed completely hidden away. Indu thought, somewhat unaccustomed. There was no door at the entrance of the school teaching building. The two walked smoothly into the hall. The first floor hall is very spacious, with a staircase in the middle, and the signs on both sides indicating the library and graduation project exhibition hall. At this moment, only the library door was open, and a female teacher was sitting at the counter, reading a book. There are no rules, Fanny looked around and then said. Indu nodded. Speaking of which, we seem to not know where our classroom is. Should we go upstairs and take a look now? Fanny said with a nonchalant expression. Indu looked at the stairs in front of him and then at the person beside him. By the way, we haven't introduced our talents yet, have we? He lifted the small lamp in his hand, but I think you should already know what my talent is. May I ask, could you tell me what your talent is? Indu asked. Fanny showed a rare look of difficulty upon hearing this question. I don't want to lie to you, what I can tell you now is that my talent is resistance. Resistance? Indu raised an eyebrow. This talent is not some common ability, he has encountered 2 people with it in just 2 scenarios. Before he entered, it seemed that only the talent holder from America had this ability. Moreover, Fanny's words imply that his talent is not just this. Fanny stretched out his hand. The red line on my wrist is my lifeline.
Indu looked at the red line on Fanny's wrist. At this moment, the red line was intact, indicating that during the time they had been here, they had not been contaminated at all. Does this also mean that seeing anomalies in the teaching area is unrelated to the pollution level? And the music from the speakers on the playground does not increase pollution? However, the absence of pollution from the music may also be because they haven't been there long, just like watching a card machine in the dorm. Since it's resistance, it means you have the ability to protect yourself. In that case, why don't we split up to check the situation of this teaching building? This normal teaching building has 4 floors, although it's not big, it will still take time to explore it fully. Okay, let's split up, Fanny agreed immediately. Then I'll take the top 2 floors, and you take the 2 floors below, Indu said. The layout of the first floor was already clear, the only place they could check was the library. As for the second, third, and fourth floors, the only information they currently knew was that the students section was on the 4th floor. It was precisely because the students section was on the 4th floor that Indu assigned himself to it. After all, considering the current situation, the possibility of him seeing anomalies in the teaching area is very high, and in the coming days, he would probably need to visit the students section frequently to get leave tickets. Fanny nodded in agreement with Indu's arrangement and suggested checking the library last, so the two decided to head up to the 2nd floor together before splitting up. However, as they turned around the large platform between the 1st and 2nd floors, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Because, on the staircase platform of the 2nd floor, there was a man in uniform, wearing a strange smile, staring at them. His appearance was unsettling, as if he was waiting for them to come closer. No, a dangerous alarm rang frantically in Indu's mind. This man was just staring at him, waiting for him to approach. Had he forgotten something? Chapter 151, The Strange Teaching Building. In a moment of panic, Indu suddenly reacted, hurriedly taking out the card machine that he had put in his toolbox. The moment Indu grasped the card machine, the teacher's expression instantly became bewildered, and his gaze finally fixated on the card machine in Indu's hand. Then his smile finally turned somewhat human. The oppressive feeling disappeared in an instant, but Indu's heart was still racing wildly. The student code stated that entering the teaching building must carry a card machine. But clearly, having it in his toolbox doesn't count as carrying it with him. It was really careless to almost fall into trouble because of such a small mistake. Indu had a premonition: if Fanny, who was holding the card machine, had not stood in front of him just now, that guy might have attacked. That guy was not planning to reveal their true faces to the students. But, this acting was truly poor, smiling more terrifyingly than someone about to cut you. Classmates, it is not class time now. Why are you here at the teaching building? Do you want extra tutoring from the teacher? The man on the stairs smiled more naturally, looking just like a teacher who cares about students learning. Now there were no rules, and unsure if this so-called tutoring had any issues, Indu naturally would not agree. He steadied his emotions and said, "Hello, teacher. I am a new student, and I came to the teaching building to take a look around." Fortunately, he had just encountered that strange Chen classmate in the hallway, which confirmed that these new students only entered this school today. As a new student, he hadn't attended a single class, so naturally, he didn't need tutoring. After hearing Indu's words, the teacher naturally turned his gaze to Fan and I, eagerly wanting to pull a student back for tutoring. What a good teacher! Fan and I was quick to react. As soon as the teacher looked at him, he immediately found an excuse: "I am just showing him around the teaching building." After saying that, he glanced at Indu. Indu naturally nodded. After all, this teacher was drawn by him, helping to cover for him was just right. However, this teacher clearly didn't intend to let them go. Seeing him about to speak again, Indu spoke first: "Teacher, we'll just wander around somewhere else, so we won't disturb you." After finishing, he firmly pulled Fan and I and headed up the stairs. Not knowing if there were any unrefusable strict rules in the teaching building, he didn't want to stay for even a second longer with such a strange teacher. As he quickly passed by the teacher, Indu kept his hand on the switch of the lamp. When they reached the 3rd floor and confirmed that the teacher hadn't followed them, he finally sighed in relief. "We'll check the 2nd floor later, I'll go to the 4th floor now, and you," Indu spoke, looking at the passage that was gradually becoming dark upstairs. "Let's just go together," Fan and I frowned, interrupting Indu's words as he noticed the 4th floor seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Indu understood he was worried. Regarding the rules, other than the dormitory, staying in dark places for more than a minute was not allowed. And the 4th floor seemed to be in the dark, its level of danger was incomparable to other places. However, there's no need for both of us to take the risk together. Moreover, since the rule allows going to the 4th floor to get absence slips as a solution for being late to class, there absolutely won't be any unsolvable dangers up there. Indu took out a flashlight from his toolbox. "I have a flashlight to ensure I won't be in darkness. But if I act with you and we separate, you would be in danger." Fan and I was persuaded. He waved his hand. "Then I'll check out the 3rd floor first." Indu nodded, turned on the flashlight, and stepped onto the stairway to the 4th floor. It was clearly daytime, but because of the layout of the teaching building, without turning on the lights during the day, it could still fall into darkness. However, the corridor had safety signs, allowing Indu to see a faint green light coming from the direction of the corridor as soon as he reached the fourth floor. Additionally, on the fourth floor, the stairs were not cut off and could continue to go up. If this teaching building indeed only had 4 floors, then this part should lead to the rooftop. But, the image of that 6-story teaching building popped into Indu's mind. Could it be that this teaching building really has 5 or 6 floors above? With insufficient clues on hand, Indu didn't dare to go up recklessly and could only keep this matter in mind. Deciding to continue exploring the 4th floor, Indu turned around and searched for the light switch near the stairway. Normally, the light switch for the corridor should be set near the entrance. But obviously, this place was very unusual. After he could not find any switch on the wall, Indu could only hold the flashlight and shine it toward the nearest office door. But he did not expect that the office closest to the stairs actually hung a sign that read Student Affairs Office. Indu did not hesitate much, holding the flashlight and slowly moving closer to the office. When he got close, the human shadow that suddenly appeared on the office door scared him into freezing for a moment. He hurriedly aimed the flashlight straight at the office door. Only then did he discover that this office door was divided into 2 layers. The outer layer was a whole piece of glass, and the inside was fully sealed with colored board material. The shadow he just saw should have been because under the effect of the flashlight light, the glass reflected his own shadow. But just as his mood calmed down because of this guess, the inner layer of the door was suddenly opened by someone. Although it did not stick directly to his face, this still scared him into stumbling backward several steps. After he stood steady again, he quickly and carefully observed the person standing inside the office door. He originally wanted to wait for the other side to act first, and then respond move for move. But very strangely, the person who opened the inner door stopped moving after opening it, standing still behind the glass door, and the eyes did not even focus. If not for the average body shape, he looked just like a fake mannequin model in a clothing store. This all at once truly made Indu stuck. With no rules, and not knowing the reason for the other side's strange state, Indu really did not dare to rashly go forward. After hesitating for a few seconds, Indu still decided not to be reckless first. There were still too many places in the teaching building not yet walked, and at night there were still 2 hours of class time. Right now he needed to keep some tools that could save his life. Indu turned his head to look at the dark corridors on both sides, while keeping the flashlight shining on the human shadow at the Student Affairs office door. He walked toward the left side. After walking a few steps, he then moved the flashlight light away, and it was at this very moment that Indu, using the corner of his eye, discovered that the person inside the office seemed to move a little. He was startled, and hurriedly shone the flashlight light back toward the Student Affairs office door. And at this time, the inner door of the Student Affairs office had already been closed again. But a few seconds after his light shone over, that person opened the inner door again, once more standing at the doorway like a fake mannequin. Chapter 152 Strange Course Topic Notes. The light spot of the flashlight slightly trembled on the glass door. Indu held up the flashlight and his hand began to ache, and only after quite a while did he try to move the flashlight light away from the office glass door. At the moment the light shifted away, the person inside the office immediately moved backward. The reason for using the word moved backward was because the other side's movement was clearly not done by walking. Immediately after, with a click sound, the inner door closed once again. Indu's fingers unconsciously rubbed the flashlight, and his gaze still rested on the office door. This thing looks like it is light controlled. Unfortunately, here there were also no rules given to provide him with more clues. Indu did not linger any longer, and continued walking forward. Next to the Student Affairs office was the Academic Affairs office, and when his flashlight shone toward the Academic Affairs office door, the strange situation of the Student Affairs office did not appear again. Seeing this, Indu gathered his courage and walked toward the Academic Affairs office. The door of the Academic Affairs office was different from the Student Affairs office. This was a frosted glass door, and through the glass door one could see that the Academic Affairs office inside did not have the lights on, but there also seemed to be a faint light source. Indu lowered his head to take a look. This door lock was just the most ordinary A-level lock. Is this not a bright and obvious temptation? Not going in really does not make sense. As Indu thought this, he began to take out tools, but right at this moment, from the other end of the corridor came the sound of footsteps. Hearing this sound, Indu immediately gave up looking for tools. The desk lamp was tightly held in his other hand, then he quickly turned around, and the flashlight light shone straight over. In the dark passage, a human shadow was exposed under the light. A hand blocked the direct light shining onto his face, and with a smile, he asked, "Classmate, could you not shine the flashlight on my face?" That voice, that figure. Indu moved the flashlight slightly down, then cautiously spoke, "Is that you, Chen?" "It's me." "Who are you?" Indu turned the flashlight back towards himself and shined it from below upwards. He intended to let Chen, who was in the bright area just now, see him clearly, but when he shone the light, he discovered footsteps were approaching again, and they were getting closer. Chen was getting closer to him. Indu quickly turned the flashlight back to Chen. In just a moment, Chen had appeared within less than 5 meters of him. The footsteps clearly did not sound fast. Since Chen was closer now, Indu angled the flashlight slightly downwards, allowing Chen to see him clearly. "Oh, it's you, classmate." Chen still wore that familiar smile, but due to what had just happened in the darkness, this time he did not find the other person friendly. Indu remained vigilant, watching Chen closely. Such an obvious action, Chen naturally felt it, but he continued to smile. "Classmate, it's not the time for the 4th floor to be open, you better not stay here. Let's head downstairs together." As he said this, he walked towards Indu, who uneasily stepped back 2 paces. But thinking of Chen's usual demeanor, he tried to calm himself down, nodding at the surrounding darkness. "All right, let's go downstairs." He did not plan to give up on exploring the 4th floor. However, considering that Chen seemed dangerous in the dark, he dared not continue his exploration while Chen was still present. But Chen had mentioned he was heading to the student activity room, so did that mean he was walking towards the student activity room now? As he thought, Indu carefully retreated towards the stairs. Eventually, the two reached the 3rd floor. The hallway on the 3rd floor was lit, and as Indu stepped on the floor, he saw Fan and I holding a piece of paper and reading. Fan and I? Fan and I looked up at Indu, about to speak, but caught sight of the figure following Indu. He quickly hid the paper and smiled. "This place seems to be all classrooms, it's not class time yet, so the classrooms are all locked. I guess the doors won't open until 8 tonight. Indu naturally noticed his series of actions and understood who he was guarding against, so he nodded. However, he soon realized something strange about Fan Ni's words. The classrooms open at 8 at night? But he remembered that the manual of the card machine stated the class time was from 18 to 2000 hours. So, the classrooms should definitely open before 1800 hours to avoid being late, right? Could it be that Fan Ni's manual had different class times? Indu really wanted to take another look at the card machine, but with Chen still present, he had to give up that thought for now. He leaned against the wall directly across from the stairs. "Chen, you just said it's not the time for the 4th floor to be open. When can we go up to the 4th floor?" Chen stood in the bright 3rd floor, his smile giving Indu a bit more reassurance. "The lights on the 4th floor are set on a timer. They will turn on from 5 to 10 in the evening, they are off at other times. If you need to go to the 4th floor, it's best to wait until the lights are on," Chen explained. "So that's how it is." Indu looked down. But waiting for the lights on the 4th floor, wouldn't that also mean that there would be teachers working there? Would it really be suitable to explore at that time? In any case, you should better follow the student rules and not go into dark places. After Chen said this, he raised his hand to check his card machine. It's this late, I have other things to do, so I'll go first." He said this and walked downstairs. After taking a few steps, he turned back and reminded, "By the way, don't forget what I said. Goodbye." After classmate Chen left, Indu still didn't move. He looked at the stairs, his ears listening to the footsteps gradually fading away. Once he confirmed classmate Chen had left, he walked towards Fan and I. "What were you just looking at?" Fan and I pulled out the note again, her expression heavy. "It looks like class notes, but I always feel something is off." "Let me see." Indu leaned over to look at the paper in Fan Ni's hands. October 7th class notes. A brief class note left Indu and Fan and I stunned. "So, the class we're taking won't be? Actually, I was just thinking, are we using models in class or?" Indu took the paper from Fan and I, flipping it over and over again. There doesn't seem to be any bloodstains on it, at least, when the note was recorded, the recorder wasn't actually doing any dissection. But I still feel uneasy. Look at what it says here. This is definitely not something a normal person could write. Indu nodded. There wasn't much written on the paper, but one could feel the recorder's disdain. It seems if we want to know more, we have to wait for class tonight. By the way, speaking of class, what time is written in your manual? Indu asked while putting the paper into his toolbox and pulling out his card machine from his pocket. Class time is from 8 to 9, right? Fan and I replied. Hearing this, Indu fell silent as he opened his manual, double-checking the class time listed in his study guide. Looks like our class times are different. From the very beginning, when he looked at the student handbook, Indu noticed a small note next to the study guide indicating C2, while the life guide indicated C. This clearly corresponded to the rules assigned by their student numbers, so it's not surprising that the class times were different. Chapter 153, The Anomaly in the Academic Affairs Office. Now what? The classroom here is also inaccessible, and it's not the open time for the 4th floor. Should we check the 2nd floor? Fan and I asked Indu, who was still fiddling with the card machine. Indu didn't reply but opened the call interface. Do you think this card machine can connect us? Upon hearing this, Fan and I also took out her card machine. It looks like it has functions of a regular phone, but we don't know the numbers. However, in the world of strange rules and tales, these communication devices aren't very reliable. Fan and I said.
It looks like you want to try using the card machine to contact that classmate Chen?
Indu nodded without hiding, acknowledging her guess.
Actually, it was easy to guess. After all, he and Fan and I had spent so much time together since leaving the dormitory, yet they had never mentioned using the card machine to connect. It was just that after their recent contact with classmate Chen, he started fiddling with the card machine again. I'm just afraid he doesn't dare to casually say things on the card machine.
That's true.
Indu put away the card machine in frustration and looked up at the fourth floor.
As for what you said earlier, it's precisely because there's no one on the fourth floor that I can conveniently search for clues.
The second floor is up to you. Hearing this, Fan and I raised an eyebrow. I thought you didn't hear what I just said. Indu blinked. I really pay attention to people's opinions, how could I not listen to you?
Then if I say that exploring the fourth floor is actually not urgent at all, and we should check clues in a safer place, how do you feel about this suggestion?
Fan and I asked with a smile.
That sounds good. I was just sending you to the safer second floor, right?
You really are something. Alright, I won't argue with you anymore, I'll go check the second floor. Fan and I said and walked down the stairs.
At the large steps in the middle, he turned back and said seriously, but if it's too dangerous, it's better to give up.
It's hard to find one again.
Indu didn't hear what the other person said clearly, but he guessed they were probably talking about his talent. He turned on the flashlight again and moved towards the fourth floor.
This time his goal was very clear, the Academic Affairs Office.
The lock on the Academic Affairs Office was easy to pick. Within 10 seconds of going up to the fourth floor, he had already opened the door to the office. Indu quickly scanned the room, confirming there was no one inside. He hurried in and shut the door.
At that moment, he had time to observe the layout of the Academic Affairs Office.
What he had seen at the door, a weak light in the office, actually came from 4 50-inch monitors inside, all displaying gray-black images. Opposite the monitors was a double desk. Strangely, although there were computers on the desks, the surfaces were very clean, showing no signs of work.
Indu stepped forward and opened the desk drawers, but there was nothing in them either. The only thing on the wall was a printed, yellowing A4 paper note. Warm reminder. Indu peeled off the note. Working hours are from 8 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon? Doesn't that mean their class times overlap with it? Moreover, this note looks just like a normal reminder, not some strict rule. Could it be that this note was left from before, and this office has been abandoned? But that's too strange. If it's already abandoned, then why are there computers and even a surveillance system connected? Speaking of which, what exactly is this surveillance monitoring?
Indu shifted his gaze back to the 4 large monitors. Upon a closer look, he couldn't help but be frightened. In the footage from the surveillance, dozens of people were standing still in every frame. At that moment, they were all facing the surveillance cameras. From Indu's position, it seemed as if those people were staring at him.
Indu swallowed hard, trying to ignore the intense gazes while searching for other clues from the monitors.
According to the information displayed on the footage, the surveillance must be in infrared mode, meaning these people were in a dark environment. Since it was daytime, being in darkness naturally indicated that these people were indoors.
But these places didn't look like ordinary classrooms. And who exactly were they? Why were they standing still in a room?
While Indu was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed that the people in the footage seemed to move a step closer to the camera. He stared at the screen, wide-eyed and not blinking. A few seconds later, the people in the frame did not move, but they were indeed nearer to the screen.
What is going on?
Indu's sense of crisis began to rise. He quickly tucked the note away, prepared the desk lamp, and searched the room quickly again. But he had to admit, the room was tidy, and he found nothing. Looking up at the screens again, every person on the monitors had gathered together, now coming right up to the screen. It was at this moment that Indu noticed that their eyes were actually shining in the footage. However, now wasn't the time to study these bizarre phenomena. Indu quickly moved to the door, wanting to open it and leave. But when he reached for the door handle, he found that what was once an ordinary handle had now turned into a C-shaped handle. This made Indu realize he had fallen into a trap.
If he opened the door now, the outside may not be an ordinary corridor. But now, he didn't even know what rule he had broken and seemed unable to find a way to solve it.
Indu turned to look at the screen. At this moment, the person inside the screen was practically pressing their face against it, as if they were about to crawl out at any second. It was only then that Indu realized the whole office had changed its appearance. Originally, there was only one double workstation, but now it had turned into 2.
And there were many documents placed on each desk. 4 file cabinets had also appeared by the wall.
The once pure white walls had now turned slightly yellow.
What is going on? This place looks much more like a normal office.
But the person nearly crawling out of the monitor made this normal place feel abnormal. Indu had no choice but to open the door to the Academic Affairs Office. Compared to the unknown outside, he felt those about to crawl out of the screen were more dangerous. He opened the door and stepped out of the Academic Affairs Office.
Sure enough, the corridor outside had changed drastically. The dark hallway was now lit up with flickering lights. These lights were actually worse than having none at all. And because of the flickering light, he could see a group of people closing in on him from both sides of the corridor. It seems that the outside is no better than the inside. Indu hurriedly turned on the desk lamp to place himself under the light, then started walking down the stairs. According to his guess, he should be in some kind of illusion right now, not in a different space. Maybe if he could leave the fourth floor or the teaching building, he could walk out of the illusion. Or perhaps he needed someone to wake him up. Indu ran to the third floor, and after noticing that the corridor on the third floor was the same as on the fourth, he didn't stop and continued running down. The second floor, however, was not like the third and fourth, with flashing lights and people ready to encircle him. But after calling out Fan Ni's name a few times without seeing anyone, he realized he had not yet escaped the illusion. Therefore, he could only continue running downwards. Chapter 154 Help from the person on the other end of the phone. When he arrived at the first floor, his eyes fell on the library, but unfortunately, the teacher who was originally sitting inside the library was no longer there. It seems that in this illusion, everyone has been cleared out. So what should he do? Indu turned to look at the stairs. Those people did not run, but instead moved at a steady speed. So they had not caught up to him yet. But he also couldn't leave the school. In this situation, there would always be a time when he would be caught. As expected, he still had to find a way to solve the current problem. Indu quickly recalled all the clues he knew so far. The rules he currently grasped, aside from the dormitory rules, only included the student regulations, and there was no method in the student regulations to deal with the current situation. However, speaking of it, whether it was the dormitory rules or the student regulations, it seemed that the solution to problems was always to call a teacher for help. Could it be that, in his current situation, he could also seek help from a teacher? Right, Indu dug out the piece of paper he had casually tossed into the toolbox earlier. If there is a problem with the equipment in the office, you can call Teacher Wang from the General Affairs Department for help. Just now, could the situation with the monitor in the Academic Affairs office be considered a problem with the equipment? Indu took out the card machine and quickly flipped through the contacts to find Teacher Wang. As soon as he pressed the call button on the card machine, the phone was immediately answered, as if this teacher had been waiting by the phone every minute for this call. Before the other end could speak, Indu looked at the feet already appearing at the corner of the staircase platform and spoke first. Teacher Wang, there's a problem with the monitor screen in the Academic Affairs office on the fourth floor. After he finished speaking, there was still silence on the other end, with no response. After a few seconds of silence, watching the feet already on the platform, Indu's heart began to race faster and faster. Teacher, something is crawling out from the screen. At that moment, a voice finally came from the other side, a slow, mechanical sound that did not resemble a normal person's voice, and it kept repeating one word. Return, dormitory, return to dormitory, dormitory, dormitory. Indu heard these words and wanted to say something more, but the voice suddenly became normal. A clear and gentle voice came through. Hello, student, may I ask if you have any questions that need help? It sounded completely different from the earlier glitchy, mechanical voice. Indu moved the card machine aside and took a glance, confirming that the call duration was normal before he lied. Excuse me, is this Teacher Chi from the dormitory? I would like to ask about the bed situation. Sorry, student, you dialed the wrong number. This is Teacher Wang from the General Affairs Department. I am not in charge of dormitory issues. After saying this, the other side immediately hung up. At this point, Indu did not pay attention to the other person, he just held the card machine and rushed towards the dormitory. At this moment, the lamp in his hand had begun to flicker, but he did not encounter anyone else along the way. Indu ran madly into the dormitory. As he entered the dormitory, he finally saw the first normal person after the abnormal occurrences. In the dormitory management room, Teacher Chi was still quietly scrolling through her phone, only raising her head to take a glance when she heard him come in. When she saw it was him, her expression turned cold, and she lowered her head again. The student handbook mentioned, excellent students will be favored by teachers. Conversely, unexceptional students will naturally not receive teachers' affection. Indu did not care much about her attitude, he just stood at the door, swapped the already extinguished lamp for a power drill, and crouched at the entrance to see if those things would chase after him. He stood guard at the dormitory entrance for half an hour, during which time students came and went, but those strange beings did not appear. It seemed that the crisis should have been resolved. Indu let out a sigh of relief, but he still dared not put away the power drill, and set out again towards the teaching building holding his drill. Of course, he did not intend to risk going to the fourth floor again, he just wanted to find Fan and I to meet up. When he arrived at the teaching building, Fan and I was already waiting in the first floor lobby, and when he saw Indu walk in from outside, he asked in surprise, "Why did you go outside?" "I just ran into some trouble, so I went to the dormitory to take refuge." "Taking refuge in the dormitory? What happened?" Fan and I asked worriedly. "I took a risk and barged into an office without finding any rules.
Compared to Fan Ni's serious expression, Indu seemed as if nothing had happened. Of course, anyone who had seen his every move would know how dangerous this time had been. However, his stand-in doll had not been used yet. If that phone call had not helped him find a way to resolve the crisis, he would naturally use the stand-in doll to escape. He just didn't know how much damage the stand-in doll would take in such a dangerous situation. And using it this early would definitely limit his actions later on. Indeed, if there were a function like the magic cloak, that would be great. Indu really took too much of a risk this time. He was almost facing a game over ending. Isn't this nothing? He still has plenty of items left that haven't been used, nothing will happen. But I still think it's not worth it. Look how many risks he took, and the clues he got weren't as much as Fan Ni's after just a lap around the second floor. Really, I also think it's not worth it. It would have been better to go to the second floor with Fan and I. Didn't you see Amelie Ka's livestream? What was on the second floor? Ordinary classrooms, and the corresponding rules. Isn't that just a very ordinary clue? That still beats getting nothing and wasting the uses of the little lamp. By the way, during all this time, Fan and I didn't go to the library at all, just focusing on the second floor? It's not that he didn't go to the library, but the library is only open to A-level students during the day. C-level students can only enter after 6 p.m. So, does this school really have no B-level students? Maybe B-level students just get eliminated. Kill a ghost, did you forget that all B is the condition to leave the copy? Could it be that B-level students were all sent away? Indu and Fan and I started to exchange information in the hall. Indu did not tell all of his experience, he only said the abnormal thing of the surveillance screen and the thing that after returning to the dormitory the abnormal thing disappeared. Fan and I had nothing to hide, the second floor was all normal classrooms, and all were open to outside. Indu only needed to go up and walk one round to know whether he hid something or not. The library did not need to be said, Indu could now walk 2 steps forward and know whether what he said was true or not. So, did you write down those rules of the classroom? Normal classroom behavior rules. 1. In the normal classroom all are single-person desks. If you find your desk is a double-person desk, you must place the card machine to the upper left corner of the desk, then sit on the left side position. 2. During class time, without the teacher's question you cannot speak. 3. No matter what happens inside the normal classroom, in the first 30 minutes after class starts, absolutely you cannot leave the classroom. 4. The teacher of the normal classroom will not wear protective clothing. If you find a teacher wearing protective clothing enter the normal classroom, immediately leave the normal classroom, go to the 4th floor security department to explain the situation. Wait until the teacher of the security department confirms you can return to the classroom, then return to the classroom. 5. When because of the 4th rule you violate the 3rd behavior rule, you can go to the student department to get a public leave application form. Chapter 155 Toilet and Boiling Water Room. Normal classroom behavior rules. Just hearing this name, it feels like there are other classroom rules. And this rule is quite good, it even gives a solution method when conflict happens. When Indu sighed, in his mind he could not help but think of the picture in the surveillance. If saying what place in the school is in a closed space, and will have so many people, it seems only the classroom. But the arrangement of that place. Indu tried hard to recall the picture he saw when all his attention was drawn by those strange people. The room they were in seemed to place many narrow and long stainless steel tables. In the corner there seemed to also be a tool cabinet. When Indu was thinking, Fan and I suddenly patted his shoulder. If you do not plan to go to the 4th floor again, then we might as well return to the dormitory. On the dormitory side we have not finished walking. Indu nodded. Indeed, their dormitory room was too simple, except for resting it had no other function. And on their floor, there was still one place they had not gone. As for other floors, Indu did not even dare to guarantee whether the layout would be the same as their floor. On the way back to the classroom, they again met Student Chen on that passage. Indu and Fan and I did not go forward, but with tacit understanding hid to one side to observe every move of Student Chen. Standing under the green shade, Student Chen warmly greeted some people among the passing students. In the middle there were 1 or 2 people who at the first time he spoke hurriedly ran past, completely not talking with him. And with those who talked with him, he would bring up the matter of not listening to the playground broadcast music. After dozens of minutes, the people he talked with were about 20. Who are the objects he is reminding? Could it be all gifted people? Fan and I said thoughtfully. But would one copy really have so many gifted people? Perhaps he is reminding all C-level students. Indu said, but then could not help shaking his head himself. But by logic, except for the old students played by gifted people, the original old students should have already stayed in the school for a period of time. These students, if he wanted to remind them, he should have reminded them long ago. Indeed. Unable to think of an answer, the two could only walk through the passage as if nothing happened. During that time, Student Chen only casually greeted them, and did not say much. Indu and Fanny returned to the dormitory just like that. Although the dormitory management office had a manager guarding it, there were no clues visible due to the open window. After the crisis in the teaching building, Indu no longer had the energy to explore other unknown areas, so the two returned to the fourth floor. Speaking of which, this dormitory, like the teaching building, also had only 4 floors, meaning they lived on the top floor. However, the dormitory was different from the teaching building, as the stairs stopped at the 4th floor. After entering the 4th floor hallway, Indu and Fanny first returned to room 404. They had left in a rush that morning and, being on high alert, hadn't properly searched the dormitory. At this moment, aside from the people in the room who still hadn't gathered, the student who had been hiding under the covers when Indu left in the morning was still there, not knowing whether they had gone to get the card machine or to eat. Just then, Indu suddenly remembered something and turned to Fanny to ask, if someone never goes to get the card machine, do they count as a student of the school? Fanny turned to look at the rules on the door and said, but the rules don't say how to handle this situation, so we might as well not worry about it. True. Indu climbed up to his bed, checked the items on it, and then sat on the upper bunk, looking down at the entire dormitory. This dormitory had only one door and didn't even have a window. However, the wall opposite the door seemed to have an odd color. It looked like it had been painted over later. Indu recalled the dormitory he had seen outside. At that time, he hadn't specifically looked up, and now he couldn't remember whether there were windows outside or not. Fanny searched under the bed below and finally said, there are no toiletries and no water for daily use. I guess they should all be in that space we haven't gone to yet. Indu nodded and jumped directly from the upper bunk to the ground. Let's go check that out, I'm feeling a bit thirsty. The iron door in the corner of the hallway was not locked, so Indu and Fanny easily walked in. On the left side of this space were 8 compartments divided into 2 rows, while the right side had a closed glass door with a sign indicating it was a water room. 2 large exhaust fans were running above, and the ceiling lights were all on. As they entered, they could hear someone using one of the compartments. Indu looked around and quickly found 2 KT boards on the wash basins on either side of the door. The rules on the 2 KT boards were not many, combined, they only had 5 points. Bathroom precautions. Water room precautions. This water room looks way more sinister than the bathroom, Fanny remarked after reading it. Indu nodded and then walked towards the water room. Since entering this copy of reality, he hadn't drunk a single sip of water. In the boiler room, there stood a stainless steel cup rack in the corner diagonally opposite the door. Indu took a glance, and at this moment, the cups on it all looked like normal stainless steel water cups. Indu found his student number, took out his water cup, and then walked to the faucet for filling water. At that moment, he noticed a piece of A4 paper still stuck to the wall. 1. The boiler room only provides drinking hot water. If you find cold water coming from the faucet, please call Teacher Zhuang from the General Affairs Office immediately, and wait in place for Teacher Zhuang to handle it. 2. Please do not take the water cup out of the boiler room. There were indeed many things in this boiler room. Indu thought while turning on the faucet. He watched as the steaming hot water flowed out, and only then did he feel relieved to bring his cup closer and start filling it. At that moment, he heard Fanny's voice beside him, let's go back to the dormitory after we finish getting water. This is all hot water, it'll take a long time to cool down before we can drink it. Chapter 156, The Player Enters. Hearing Fanny's words, Indu's heart tightened. What's this? Just when he saw the rules, they were testing his memory? Not knowing whether the person beside him was human or a trick, Indu said nothing and continued to fill his cup with his head down. With the other hand, he secretly started the electric drill. The sound of running water couldn't cover the noisy sound of the electric drill. Indu quietly observed Fan and I, his behavior seemed normal, except for a few times he hesitated to speak, clearly wanting him to turn off that strange noise. Seeing this, Indu no longer tortured his ears, he released the drill and focused on watching the cup. As the hot water filled the stainless steel cup, he suddenly thought of a possibility and quickly turned his head to stare at Fan and I. Fan and I was startled by his gaze and forced himself to maintain composure as he met Indu's eyes. But a few seconds later, he still lost the battle. You were just watching me, and now you're staring at me. Do I have some kind of problem? This Fan and I did not seem mysterious, and based on their interactions in this time, Indu understood that this guy wasn't stupid. It was impossible to deal with him using such shallow methods. So, there was only one explanation: the rules that the other party saw were different from his own. Indu thought this but didn't directly voice his thoughts. Instead, he asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" When Fan and I was looked at by him, his eyes clearly showed signs of guilt. It looked like he had something to hide from him. Don't you think that sometimes it's better not to probe too deeply into certain things? Fan and I blinked. I don't think so. Once I have a problem unresolved, I easily lose my appetite and can't sleep at night. So all along, I solved my problems on the spot, Indu said seriously. Fan and I was silent for a few seconds, then turned away, sighing as he said, "By the way, have you noticed that the school is full of boys?" Indu paused for a moment, then said, "Stop, this topic ends here."
Some things can just be considered unknown if they are not fully said.
After a round of self-hypnosis, Indu pointed to the A4 paper on the wall. Come on, brother, read aloud the rules on this piece of paper. The boiler room only provides drinking hot water. If you find cold water coming from the faucet, please call Teacher Zhuang from the General Affairs Office immediately, and wait in place for Teacher Zhuang to handle it.
That's it? That's it. What's more, are there rules that I didn't see? Fan and I immediately reacted to the deeper meaning of Indu's words. Indu nodded. I saw a rule that told me not to take the water cup out of the boiler room. What's going on? Did I fall into a trap? Fan and I frowned.
I think it's more likely that the rules visible to freshmen and seniors are different, Indu said. But for safety's sake, you still shouldn't take the water cup outside.
Fan and I accepted Indu's suggestion, and thus, the two squatted in the boiler room waiting to drink water.
The stainless steel cups provided by the school also had thermal insulation features, and to drink a sip of water, they wasted a full half hour in the boiler room. At first, they could still chat about things happening in the teaching building, but later, they could only silently stare at their water. It seems like we need to arrange a time for drinking water every day, Indu said after finishing his drink. Class, meals, and lights out all have scheduled times, and if breaking the water room rules leads to a violation, it would not be worth it.
This quest is really troublesome, Fan and I complained.
As the two exited the water room, there were a few more people at the restroom this time. Those people stood in front of the rules, looking around carefully, and some noticed them coming out of the water room, peeking inside. In the world of Rule Weird Tales, everyone must follow the rules. It is not easy to determine the identities of all gifted ones without external reminders. Indu had no intention of forming a small group, so he ignored them and left directly. Fan and I glanced around, and seeing there was no one he recognized, he followed Indu out. Back in the dorm, Indu glanced at the card machine. Unknowingly, the time had already passed 4 o'clock.
After a little more rest, we can eat.
This is the first time I've arranged my time so tightly, Fan and I sighed as he lay on his bed. Let's wait until 5:30 to eat, Indu said while fiddling with the card machine from his upper bunk. The stairs to go up and down the bunk beds are ladders, and it's quite a hassle every time.
By the way, are you asking me out like this because you've decided to cooperate with me? Fan and I asked as he got up and tapped the upper bunks board. It's temporary mutual assistance, not cooperation, Indu replied.
Rest time always passes quickly, and when the lyrics of the card machine began to play, Indu slowly opened his eyes. The light of awakening pierces through the misty ocean, rules forge glory, evolving and growing in the night. Breathing synchronizes and trembles, raise your hands and make a vow, we shall eventually become the everlasting light of awakening. Indu lay quietly on the bed, listening to the whole song.
What, is there something wrong with this song? Fan and I on the lower bunk noticed his oddity and knocked on the railing to ask.
I don't know, at least while listening to this song, I didn't feel any obvious abnormality. As for the feeling of agitation, it was exactly the same as when he used the card machine to check the rules at the dormitory manager's office door. It seemed more like using the alarm clock counted as using the card machine, leading him to violate the life guidelines in the student code. However, from his observation, using the card machine in the dorm would not increase pollution, it would only make people feel agitated and anxious. Or perhaps, it needs a longer time to increase pollution. Unable to find anything unusual, Indu put away the card machine and climbed down from his bed, but it's better not to keep the alarm clock on all the time. The code says to minimize the use of the card machine in the dormitory. As Indu said this, he walked out of the dorm. When they arrived at the cafeteria this time, there were people lined up at every window. But there weren't many people in the school, so each line wasn't long. Indu looked towards the A-grade student window. The students lined up there seemed no different from ordinary students in appearance and actions. No, there is a difference, their spacing seems too consistent. Indu frowned at those students just then. Fan and I came in front of him, blocking his line of sight.
What are you doing?
Your gaze is too obvious, they've noticed you over there, Fan and I reminded. Indu peeked in the direction Fan and I pointed out, which was a person occupying a table alone.
From the looks of it, it should be a teacher.
Looking at the A-grade students line can completely be understood as my desire to become an A-grade student. Indu chuckled and patted Fan Ni's shoulder, but still, thanks for your reminder.
Fan and I gave him a meaningful glance. If I had known you were doing it on purpose, I absolutely wouldn't have reminded you. But, won't this really put your situation in danger? No way, people who do not enter the game cannot find the answer.
Indu lowered his eyes, but what appeared in his mind was Xia Nation waving goodbye to him on the river.
Chapter 157 Missing Rules in Speech.
Indu used 10 minutes of time to finish dinner. His class time was from 6 to 8, different from Fan and I. Compared with him rushing to class, Fan and I could completely stay in the cafeteria a bit longer, to watch the students and teachers coming and going. Then go to the library to look around once. When Indu came again to outside the teaching area, what he saw was still that 6-floor high teaching building.
Already understanding what he would face, he prepared the card camera in advance and walked into the teaching area. As soon as he entered the teaching area, after confirming the abnormal had not disappeared, Indu immediately silently read his student number to the card camera. This move was still effective this time, and he did not know under what situation he would need to make a phone call. After the teaching area returned to normal, Indu looked toward that corner with rules. At this time the sky color had not completely darkened, but the lights over there could already show color. Indu did not rush to check the rules over there, but directly came to the second floor of the teaching building. According to what Fan and I said, at the door of the second floor classrooms there were door signs and seat charts. And his classroom was on the west side of the second floor at the very inside, and the position was in the first row. Although he already knew these, Indu still walked around the second floor when time was sufficient. On one side of the second floor there were 4 classrooms, on the east side opposite the stairs there were 2 A-level student classrooms with relatively larger space, each had 12 seats, the remaining classrooms were the same size. But the C-level old student classrooms had 4, each had 9 seats, and the new student classrooms only had 2, and each only had 6 seats. Counting this number, it seemed that their dormitory floor already housed all C-level students. But if calculated like this, did the remaining 3 floors of the dormitory building all house A-level students? Could it be that A-level students still had single rooms? 18 people, 6 rooms per floor, the numbers also matched. Or rather, the dormitory building also housed teachers and the like? While thinking, Indu came to the far west side. Behind their classroom, there was also a warehouse that occupied an even larger area. The door was locked, the lock used on the door was a B-level lock, and outside it was also wrapped with an anti-theft lock. From the marks on the door lock and the dust on the anti-theft chain, this warehouse had not been opened by anyone for a long time. Unfortunately now it was already almost class time, Indu also had no time to investigate this warehouse. Speaking of it, the classrooms here might be because there were not many students, and did not have 2 doors. Indu walked back to the classroom door. As soon as he entered the door, Indu saw the rules written on the blackboard and the clock hanging on the blackboard in 2 black speakers. At this time, there were still about 10 minutes until 18 o'clock. And the rules on the blackboard were the rules Fan and I told him in the afternoon, only slightly different. Normal classroom behavior rules. 1. In normal classrooms all are equipped with single-person desks. If discovering desks are double-person desks, students must place the card camera on the upper left corner of the desk, and sit on the left side position. 2. During class, without teacher asking questions, students must not speak at will. 3. No matter what situation happens inside normal classrooms, within 30 minutes before class starts, students must not leave the classroom. For normal classrooms are only taught by culture course teachers when teaching will not wear protective suits. If discovering personnel wearing protective suits enter normal classrooms, students should immediately leave the classroom, and go to the 4th floor security department to explain the situation. These rules only had 4 items, 1 less than what Fan and I told him. Compared to suspecting Fan and I was deceiving him, Indu more believed this was because the 5th rule Fan and I said was something only old students could see. But why was this? Speaking of it, in the hot water room Fan and I also had rules he could not see, if between these 2 there was to say any common point. That probably means there are obviously more things that the seniors can do. In the dormitory, the seniors among the C students can take their water cups back to the dormitory. In the classroom, when seniors have to break the rules because of regulations, they have ways to solve the problems. But, is that a good thing? Indu turned to look at his desk, which, on the surface, was indeed a single wooden table. However, Indu cautiously walked around to his seat and confirmed that there was only 1 drawer before he sat down at ease. He didn't arrive early, but besides him, there was only 1 other student in the classroom. The other was sitting in the corner. From the number, he should be C212. The last one among the new students. Probably noticing that Indu was looking at him, the other nodded back at Indu. However, his expression was very indifferent. Out of politeness, Indu nodded back and then quietly sat in his place. In the following few minutes, 3 more people arrived in the classroom, leaving only the C211 seat unoccupied. And the time had already reached 6 p.m. If those who didn't come had already become students of the school, then they were already late. As Indu was pondering, the speaker on the blackboard crackled with electrical noise, followed by a man's voice. Dear students. Hello. I am Principal Shi Chang of the school. First, on behalf of all the teachers and students, I welcome all the new students to join the Awakening Night School family. Here, you will embark on a brand new learning journey, gaining knowledge and achieving transformation. Become a new talent that is useful to the world. To help students complete their transformations, our school has carefully arranged 6 subject courses. First, there are 3 basic courses. Literature Research course, this course will help students understand the world. Music Appreciation course, this course can help students relax their bodies and minds in their busy lives. Physical Education course, this course helps students enhance their physique and improve bodily functions. Indu listened attentively to the principal's speech, but so far, there seemed to be nothing unusual. Then there are 3 specialized courses. Structural Principles course, Structural Practice course, Special Combat course. The specialized courses are relatively complex, and students need to understand them in learning and experience them in life. After the introduction of the 3 specialized courses, there was a series of cliché phrases, basically without anything odd. On the surface, this long speech seemed like the principal's routine talk at the start of the school year. But, when Indu heard those 3 specialized courses, he recalled the paper that Fan and I found on the 3rd floor. Human Anatomy, Gut Extraction, Chest Opening. Could this be the content of the Structural Principles course, Structural Practice course, and Special Combat course? If that's the case, does the Special Combat course involve real people? Thinking of this, Indu couldn't help but frown. He always felt that things weren't that simple. At the same time, a voice he was very familiar with came through the broadcast. Esteemed Principal, teachers, dear students, hello everyone. I am Student Council President Chen Rong. First of all, welcome all new students to join the Awakening Night School family. I hope that here, you can gain knowledge, friendship, and growth. As your senior, I would like to share some experiences and advice to help everyone better adapt to school life. Chapter 158, to Teacher E. Please be sure to read the Student Code of Conduct carefully. Following the rules will make our learning life smoother. Grades are an important standard to measure our learning outcomes. Grades not only represent your efforts but also your contributions to the school. Contributions? Amidst a pile of boring talk, Indu suddenly caught a somewhat abrupt term. Although good student grades are definitely beneficial for the school, what school would so blatantly say that you have to contribute to the school, so you must have good grades? The principal's speech was much more normal, all about what the school can provide for the students, rather than what the students need to provide for the school. Chen Rong, classmate Chen, did he overthink this, or did the speech truly have deeper meanings? The pace of school life is fast, everyone should learn to arrange time reasonably. Fast? With only 2 hours of class a day, it would be better to say that the requirement to raise grades to a B within 7 days forces gifted students to speed up their learning pace. No, although the 7 days is the minimum requirement given by the dungeon, based on previous dungeons, this time is also a time node for something else in the dungeon. So, after 7 days, something should happen in this school. I hope everyone can help each other and make progress together. Remember, the power of unity is endless. No matter what difficulties you encounter, keep a clear mind. Don't let external distractions confuse you, sticking to your original intention will allow you to go further. Chen Rong's speech was not shorter than the principal's. But since feeling that Chen Rong had something to say, Indu didn't mind that it was just empty words. After all, Indu could always find some key points in his long-winded statements. By the time the principal and Chen Rong finished speaking, an hour had already passed. At this moment, a gentle and sweet-looking lady wearing a professional half-skirt hurriedly walked into the classroom, stepping onto the podium in her beige low-heeled shoes. Dear students, hello everyone, I am the school's physical education teacher and also your homeroom teacher. My name is Xiang Yi. There aren't many rules in the teacher's class, any student can raise their hand as if they have a question and speak freely. Teacher Xiang Yi's extended tones gave her an overall bright and cheerful feeling. Indu's gaze was inevitably drawn to her. How could there be such a character in a weird dungeon, and besides, this image did not match that of a physical education teacher at all. After teacher Xiang Yi finished her self-introduction, the entire classroom fell into a strange silence. The atmosphere stiffened for a few seconds. Teacher Xiang Yi awkwardly applauded for herself and then continued, it seems that our class's students are quite shy. Oh. I guess everyone hasn't introduced themselves. Why don't we introduce each other, okay? This time, someone responded. Teacher, can we not waste time? We are here to learn, not to get to know each other. The voice came from directly behind Indu. He remembered that behind him were C209 and C211. There was no one in C211, so the speaker had to be from C209. Indu glanced at teacher Xiang Yi, who was choked up and didn't know how to respond, thought for a moment, raised his hand, and when teacher Xiang Yi looked over, he offered a way out, saying, Teacher, there are only 6 of us in total, if we want to get to know each other, we can do that during break time. Why don't you go ahead and get to the topic and talk about the course arrangement? I just heard the principal say we have 6 subjects, but I saw in the student regulations that class time is only 2 hours. Is this time really enough for us to learn 6 subjects? Gaining a way out, teacher Xiang Yi smiled again. Alright, then let's get straight to the topic and talk about everyone's study arrangements. Although students only have 2 hours of class every day, actually, the study time lasts all day. First, let's talk about the teacher's physical education class. The arrangement for physical education class is that students must exercise on their own every day for no less than 20 minutes. The school's A-level students exercise for more than an hour each day. Oh. Self-exercise, doesn't that equal to needing no teacher? Speaking of which, this teacher came in saying that she was the school's physical education teacher. There can't be only her as the physical education teacher in this school, right? Literary study class, every day go to the library to borrow a book on literature for reading. In the last 10 minutes before the end of each class, there will be an exchange of learning results. In the music appreciation class, from now on, the broadcast during class will take you on a journey through the world of music. Teacher, does that mean we have to rely on self-study for all 3 basic subjects? C209 spoke up again. Yes, Teacher Xiangyi smiled and said, isn't it great? This not only exercises the students' self-learning ability but also stimulates their motivation to learn. Hearing Teacher Xiangyi draw out the tone of the 4 words motivation to learn, Indu raised an eyebrow. Noticing his expression, Teacher Xiangyi turned to look at him. Student C207, do you have any questions? Teacher, if all 3 basic subjects rely on self-study, how is the grading determined? Indu asked. Of course, the longer you study, the better your grades will be. If you want to be as excellent as the A-grade students, you can observe their study habits. Then teacher, when do the A-grade students have classes? This time it wasn't Ingdu or C209 speaking, the voice came from the position of C212. A-grade students, except for the special practical courses every 3 days, do not have fixed class times and rely entirely on self-directed learning, yet they still maintain excellent grades. Isn't that amazing? Teacher Xiangyi said. Special practical course. Indu murmured to himself, wanting to ask more but was interrupted by Teacher Xiangyi. Alright, I know everyone wants to be an A-grade student, but for now, let's first listen to the arrangement of the professional courses. This will help with your future learning. According to the school's arrangement, each professional course lasts 35 minutes. Today you will have your first course on structural principles. Starting tomorrow, you will have 3 professional courses, which are structural principles, practical courses, and practical combat courses in that order. So, for those curious about the practical combat course, you'll be able to know its content tomorrow. Teacher Xiangyi finished speaking quickly and then glanced at the time, continuing, if you have any questions, you can come and ask me after class. Now there is only 1 minute left before the structural principles class starts. Please take out the A4 paper from your drawers to take notes. After she finished, she quickly dashed out of the classroom, appearing a bit flustered with her movements. Indu looked up. It had only been 9 minutes since the somewhat scatterbrained teacher entered. This means there are still about 50 minutes left before today's class ends. Just as Indu was looking at the clock, a smell of formaldehyde wafted into the room. He looked towards the only exit of the classroom. Chapter 159, The First Class. At 7:10, a container filled with a transparent liquid and a disemboweled person was pushed into the classroom. Behind this container was a man in a suit. The container was a bit bloody, but Indu didn't look too closely. Instead, he focused on the man behind it. He looked familiar, as if he was the one who blocked him at the stairwell. The man had a stern face and looked somewhat unhappy as he scanned the whole class with a cold expression and said, unfortunately, I've drawn this garbage class. As he spoke, Indu could see the students sitting next to him shudder slightly. He couldn't see the students behind him, but he could feel the heavy atmosphere in the classroom. At this moment, even the somewhat arrogant C209 didn't dare to question the definition of garbage class. When the suit man looked at them, his expression was lacking enthusiasm, but when he turned to look at the container beside him, he revealed a smug smile. However, it's not completely unfortunate. He said this while moving the container to the podium, then formally introduced himself, saying, hello, useless ones, I am your teacher for structural principles, Frank Arnold. His tone of speaking was really off-putting. But considering the specimen next to him that looked quite fresh, no one dared to refute. Today, it is your first lesson on structural principles. I do not like to waste time, so let us begin our course directly. Frank turned and wrote the 2 large characters structure on the blackboard. Our structural principles class mainly serves the practical lessons, so the most important thing is to remember the structure of the human body. As he spoke, he turned around and pulled out a pointer, pointing at the container. This is a collectible I unexpectedly obtained today, and it will also be my teaching tool for today. When I caught him, he was shivering in his blanket, and he died after I cut open his chest and took out his heart. Indu had been lowering his head, but at this moment, he raised his head to look at the container upon hearing these words. Hiding in the blanket? He looked at that face, and after a long time, he confirmed that this guy was the boy who originally lay in bed number 8 of dormitory 404. So the cost of not becoming a student in time is to be made into a specimen? Upon hearing Frank say he took out the other person's heart, Indu shifted his gaze downward. Indeed, there was a lack of a heart beside the left lung. So, can someone tell me where the heart was supposed to be? Frank's gaze once again looked at all the students. Indu quickly lowered his eyes, not wanting to make eye contact with him. At this moment, C209 behind him seemed to regain his courage. Teacher, I know. Although his voice trembled, Indu silently thanked him in his heart. After all, it seemed that Frank's gaze had finally locked onto him. Was it because his student number was among the highest in the class? Good, then C209, come up and point out where the heart was originally located. Probably not expecting this turn of events, C209 stood up, already panicking to the point of bumping into a desk. Feeling his excitement, Indu turned around for the first time to look at C209. He was a somewhat prematurely mature Caucasian, only slightly smaller than Ma Xiangja but looking thicker in build. Under Frank's cold gaze, he shook his legs as he walked up to the podium. At first, he was looking at Frank's pointer, but under Frank's intimidating eye, he can only point with his finger at a spot near the left lung in the container. Teacher, it should be here, the heart should be here," he said to Frank while looking up. "Wrong," Frank said. "Is your heart in front of the left lung? And is it external? Do you want me to help you take out the heart and place it in the correct position to see if you could still survive under these circumstances?" C209 trembled in fear, and his finger directly poked through the container into the left lung. The strange feeling in his hand left him stunned, his head rigidly turning toward the container. When he discovered that he was indeed touching the left lung of that corpse, he screamed and fell to the ground. Indu, not far away, felt as if his eardrums had been shaken, followed by a ringing in his ears. Seeing C209's terrified reaction, Frank said unhappily, "Just pointing out the position scared you this much, you really are useless. Go down." After saying that, in front of the whole class, he reached out and passed through the container, finally pointing his index finger at a spot beside the left lung. "This is where I took his heart out, now remember it? The first class was so stimulating, who could forget it?" Indu silently criticized in his heart. But now, although he had remembered the positions of the left and right lungs in the heart, it seemed he had forgotten the positions of the other organs out of fear. Next, the entire class became a stage for Frank's performance, as he pointed around on the specimen, though he did not do anything that harmed the specimen. It seemed he was quite fond of this specimen. But thinking that this specimen had just been in the same dormitory as him a few hours earlier made Indu feel nauseous. He could only numbly listen, and in the final few minutes, according to Frank's request, he drew the human structure on an A4 paper. At 7:45, Frank left without saying a word, dragging his collection out of the room. After he left, Indu finally sighed in relief. He looked down at the thing he had just drawn, his eyes trembling. What's going on? He clearly remembered only drawing a simple human anatomy diagram, not even labeling the organs, meaning he hadn't written a single word. But why did the paper have words written in his handwriting? Indu stared at the A4 paper, trying to recall the details of the anatomy diagram he had drawn earlier. Just then, a piece of paper was placed on his desk. Indu instinctively looked up, and the person who had come was C212. Naturally, the paper he handed him was also an A4 sheet for taking class notes. Just like his own class notes, C212's paper also had a sentence written on it. "Slice open the chest and remove the heart." And on the anatomy diagram they had drawn, there was no heart. Indu took a deep breath. Clearly, there was something wrong with this school. As long as they attended class, they were accepting pollution, and during this pollution, they might even experience memory or cognitive issues. Perhaps what Frank had asked for earlier was to draw an anatomy diagram exactly like the specimen and note down the cause of death of the specimen. However, due to memory or cognitive problems, their recollection only remained of drawing a simple diagram. Sure, the deviation between these two memories was not huge, but the meaning behind it made one feel uneasy. "It seems you've noticed the issue too," C212 spoke. Indu turned his gaze back to him. C212 was a fair-skinned boy with narrow eyes and eyebrows. He gave off a sharp vibe, and from his appearance, it was obvious he was of East Asian descent. Moreover, the language he spoke was Mandarin. But that wasn't surprising. Although Indu hadn't observed carefully, when he was with Chintong, he noticed that this world had people from all different ethnic backgrounds, and the languages spoken were mostly Chinese, English, and Spanish. This guy might, like Chintong, come from a background in their own country. Noticing Indu's curious gaze, C212 smiled and said, "Hello, I'm C212, Susho." "Indu, student ID C207. Indu looked at him and said seriously. Hearing Indu's words, Susho was momentarily stunned, then said, "Right, my student ID is C212, and my name is Susho." "Susho, hello, nice to meet you." After introducing themselves, Susho didn't say much and walked back to his seat. It seemed he had come only to give Indu a clue. What a strange person. But in this bizarre world, nothing really seemed that strange. Indu put the 2 sheets of paper into his toolbox. There were still more than 10 minutes left until the end of the class, but no teacher came into the classroom. With no certainty about whether a teacher would show up, no one dared to leave, and everyone just sat in their seats, calming their nerves. To be honest, after the whole class, the shock he felt was not as strong as when he discovered his memory had been altered. The bloodiness laid out in front of him no longer scared him. However, the person behind him was now repeatedly muttering, clearly terrified.
When the classroom became quiet, his unclear mumbling sounded like some kind of incantation, making it hard for Indu to stay calm. Indu was about to get up and find somewhere else to catch his breath when he saw teacher Xiangyi hurriedly enter the room. "Students, sorry, I was in such a rush earlier that I forgot to tell you. Because today is your first day of class, the last 10 minutes of the literature seminar are cancelled, so you can leave early. But don't blame me, after all, Teacher Arnold is just too terrifying." After saying this, teacher Xiangyi didn't wait for the reaction and quickly left the classroom. Every time, she came and went in such a hurry. It was as if something was chasing her. After she left, a few people rushed out of the classroom immediately. "Class is over, shall we head back to the dorm together?" Susho walked up to Indu and asked. Indu shook his head. "I want to go to the library first." Hearing Indu's words, Susho looked at him curiously. "Do you want to become an A-grade student? Isn't becoming an A-grade student everyone's common goal?" Indu replied with a smile. Although Susho had just shown kindness to him, and Indu felt an inexplicable liking for him, Susho was still a person from the world of strange rules. Indu remained wary. But he never expected that after his question, Susho would actually say, "But my intuition tells me that being a C-grade student in this school isn't so bad." This time it was Indu's turn to be surprised. He turned to Susho. "What do you mean?" "I don't know, although my memory tells me I entered the school to become an A-grade student and have a better future." Susho furrowed his brows. "But this morning when I opened my eyes in the cafeteria and saw the rules," Susho started to say, his hand suddenly pressing on Indu's desk, his face filled with pain and struggle. He shook his head hard, his eyes gradually losing focus, yet he weakly continued the unfinished thought. "A voice in my heart tells me it's better to always be just a C." But before he finished, his expression changed, and he suddenly sat up straight, saying hollowly, "I must become an A-grade student, I must become an A-grade student. I must." Halfway through his words, he began to tremble, like a robot that had malfunctioned. While Indu was wondering if he should lay him down, he suddenly grabbed Indu's wrist with a piercing gaze. "Don't become an A-grade student." With that, he went limp and collapsed. Although Indu was stunned by his strange behavior, he still managed to support him in time. He leaned him against the desk and then cautiously pushed. Susho? Are you okay?" Susho leaned against Indu's desk for a while before releasing his grip on Indu's hand. But once he regained full clarity, he looked at Indu blankly and asked, "What just happened?" Indu observed Susho's expression carefully, and he could confirm that the other wasn't acting. His previous performance was like his original memory had been erased and replaced with a command. This command made him see being an A-grade student as the goal. But something unexpected happened. Susho seemed to have broken free from the command, which is why he chose C212 as his student number. However, as long as he wanted to carefully explore the source of his thoughts and study the oddities in his memory, he would inevitably touch upon that command. But the way this guy looked at him in the end. To prevent Susho from experiencing it again, Indu didn't reveal everything. He just said, "You were just asking me if I wanted to go back to the dorm with you, and then suddenly held your head. Are you not feeling well? I wonder if this school has a medical room." Indu said with concern. "Oh, I see." Susho rubbed his temples, his head did hurt a bit. What a familiar feeling. "Headaches are my old problem, I just need to rest for a bit," Susho said weakly. Because of Susho, Indu temporarily abandoned the idea of going to the library. He supported him back to the dorm. By around 8 o'clock, the sky had darkened, and streetlights were lit all around the school. As soon as they stepped out of the teaching building, Indu heard a burst of music. Susho, who had been walking slowly, quickened his pace when he heard the music. But he hadn't completely recovered, and his movements were unsteady. Indu could only do his best to support him. After delivering Susho back to his dorm, Indu then set off to return to the teaching building. So bloody, this person was directly sliced open. Is this person a gifted individual or an NPC in the mission? It's a gifted individual, their country only has one city left anyway. Now it's gone. Actually, the violent and bloody scenes are not too bad. After seeing enough of them, they don't seem scary anymore. Indeed, this class is not as terrifying as Indu charging into the academic affairs office. What happened? Did Indu just write something on the diagram? Don't ask, we who are watching the live stream see the same scene as Indu, and he was stunned himself. What is this Susho? Is he a talent? He is not a talent, he is an NPC in the instance. That's truly rare, an NPC giving clues right at the start. Is this Susho a fixed plot character in the instance? Have other talents encountered him? Could it be that he is just using clues to get closer to the talents, and then he will betray them when they trust him? I watched other live streams, and only Indu encountered Susho. I also watched other live streams. In this instance, only the school staff and classmate Chen are fixed NPCs, each student is different. So this Susho is quite special. Not necessarily, there might be students with similar settings in other instances, but the talents there just haven't triggered the plot.
I also lean towards thinking Susho is not special. This time coming outside the teaching area again, what Indu saw from the outside finally matched what was described in the rules. When he entered the teaching area, what he saw was also the normal teaching building and playground. The music he just heard with Susho had also stopped. Seeing that there was nothing unusual on the playground, Indu walked to that green projection light. Playground Training Manual. 1. The playground is a place for students to exercise. 2. The playground broadcast will play relaxing music at irregular intervals. Listening to more music will help improve grades. 3. Excessive exercise can harm health. Do not spend more than 4 hours on the playground each day. Chapter 161, Fanny's First Class. Sure enough, the rules he could see were different from Fanny's. The first rule was missing half. He remembered that the second half of the first rule Fanny read to him was, fighting on the playground and doing anything that harms classmates is strictly prohibited. Indu muttered. Why? Why emphasize this rule for old students, but not restrict new students? This is completely different from the previous 2 times. Unable to understand, Indu could only temporarily set this question aside. He walked straight into the teaching building and headed for the library. At this moment, there were students sitting at almost every table in the library, which was very quiet. Just standing at the door, Indu was influenced by that silence, even his footsteps became lighter. When Indu walked in, the teacher sitting behind the counter just glanced at him and then ignored him. The library rules were right behind that teacher. Library rules. 1. Opening hours, 8 to 2200 hours. During the day, the library is open only to A-level students, and C-level students can only enter after 1800 hours. 2. Borrowing restrictions. 1. A-level students may borrow 3 books each time, while C-level students may borrow 1 book each time. 2. Borrowed books must be returned within 24 hours. 3. Any book must go through borrowing procedures at the counter before it can be read. 4. Books marked with red blood drops on the cover are prohibited from being borrowed. 3. Reading regulations. In the library, except for library staff, others are prohibited from speaking. 4. Notes. 1. The library has only 2 administrators, who take turns on duty. If you encounter a different person claiming to be a library administrator than the one at the counter, please ignore them. 2. Copying of library books is strictly prohibited. These library rules, aside from the books marked with red blood drops and the last 2 notes, look relatively normal. After reading the rules, Indu walked towards the first row of bookshelves. To be honest, the names of the books on this bookshelf made Indu lose the desire to borrow. The books on the first row of bookshelves looked very academic. The moral reconstruction of a rule-based society. The perfect world under rules. Indu walked all the way to the 3rd row before he found a book that interested him. Efficient use of parts. He noted the position of the book and continued to search further back. Although the rules stated that books with blood droplet marks could not be borrowed. The more it was said, the more Indu wanted to take a look. He did not plan to break the rules and read these books, he just wanted to see their names. Unfortunately, he browsed around, and until the librarian's closing announcement came, he did not see any books marked with blood droplets. Returning to the 3rd row, he took efficient use of parts and walked toward the counter. The borrowing process was very simple, he just had to scan his card. As Indu walked out of the library with the book, he happened to see Fanny standing outside the teaching building. I knew you went to the library to borrow books, Fanny said with a smile, waving to him as he walked out. How was the first class today? Fanny asked. Seeing that Fanny purposely waited for him and suddenly brought up the class, Indu understood that he actually wanted to talk about himself. Indu walked up to Fanny. My class was basically just listening to the principal, the student union president, and the homeroom teacher speak, nothing special. So, did you find anything over there? Fanny sighed and shook his head. I'm a bit regretful about choosing the old student identity now. To be honest, I have no impression of that 1-hour class at all. My last memory is of a man walking onto the stage, introducing himself as our homeroom teacher, and saying we were having a practical class. After saying this, he lifted his wrist. At that moment, a 1-finger-wide gap had opened on the red line around his wrist. I don't know if it's due to pollution or if I was harmed. When I came to, the red line had already changed like this. I checked before entering the classroom, and the red line was still complete then. Indu looked at the red line on his wrist and asked, why do you suspect it was harm? Fanny's expression turned ugly as he said, because, after I came to, I found that among my classmates, someone had their left hand severed. That hand was left in the classroom. After others fled, I went up to see that arm. From that gap, it seemed the hand was initially struck but not completely severed. Eventually, it was forcibly torn off. Then I checked the traces in the classroom. Clearly, there had been a fight. There were also signs of others fleeing the classroom. Outside the entire 2nd floor, there were signs of fighting and bloodstains. But just as I was going downstairs to check other places, I found that all traces had disappeared.
I hurried back to the second floor, but the traces there had also vanished. Fanny sighed. Everything felt like a dream. If it weren't for the severed hands traces and the deeply ingrained memory of the blood, I would even doubt if what I saw was an illusion caused by pollution. However, my talent is resistance. I can't possibly have illusions due to pollution. After hearing Fanny's words, Indu was about to reach out and pat his shoulder to comfort him, but suddenly remembered something and withdrew his hand that was frozen in midair. He touched his nose and said, after suddenly experiencing so much, "You must be tired. Why don't you go back to the dormitory to rest for a while? I'll go to the second floor to see if there are any traces." But this time, Fanny did not just watch him leave but reached out to grab him. "The lights in the teaching building are about to go out, it's better not to take risks." "How do you know the teaching building's closing time?" Indu asked. "It was just announced, didn't you hear? The lights in the entire teaching building will be turned off at 22:10. Please students leave the building quickly. Moreover, the street lights outside will turn off at 22:30. Which means..." Soon, the entire school, except for the dormitories, became unsafe for them. Indu nodded. "It might be because the library doesn't have an announcement system, and the soundproofing is pretty good. I didn't hear the announcement when I was in the library." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them heard a cracking sound from the teaching building behind them, followed by complete darkness falling around them. At the same time, a broadcast sound came from the playground. "Students, the teaching building lights have been turned off. The street lights will be off at 22:30. Students on the playground, please return to your dorms as soon as possible to rest." Indu's surprised expression when he heard the announcement was too obvious. Just as he turned his head, he heard Fanny ask, "What's wrong with the broadcast? Why do you look so strange?" "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the voice of my homeroom teacher, Miss Yang Yi. To be honest, I think my homeroom teacher is also a bit strange, like she's rushing through the class," Indu said. Fanny nodded. "Then let me be honest too, I really don't want to hear the word homeroom teacher right now, it makes me think about what just happened. So, let's just hurry back to the dorm." Chapter 162, Fanny. Fanny was acting strangely quiet. On the way back to the dorm, Indu often felt that Fanny was lost in thought, and from time to time, he let out an almost inaudible sigh. But Fanny was no beginner. Was a bit of blood and memory distortion really enough to make him this nervous and scared? Unless, there was something he was hiding in his description, something that terrified him. Once they returned to the dorm, Fanny immediately went to the bathroom with some clothes. Indu's gaze turned to the bed in C208, where the classmate who sat next to him in class was now lying. Just thinking about the boy who originally lay there, the image of a specimen in a container appeared in Indu's mind. He sighed and turned his head to start searching around the room again. Death meant that the boy had broken the rules, but he didn't have any rules on him that matched his situation. After searching everywhere, Indu had to admit that there were no other hidden rules in the dorm. Just as he resigned himself and sat down to rest for a moment, Fanny, now changed into fresh clothes, walked back into the dorm. Indu immediately picked up the clothes he had prepared earlier and walked toward the door. But Fanny stopped him. "You won't believe what I found in the bathroom stall," Fanny said as he waved a piece of paper in front of Indu with 2 fingers. Indu looked over, and it was an A4-sized flyer. At the top, there were 8 big words, "Awakening Night School Enrollment Guide." Indu took the guide from his hands. The guide mostly showed the school map. The complete map of the school was a perfectly rectangular shape, with solid lines around the edges, and no gate marked. On the entire sheet, only a few small lines in the corner mentioned important notes. Enrollment notes. It seemed like the student had violated the rules mentioned in the guide. But, why would this enrollment guide appear in the bathroom? Indu asked. This thing was clearly something that should have appeared in front of them when they entered the copy. Fanny shrugged, "I don't know. When I was about to throw my clothes in the laundry chute, I found this paper in the trash can in the corner." The trash can. Indu instinctively loosened his grip. What's wrong? The trash can isn't that dirty. Although he said this, Fanny still picked up the guide from the floor with 2 fingers and tossed it into the dormitory trash can. To be honest, the environment in this copy was already much better than the last one. But this doesn't prevent Indu from keeping a little obsession under certain conditions. Ahem, it's getting late, I'm going to take a shower first. Wait, let me wash my hands first. Fan and I rushed ahead, and a few minutes later he entered the dormitory again. After he returned, Indu walked into the bathroom. He didn't rush into the stall but walked to the corner of the bathroom. When they came in the afternoon, because one of the stalls was occupied, they hadn't gone in, and thus they didn't notice there was another space behind the stall. In this space, on the left was a trash can, and on the right was a stainless steel rack and the entrance to a dirty laundry chute embedded in the wall. At that moment, the trash can still had 4 or 5 enrollment guides, and from the messy appearance, it was clear that not a whole stack had been thrown in here. Could it be that someone had collected all the enrollment guides and thrown them here before they entered the copy? Or was this a rule deliberately hidden by the copy? Most people entering strange places would begin searching for clues nearby, so as long as the talent entering this copy took action to look for rules, normally they should have found this guide before the dormitory curfew. That boy mainly failed to act due to fear, which led to his death. Indu shook his head, shaking off the specimens that surfaced again in his mind, then turned and walked into the stall. He tested the water temperature, and after confirming there was hot water, he closed the stall door. As soon as the door closed, Indu saw a note behind it. Washing guide. 1. Each person may not exceed 20 minutes for each wash. 2. Please take your dirty clothes to the dirty laundry chute in the corner and drop them after swiping your card. 3. Please check the clothes on the hanger the next morning. If you find bloodstains on your clothes, please immediately call Teacher Chi to explain the situation. Another set of rules. But perhaps it was because of this rule that Fan and I discovered that guide. Because of the 20-minute limit, Indu moved quickly and finished in about 5 minutes, walking out of the stall. As required, after throwing the clothes down the laundry chute, Indu stood by to listen. But the sound of clothes falling was too soft, and he couldn't make out any noise. He could only confirm that the clothes indeed were falling down. He didn't know if they had dropped to the first floor. Indu stretched out his hand to measure the size of the laundry chute, confirming that even if he turned into a child, he still couldn't go down from here, and then he left the bathroom. After a day, he hadn't explored the dormitory yet, and he didn't know if there was a laundry room on the first floor. Perhaps he should prioritize this for tomorrow. Moreover, he would also have practical classes tomorrow. He didn't know if he would encounter a situation like Fan and I. As Indu lay on his bed thinking, Fan and I in the lower bunk knocked on the bed. Indu poked his head out to look at the lower bunk. What's wrong? Did you notice that there's no school gate on the map of this school? Fan and I whispered, leaning closer. Of course I noticed. Although the basic clearance conditions had nothing to do with the existence of the school gate. But such an anomaly couldn't be overlooked by anyone who had seen the map. However, Indu's current goal was not to find the school gate. Or rather, since there was still not a single clue about the school gate, he didn't plan to spend his energy on this for now. But why did Fan and I suddenly bring up the school gate? Did he discover something? Indu focused on Fan and I, ready to hear his insights. But Indu didn't expect that Fan Ni's next sentence would change the topic entirely. If what we do in class is not under our control, then how can we ensure we get a B grade? Fan and I said softly. What if we can't get a B? I thought you wanted to achieve a clearance ending that is definitely not the basic method, just like me. Indu looked at Vanny. Otherwise, why would you embark on this adventure with me to find clues? At this moment, Indu suddenly realized that Vanny had just mentioned the school gate for a reason. It turned out he was reminding him to look for the school gate, perhaps leaving the school counted as clearing the level? Exactly, if I could, I would never choose the guaranteed method to clear the level, Vanny sighed. What I fear is that, given the current situation presented by this instance, very few talented individuals can meet the requirements for the guaranteed clear. Hearing Vanny's words, Indu was stunned for a few seconds. He hadn't expected that Vanny was actually troubled by this issue. After a long while, he spoke with a somewhat hoarse voice. If this is your concern, we can completely find out the secrets of this school at the fastest speed and find a way to clear the level early. This way, they can follow the strategy to clear the level. Although this method couldn't help those who used their hints in the earlier stages, it could assist those with better survival capabilities in the instance. Vanny let out a bitter smile. How could I not know this? But based on my experience in the instances I participated in, the most intense danger always appears in the very early stages. The instance will immediately filter out a group of talented individuals who are unfit to survive in the instance world as soon as it opens. The remaining talented individuals, even if they fail to clear the level, generally end up either polluted or lost. But this time, the instance is different. The danger may appear every single day ahead. In this case, whether it's the guaranteed clearing method or a more advanced one, they won't survive to finish it. Vanny could not forget that scene in the classroom, could not forget the severed arm he held in his hand. Now, all he had to do was close his eyes and he would return to that moment, the scent of blood filling his nose. The impact of that class had not ended even now. At this rate, he might inevitably become an A-grade student. Do you still remember what you said? What? You have to enter the game to break through. Vanny said. Chapter 163, The Abnormality After Lights Out. After Vanny said he was willing to be the one to enter the game, Indu didn't respond. He silently lay back in his position and thought for a while. He had to admit, he was a bit tempted. If Vanny volunteered to enter the game, it would only benefit him. But it was too dangerous. He could tell right away that Vanny's idea of entering the game was different from his own. Originally, he just wanted to pretend to be a student eager to become an A-grade student to attract the attention of related parties. But Vanny's meaning was that he really wanted to walk down the path of an A-grade student. The clues collected by an A-grade student were definitely different from what they C-grade students could get. However, becoming an A-grade student would likely mean never being able to leave this instance.
Although he didn't feel any particular affection for Vanny, why should he let someone else make a sacrifice for no reason? Indu sighed, just as he wanted to talk to Vanny about this issue again and discuss his newly thought-out method. The dormitory lights suddenly went out. It was time for lights out. Had it really reached midnight so quickly? To avoid breaking the rules, Indu could only suppress various thoughts for now. He yawned and turned over, taking his alarm clock from the toolbox and placing it beside his pillow. Just as he completed these actions, he felt as if another body was lying behind him. The cold touch made him shiver and lose all drowsiness. At that moment, a scream came from the bed opposite him. Indu's heart stopped, he froze in place and didn't dare to move. And that scream abruptly stopped, as if an invisible hand had forcefully cut it off. Indu's heart was in his throat, and the darkness made everything unknown seem more terrifying. He wanted to see what had happened on the opposite bed, but he was afraid of making a sound and breaking the rules, so he could only freeze in place, not daring to breathe. At this moment, he felt the cold body behind him seem to move slightly. Soon after, faint rustling sounds came from the darkness. Finally, the door of the dormitory creaked open and then closed again as if someone had entered and exited. At once, the whole dormitory fell back into complete silence. In the quiet dormitory, the touch coming from behind became increasingly distinct. He calmed down and recalled all the rules, confirming that he had not violated any, and after realizing the presence behind him could not harm him, he forced himself to ignore it. Unknowingly, sleepiness surged once more, and Indu fell asleep. The next day, Indu woke up to the sound of the alarm clock. He turned off the alarm clock and took out his card machine to check the time. It was now 6:50 in the morning. Memories of last night returned. He hurriedly looked at the bed next to him. The beds over there were all neatly made, and there was no one present. Indu tidied up his own bed and then climbed down. Once he got down, he realized that the two lower bunk positions were also tidy, and those people were all not in the dormitory. At that moment, a sound came from the upper bunk. Indu looked over to see a classmate from his same class just uncovering his blanket and sitting up in confusion. Just as Indu was about to go out to look for someone, Fan and I walked in from outside carrying a basin and said, "There are more toiletries in the bathroom, you should go wash up." Indu ignored this and instead asked about last night. "Did you hear any noises after the lights went out?" "What noises?" "I fell asleep right after the lights went out," Fan and I replied, placing the basin on the table. Only after setting the basin down did he pause, turning to Indu with a look of disbelief. His face turned pale as he said, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized. Why did I lose consciousness as soon as the lights went out? Also, at 6:30 in the morning, there was no alarm and no sound, yet we all got up on time. This situation is just like yesterday's class." Indu's expression turned serious upon hearing this. "Now that you mention it, it feels as if the old students have been implanted with some kind of program. And currently, there are two triggering points, one is class, and the other is when the lights go out." At this moment, Indu no longer dwelled on what happened last night. After all, given that the others in the dormitory were fine, last night's events were most likely just meant to scare him into breaking the rules. What's even worse is that after being controlled this time, I didn't notice any abnormalities. Fan and I clenched his fists. It seems I have inevitably become part of this situation. He did not want to lose himself and become a walking corpse in this strange scenario without any understanding. But if there was no turning back and this was the only way to break the deadlock. "Don't be so down, I won't let you head toward that ending," Indu said. "Do you have a way to solve this problem?" Fan and I asked. "Didn't we already figure it out yesterday?" The identities of freshmen and old students are determined by the student number. In other words, having a freshman student number makes you a freshman, while having an old student's student number makes you an old student. Indu waved the card machine in front of Fan and I. Fan and I turned his head along with Indu's hand. "So? Our class is missing one student, which means there is a student number that has no student attached to it." Indu put away his card machine. "Perhaps the undelivered card machine is still in the dorm supervisor's office." "Do you remember, the dorm supervisor took it out from the drawer?" "You mean, I can change my student number?" Fan and I took out his own card machine and held it in his hand. Though he phrased it as a question, deep down he had already accepted Indu's method. The card machine represents the student number, and this school only recognizes student numbers, a fact that has been clear from the very beginning. According to the rule that states, it is best to carry a card machine at all times in the dormitory, the school does not prohibit students from snatching card machines and swapping their student numbers. So the rule only reminds students to take good care of their card machines, not that they cannot fight for them. "Right," Indu said. However, he still had no idea how to enter the dorm manager's office, and entering recklessly without knowing the rules was also dangerous. Perhaps he could think of a way to distract the dorm manager and then forcefully get in with a lamp. "So how do we get into the dorm manager's office?" "That's a good question, so right now." Indu lifted his hand and waved, then walked towards the dormitory door. "I need to wash up first, then go to the cafeteria for a meal,
and then think about how to get into the dorm manager's office. Fan and I. After Indu left, the other students in the dormitory did not come back, and the whole dorm fell into silence. He looked down at his wrist. From last night until now, the length of the red line on his wrist had not changed. Perhaps he could break in relying on his talent. But if he really swapped out the card machine, it would be equivalent to giving up the clue tied to the senior student line. Should he really do this? Chapter 164, First Floor of the Dormitory. After washing up, Indu went to a breakfast with Fan and I in the cafeteria. The cafeteria window was the same as yesterday, it only sold soy milk, bread, and sandwiches in the morning. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the dormitory. This time, as they passed by the dorm manager's office, they both instinctively observed it. Behind the glass window, Teacher Chi was still looking down at her phone. The room was simple, with a single bed, but the items inside did not seem suitable for long-term living. Indu's gaze swept to the dorm manager's office door. It was just a regular ball lock, and it would be easy to pry open. So the hardest part was indeed finding a way to distract Teacher Chi. They had no understanding of Teacher Chi. The two known rules about her did not allow her to leave the dorm manager's office. They also wondered if there were other rules that could make Teacher Chi leave. It seemed he still had to follow last night's plan and scout out the dormitory building. So, have you thought of a method? After returning to the fourth floor, Fan and I asked Indu, who was still dazed. No, I am just thinking about where to start checking this dormitory building, but after thinking, it's indeed better to start from the first floor. Indu said. He still wanted to see if there was a laundry room on the first floor. If not, what was it like there? Then this time, shall we split up and check one floor each? No. Indu shook his head. Since we don't know how to make Teacher Chi leave the dorm manager's office, perhaps we can start with her daily habits. So, we need to keep one person to observe her activity pattern. Maybe she will leave the dorm manager's office at a certain point. Experience brings wisdom. In the first instance, he was too reckless and didn't even think to observe the activities of that monster outside the door. Fan and I nodded. That's true, but I think it would be better for you to observe this teacher while I check out this dormitory. After all. Fan and I waved the red line on his wrist in front of Indu. My talent can save my life. Your life-saving talent decreases with each use. Until we get a new card machine, better save it for tonight's class. Indu said as he took out his electric drill. Compared to your talent, my tools are more useful. After saying that, he walked out the dormitory door directly. This time, Fan and I didn't say much more. He understood that Indu wanted to scout the whole dormitory, not just to help him. And Indu didn't trust him enough. The clues he found would probably still be analyzed with the consideration that they might be false. Thinking of this, he chuckled lightly and walked out of the dormitory. Indu moved quickly. As Vanny left the dorm, he was almost down to the first floor. Before reaching the first floor, he stopped and looked at the tightly closed fire door on the first floor. Speaking of which, it seemed he hadn't seen anyone open the fire door on the first floor since yesterday. Not just the first floor, he seemed to have not seen anyone open it on the second or third floors either. Which floor do those A-level students live on? Thinking this way, Indu simply squatted in the stairwell to see if any A-level students came back. At that moment, Vanny came walking down from upstairs. When he saw Indu standing against the wall, he asked in confusion, "Have you changed your mind?" "No, I just want to see which floor the A-level students live on," Indu replied. "I just went up and down. The handles of these fire doors have no dust, and they don't look like they haven't been open for a long time. And they are all not locked. If you're trying to find out which floor the A-level students live on, watching here might not be helpful. From my observations, those A-level students seem to go to the library or the playground during the day, and occasionally stroll around campus, but they just don't return to the dormitory," Vanny said, then went down a few more steps. His task was to keep an eye on the dorm supervisor, and standing on this step, he couldn't see the dorm supervisor's room at all. Hearing Vanny's words, Indu finally recalled what the class teacher said yesterday: A-level students have no arranged classes and study independently. Combining this with Vanny's situation, perhaps these A-level students had already been manipulated, and what they should do at every moment each day had become fixed routines. Determined that he couldn't find any clues squatting there, Indu no longer hesitated and picked up a drill to walk toward the fire door on the first floor. He confirmed that the dorm supervisor hadn't noticed him, so he cautiously opened the fire door. The sharp screech of friction made his whole body tingle. But after opening the door, he stopped moving because through the crack, he found the entire first-floor hallway was dark, with no lights on inside. However, in the dim hallway, there seemed to be no one. Indu took out a flashlight and shined it through the door crack into the hallway. Only at a distance in the corner of the wall did something seem to be reflecting light. Was that a metal door? Indu carefully pushed open the fire door, walked into the hallway, and the beam of the flashlight swayed in the darkness. The full view of the first floor finally appeared before his eyes. Like the fourth floor, the first floor also had 3 rooms on each side. However, the dormitory doors on this floor were all rusty iron doors, and the locks were a combination of lock plates and padlocks. And the entire set was rusty as well. Since there were no ventilated windows, the first floor hallway was extremely damp. As soon as Indu walked in, he smelled a mix of mold and rust. This place, can people really live here? But on the ground, although there wasn't a lot of dust, there were footprints of people coming and going. Indu walked to a door, picked up the rusty padlock, and the scratches on it proved that this room had been opened recently. He thought for a moment but didn't tamper with the lock. Instead, he took 2 steps back and turned to look at the iron door in the corner, just like the one on the 4th floor. That door was also covered in rust stains, and Indu decided to go there first to resolve the confusion he had had since last night. But at that moment, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Indu hurriedly turned around with the flashlight, but behind him was only the fire door less than 2 meters away. At that moment, the footsteps reappeared behind him. Indu quickly pressed himself against the wall, swinging the flashlight back and forth. This time the footsteps disappeared, but a drop of red liquid fell onto Indu's hand. Indu looked at the liquid on his hand, his heart trembled. He quickly shook his hand to throw off the liquid and warned himself repeatedly in his mind, not having been attacked meant he hadn't broken the rules yet, and he must not lose his composure at this moment. Since I didn't find it, it's no big deal. I'll just ignore it for now. Indu got the electric drill ready and continued walking towards the iron door in the corner. Footsteps echoed behind him again, and this time, he finally noticed that the footsteps were not only behind him but also above him. Chapter 165, School Forbidden Zone. Indu's palms were sweaty as he carefully moved forward. With each step, the footsteps above kept pace with him. As he reached the middle of the hallway, a white paper slid out from the crack of door 106. What is this? Is there someone in that room? Indu's breath caught for 2 seconds, and the footsteps above also paused for those 2 seconds. He raised his flashlight towards 106 and noticed that the door was not locked. Indeed, there was someone inside, and that person knew someone was in the hallway. He quickly walked forward, and the footsteps behind him quickened, as if they were chasing him. These footsteps sounded like some eerie accompaniment, making Indu's heart race faster. Although it wasn't slow to begin with. Indu stood in front of 106 and pulled out the white paper, flipping it over to see 2 large red characters run fast. As soon as those characters appeared, Indu instinctively pressed the electric drill. When that strange noise came out, Indu felt he was overreacting, but his fingers were tense and couldn't release the drill. His hand holding the white paper waved back and forth, checking for other clues, but the red characters were just paint for oil painting. This discovery calmed his emotions a bit. He looked down at the working electric drill and hesitated, still not raising his head to see what was above him, but instead hurried into the restroom. This restroom smelled more musty than the hallway, with dirty water pooling all around. Mixed with the musty smell, Indu couldn't tell if it was the scent of rust or blood. However, he was sure that the restroom's layout was similar to the 4th floor, except that the stalls on the 4th floor were fully enclosed while those here only covered the lower half. Thus, he could see the dirty laundry trough in the corner without needing to get close. Since there was a laundry trough on the 1st floor, it meant there was a basement in this building. Indu quickly walked to the laundry trough and tossed in an iron nail. The sound of the iron nail rolling down in the iron bucket came from the opening of the laundry trough, and soon that sound disappeared, followed by the sound of the nail hitting the ground. From that sound, there was definitely another layer below. Indu turned around and quickly shook the flashlight around, then made a trip to the hot water room, confirming there were no other clues before hurriedly walking out. As he passed by 106, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't pry open the door. Such an old-fashioned door usually had a bolt locked from the inside, making it hard to pry open with someone inside. He walked a few steps toward the fire escape door, and just then, he noticed that the previously unrusted fire escape door now had peeling paint on it. And on it, in red liquid, were written 4 large characters: School Forbidden Zone. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be other characters faintly emerging on the door. But at this speed, he had no idea how long it would take for all the characters to fully appear. Indu didn't dare to bet that his electric drill could last long enough for all the characters to show, so he had to exit the 1st floor hallway. As he exited the hallway, the flashlight flickered, causing Teacher Chi, sitting in the dormitory management room, to notice him. But even after realizing he had come out from the 1st floor, the other did not react at all. Indu looked up at the steps, and at that moment, Fan and I was still sitting on the steps. Noticing him coming out, Fan and I immediately looked over, and as Indu walked past, Fan and I whispered, "So, did you find anything?" Indu shook his head and handed the white paper in his hand to him. "Currently, only this." Fanny took the white paper, saw the 2 words run fast on it, his brows lightly frowned. "Where did you find this thing? And also, does this mean telling you to quickly leave the 1st floor?" Indu shrugged to show he was also not sure. "I will go to the 2 floors above to take a look." He did not say the matter that underground might still have space, anyway he had not yet found a passage that could go down. Arriving at the 2nd floor, Indu still carefully opened a thin crack of the door first. When he found light leaking out from inside the door crack, Indu pushed the door open in one move.
This second floor was much brighter than the first floor, and the layout and decoration were the same as the fourth floor. Indu walked around once, after confirming that even the rules pasted in the bathroom were no different from the fourth floor. He then went up to the third floor. The third floor also had nothing special. It seemed that this dorm building only had the first floor, with that underground area that no one knew how to enter, which was rather strange. Or maybe, this area could be called the School Forbidden Zone. And if he wanted to find more clues, it seemed he could only go there. Preparing to take a risk, Indu began to check the tools in his hands. His electric drill had about 6 minutes of time left. The desk lamp still had more than 1 hour until its cooling ended. As for the stand-in, there was no need to talk about it. After understanding the running rules of this school, this stand-in still had other uses for him. Looks like, the plan to explore the first floor again had to be delayed first. With no other discoveries, Indu first returned to the dorm to prepare to rest a bit. At this time, in the dorm, only C208, who lived in bed number 8, was left. He was leaning against the bed, flipping through a book. Seeing him, Indu then remembered the book he took back from the library yesterday. Efficient Use Methods of Parts. This book, after being taken back by him yesterday, had been thrown at the head of the bed. Indu climbed onto the bed and opened the book. This book did not even have a table of contents. Once opened, it directly entered the main topic. Part Brain. 20 Uses of the Brain. 1. Edible Value. The brain is composed of cerebral cortex, medulla, basal ganglia, lateral ventricles, rich in. Indu blinked, then snapped the book shut in one motion, and then looked again at the book title. It indeed was Efficient Use Methods of Parts. That was correct. But this part was clearly not the same thing as the part he imagined. Indu put the book down and sighed. If he read this book further, the pollution would definitely not be small. Also did not know if not reading books would cause any problems in the literature class at night. Because last night he only fell asleep after midnight, and in the morning he got up early to eat breakfast. Once Indu lay down on the bed, sleepiness unknowingly surged up. He closed his eyes, and fell asleep amid the sound of page turning from the next bed. When he opened his eyes again, he found that his dorm had completely changed its appearance. The originally white ceiling was now covered with mold, and the distance from the ceiling to him was less than 1 meter. The mold smell made his nose feel extremely uncomfortable. And if he carefully felt it, the bed he was lying on seemed to not even have a mattress. Indu carefully listened. After confirming there was no movement at all in the room, he then cautiously turned his head to look at the opposite bed. Over there, the bunk bed had no bedding at all. The bare bedboards exposed outside were completely gray. And the bed frames had already lost paint and rusted. Indu took one look, then hurriedly got up. He lowered his head to look at his own bed. This wooden board was not only covered with dust but also had grown mold. This discovery only made him feel his whole body itching. Indu hurriedly climbed down from the bed. After he got down, he then discovered that the dorm door had also changed its appearance. However, that door was not unfamiliar to him, because this door looked exactly the same as the dorm door on the first floor. Chapter 166. Do Not Sleep. What situation was this? Did he sleep one nap and directly sleep himself to the first floor? Or was it that he triggered some rule, causing him to be dragged here in his sleep? Indu's back was instantly soaked through by cold sweat. He hurriedly tried to take out the electric drill. Fortunately, even in this place that he did not know whether it was a dream, his toolbox was still usable. He walked toward the dormitory door. The lock on the dormitory door was just as he had guessed, with only a simple bolt inside the room. However, the bolt inside the dormitory door was not engaged. Wait, could it be? Indu walked up and pulled hard on the dormitory door, and as expected, he heard the sound of metal clashing from outside the door. Sure enough, the dormitory had been locked from the outside. There were no windows in the room, and it seemed that the only way out was to break down the door. But the door hinges were welded on, so it wouldn't be easy to take it apart. Indu looked around, temporarily gave up trying to fight with the door, and turned to search the room. Because the bed in this room had nothing on it, searching was easier than his own dormitory. So, he quickly confirmed that there were no written rules in this room. However, he did find some new clues. After brushing off the dust, some scratches were revealed on the bedboards. And the mold spots he had seen earlier, upon closer inspection, seemed to have a spraying pattern. Moreover, it was layer upon layer, dust covering mold covering dust, as if many things had happened here. Just as Indu was thinking about this, footsteps could be heard from outside the door. Along with the footsteps, there was the sound of metal dragging on the ground. At that moment, an image of a killer dragging a large axe appeared in Indu's mind. Indu immediately gripped the electric drill in his hand and looked at the dormitory door, ready to face the coming battle. At that moment, a familiar yet strange voice sounded in his ear. Indu, wake up. Whose voice was this? Indu, wake up. Suddenly, Indu felt as though his body was being shaken violently, and then his philtrum started to hurt. Exclamation point. Indu suddenly opened his eyes and stared intently at Su Shou, who was sitting on his bed and pinching his philtrum. Seeing that he had woken up, Su Shou hurriedly let go of his hand. "You're awake." Indu ignored Su Shou and looked around the dormitory. After confirming that this was indeed room 404, he turned back to look at Su Shou. "How did you come to my dorm?" he asked, his gaze fixed on Su Shou. "It's almost time for lunch. I came to call you to have lunch together," Su Shou said. "Why did you suddenly think of calling me to lunch?" Indu looked at Su Shou suspiciously. At this point, he still couldn't be sure if he had really returned to room 404 or if he was trapped in some kind of dream. Moreover, since Su Shou was also from the scenario, it was even harder for him to trust easily. "Actually, I came to find you this morning, but when I arrived, you had already left the dorm," Su Shou said while climbing off the bed. Seeing Su Shou get off the bed, Indu sat up. Before he could even feel the discomfort in his body, he heard Su Shou say, "But instead of asking why I came, don't you think you should be investigating the abnormalities in your body?" "My abnormalities?" "Yeah, when I came in just now and called you, no matter how much I called, you wouldn't wake up. When I climbed onto your bed, you were covered in cold sweat, with your brows tightly furrowed, as if you were having a nightmare. I called you for a long time, and when you still didn't wake up, I had to use my special move." Su Shou raised his hand and made a motion as if pressing a thumb. "Is that so?" Indu said in a daze. No wonder, when he sat up just now, he felt a bit sticky and cold all over. It seems that he sweated too much from being frightened in that old dormitory. "What exactly happened to you? It doesn't look like a normal nightmare." Su Shou looked at Indu. His gaze was clear, and there was no trace of calculation in his eyes. What was even stranger was that Indu felt an instinctive trust when facing him. Indu lowered his gaze, recalling the details of the dream. To be honest, when he found himself trapped in the dormitory, he wasn't that terrified. What truly made his heart race uncontrollably was the sudden footsteps and the sound of metal scraping. He always felt that his own memory seemed to be cut off. Because when he heard footstep sounds and rubbing sounds, although his heart kept beating fast, and he indeed broke out a lot of cold sweat, it absolutely should not be so scary that his whole body was soaked by sweat. Indu patted his head, and asked the person standing under the bed, "What time is it now?" "Almost 11:30, I guess." "Then there is still time. I will first go take a shower." Indu took out the clothes he took back from the bathroom in the morning from the bedside, and climbed down from the bed. Su Shou nodded, "Then I will wait for you here to come back." At this time Indu's mind was still a bit messy, he nodded randomly and then left the dormitory. Naturally he also did not see that behind him Su Shou was staring at his back, as if thinking about something. Indu washed up very fast. After handling the dirty clothes he quickly walked back to the dormitory. Su Shou indeed was still inside his dormitory just like he said before. However, at this time his expression was not as relaxed as before Indu left. When he saw Indu come in he seriously looked at Indu, opened his mouth and asked, "Indu, did you go to the school forbidden area?" After Indu heard his words, he stopped the movement of wanting to greet someone to go eat. "How do you know?" The word school forbidden area, he also only knew today in the morning after going to the first floor of the dormitory. Why would Su Shou know? However, judging from yesterday's performance, Su Shou indeed was not an ordinary new student. He should originally be a student of this school, it was just that his memory had problems. But inside his already modified memory, did the school forbidden area also exist? How could you go to the school forbidden area? Su Shou stepped forward and grabbed Indu's hand and asked anxiously. "Could it be you were targeted by those guys?" "Which guys? What are you talking about?" Indu frowned and pried Su Shou's hand away. "It is those who call themselves guardians," Su Shou anxiously wanted to explain, but before the words finished, his gaze paused and became hollow like yesterday. Then the next second, he showed a relaxed face and said to Indu, "You are back, then let's go eat lunch." Indu looked at the Su Shou in front of him, several times wanting to speak but stopping. In the end it could only turn into a helpless sigh. "Let's go, we go eat lunch." He had already figured it out. Su Shou, whose memory had been processed, was like having dual personalities, but that personality with complete memory could only appear for a very short while each time. And once it touched important clues, it would speed up the suppression. If he could let Su Shou have complete memory, could he then get more clues? Just when Indu was thinking like this, he suddenly heard Su Shou's serious voice, "Do not sleep." Indu turned his head in confusion, but only saw Su Shou walking forward with no distraction in his heart. Chapter 167 Cafeteria Sites. When the two people were about to reach the first floor, they met Fan and I, who was still squatting on guard. When he heard footstep sounds, Fan and I immediately raised his head and looked toward the approaching Indu. When he discovered that beside Indu there was also a person he did not recognize, Fan and I slightly raised his eyebrows and showed a puzzled expression to Indu. "My classmate, Su Shou. Dorm mate, Fan and I." Indu stood between the two people and introduced them. Su Shou and Fan and I looked at each other, then without prior agreement put on smiles and shook hands. Looking at the two people, one with skin smiling but flesh not smiling, one with flesh smiling but skin not smiling, and neither wanting to let go, Indu reached out and pressed on their clasped hands. Alright, stop being polite. Indu separated the two people, then said to Fan and I, now Susho and I will first go eat, when we come back we will change shift with you. After hearing Indu's words, Fan and I stared closely at Susho. Okay. He wanted to remind Indu not to easily trust people inside the instance, but because Susho was still here, he could only temporarily press down the reminding words. And Susho, who walked out of the dormitory with Indu, did not have this concern. After confirming that they had already left the range, Fan and I could hear, he immediately said, I think that person has other intentions toward you. Indu nodded at the words and then comforted, don't worry, I have a measure. Hearing Indu's words, Susho did not feel reassured. He frowned, but I feel like you are not someone who has a measure. How could that be? This time, it was Indu who couldn't smile. In order to end the topic quickly, he pulled Susho and walked swiftly to the cafeteria. This time, the cafeteria's window changed. There was one more window for Class A students, while there was one less for Class C students. Are they planning to reduce one every day? Indu frowned. However, even if they reduced one every day, there would still be one window for Class C students by the 7th day. The backup method given by the copy was to achieve all B grades within 7 days. If the 7th day was destined to violate the student code for dining, that would be somewhat pitiful. Moreover, Susho, an old student who did not know how long he had been here, dared to make the decision to stay as a Class C student forever, which should also mean that this school would not eradicate Class C students completely. Thinking of this, Indu relaxed slightly. But Susho's next sentence made his heart tense again. I always feel that it won't just reduce one window per day. Without memories, Susho was unclear why he had such an intuition. In the end, not giving Class C students food and forcing them to strive to become Class A students should be more beneficial for this school, Susho added. His tone was flat, completely unaware that his guess, or intuition, would cause a great uproar. Indu just lowered his eyes to think of a way to respond, but in the live broadcast room, discussions about this guess had already started. It's our turn. Susho, walking behind Indu, reminded him with a light clap on his back, which had fallen into a daze. Indu hurriedly moved forward 2 steps, and then he immediately saw the salt and pepper king oyster mushrooms on the window. They looked very appetizing and smelled great, but they made him take 2 steps back quickly. What's wrong? I need to go to the office for a bit, Indu said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Susho understood his meaning. He turned his head to take a look. This cafeteria had many windows, and there weren't many students in the school. Even if one window for Class C students was removed, there were still not many people in front of each window. Then I'll go queue at window 7, Susho said. Indu glanced at the window numbers and nodded, then turned to walk toward the cafeteria office. At this time, the door to the cafeteria office was half closed, and one could vaguely see a man in white sitting at the desk. Indu knocked on the door. Teacher, may I come in? Come in. Upon hearing the response, Indu pushed the door open. The office had only 2 desks, but there was also a set of sofas behind the desks. And to the left of the sofa, there was a door. Once he entered the office, Indu discovered that there was also someone sitting on the sofa. The woman he saw earlier sitting at the desk was wearing a sweatshirt with colorful patterns on the front. The man sitting on the sofa, on the other hand, was wearing a pure white shirt under a black coat. The little schemes of this copy are not exactly clever, but they are indeed disgusting. Strictly speaking, neither of these 2 people can be considered as wearing white clothes. If there was no choice, meaning if this office had only one of the 2 people, most people would doubt whether this person is the answer they want. But when there is a situation where choices need to be made, people are easily misled, thinking that one of them must have the correct option. However, no one has ever said that there must be a correct choice among the options. Classmate, is there something I can help you with? The person sitting on the sofa asked kindly. Teacher, is there a teacher here wearing white? Upon hearing Indu's words, the man reached into his pocket and pulled out a walkie-talkie. Old son, someone is looking for you. Indu could read a bit of disappointment from his expression. After a short while, a man wearing a pure white coat, a little older, walked out from the door beside the sofa. Passing by him, Indu faintly saw something like stairs behind. But it was too dark, and before Indu could be sure whether it was really stairs, the man who walked out closed the door. At this moment, Indu could only move his eyes to the newly appeared man. The man had a work badge clipped to his chest, and when he walked closer, Indu finally saw the name and position written on it. Name, Sunji. Position, Food Safety Administrator. After making sure the person who came was not a problem, Indu spoke first, saying, Teacher Sun, hello, I found fried food at window number 8. Is that so? I'll go take a look. Sunji heard this and walked back into the door just now with a serious face. Indu stared at that door. Wasn't he going to check the window? Why did he walk back in? Student, if there's nothing else, then go to other windows to get food. Old Sun will handle the window problem. Okay, teacher. After saying that, Indu walked outside.
He closed the door back to halfway, and before leaving, lowered his head to take a look. Although the lock of this office was not a normal round lock, it was only a B-level lock. Maybe he could find a time when no one was around to come and take a look. But this office was fully sealed, and when the time came, even if he wanted to get in, it would be hard to judge whether there was anyone inside. After Indu walked out of the office, he turned his head and swept his eyes over the cafeteria. When he saw Susho had already found a seat and started eating, he walked toward the empty window number 7. At this time, window number 8 was still open, but there was no one in front of it. Through the glass beside it, Indu saw Sunji walk in from the door behind the operation room. The moment he entered, the food server in window number 8 stiffened in place. He walked around the food server, looked at the dishes, then turned his head and reached out to pull off the head of the food server beside him. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere. When the smell of blood spread out, Sunji showed a smile, opened his mouth, and began to bite the head in his hand. There were not many people in the cafeteria, and even fewer noticed the scene, and among those few who saw it, they acted as if they saw nothing. Indu watched the scene with full focus. At this moment, a voice came from in front of him, "Student, if you're not getting food, please step aside." Getting. Indu turned his head back to look at the window in front of him, reached out, and pointed at a few dishes. At this time, the food server inside seemed to not notice the strange thing beside him at all, and seriously served the food. Chapter 168 Susho's Card Camera. Holding the tray, Indu sat down beside Susho and then spoke in a testing way, "To enter the kitchen, it seems we can only enter from the office." "The kitchen?" Susho raised his head and looked at the window. "From outside here, there really is no door that can go inside. It should be that we can only enter from the office." Seeing that Susho could not give any useful suggestion, Indu looked at the window that had already been covered with black cloth and had a suspension notice pasted on it, and asked in a testing way, "If there are no windows later, do you think we can go to the kitchen and find food ourselves?" Susho thought for a moment, then shook his head. "But I don't think what's behind there would be a normal kitchen." He used his chopsticks to move the plate that already had almost nothing left, then said, "I think instead of risking going to the kitchen, it's better to pick some things outside to eat." Indu's chewing movement stopped, and he looked at Susho in disbelief. "What's wrong with you?" Indu quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and shook his head. "No, nothing. Pretty good. Very natural." Looking at Susho's serious look, if he could survive in this school until the end, it would probably be by relying on the pure natural things outside. It was just unknown what was outside. Thinking about it, it was still quite pitiful. Just as he finished thinking this, Susho smiled and said, "I saw strawberries outside yesterday." "There were actually strawberries? But we can't eat strawberries, right?" Indu said instinctively. After speaking, he paused his movements. "Wait, that rule applies to this copy as well, which means that the living people in this copy can only eat beef, vegetables, and grains, right?" "But..." Indu looked at Susho's plate. He remembered that in Susho's recently ordered dishes, there seemed to be one that was half meat. Although in his judgment, eating other things would just increase pollution, but even if the people in the copy ate other things, if the pollution was high, wouldn't they also become strange? Moreover, not only Susho, but all the students and teachers in this school who are not gifted seem to eat other meats besides beef. How many of them have already become strange from daily pollution? But compared to those classmates, it seems that the earlier Sunji is more like a strange one. Indu thought while casually sending food to his mouth. "You can't eat that either, that's just strawberry leaves not yet grown into strawberries," Susho said. "However, there are wild vegetables outside, and some tree leaves are edible." "Wait, if that's the case, can strawberry leaves be eaten too?" "That still sounds miserable." "Indeed, it would be better to check the kitchen." Feeling more and more unappetizing with each word, Indu quickly finished his meal, then stood up. "It's getting late, I have to go back and bring Vani to eat." "If you're fine, look around first." "Okay." Susho nodded, then followed Indu to put away the plates before leaving the cafeteria. When the two reached the dormitory entrance, Susho looked momentarily at the fire exit on the first floor and then murmured softly, "Run away." His voice was very soft, and the environment was not quiet enough, so Indu, who was walking in front, did not hear him. "Vani, go eat," Indu said to Vani as he climbed the stairs. Vani nodded, but before leaving, he said to Indu, "That teacher Chi will go to the cafeteria to get food at 12 o'clock, but she will leave for only 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, Indu looked at Teacher Chi, who was already sitting in the dormitory office eating. It seemed that Teacher Chi must have gone to the cafeteria during the time Indu was in the office, otherwise, he wouldn't have missed noticing her. However, if she only takes 5 minutes for food, then when she goes to eat tonight, they will only have 5 minutes of activity time. Unless something unexpected happens, 5 minutes should be more than enough. But no one can guarantee what might happen if they force their way into the dormitory office. Maybe, he can quickly go in and out with a little lamp to take out the camera? Why are you paying attention to Teacher Chi's movements? Susho tilted his head to look at Indu after hearing their words.
It's nothing, Vani said coldly before turning away.
Seeing Vani say this, Susho stopped asking further questions. He shrugged in a helpless manner and walked upstairs. Indu watched the two leave and shook his head. However, once Vani completely left, Indu looked up at Susho, who was still standing on the stairs.
Susho looked down at Indu with a somewhat puzzled expression. Why aren't you going to rest and keep watching me?
Indu walked to the middle of the steps and leaned against the wall, asking.
Susho jumped down the steps to stand in front of Indu.
That person lives in your dormitory, but C208, which is in your dormitory, is not him, so he is an upperclassman, right?
Right. Did he also realize that something strange would happen when becoming an upperclassman, so he wanted to use you to help get a freshman's camera? Susho asked, one arm crossed over his chest and the other supporting his chin.
After all, the C211 that should share a dormitory with me is still unoccupied, meaning that there is still an unclaimed camera from C211. We do want to take the camera, but it's not exactly him using me since this method was proposed by me, and I also want an extra camera, Indu said frankly.
Regardless of how you think, I must advise you, it's best not to touch that remaining camera, Susho said.
Why?
Think about it logically. If something you were keeping was lost, what would you do? Once the camera is lost, the dorm supervisor won't let it go so easily.
If you really need a camera, there are clearly simpler ways.
Susho took a camera out of his pocket and tossed it to Indu. Indu quickly reached out to catch it.
Tightening his grip on the camera, he sighed, I know that, of course. Since the rules imply that you must take care of your own camera, it naturally means anyone can take someone else's camera.
But you still can't bear to do it unless necessary, right?
Susho said with a smile.
No, I've simply thought it through better. Rather than not wanting to, I won't take risks. If taking the dorm supervisor's camera would lead to danger, I would definitely target other classmates instead,
Indu said, extending the camera in his hand.
But taking someone else's is not the same as taking yours.
Susho laughed and shook his head, ignoring his actions and turned to walk upstairs. As he walked, he said, I don't know why, but I feel you have something more important to do this afternoon.
You can keep this camera.
Anyway, I will soon have a new camera.
As soon as he finished speaking, he turned a corner and disappeared in front of Indu. Chapter 169, Welcome to the Forbidden Zone.
After Susho left, Indu stood on the steps waiting for Fan and I. However, his thoughts couldn't help but replay Susho's words over and over.
He has something more important to do this afternoon?
Then recalling the earlier phrase don't sleep.
Does this mean he must solve the problem of going to the first floor after sleeping this afternoon?
Indu frowned and looked at the fire door on the first floor.
After a while, Fan and I returned to the dormitory, looking up with confusion at the lost and thought Indu on the platform. Indu? Hearing Fanny's voice, Indu came back to his senses. Ah, you're back. Fan and I hurried up. What were you thinking just now? Also, standing here, you shouldn't be able to see the dorm supervisor's room, right? Because we don't need to monitor the dorm supervisor's room anymore,
Indu said, taking out the camera in his hand, because we now have extra cameras.
Fan and I raised an eyebrow, taking the camera. This is the camera from C211?
Indu shook his head. No, this is Susho's camera.
What? Fan and I was stunned for a moment. His camera? He wouldn't have ulterior motives, right?
Indu didn't tell Fan and I about his inexplicable sense of trust in Susho, even more so than in him. He could only casually respond, don't worry, he's not capable of tampering with the school's cameras. Fan and I examined the camera carefully, although he had many doubts in his heart. As long as the camera was fine, he naturally wouldn't refuse something beneficial to him. He didn't ask what Susho would do without a camera, just replaced his own. So how should we handle this camera?
Give it to me, I have other uses for it. Indu reached out to touch the camera and put it into his toolbox. Since we don't need to go into the dorm supervisor's room anymore, do you have other plans for this afternoon? Fan and I asked.
Upon hearing this, Indu looked once more at the fire door. I need to go in there again. Fan Ni's brow furrowed tightly. This time I will go with you.
Better not, that place has problems.
Until we figure out the rules, there's no need to take risks together.
Plus, it's more convenient for me to act alone.
Fan and I was silent for a moment, then said somewhat forcefully, you refused me in the morning saying I needed to save my talent for tonight's class, but that reason no longer stands. I can protect myself with my talent.
Moreover, if there's danger, I will definitely prioritize your safety.
The determination in Fan Ni's eyes shook Indu's heart. Even though he already knew how important his talent was, when he heard Van Ne say he would protect him even at the cost of his own life, Yindo still felt shocked. It seemed that he had still underestimated the hope his talent brought to others.
Yindo took a deep breath. Then let's act together.
But before we do, I need to tell you about what happened to me after I left there this morning.
Yindo quickly and briefly recounted his dream. You mean, after entering, even if you leave, you'll be pulled back there, and there's danger too? Exactly, so are you sure you still want to go with me? Why not? It sounds quite interesting.
Van Ne said it was interesting, but his expression was extremely serious, and his eyes showed sincerity.
Seeing that Van Ne wasn't scared off, Yindo raised an eyebrow. In that case, let's go now.
The two walked down the stairs and headed toward the fire exit. After opening the door just a crack, Yindo suddenly turned his head to look toward the dormitory office, then met Teacher Chi's gaze through the glass. At that moment, Teacher Chi was staring at them expressionlessly, with no intention of stopping them. She just looked at them coldly, as if she were looking at two dead people.
Yindo's heart tightened, but he didn't show it. He turned on his flashlight and walked into the corridor with the light.
Van Ne reached out and grabbed his arm, following closely behind him. In the darkness, they took 2 steps, and 2 footsteps immediately echoed from above.
After hearing Yindo's explanation, Van Ne didn't react much.
He pulled on Yindo's arm and tilted his head toward the fire exit. Since they still didn't know the rules here, he didn't dare speak carelessly. Yindo, in perfect sync with Van Ne, turned the flashlight toward the fire exit. At this moment, the fire exit, which had only school restricted area written on it in the morning, now had many more words. It seemed that the words on the door had been appearing ever since he entered.
School Restricted Area Action Guide.
The rules only showed halfway, but the two of them already saw the way to solve Yindo's problem.
Van Ne patted Yindo, then pointed to himself. Yindo understood Vanny's meaning and shook his head. However, the mark mentioned in the rules should be the red liquid that dripped onto his hand when he entered this morning, right?
He remembered that he had stopped to observe the position of the footsteps, which was when he got marked.
And now, neither of them had moved, so why hadn't any new marks fallen on them?
It was because the two people did not move at the same time, so it could not decide which target to choose and so no mark fell, or was it because when there is already a marked person, it will not drop a mark? No, if it is true that when there is a marked person it will not drop a mark, then it would be impossible to use a mirror to replace yourself to be marked. If that is the case, then in fact as long as two people enter this place together and act in sync, it is possible to avoid the mark even if they pause.
Chapter 170 Ambush.
Indu raised his hand and signaled Fan and I to look at the guide. Fan Ni's gaze followed Indu's finger and froze on the 5th rule of the guide. After reading it, his brows tightly knit, and he pulled Indu, signaling him to go out first together. Indu nodded, and the two walked out of the stairwell together again. Back in the bright hallway, Fan and I, who had not dared to speak the whole time, finally let out a breath. He wanted to ask Indu what he thought, but after noticing the gaze coming from the dorm supervisor room, he grabbed Indu and quickly walked upstairs. When they reached the wide steps on the 4th floor, they did not enter the hallway, but stood directly at the fire door and talked.
You are not thinking about joining that club we know nothing about while the mark on you is not even removed yet, are you? Indu blinked innocently. Don't you think this club could lead us to expose more secrets of the school?
Also, the first time he entered the forbidden area, he had already been tricked by the other side once, which made him want even more to see who was on the other side.
Fan and I fell silent for a moment.
He could not refute Indu's words, so he could only warn in a low voice, it's too risky. Indu, what you should be thinking about now is how to deal with the mark on your body.
The mark is easy, Indu said.
The moment he saw the solution, several methods had already appeared in his mind. Using objects like a mirror to replace himself to be marked was too troublesome. And it was also hard to predict when the thing hiding in the ceiling would mark, and where it would drip. The best method was still to find a scapegoat. Su Shou and Fan and I, who currently counted as teammates, naturally could not be touched. The target he thought of was the person whose card camera had been taken by Su Shou. If he really could not catch that person, then he would use Mr. Bear to take the mark in his place. Following the logic that a mirror could reflect himself as a substitute, Mr. Bear should be able to achieve the same effect. When the time was up, Mr. Bear would turn into an ordinary doll, and the mark dripping onto him would be the same as dripping onto a dead object. However, the best method was indeed to find the student targeted by Su Shou. Anyway, without a card camera, death was already certain, so helping him once before death could be considered a worthy death. I can solve it by going to find Su Shou later.
You want to let him replace you? Fan and I immediately asked. Indu.
Although I know you have some issues with him, he really still has other uses for me.
He just gave us the card camera. All right. Fan and I shrugged. Then what do you want to find him for?
He gave the card camera to you, so he needs a new card camera, Indu said.
Fan and I immediately understood. Then let's go together. I think that innocent student who lost the card camera would not willingly enter the forbidden area.
That works. Although Indu felt that with him plus Su Shou, subduing one student should be enough, he did not refuse Fan Ni's kindness. Before going to find Su Shou, Indu and Fan and I decided to first pack some things to change Fan Ni's dorm, and then replenish water.
But as soon as they walked into the dorm, they ran into their target, Su Shou. "Why are you here?" Fan and I frowned and asked. "I am a student of this dorm."
"Of course I am here," Su Shou said, showing his card camera. That new card camera of his only showed the current time. Without realizing it, the time had already reached 1:30 in the afternoon. Looking at the time, Indu felt a bit dazed. It was already the afternoon of the second day since he entered this instance. And he did not even know how to make all his grades become B. After he finished sighing about his own progress, he then reacted. It turned out the unlucky one had become his former roommate and also classmate.
"Where is he?"
Indu went straight into the main point. "I just stole his card camera in the boiling water room. When he finishes drinking water he should come back," Su Shou said while putting away his own card camera.
"So it was by stealing?"
Indu felt a bit surprised.
"Of course it is by stealing, not to mention whether I can beat him or not. If I really attack him and take the card camera, before he is discovered by the school, he will definitely keep coming to harass me."
Oh, right, the person in front of him was not Ma Xiangxia. He should not use Ma Xiangxia's behavior pattern to compare. But honestly speaking, if Ma Xiangxia were here, he could now easily and simply get a person who is unconscious. Thinking like this, he really felt a bit nostalgic for Ma Xiangxia. Fanny did not care what Su Shou had done. After knowing that the person was in the boiling water room, he urged, "Since he is in the boiling water room, then let us go there now."
"Why are you looking for him?"
Su Shou looked at Indu and asked.
"I was hit by a curse. I need a person to be my substitute,"
Indu said. "Indu, do not waste time. Do not forget this school will regularly clear out outsiders." And that student who was stripped of the card camera had now already become an outsider. Hearing Fanny's words, Su Shou said slowly, "Do not worry, during the students' free activity time, the school will not check identities."
"Why?"
Fanny frowned and asked. "Because it wastes too much energy," Su Shou replied without turning his head.
Then he asked Indu again, "Do you need my help?"
"If possible, then it would be best." What Su Shou said just now reminded him, maybe he should not underestimate the fighting power of people in this world. Without fighting power like Ma Xiangxia, then let us use absolute pressure in numbers. Although Fanny was still somewhat resistant to Su Shou, he also knew that more people was also a kind of protection. Anyway, Su Shou as the person who took away the other side's card camera, was also impossible to stand on the same side as the other side. The three people thus grandly arrived at the restroom. In order to prevent directly smashing the other side to death with one blow, what Indu took out from his toolbox was a rubber hammer. When he took out the rubber hammer, he then discovered that this toolbox was quite stingy. He could only take out one rubber hammer at one time. Even if he changed the size, it still did not allow him to take out a second one. Since there was only one, Indu then chose to ambush at the doorway by himself.
Su Shou stood behind Indu.
Seeing that there was already no other space at the boiling water room door, Fanny could only stand by the sink and pretend to wash his hands. It was probably that before they came, that unlucky one had already stayed in the boiling water room for quite a while. Indu had not squatted for long when the other side opened the boiling water room door and walked out.
Indu quickly made a move. The rubber hammer accurately and without mistake hit the target's head.
The other side responded with a loud shout, then with red eyes looked toward Indu. The veins on his hand bulged. One punch swung toward Indu. Indu agilely dodged the other side's attack. Su Shou took the chance to kick one foot toward the other side's abdomen. But this strike actually did not make the other side move even a bit. The two people only saw that unlucky one twist his head a little and then lock his gaze onto Su Shou.
"This defense value is way too high, right?"
Indu hurriedly changed the rubber hammer into an iron hammer, and also threw a wrench to Su Shou. Unfortunately, Su Shou, who was dodging the other side's attacks, had no time at all to pick it up. Seeing this, Indu hurriedly stepped forward to help, but the two of them, even if they occasionally hit the other side, still could not cause any damage at all. Even when the iron hammer knocked onto the head, the other side seemed to have no feeling at all. Instead, it was the other side, with just one kick, who kicked Su Shou flying out. After Su Shou fell to the ground, Indu faintly heard Su Shou's weak voice, "I already said it, things that can be solved by using the brain.
Don't touch me."
Seeing this, Vanny, who couldn't get in because of the space issue, quickly grabbed the wrench he had just picked up and struck the back of the other person's head. With a thud, that person fell to the ground, motionless. Seeing the other person fall with just one hit, Vanny cast a complex gaze at Indu and Su Shou.
Chapter 171, The Club.
Ignoring Vanny's gaze, Indu stepped forward to confirm that his unfortunate former roommate was still breathing before pulling out some wire to tie him up. At this moment, Su Shou was slowly sitting up from the ground, pressing on the spot where he had just been kicked, gasping in pain.
"Are you okay?" Indu asked with concern.
Su Shou shook his head, "I'm fine, but I won't be helping to move him downstairs. It hurts too much when I exert myself."
"Don't worry, it's just moving a person. The two of us are enough," Indu reassured. "Stop chatting, let's hurry and get him down."
Vanny tried to pull the person. We'll just drag him to the stairs first, then move him. Saying this, he started to drag the person out on his own. Seeing this, Indu simply supported Su Shou and walked out with him. Su Shou chuckled and said, I kind of regret getting involved in this. We could have handled it just with him. Indu shook his head. I didn't expect this guy to be such a fighter. After all, in this world, not everyone is an ordinary person. As Su Shou finished speaking, he paused, seemingly not understanding why he had said such a thing. Indu also noticed something off in his words, but he didn't question it and quickly followed Vanny, who had already dragged the person down the stairs. Realizing that dragging the person down would not wake him up, by the time Indu caught up, Vanny had already pulled the person to the second floor. Vanny stopped on the second floor and, seeing Indu coming down, he asked, Isn't it bad to throw this person in the first floor corridor right in front of the dorm manager? Indu patted his shoulder and imitated his tone from the first day, saying, Buddy, don't worry. This guy is just an outsider, the dorm manager won't protect him. Dragging a person down with clanking sounds definitely attracted attention, and just as they reached the bottom of the last staircase, the dorm manager's gaze fixed on them. However, she ignored their act of moving one person and throwing another into the first floor corridor. After tossing him inside, Indu and Vanny exchanged a nod before Indu grabbed a flashlight and stepped into the first floor corridor himself. He needed to see if the mark had been placed on his former roommate before he could feel at ease. Plus, he wanted to go to room 106 to get an application form. He wanted to see who was inside 106. The first floor corridor was still damp and dark. Indu directed the flashlight beam at his fallen former roommate and moved it left and right, glancing at the new rules appearing on the door. 6. If you have accidentally entered a school-restricted area, please do not go deeper. 7. If you lose your student status and need protection, please go to 10. The last rule still hadn't fully appeared, but it was easy to guess which room it referred to. After all, there was only one dormitory door in this restricted area that was open. Confirming that the mark was on his former roommate, Indu set off towards 106. However, this time, there were no footsteps following him. Because he couldn't look at the ceiling, Indu wasn't sure if the guy was lurking next to its new prey or had entered the bizarre dream restricted area to capture its prey. Indu approached 106 step by step. At this moment, another A4 paper slid out from the crack of the door of 106. Indu walked up, picked up the paper, run away. Again the same routine, it seemed the guy inside was ready to scare him once more. Indu folded the paper and then knocked on the door. After knocking twice, the door slowly opened, revealing a gap. The person behind the door only showed a few fingers. Who is it, please? It was clear to hear. Her voice was disguised, becoming a bit sharp on purpose, but one could still tell that it was a girl inside. I am a student who wants to join the club. Give me your card machine. The person inside the door said. Indu raised an eyebrow at this. If he only had one card machine, he definitely wouldn't feel safe handing it over. Luckily, he had an extra card machine on hand now. Without hesitation, Indu directly handed over the card machine he had just taken from Fan and I. The person inside took the card machine and then closed the door. Seeing this, Indu didn't rush, just leaned against the door waiting. During this time, he intentionally shone the flashlight towards the fire escape door. Not far from the fire escape door, his former roommate lay on the ground, motionless, leaving no clue as to whether they were alive or dead at that moment. After a minute, the door opened again, and the person inside asked, Are you a senior? Indu said without changing his expression, Yes, my student ID is C121. The person inside handed back the card machine. Congratulations, you passed the first round of tests, but it's not enough to join the club. Then. Next, please follow the application form. The person inside handed out an A4 paper, not waiting for Indu to reach out before directly closing the door. Indu hurriedly picked up the application form. The top of this application form had the most basic information to fill in. In the middle, there were 4 strange boxes, and at the bottom, there was a series of procedures written. 1. Please fill out the information correctly and confirm its accuracy. 2. Please collect the signature stamps of the 4 founders of the club in school restricted areas 1, 2, 3, and 4. 3. Please submit the application form at the 4th shelf in the student activity room on the 4th floor of the teaching building. Notice, be careful to keep this application form safe, it must not be found by other teachers or students in the school. Indu frowned at the application form. The first and third steps were fine, but wasn't the second step too simplified? What exactly were the school restricted areas 1, 2, 3, and 4? Who were the 4 founders of the club? However, the notice was much more interesting. Must not be discovered by other teachers or students in the school? Does this mean that among the 4 founders of the club, there were both teachers and students? Indu looked up at the dormitory door in front of him. However, it seemed that the person inside this dormitory was likely to be one of them, right? Making the application process so complicated and deliberately selecting those who could join, how could they possibly trust the first step to others? Indu took out a pen and quickly filled in the information. Name, Indu. Student ID, C121. Dormitory, room 404. Grades, all C. After finishing, Indu knocked on the door again. Who is it again? The door of 106 opened a crack again. Hello, could you please stamp this? Indu slipped the application form through the door crack. The person inside was silent for a moment. You were very clever, congratulations on passing the second test. She took the application form, and a second later, handed it back. Here's a hint, the school restricted Area 2 is a place related to 2, on the surface. I sincerely hope you can join us. After you join, we will meet again. She said, closing the door once more. The soundproofing in the dormitory was poor. Indu had deeply experienced this in a dream. So he clearly heard the sound of something scraping from room 106. It seemed like some heavy object was being moved. Chapter 172, Lunch Break. Indu looked down at the application form in his hand. Only then did he realize that the so-called signature stamp was a pure red print, with vague protrusions, but he couldn't make out any names. Indeed, it was cautious enough. Looking at it this way, his earlier guess must be right, this club and the school were indeed opposing camps. But this club was too weak, only daring to hide in the dark and act secretly. Indu put the application form away and walked slowly towards the fire escape door. Before he got close to the fire escape door, he heard footsteps coming from behind him. He immediately realized that that thing was targeting him again. Indu continued to walk forward, approaching the person on the ground, and he noticed that the person was already breathless. It turned out that the last prey had already gone cold. No wonder this thing had come looking for him again. Indu quickened his steps and opened the fire door to exit the first floor. The moment he stepped out, he felt a gaze projected from the dormitory room. Indu looked up and smiled, nodding to Teacher Chi in the dormitory room. After greeting, he turned his gaze to Fanny, who was standing on the steps waiting for him. Considering that speaking here would let the dormitory staff hear, Indu signaled with his eyes for her to go up first. As they walked up the stairs, Indu spoke first. Let's go to the water room and have a drink. We've been busy all day and haven't even had a sip of water. Fanny nodded. Once the two entered the water room, they immediately discovered that the cup at position C207 was a glass cup. Indu nodded to Fanny, I'll go out first. Fanny made an okay gesture to him. After Indu stepped out, he quickly moved forward to lift the glass cup at position C207 and let it go. Bang! The crisp sound of shattering glass echoed in the water room. As Fanny looked at the glass shards on the ground, the door of the water room was opened again. Fanny didn't turn around but directly asked, do we need to sweep up these shards? There are no cleaning tools here, and the rules don't mention it, so let's not bother, Indu replied. After speaking, Indu looked at position C207, his stainless steel cup was firmly placed there. He then looked down at the ground, where the glass cup had already disappeared. Indu walked forward and picked up the stainless steel cup. It's fine now, let's drink water. Fanny nodded and picked up the cup at C212. The two arrived at the faucet. Indu started filling water while Fanny rinsed her cup with hot water. While rinsing, he asked, you've been in there for so long, did you go to 106? Yes, Indu said. Seeing that Indu didn't continue speaking, Fanny also stopped asking and silently filled her cup. After a while, Indu finally spoke, actually, there's nothing much in going to 106, you can only get an application form to join the club. Besides, the joining process is very complicated. We're worried about really joining, and they are worried about letting anyone in casually. Hearing Indu bring up the topic, Fanny asked, so, do you have any clues? So far, it can be confirmed that the forbidden zone of this school is not just on the first floor of the dormitory. Also, the opposing schools club has both teachers and students, Indu said. When he mentioned both teachers and students, Indu paused for a moment. He didn't think much of it earlier, but now that he thinks about it, if there are students involved, the choices for students are already very clear. The opposing school requires forms to be submitted to the student activity room, but cannot be discovered by other students or teachers. That makes Chinrong, who makes the student activity room his main activity place, undoubtedly the most suspect. If he is not part of the club, then turning in the club application form there would greatly increase the risk of the club being discovered. How could such a cautious club make such a fatal mistake? Sensing Indu's strange pause, Fanny gazed at the water flowing from the faucet and slowly said, what's wrong? Do you have a guess about the club's members? This still needs to be verified, Indu replied. Seeing that Indu didn't want to say more, Fanny stopped pressing him. After finishing their water, the two walked out of the water room and headed to the dormitory. Having been active for most of the day, their only break was spent in fear, and one had spent an entire morning concentrating in the dormitory room. They just had a fight, and now both felt a bit fatigued. Not discussing the next step of action actually meant that the two silently agreed to rest for a while. Fanny habitually followed Indu to the door of room 404, and only when Indu opened the door did she realize, my dorm room is now 406. Indu also just remembered that Fanny and Susho had swapped rooms. However, it seems we didn't tidy up the beds just now. Right, I almost forgot. Fan and I followed Indu into room 404. The senior students in this school seem to be quite diligent, but I don't know which corner they went to study, as only Susho was lying on the bed in 404. Susho was different from the person who had lived in C208, he had turned his bed around to face Indu's bed. Hearing the sound of Fan and I and Indu opening the door, Susho instantly sat up and turned his head toward the dormitory door. When he found out that the person entering was Indu, his vigilance faded away, and he lazily lay back down on the bed. You're back? How did it go? Is the curse lifted? MHM. According to the rules, only those who are not marked can take the application form. Since the people from room 106 handed him the application form, it proved that he had no mark on him. That's good. After Susho finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. It was clear that he had already decided to lie flat and remain a C-level student in this school. Fan and I simply tidied up his bed, then hugged his things and said to Indu, I'll head back to the dormitory first. MHM, we will regroup at 3:30. After Fan and I left, Indu climbed onto his bed and changed its direction. Just when he thought Susho had fallen asleep, Susho suddenly spoke, don't join a club. What? Indu didn't hear him clearly and asked in confusion. But Susho, disturbed, only replied blankly, what? Nothing, just rest. Indu said softly. After things quieted down on Susho's side, Indu pulled out the class notes that Susho had previously given him from his toolbox. Can I verify this handwriting? He mumbled quietly. After showcasing the class notes for a moment, he put the paper away and took a look at the application form instead. Is the school's restricted area 2 a place that is clearly related to 2? For this statement, Indu could currently identify 2 places. Perhaps he could check those 2 places after waking up later. If he remembered correctly, the rules for the restricted areas in the dormitory building didn't have numbers, they should be universal. Indu closed his eyes amid various chaotic thoughts. And with his eyes closed, he naturally didn't know that Susho on the adjacent bed had suddenly sat up. Chapter 173, Susho's Props. Amid the noisy sound of the alarm clock, Indu struggled to open his eyes. This afternoon nap was the deepest he had slept since entering this instance, which left his mind a little dull. It took him quite a while to realize that he seemed to be holding something in his hand. Indu sat up and brought the object to his eyes. Frozen ear stud, can freeze the progress of the strange phenomenon. Note, cannot eliminate or freeze pollution progress. Seeing this description, Indu couldn't help but widen his eyes. This ear stud could almost be called a divine artifact. Though generally, talent users cannot take props out when leaving the instance. But with this thing, at least in this instance, he could completely ignore the pollution. It could be said that, apart from resistance talent users, this thing was a treasure that allowed other talent users to avoid pollution calculations. And for him, as a talent user who could take props away, although he had to remove this ear stud and put it in his toolbox to make the props effect inactive. With a tool that could eliminate pollution available, he could use this ear stud as a means to delay pollution calculations. This ear stud combined with the electric drill was also a divine artifact. But why was this thing in his hand? Was his vigilance so low that someone came into the dormitory and stuffed something into his hand without him reacting at all? Unless this person was right beside him, and he subconsciously trusted this person. Indu turned to look at Susho's bed. At this moment, Susho was still with his eyes closed, and judging by his expression, he seemed to be sleeping quite soundly. Susho? Indu reached out and gave Susho a gentle push. Faced with his disturbance, Susho frowned in dissatisfaction, then turned over and pulled the quilt over himself. It seemed that he had no intention of waking up at all. He remembered that when he and Fan and I came in through the door, this guy had immediately sat up in vigilance. It seemed he was not going to give him an explanation, so he chose to escape through sleep. Indu shook his head and was about to get out of bed when there was a knock on the dormitory door. Come in, Indu said. Fan and I opened the door and walked into the dormitory. Indu could feel Susho's body on the other bed clearly moving a bit, but he still stayed under the quilt with no intention of getting up. Fan and I didn't care what Susho was doing. He directly said to Indu, shall we talk about the afternoon's action plan in my dorm? There's no one in my place. Indu actually didn't mind Susho hearing about his upcoming plans, but he still nodded in agreement to Fan Ni's suggestion. Susho clearly did not want to participate in his matters too much, it was already rare for him to give him an item. Arriving at 406, Indu glanced at the layout that was almost the same as 404, then sat down in a chair and asked, what plans do you have for the afternoon? Didn't you say there's more than one forbidden zone? So I was thinking, is it possible that the second and third floors above the cafeteria are forbidden zones? You want to go to the second and third floors of the cafeteria?
Indu asked, somewhat shocked. To be honest, he didn't even dare to go up there now. After all, he had seen Sun Ji turn into a strange, man-eating form. Although he knew that as long as he didn't break the rules, there wouldn't be danger, he still felt a bit hesitant. Yeah, Fan and I said. Do you know how to get to the second and third floors now? Indu asked in surprise. Even though he had seen what seemed like stairs in the inner office at noon, he didn't want to take risks while someone might be in the office. I walked around the cafeteria during lunch. I found that on the left side, there's an external water pipe that goes directly to the roof, Fan and I said. I thought maybe we could go down from the rooftop. That truly takes guts alongside talent. Indu thought to himself. And he had to say, the resistance trait suited Fan and I quite well. As long as he pays attention to pollution levels, with the ability he has shown so far, he should be able to explore many places in the early stages. However, once the red line in his hand is down to 1/3, he should act cautiously. Okay, go try to see if you can enter the second and third floors of the cafeteria. But remember, don't be too aggressive. If there's any danger, get out first, and we'll discuss how to handle it, Indu advised. Fan and I nodded and then asked, what about you? Are you still planning to go to the fourth floor? Indu shook his head. I want to check out the locked warehouse on the second floor. Warehouse? Fan and I reacted, you mean the warehouse behind your classroom? Yes, that warehouse seems like it hasn't been used for a long time. So compared to it, he felt the second floor of the cafeteria was more likely to be the school's forbidden zone too. But precisely because of that, he was even more curious about what kind of existence that warehouse was. What could be in there after being locked for so long? Alright, then let's split up. Let's meet at the cafeteria at 5, Fan and I said. Indu nodded, and after thinking for a moment, he added, at that time, regardless of who it is, if the other person hasn't arrived by 5:30, don't wait any longer. Hurry up and eat, then let's go to the classroom. This school had many restrictions on time, which was also the reason why his search progress had been stagnant in the past 2 days. There were places he wanted to go, but he gave up for fear of being trapped inside and violating time regulations. By the way, if you can find something to eat, bring it with you. After all, the rules only say to eat on time, they don't require you to eat in the cafeteria. Fan and I indicated he understood. But it must be said, apart from the cafeteria, this school had no other places that provided food, right? And the canteen also does not allow leftover rice, there is simply no way to pack it. If really want to prepare food, it seems then must think of a way to go to the kitchen and take a look. Also do not know from the second floor can or cannot go down to the kitchen. Come to outside the canteen, Indu did not hurry to leave, but was following Fanny stepping on the lawn to circle to the side of the canteen. Fanny came to beside the white water pipe, movements agile, along the water pipe upward climbed. Indu seriously watched Fanny's movements. After making sure this is not a skill he can light up, he silently circled back to the passage on the other side of the canteen and went to the teaching area. Speaking of it, since last night, the teaching area he saw seems to have always been normal. Indu walked through and came to the second floor corridor, unconsciously checked the corridor. Last night Fanny had said, after he went to class he saw the corridor and classrooms full of bloodstains and fighting traces. But the corridor shown in his eyes right now is truly very clean, the wall surface white and flawless, not to mention bloodstains and fighting traces, even one bit of dust there is none. So, everything Fanny saw was only an illusion? Indu's heart was doubting, but his steps did not stop for even one moment as he came to in front of the storage room. During this time, he noticed that in the old students' classrooms there were still students sitting and reading books. Looks like because cannot go to the library so chose to study by oneself in the classroom. Luckily these classrooms all have no windows, the door opens in the front, as long as no one comes out then no one will notice him. The storage room's door lock was covered with dust. Indu looked left and right. After making sure no one came out to move around, he carefully pried open the lock. Chapter 174 Storage Room. In this rule-strange tale big university, Indu's lockpicking skill learned more and more skilled. Even if this storage room has 2 locks, and he from time to time was distracted to watch the situation around, he still succeeded within 5 minutes to unlock the 2 locks. He lightly and quietly used the hand holding the electric drill to push the storage room door open a crack. The other hand's flashlight was already ready. But after opening a door crack, he found behind the door came a burst of light. That light was not the light of a white lamp, but natural light. This storage room has a window? In Indu's mind suddenly popped out this question. In this school, windows completely are a rare thing. No matter in the dorm, canteen, or teaching building, he had not seen outward-facing windows. So, this school's indoor light also is controlled by the school. Indu carefully and cautiously widened the door crack. After making sure within the visible range there was no strange human shadow or monster, only then he carefully walked into the storage room and then through the door crack disguised the outside anti-theft lock well. This storage room's lighting was very good, sunlight through the window scattered down. Looking at in front of his eyes this big window enough 3 meters wide, the concept of window kept deepening in Indu's mind. He suddenly realized one problem.
Speaking of it, when he from outside looked at the dorm, canteen, and teaching building these places, did he see windows? Indu carefully recalled, but no matter what could not remember. By rights, one building if from outside looks there are no windows, he definitely would notice this abnormal thing. But how could it be? How could there be not even one bit of impression? Clearly he many times noticed indoors there are no windows, why when outside he instead did not pay any attention at all to the window problem? Even just now Fanny said want to climb up the canteen roof through the water pipe, he also did not notice to check whether can from windows go in and out of the canteen's second and third floors above. His thinking seems to be controlled by some kind of force, ignoring the existence of windows. Only until now, arriving inside this storage room with windows, his brain only then like being pushed open fog and became clear. Indu took a deep breath. He was not clear after he leaves this storage room will he still remember this problem, can only take out paper and write down this problem, remind himself after going out remember to observe these buildings. After putting away the note, only then he carefully observed this storage room. In this warehouse, there are 6 black shelves, neatly displaying transparent storage boxes. Inside the storage boxes, some contain office supplies, while others hold cleaning tools, and there are even bottles of water and instant noodles. Indu hurriedly stepped forward, he couldn't care less whether the instant noodles were expired, and directly put the storage box with the water and noodles into his toolbox. Looking around again, there seemed to be nothing else useful in this warehouse. However, while searching for clues, Indu found a piece of paper on the ground. This paper used to be a promotional flyer but had now faded. Indu could only vaguely make out that the paper was originally yellow, the content below was no longer visible, but the large words at the top still read, Juwoo Middle School admission flyer. From this perspective, was this school originally Juwoo Middle School? Indu folded the paper and walked to the window. The warehouse's window opened to the backside of the school building. Looking outside, he could see the scenery clearly behind the teaching building. Unfortunately, the back of the school appeared to be a vast forest, so it seemed that if he wanted to escape, he could not go in this direction. Indu withdrew his gaze and turned to walk towards the warehouse door. Just as he was about to push open the warehouse door, he vaguely heard footsteps outside. The sound made him stop immediately, carefully approach the door, and hold his breath. The footsteps were getting closer to the warehouse. The warehouse was at the end of the corridor, and the door of the last classroom was about 4 meters away from this warehouse, so normally, a person going to the classroom wouldn't need to come near the warehouse at all. Indu's heart raced as he gripped the electric drill tightly. The footsteps stopped in front of the warehouse door. Indu was almost ready to confront whoever was outside, but suddenly he heard a woman's voice, "Why did you come back here again?" Then, the footsteps gradually moved away. Indu let out a sigh of relief. However, the person's words echoed in his mind. In this school, he only knew 2 female teachers, one was his homeroom teacher, Xia Nation, and the other was teacher Wang, whom he spoke to on the phone yesterday. And that voice he just heard didn't sound like his homeroom teacher, Xia Nation. As for teacher Wang's, to be honest, his memory wasn't very clear, and the voice on the phone would somewhat distort, making it hard to compare. Indu stayed hidden behind the warehouse door for a while longer, and when he confirmed there was no more movement outside, he carefully pushed the door open a crack. Making sure no one was outside, he quickly slipped out, restored the lock, and then walked away briskly. The whole process was smooth, and when he reached the first floor and checked the time, he found this adventure had only taken about 20 minutes. It was now just about 4 o'clock. There was still an hour left until the meeting time with Fan and I, and Indu wasn't sure whether he should go to the 4th floor and take a look. In his hesitation, he slowly walked to the door of the teaching building. When his foot stepped out of the teaching building, a burst of music entered his ears. The playground was playing music again. Indu looked toward the sound. There were quite a few people on the playground sweating it out. He couldn't tell which of them were A-level students and which were C-level students, but he could see that those exercising were very serious and immersed. Although he could quickly cross the playground to avoid the influence of the playground music, Indu felt that this music was a signal. He should first go to the 4th floor to walk around. No longer hesitating, Indu quickly stepped up the stairs. At this time, the lights on the 4th floor had not yet turned on. Because of the shadow left by the Academic Affairs office yesterday, Indu chose to move in the opposite direction this time. After taking just a few steps, Indu saw the door labeled General Affairs Office. This door, like the Academic Affairs Office's door, was made of glass, but it was transparent. After being shaken by his own shadow, everything inside came clearly into view. In the dark room, there was no one, only 2 desks facing each other and computers placed on them. Unlike the academic office, these 2 desks were cluttered with a lot of materials, appearing quite messy. Additionally, there were 2 filing cabinets in the corner, filled with document boxes. Indu felt a stir in his heart and looked down at the door lock. This door lock was not hard to open, it could be done in at most 10 seconds, and he felt a bit tempted to go in. But just as he was thinking this, a light came from the end of the corridor, followed by a stretched shadow. What's going on? Indu quickly looked over. In that direction, a person stood with their back to the light at the doorway of a room. Referring to the layout of the second floor, that room was directly above the warehouse. Chapter 175 Abandoned Office. Indu tightly gripped the desk lamp, then turned his wrist to direct the flashlight beam straight over. The sudden bright light made the person instinctively raise their hand to shield their eyes. However, Indu still recognized him. Chen, classmate? As Indu slightly lowered the angle of the flashlight, Shenrong slowly dropped his arm. He stood at the door, looking towards where Indu was, then revealed a warm smile, cheerfully greeting, "It's you, classmate." Until this moment, Shenrong maintained a friendly and gentle demeanor, even seeing that Indu did not heed his advice and was intruding again during the restricted hours on the fourth floor. His face showed no hint of displeasure. "What are you doing on the fourth floor?" Seeing that the visitor was Shenrong, Indu's previously tense heart relaxed a bit. Based on yesterday's observation, as long as Shenrong was not in the dark, he would not show any aggression. Indu raised the corner of his mouth, as if jokingly responding, "I'm playing a school adventure game. Look, I just explored to the fourth floor. This school feels a bit off, don't you think?" Indu pressed with piercing eyes. Shenrong clearly did not expect Indu to be so straightforward, momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. He had originally planned to come out and advise those recklessly entering the fourth floor to leave. But standing here was precisely Indu. He had already advised Indu yesterday, and now seeing him here today clearly showed that the other was not someone who would easily listen to advice. Moreover, it seemed that Indu had a way to protect himself. Not wanting to meddle further, Shenrong turned to return to the room behind him, but just as he was about to close the door, he seemed to suddenly remember something and turned back to remind, "Some offices on the fourth floor have long been abandoned, they are very dangerous inside, you'd best not go in." Even though the light of the flashlight shone on Shenrong, due to the distance, Indu could not see his expression clearly. However, he still sensed a somber tone in the other's voice. As soon as Shenrong finished speaking, he immediately closed the door, and the corridor instantly fell back into darkness. Abandoned office? Was it referring to the academic office he entered yesterday? Yesterday's memories surged back, making him feel it was quite likely. After all, that academic office indeed did not look like it was still in use. Indu lifted his downcast eyes again. At this moment, his flashlight was still shining on the door that Shenrong had closed. He cautiously stepped forward, and when he approached about 5 meters from that door, he finally saw the words on the doorplate, "Student Activity Room, Student Council." Sure enough, Shenrong basically stayed in the student activity room. In an instant, the application form surfaced in Indu's mind. Regardless of whether the fourth floor was open or not, Shenrong spent most of his time on the fourth floor. If he went in to submit the application form, it would be nearly impossible to avoid him. The fourth floor of the teaching building was not an absolute forbidden zone of the school. At this moment, even if he took the application form to find Shenrong, the other party may not necessarily acknowledge anything. Indu turned and walked back, but just then, he suddenly sensed something unusual. The offices on both sides of this teaching building were present, yet the layout was not symmetrically opposite like the classrooms on the second floor, but rather seemed a bit scattered. Like the direction he walked yesterday, there were 2 offices on the east side, the Student Affairs Office and the Academic Affairs Office. Although he had not looked closely at the west side, he could vaguely see 2 doors out of the corner of his eye. But the direction he was walking in now had the General Affairs Office occupying the entire west side, while the other side featured 2 adjacent offices. However, from what he had peered into the General Affairs Office through the glass door, it was just a small office similar in size to the Academic Affairs Office and should not occupy such a large space. Thinking of this, Indu hurriedly walked back to the front of the General Affairs Office. Unlike the Academic Affairs Office, the General Affairs Office did not appear to be an abandoned office at a glance. Looking in from the direction of the door, he could indeed see the wall behind the desk. Could it be that there was hidden space inside the General Affairs Office? This time, no one came out to stop him, and Indu quickly pried the door open. But the moment the door was pushed open, his footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Inside the General Affairs Office, which was originally shrouded in darkness, the lights instantaneously turned on as he pushed the door, exposing the entire office unreservedly to the light. Chapter 176 Record of Usage. Indu stood at the door for a few seconds, and after confirming that there were no other movements inside the General Affairs Office aside from the suddenly lit light, he cautiously moved his feet. He tried to tread lightly with each step, fearing to startle something. Fortunately, this office did not feature any horrifying face-to-face kills, only the ticking sound of the clock on the wall stood out sharply in this tranquility. Indu immediately directed his gaze toward the wall that could only be partially seen from the entrance, and sure enough, he saw a door on that wall. The door was also made of glass and was tightly closed. Next to the door hung a sign that read warehouse. Another warehouse. Through the glass, Indu could clearly see that inside it were stacked all sorts of containers and carts. One type of container looked particularly familiar, just like the container his teacher had pushed into the classroom during their construction principles class. Clearly, this was the true warehouse of the school today. The one he had visited earlier had long since become an abandoned, forgotten corner. Indu lingered at the door for a moment but ultimately did not push the door open. Instead, he turned to examine this office. At that moment, he noticed a red paper posted next to the door he had entered. Fourth floor precautions. 1. There are 7 offices on the 4th floor and 1 student activity room. Among them, 3 offices have been abandoned, please do not enter. 2. The offices in use on the 4th floor all have clocks hanging, please ensure that the office you enter has a clock. 3. The corridor lights on the 4th floor turn on at 5:10 p.m. every day, it is not recommended for faculty and staff to go to the 4th floor offices when the lights are off. 4. If you are lured into an abandoned office, please hide back in the living area before you are caught. 5. Please try to remain quiet before reaching the living area. 6. Without the approval of the student council president, faculty and staff are not allowed to enter the student activity room. 7. Do not doubt it, your work is great, all for the students and for a more perfect world. Indu looked at these precautions, frowning deeply. The rules listed on this red paper were clearly set for faculty and staff. The abandoned offices were probably traps specifically targeting them. Once lured in, regardless of identity, it would be difficult to escape those people's pursuit. He repeatedly read through it twice. Finally, his gaze fell on the 7th item. This method was too familiar. Indu scoffed and withdrew his gaze, then quickly began searching the office. He first looked at the materials on the desk, which mostly included item requisition records and maintenance records. There were only 2 item requisition records. Frank Arnold picked up a human container from the warehouse, and Giddy Carter took a limb container. The date was May 12, 2024, which was a Sunday. By comparing this with his experience with Fanny yesterday, he could confirm that yesterday was indeed May 12, 2024. The maintenance records had 4 or 5 entries, but most were for routine maintenance of office equipment. Only 1 entry was for the dormitory, reporting a hot water heater issue in room 201 on the 2nd floor last night. This piece of information left Indu stunned. If he remembered correctly, the layout of the 2nd and 4th floors of the dormitory was the same. Showers should be taken in the bathroom stalls, so why was there a hot water heater in the dormitory? Could it be that the 2nd floor dormitory he saw was not the real 2nd floor? Unable to think of the reason, Indu set aside the maintenance records and began searching the drawers. After rummaging through several drawers, most contained disorganized office supplies, the only thing that caught his attention was a work ID buried at the very bottom. Juewu Middle School. Indu stared at the name and position on the ID and suddenly recalled the voice he heard earlier in the warehouse downstairs. Clearly, this school was founded on the basis of Juewu Middle School, and even the staff was inherited. Indu put away the ID and walked towards the filing cabinet. This office had a lot of materials, but fortunately, they were all categorized and archived by date. The documents dated from September 2023, but when he opened them, he found that many of the folders were empty, with documents only appearing in the folder marked April 2024, starting from April 21st. Indu quickly flipped through the requisition records. On Sunday, April 21st, there were 6 requisition records, belonging to 6 teachers, all requesting human containers. On Monday, April 22nd, there were 3 requisition records for limb containers. On Tuesday, April 23rd, there were 6 requisition records, including 1 human container, 2 organ containers, and 3 limb containers. Indu continued flipping through, noticing that each subsequent day had more or fewer requisitions for containers, typically with the least human containers requested. But it was clear that every Tuesday and Friday, the number of containers taken always peaked. Thinking about what these containers held, Indu couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. The boy who was put into the human container yesterday might have violated the rules, but what Fanny experienced in the classroom undoubtedly indicated that the so-called practical class would inevitably result in casualties. And tonight was their new student's first practical class. At this moment, Indu recalled his former roommate who had been set up by him in the hot water room. If his classmates were at this level, could he and Susho really survive this 35-minute practical class? No, wait. Susho's combat ability seemed even worse than his. How had this guy made it through the practical class? It seemed that he needed to pay more attention to Susho tonight. Despite his amnesia, this guy always seemed to remember something in times of crisis, and following him should help him avoid a lot of danger. Indu searched a little longer, confirmed that there were no other useful clues in the office, then looked up at the clock. At this point, the time had reached past 4:40, and it seemed that browsing through the materials had consumed a lot of his time. 5 o'clock was the time he had agreed to meet with Fanny, and by 5:10, a teacher might come to the 4th floor office. He no longer had time to stay on the 4th floor. Indu hurriedly restored the disorganized folders he had rummaged through, then reopened his flashlight, exited the office, and locked the door behind him. After leaving the office, he suddenly felt as if something was peeking at him. The hand holding the desk lamp faintly trembled, and he at once sped up toward the stairway. Behind him, a burst of footsteps rushed toward him at very high speed. This damned, familiar sense of déjà vu, could it be Chin Rome again? Indu hurriedly turned around and shone the flashlight toward the direction of the footsteps. But this time, what appeared under his flashlight was not Chen Rome, but a female with long hair.
After being lit by the light, that female showed confusion on her face, dazed for a moment, then she asked with a serious look, "Student, why are you here?" Chapter 177 An Irresistible Change. "Hello, teacher." Seeing that the other person showed no strange movement under the light, Indu felt a bit at ease, so he first greeted her politely with a smile, and at the same time used this gap to quickly form a speech in his mind. "Teacher, I originally planned to come find Chairman Chen to discuss some study problems. But after coming up, I found that the lights here were not on, it looked quite dangerous, so I was just about to leave." After hearing this, the teacher's expression was still serious, and with some dissatisfaction she said, "When you went upstairs, didn't you notice the stairs were dark? What does the student handbook say? Dark places are danger to you, why did you still walk up?" Indu smiled awkwardly and explained, "At that time I was thinking about things, I didn't notice the light condition of the stairs, only after going upstairs did I react, it was my negligence. Hurry and go down, don't make this kind of mistake again next time." "Yes, yes." After responding, Indu kept the flashlight still aimed at the teacher, then moved backward toward the direction of the stairs. Only after going down the stairs and touching the light of the third-floor corridor did he slightly let out a breath and turn around to speed up and rush downstairs. Arriving at the first floor, seeing the main door bathed in sunlight, Indu finally completely relaxed. When he once again walked out of the teaching building's main door, as expected, the music on the playground had still not stopped. It seemed that in the next few days, as long as he passed by the playground, he would have to be accompanied by this music. Indu jogged away from the teaching area, and only after the music sound disappeared did he slow his steps. When he reached the cafeteria entrance, he discovered that Fan and I was already waiting there. But Fan and I standing at the entrance gave Indu a dangerous feeling, until he raised his head and showed the same warm smile as when they first met. That strange feeling then disappeared. Indu pretended to be calm and walked up, asking, "How was it, did it go smoothly?" Fan and I nodded and said, "From the rooftop you really can go down to the third floor and the second floor. And those two floors should both be school forbidden areas." After I went down to the third floor I felt something following me on the ceiling. I walked around there once. The third floor is all club activity rooms, the second floor is experiment classrooms and computer rooms. Listening to Fan Ni's words, Indu always felt there seemed to be some problem hidden in what he said. He raised his head and looked at the second and third floors of the cafeteria, always feeling that something had been ignored by himself. The functions of the upper and lower floors are clearly different. I guess they may correspond to School Forbidden Area 2 and School Forbidden Area 3 in your application form, Fan and I said. Hearing this, Indu nodded. If the third floor is club activity rooms, then the one corresponding should be Chinron, just not sure who the second floor corresponds to. Indu raised his head to look at the rooftop, then recalled Fan Ni's agile posture when he went upstairs just now, and could not help but deeply sigh. He obviously could not go to those two forbidden areas like Fan and I did. However, did he really need to go up? From Fan Ni's description, there seemed to be no clues up there. At most when getting the seal of School Forbidden Area 3, maybe he could get clues about School Forbidden Area 4. While Indu was thinking, Fan and I suddenly lightly patted his shoulder and said, "Mealtime, let's go in to eat first." Hearing this, Indu raised his head and looked inside from the main door. From their position, they could vaguely see that there was someone at the window directly opposite the main gate. Indu nodded, and the two of them walked into the cafeteria together. As soon as they entered the cafeteria and his vision opened up, he immediately looked towards window 8. At this moment, that window still had a sign that said "Closed for business." This meant that now, there were only 5 windows left for C-level students to use. And there was a high probability that this window would be reduced again tomorrow. At this time, the cafeteria had just opened for meals, and there were not many students eating inside. Fanny and Indu each found a window with no line to get their food. After finishing their meal, they initially planned to head to class together, but Indu suddenly remembered that he had left the book Efficient Use of Parts in the dormitory, so he parted ways with Fanny. As a C-level student, he only had 24 hours to borrow books, and he must return the book tonight. Moreover, there were still 10 minutes left in their class on literature, and he might as well take the book with him to class. When he returned to the dormitory, Su Shou was just sitting up from his bed, rubbing his eyes. Seeing Indu enter, he smiled and greeted him. This guy could be said to be the most carefree person in school. He was neither one of those students who tried every means to get all B grades, nor was he one who studied hard to become a super A-level student. Most of his day was spent glued to his bed. "Hurry up and eat, class is starting soon," Indu said as he climbed up to his own bed and pulled out the book he had borrowed from the library. Su Shou caught sight of the book in his hand, raised his eyebrow, and then pretended to hug his arms, saying, "Why are you reading such a book? Preparing to eat people?" Indu ignored his exaggerated behavior and curiously asked, "Have you read this book?" If he hadn't read this book, how would he know from its title that it was a cookbook? Su Shou, questioned, was momentarily taken aback and then scratched his head, saying, "I haven't read it, but isn't the name clear?" "Huh?" Indu looked at the book in his hand, flipping through it and really unsure how to tell from the title that it was a cookbook. "Parts, isn't that just referring to the parts of our body?" Hearing Susho unintentionally say something shocking, Indu sighed and continued to ask, "You think human organs are parts?" Perhaps sensing Indu's seriousness, a hint of confusion emerged in Susho's eyes. Indu didn't say anything further, just climbed down from his bed and reminded him again, "You need to go eat, class time is coming." "Ah, right." Susho quickly climbed down from his bed. Indu and Susho walked towards the cafeteria together, and probably because they had just killed the conversation, they didn't say much along the way. Although they didn't talk, Indu would occasionally observe Susho's expression. Clearly, even until now, the other party didn't feel that there was anything wrong with their earlier conversation. This meant that in this school, even if one remained a C-level student, their subconscious would still gradually change. Who knows, perhaps one day when Susho wakes up, he would inevitably take becoming an A-level student as his goal. At the entrance of the cafeteria, as Indu was about to turn onto a side path, Susho suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I forgot to mention something because you interrupted me. If you're not planning to become an A-level student, it's best not to bring the books borrowed from the library to class. If you want to become an A-level student, remember to tell me first." "What do I need to tell you for?" Indu asked curiously. "So I can escape in advance," Susho said as if it were only natural. "Anyway, there are so many C-level students in the school, you shouldn't need me to practice on, right?" The meaning of this was very obvious. He was clearly suggesting that the school's courses would ultimately become a real-life battle. Although he had already guessed this, Indu's emotions were still somewhat complicated. Even though this was already the fourth instance he had experienced, it was still the first time he faced a situation where people could devour each other. Indu looked at Susho. "I'm serious," he said. "I don't intend to be an A student, I'd rather be a B student." "B student? Are you serious?" Chapter 178, The Scrap Processing Factory. "B student? Are you serious?" Susho's eyes widened in disbelief. "What's wrong?" Indu asked with confusion. Susho leaned closer to Indu and lowered his voice, saying, "Don't you know that a so-called B student is basically scrap? Those marked as B students are all sent to the processing factory." "Processing factory? What kind of place is that?" Indu whispered. "I'm not really sure," but Susho frowned, mumbling indistinctly. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Anyway, it's not a good place." Indu always felt that Susho had more information that he hadn't shared. Just as he was about to ask more, Susho turned his attention to the cafeteria. This attitude clearly indicated he didn't want to continue the topic. Seeing this, Indu didn't press further, saying, "Let's go eat." Susho nodded, saying, "See you later in the classroom." Indu's eyes lingered on Susho's departing figure, but his mind was filled with questions. The fate of B students is to be sent to the processing factory by the school, in other words, leaving the school. This is why the minimum requirement to pass is to get all BS. But if the fate of B students is to be sent away, and C students are continually brainwashed and trained, then what is the purpose of the A students the school painstakingly nurtured? Where will all these A students remaining in the school ultimately end up? Indu stood still for a long time, unable to make any sense of it, before finally moving towards the teaching area. Passing by the playground with music playing, he entered the teaching building and immediately returned his book to the library. The librarian still had that indifferent look. Before leaving the library, because of the questions swirling in his mind, Indu subconsciously turned to look at the crowded self-study area. It was impossible to tell from the surface who was an A student and who was a C student. Aside from the identity card in hand, where exactly were the differences? Was it in their performance in life and classes? And how were B students differentiated? Walking up to the second floor, Indu went straight to his classroom. After yesterday's class experience, everyone arrived quite early today. When Indu entered the classroom, only 3 seats remained empty. At that moment, Fan and I was sitting in Susho's original seat at the back of the classroom. However, apart from C209, the other classmates showed no interest in this suddenly appearing new face. It appeared that C209 was also someone with talent. Indu didn't plan to introduce himself to this unfamiliar talented individual and sat down in his own seat, acting as if nothing happened. Since he had wasted quite a bit of time, it wasn't long after he sat down that Susho walked into the classroom. He took a seat next to Indu. Although they didn't communicate after Susho entered, the tense air between them still made Indu feel Susho's cold attitude. From the first day, it was always Susho who took the initiative to communicate. This sudden change made Indu curious. Did Susho change his attitude because he mentioned B students? Just as he was about to probe, he saw their principals of construction teacher, Frank, pushing a container into the classroom. The container looked exactly like the one from yesterday, but this time it held a different corpse. The body in yesterday's container had been processed very neatly, with just the chest opened, making it fairly complete. But this one was missing hands and feet, its abdomen appeared to be looted, and the intestines were carelessly stuffed inside. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the intestines were already cut into many sections.
Today, Frank didn't introduce his collection but started the lesson directly. It seemed this was not one of his beloved treasures. Today's instruction was to reconstruct the abdomen. Seeing the requirements Frank wrote on the blackboard, Indu furrowed his brow at the slightly complicated abdominal structure. Frank's gaze swept over the students in the classroom, then he sneered, "I know you failed students can't recover directly, so let me demonstrate once." Saying this, he casually pulled out the intestines in front of everyone, then separated them by size, placing each piece back into the abdomen, one section at a time. After finishing, Frank casually pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, then said, "What are you still standing there for? Did you write down the steps? Is the diagram ready?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of paper flipping filled the classroom. Indu, holding his paper, hesitated whether to take out the electric drill. He still clearly remembered the disjointed memories from yesterday, and he wasn't sure what would happen this time when taking notes. But considering the electric drill's range might cover the entire classroom, and there were still 2 potentially more dangerous classes to follow, he decided not to take it out after all. Although this class was strange, it wasn't deadly. Furthermore, Indu looked towards Su Shou, who had already started drawing diagrams. Since the school still had C-grade senior students, that meant this class alone couldn't turn them into A-grade students. Indu seriously drew the abdominal structure from the figure in the container, but when the drawing was almost done, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why had his hands suddenly become sticky, with a nauseating smell? In a daze, Indu looked at his hands, which were covered in a layer of transparent liquid. As he watched, clear, sticky liquid began to ooze from his fingertips, winding along his palm and dripping down. Then, turning his gaze to the white paper, he saw that it was already covered with smudged water stains. There were no traces of the drawing at all. It was this situation again. Indu was about to turn his head to check on Su Shou when a sudden scream rang out from behind him. "What is this?" The sound startled Indu, making him feel uncomfortable. It was so close that it had to be from C209. C209 had touched the body in the container while awake yesterday, and he hadn't expected such a big reaction. Then he quickly realized C209 had broken the rules. Talking during class without the teacher's permission was prohibited. This sudden abnormality couldn't have gone unnoticed even by the indigenous people in the rules horror stories. If they weren't scared of it, someone should have raised their hand to answer Frank's question before C209 did yesterday. The reason no one reacted was because they still remembered the rules. "You've spoken now," Hut Frank, standing at the podium, finally revealed a joyful smile. He slowly walked down from the podium, each step ringing crisply throughout the classroom, his whole body exuding a dangerous aura. Indu unconsciously followed his gaze. As he turned his head, he unexpectedly met Su Shou's hollow eyes, which suddenly woke him up. But in order not to be noticed by Frank, he still kept his gaze fixed on him. Until he saw Frank effortlessly snap off C209's arm, the warm touch coming from his cheek. Indu instinctively leaned back. And just at that moment, Frank's gaze immediately locked onto him, and he came over, saying, "Student, you seem a little off." Indu quickly pretended to be dazed, his blank eyes fixed on the severed arm in Frank's hand. If he hadn't been mistaken just now, C209, whose arm was severed, didn't seem to resist at all. Instead, like the other students in the classroom, he was immersed in Frank's performance. Chapter 179, Congratulations. Indu's acting wasn't superb, but he didn't feel worried about it. After all, he believed he hadn't broken any rules. Frank stood in front of him, and they stared at each other for a moment. Just when Indu thought Frank was going to stop targeting him, Frank suddenly reached out for his pocket. Indu immediately realized that Frank's target was the card machine in his pocket. This might just be a test. A person who had been completely controlled. He should have had no reaction to this. Despite suspecting this in his mind, Indu still reached out and pressed his hand against his pocket. Inside the teaching building, losing a card machine is considered a violation. And until this moment, he was still unsure whether there were any rules about teachers not being allowed to confiscate students' card machines. "You lost." Frank's voice squeezed out a sentence from his throat. As Indu shifted his gaze to his face, Frank suddenly burst into a manic laughter. You lost. Ha 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 ha." Then his gaze lifted, no longer looking at Indu. This disregard, not even sparing a glance, made Indu's brows furrow slightly. Actually, Frank usually looked at them with contempt, as if inspecting a pile of trash. But at least before, there had still been their figures in his eyes. "Congratulations, you don't need to attend this course anymore." Frank raised his head high, casually tossing something shiny onto Indu's desk. In an instant, Indu felt his desk starting to move, and when he looked again, he had already found himself in the hallway. He turned his head to look at the classroom, but found that the classroom door in the hallway had disappeared without a trace. What was going on? Had he been expelled from the classroom, or was this all just a hallucination? Indu quickly looked at the spot where Frank had thrown the object, but there was nothing there. He cautiously pulled out the electric drill, then slowly stood up and began to inspect the hallway. After walking around, he realized that this was a completely enclosed space. Even turning on the electric drill did not change the environment in front of him. Clearly, he wasn't trapped here because of pollution. He returned to the only distinguishing feature in this space, his desk. Sitting back down at his seat, Indu took out the card machine to check the time. At the moment, this space seemed flawless. If he ended up here because Frank had announced he no longer needed to attend the course on structural principles, then as long as it was the end of class, he should be able to leave. It was 1828, a class lasts 35 minutes, and there were 7 minutes left until the end of the class. 7 minutes, he could wait. While waiting, Indu began to check the items in his toolbox. His first instinct was to check the props in his hand. Today, he had one more item, frozen earrings. These were given to him by Su Shou while he was napping. At first, he hadn't thought much about it, but now, because of Su Shou's attitude, he had to think more. Speaking of which, Su Shou's change in attitude seemed to have started after giving him these earrings. After all, what was safer than trying to become a B-grade student among the adventurous things he had done before? Wanting to become a B-grade student wouldn't affect Su Shou's plan to remain a C-grade student, and it wasn't any different from the previous school adventure. Why did Su Shou suddenly distance himself from him? Also, why did Su Shou suddenly give him these earrings? Why not give them earlier or later, but exactly after he dealt with the Forbidden Zone? Was it because things might get strange after entering the Forbidden Zone? Besides, why did Su Shou have these earrings? Could it be? Indu held the earrings in his hand. Although they worked well with the electric drill, he didn't necessarily need them. After organizing the items in his toolbox, Indu continued to flip through the other things. While flipping, he suddenly discovered a note buried under a pile of papers in one of the compartments, with handwriting that was new and the characters unusually large and prominent. You must check the windows of the school buildings. This was clearly his own handwriting, a note written to himself. Windows? Didn't the school's buildings always lack windows? No, wait, it seemed that there were windows in the abandoned warehouse on the second floor. Thinking of the abandoned warehouse on the second floor, a blurry memory was awakened. Indu was about to stand up. Suddenly, he felt his desk being moved. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the classroom. At the doorway, Frank's figure was slowly distancing itself. This lesson is disgusting, Vanny complained as he wiped his hands with a white sheet of paper, walking over to Indu. I unknowingly got something all over my hands. Listening to Vanny's complaints, Indu soon detected the problem. Vanny seemed unaware that he had ever left the classroom. Was it because he had never really left the classroom, or was it that Vanny had been so confused since Frank stepped down from the podium that he never became clear-headed? Indu did not press for answers, he had more important things to do than to investigate what state he had just been in. He dismissively told Vanny to prepare for the upcoming 2 classes, then stood up and walked toward Su Shou. In the face of Su Shou's puzzled and rejecting gaze, Indu opened his tightly clenched left hand. In his hand was a round earring shining with blue light. This is this for me? Su Shou's pupils trembled slightly, focusing on the sapphire earring in Indu's palm. This item felt strangely familiar to him, yet he had never seen it before. This is what you lent me, it's being returned to its owner now. Indu glanced at his earlobe. Su Shou's earlobe was smooth and fresh, not even a tiny scar, indicating that this guy had not pierced his ears. It made sense, if Su Shou had pierced his ears, he would have noticed on the first day. It was just unclear where this guy usually kept such an item. But I don't need it now. Because he indeed had a recollection of the earring, Su Shou reached out to take the earring from Indu's hand. The moment he grasped the earring, he suddenly remembered something and pulled out a piece of string from his collar. It was a rough, hand-woven red string, with a noticeably worn wooden block hanging at the bottom. Su Shou forcefully stuck the earring above the wooden block. No wonder I felt like something was missing from this necklace these past few days. But when did I lend it? Su Shou's words were cut off by the sound of footsteps approaching the classroom door. Students, your next class is the structural practice class, and I am your teacher for this session. A person wrapped in heavy protective gear walked into the classroom, the breathing valve of the gas mask rising and falling with a hoarse female voice. The moment Indu saw this teacher, his back instantly tightened, and he subconsciously looked at the blackboard. But the blackboard now bore no signs of rules. At this moment, everyone in the classroom reacted and began moving towards the door. However, Indu, Su Shou, and Vanny didn't rush, choosing to stay back to observe the situation. After all, the teacher who had just entered was still next to the door. Not knowing if the danger came from this teacher, they dared not approach easily. The first to move closer to the door was C210. C209 was slightly slower, probably because he was injured. But soon he would be grateful for his slower movement. Before C210 could rush out the door, the teacher in the protective suit grabbed the back of his neck and lifted him up. Student, skipping class is not a good habit. A sticky laughter echoed from beneath the protective suit. A human is not a cat, the flesh at the back of the neck is not meant to be torn apart, and C210 inevitably felt the agony as gravity ripped his flesh apart. At this moment, C210 was consumed by fear and began to struggle vigorously. Not answering the teacher's question and resisting only intensified her fury. Her hand, which had been enveloped in the protective suit, suddenly punctured through it, sharp black nails digging into C210's neck. Red blood oozed from C210's neck. Seeing the scene before him, C209, who was closest, collapsed to the ground in fright. Indu, however, was not as terrified. Because the speed of the bleeding clearly did not hurt a main artery. In other words, this teacher was not planning to kill directly right now. Bad, got hurt. That teacher watched C210 in a drunk, obsessed way, or rather watched the red blood flowing downward. Her face slowly moved closer. Using this time, Indu gave Fan and Susho a look. The three of them rushed out of the classroom fast. With C210 pulling the teacher's attention, they left the classroom very smoothly. 4th floor security department. Indu and the other two ran up to the 4th floor, and this was the first time Indu came up during open hours. As soon as they reached the floor, they faced a man from the student affairs office standing straight at the office door, with a stiff smile on his face, not moving at all. Even with the help of bright lights, at this first glance, both Indu and Fan and paused their movements. Especially when they saw that the man was mechanically turning his neck, and the button eyes slowly shifted with the sound of their footsteps. Susho had no reaction at all, directly ignored the man and turned left. With the bright light, Indu finally clearly saw the overall layout of the 4th floor. The entire 4th floor had 6 offices and 1 student activity room. On the east side were 3 offices, in order: the student affairs office, the academic affairs office, and the security department, and the space at the very end that he thought was another office was actually a restroom. On the west side were the general affairs office, the teaching research room, and the meeting room, and at the far corner was the student activity room. From the lighting situation, the academic affairs office, the teaching research room, and the meeting room were all in a closed state, and their doors were shut. Maybe these rooms were abandoned offices. Looking at this layout, Indu immediately recalled the rule paper inside the general affairs office. According to what the rules said, the 4th floor should have 7 offices. That meant there was still 1 office hidden away? Isn't the security department over there? Why are you walking this way? Fan and caught up and patted Indu's shoulder when he suddenly turned. Indu shook his head. No, I was just memorizing the layout of the 4th floor offices. Let's go, it's time to go to the security department. When they walked toward the security department, Susho was leaning against the wall opposite the security office door. When he saw them coming, Susho smiled and waved. Quick, you should report the situation to the security department teacher. This version of Susho was the version Indu was familiar with. Why don't you go report it yourself? Compared to Indu, who relaxed a bit after seeing Susho return to normal, Fan and who never noticed Susho had any problem, spoke sharply as usual. If you want to be a C-level student, you naturally should not attract too much teacher attention, Susho said. Then he looked at Indu. If you want to be a B-level or A-level student, then showing your face more in front of teachers is fine. Although Susho did not say everything, Indu still understood what he meant. Whether wanting to become a B-level or an A-level student, you need to leave an impression with teachers, but the impressions for these two must be different. And he had already successfully left an impression on Frank in the earlier class, and was announced to no longer need to attend structure principal class. From Frank's attitude just now, it clearly was not the attitude toward a good seed. So did this mean his structure principal class had already received a B-level grade? How exactly did he catch Frank's attention just now? Thinking while doing so, Indu knocked on the security office door. Chapter 181 Structure Practice Class. As Indu knocked, the lights inside the security department flickered a few times, and then a young male teacher opened the office door. The male teacher slightly frowned, his eyes swept over Indu's face. Student, what is the problem? Teacher, a teacher wearing protective clothing entered our classroom. Indu did not care much about this teacher's attitude, he was now clearly a poor student. It is normal for the teacher to have no good feelings about him. The classroom on the 2nd floor? Yes. At this time, shouldn't you all be in class on the 3rd floor? How could you run into a teacher in protective gear in a classroom on the 2nd floor? The male teacher frowned tightly, with a look of distrust. Indu didn't expect that being labeled as a troublemaker would have such a big impact, but he didn't explain much and just silently stepped back 2 steps, signaling Fan and to come forward. Fan and calmly explained, Teacher, no one informed us that we needed to have class on the 3rd floor. We stayed in the classroom on the 2nd floor after teacher Frank left, until that teacher in protective gear came in. Frank, again Frank. Hearing Frank's name, the male teacher's expression grew more displeased, but when he looked at Fan and he tried his best to suppress his emotions. You need to go to class on the 3rd floor right now. I will deal with the situation on the 2nd floor. After saying that, the male teacher returned to the office, picked up the walkie-talkie, and hurriedly left. Before he left, he reminded Fan and again, go to class on the third floor immediately. Yes, teacher, I will go right away. Fan and I replied repeatedly. Once the male teacher's figure disappeared at the staircase, Fan and I turned to Indu and said, from what he said, after finishing the structure principles class, we should go to class on the third floor right away. Indu took out his card machine and looked at it. It's already 42 minutes, we are probably at least 5 minutes late. The teaching building wasn't large, moving up and down wouldn't take much time. It seems that the school wouldn't give them much buffer time either. We're already late, what are we chatting about? Let's hurry. Su Shou, who had been watching, urged. Yeah. Indu nodded and turned to walk towards the staircase with Su Shou. Wait, Fan and I caught up with the two, we came up to report, according to the rules, shouldn't we be able to get a leave request? As he said this, the three just reached the student affairs door and turned to see that person who seemed to have an automatic follow function. I forgot to tell you, the rules for freshmen don't mention anything about taking leave. Indu showed no sign of stopping. Fan and I was taken aback when he heard this, then quickly followed the footsteps of the two. The layout on the third floor looked similar to that on the second floor, but all the classrooms on this level had been locked before, and none had seen the insides of the classrooms. And now, all the classroom doors were wide open. As they stepped onto the third floor, they clearly saw a dummy standing in a classroom, all white. They called it a dummy because these things looked human-like, but upon closer inspection, their eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, their skin appeared unnaturally pale, with blue veins faintly visible beneath the skin. Overall, it looked abnormal. Indu stopped, frowning and saying, "What are these?" The three of them tried their best to ignore the existence of these dummies. What classroom is ours? Fan and I asked. The C-level freshmen have another class, let's first see if there's a class going on in any of the classrooms. Indu replied. Fan and I nodded, and then the three of them separated to check each classroom. After a while, Fan and I waved at the end of the corridor, and Indu and Su Shou hurried over. In the classroom Fan and I was pointing to, a woman stood on the podium, wearing a black professional outfit, with an impatient look on her face. Below the podium, there were only about 2 or 3 dummies, fewer than in other classrooms. Strange, why is there a teacher only in this classroom? Is this class mixed in? Indu frowned in thought. But that's not right, according to that security teacher's words, there was no reminder to go to class on the third floor. It seems to be just Mr. Frank's personal action, Fan and I said. Su Shou, who had kept quiet, spoke up, or maybe, once we enter the third floor, the only classrooms we can see and use are our own. But still, only this classroom has someone who looks like a teacher. So our classroom can only be this one. Indu nodded and took out a desk lamp, preparing to go in and check for himself. Fan and I noticed his action and stepped ahead, pushing him aside to enter the classroom first. His talent was resistance, so even if there was danger, he could withstand it for a while. The moment he stepped into the classroom, a cold wind rushed towards him, and the woman at the podium scanned him with sharp eyes. What's going on? Why are you late to class? It seemed this woman was indeed their teacher for the construction practice class. What, is my class not important? The teacher's imposing presence was intimidating, but she didn't move an inch, leaving Fan and I a bit stunned as he prepared to respond. However, he soon reacted and quickly explained, "Sorry, teacher, we are freshmen and didn't know we needed to come to the third floor for this class." "Oh, really?" The teacher snorted coldly, her gaze sweeping over the three of them before finally landing on Indu. "I see, you've been mixed in with the poor students for too long and have been influenced, right? Forget it, you, and the one behind you, hurry to your seats." Indu, who had been about to enter the classroom, was pushed aside by Fan and I, causing Su Shou, who had approached from the back, to fill the space behind Fan and I. Indu, left behind, innocently blinked his eyes. It seemed that what Frank had thrown at him earlier, which he couldn't see, was likely some sort of poor student mark. Upon hearing this, Fan and I turned to look at Indu and Su Shou. Once he saw Su Shou walk into the classroom and Indu signal him not to mind him, he then walked towards the seats at the bottom of the classroom. This classroom was different from a regular classroom. The desks were long rectangular tables almost 2 meters long, with 3 tables in total, each equipped with 2 chairs on either side. According to their student numbers, Su Shou sat on the left side of the first table, while Fan and I took the left side of the third table. Watching the two settle down, the teacher at the podium said, "This class is crucial, we've already wasted 8 minutes, so let's get straight to the point. Teacher, if this class is crucial, can I come in to listen?" Indu, standing at the door, asked appropriately. The teacher's brows furrowed at her interrupted speech, casting a cold glance over at him. "If you want to come in, but don't regret it." Hearing the teacher's words, Indu raised his eyebrows slightly, the foot he had lifted paused for a moment, and ultimately, he gave up on the idea of entering the classroom. Indu retreated to the side, leaning against the wall. Inside the classroom, the teacher continued, "This class requires 2 people to cooperate. Since there are only 2 of you, let's make you a group." Since the teacher had said it that way, Fan and I naturally got up and moved to the table where Su Shou was sitting. As the 2 of them took their seats on either side of the table, the teacher spoke again, "Prepare the teaching tools." As soon as she finished speaking, a dummy walked stiffly forward and then lay down on the table. This dummy had stiff limbs and blank eyes, as if it were a soulless shell. Being so close, Fan and I finally saw clearly, although the dummy had an odd color, its flesh was no different from that of a real person. The teacher's gaze was sharp as she coldly said, "The first lesson, open your heart." Chapter 182, Fan Ni's Secret. The first lesson, open your heart. Prepared in advance and having gone through the construction principles class, Fan and I and Su Shou were not surprised by the teacher's words. Fan and I kept brainwashing himself that this was just an ordinary medical class. Even though he was not a medical student and did not know if medical students normally had such experimental classes, thinking this way would at least make him feel better. However, teacher, no tools. Entering into the mindset of a medical student, Fan and I instinctively started looking for a surgical knife. Tools? The teacher suddenly appeared in front of Fan and I, startling him. The teacher grabbed Fan Ni's wrist and raised his hand. "What is this?" "Hand." Fan and I met the teacher's sharp gaze and hesitated, saying. The teacher looked at him disdainfully and said, "This is the tool." As she spoke, her nail scratched the skin on Fanny's wrist, and fresh red blood slowly oozed out. Fanny clenched his teeth tightly, yet there was not a hint of pain on his face. When the red blood flowed to her elbow, the new blood that emerged from her hand actually turned blue. Standing beside them, Su Shou widened his eyes and quickly took 2 steps back, clutching the necklace at his chest tightly. The teacher who had just grabbed his wrist seemed to have touched something filthy and hurriedly let go of him. You are. Get out, leave my classroom at once." Du, standing outside the door, carefully observed everyone's expressions. He was certain that Fanny was clearly startled by her own bizarre blood. Blue blood, he had seen it before. In the first side quest, when his brother's head was chopped off, blue blood gushed out. This is strange blood. But why did Fanny's blood change to this strange color? According to the information he understood, only when the pollution value reaches a certain threshold would a biological entity undergo aberration and become bizarre. But Fanny's talent is resistance. Why would he show signs of aberration? Before Du could think it through, Fanny had already been chased out of the classroom by the teacher. He stared blankly at his arm, finally dejectedly leaning against the wall, his hand drooping, allowing the blue blood to drip down. Seeing him like this, Du tore a piece of cloth from his body and stepped forward to press on Fanny's wound. The wound inflicted by the teacher was not deep. As long as it was pressed down for a while, it could stop the bleeding. Once the blood stopped flowing, Du finally asked, "What's going on?" Fanny's gaze was vacant, seemingly recalling something, or perhaps struggling with whether to tell Du the truth. Du did not force him, silently watching him. "Have you seen the 4th side quest I went through?" Du recalled the livestream he had watched earlier. Fanny's 4th side quest was indeed the 5th side quest of their country's last chosen one, Su Yongyan. If he remembered correctly, the main setting for that side quest should be a hospital. Before Du could respond, Fanny continued, "I still remember the name of that side quest, Hangzhou Hospital. Staying there until the 5th day, there would be a blood transfusion treatment. To avoid breaking the rules, I had to accept that treatment. I originally thought that the blood transfusion would be like each time I was injured in the side quest, my resistance would offset the damage." Fanny tore off the cloth around his wrist, until in that family side quest, during dinner, I was unexpectedly tempted to eat with them. In short, after that dinner, my grandmother hugged me and cried, saying it was her fault that I began to aberrate. She told me not to be afraid, as long as I stayed at home obediently, she could guarantee my safety. But I am certain that on that day, I did not break any rules. Moreover, even if I did violate them, with my talent, I should have been able to offset the pollution. In other words, I had already started to aberrate before entering the side quest, I just hadn't realized it. Thinking carefully, the only thing that could have caused my body to aberrate is that blood transfusion treatment. Also, although I don't know all the circumstances of other talents, as far as I know, those who participated in that side quest have either fallen or been assimilated, remaining in the world of rule-based horror stories. I think, among those who experienced the hospital side quest, I should be the only talent left. No, Du countered, I know another talent who also went through that side quest and is still alive. Chapter 183, Anti-Pollution Attribute. No, Du refuted, I know another talent who also experienced that side quest but is still alive. If he remembered correctly, Ma Xiangjia's first side quest was Hangzhou Hospital. As for whether Ma Xiangjia underwent the blood transfusion treatment on the 5th day, he was unsure because he mainly focused on Su Yongyan's livestream at that time. If he wasn't mistaken, Su Yongyan had undergone the 5th day of blood transfusion treatment. However, during the transfusion, the gifted ones would fall into illusions, and we, as viewers, could only see through the gifted one's vision, unable to witness the actual treatment process. Is he still alive? What is his gift? Fanny asked. Du did not hide the truth, slowly saying, Ma Xiangjia, his gift is the magic shield. Magic shield. A hint of concern flashed in Fanny's eyes. The magic shield can resist all physical attacks, but has no defense against things like contamination. From what I've observed, the resistance to contamination decreases after blood transfusion. If what you're saying is true, then Ma Xiangxia would be more vulnerable to contamination in the instance, with a high chance of falling. Yindu furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Fanny's words reminded him of the announcement at the end of the previous level. Are you saying that the blood transfusion weakens a person's resistance to contamination? Resistance to contamination. Yes, it's resistance to contamination. Fanny said, let's assume each gifted person's initial resistance to contamination is 1. After 1 contamination, the red line on my wrist would lose 1 millimeter. But after a blood transfusion, the gifted person's constitution changes, and after each contamination, the red line on my wrist would lose 2 millimeters. Yindu's pupils trembled, meaning the transfused person suffers from double the contamination effect. No, it's not just that. The blood replacement itself might have already caused mutations in them, just not obvious ones. Receiving this information, he quickly recalled Ma Xiangxia's performance in the Return of Souls instance. In Return of Souls, the most vulnerable place to contamination was the morgue. According to the rules of Return of Souls, each person must guard the spirit for no more than 2 hours, meaning that contamination within 2 hours is the limit for these gifted individuals to remain unaffected. Because of the number of people, he had to arrange for Ma Xiangxia to guard the spirit for no less than 2 hours. But Ma Xiangxia only fell into a nightmare on the first day due to violating another rule, which caused excessive contamination. The second day showed no signs of contamination affecting him. After recalling Ma Xiangxia's previous performance, Yindu speculated, if what you're saying is true, then I think Ma Xiangxia didn't undergo the blood transfusion in the hospital instance. But, he wondered, was Su Yongyan's final loss also related to this blood transfusion? Hearing Yindu's words, Fanny sighed, so, my earlier statement wasn't wrong. Those who have undergone blood transfusion treatments, except for me, are all left in the rule horror. If my gift wasn't resistance, which gives me some ability to resist contamination, and I hadn't discovered the problem in time, I might have also been lost or fallen in some instance. Fanny's face grew heavy. Yindu reached out and patted his shoulder. You've made it this far, avoiding the traps of rule horror. It's not easy. What's scary is that rule horror might have situations like the last instance where we must enter the contamination zone. I think your sense of urgency probably came from the last instance. Fanny nodded. In fact, my last instance team had 2 contamination purification gifted individuals, allowing me to stay in the morgue for just 1 hour each day. Otherwise, even with my resistance gift, I probably wouldn't have made it through that instance. I see. Yindu had thought Fanny was just toughing it out with resistance, but now it seemed that the main reason was his teammates shielding him from damage. Since entering rule horror, I've realized that its purpose seems to be to trap us in the rules. Up until now, there haven't been many direct killing moves in the rules, and they're mostly simple ones, not difficult to avoid. The truly hard to avoid ones are the subtle assimilation and the unpredictable contamination. You are not wrong. Although if we calculate carefully, those who die in the rule's strange tales far outnumber those who remain in it. But as long as one has the experience of clearing levels, no, it should be said, as long as they can last 3 or 4 days in the dungeon, the final outcome is usually being left behind in the dungeon. Fan and I leaned against the wall, raising his wrist. Thinking back, that blood transfusion treatment at the hospital was actually a way to massively convert talent holders. After the blood transfusion, a part of the body becomes strange, and then. In the next class, we need to return to the regular classroom. If you want to chat, it's better to talk while walking. Fan and I was interrupted mid-sentence by Su Shou, who walked out of the classroom. Is class over? Yindu turned back to look inside the classroom. Where's that teacher? He and Fan and I were standing outside the door. Even though they had been chatting, they weren't completely oblivious to someone coming out. Moreover, it was a bit strange in that classroom. He remembered there were only 3 dummies inside, but now there were at least 20 standing closely together. Su Shou shrugged. She disappeared after saying we need to return to the regular classroom. And then, the classroom became like this. As Su Shou finished speaking, the hallway lights flickered a few times. The sudden change made Yindu and the others' hearts tighten. They stopped lingering and hurried to the stairs. As they moved, the flickering of the hallway lights grew faster and faster. When Yindu passed by the last classroom, he noticed that the dummies inside were already close to the classroom door, looking as if they were about to step out. Hurry, let's go down. Yindu shouted. Hearing his words, Su Shou and Fan and I subconsciously quickened their pace, and the 3 ran downstairs. When they reached the large step in the middle of the staircase, the lights on the 3rd floor went out instantly. Yindu instinctively turned to look at the 3rd floor, where the dummies had already reached the corridor entrance. At that moment, Yindu finally recognized that these dummies were the ones who had been chasing him ever since he entered the academic affairs office yesterday. However, at this point, their skin was even paler. Fan and I dragged Yindu, who was still casually looking back at the situation, all the way down to the 2nd floor while Su Shou closely followed behind. The lights on the 2nd floor were functioning normally. When they entered the second floor, the people from the third floor stopped at the large step. So, should we go directly back to the classroom? That teacher in the protective suit won't still be in there, right? Confirming they were temporarily safe, Fan and I stopped and said. At this time, Indu was still staring blankly at the people on the large step, not responding to Fan Ni's question. Su Shou then said, since that security teacher said he would handle it, it should be fine. Moreover, if we don't go to the regular classroom now, we might be late again in a bit. Although we still don't know the cost of being late, but it's better if we can avoid being late. Chapter 184, The First Real Combat Class. Hearing Su Shou say this, Fan and I didn't refute. He silently pulled Indu, who was still lost in thought, toward the classroom. We've arrived at the classroom. We won't be kicked out again, will we? Standing at the classroom door, Fan and I looked at Indu and asked. His question pulled Indu back from his thoughts. Indu shook his head, not necessarily. I think for this class, it's highly unlikely they will chase anyone away. Why do you say that? Su Shou looked curiously at Indu. Haven't you already figured it out? Indu's gaze was sharp, as if seeing through everything. Su Shou felt a bit uncomfortable under his deep gaze and awkwardly smiled. Figured out what? The so-called real combat class. Indu looked at C209 and C210, who were already seated in the classroom. C209 had an arm broken, while C210 had a dark bruise on his neck, both looking timid. It's about treating classmates as actual combat targets to test what we've learned. And as a poor student like me, it's not bad to serve as materials in such a class. It's not necessary to drive me out. As for you, even though you were kicked out of the class earlier, your situation is different from mine. The teacher seems to reject you more. However, aside from him, with the state of C209 and C210, they can probably only be treated as training materials. Fan and I nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, her attitude seems more like rejection and fear. At this point, Fan Ni's expression became even more puzzled. What is she afraid of? Just looking at that teacher's nails didn't seem normal. Would she be afraid of someone like him who is half-altered? Because she is human, and to her, you are a monster, Indu said in a deep voice. Question mark. Fan and I frowned. She is human? Can the teachers in this school really be human? Fan and I said in disbelief. A monster that can easily disembowel someone with its nails, how could it possibly be human? To them, that is what human means, Indu said calmly. Monsters can change. No matter how well they disguise themselves as humans, once their emotions become unstable, they will still reveal differences from ordinary people. And they, even if their functions differ from ordinary humans, appear completely human on the surface. Fake humans. Su Shou, who had been silent, said softly, this is actually a school that trains people to become fake humans. Fan and I looked at Su Shou in shock. What did you just say? Class is starting. What are you doing standing at the door of the classroom? Before Su Shou could answer, a gentle female voice sounded behind the three. Indu turned to look. It was their homeroom teacher, Xiang Yi. Teacher, is this class taught by you? Fan and I asked. Xiang Yi smiled slightly. There are no teachers in the practical class. I am just here to remind you of some important matters for class. Fan and I asked in confusion. Important matters? Please go inside first. Xiang Yi waved her hand. Seeing that they couldn't ask any more questions, the three had to follow Xiang Yi into the classroom. Xiang Yi walked to the podium and glanced over the entire class. Everyone seems to be doing well. Upon hearing this, Indu almost turned to look at that one-armed brother. But in the end, he could only turn to look at Su Shou, who was sitting next to him. Since the last class ended, he felt that Su Shou was a bit strange. No, it should be said that ever since the blue blood spilled from Fan Ni's arm, Su Shou's expression had become exceptionally solemn, as if he were burdened by heavy thoughts. In the past, Su Shou's goal was very clear, to ensure that he could always be a C-level student, so he wouldn't think too much. After all, he should be very familiar with how to maintain being a C-level student by now. Now let's talk about the arrangement for the practical class. Xiang Yi on the podium continued. Today is your first practical class, so only freshmen are participating, so you don't have to worry about strength differences. However, starting from tomorrow, the practical class will become a large class involving all students in the school. The only thing I can remind you is that on the playground, as freshmen, you will have special privileges. Before Xiang Yi could finish her sentence, a noise came from the broadcast, followed by the principal's voice. It is now 19:15, and I announce that the special practical class for freshmen is now starting. All C-level freshmen are participants. Hearing the principal's announcement, Xiang Yi hurriedly walked toward the door. Good luck to you all. Her words overlapped with the principal's words. It really didn't sound like a good blessing. As soon as the broadcast ended, Fan and I quickly walked to Indu's side. All C-level freshmen, that includes students from another class. Indu nodded, then his eyes scanned C209 and C210, who were hurrying out of the classroom. They all recognized the students in this class, and for now, the strongest combat power was probably the C208 that they had previously plotted against. The remaining C209 and C210 posed no threat to them at all.
Clearly, C209 and C210 should also realize that they now can only become prey.
That C209, as a gifted person, didn't dare to approach them for recognition while being in a disadvantaged position.
This is good. Such a mindset in a gifted person is not suitable for being their teammate.
In the outside world, people will unconsciously split the gifted ones because of country. But as long as they enter the rule strange tales, they will find that the gifted ones standing against each other is actually a stupid act. They themselves have no conflict of interest, on the contrary, many times they all need the help of teammates to cross hard danger together, just like now. The rule strange tales emphasize their country identity every time, maybe it is exactly to split them. And also, this person looks not smart, running out now, he will surely pass another class door, this is nothing but drawing firepower.
Block the door first.
Indu cut off Fan and I, who was still ready to keep talking, stepped forward first and closed the classroom door and locked it.
Fan and I then, after hearing Indu's words, pushed the podium forward to block the door.
After the podium was in place, he then continued the words he did not say just now, except us gifted ones and Susho this special guy, the other students taking card machines are probably really taking them by their own ability. On this point Indu agreed. From the first day, Frank said it, their class were all trash. Obviously this school already put labels on them at the start, and their class. Our class should have existed from the start as a whetstone. This is both a good news, and also a bad news. The good news is, their chance to become A-level students is clearly very low, the bad news is, they are now in danger. Indu was just thinking like this, then he heard a sharp scream from the corridor, then heart-tearing roars and begging sounds. His heart jumped hard, then he pretended to be relaxed and said, looks like, we lost 2 more classmates. He did not know if 2 people are enough to hold back the people of another class.
Very soon, the answer came out. The sounds outside slowly dropped, finally turning into messy footsteps rushing toward them. Chapter 185 Fan Ni's first real combat lesson.
The messy sounds could not tell how many people there were, the only thing sure was that the ones who wailed just now were probably already gone. Listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer, Fan and I swallowed a mouth of spit, his heart beating like a drum. He looked at Indu, his eyes full of asking meaning, can this door hold? Indu was also not sure, at this time he already took out the electric drill and prepared it. If it really cannot, I will first use items to freeze them, then you knock them out. Fan and I heard this and nodded, his eyes firm, give me a hammer or a wrench. He had seen Indu and Susho's fighting power, the job of knocking these people out really had to be done by him.
Indu quickly handed over the wrench.
At this time, Susho, who had no action all along, walked forward and spoke, relax, this door blocking these freshmen is not hard.
Indu heard this, the shoulder pressing the door slightly relaxed, you sure?
Although he asked like this, Indu's words and actions clearly already believed Susho's words. Susho naturally also noticed this, and smiled as he replied, sure, but, waiting for tomorrow's real combat lesson, this door at most lasts 1 minute. Susho's words made Indu think of Xiang Yi's words, tomorrow's real combat lesson will be a big lesson done by all school students together. In other words, tomorrow actually is the hunting game of A-level students. If so, then that group of C-level students outside, tomorrow will they not also only be other people's prey? This school keeps adding new students, it cannot be just to be training consumables, right? Also, A-level students should already be finished products, there is no need to waste manpower to train A-level students, right? Many doubts circled in his heart. Before Indu could think of an answer, the door was smashed hard once, the fierce shaking made the podium behind the door move back several parts. One hit did not open the door, the sounds outside changed into chopping sounds, one after another, the doorboard began to deform. Looking at this door, even with a second plan, Fan Ni's heart was still lifted to his throat. He turned his head to look at Susho, you sure this door can hold? Susho's expression was calm, don't worry, this isn't my first time facing this situation. This door, although simple, can hold off the C-level newcomers for a while.
Tomorrow will be the real test.
To Susho's surprise, he openly talked about his past experiences, which was almost an admission that he already remembered everything from before. Indu looked at him with a hint of confusion. Just a moment ago, when he had asked outside the classroom, this guy had been tight-lipped. Noticing Indu's gaze, Susho's eyes flashed with a barely audible sigh. He first glanced at Fan and I, then met Indu's eyes, clearly not wanting to talk about this while Fan and I was present. Fan and I was also smart, he let out a soft grunt and then turned to look at the door. At that moment, the chopping sounds grew increasingly urgent, and the door creaked as if it would collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Indu no longer hesitated and directly opened another topic, how did you get through the second practical class before? From his observation, Susho's combat power should be even lower than his. As an ordinary person, I naturally can't fight against those imposters, Susho said calmly, reaching up to touch the necklace on his chest, a hint of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Actually, just like teacher Xiangyi said, newcomers have privileges on the playground. As long as they can escape to the playground before being caught by A-level students, they can avoid the A-level students. Indu followed Susho's gaze to the necklace, and then he realized what Susho had left unsaid. Indeed, reaching the playground could allow one to avoid A-level students, but on the playground, all C-level newcomers had privileges. Earlier, when Fan and I was a senior, he had seen the playground rules which stated, it is strictly forbidden to fight or harm fellow students on the playground. However, there was no such rule for newcomers. Thus, even though the practical class tomorrow required A-level students to join, the real purpose was to force all C-level newcomers to leave the classroom. As time passed, the door of the classroom began to deform more severely, with the hinges showing cracks. But even so, the door still held until the announcement rang out again. It is now 1945. I announced that the special practical class is now over. The principal's voice echoed in the classroom, and the chopping sounds outside suddenly ceased. However, Fan and I suddenly went pale, covering his head and crouching down. Fan and I? Indu stepped forward to support him. Fan and I trembled, that sound, that message, I seemed to. Memories were suddenly awakened, and red veins appeared in his white eyes. He recalled what had happened during the practical class yesterday. Yesterday, Fan and I had still been holding the C-121 card camera, sitting in the very first row on the far left. As he entered the classroom, his mind was clear, and he had the energy to observe his classmates inside. But once the announcement sounded, everything changed. The classroom door suddenly closed. All of them stood up as instructed by the announcement, and then everyone's nails began to grow long, sharp as blades. Fan and I felt a sharp pain in his head. In his hazy consciousness, he saw classmates falling into madness, attacking each other. To protect himself, he had no choice but to raise his hand too, his nails digging into a classmate's shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. After he managed to unhook someone's shoulder, the classroom door opened again, and everyone rushed out, including the classmate he had injured, who stumbled out as well, leaving him all alone in the classroom. After that, he sat in the far right seat in the front row, while outside came heart-wrenching screams. I don't know how long I sat in the classroom, but the same announcement rang out again, and then 8 people gradually returned to the doorway, sitting in the back seats. Looking back now, even though the classmate with the severed arm was still there, at least 4 or 5 people in the classroom had changed their faces. Fan Ni's voice grew quieter. After hearing Fan Ni's words, Indu frowned tight. If you say it like this, C-level old students in real combat class will be stripped of free will, but this is not right? By their current experience, C-level new students will take part in real combat class on their own even without control, so what need is there to control C-level old students? No, they did not see the state of students from another class at all. How do they know the other side was also not stripped of free will? If all the above is ruled out, it seems only one possibility is left. Could it be that only our class will not be stripped of free will in real combat class? But even if their class is treated as a whetstone, it should be a whetstone with fighting power to be more useful, right? Susho heard Indu's words, his brows lowered, his eyes thoughtful. Indu noticed his expression and spoke out, Susho? Chapter 186 Susho and Su Youngyan. Susho? Susho did not answer, not because he did not want to answer, but because he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Students, please open the door, the teacher needs to come in for class. Outside the door came the voice of their homeroom teacher Xiang Yi. Fan and I glanced at Indu, then quickly dragged the podium back to its original place. Indu opened the door, then turned and quickly walked back to his seat. Facing a classroom with only 3 people left, Xiang Yi showed no strange reaction and went straight to the topic. Students, next is today's last class, literature research class. Did students read any books after going back yesterday? The classroom fell into complete silence, an awkward feeling kept spreading. Xiang Yi's gaze slid over Indu and the other 2, then she smiled and said, looks like students are not used to our school's self-study mode yet. It's okay, then the teacher will share a book she read recently. As she spoke, she somehow took out a book with a yellowed cover. Indu did not have time to see the book's name before it was opened and placed on the podium. Sometimes your blood is like the moon, frozen in the boundless night. Strangely, the book Xiang Yi took out seemed like a normal book, at least not like the one he borrowed from the library before. After listening for a while, Indu felt dizzy. He shook his head, trying to wake himself up, but his brain grew more numb. He wanted to turn his head to look at Susho and Fan Ni's state, but he did not even have the strength to turn his head, his whole body extremely tired. He felt he should take out the electric drill, and also felt like he had already taken out the electric drill. Ding! A hollow sound rang out. Indu suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight, staring blankly at the arm resting on the desk. Without knowing it, he had actually fallen asleep on the desk. About 10 minutes of time, yet it made his brain feel as if it had been refreshed. Something was wrong. This feeling was different from how other classes affected him. And now he realized that his homeroom teacher seemed not affected by the bad student label on him, and did not drive him out. Alright students, this class ends here, see you tomorrow. Xiang Yi waved from the podium, then left the classroom before Indu and the others could react. After watching Xiang Yi leave, Indu stood up and walked toward the podium. When Xiang Yi came in, she did not bring a book, and when she left, she did not have one either. Then her book could only have been taken from the podium. The podium in their classroom was very simple, without even a drawer, only under the top board there was another board forming a narrow layer. Inside this narrow layer, a book was clamped. After pulling the book out, Indu confirmed this was the book Xiangyi held just now. But compared to a book, it was more like an excerpt notebook. The originally white cover had turned beige because of time. After opening it, inside was neat and graceful handwriting. This excerpt notebook did not record any clues, it only copied some positive poems. But this notebook itself is already a clue. In an abnormal school, a teacher who reads normal poems to students is, in itself, abnormal. When Indu just took the book out from the podium, Fanny had already come over. After following Indu and looking through a few pages, he immediately said, "Teacher Xiangyi." However, before he could finish his words, Su Shou, who walked over, interrupted him by snatching the notebook from Indu's hands. "Indu, don't you have a question to ask me? Let's talk in the dorm." While speaking, Su Shou put the notebook back beneath the podium. Fanny could feel that Su Shou had intentionally interrupted him. He raised an eyebrow and fell silent, only gazing curiously at Su Shou. Then he turned and took the lead in leaving the classroom. The corridor outside the classroom was clean and new, showing no signs of any fights having occurred. Indu and Su Shou followed closely behind Fanny as they left. Music was still playing on the playground, and a few people were strolling along the track. Just by looking at this scene, the school seemed like a regular one. The three of them hurriedly crossed the playground, leaving the teaching area. Once back at dorm 404, without saying a word, Su Shou's arm casually swept across a sharp edge of the iron bed. Blue blood slowly seeped out. Knowing that Su Shou had been wearing an item that could freeze the process of becoming bizarre, Indu had somewhat guessed Su Shou's condition. However, he truly didn't expect that all the blood in Su Shou's body had already transformed into blue blood. Fanny stared at Su Shou's hand, and the blue blood made him unconsciously take 2 steps back. You are also. Su Shou looked at Fanny, his gaze cold. "Actually, we have met before, at Hangzhou Hospital." Fanny pressed his lips together, silently moving back another 2 steps. Having encountered each other at Hangzhou Hospital, with the surname Su and speaking the language of Summer Country, he could only think of one person. When he was at Hangzhou Hospital, he still had not figured out how to handle relationships with other gifted individuals, and with the country's hints, he and the Summer Country Su were in completely opposing positions. Both of them had their own small groups, although neither had directly harmed the other, they had not hesitated to hide clues and allow others in their groups to clash. After a scenario, these two previously unknown individuals had directly developed a grudge. By the time Fanny realized that he needed to unite more powerful gifted individuals to survive in the world of strange rules, he heard the news of the Summer Country Su being lost. However, Su's loss also brought him good news, that the new gifted individual from Summer Country had the ability of a toolbox. Su Yongnian. Indu looked at Su Shou, his tone firm. Su Shou nodded. "Actually, after constantly having my memories wiped, all I remember is my surname Su. As for the name Shou, it's probably because I subconsciously kept in mind Hangzhou Hospital. Hangzhou Hospital was a crucial point that accelerated my transformation." Accelerating transformation? Indu immediately picked up on the key point in Su Shou's words. Yes. Su Shou lowered his eyes, filled with helplessness. "In fact, my gift hinted at my ending from the very beginning. Transformation." Su Shou's gift was one of the reasons he could connect through 7 levels. Becoming bizarre indeed helped me dodge some crises and made it easier for me to obtain some clues. But as the number of transformations increased, I found my body also underwent some changes. On the surface, it couldn't be seen, but my skin gradually hardened, pores and hair gradually disappeared, and the color of my blood grew lighter than normal blood. Upon realizing something was off, I decided to lessen the use of this gift. But when I made that determination, I encountered Hangzhou Hospital. Blood transfusion treatment. Having already heard Fanny's account, Indu naturally understood what had further accelerated Su Shou's transformation. Yes, after the blood exchange therapy, I immediately discovered that my body's transformation had worsened, and even my blood had completely turned blue. Since then, although I have not experienced any more mental abnormalities due to pollution, the condition of my body's transformation has gradually intensified. So you chose to voluntarily stay in the instance before you were completely transformed? But how did you end up here? I remember your lost instance was wedding, right? Fan and I asked. Chapter 187, The Origin of Awakening Night School. Wedding? Hearing Fan Ni's words, Su Yongnian looked confused. Clearly, wedding was a strange term for him. However, Indu also remembered that Su Yongnian got lost on the first day of the wedding instance. I don't know about the wedding instance. In fact, after going through the Hangzhou Hospital instance, I would find a door that led to Awakening Night School before entering the lounge, Su Yongnian said. Hearing Su Yongnian's words, Indu couldn't help but picture scenes of himself recently entering the lounge. It seemed that Su Yongnian had encountered a similar situation. But Seoul Night and Spring Village are closely related. What connection do Hangzhou Hospital and Awakening Night School have? Later, when I realized I was about to lose control of my own transformation, I decided to explore this instance that I could choose to enter and provide more clues to the outside world.
Su Yongyan continued.
This time, Indu spoke up to interrupt Su Yongyan, but when we were watching the live broadcast from the outside, we didn't see you enter Awakening Night School, we only saw you get lost in the wedding instance on the first day after it opened. So, what the outside world saw on the live broadcast was not complete.
Su Yongyan said with a grim expression.
After all, he had initially embraced the spirit of sacrificing himself for the greater good, only to find that he had only moved himself. Indu nodded, secretly contemplating, there was never any guarantee that the live broadcast content would be complete.
The last Spring Village instance even had hints that were cut off.
Fan Ni's expression changed as he listened to the conversation between the two. He said seriously, if the live broadcast is incomplete, then the outside world's understanding of the instance may have serious deviations.
The hints provided by the outside may not be reliable.
There's no need to worry about this, the live broadcast only covers part of the information and cannot create something out of nothing, so the hints given by the authorities still hold reference value.
It's just
that to completely resolve the rules of the strange tales, we will have to rely on ourselves.
Su Yongyan interjected.
Collecting more clues to help future arrivals thoroughly resolve the rules of strange tales, this was the real reason Su Yongyan chose to enter the Awakening Night School instance. Unfortunately, these rules of strange tales were far more than he had imagined.
However, after entering this rule of strange tales, I made a new discovery.
Su Yongyan said, pulling out a necklace from his chest, this is something I found after entering the instance, it can effectively prevent me from becoming eerie. So even after I successfully met the conditions to clear the instance, I voluntarily got lost in this instance. Before you all came here, I had already spent 3 weeks, this is my 4th time being a new student at this school. Even knowing that Fan and I was in the same situation as him, Su Yongyan was not worried about the other taking his things. After all, non-Toolbox talent holders cannot take away items, unless Fan and I was willing to stay and accompany him, otherwise, this item only had use within this instance. Moreover, this item was not unique within this instance, if Fan and I truly wanted it, he wouldn't mind providing clues for acquisition. So, what discoveries did you have in the first 3 weeks?
Indu asked.
Su Yongyan nodded, actually, there is one thing I just confirmed earlier.
Teacher Xiangyi should be a member of Ju Wu Society. Ju Wu Society? Indu frowned tightly. Not the Awakening of Awakening Night School. It is Ju.
Su Yongyan paused for a moment, then began to gesture randomly in the air, it's just a king character beside a jade character.
Ju Wu. Ju Wu Middle School?
Indu immediately realized, and then took out a flyer from his toolbox. The flyer only had a few words left that were still clear.
Fan and I blinked at the flyer in Indu's hand and said, I seem to have seen this pattern before.
Where?
Indu asked quickly.
It's on the walls of the cafeteria upstairs, on the 2nd and 3rd floors there is a pattern with this character written in it.
Fan and I said, and below the pattern, it says Ju Wu. That should be the emblem of Ju Wu Middle School.
In the copy, normally all text would be translated into the mother tongue of the talent users, but when the character was designed as a logo, it became a pattern, so it did not get translated in Fan Ni's eyes.
And the so-called Ju Wu Society should be the remnants of Ju Wu Middle School.
Indu continued while changing the paper in his hand to a group enrollment application to analyze further. The school is a force, aiming to train students into pseudo-humans, while the Ju Wu Society is another force, whose purpose should be to stop students from becoming pseudo-humans.
Teacher Xiangyi, as a member of the Ju Wu Society, affected the combat class to prevent us from becoming pseudo-humans, so we weren't controlled.
Wait, Fan and I interrupted Indu's words, but she influenced the students not to be controlled, yet this made the students who were not controlled even more dangerous in the combat class. Isn't that indirectly harming the students? Indu nodded, right, after all, from our current perspective, the Ju Wu Society's goal is just to stop students from becoming pseudo-humans, not to protect them. Then for the students of this school, it would be better to be directly controlled and eventually become pseudo-humans, at least their lives could be preserved. Fan and I said coldly while crossing his arms, after all, they are not talent users, destined to live in this bizarre world.
Dying awake or living chaotically, I think most people would choose to live.
After Fan and I finished speaking, Indu clapped his hands in agreement, you're right, and this is precisely the reason for the existence of this school. For the natives of the rule bizarre world, to survive, one must coexist with the endless rules and oddities. In this situation, after specialized training, becoming a pseudo-human who can perfectly abide by the rules and has a certain ability for self-preservation is clearly easier to survive.
Su Yongyan responded, based on this purpose, Ju Wu Middle School has become a night school of awakening. However, there are inevitably opponents in executing this plan. Are the oddities not human? Then is a pseudo-human really a human?
So, the emergence of the Ju Wu Society is because it might be better to liberate students completely from this world than to let them transform from humans to pseudo-humans. Fan and I frowned and said, but the people of the Juawu Society shouldn't be ordinary people either, otherwise, how could they fight against the school's pseudo-humans? They are certainly not ordinary people, in fact, their situation is similar to ours. Su Yongyan nodded at his necklace. I tricked this from them. You mean the people of the Juawu Society are half odd? Indu said in surprise. He actually thought the people of the Juawu Society were no longer ordinary people either, but in his guess, they should have all turned into oddities. It's just that they retained their original memories and obsessions, just like Grandma and Zhao Xiaofang. Su Yongyan nodded and shook his head, actually saying half odd isn't completely correct. Their degree of oddification is far more serious than mine, which also gives them fighting power comparable to the oddities. But this also means that even if they have items to ensure they do not completely turn into oddities, once in the dark, they will still become uncontrollable. This sounds much more dangerous than being a pseudo-human, Fan and I remarked, but oddification can enhance fighting power. Your level of trickery is clearly higher than mine. How come your combat ability is still so weak? Chapter 188, Confusion. Fan and I successfully killed the topic, but at this moment, Indu began to think of more. Everything they just said was merely speculation. If the goal of the Juwu Society really was to physically destroy students who might become pseudo-humans, they wouldn't need such elaborate methods. Every class in this school is dangerous, and the combat classes openly encourage students to kill each other. The Juwu Society could easily cause more student deaths with a little trickery. Moreover, according to the rules of the school's forbidden zones, the Juwu Society would protect those who lose their student identities. If someone really does lose their identity and seeks refuge with the Juwu Society, what would be their final fate? Would they just hide in the forbidden zone of this school and continue to live? Indu leaned against the bed frame, his thoughts in turmoil when Su Yongyan suddenly patted his shoulder and said softly, "Stop thinking, it's time to take a shower. Otherwise, the lights will go out soon." Reminded by Su Yongyan, Indu realized it was almost 11 o'clock without him noticing. After quickly finishing his shower, Indu lay on the bed and began to check his toolbox. Knowing that this school might influence students' thoughts from time to time, checking his toolbox had become a daily essential for him. As his talent, the things in his toolbox could only be touched by him, they were more reliable than his mind, which could be influenced at any moment. The items were still the same, with no significant changes. Indu pulled out the little girl doll he had put away in the hospital, squinting at it for a moment before swiftly putting it back in the toolbox. After securing the doll, he pulled out all the papers from the toolbox. Most of the rules of the school were public, and he hadn't recorded them in detail, so there weren't many notes related to the school. As he flipped through, he soon found a line of handwritten words. Window? Indu sat up suddenly. Window? What's wrong with the window? Su Yongyan asked sleepily from the adjacent bed. It's nothing, just go to sleep. Yeah, you should sleep early too, or after midnight you'll be forced to have nightmares. Su Yongyan said before falling asleep again. It seemed that to avoid being disturbed by nightmares, he had long gotten used to sleeping before midnight. Indu casually replied to Su Yongyan and shifted his gaze back to the paper. This wasn't the first time he had seen this note, which meant he had been influenced more than once, forgetting to investigate the window issue. The dormitory curfew was at 10 o'clock, so it was naturally impossible to check the window now. By tomorrow morning, he feared he would forget about it again. However, not being able to remember to check the window didn't mean he couldn't remember to check the toolbox. He just needed to remember that he must check his toolbox after leaving the dorm tomorrow. Taking a deep breath, he tucked the paper away and lay back on the bed, repeatedly reminding himself of the tasks for tomorrow. First, check the toolbox immediately after leaving the dorm. Second, discuss the possibility of infiltrating the Juwu Society with Su Yongyan and the others. Originally, when he took the application form, he only wanted to see if he could gain some clues from the application process. But now it seemed that without going deep into it, it was impossible to uncover more clues. There were two ways to enter the Juwu Society. One was to apply and become a member, and the other was to lose one's student identity and seek refuge with the Juwu Society. Either option was extremely dangerous. But Indu felt he could try both methods. He now had an extra card machine. In this school, which used card machines to mark identities, as long as he operated it correctly, he could use another student number to act as a regular student. And with the toolbox at his disposal, as long as he put the card machine in the toolbox, he could completely disguise himself as someone who had lost their student identity. Indu closed his eyes, silently reciting his plan. It felt like hypnosis. Soon he sensed a heaviness in his head, and something seemed to stick to his back, but he didn't even have the strength to explore it. It seemed that the situation was similar to last night, that is, the nightmare that Su Yongyan spoke of after the lights went out had come. Today's information is quite overwhelming. Isn't the death rate a bit high? Half of the people were taken out in a single practical class. Someone on the external network has calculated that the mortality rate for new students is nearly 70%, while for old students, it is only about 10%.
With such a high mortality rate for new students, it was indeed correct to choose the identity of an old student in this instance. To the person above, did you carefully watch the live stream of Indu and the others? Although the death rate for old students is lower, that is because they are more likely to be under control. I feel that most old students will not be able to escape the instance. Just thinking about them becoming the so-called pseudo-people gives me chills. Those teachers must be the so-called pseudo-people, right? They have completely lost their humanity, looking more bizarre than anything. To be honest, why do I feel like you all have assumed that what Su Shou said is true? What if he is lying? Yeah, other instances don't have a character like Su Shou. I always feel that something is off about this Su Shou. Shouldn't the country give a reminder? This Su Shou isn't some trap, right? Why can't it be a hidden clue? Right, this Su Shou hasn't harmed Indu and the others until now. You are all too optimistic. How can a hidden clue in an instance be offered on a silver platter? Exactly, just because he hasn't harmed anyone now doesn't mean he won't do harm later. The country should hurry up and warn Indu to guard against this person. This instance still hasn't found a way to pass. We can't just waste the reminders like this. It's a pity that this instance's companion for Indu is Vani. There's no way to sacrifice that side. No matter what role this Su Shou is playing, it's always better to give a warning when the details are unclear. What's happening? Why does Indu look so strange? The next day, when Indu woke up, his head was pounding. He barely sat up, looking around, realizing that there was no one left in the dormitory. Strange, why didn't Su Yangyan call in when he woke up? He rubbed his temples and stumbled out of bed. At that moment, he noticed an extremely strange thing in the dormitory. That was the light. The light in the dormitory was not coming from the ceiling fixtures but from sunlight shining in through windows in the walls. But he remembered that there were no windows in the school's dormitory. Chapter 189, Pseudo-Person Reserve. The morning sunlight poured through the transparent glass window into the dormitory, with light spots only a foot away from Indu. Looking at this familiar yet strange dormitory, Indu stopped his footsteps as he attempted to walk towards the window. He flipped his hand, holding a drill carefully as he walked to the window. Through the window, there was a wide road outside, with sparse vehicles and only a few pedestrians. This height seemed to be not on the fourth floor. Even more unsettling was that those pedestrians all had blank expressions, empty eyes, and wore extremely standard smiles. Indu's heart tightened, and at that moment, the people he had been observing noticed his gaze. That person slowly raised their head, making eye contact with Indu. Indu's pupils trembled. Just as he wanted to look away, he suddenly heard a voice beside him. Indu, what are you staring at the white wall for? His chaotic mind took a while to process, and only then did he recognize that this was Su Yangyan's voice. Indu turned to see Su Yangyan standing at the door, frowning at him. The white wall. Indu turned back, seeing the sunlight still shining on him, but the window in front of him had disappeared again. He hurriedly took 2 steps back, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples again. After the feeling of heaviness in his head eased a bit, he hinted to himself that there was indeed a window in front of him, and that everything he had seen just now was not an illusion. It seemed that after reminding himself a few times, he finally opened his eyes again. This time, the window reappeared before him. Indu took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and looked out the window again. The scenery outside remained the same. He was sure that both the window and the view outside were not his illusions. Su Yangyan noticed Indu's unusual behavior, but he did not rush to ask further. Instead, he quietly observed him. When he saw Indu move away from the window, he softly asked, "What's going on? Is there a problem with this wall?" "I think either there is something wrong with me, or I've been having problems since I entered this school," Indu said with a frown, uttering a somewhat convoluted statement. Fortunately, Su Yangyan understood his meaning. "So, you mean, you might be influenced by something now that is causing you to see illusions, or is it that you've broken an illusion?" Indu shook his head. "No, this is not an illusion." It should be said that each kind of animal sees the world differently. The world that people, pseudo-humans, and the strange can see is not the same. Indu looked towards the window. Su Yangyan immediately realized what he meant, and he walked over to the white wall where Indu had been standing. "This wall, does it now look like a window to your eyes?" Indu nodded, "But when you just spoke, for a moment, I saw the wall again." Su Yangyan stared at the white wall for a while and finally shook his head in helplessness. "No matter how I look at it, this is just a wall." As he spoke, he reached out and touched it. "It feels like a wall too." Indu placed his hand over the spot Su Yangyan had just touched. It was a piece of glass, warmed by the sunlight. Su Yangyan looked at Indu's hand on the wall and said, "If this school C-grade students are pseudo-humans in reserve, visually leaning towards pseudo-humans, then you, who can see the window, should be moving closer to your identity as a human." As he spoke, he paused, his gaze deep. "But why would you undergo such a change?" "The biggest difference between us is probably that I was expelled from the classroom yesterday," Indu said. "Yesterday, I thought those teachers treated me as a bad student, but now it seems their intention was to no longer recognize my identity as a student." Su Youngyan's gaze trembled. B-grade student. You have already been marked as a failure by the school.
No, Indu took out his card printer. According to my student number now, I am still a C-grade student. The only 2 teachers who don't recognize my student identity are just 2, which means I only have
2 grades that are B. Indu analyzed. Upon hearing this, Su Youngyan nodded, confirming Indu's guess. If Indu had really become a B-grade student, he couldn't still be standing here safe and sound.
But, there are only 3 teachers in our class. In other words, as long as Teacher E also no longer recognizes your student identity, you will completely become a B-grade student. B-grade students have no space to survive in this school, Su Youngyan said.
Indu understood this point as well. The treatment of B-grade students could already be roughly gleaned from his experience yesterday.
Moreover, there was no window for B-grade students in the cafeteria. In other words, in this school, even basic living rights of B-grade students were stripped away. But he remembered that the minimum passing condition for this instance was to achieve all B grades in the small test on the 7th day. If B-grade students could not survive in the school, then how would those who achieved all BS live until the 7th day, and how would they participate in the small test? Furthermore, what was the small test? According to the school's subject arrangement, would it not be another fierce battle? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that meeting this minimum passing condition would be no simple feat. Indu frowned and asked Su Youngyan, what were the passing conditions given to you when you first entered this school? Su Youngyan frowned and recalled, minimum passing condition.
To be honest,
although just a few weeks have passed, his memory of the graduation conditions has become fuzzy.
I remember, it seems you need to find someone and get a permission to leave the school. Find someone? Indu continued to ask. Su Youngyan recalled for quite a while, then uncertainly said, it seems like it's the principal. The principal.
Indu's impression of the principal was only the voice from the broadcast. Although it was not much of an impression, Indu really didn't think that the principal could grant a student a permission to leave the school. Maybe when Su Youngyan first entered this school, asking the principal for a permission to leave was still feasible, which is why there was such a condition. But now it no longer works. Indu nodded, that's understandable. After all, the purpose of this school is to cultivate fake people, not to harvest student headcounts. From Su Youngyan's situation, excluding those who died or became B-grade students, the other students were repeatedly brainwashed until they turned into A-grade students. What truly led to student deaths was the awakening society, which woke students from their numbness, ultimately placing them in danger. Fanny held the bowl and leisurely drank the cold soy milk in his bowl. After Indu finished speaking, he finally spoke up. When we came here, the cafeteria had just opened for lunch. I just counted the people in line at the window. There are a total of 24 A-level students and 44 C-level students, including us. Hearing this, both Indu and Su Youngyan turned to look at Fanny, their eyes filled with disbelief.
Are you sure you didn't miscount? Su Youngyan was the first to ask. Indu's expression was also heavy. Fanny nodded, I just counted, I absolutely didn't miscount. And I can guarantee that no one took food multiple times. There are only ordinary classrooms on the 2nd floor of the entire school.
According to the layout, there are only 44 C-level students in total.
Su Youngyan said solemnly. We can't determine the situation in other classes, but in our class, we lost 1 person on the first day and 2 on the second day. There is still 1 card machine in the hands of an old C-level student. Even if no other class has lost students, there should only be 40 C-level students. Indu took over the conversation. What about those extra 4 people?
The 3 of them looked at each other, a chill rising behind them.
Tonight's class is likely to be more dangerous than they originally expected. Let's go back to the dormitory. I have something to discuss with you.
Indu glanced at the window where operations were already being cleaned up and got up with his utensils.
Fanny and Su Youngyan quickly followed, the 3 of them brushing past other students, hurrying toward the dormitory.
Indu turned to look at the figures walking down the narrow path and took a deep breath. When they returned to the dormitory, he immediately checked all the dormitories on their floor without saying a word. They had not received the keys to the dormitories since they entered the school, so as long as there was no one in the dormitory, it could not be locked. And now, all the dormitory doors were unlocked.
In other words, the entire 4th floor had only them remaining in the dormitory. It's the 3rd day.
It seems that everyone except us has already settled in, Su Youngyan lamented.
But I must point out, it's the first time I've seen someone fill a vacancy during the week. In the previous 3 weeks, missing student numbers would remain vacant until the next week.
Indu raised an eyebrow and joked, maybe this indicates that our school's enrollment capability has improved, allowing for new students to be admitted midweek.
No joke, I think it's because the school's ability to assimilate students has strengthened.
What used to take a week to complete a round of assimilation might now be done in 3 or 4 days, Su Youngyan said. Fanny nodded, worry flashing in his eyes. If Su Youngyan's speculation is true, then the situation for all the talented individuals entering this instance could be far more dangerous than he had imagined. Indu could see Fanny's thoughts at a glance and patted Fanny's shoulder. I think achieving a guaranteed pass in this level will be harder. We need to find another way. In previous levels, the methods for a guaranteed pass were relatively simple because they did not require deep exploration of the instance. But this time, the instance is almost pressuring them step by step. By the end of 7 days, whether they remain human is uncertain. Hearing Indu's words, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Fanny's eyes. All right, tell me what we should do next. He knew that since Indu dared to say this, he must already have a specific plan. Start with the Juewu Society. Indu said firmly, the real requirement for clearing this instance should be to leave the school. As a remnant organization of Juewu Middle School, they definitely have a way to leave the school, given their knowledge of it. So we are going to find teacher Xiangyi? Fanny frowned. Though he asked like this, he felt that simply going to find Xiangyi may not guarantee that the other person will admit their identity in the Juewu Society. No, what I mean is, I want to join the Juewu Society. Indu said lightly, as if this were an insignificant decision. No way. Su Youngyan immediately rebutted, that's too risky. You have to understand, you're not just carrying your own life. Indu of course knew that doing this was taking a risk, but either be turned by the school into a fake human, or be turned by the Juewu Society into a ghost, anyway there is already no road back. Su Youngyan was silent for a moment, but still said, no. If you want to go. Su Youngyan's tone was heavy. Could it be? Indu's eyes were complex. Although being trapped in the instance all the time was also hopeless, at least one could steal a living life. For Su Youngyan, doing nothing was clearly the safest move. But he also remembered that Su Youngyan had said he had entered this instance at the start with the thought of sacrificing himself. Indu lowered his eyes, in his head flashed an item in his toolbox. If Su Youngyan were to sacrifice in order to help him clear the instance, his heart could not bear it. Just when he had made a decision, Su Youngyan finally also made up his mind and continued to speak. If someone must go, then let him go. Anyway, he is about to turn into a ghost. Joining the Juewu Society is just right. Su Youngyan raised his hand and pointed at Fan and I, and if I did not guess wrong, the card machine you took to show the Juewu Society originally belonged to him, right? Indu. Fan and I, Chapter 191 Action. Su Youngyan looked as if it was only natural, as if he was not deciding another person's life. Indu saw through his lifeless eyes that this was his true thought. Although he could also sacrifice, he had a set of value rules in his heart, and among the three of them, Fan and I was ranked last. Indu shook his head, he cannot. Why? Su Youngyan frowned, his face full of displeasure. If Indu and Fan and I both could not, then would it not mean only he could go? Indu of course was not protecting Fan and I, mainly because, if he turns into an enemy, it will be very hard for us to win against him. Now Brother Ma was not here, once Fan and I mutates, the danger for the two of them will increase. Hearing this, Su Youngyan frowned and did not refute. It must be said, what Indu considered had reason. Fan Ni's fighting power they had already seen, but he also could not let Indu take the risk. Fan and I stood to the side, looked at the two silent people and silently rolled his eyes. You two one assume sacrificing me, one assume I will be turned over, is that not a bit bad? Hearing Fan Ni's words, Indu said innocently, the methods of rule strange tales, you know them better than me, what's more you are already half mutated now. That made sense. Fan and I turned his head to look at Su Youngyan, narrowed his eyes and snorted softly, forget it, this guy originally already had opinions about him, proposing to sacrifice him was normal. Su Youngyan did not care about Fan Ni's attitude, he reached out and touched the necklace on his chest, after some thinking he spoke, give the card machine to me, I will go join them. When he spoke, there was no extra expression on his face. Indu also did not refuse, directly handed the card machine and application paper originally taken from Fan and I to Su Youngyan. Today was already the third day since they entered the Awakening Night School, looking at the remaining time it seemed still long, but from yesterday's situation, the next every day they could be hit at any time, either die or be left in this ghost place. Su Youngyan looked at the things in his hands, his eyebrow lifted slightly, I have entered forbidden areas before, but I only entered the dormitory first floor forbidden area, these next few seals where should I go to get them? The second and third should be on the second and third floors of the cafeteria. Indu said, the fourth one we have not yet found clues, but when you go sign these second and third ones you should be able to get hints. Since the Juewu Society would recruit people, it would surely leave some guides. Su Youngyan took a deep breath, he tightly held the card machine, determined not to let his hesitation affect judgment, and strode out of the dormitory. Watching his back, Indu lowered his head, he had a feeling, tonight Su Youngyan would not come back. Fan and I looked at the figure disappearing at the door, and said in a low voice, this is another instance with big member loss. This instance cannot reach the end by just stealing life. Indu nodded, and this instance not only has the problem of member loss. Even if he could pass, the assimilation of the pseudo-person might still leave an impact. He did not express his suspicions, saying them now would only bring more trouble. Fanny, after all, was an experienced gifted one, and did not let himself remain in emotion for too long. He went to the Juawu Society to find clues. What should we do? What about you, do you have any plans? Indu retorted. Fanny and Indu exchanged glances, and he quickly saw that Indu had ideas, but perhaps that idea needed him to do something. Instinctively, he crossed his arms. I originally wanted to follow that guy. He could not fully trust Su Yangyan, even when that person was conscious, he might not share all information with him. If he was affected, then he would not be able to provide any clues. No matter how he looked at it, following Su Yangyan was the only way to ensure he wouldn't miss any clues. Fanny did not hide it and directly expressed his thoughts. Indu nodded in agreement. Then you go. Although Su Yangyan would definitely not conceal anything from him when he was conscious, what if something went wrong? Indu instantly recalled how Su Yangyan distanced himself from him after losing the earring yesterday. Fanny tilted his head, clearly not expecting Indu to directly let him follow Su Yangyan. Didn't this guy still have things he needed him to do? Then what are you planning to do? Indu shook his head, still not sure. As he was thinking about what else could be done, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. He must go outside and check the toolbox again. Although he did not know why he had such a thought, he was the only one who could move the toolbox, and there must be clues he left behind inside. Moreover, he needed to see the toolbox before he could determine the next course of action. As for Fanny, if he hadn't voluntarily expressed wanting to follow Su Yangyan, he would have also suggested letting him go. Fanny could climb into the cafeteria with his bare hands, he could not. Chapter 192, The Awakened World. Walking out of the dormitory with Fanny, Indu stopped in front of the dormitory door, his eyes closely following the other as he watched Fanny step by step walk towards the cafeteria until his figure gradually vanished from sight. After Fanny left, Indu found a spot to start rummaging through the toolbox. The props inside the toolbox go without saying, they were still those he was already familiar with. His gaze lingered on a doll resembling a little girl for a few seconds before he put away all the props again. After checking the props, he also dug out the notes that had been carelessly piled together. The moment he grasped the notes, without even starting to read, Indu recalled the things he had forgotten. His brow furrowed slightly, then he looked up towards the dormitory building. At this moment, the sunlight was just right, reflecting through the glass, blinding his eyes painfully. Indu instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, and at that moment, he suddenly realized that what he was seeing was the window. Once he realized this, the scene in front of him changed instantly. The dormitory building, originally painted with fresh paint, seemed as if under a spell, instantly covered by a layer of yellow vintage filter. And the surrounding environment underwent a tremendous transformation. The originally neat greenery had completely vanished, revealing a vast expanse of grey land, desolate and dilapidated. Indu cautiously surveyed his surroundings, and after confirming that there was no danger, he slowly began to move, starting to stroll in this brand new campus. The actual scope of the school had not expanded, but after the area once covered by greenery became flatland, the entire school seemed extraordinarily vast, and the emptiness was somewhat unsettling. Indu walked quickly toward the cafeteria, and from a distance, he could see the slightly dilapidated cafeteria. And on the upper left side of this building, the words training building were prominently posted, looking particularly eye-catching. Even he saw Su Yangyan moving from the second-floor window. Indu immediately took out his flashlight and shone it in Su Yangyan's direction, but Su Yangyan didn't notice his actions at all. Or rather, in Su Yangyan's world, that building had no windows, so naturally he wouldn't realize someone was shining a flashlight at the window from outside. This was not surprising, he was the only one who saw the real world, only he had completely detached himself from the identity of a false person. When he realized this, Indu's unease grew stronger. He quickly walked into the cafeteria, and unsurprisingly, the entire cafeteria looked extremely dilapidated. A rotten smell came from the food window, a stench that was unbearable. Indu approached and could clearly see the operation counter was full of dust and stains, obviously having not been cleaned for a long time. But this couldn't hide the recent signs of use on it. Now he was sure he could never eat in this cafeteria at noon. Even the thought that he had been eating here for the past 2 days made Indu feel nauseous, his stomach involuntarily twitching slightly. He couldn't help but sigh internally. Indeed, sometimes seeing the world too clearly is not a good thing. Indu exited the cafeteria and turned back toward the teaching building. On the way, he saw the rundown playground and students moving around like zombies. This was no longer surprising. As he passed the playground, he once again heard the voice from the loudspeaker. But this time, what reached his ears was not music, but 2 words repeating endlessly: relax, move forward, relax, move forward. This monotonous and eerie voice kept echoing in Indu's mind. Indu's mind suddenly went blank for a second. Chapter 193, False Students. In the instant his consciousness returned, Indu quickly walked into the teaching building, but the impact of the broadcast didn't immediately disappear. It wasn't until a minute after he entered the teaching building that the voice of relax, move forward finally cleared from his mind. Although Ingdu didn't feel any other abnormalities at that moment, the second of mental blankness made him vigilant. Maybe in the future, he would need to find something to block his ears when passing by the playground. Ingdu stepped into the somewhat old teaching building, and the first thing that caught his eye was the staircase. However, compared to what he saw when he had the identity of a false person, the staircase looked dimmer, and most importantly, the stairs were covered with dried blood stains. Layer upon layer, the bloody smell made Ingdu extremely uncomfortable. Although he had guessed about the appearance of the teaching building before entering, standing here, his steps couldn't help but stop. He halted not because of the scene before him, but because of the nauseating smell provoking his stomach. After adjusting for a while, he finally gripped his card machine and walked upstairs. The scene upstairs was even more gruesome. The originally yellow walls were basically stained red, and although the blood on the floor had dried, it gave Ingdu a sticky feeling. Enduring various discomforts both physically and mentally, Ingdu walked through the entire second floor. Although the skin of the teaching building had completely changed, the layout hadn't changed much, except that every classroom had gained 2 more windows. And in all the classrooms, apart from their classroom, other classrooms had students sitting in them one way or another. In the past 2 days, Ingdu had seen students reading in the classrooms, but today, although everyone still had the same reading posture, their movements and expressions had clearly become somewhat stiff. Ingdu stood outside another classroom belonging to Class C freshmen, observing for a while before confirming that all those people had their attention basically focused on the books. He directly took his electric drill and walked into the classroom. As he entered the classroom, no one paid any attention to him. Seeing this, Ingdu bravely approached someone in front of him. He slightly lowered his head and saw colorful organ diagrams in the textbook. Without looking closely, it was obviously yet another great work focused on studying the human body. However, the book was not his main focus. He primarily wanted to study the situation of the puppet people. From his own situation, it seemed that the puppets were merely blindfolded, adding a layer of beautiful filter to the scene before them. But as he walked along, these puppets seemed like they were hypnotized, behaving and moving in a stiff, rigid manner as if ingrained with a certain program. Ingdu tried to block the textbook with his hand, but the person didn't even blink, their gaze still seriously fixed on the book's position. As if they had the ability to see through his hand to the textbook below. This strange scene gave Ingdu a newfound understanding of the school's hypnotic abilities. It seemed that although it was only the 3rd day, the students in this class had already been brainwashed quite thoroughly. Perhaps Su Yongyan's speculation was right, the school's hypnotic ability was strong enough to complete a round in 3 or 4 days. If that were the case, the talented ones entering this scenario would most likely become completely lost in it, even if they didn't die. Ingdu took another disinterested glance at the focused students in front of him, then shifted his attention to the closed window, when suddenly an idea popped into his mind. In the eyes of the puppets, there should be no windows in the classroom. If he made them experience the existence of a window, would they instantly wake up? The more he thought about it, the more he felt he should try it out, and Ingdu quickly walked to the window. The classroom's windows seemed to be fitted with anti-theft nets to prevent students from jumping out. However, it was just steel wire, not difficult to remove. Chapter 194, Upturning the Table. Ingdu brutally cut open the anti-theft net. The C-level freshman's classroom windows faced the playground, and from his position, he could still see the students exercising on the field. From a distance, the students appeared normal, making it seem like all the school's students were full of vitality. After observing for a few seconds, he walked back to the student he had just approached. Although the person had no reaction when he blocked their view of the book, it didn't mean they would ignore him when he intended to act aggressively. Except for their special individuals, the student ID ordering in this school had meaning, so this guy's attacking power couldn't be weaker than C208. Ingdu naturally wouldn't choose to go against the odds. Thinking this, as he reached the student, Ingdu directly turned on the electric drill. Once the intimidation ability was unleashed, all the students in the classroom completely froze, their bodies in a dazed posture. In a safe state, Ingdu then dared to move the desk aside, and at that moment, he noticed the large patches of blood on the selected target's shirt. Although the shirt had obviously been washed, and the bloodstains had faded, it still reminded Ingdu of yesterday's cruel scene. So, his current actions weren't too excessive, right? Ingdu thought as he had already brought the person to the window. The physical quality of the puppets was inherently different from that of ordinary people, so perhaps falling from the 2nd floor wouldn't hurt at all. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. Ingdu stood by the window and gently let go of the student, whose eyes widened due to the near vertical orientation to the ground. Upon hearing the sound, he leaned over the window and looked down. That person he had thrown down, along with the chair, was now lying face down on the ground. Not far from them was the broken chair that had fallen apart. It was hard to see the student's expression from Indu's position. But he could see the other students on the playground ignoring the sudden appearance of that student. If one person can't attract attention, then simply bring in more. Indu thought this way and did just that. In the C-class freshman classroom, only 4 students stayed behind to read, and in an instant, they were sent directly to the playground by Indu. But clearly, the sudden appearance of 4 people wouldn't make the already brainwashed students notice anything strange. Only the 4 students who were inexplicably attacked trembled as they crawled up from the ground, then looked towards Indu's direction. Indu's action clearly succeeded in making them notice the existence of the window. Once they noticed the window, it was equivalent to waking up from the school's brainwashing. At the same time, those students also noticed the abnormalities around them and the bloodstains on their clothes, followed by memories that felt foreign to them. Yesterday, they had gruesomely and brutally dismembered 2 classmates. The terrifying memory made one of them scream out loud. Finally, this successfully attracted the attention of other classmates on the playground. But only for a second, then, that eerie broadcast sound echoed through the playground again. The voice successfully calmed the students on the playground and made the already awakened 4 students fall back into confusion. Wait, as Indu watched this scene, he suddenly woke up. Normally, he wouldn't hear the broadcast while in the classroom. Why was this sound now so clear and so close? Indu realized this and quickly left the window. He turned his head and immediately confirmed the source of the sound was the classroom's speaker. This meant that the classroom's broadcast had also begun to play the brainwashing music. This was not a good sign. Could it be that his actions had startled the school? But there hadn't been a single teacher showing up, right? Indu looked at the speaker that was still making eerie sounds, his expression becoming a bit more serious. In fact, long before he threw out the students, Indu had already prepared for being hunted by the school. Realizing that the possibility of passing the small test on the 7th day with a B grade was extremely low, he had already given up on continuing as a student to find a way to pass. If Su Youngnian hadn't joined the Juewu Society in his place, he would have certainly done it himself. And even though Su Youngnian went to the Juewu Society, he didn't plan to follow the rules as a student. After all, being a student meant a higher possibility of being assimilated. Becoming a qualified fake person was not his pursuit. Moreover, it was only when he fully awakened today that he realized a fact: most of the rules he was following were set for the student identity. This meant that once he shed the student identity, his actions in school would become much freer. Of course, this also meant he would give up the protection that came with being a student. However, none of these preparations included strengthening the school's assimilation ability. Vaguely, Indu felt that the classroom's broadcast playing music was not caused by him. But regardless of the reason, what he needed to do now was to exit the classroom. Indu quickly walked towards the classroom door, and just as he approached, he keenly caught the sound of footsteps coming towards the classroom. The footsteps were urgent. It sounded like the other person was about to arrive. There was only one door in the classroom, and if he used the door, he would inevitably be blocked by the other person. As for jumping out of the window, without any professional training and not possessing the extraordinary or superhuman physique of weird beings or fakes, it was not necessary for Indu to take that risk. So the only method was to break through with a tool. Just now, when he threw out those 4 students, the electric drill had already been used for 6 minutes, and continuing to use the drill was not a good choice. Indu quickly switched the electric drill in his hand for a small desk lamp, preparing to escape the classroom using the lamp. 5 minutes is enough for him to run back to the dormitory and enter the school's restricted area on the 1st floor. From all the information gathered so far, the school's restricted area is undoubtedly a place that the school cannot control, and it is also the main activity zone of the Juewu Society. Currently, although the Juewu Society does not care about the students' lives or deaths, they also would not harm the students themselves. As a former student, if he wishes to stay safe, it is better to do so on the Juewu Society's turf. However, to stay within the Juewu Society's territory, he must find a way to avoid its mark in the restricted area. But if the people of the Juewu Society can act there and even use it as a stronghold, it proves there must be a method to guard against it. Perhaps, without being marked, using a door could block it. Otherwise, how could the people from room 106 stay safe inside room 106? In just a few seconds, Indu has already planned his actions after entering the restricted area. At this moment, the people outside the classroom have just reached the door of the classroom. Indu picked up the desk lamp, preparing to use it as a tool to break through, but he found that the person at the classroom door was someone he didn't expect. Before Indu could ponder the other party's intentions, the person spoke first. "Classmate, the school has set its sights on you. Hurry, come with me." Chapter 195, The School's Tactics. "Classmate, the school has set its sights on you. Hurry, come with me." The person who came was not the teacher Indu expected, but Chen Rong. He had a look of urgency on his face, clearly very worried about Indu's safety. Since the beginning of their acquaintance, he had shown that his stance was different from the school's. So, he should not harm Indu, who stood against the school. Even with this assumption, Indu still tightened his grip on the desk lamp and cautiously asked, "Where to?" There was no need to ask why the school had set its sights on him. From being marked as a poor student yesterday to today's complete awakening, making the move of throwing classmates out the window. If the school didn't pay attention to him, it would be strange. But then again, something didn't seem right. The school focusing on him was indeed reasonable, but he seemed to have done nothing wrong so far, right? How had he forgotten that, even though he had awakened and broken free from the school's control, he had not yet shed his identity as a student? According to the school's methods, they could treat him as a consumable for tonight's teaching or classify him as a B-level student and handle him accordingly. But right now, he was not a B-level student. As long as Teacher E hadn't judged his remaining subjects as B-level, he was not a B-level student. Of course, we're going to a place where the school's teachers cannot pursue us, Chenrong said, reaching out to grab Indu's hand. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious Chenrong seemed to him, and Indu warily took a step back. However, Chenrong seemed to ignore Indu's rejection and took 2 steps closer, saying, "The security department is coming, hurry and come with me." Seeing Chenrong closing in without making a move, Indu squinted and directly asked, "Under what pretext will the school deal with me? I don't seem to have broken any rules, right?" Chenrong was stunned by this and seemed not to expect Indu to ask such a question. He stood in place, his movements starting to become mechanical, his mouth opening and closing but unable to produce a reason. In Indu's eyes, he seemed like a robot that had suddenly encountered a program error. As this thought crossed his mind, Indu suddenly realized that Chenrong in front of him transformed into a person with a standard smile, hollow eyes, and a blurry face. This was not Chenrong, but a fake. A fake that the school had successfully trained, and he, as he had just thought, had become a consumable for the school's training of fakes. The school could not deal with him for not breaking any rules, so they had to tempt him into breaking the rules. As for why the fake appeared to him in Chenrong's form, it was probably because in his heart. The person who says to him, "Classmate, you have been targeted by the school, hurry and follow me," can only be Chenrong. He must be thankful that he was alert enough not to address the other as classmate Chen, otherwise, Chenrong would have been exposed. That Chenrong could stay in school as the student council president and he could remain as a teacher should be because the school has not yet discovered they are members of the Juewu Society. Combining this fake person's earlier words, the other side wouldn't want to label him as colluding with the Juewu Society, right? Although he hasn't found any rules targeted at the Juewu Society yet, as an opposing force, the school cannot possibly allow the Juewu Society to exist within the school. It's just that these rules related to the Juewu Society wouldn't be shown to a normal student like him. Otherwise, wouldn't that be declaring the existence of the Juewu Society? Seeing that the best moment to induce has already been lost, the fake person no longer struggles and directly exits the classroom. Resolving the immediate crisis, Indu then quickly walks out of the classroom. Although there is currently no danger of violating the rules, staying in the classroom carries the risk of being assimilated. Chapter 196 Su Yongyan's recruitment action. Taking advantage of the dining hall being closed, Su Yongyan walks into the dining hall office. As he expected, there was no one in the dining hall office before mealtime. The dining hall office has stairs leading to the 2nd and 3rd floors. In fact, he had almost explored the entire school during the first week of entering this instance. After all, his talent is mutation, which allows him to transform into a strange being. Without considering the possibility that he might be affected and turned into a strange being, he can fully utilize his talent to gain strange privileges in the instance world. This makes surviving and exploring in the instance world much simpler for him than for other talent users. Of course, it is also this talent that makes him different from Fanny, who also has a semi-strange constitution due to blood transfusion. The human's mutation into a strange being is the opposite of the strange being's mutation into a human. In other words, because of this talent, his body only has 2 states, so he is not influenced by the blue blood in him to have a semi-strange constitution like Fanny. But because of this, he is able to conceal his true progress of becoming strange. His degree of strangeness far exceeds what he told Indu. In fact, after entering this instance, the moment he hears music from the playground, his strangeness advances another step. This places him on the thin line of becoming strange. Although he hasn't fully turned into a mindless strange being, every day he can only be a human for 2 hours thanks to mutation. Only after hearing about the purifying Bible from the Juewu Society, and seizing the ear studs that can freeze his strangeness, did he return to being human. Moreover, due to his experience of becoming strange, he gained a new understanding of the mutation ability. Su Yongyan raises his left hand, and his originally pale hand turns into a sickly white, his nails growing 3 to 4 centimeters long, sharp and shining with a cold light. After preparing his weapon, he slowly ascends to the 2nd floor of the dining hall. Though this floor is also a restricted area of the school like the 1st floor of the dormitory, it does have lights. Upon entering the 2nd floor, he is enveloped in a warm yellow light. This light is shining from a room at the end of the hallway. It is completely leading people toward that place. Looking up, at the end of the hallway, a sign reading Chemistry Laboratory catches Su Yongyan's eye. Su Yongyan hesitates not, directly heading toward the chemistry laboratory. Except for the silver door at the end of the hallway, all the classroom doors on this floor are glass doors. As Su Yongyan walks forward, he catches fleeting glimpses of what seems like human shadows on those doors. But he doesn't turn around to observe carefully, treating it as his own shadow reflected in the glass. He is not afraid, he simply follows his principle of focusing entirely on his own goals. Investigating affairs should only be about what one can handle. After all, in the world of strange tales governed by rules, seeing too much and knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. Su Youngyan took out the application form and card machine from his right pocket, then knocked on the door with the fingernail of his left hand. Clang! A sharp sound like metal striking echoed. When he heard footsteps from inside the door, he immediately lowered his left hand and hid it behind his back. The door opened, and a stranger, a middle-aged man, appeared behind it. He wore a white lab coat, with a work badge clamped to his chest. Name, Sunji. Position, Food Safety Administrator. Upon obtaining this key information, Su Youngyan promptly handed over the application form and card machine. Hello, teacher's son, I am here to apply for membership. A smile hung on his lips, and his face radiated confidence as if he was sure to succeed in his membership application. The warm yellow light shone on him, giving him a layer of friendly color, making his confidence appear not overly ostentatious or sharp. Sunji carefully sized up the person in front of him. To be honest, he had not seen such an energetic student for a long time. Moreover, there was an aura about Su Youngyan that made him feel warm. He was very sensitive to this aura. This student could never be from the school. After making a preliminary judgment about Su Youngyan, Sunji took the application form and card machine from Su Youngyan's hands. After checking the information, he straightforwardly stamped it and reminded, next, go to the 3rd floor. Su Youngyan had always been the good student in the eyes of his teachers, accustomed to acting obediently. Feeling Sunyi's attitude towards him shift to that of the teachers who valued him in the past, he immediately returned his left hand to normal and took the application form and card machine with both hands. Okay, thank you, teacher. Chapter 197, Sudden Change. The layout of the 3rd floor appeared the same as the 2nd, even the yellow lights were identical. However, at the end of the corridor, there was one less room, and the yellow light shone on a white wall. Despite this, Su Youngyan still walked toward the corner of the corridor first. This time he made no preparations and walked much more easily than when he was on the 2nd floor. As he moved forward, red words gradually appeared on the white wall. School Forbidden Zone Action Guide 8. It will not leave the school forbidden zone voluntarily, but a sound over 100 decibels will attract it. 9. School Forbidden Zone. The words appeared very slowly, and by the time Su Youngyan reached the wall, the 2nd rule was just beginning. Su Youngyan frowned at the wall in front of him. This rule, he had not seen when he visited last time. It seemed this rule only revealed itself to specific individuals. He waited in front of the wall for a while, and seeing that the rules would not fully appear in a short time, he simply took a few steps back and arrived at the door closest to the wall. Music Club. Last time he was here, he heard the holy scripture that could purify pollution. But sadly, that was not a tool, but... Without knocking, Su Youngyan directly pushed open the glass door and walked into the activity room of the music club. Upon entering, he found the space was empty, but he could hear the sound of a piano. The interrupted piano sounds were difficult to form a tune, but Su Youngyan discerned some sadness within. He walked toward the source of the music, and after turning a corner, he unexpectedly saw a person sitting next to the piano on the performance stage. That person's hands were thin and pale, altered from their original state. The hard nails, even though trimmed, were still about a centimeter long, and coupled with stiff joints, these were completely not hands suitable for playing the piano. Yet, the dissonant music played by these hands brought Su Youngyan a moment of relief. Su Youngyan understood that this represented a portion of the pollution on him had been purified. In order to receive more purification, he quietly found a spot to sit down below the stage. The person on stage seemed lost in their performance, completely unaware of anyone's arrival. If there were others here, they might think the music from the piano was merely noise, but the two people present were completely captivated. The consequence of such deep immersion was that the pianist became increasingly excited, ignoring physical limits and starting to play more complex pieces. With movements growing faster and limbs that couldn't keep up, the sound of fingernails scraping against the piano erupted, the sharp noise jolting both of them awake, bringing the performance to an abrupt end. Su Youngyan stood up, his gaze fixed on the other person's hand. At some point, the other person's hand had been injured, blue blood staining the black and white keys. Looking at the pool of blood, it seemed the bleeding had lasted for a while. The other person didn't care about the blood on the keys. Instead, he casually pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood from his hand and then turned to Su Youngyan, who stood below the stage. What brought you here today? When the other person turned to look at him, Su Youngyan noticed that his eyes had lost all white, black pupils consumed his eyes, making the gentle smile on his face even more eerie. This discovery made Su Youngyan furrow his eyebrows. If Indu were here, he would likely wear the same expression. After all, the person standing on the stage was none other than the president of the student council at this school, Shenron. Even though he had long known about the other's semi-odd identity, Shenron always appeared more like a friendly senior, never revealing such an openly eerie aspect. Of course, what made Su Youngyan frown was not this reason. It was because Su Youngyan, having experienced oddities, knew that Shenron's current eerie state was clearly beyond a semi-odd state. But how could that be?
Clearly, Shenrong had purification abilities. Even if he couldn't turn back into an ordinary person, he shouldn't have further transformed into something eerie.
This is. Su Yongyan said in a low voice, wanting to ask, but in the end, he hesitated. He realized that even if he asked now, the other person might not give him an answer. Thinking this way, he simply took out an application form and a card machine and waved it in front of him. Do you want to join the Juewu Society? Sure enough, Shenrong's attention was drawn to what was in his hands as soon as he saw it. What made you suddenly come to this decision? Shenrong exclaimed joyfully. Su Yongyan had never seen him display such emotional expressions, but he had not interacted much with Shenrong, so it seemed normal not to have seen it. Since I no longer have the possibility of leaving this school, why not join the Juewu Society? At least it can ensure I won't be turned into a pseudo-human. Su Yongyan casually made up an excuse and glanced at his hand. And here, I can also suppress the progress of becoming eerie. What's so bad about that? This was actually what Shenrong had told him in the past while trying to persuade him. It's wonderful that you can think this through. Shenrong stepped down from the stage, took the application form from his hand, stamped it directly, and then handed it back to Su Yongyan. As Su Yongyan received the form back, he stared at the name Yingdu on it and fell into deep thought. Earlier, when he was on the second floor, he hadn't changed the name on the application form as a test to see if the Juewu Society could know a person's true name when checking the card machine and the application form. But clearly, the purpose of the Juewu Society's check should have nothing to do with a person's true identity. Perhaps the focus of the check should be on a student's degree of pseudoness. Just now, he had been captivated by Shenrong's music and then shocked by Shenrong's condition, causing him to forget that he hadn't changed the name on the application form. Shenrong knew him, so he wouldn't have deliberately checked and would notice the name was incorrect. Su Yongyan had already thought of how to explain the name issue. Unexpectedly, Shenrong didn't discover this point. This was too strange. Shenrong was too strange. Su Yongyan clenched the application form in his hand. President, where should this fourth stamp go? Hearing Su Yongyan's voice, Shenrong finally pulled himself away from his joyful emotions. He looked deeply at the application form, suddenly pulling it back. Chairman. Su Yongyan didn't have time to stop him when he saw Shenrong suddenly tear up the application form. I forgot, starting today, you no longer need an application form to join the Juewu Society. As long as you are willing to join. Shenrong extended his hand, then you can join the Juewu Society. Question mark. Su Yongyan looked at Shenrong's outstretched strange hand, alarms ringing in his mind. The original application system of the Juewu Society was meant to protect it. How could it change so easily? It seemed that now it wasn't just Shenrong who was acting strangely, the entire Juewu Society was strange. Su Yongyan reached out his hand, transforming into a strange hand before touching Shenrong's, then grasped Shenrong's hand. What made the once dormant Juewu Society suddenly go crazy? Chapter 198, Re-entering the Forbidden Zone. Shenrong, who had drawn in new members, was clearly happy and wanted to throw his arms around Su Yongyan's shoulders without caring for the power of his hands. Su Yongyan stepped back 2 steps. No, I'm quite fragile right now. Shenrong looked at Su Yongyan's strange hand, tilted his head slightly, and suggested, why not just become like me so you won't have to worry so much? These words were not something the old Shenrong would say, and Su Yongyan silently pulled back a little more. Forget it, I think I'm fine in my current state. Is that so? Shenrong stared closely at Su Yongyan, and when Su Yongyan thought he would force it, he suddenly stopped his actions. Never mind, since you don't like becoming strange, I won't force it. But honestly, in this world, becoming strange isn't a bad thing, Shenrong said calmly. This time, Su Yongyan only looked at Shenrong deeply without answering. Shenrong was the hope he encountered in this world to resist alienation. If he had received Shenrong's invitation before meeting Yingdu, perhaps he would have really given up resisting and become strange, joining Shenrong's camp. After all, becoming strange at this point would not burden others. But now, he had met Yingdu. At least until Yingdu left the copy, he couldn't become strange. After leaving the teaching building, Yingdu did not hesitate and rushed directly to the student dormitory. His toolbox contained bottled water and instant noodles dug up from the warehouse, so he didn't have to worry about food or drink even without going to the cafeteria. And by shedding his student identity, he no longer had to care about the rules in the student code. He could eat according to his own physiological needs. The moment he entered the student dormitory, Yingdu sensed the gaze from the dormitory manager. But he had no time to pay attention and didn't need to. Since the school was watching him, it was normal for the dormitory manager to react. But as long as he didn't violate any rules, the dormitory manager couldn't do anything to him. Yingdu directly opened the fire door in front of the dormitory manager and entered the hallway on the first floor. Once in the hallway, he took out the tools he had prepared to pry open the door lock, then hid inside the room. His movements were extremely quick, taking only 2 seconds to pry the door, and he also remembered to slightly shift his position while doing it. Upon entering the dilapidated dormitory, he quickly moved away from the door and listened quietly. However, that sound of footsteps still appeared and came towards him. It seemed he was wrong, a single door could not block the strange entity lurking on the ceiling. There must be other rules he had not discovered that could lift this strange following state. But evidently, those rules were not here. In order to avoid this strange mark, Indu left the narrow dormitory, quickly walked back to the hallway, and headed towards room 106. However, this time was different from the previous two. As he walked towards 106, he did not see the runaway note. The person who always used the note to scare those who stumbled into the school's forbidden zone did not appear this time. This discovery sparked an idea in Indu. He arrived in front of room 106 and knocked a few times. After a round of knocking, no one responded, so Indu swiftly pried the door open again. Room 106 is different from other dormitories. Although the beds are also old, they are kept very clean, and the warm yellow light on the door adds a bit of warmth to the room. Furthermore, many glowing star stickers are stuck to the ceiling. Since the room has its own light source, Indu decided to put away his flashlight. This time, the strange feeling did not follow him into the room. Chapter 199 Welcome to Juawu Middle School. After making sure the strange feeling didn't enter the room, Indu began to search the space. Although the room was clean and tidy overall, there was a bag of unfinished snacks in the middle of the table, a book opened halfway, and a glass next to it with tea that had already gone cold. It seemed like the person in this room had been called away temporarily. And they had been gone for quite some time. Knowing that the person might return at any moment, Indu hurriedly quickened his pace. The book on the table was just an ordinary essay collection, and it provided no clues. Apart from this book, there were no other items with written information in the room, only half a pack of printing paper in the drawer, which seemed to be for intimidating students who wandered into forbidden areas. After searching the entire room, Indu found no clues whatsoever. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. He furrowed his brows, standing in the center of the room, scanning it again. This room was just a student dormitory, with a very simple layout. He was sure he had searched everywhere. Unless... Indu's gaze fell to the floor. He remembered hearing a sound of something heavy being moved from within the room when he was at the door, but apart from the beds, there shouldn't be any other heavy objects in here. Indu glanced at the legs of the beds. It was obvious that these bed legs had been nailed down. Seeing this, Indu took out his flashlight again to check under the bed. Earlier, he had roughly inspected the situation under the bed using the room's light, but that only confirmed that there was nothing under the 4 beds. With the flashlight's beam, he could clearly see that under the bed occupied by someone, there was actually a large area without dust. This was clearly odd. Who would spend their day idly cleaning under the bed? In this case, either this spot had once held something, or the area was visited by someone every day. Indu reached down and knocked on the clean ground. Just as he was almost about to go under the bed, he finally heard an unusual sound from the tile near the corner. It was empty beneath the tile. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he noticed slight scratches around the edge of the tile. Indu guessed how the previous occupant of the room had lifted this tile. They must have forcefully pried it up with their hands. His nails naturally couldn't exert that much force, but the greatest advantage of humans is their use of tools. Indu used a flathead screwdriver to pry up the tile. The dormitory tiles were 60 by 60 centimeters, relatively heavy. Indu exerted force to move the tile aside, revealing a hole beneath it, with a ladder leading down the hole. This passage leading down was dark, but he could see a faint light on the left at the bottom of the hole. Indu shone his flashlight down. This enclosed passage appeared to be about 5 meters long, and once inside, he could be trapped between 2 sides. The best method would be to go down with a lamp or a drill. With the protection of his tools, he at least had time to react and escape. Indu glanced at the structure of the passage and ultimately chose to tie the lamp with a rope and then hang the rope on the first rung of the ladder. This way, as long as he let the rope down, he could. The table lamp could hang over his head and follow him down. But just as everything was ready, Indu noticed that the environment around him suddenly darkened. What's going on? Indu didn't have time to think about the reason and was forced by the sound of footsteps coming from above to put away the flashlight and climb down the stairs. As soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he hurriedly turned on the table lamp. The light from the lamp illuminated the entire corridor, allowing Indu's heart to feel a bit more stable. Because of the rules, he didn't dare to look up, only carefully climbed down under the protection of the lamp. When he reached the bottom, he found that this passage had an exit that was over a meter high, but the exit was not in the direction of the light source. Initially, he thought the exit was to the left because of the light source coming from there, but once he arrived, he realized that the light was actually coming from a piece of glass. Through the glass, he could clearly see the road outside, but since the glass was quite low, he had to lie down to see the entire figure of someone in the distance. This road seemed somewhat familiar to him. That's right, this location is in the same direction as the window on the 4th floor. From the view of the outside road, this is not a basement, but a real first floor. Although there was a new light source, Indu didn't dare to turn off the lamp. He had a vague feeling that the unknown entity had already found this passage while he was climbing down. He needed to leave this place where he couldn't escape the marking quickly. With the lamp in hand, Indu bent down and walked towards the opposite direction of the light. This narrow passage wasn't long. After a few steps, he saw the exit. But the position of the exit had an iron door, and the lock that came with the door was already broken, now only held together by a soft lock, with a little light streaming through the gap between the door and the frame into the dark passage. Indu stepped forward, peering through the crack. He could clearly see a wall painted white with blood-red characters. "Welcome to the school's Forbidden Zone 4 Juewu Middle School." It seemed that this door separated Forbidden Zones 1 and 4 of the school. Indu no longer hesitated and quickly took out his tools to pry open the soft lock. At that moment, the footsteps that had originally followed him from the dormitory followed him closely. What was even more terrifying was that this passage was very low. Even if the other party was lying on top, they couldn't help but touch him as they got closer. The thought of this intimate contact made him sweat coldly, even under the protection of the lamp. The difficulty of this soft lock was higher than that of a regular door, but thankfully, his mental fortitude and skills were excellent, and he finally managed to pry the soft lock open just before the lamp began to flicker. As soon as he opened the soft lock, Indu quickly opened the iron door, ran out of the passage, and then closed the iron door behind him. After closing the iron door, he found himself in a dormitory corridor. However, unlike the dormitory corridor on the first floor, the facilities in this dormitory corridor, although very old, were kept quite clean. The lights above the corridor were on, the dormitory doors were clearly repainted, and the floor, though gray-black in color, had only a small amount of dust. Overall, there were clear signs of human activity here. At that moment, Indu's table lamp began to flicker. The 5 minutes of protection time had ended. Indu put away the table lamp and switched to a mode of holding a flashlight in one hand and a power drill in the other. Although there were lights in this dormitory corridor, he still worried about the possibility of the lights suddenly going out. After all, he had just encountered it once. At this time, on his right, there should be a public restroom and a hot water room, similar to the one on the upper floor. So the left end was undoubtedly the exit from the dormitory corridor. At this moment, the entire dormitory was dead silent. Indu quickly walked toward the end of the corridor. The fire door of the dormitory was right in front of him, but just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. It is not fear, but because new rules are emerging on the fire door. School Forbidden Zone Action Guide. 10. Welcome to the School Forbidden Zone 4 Juewu Middle School, here. Chapter 200, Rules of Juewu Middle School. School Forbidden Zone Action Guide. 10. Welcome to the School Forbidden Zone 4 Juewu Middle School, here please forget the rules of other places and follow the rules here to live well. After the single rule, no other text appeared on the fire door. After waiting for a while, Indu also noticed that the strange thing that had come down with him did not come this time. In this place, it seemed possible to escape its chase. But at the same time, this is a whole new map, the old rules no longer apply, and he must find new rules. Indu hesitated and looked toward the dormitory in the corridor. Originally, he intended to quickly walk out to see what kind of place this was and also avoid that strange thing. But now it seems that he should first find the rules that would allow him to survive. Indu turned back to look at the corridor. Then he walked toward the public restroom and hot water room. The layout of the public restroom on this floor is the same as that above, and the hot water room is a separate room. Even the place where the rules are posted is identical. Juewu Middle School Public Restroom Rules. 1. If you can't clean one room, how can you clean the world? To work together to maintain the cleanliness of the restroom, the dormitories on each floor will take turns cleaning the restroom by room number. No cleaning is needed on Sundays. 2. Restroom stalls are also shower rooms. Please check if the faucet is turned off after washing up. 3. If any facilities in the restroom are leaking, please report to the dorm supervisor in a timely manner. 4. There is a washing machine in the corner of the first floor restroom, but the washing machine has not been cleaned for years. Please do not use it. Juewu Middle School Hot Water Room Rules. 1. The hot water room is open 24 hours, but please do not use it between midnight and 6 in the morning. 2. Please turn off the faucet after use, and if you discover a leaking faucet, please report it immediately to the dorm supervisor. 3. There are water cups in the hot water room. After using them, please clean them and return them to their original place. Above the restroom, the rules look significantly more normal than those of Juewu Night School. After remembering the rules, Indu walked around the restroom and hot water room again. As the rules said, there is indeed a washing machine in the corner of the restroom. These washing machines look somewhat old, but the visible drum is not dirty. It seems that these washing machines have definitely been used recently. Next to the washing machine, there is a dirty clothing chute, and looking at the direction of the pipes, this should be the outlet of the upstairs dirty clothing chute. As for the hot water room, there are about a dozen transparent glass cups, which seem to be shared by the entire floor. After finding no other clues in the public restroom, Indu returned to the corridor and then pried open the lock of dormitory 106 nearby. As soon as he opened the door of 106, his gaze was immediately drawn to the black curtains in front. These curtains are completely opaque, and the light in the room is only coming from the corridor side, as the room is not lit. Indu directly turned on his flashlight to illuminate the room. As the room lit up, Indu was immediately startled. He saw that there were actually two people sitting beside the table in the middle of the room, both of them motionless with their heads lowered, reading a book. After calming down, Indu confirmed that these two at the table were actually mannequins. Aside from these two dummies, there were also two more mannequins placed in the four lower bunks, posed as if they were sleeping. Indu did not dare to touch the things in the dormitory. He only walked around the dormitory holding the flashlight and finally stopped in front of the dormitory door to close it again. As he expected, there was a rule posted behind this dormitory door. Juewu Middle School Dormitory Rules. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the dormitory management will lock all the doors, and at 6 o'clock in the morning, the doors will be reopened. During the time the doors are locked, lights cannot be turned on in the room. No matter what sounds are heard, no noise exceeding 20 decibels can be made. Each dormitory has 4 dummies placed in it. After checking in, please stick your name on the back of the corresponding dummy. When sleeping at night, you must sleep in the corresponding upper or lower bunk with your dummy. When leaving the dormitory during the day, remember to move your dummy to the front of the table and place it in a reading position. After leaving the dormitory during the day, be sure to lock the dormitory. Absolutely do not open the curtains. Finally seeing the strange rules again, Indu felt a strange sense of relief. Chapter 201, The Layout of the Two Schools. After reading the dormitory rules, Indu wandered around the dormitory for a while longer. However, there were no other rules in the dormitory. Wasting another minute only allowed Indu to remember the names of the two students living in room 106. Unable to find other clues, Indu immediately exited the dormitory. Having already walked through the corridor, there was no reason to linger. Indu headed straight toward the fire exit. This fire exit was just like the one upstairs, opened easily with a push. What was disorienting was that the scene outside the fire exit was completely the same as the Awakening Night School. Whether it was the front door, the stairs, or the dormitory management room, everything seemed to be molded from the same cast. But the dormitory door was closed at this moment, so he could not see the scene outside the dormitory. Indu stepped forward to push the door open, only to find that the dormitory door was locked. He was surprised for a moment and then realized that the door was probably locked due to curfew. Speaking of which, the upstairs dormitory also had a curfew, but it was during the evening, while during the day it was open. This Juewu High School should be a normal high school, so the curfew is during the daytime. He didn't know when the curfew would be lifted, but sitting here waiting was not Indu's style. He turned and began to study the main door. Upon closer inspection, the door was actually an electromagnetic door. This type of door is very easy to open, just cut off the power. And the wires are usually not hard to find, likely leading to the circuit breaker. Having figured out how to open the door, Indu began to search for the wires. But just as he found the spot where the wires were buried, a young woman suddenly appeared from the dormitory management room. It seemed wrong to call her a woman, as she looked very young, probably just in her early 20s. "Student, what are you doing? Why are you still in the dormitory during class time?" The girl appearing to be in charge of the dormitory put on a fierce expression. But having been through society, Indu could tell she was just acting. Strangely, she didn't recognize that he was not a student of this school. Since she didn't recognize him, Indu naturally wasn't going to clarify his identity. "Sorry, Just as he was about to call her teacher, Indu suddenly remembered the rule on the fire door. That rule, seeming to inform him of entering a new territory, actually contained an easily overlooked but essential rule here: please forget the rules of other places, and obey the rules here to live well. Only by abandoning everything from the Awakening Night School could one survive in Juewu High School. Dormitory manager, I overslept. Indu lowered his head in shame. Seeing that the student in front of her had admitted his mistake, the dormitory manager did not make things difficult for Indu. She took out a form and handed it to him. "Please fill this out." Indu took the form, which only required his name and dormitory number. He didn't know what the consequences would be, but no matter what they were, he, as an outsider, probably shouldn't appear on it. Indu took the form and quickly filled in the name of a random unlucky student from 106, then returned the form to the dormitory manager. After taking back the form, the dormitory manager held it up close to her face, staring at it for quite a while, only about 10 centimeters away. Just as Indu couldn't hold back from speaking, she slowly said, 106, Zhuang? Yes. Indu stood straight and replied. No wonder the dorm manager didn't realize he wasn't a student at this school. Clearly, the dorm manager had eye problems. So it's you. I remember you've never overslept, right? What happened today? Indu lowered his head and did not answer. Seeing his appearance, the dorm manager indeed did not ask further. Alright, I'll let you out now.
Be more careful next time, the dorm manager said as she pulled out a remote control from her drawer. After she pressed the remote, the dormitory door made a sound. Hurry up and go out. The dorm manager waved her hand impatiently. Seeing this, Indu naturally would not say much and quickly walked towards the door. When he opened the door, what shone on Indu wasn't sunlight, but artificial light. The cold white light had no warmth whatsoever. Indu looked up towards the light source. It was located 5 meters high, between the 2-storied dormitory and the 2-storied canteen. The top of this space was made of gray cement. Clearly, the ceiling separated Juewu Night School and Juewu Middle School. And Juewu Night School was actually a sky castle built above Juewu Middle School. After confirming the structural relationship between the two schools, Indu immediately reacted. Of course, there wouldn't be a school gate at the Juewu Night School on the 3rd floor. The school gate could only be at Juewu Middle School. And the fact that the A-level students hadn't left school also had an answer. Because the Juewu Night School, which hadn't occupied the 1st and 2nd floors, simply couldn't go outside. No. This way, it couldn't explain why B-level students would be the condition for passing. Forget it, if I can't figure it out, I shouldn't dwell on it too much. It's better to quickly find the school gate. With this thought, Indu grasped the electric drill and began to explore Juewu Middle School. But after taking just a few steps, Indu heard a piercing alarm sound. Not only that, but the light above him also changed from white to red. Just when Indu thought this was because he, the intruder, had been discovered, a broadcast sound came. Emergency broadcast, please everyone evacuate from the 2nd floor, please everyone evacuate from the 2nd floor. The voice was unfamiliar to Indu, but he vaguely felt he had heard it somewhere before. Before Indu could discern it, the ceiling seemed to collapse and fell from above. The overwhelming pressure made Indu instinctively crouch down, but the ceiling stopped about 2 or 3 meters from the ground. Before Indu could react, he heard screams coming from the direction of the canteen. Without waiting for Indu to analyze, the space and scene in front of him began to twist, and just as he was about to completely lose consciousness, Indu pressed the electric drill, forcing himself to stay awake. At this moment, he heard a strange tune playing on the broadcast. The more he listened, the heavier his head felt, and even the electric drill couldn't completely block it. When the electric drill's time ran out, Indu finally couldn't hold on any longer. The only thing he could do was put away the electric drill. As a bell rang, Indu opened his eyes. He familiarized himself in putting on the school uniform by the bedside, then climbed down from the bed. After placing the dummy from the lower bunk in front of the desk in the middle of the dormitory, he picked up the basin under the bed and walked out of the dorm. He was a freshman at Juewu Middle School. This school wasn't newly established, but there were unusually few students in his batch, so he didn't have a roommate. Walking through the quiet corridor, Indu entered the spacious public bathroom. Washing up, drinking water, and then returning to the dorm. Everything followed the same routine as before. But in Indu's heart, he always felt something was off. Chapter 202, Lockdown. Unable to figure out where the strange feeling was coming from, Indu could only continue to act step by step. He left the dormitory and walked towards the canteen under the light above him. It felt too oppressive. Indu looked up at the ceiling, although the school was in an entire large building and it felt very unusual. But it is not surprising. But why does he feel oppressed? Is it because he has been alone all the way? Why does Indu seem strange? He looks like he has been hypnotized. I suspect he doesn't even know his own name now. Isn't that the end? I said Indu shouldn't risk entering this basement. I've said before that Indu is always so reckless, something will eventually happen. Hasn't he caused problems with his recklessness before? Honestly, he has just been lucky for a long time. Up there, can you stop talking nonsense? Do you think those who haven't reached this basement are safe? I now want to announce a good news and a bad news. Which do you want to hear? Of course, the good news. I'm really scared of Indu now. I would rather hear the bad news. Bad news, Indu's perception has changed. He has forgotten that he is a talented person who was on an adventure. Right, and when Juewu High School lost a layer, the Enlightenment Night School gained one. In other words, the two schools have a relationship of mutual loss and gain. Honestly, if Indu hadn't entered this basement, no one would have discovered this. So what now? Do all the talented individuals have to fall into this? Did you forget that the country has hints available? Those who haven't used their hints can completely awaken their talented individuals. By the way, what is the situation on Fani's side now? It's Vanny. Same here, they have returned to the dorm, but that Su Shou seems to be missing. I said Su Shou had a problem. When Indu entered the cafeteria, it was completely empty, with only the already heated steamed buns placed in the middle of the windowsill, while the other windowsills were closed, allowing only a view through the glass of the old but very clean operation room inside. Looking at the familiar yet strange windowsill, Indu stopped in his tracks.
Somehow, seeing this windowsill always made him feel nauseous. Clearly, he hadn't eaten anything for a long time, but now his stomach was churning, and a wave of nausea surged in his chest. Indu covered his chest and cautiously approached the windowsill. As he got closer, a dusty and stained operation table suddenly appeared in his mind. Moreover, it seemed that a foul smell invaded his nostrils. Indu instinctively covered his nose. And with this stimulation, a memory was finally forcibly awakened. When he realized where he was and what he should do, Indu quickly checked the tools in his toolbox. The electric drill he used before fainting yesterday had just finished its cooling time. And according to the time on the card machine, it was now 7 in the morning. This means that he had unknowingly spent the third day. It was now the fourth day since he entered this scenario. Preparing the electric drill, Indu began searching for the rules in the cafeteria. However, after walking around, he found nothing other than confirming that this cafeteria had the same layout as the one above. He tried knocking on the office door, but there was no response. When he attempted to open it, he found the door was locked. Picking the lock was not difficult for him. However, after prying it open and looking inside, he found only a wall behind the door. According to the structure of the cafeteria he saw above, one must pass through this office to enter the kitchen and operation room. If this door is blocked, doesn't that mean the cafeteria is rendered useless? Seeing this, Indu returned to the windowsill. To be honest, because of his experience above, he was not very brave about eating the cafeteria's food. Even according to his previous analysis, this food was unlikely to be from the cafeteria. He actually had only one purpose for coming back here. Indu moved the buns away from the windowsill, then propped himself up on the counter and prepared to enter. "Classmate, what are you doing?" A shout halted Indu's actions. Indu quickly turned around. Behind him was a middle-aged man wearing a white lab coat. Upon careful identification, this was the person who worked as a food safety administrator at the Awakening Night School. So it seems the voice on the broadcast yesterday was indeed this person. Indu hurriedly climbed down and turned to face the man, holding a power drill behind his back. He didn't know how to address the person in front of him, so he could only smile awkwardly and say, I just don't like eating buns, and I wanted to see if there's anything else to eat in the kitchen. For some reason, it seemed like since entering Juwu Middle School, he had been playing the fool. However, the person in front of him, or rather, the odd man, clearly wasn't that easy to fool. He crossed his arms and stared at Indu with a menacing look. Indu was stuck between the man and the counter, lowering his head and saying nothing, quietly gathering his strength in his hands. Fortunately, nothing terrible happened in the end. Sunji only scolded him a bit and urged Indu to take all the buns and leave the cafeteria. During this time, no other students entered the cafeteria. The whole morning, from the dormitory to the cafeteria, Indu was the only student. Evidently, yesterday's incident had a huge impact on Juwu Middle School. Indu walked out of the cafeteria, but he didn't expect that as soon as he stepped out, the cafeteria's shutter door suddenly came crashing down, instantly sealing the entire place. Seeing this scene, Indu was taken aback. Then he abandoned the idea of heading to the teaching building and turned to run toward the dormitory building. Everything happening here must be related to what was going on above. He wanted to go upstairs to see what had happened. If he could find the school gate now, maybe he could just walk out of this copy. Even though he hadn't figured out a lot of things here, even though there were many issues still unresolved. But what did all this have to do with him as an outsider with special talent? The goal of talented individuals entering copies was never to integrate or understand the copy but to leave. Yet, he couldn't just leave like that. Abandoning his teammates before the most critical moment was not his character. Su Yongyan and Fan and I were still upstairs. However, plans can't keep up with changes. By the time he reached the dormitory hallway, he could no longer find the path he took yesterday. The passage next to room 106 had turned into a white wall. After knocking a couple of times and confirming it was a real wall, Indu gave up on the idea of breaking through from here. This passage had been sealed off, and the cafeteria was also locked up. The only place left that could possibly connect to upstairs seemed to be the teaching building. Chapter 203, The Principal's Decision. Unexpectedly, he still had to go back to the teaching building. He didn't even know how to get up to the teaching building. Having made up his mind to go to the teaching building, Indu left the dormitory again. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized something. The dormitory supervisor, who he had met only once yesterday, seemed to have also disappeared. Indu hurriedly returned to the dormitory and ran to knock on the dorm supervisor's office. Sure enough, there was no response at all. Then Indu pried open the door of the supervisor's office and went inside to take a look around. This supervisor's office was very clean, truly spotless. Aside from the office chair and the empty bed against the wall, there was nothing at all. It seemed that with yesterday's sudden change, Juwu Middle School had already come to an end. And that bout of fainting and hypnosis had made him miss the best time to return to the Awakening Night School. Stepping out of the dormitory, Indu circumvented the completely closed cafeteria and headed towards the teaching area. But what attracted him first was not the teaching building left with only one floor or the dilapidated track, but the school gate.
The layout of Juwu Middle School was quite similar to Awakening Night School, except there was an added green space beside the cafeteria wall and the playground railing. Looking ahead along the green belt, one could see the school gate. The school gate looked normal at first glance, but a closer look revealed that something was very wrong. Because near the gate, there was no security booth in sight, only when one got closer could they see a booth behind the closed sliding doors. And behind the security booth, there was a hollow pull-down gate that completely sealed off the school. There was no doubt that to leave this school, one had to open these two gates. The sliding door was not too high, only about 1.5 meters. Climbing over it wouldn't be a problem, the only uncertainty was whether there was a switch next to the pull-down gate. Perhaps the switch was inside the security booth? Indu analyzed the gates, then turned to look at the teaching building. Before he noticed the school gate, he would have hurried straight to the teaching building looking for clues to return upstairs. But now, with the school gate right in front of him, it seemed unreasonable not to investigate the exit thoroughly. After thinking for a moment, Indu gritted his teeth and prepared to climb the sliding door. But before he could take action, a voice came from behind. "Student, what are you doing? Again? Could this place not allow him to climb a wall in peace?" Indu returned to the ground, took a deep breath, and turned to look behind him. This time, the one who stopped him was an elderly man with white hair and a gentle smile. Even knowing that this school was different from the previous instance and there were no ordinary people around, Indu still instinctively became respectful. "Student, what were you trying to do by pulling on the door just now?" "I haven't seen a single classmate since I woke up this morning. The whole school is terrifyingly silent, and the cafeteria is closed. It's only been one night, but I'm so hungry, it feels like I haven't eaten for a whole day, so I wanted to go out to find something to eat," Indu said, partly truthfully. All the information he shared was true, except for the lie about his purpose for leaving. He was indeed hungry, but he had food in his toolbox, so he didn't need to climb over the school gate for that. The old man sighed deeply upon hearing his words and then pulled out a steamed bun wrapped in plastic from his coat. Indu paused, looking at the steamed bun in the old man's hand. He had a bowl of the same steamed buns in his toolbox. It was likely that this old man's bun was also taken from the cafeteria, and the remaining possibility was that these buns were all provided by this old man. "Actually, it's not just about food, it's really that there's not a single person in this school, which is frightening," Indu said, shifting his gaze away from the bun to continue speaking. When he mentioned that there was no one in the school, Indu subtly observed the old man's expression. The old man's smile faded, and he sighed as he looked toward the outside of the gate. "But if you go out, how will you live?" Saying this, he turned to look at the teaching building. "Here, at least you can survive a little longer." Indu followed his gaze to the teaching building. "Is it better to choose to die awake or to live in chaos? But while hiding here, are we really awake?" Indu sighed deeply as he looked at the teaching building. Hearing Indu's words, the old man turned his head, his eyes narrowing. The originally gentle person suddenly emanated a terrifying aura. Sure enough, no matter how much he looked like a respectable old man, he was actually a semi-supernatural being. And when a semi-supernatural being had emotional fluctuations, they couldn't suppress their strange side. Indu chose to ignore what was off about the old man and lowered his eyes. "When I woke up in the morning, my memory indeed had issues, but this school is unnaturally quiet, so I quickly became alert. I should have gone to class yesterday, but I overslept. So when I disappeared from the second floor, I was outside listening to my classmates scream." Indu tried to make his voice hoarse. The old man sighed upon hearing this. "Dear student, yesterday during the day, except for you, all the students were in class on the second floor. When the second floor was also occupied by them, I had already decided to give up resistance and formally hand over the first floor to them at 10 o'clock today, but when I discovered that you were still alive, I changed my mind. I thought, perhaps I should let Juewu Middle School stay open a little longer, to hold on for a while more." Upon hearing the old man's words, Indu was taken aback. At that moment, he finally realized why the passage to Juewu Night School had been sealed off. The goal of Juewu Night School is to devour Juewu Middle School, so they would definitely not close the passage that leads to Juewu Middle School voluntarily. Moreover, Juewu Middle School had always been in a hidden position. This passage existed solely for the students of Juewu Night School to come down. Therefore, only when Juewu Middle School decides to completely separate from Juewu Night School would the passage be completely sealed off. An unknown supervisor blocked the dormitory passage, and Suwenji sealed off the cafeteria passage. Remaining, this elderly man, who seemed to be the principal, was going to seal off the teaching building passage. And sealing the passage was only for him alone. Watching the old man's figure walking towards the teaching building, Indu suddenly spoke. "Principal, when you leave, will I really be the only person left here?" The old man stopped, did not turn back, nor did he reply, only letting out a deep sigh. In fact, for Indu now, the simplest way to get through was to let this principal seal off the last passage. That way he would have plenty of time to open the school gate. Doing so would undoubtedly be the best choice for him and for his country. Indu struggled in his heart and finally secretly took out Mr. Xiong. According to the principal, he had originally planned to hand over Juewu Middle School at 10 o'clock. This meant he was confident enough to protect Juewu Middle School until 10 o'clock or even longer.
So even if he didn't seal the passage immediately, Juewu Night School could not take over here in the short term. As soon as Indu appeared, Indu quickly hid in the flower bed by the roadside.
Principal, walk around the school with me one more time.
This place is your heart's blood. Indu approached with a sincere expression.
Moreover, after today, will it really just be me left here? Chapter 204, Missing Su Youngyan. The principal was clearly moved by Indu.
Just right, he could take one last look at this school before leaving. Then principal, let's go for a walk in the dormitory first. Indu, seeing his expression soften, directly stepped forward and pulled him toward the dormitory. Fortunately, this urgent action didn't arouse the principal's suspicion. Instead, it made him feel guilty for the student who would be left alone here. As the two people disappeared around the corner, Indu hurriedly ran towards the teaching building. Actually, it wasn't hard to guess where the passage leading to Juewu Night School was in the teaching building. After all, in Juewu Night School, there was only one place in the first floor of the teaching building that was sealed off. As soon as Indu entered the teaching building, he headed for the glass door on the left. Like the upper floor, this room was also an exhibition room for activity works. Dust on the glass door was faintly visible, and inside the glass door were rows of yellowing display boards. Speaking of which, in the graduation project exhibition room of Juewu Night School, there also seemed to be a glass door, but what was inside? Indu tried to recall, but aside from noticing this exhibition room on the first day when he observed the teaching building environment, he completely forgot about it later and never thought to explore it. Thus, the graduation project exhibition room only left an impression of existence in his mind. Indu took out his tools and carefully pried open the glass door. As the glass door was pushed open, dust came rushing at him. Clearly, no one had come here for a long time. If the passage really was as he guessed, it would not be used by anyone from Juewu Middle School. In other words, this passage was completely a back road left by Juewu Middle School. Indu held a flashlight in one hand and a power drill in the other as he walked into the exhibition room and shut the glass door behind him. This exhibition room was about the same size as the library, but the display panels were arranged in a disorderly manner, making the space feel like a maze. Fortunately, the area beneath these panels was empty, allowing Indu, given his current height, to crawl right underneath them. He crouched down, carefully weaving through the space between the display panels. Perhaps due to various protective measures, the passage here was not hidden at all. At the end of the room, a white wall divided an upward staircase. Upon finding the stairs, Indu spoke to the air in front of him. If Fanny is not in the dormitory, please give me a hint about his location. After speaking, he hurriedly ran up the stairs. He didn't know how long Mr. Bear could hold them off. He had to get Su Youngyan and Fanny down before the passage was closed. The top of the stairs didn't even have a door. As Indu turned at the exit, he saw another exhibition hall filled with people. Although everyone was facing away from him at that moment, Indu still recognized them. After all, he had once been passionately pursued by them and had only escaped back to the dormitory in the end. Indu instinctively shrank his body, held his breath, and tried to carefully sneak past these people. But just as his foot took a step forward, everyone in the exhibition hall instantly turned to look at him. Indu's heart raced, an awkward smile crept onto his face, and then in the next second, he pressed the power drill in his hand. Using the noise of the drill as cover, Indu quickly fled the exhibition hall. During this time, he seemed to have caught sight of a paper with rules on the glass door, but he was too preoccupied to look at it now. As he exited the exhibition hall, he didn't turn off the drill immediately, because based on his previous experience, these people would not stop chasing once they locked onto a target. What was even more terrifying was that the pursued would feel as if they had entered another world, unable to see anyone. Indu took out his card machine and sprinted towards the dormitory, not turning off the drill until he had passed the cafeteria hallway. It must be said that the fact that the Enlightenment Night School only recognized card machines was convenient for him. Even if he now gave Mr. Bear his true identity, it would not affect his status as a student of the Enlightenment Night School. When Indu entered the dormitory supervisor was still the same lady, but this time, perhaps due to his height, she didn't notice his arrival. This could be considered a benefit of being short, even though he was a bit tired from running with shorter legs earlier. It was daytime now, and based on his understanding of Fanny and Su Youngyan, neither of them would be in class. And since there was a disturbance at Juewu High School yesterday, the Juewu Society likely would not take in new members, so Su Youngyan and Fanny might still be in the dormitory. Of course, this was just Indu's guess. To ensure he didn't waste time due to an incorrect assumption, he specifically requested a hint from the state. The lack of a response from the state meant that Fanny was indeed in the dormitory at that moment. But upon reaching the fourth floor and finding Fanny, Indu discovered that his plan to bring people back had hit a snag. After not seeing Su Youngyan and Fanny in room 404, Indu quickly turned to room 406. This time he found Fanny, but Su Youngyan was nowhere to be seen. Fanny. He was eager to ask Fanny where Su Youngyan was, but he noticed that Fanny looked at him with a very strange and guarded expression. "I'm Indu."
Although he had shrunk, his appearance shouldn't have changed that much, right? Indu? Fanny's gaze flickered. He remembered the name Indu, but wasn't every student in school assigned a number? Could he be a teacher? That couldn't be possible. This kid looked to be only 5 or 6 years old. Where is Su Youngyan now? At this point, Indu had no time to dwell on the odd tone in Fanny's words. He just wanted to find Su Youngyan quickly and leave this place. Even if Su Youngyan could only stay in this copy afterward, leaving the school and living in Juawu High School would still be a better choice. Or simply leaving these two schools, having a larger range of activity wouldn't be a bad thing for him. Moreover, he had other plans, but it required Su Youngyan's consent. Su Youngyan? Fanny looked confused, then immediately hugged his head. It was only at this moment that Indu realized that the brainwashing yesterday existed in both schools. Fanny had already forgotten that he was a gifted person and would stay in the dormitory instead of going to study. Perhaps it was just a subconscious behavior, like Su Youngyan had done before. But he was different from Su Youngyan. He was still a gifted person who hadn't cut ties with the country. If the country hadn't reminded him when he first woke up, it could be said that he was just observing the situation. But now, at least 2 hours had passed since he woke up this morning. Fanny had already forgotten his identity and responsibilities. Why hadn't his country reminded him? Unless, before this, his country had already used up the reminder. Fanny, do you still remember your name? Fanny, no, it's Vanny. Fanny looked at the sharp-eyed child in front of him, and vaguely, the figure of a man appeared in his mind. But, Indu, I lost Su Youngyan. I clearly followed him up to the 3rd floor, but as soon as I stepped out of the stairs, I couldn't find him anymore. The only thing left in his memory was a broken piece of music in the last earthquake. Chapter 205, Fanny's Information. Fanny took a moment to collect himself, then began talking about yesterday's events. After leaving the dormitory, he followed Su Youngyan from a distance, neither too far nor too close. On the 2nd floor, he watched as Su Youngyan went to the 2nd chapter. When Su Youngyan started walking towards the stairs, he hid behind the fire door, watching Su Youngyan walk up the large stairs to the 3rd floor before following him again. He knew very well that Su Youngyan had already noticed him, but both of them tacitly agreed not to say anything. His hiding was actually to avoid the people from Juewu society. Everything had gone smoothly up until now. But when Su Youngyan turned at the corner on the 3rd floor, and Fanny hurried to catch up, he could no longer see Su Youngyan's figure. The 3rd floor was left with nothing but a dark and deep passage. However, he still remembered that when he came here last time, although the 3rd floor had no lights, it wasn't this dark. Thanks to his semi-ghostly nature, he could still see the hallway clearly. This time, although he could vaguely make out the hallway, the darkness in front of him felt terrifying, and he didn't even have the courage to step inside. He guessed that this was the instinct of being semi-ghostly. There must be something terrifying up ahead that made him feel fear just by staring at it. Before he could decide whether to risk it and go into the darkness to find Su Youngyan, the sound of a piano came from the hallway. The piano sound couldn't be described as beautiful, it was even broken, but it comforted his heart's fear and made him feel a little relaxed. Before he knew it, he had immersed himself in the music, forgetting about the need to find Su Youngyan. Then, a violent tremor woke him up. When he regained his senses, he realized that the music had long stopped, and the shaking 3rd floor was beginning to brighten. Upon a closer look, he found that the lights in the hallway had all turned on. And then? Then I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I only felt like I was a student at Juewu Night School, no. C212, the most uninterested student in the school, so I didn't want to go to the classroom to self-study or exercise on the playground like other students during the day, Fanny said. If you hadn't come to find me, and I hadn't encountered anything that could stimulate my memory, perhaps I would have stayed confused in this copy. Always be a student. Indu shook his head. You missed a key factor in this description. Yes, but don't you realize? Fan and I smiled bitterly. The hint from our country was used up the moment I recognized you. As Fan and I was talking, he suddenly squatted down. As for the content, I guess you can probably guess it without me saying. I must say, I actually don't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, it's not glorious to say that my teammates are idiots. The key hint is not used to help him but rather to urge him to harm other gifted individuals, which is simply unreasonable. However, as a gifted person deep in the bizarre rules, he could only curse in his heart and do nothing else. It was even hard for him to speak out to his teammates. To be honest, you look much better smaller. I never expected I could speak to you about this so easily. After revealing what was hidden in his heart, Fan and I let out a sigh of relief. Clearly, he hadn't thought about taking action against Indu, but since receiving that message, he always felt a mix of emotions when facing Indu. Sure enough. Indu shook his head helplessly. Outsiders can never deeply understand the cruelty of the bizarre rule world. Even though the bizarre rules had already swallowed many places, people in cities that weren't occupied could still treat live broadcasts as a leisure activity. Moreover, in the hearts of those politicians, nothing matters more than their own interests. Fan and I added, if betraying humanity could give them the power and benefits they want, they would definitely do it.
They knew that all these words would be broadcasted live without hesitation, but having sensed that they might never escape the world of bizarre rules, it seemed there was no need to consider it anymore.
Thinking about it, actually not letting people out could be a kind of alternative protection? Fan and I smiled bitterly.
He was just an ordinary person outside, and his talent wasn't anything that enhanced his own attack or defense. If he clashed with someone powerful outside, getting secretly dealt with wouldn't be hard at all.
It just wants us to go crazy, Indu said in a calm tone.
Although not letting gifted individuals out does, to some extent, spare them from external disturbances. But the main purpose is still to isolate them from the conventional world, making them slowly lose themselves or become distorted in a bizarre world.
I know, Fan and I stood up, so shouldn't we find him before someone goes crazy?
He won't. He has held on for so long.
Indu still had confidence in Su Yongyan.
After all, before they arrived, he had already lasted 3 weeks in this scenario. That can't be accomplished solely by willpower.
He put himself in Su Yongyan's position and didn't even dare to guarantee he could keep going.
Perhaps at some moment, he would compromise and find a way to live more easily. Just like he always said, he would rather die sober than live in chaos. But death is really a choice to escape. But you're right, we still need to find him quickly. Since he disappeared on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, let's check there first. I think he's unlikely to still be on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria now.
Why? The entire building of the cafeteria is now the school's territory. If he were to appear on school grounds, wouldn't that prove he's still using his identity as a student? Fan and I reflected on the chaotic memories in his mind.
If that were the case, I should have seen him dining in the cafeteria this morning. Though his memory had issues since getting up in the morning, perhaps due to deeply embedded habits, he was not in a hurry and even enjoyed looking around and observing others while eating in the cafeteria. He spent most of his time during breakfast in the cafeteria.
It can be confirmed that Su Yongyan did not show up during this time. But I didn't see him. Is the entire cafeteria building the school's territory now?
Actually, this is not surprising. After all, Juewu Middle School had reached the point of preparing to surrender, so losing territory was completely normal, but Indu still instinctively asked.
Then, is the 1st floor of the dormitory also?
Yes. Before Indu could finish asking, Fan and I gave a clear answer.
I should have thought of that. Indu sighed. If there were still chances for counterattack, Juewu Middle School wouldn't have directly activated the surrender or complete isolation plan.
However, now, apart from school restricted zone 4, all other restricted zones had already disappeared.
Where could Su Yongyan, who took the application form to join the Juewu Society, hide now? Chapter 206 Reminder about passing the levels. Indu pondered for a moment. You just said Su Yongyan went missing on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria? Yeah. Fan and I nodded.
He had speculated earlier that the 3rd floor above the cafeteria might be Qin Rong's territory.
If this guess is correct, then Su Yongyan is most likely with Chen Rong right now. Is the layout of the teaching building the same as before? What is the extra floor used for? Fan and I raised his hand to support his chin and tried to recall.
He had been brainwashed, and all the school's conditions were forcibly input. Once he regained consciousness, everything felt a bit unreal.
After thinking for a few minutes, Fan and I then said,
the 1st floor has a library, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors are all classrooms, and the 5th floor is an office area.
So it's just an extra floor of classrooms. Hearing this, Indu's expression relaxed a bit. More classrooms mean more students, and if the office area hasn't changed, it will also benefit his upcoming actions. Fan and I looked at Indu, who began preparing his tools after finishing the questions, and asked, are you asking this because you're planning to go to the teaching building now?
Yes. Indu replied, taking out the card machine to take a look. It was already past 9 o'clock, and he had less than an hour left.
I'm going with you. Fan and I said. The current school was far more dangerous for them than the previous few days, and Indu's tools had a time limit.
He was different. The school's methods of taming students were too many, and pollution was just one of them. Up to now, his resistance had only been consumed by about 1/3.
This meant he could still withstand 7 or 8 attacks without injury. I wasn't planning to act alone anyway. Indu said. The passage to Juewu Middle School was in the teaching building. If they could find Su Yongyan there, they could leave directly. At such a time, they definitely couldn't act separately. We have less than an hour to find Su Yongyan and leave this school. If we miss this opportunity, we have to be mentally prepared to stay here. From my guess, Su Yongyan is likely with Chen Rong now.
So we need to go to the 4th floor to the 5th floor student activity room. After they confirmed their action plan, they didn't waste any time and walked toward the teaching building. Just as they reached the playground, Indu suddenly felt the whole world quiet down, and a piece of text appeared before his eyes. Ma Xiangxia has successfully entered Juewu Middle School through the cafeteria passage after receiving the alert to awaken. He originally planned to see if leaving the school gate would count as passing, but he was declared to have succeeded the moment he entered Juewu Middle School. Subsequently, 2 other gifted individuals from Europe also entered Juewu Middle School and successfully passed. Currently, you have the following differences from them. 1. You are the only gifted individual who entered Juewu Middle School before the mutation. 2. You are currently the only student who has been marked by the awakened night school teacher and driven out of the classroom. 3. You are currently the only gifted individual who has entered the abandoned office and encountered those monsters. Indu quickly scanned the country's hints, and upon seeing that he was being treated differently, he instinctively felt a twinge of unease. But seeing his few unique traits, he let out a relieved smile. In fact, if he thought about it carefully, it wasn't hard to guess why he was so special. The 3 pieces of information the country provided that were different from others already held the answer. As long as he analyzed the core of the minimum clearance conditions, he could grasp the key to clearing the instance. Having a B grade in all subjects is the condition to become a B grade student at the Awakening Night School, and Su Youngyan had previously hinted that B grade students are the school's waste products. In other words, B grade students are not considered students of the school. Waste products are always cleared out by the school, so becoming a B grade student is one of the methods to clear the instance. Similarly, going to Juewu Middle School is a way for students of the Awakening Night School to leave the school, so it's also counted as clearing the instance. However, he currently had an unexpected buff stacking on him. He was essentially a student half abandoned by the Awakening Night School, and according to the rules of the Forbidden Zone, students abandoned by the Awakening Night School are the protected objects of Juewu Middle School. In other words, although he had not officially joined Juewu Middle School, he already had the qualification to enroll, making him a prospective student of Juewu Middle School. Therefore, entering Juewu Middle School did not allow him to escape the instance. And actually, escaping wasn't difficult at all. Firstly, as a prospective or already recognized student of Juewu Middle School, he could leave the school gates, which would simultaneously mean leaving both schools. Additionally, in this instance, a student's identity is certified by a card machine. So, as long as he now obtained another card machine from Su Youngyan and found either a student or a teacher from the Awakening Night School to recertify his identity, he could clear the instance in the way of an Awakening Night School student. What are you laughing at? Fan and I poked Indu gently. Indu shook his head. I just realized I made my own clearance more difficult. But this was unavoidable. After all, to explore clearance methods, one had to delve into the instance, and the deeper he went, the more likely he was to get stuck. After reflecting on this, Indu turned to Fan and I and said, although we can't hear anything here, I suspect that once we step onto the playground, we will definitely hear the brainwashing song. Fan and I nodded in understanding. Indu originally intended for Fan and I to run ahead alone. He didn't want to slow him down with his short legs. But unexpectedly, before he could even say this, he was picked up. By the time he reacted, he was already standing on the floor of the teaching building. Having a semi-ghostly body does have some advantages, Fan and I said softly after putting Indu down. Indu. Forget it, this wasn't the time to waste. The two made their way up to the 5th floor. Like the previous 4th floor, the 5th floor, now an office area, was also shrouded in darkness. Indu held a flashlight in one hand and pinched Fan Ni's collar with the other. Even though the 5th floor looked the same as the 4th floor before, it inexplicably made him feel extremely uneasy. Suddenly recalling something, Indu pointed the flashlight toward the direction of the Student Affairs Office. Earlier, whenever he directed the flashlight at the Student Affairs Office, a standby state false figure would appear inside the door. But this time, when the flashlight shone, the glass door of the Student Affairs Office was blocked by a wooden door that obscured all sight. Indu, Fan and I suddenly spoke and forcefully pulled Indu behind him. Indu hurriedly shone the flashlight in the direction Fan and I was looking. Immediately, the scene before him stunned him as well. In the corridor leading to the student activity room, the originally pure white walls were now filled with many ghostly shadows. The shadows were making all sorts of terrified poses, and they weren't in a state of stillness either, their movements changed from time to time. When Yudusuke's turned to them, he suddenly felt filled with the terrifying sound of screams in his ears. Fan and I frowned and whispered, this doesn't seem to be the style of the Awakening Night School, does it? Chapter 207, The Crisis and Divergence of the Office Area. This doesn't seem to be the style of the Awakening Night School, does it? Indeed not. The specialty of the Awakening Night School is the pseudo-humans, not the bizarre. It appears that while pseudo-humans can brainwash and control, their methods to deal with people are more physical and real. This kind of dark psychological manipulation seems more like the style of the bizarre. Yudu shone his flashlight on the ghostly shadow on the wall, and under the light, the shadow looked even more distorted. Clearly, these were real and not some deceptive illusion. While Yudu was exploring the authenticity of the ghostly shadow, Fan and I suddenly spoke. The rules in the student handbook have added more about the office area. Yudu looked up and saw Fan and I holding a card machine. Yes, with such a big change in the school, it is normal for the rules to shift. He actually forgot such an important matter. I found it, in the learning guide, C2, 5th item. The teacher's office area is on the 5th floor, but is only open from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Entry to the office area is strictly prohibited at other times. Fan and I brought the card machine close to Yudu. Yudu looked at the card machine, but after just seeing the beginning, the interface suddenly switched back to the desktop, and he could only see the time on it, 9:23. Is this the only rule? Yudu frowned. However, this rule had already implied danger. Previously, he had heard about the office area's opening hours and dangers from Chunrong, and as long as he stayed under the light source, there would be no danger. Now, it seemed to be the same. Just as Yudu was thinking this, he suddenly noticed that the wall closest to them, which had no ghostly shadows, suddenly sprouted a section of red words. Office area rules. 1. The office area is not open outside of 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. 2. During closed hours, the stairwell entrance to the office area is entry only and no exit. 3. If you accidentally enter the office area during closed hours, please ensure you are under a light source, and find the security department as soon as possible. 4. Remember, the security department has a way to escape the office area, but there are only 10 minutes to find the security department. The red words appeared and disappeared in just 10 seconds. Yudu and Fan and I looked at each other in surprise. What now? Fan and I looked at Yudu. Yudu quickly repeated the rules in his mind a few times, then said, the rules state that we only have 10 minutes to find the security department, so we must first find the security department before looking for Su Yangyan. If I remember correctly, the security department should be on the other side. Fan and I reacted, then nodded in realization. I understand, the 10 minutes mentioned in the rules is the time allowed to look for the security department, not the time to enter the security department. As long as we find the security department and mark it, we can leave to look for Su Yangyan. Yudu nodded, then turned to shine the flashlight toward the other side of the hallway. At this moment, the other side of the hallway looked much more normal, but before Yudu could move, Fan and I took the lead and walked forward. Under the light of the flashlight, half of his shadow was cast on the ground. The spreading light made Yudu, who was behind the flashlight, also illuminated, but compared to his position in front of the light, he appeared darker. Strangely, Yudu felt a sense of unease. It seemed that there was something behind him, ready to devour him the moment he withdrew the light. This unease prevented him from looking back, forcing him to closely follow Fan and I. Found it, the security department. Fan and I stopped in front of a gray door, next to which was a sign saying security department. Security. Yudu frowned and asked Fan and I, do you remember what door this was when we came to look for the teacher last time? I didn't pay attention, but it doesn't seem to be gray. Fan and I replied. I remember, a few times ago, this should have been a glass door. Yudu reached out and touched, then knocked on the door in front of him. This gray door seems to be made of carbon steel, a stronger security door than the original glass one. Oh no, my earlier guess might be wrong. What? The reason we were given 10 minutes to find the security department isn't because we won't be able to find it after 10 minutes, but because after 10 minutes, we will have no chance to find it. Indu said, suddenly turning his flashlight towards the darkness behind them. The ghostly figure that had been lingering on the other side of the stairs had now spread closer to them, as if it had been following them. Hiss! Vaini gasped in shock at the sight in front of him. The reason for his strong reaction was that he suddenly noticed he could make out a human face in the ghostly figure. And the face closest to him was one he had just seen in the cafeteria this morning. He stared at the face carefully and suddenly realized the terrified face kept repeating one word: run. Run? Vaini frowned. What's going on? At that moment, Indu had already started trying to open the security department's door. This door is locked. Vaini quickly realized what this meant. What the rules said was true, but the security department was not a place students could just enter. So even if a student mistakenly wandered into the office area and found the security department within 10 minutes, they still couldn't get in. And after 10 minutes, the security department might disappear before their eyes, or there could be an overwhelming danger in the hallway they couldn't handle. In any case, once they enter the office area, it's basically a dead end. Of course, this was only true for ordinary people. Though the security department's door was a security door, it was not impossible to break in. When Indu said the door was locked, Vaini immediately kicked the door open. Bang! The sound startled Indu, who had just pulled out his props. What's going on? Has Brother Ma possessed him? Indu looked up at Vaini, only to see that his face was serious, with a trace of barely perceptible fear in his eyes. What's wrong? Indu asked after they both entered the security department and closed the door. Vaini shook his head. I don't know why, but I have this overwhelming sense of unease. He leaned against the door, blocking it tightly. It feels like if I wait one more second, something will swallow me whole.
"Indu, let's give up on finding Su Yongyan," Vaini whispered.
Indu picked up the card machine, and the time was already 9:27. For minutes had passed since they saw the rule, and with the time spent before discovering the rule, they had likely been in the office area for about 6 or 7 minutes. If his guess had been wrong, and the deadly crisis arrived after 10 minutes, he only had 3 or 4 minutes left. With this little time, not only would finding Su Yongyan be impossible, but there might not even be enough time to get to the student activity room.
But should he really give up on Su Yongyan like this?
Indu was reluctant.
But what if the time was doubled?
He gripped tightly. My desk lamp is still unused. With the lamp, maybe 5 minutes will be enough.
Even if it's not enough, I can come back.
No.
Vaini gritted his teeth. But he also knew this wasn't the time to argue with Indu, wasting precious moments.
He reached out his hand and grabbed the desk lamp Indu had just pulled out.
"I'll go find Su Yongyan, you stay here and look for the exit."
"I have resistance abilities. My physique is not something you can compare to. I can resist for a while." Vaini said this without giving Indu a chance to speak, and by the time Indu came to his senses, the security door was already closed. Vaini's message echoed in his ears before the door shut.
"I won't sacrifice myself for Su Yongyan."
Looking at the door that was half closed again, Indu sighed.
He wouldn't sacrifice himself either. If he couldn't get out, Su Yongyan definitely couldn't either.
But Vaini seemed afraid that he would lose his mind in search of someone.
He hadn't lost his mind.
So he did not immediately go to look for an exit, but instead checked the door that Fan and I had kicked open. There must be a reason why the school deliberately replaced the glass door with a security door in the updated version. When Fan and I kicked the door, he misaligned the latch. He could not replace the broken latch without a lock, so he could only use a tool to straighten it out first. While repairing the door, Indu had some doubts. What exactly could a door that even someone like Fan and I could not stop really block? After fixing the door, Indu finally started to search the room for clues on how to escape the office area. The security department was not large, and there were no materials aside from a few papers.
Indu quickly flipped to a page that outlined the escape methods. Office area, emergency measures for the security department.
1. When you enter here, it means you have entered an area you should not be in. Please ensure the door to the security department is closed.
2. Once you are inside the security department, no matter what happens outside, never open the door.
3. The card reader is proof of identity for students. Reciting your student ID in front of the card reader can help you stay awake and avoid being confused by this area. 4. In a waking state, you will see the escape door in the security department. If you cannot see the escape door, it proves you are not awake. Please continue to recite your student ID in front of the card reader until you are awake. Awaking Du looked at the rules, his expression serious. Then he raised his head and scanned the entire security department. Actually, he did not need to look again. Before he found this paper, he had almost turned the office upside down.
According to the rules, does that mean he was not awake right now? Indu let out a scoff.
After all, he knew that constantly reciting his student ID in front of the card reader was the real action that made him not awake. But the rules could not be wrong. Only by becoming a waking student in the Awakening Night School could one see the escape door prepared by the school. Indu took the paper and checked the security department again, confirming there were no other clues in the office before he moved to the door. From what he could see, it seemed that after accidentally entering the office area, there were only two choices: to wait for death or to become a student of the Awakening Night School. Neither of these options appealed to Indu. Leaning against the door, Indu scanned the entire security department while recalling the layout of this floor in his mind. If he remembered correctly, the door of this security room, although a bit far from the stairs, was indeed the first office on the left side of the stairs, which meant that this office shared one wall with the stairs. And when he looked out from the warehouse before, he could confirm that the back of the teaching building was a small hill, with the teaching building directly separating the school from the hill. So looking at it this way, to open an escape door in this office, he could only do it through the wall or floor that shares with the stairs. Indu first focused his gaze on the ground. He wanted to try to find that escape door without being awake. However, just as he had this thought, he suddenly heard Fan Ni's voice from outside the door. "Indu, I found Su Yongyan, open the door quickly." Indu turned his head towards the security door, remaining unmoved. The rules already stated that no matter what happens outside, he should not open the door. But if this was all they had, could they really deceive someone? "Indu, hurry and open the door, those things are coming." "Indu. Quick, open the door, they are coming." Ah. Outside, the sounds were chaotic, mixed with Fan and I and Su Yongyan's screams.
"Indu. Why won't you save me?"
Indu stood in front of the door with his arms crossed, listening to the screams outside, which rose and fell, and eventually turned into curses. Unfortunately, these words did not even make Indu's expression change. He continued to wait, wanting to see what other tactics the unknown existence outside would use. But after waiting for a while, he only heard the last scream, and then everything fell silent.
It was as if the Fan and I and Su Youngyan outside had been dealt with. Indu picked up the measures again and read through them once more. Really cannot see any extra information at all. The first time, the only thing he could do was wait. He had to admit, he himself was not a person good at waiting, and the 1 minute now, in his feeling, became extremely long. He did not know how long passed, when a calm knock came from the door. Indu, it is me. That was the voice of Su Youngyan. For some reason, Indu had a feeling, or rather a voice in his heart telling him, the one speaking his name outside the door was Su Youngyan. After Fan and I took the desk lamp and walked out of the security office, he ran toward the student activity room at the end of the corridor. Earlier, before he even saw the ghost shadow on the wall, fear had already risen in his heart, and it was exactly that fear that made him notice the suddenly appearing ghost shadow. And at that moment, he turned his head without thinking to look at Indu, but found that the other side knew nothing about it. At that time he was guessing, the reason he had a sense that Indu did not have was most likely because that was fear from one strange thing toward another stronger strange thing. At the end of this corridor, there was a powerful strange thing that made him instinctively afraid. But now, he had to suppress the warning from his subconscious, control his instinctive shaking, and move toward that dangerous place. When he reached the door, a piano sound entered his ears. It was a piece more broken than what he heard before on the third floor of the cafeteria. Chairman Chen, take a rest, you have played this piece long enough. Su Youngyan's somewhat careless voice sounded from inside. Speaking of it, are those two outside almost at the time to close the net? Are you not going to watch this good show? Fan and I tightly held the desk lamp in his hand. Chapter 209 Su Youngyan's self-save. Indu, it is me. Su Youngyan's voice sounded outside. Because of the words and the rules, Indu did not reply, but stood in front of the door holding the electric drill, ready to see what tricks the other side still had. But in the next second, the words of the person outside made him freeze. Do not open the door, actually I came to tell you, there is no need to look for me, quickly leave this instance. What is this, retreat to advance? But compared to this, Indu was more willing to believe that the person outside really was Su Youngyan. He lowered his eyes and spoke, since you hope I do not look for you and leave directly, then why are you coming to look for me now? The person already appeared, so how can one talk about letting go? Would Su Youngyan not understand this? Because I thought, with your character you would definitely come to look for me, especially before something happened to me, I went to the third floor of the cafeteria for your plan. Su Youngyan said. As for why I appear now to look for you. He gave a bitter smile, it is because I clearly know you cannot take me away, my appearance will not affect your action. What does this mean? Indu could not help but step forward 2 steps and finally stop less than 20 centimeters from the door. If this is what the rules call confusion, then it must be said, the other side succeeded. He really wanted to open the door now. Separated by a closed door, Indu deeply sighed, and stepped back 2 more steps. Brother Su, did you see Fan and I on the way here? Indu asked. This is the first time you called me like this, it feels a bit strange. Su Youngyan did not answer the question directly. Indu stared at the door, took a deep breath, and made himself as rational as possible. To be honest, the person opposite up to now gave him a feeling exactly the same as Su Youngyan. If it was a strange thing or fake person pretending, then the other side would have to read his heart to create this effect, right? Or is this actually just an illusion produced based on his current mind? But this is also not right, in his illusion, how could he hope Su Youngyan would come tell him that he cannot get out? After all, he had an obsession with Su Youngyan's ending. Even if the other side was lost in the instance, he sincerely hoped the other side could always stay clear-headed and live a bit better. This obsession is also his expectation for his own ending in the future. If there is some reason that forces him to stay in the copy world, he hopes to have a more dignified ending for himself. I have actually seen Fanny, but he cannot see me. The person outside spoke again after a few seconds. Though this answered Indu's question, it was more about his own situation. Indu knew that the other party was waiting for him to ask a question. From the very beginning of the chat, the other person had been waiting. What is your current situation? Indu, do you know? In this copy world, aside from the strange, half-strange, pseudo-human, and human, there is another existence. Outside, Su Youngyan said, I don't know if you have seen the phantom. Phantom? Indu frowned. It can also be said to be an existence like a ghost created by obsession. At first glance, they are similar to humans, but upon closer inspection, you can see that they are completely different in color from their surroundings, as if coated with a different filter. They are driven solely by their obsessions before death, protecting what they consider important and eliminating what they see as enemies. Listening to Su Youngyan's description, images of those people nearly filling the exhibition hall immediately surfaced in Indu's mind. So, were they there to protect what they held dear in their hearts? No, now is not the time to think about this, right? Indu shook those images out of his mind and then asked, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to say that you are an existence like a phantom? A piece of Su Youngyan's obsession? What do you think? What do you think Su Yangyan's obsession is? The person outside still loved to keep him in suspense. Indu thought for a moment and then said, if we go by what you just said, then you must not be Su Yangyan's obsession. Because Su Yangyan's obsession would never come to him and say to give up on him. He didn't say the latter half of the sentence, believing that if the person outside truly was Su Yangyan, he would certainly understand his meaning. Having survived for several weeks in this copy world, Su Yangyan's obsession was simply to retain his sense of self and keep living. It was this obsession that allowed Su Yangyan to remember how to avoid becoming a pseudo-human even after several rounds of brainwashing. And now in the Awakening Night School, it was basically impossible for Su Yangyan to live like before. To avoid becoming a pseudo-human, he must join the strange or half-strange camp. If he hides in areas that even half-strange beings dare not easily enter, then he wouldn't come to see him. If he didn't want to stay in this place as a half-strange, Su Yangyan wouldn't have said the words for him to not care about him. In short, what the person outside was doing now was not driven by Su Yangyan's obsession. But if the person outside wasn't Su Yangyan's obsession, then what was the point of specifically coming to tell him this? From the conversation until now, Indu had already determined that the one speaking to him outside was not the presence that confused him to open the door according to the rules. In fact, the other party had no intention of him opening the door at all. But if the person on the other side could really see through his mind to this extent, he would admit defeat. Indu took out a drill and a doll from his toolbox. He opened the door with the hand holding the doll and started the drill the moment the door opened. His gaze swept across the many phantoms outside, finally aiming the doll at Su Yangyan, who appeared lower in exposure than usual. When Su Yangyan's phantom vanished, he quickly closed the door again. The moment the door closed, he hurriedly turned off the drill. The drill now used 1 second less with each passing second. Later, when he had to escape back to Juawu Middle School, he could not do without the drill. After resolving the immediate crisis, he lifted the little girl's doll. Doll of the little person, a soul can reside in the little doll, and the little doll has 1 hour each day to turn into a real body. Note, the little doll with a residing soul can gain the ability to block attacks 5 times each day. After using all 5 blocks, it cannot transform into a real body for the rest of the day. If the 5th block is used while in real body form, the real body will revert back to doll form. Residing soul, Su Yangyan, 90%. 90%? What does that mean? The little doll broke free from Indu's hand and jumped onto the nearby table, looking up and saying, it probably means that my soul is in a damaged state. Yesterday, after I found Shenrong, he invited me to join him. By then, he had completely transformed into a strange being, but I didn't want to become strange. The doll version of Su Yangyan had a serious expression. Just right, when he brought me to the 4th floor, I was attacked by those ghostly figures because I was carrying a camera, but since I am half strange, I wasn't directly killed, I just had part of my obsession become a ghostly figure. I think you should understand my obsession. The moment I saw the obsession, I realized that he was more suited to survive here than me. All along, people thought that the power of mutation allowed those with talent to become strange, but after encountering this new existence called a pseudo-human, I discovered that the power of mutation can actually allow those with talent to become anything they have already recognized. Fortunately, I didn't make a wrong bet. After I became a ghostly figure, the obsessed part that had been separated automatically occupied my body. To stay alive, he and Shenrong hit it off, and he has now completely transformed into strange. As for me, I initially planned to remind you not to worry about me and then leave. Leave? Where to? Those ghostly figures are actually very weak. Su Yangyan said with a smile. As long as they touch liquid, ghostly figures will dissolve. There's a bathroom on this floor, I was originally planning to go there to end it all. Hearing this, Indu seemed to understand. Since Su Yangyan gave his body to the ghostly figure, he had already decided to face death. This is not hard to understand, he could see that this Awakening Night School no longer provided Su Yangyan a space to survive, and how could Su Yangyan not see that himself? Fortunately, they did not head towards the worst ending. Chapter 210 Another Su Yangyan. By the way, aren't those two outside nearing the time to catch their prey? Aren't you going to check out this good show? Confirming that Su Yangyan was indeed in the activity room, Fan and I prepared himself mentally and kicked open the door to the activity room. His actions were time-limited, he really had no time to plan carefully, just thinking of escaping with Su Yangyan using the desk lamp while Shenrong couldn't attack him. However, upon entering the room and seeing Su Yangyan's somewhat twisted face, he couldn't help but hesitate. It's not that Su Yangyan's face underwent any obvious mutation, but his aura and expression made his face appear extremely terrifying. Moreover, his eyes were wide open, the whites occupying most of his eyes while his pupils were shrunk to almost nothing. Fan and I swallowed instinctively, every cell in his body screaming for him to run. Fan and I Su Yangyan called Fan Ni's name in a sticky tone. His voice was unlike before. If he hadn't seen him open his mouth, Fan and I wouldn't even realize it was Su Yangyan speaking. Fan and I didn't know how to respond. He cautiously moved back,
preparing to leave directly through the door. This Su Youngyan, even if he could take him away, he didn't dare to take him. But before he could touch the door, a strong wind suddenly slammed the door behind him. Bang! It struck like a heavy blow to Fan Ni's heart. Actually, he still had the desk lamp to save his life, and his resilience ability could resist a few attacks, but reason couldn't suppress fear. His head was filled with the sound of his heart racing. I smell it, the scent on you is the same as ours. Suddenly, Chen Rong appeared in front of Fan and I without a sound. Just in time, we are short on people here. Are you interested in joining us? As Chen Rong's voice fell, Fan and I felt a sharp pain in his hand, followed by a sudden tugging of his bones, and his fingernails suddenly grew about 10 centimeters longer. Fan and I had seen his body's transformation before, but this was the first time it was uncontrollable. It seemed to be induced by the other's words. At that moment, Fan and I knew he could no longer hold on to any delusions, thinking he could resist with his talent for a while. He directly turned on the desk lamp. At the moment the desk lamp lit up, Su Youngyan also approached. Chairman Chen, if the other side is not willing, they will only interfere with our actions. There's no need to force it, right? Fan and I did not expect Su Youngyan to actually speak up for him. He looked up at this person who had now completely transformed, his heart feeling complicated. When Su Youngyan was familiar to him, he was still under the orders of his country, and upon meeting again, Su Youngyan was still not an awakened one, making Fan and I wary of him. It seemed he had never really understood the person in front of him or thought about how to coexist peacefully with him. He never imagined that one day the strange Su Youngyan would speak for him. That's going to be difficult. He has come here, and if he doesn't join us... Chen Rong revealed a strange smile, his sharp nails reaching towards Fan and I. But his nails strangely disappeared the moment they entered the white light of the desk lamp. Chen Rong quickly withdrew his hand, and the nails that had vanished instantly restored, but he still watched Fan and I warily. Su Youngyan patted his shoulder, signaling him to look at the indicator light on the desk lamp in Fan Ni's hand. Such charging lamps are time-sensitive and pose no real threat to them. Chen Rong understood his meaning, so he snorted coldly, crossing his arms, ready to see how this guy would escape the office area. Fan and I didn't care at all about what they were discussing. He quickly opened the activity room's door and ran outside. Once outside, he realized that the entire corridor was already surrounded by those strange dark shadows. Those shadows looked like they wouldn't move, but every time he shifted his gaze, he would find their actions had changed from before. In fact, Fan and I had the feeling that they all were watching him. Not daring to stay any longer, Fan and I quickly ran towards the security department. But as he was running, he suddenly realized something. The doors to the rooms in this corridor seemed to have disappeared. Even the stairs were gone. Seeing this, Fan and I stopped and looked back, only to find that the door to the activity room had also vanished, leaving only a corridor filled with creeping shadows. It seemed he was trapped in this dark corridor. Perhaps that's what the rule meant by only 10 minutes to find the security department. If he hurried too much and walked back and forth a few times in this corridor, he might forget the direction of the original security department, and then he really wouldn't be able to escape. Now Fan and I could only rely on his memory to head towards the security department. However, before he could take a few steps, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. The other side smiled in a very twisted manner, the teeth in their lips appearing extremely sharp. Su. Fan and I was startled, and as he recognized the person, he gritted his teeth and muttered the surname. Su Youngyan tilted his head with a smile, his eyes twisted upward and glaring. He was looking at a direction. Fan and I followed his gaze, and in his eyes, it was still the wall occupied by the shadows. This position, could it be? What do you mean? What do you want to do? Fan and I looked at Su Youngyan in front of him with a face full of vigilance. Upon hearing Fan Ni's words, Su Youngyan's smile grew wider. His gaze turned towards the figure that suddenly appeared behind Fanny, and he said, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, "Don't struggle, you can't get out. Just obediently become one of them." As he spoke, he stepped forward and made a gesture towards Fanny, before finally walking towards the figure behind her. Do you have a grudge against this guy? I suppose so. He doesn't like me, and naturally, I don't like him either. Is this why you don't want him to join us? Hee, I guess you know my reason. Take it away from me. It's someone else. The voice behind gradually faded, and the lamp in Fanny's left hand began to flicker. Fanny looked down at what was in her right hand, then clenched it tightly. In her heart, she silently said, "Goodbye, Su Youngyan." Then, she forcefully crashed in the direction that Su Youngyan had indicated earlier. Chapter 211, Gathering. Bang! When the door was suddenly slammed open, Indu was startled, but he quickly reacted and rushed forward to close the door. From the rules, it was not hard to find that the dangerous presence, the ghost shadow mentioned by Su Youngyan, could not open the security department's door by itself. However, those things occupied the entire office area just 10 minutes after they entered, and now opening the security department's door would only be an invitation to the ghost shadow in the whole office area. But his action was still a step too slow. At the moment he closed the door, a grey human hand was already half stretched into the door. Indu pushed hard, the door pinching 4 fingers that were clinging to the doorframe, but that unfeeling thing still wedged in the door, and at this moment, more hands reached in through the door's crack. Indu's original strength was just that of an ordinary person, and now it had become that of a child, much weaker. Soon the door was pushed open a wide gap by those hands, and one hand was almost about to grab Indu. Seeing this, the doll version of Su Yongnian quickly executed a flying kick, successfully blocking an attack, but he exchanged one for one, falling into the grasp of the ghost shadow. And this time, he could not stop the ghost shadows from continuing to push the door. Everything happened in less than a second, and Fanny, who had just entered, didn't even have time to see the situation inside the security room before she had to rush forward to slam the door shut. At the same time, her unhealed nails swiftly sliced through the hands that flew into the door, and she seized back the doll captured by the ghost shadow. With this, the door finally closed successfully, and Indu leaned against it, unable to help but breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Su Yongnian also initiated his play dead mode, trying hard to pretend he was an ordinary doll. Fanny watched as the previously active, flying-kicking, struggling doll became still in her hands and thought it was broken, quickly shaking it, even trying to perform a great recovery technique. Fortunately, Indu hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "No, no, it will break." Hearing Indu's shout, Fanny stopped her actions in time and carefully placed the doll onto Indu's raised hand. After retrieving Su Yongnian, Indu cautiously placed him on his shoulder. Away from Fanny's hands, Su Yongnian finally became active again, carefully holding onto Indu's clothes. "This doll is a prop that comes with your shrinking?" Fanny asked in surprise, looking at the doll resting on Indu's shoulder. "No, there are props for shrinking, and the doll is a different prop," Indu said, picking up the little heart lamp that Fanny had dropped in a hurry. "So what's the purpose of this doll? It seems to have no fighting power. This doll can collect the souls of others." Indu did not hide it, now inside it is Su Yongnian. As he spoke, Su Yongnian cooperatively patted Indu hard. "What?" Fanny looked at the clearly long-haired doll in astonishment. No, this is not the most important thing. What matters is, if this doll contains Su Yongnian's soul, then who just pointed out the security department's location to him? Fanny directly voiced this doubt. "Oh, that would be me as well. Although my soul is incomplete, it can be considered a fragmented soul driven by obsession with the body." The one answering Fanny was Su Yongnian, who had moved to behind Indu. Fanny had a strange feeling that the other party was avoiding him. Su Yongnian ignored Fanny's gaze and continued, "Although the obsession is alive, people have things they will and will not do, he will not harm us." "Alright, now is not the time to discuss this. Since everyone is here, let's leave." Indu interrupted Fanny, who wanted to speak again. Half an hour had passed since he first arrived at Juewu Middle School. Juewu Middle School is only so big, Mr. Xiong has no idea how long he can hold the principal back. They must hurry back. Thinking of this, Indu quickly pried Su Yongnian off his neck and stuffed his card machine into Su Yongnian's arms. "Hurry, silently chant C207. Su Yongnian, guided, dazedly complied. What next? After sincerely chanting 10 times, Su Yongnian looked at Indu in confusion. "Look at this security department, see if there's anything different from before." Indu urged Su Yongnian to look around the security room. "There's nothing, no changes at all." "There is, you all are much cuter than before and more pleasant to the eye," Fanny sincerely commented while watching the interaction between the person and the doll. Indu and Su Yongnian silently agreed that it was speechless. Then Indu took out the note he just wrote and glanced at it again. Perhaps it's because you are a doll and cannot be recognized as a student by the Awakening Night School, otherwise, you should return to your human form and try again." As Indu spoke, he carefully placed Su Yongnian, who was held in his hand, onto the ground. Soon, Su Yongnian transformed back into human form. Aside from his long hair, his body shape and appearance were exactly the same as before. Holding the card machine, he solemnly recited the student number C207. After only saying it 2 or 3 times, he felt a moment of confusion in his mind. When he came to his senses, there was a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Then he surveyed the entire security department and grabbed Indu. "How did we come here? We need to leave quickly, otherwise, it will be dangerous." Saying this, he pulled Indu toward the wall shared by the security department and the hallway. Fanny, who had been ignored, hurried to follow. Then he watched Su Yongnian suddenly phase through the wall, followed by Indu being pulled along as well. Fanny wasn't sure if this phasing was effective only with Su Yongnian's presence. To ensure he could leave, he quickly grabbed Indu's other hand that hadn't gone through yet. Then, he also phasing through the wall. Once through the wall, the lead once again fell to Indu. When Fanny focused, he realized Su Yongnian had turned back into a doll clinging to Indu's body. But there was a downside to Indu leading. He was now just a child. Going down the stairs could only be done step by step. Fanny picked Indu up and continued running down. Where to? First floor, the exhibition hall opposite the library, Indu said.
Fanny nodded and quickly jumped down to the first floor. At that moment, a voice suddenly called from behind, "Classmate, wait a minute." Fanny didn't know who was calling him. He didn't look back and directly ran toward the exhibition hall. "Classmate." The voice behind suddenly changed direction, and Fanny abruptly looked up to see someone appear in front of him. He wore an extremely exaggerated smile, but his tone was decidedly displeased. "The teacher called you. What kind of attitude is that? You don't respect the teacher?" After saying this, many people suddenly emerged in the originally empty hall and rushed toward the two. Indu hurriedly took out the electric drill. "What's going on? There's a flash in this fake person's class? Why didn't we see it in the past 2 days?" After a bit of teasing, he quickly reminded Fan and I, "Keep running, don't mind them, the passage is at the corner at the back of the exhibition hall." Fan and I was very obedient, and when he reached the exhibition hall, he directly kicked the tempered glass twice, first shattering it and then breaking apart the scattered glass with his foot. Then, he charged into the dark exhibition hall with Indu. "What's with this thing again?" Fan and I couldn't help but complain. They kept running without stopping until they reached the end, and Fan and I instantly spotted the staircase going down behind the wall. But at that moment, he halted his steps because he saw a pair of eyes staring at him without any emotion from beneath the stairs. At this time, the sound of the electric drill in Indu's hands paused for half a second, and then, half a second later, only a buzzing noise came from the drill. Without the protection of the electric drill, the surrounding ghost shadows instantly sprang into action. "Run!" Chapter 212, Help from Su Youngyan. "Run!" Hearing Indu's words, Fan and I was startled back to reality from those eyes. He quickly held on to Indu and ran down the stairs. As he ran, he was prepared to use his body to block a knife, but when he passed by that person, the other party ignored him. Seeing this, Fan and I ran past that person, and once he entered another exhibition hall, he turned to look back. But it was at that moment that he heard the announcement of clearing the level. "Congratulations, the American talent has successfully cleared the Rule Monster Awakening Night School. Successfully cleared plus 20 points exploring the school's forbidden area 75% plus 15 points story unlocked 50% plus 10 points total 45 points. When Fan and I heard the clearing announcement, he was no longer in the mood to pay attention to the details and instead looked down at Indu. In multiple player instances, clear announcements are not broadcast for individual talent, indicating that Indu had not cleared the level. Indu seemed to anticipate his situation, patted his hand to let him lower his own, and then said, "For 17. At that moment, Indu's voice in Fan's ear became somewhat unclear, but fortunately, he could still make out the number. Fan and I understood that no matter what he said now, Indu couldn't hear him, so he could only nod to indicate that he had heard the number. Then, he watched the little Indu run towards another Indu. With no time to ponder, when Fan and I opened his eyes again, he was already back in his own resting room. His body also reverted to its original form. He knew Indu was still in the instance, so he didn't rush to the conference room, but instead pulled out the items Su Youngyan had given him earlier. They were two pieces of the same color but with slightly different shapes. As an old talent, Fan and I naturally knew what these were. It was then that she recalled the clearing announcement, 45 points, which meant she hadn't obtained the puzzle of Awakening Night School. This was not worth worrying about, after all, as long as Indu could clear it, he would definitely get the puzzle. If Indu didn't clear it, obtaining the puzzle would be useless anyway. However, why did Su Youngyan have two different puzzle pieces? Logically, being trapped in Awakening Night School, he absolutely couldn't obtain the reward for clearing Awakening Night School. So he should only have the reward for clearing Hangzhou Hospital. After sending Fan and I off, Indu hurriedly ran towards Mr. Xiong. "Hurry, I need to leave the school." "No need to rush, right? The principal has already sealed the last passage, no one else will get in here," Mr. Xiong said. Indu shook his head. "It does seem safe in the school, but there are still fake people outside." "What do you mean?" "Without the principal, this middle school has no guardian. Once those fake people realize this, they won't spare this place. But it will take them a long time to notice." Mr. Xiong tilted his head and then leaned closer to Indu. "You just don't want to stay in a place like this for long." Indu did not deny it, just quietly walked towards the school gate. "I checked earlier, this school gate doesn't need to be so damaged. As long as you pass through this retractable door, you can open the switch for the roll-up door," Mr. Bear said, lifting Indu up to indicate he should look at the switch on the wall. After confirming that Indu had seen it, he continued, "Let me just carry you over." Indu naturally had no objections. When Mr. Bear carried him up to the retractable door, Indu still held Mr. Bear's hand tightly, waiting for Mr. Bear to be retrieved. Mr. Bear stood on the ground, still embodying Indu's form, gazing deeply into Indu's eyes. Before he felt Indu was about to retrieve him, he solemnly said, "Indu, in this world, the more you touch, the deeper you sink. You strive with all your might to completely break free, but such actions will only trap you here forever. Every step you take brings you closer.
Before he could finish his words, Mr. Bear suddenly lost focus and instantly turned into a doll again. Indu held Mr. Bear in his arms and checked him. On the outside, there seemed to be no problems, but the cooldown time was a staggering 240 hours. According to Mr. Bear's prop rules, the cooldown time was related to the damage he received, which meant that Mr. Bear's words had violated some sort of rule. Connecting Mr. Bear's earlier words, it seemed easy enough to guess which rule it was. Indu put Mr. Bear away, then turned and jumped down from the retractable door. The switch box for the roll-up door had no anti-theft function. Any object that could fit into the space could pry it open. In fact, the school had already lost power, but these electric roll-up doors usually had their own power supply, allowing for about 10 or so openings without issue. Indu pressed the switch, and before he even stepped outside, an announcement echoed. Congratulations, Summer Country Talent successfully cleared the Rule Horror Story Understanding Night School. Successfully cleared plus 20 points. This time, Indu didn't wait long and was directly sent back to the lounge, feeling more like he was being expelled than having cleared a level. He didn't hesitate, directly turning the sign on the desk to 417. When he entered the conference room, he immediately spotted Ma Xiangja sprawled over the round table. Impatiently waiting in the conference room, Ma Xiangja raised his head. Why so slow? Indu paid no attention to Ma Xiangja's attitude. He knew that Ma Xiangja's impatience was just masking deep-seated worries. Of course, it's for this. Indu took out a puzzle piece from the toolbox. With this piece, only 2 puzzle pieces remained to complete the perfect world. Though he always felt that collecting puzzle pieces wouldn't truly allow them to leave this eerie world, especially after Mr. Bear's words, he was even more convinced that his guess was correct. But what could he do about it? Aside from collecting puzzle pieces, he could think of nothing else to do. Having something to do is certainly better than muddling through one level after another, right? Impressive, I barely got 40 points this time, and I got no rewards. Ma Xiangja looked at the puzzle piece. His words sounded like praise, but he seemed a bit lacking in enthusiasm. This shift in attitude was quite significant, and Indu frowned. We only need 2 more pieces to complete it. Why do you look so unhappy? Did you encounter that student council president in the instance? Ma Xiangja didn't answer Indu's question but instead tossed out another one. Indu nodded. He had speculated that, aside from Su Yongyan, everyone else in that instance was likely a fixed presence found in all the live broadcasts. Just like all the live broadcasts he had watched before entering the instance. Although the people in the instance retained autonomous thinking, he had previously compared the different stories across live broadcasts and always thought that the beings in the instance were more like puppets created after being implanted with specific memories and behavioral patterns. Or rather, aside from the strange being that had no rationality and just lingered in the dark, the other existences in the instance were merely puppets playing out the story. In the darkness lurked a strange creature, always ready with its knife, a real monster that lacked intelligence and could only follow rules and instincts. And Chen Rong was a preset character. In such an existence, what was there for Ma Xiangja to become like this, all deflated? That Chen Rong has the talent for purification. Ma Xiangja revealed his discovery while looking at Indu's puzzled eyes. Indu immediately understood the reason for Ma Xiangja's lack of spirit, and helplessly shook his head, saying, Brother Ma, it's not new that those with talent can get lost in the instance. I know, I've always known that those with talent might get lost. Ma Xiangja sighed. What makes me uncomfortable is that before the country used the reminder, I specifically asked whether every instance had a Chen Rong. Needless to say, the answer was, of course, yes. At this point, Indu already understood what Ma Xiangja meant. What terrified him was that after getting lost, one might even be transformed into some kind of mass-produced being, following a specific storyline. Just like turning from a living person into a specific NPC. Regarding this, Indu had long suspected it and had already mentally prepared himself. But he didn't know how to comfort Ma Xiangja, and the air instantly thickened with a heavy atmosphere. Fortunately, someone soon broke the silence. A hello. A beautiful blonde with blue eyes peeked her head out from the upstairs corridor. Ma Xiangja looked up at the newcomer, uncertainly asking, who is this? Indu paused for a few seconds in silence at Vanna's new appearance, and after hearing Ma Xiangja's inquiry, he replied, this is Vani, a talent from America, who has just joined our brotherhood. Then he introduced Vani, saying, this is Ma Xiangja, a talent from Goryeo. At this moment, Vani had already come down, extended her hand to Ma Xiangja, and said friendly, just to correct you, my name is Vani Tracy. Then she got straight to the point, I have 2 things to give you. As she spoke, she took out 2 puzzle pieces from her pocket, saying, these are what Su Yongyan left in the instance and handed to me. Chapter 213 The Secret of the Puzzle. Su Yongyan? Ma Xiangja was confused for a few seconds and then suddenly widened his eyes, isn't he from your country? Yes, he got lost in the Awakening Night School. Indu said. He took the puzzle pieces from Vanna's hand. These 2 pieces were different from the ones he currently had. Then, he had the same question as Vani. Why does he have 2 puzzle pieces?
Su Yongyan's talent wasn't a toolbox. Logically, he should still have puzzle pieces gathered before entering the Awakening Night School. Wait, why was he pondering this? The main person was right in his pocket. As Indu's thought surfaced, Su Yongyan's little doll appeared in his tightly clenched hand. Su Yongyan struggled hard. Feeling the force in his palm, Indu quickly and carefully placed the doll on the table. I almost got you squished to death. After standing on the table, Su Yongyan hurriedly patted his body to loosen himself. Clearly, as a doll, he didn't need to breathe, but when he was squeezed in Indu's hand, that suffocating and pressure sensation was incredibly real, making him feel like he could die any second. How strange, shouldn't this state mean death for him? Indu chuckled awkwardly. He hadn't expected Su Yongyan to be sent out just by thinking about it. Not wanting to be questioned further about this, he quickly threw out his previous question: how do you have 2 puzzle pieces on hand? Indu spread the recently acquired puzzle pieces in front of Su Yongyan. Ma Xiongja shuffled his chair closer to Su Yongyan. That's Jinrong, what are you doing? As Su Yongyan began to answer, Ma Xiongja's finger tipped it over. Su Yongyan sat on the table, his eyes were extremely ferocious. It's actually really alive. Ma Xiongja exclaimed in surprise. Indu reached out to press Ma Xiongja's shoulder to stop him from continuing to poke and prod the doll version of Su Yongyan. Chen Rong? He? Although I suspected that Chen Rong might be a transformed talent left in the replica, the existence of such a being raises the question: why would he have a puzzle piece? Su Yongyan shifted back slightly to sit comfortably. Actually, after meeting Chen Rong and talking to him, I had a guess, Che. What? Ma Xiongja, trying to hold back his eager hands, focused as much as he could on Su Yongyan's words. He was impatient, unable to resist interrupting Su Yongyan's slow narration. Su Yongyan, with a look of disdain, turned directly towards Indu. Have you ever thought that every time we participate in a replica, it consists of a blueprint world and countless mirrored worlds? Upon hearing Su Yongyan's words, Indu's eyes quivered. This was indeed something he had not considered. But this guess was undoubtedly possible, or rather, it was the only way to explain those countless identical replicas. If the operational model of the replica was truly as Su Yongyan described, with distinctions between blueprints and mirrors, then the blueprint world is most likely. Seeing Indu's expression, Su Yongyan posed a question. In this case, how do you think talents are more likely to encounter that blueprint world? Ma Xiongja leaned back against the chair, tilting his head to look at Indu. Do you guys always talk like this? Holding back answers and keeping it mysterious. They are just doing it for your own good. Exercising your brain is good for you. Finally, Van and I spoke up. And Su Yongyan, who had a very narrow perspective, only then noticed Van and I. After spending time together in one replica, his relationship with Van and I had softened a bit, especially now with Ma Xiongja as a comparison. Su Yongyan waved at Van and I. Indeed, if you don't use your brain, it will rust. As he spoke, he turned to look at Ma Xiongja. So, do you know the answer now? Unlike his question to Indu, Su Yongyan only aimed to spark the next topic with Indu. But with Ma Xiongja, he was genuinely asking. Ma Xiongja averted his head, pretending not to hear Su Yongyan's words. Su Yongyan turned back to Indu, speechless, as if inquiring about Ma Xiongja's reason for being there. Brother Ma just doesn't understand the Easter eggs after clearing the level, Indu chuckled. Ma Xiongja was used to not using his brain, but he wasn't silly. Of course, comparing him with the other 3 present was not fair. They were not of the same kind. Sure enough, after a nudge from Indu, Ma Xiongja immediately reacted. Oh, you mean that after clearing the level, you can choose whether or not to enter the replica? Yes. That replica has no live broadcast, no copies, just this one. Su Yongyan sighed. It was precisely because of this that I was able to encounter Chen Rong. He was definitely a talent before, but I feel he is not a talent from our world. I've been one of the earlier talents. Before I entered the replica, there were only 2 talents lost in the replica. I can guarantee, Chen Rong is absolutely not one of them. Indu nodded. The other 3 in attendance were not greatly surprised by Su Yongyan's words. Since the emergence of the Rule Weird Tales world, people often discuss several questions: is there a possibility of other worlds existing, and whether there had been worlds facing the invasion of the Rule Weird Tales world before them, along with what the outcomes were for those invaded worlds. No one could give a correct answer. Now they had only explored the periphery of the Rule Weird Tales world. With that thought, Indu took out all the puzzle pieces he had and carefully examined them. At this moment, Su Yongyan continued. However, one strange thing is that he has deep feelings for Juewu Central School. This aspect was something Su Yongyan had not figured out even now. After he chose to get lost in the replica, he had never truly let his feelings integrate into the replica. Even if brainwashed, one will find ways to protect oneself. Of course, he knows that most lost souls are not like him. Some lost souls are truly deceived, staying in the replica to become part of it. But those who choose to integrate into the replica are definitely not people of strong will. They cannot persist as long as Chen Rong, fighting against half-transformation and pseudo-humans. Moreover, if Shinrong were really that kind of person, Su Yongyan wouldn't have had more contact with him after knowing him.
Du recalled the man with a gentle demeanor after hearing Su Yongyan's words. The lost talented ones might be brainwashed by the replica repeatedly, ultimately forgetting the original world, starting a new life in the world of strange regulations.
In that case, Su Yongyan's question could be answered.
Du expressed his thoughts.
Su Yongyan nodded and shook his head. Your guess is possible.
Though I haven't talked to him about his situation before entering the replica, I can feel that right now. The most important memory for him is before the school of Juewu transformed into the Night School of Awakening. Brainwashing can indeed achieve such an effect. But I still feel this answer is not correct. Why? Asked Ma Xiangja, who was listening on the side, confused.
Su Yongyan pointed towards Ma Xiangja. I can understand that he didn't notice the issue with being brainwashed. A person like Shenrong, in the early stages of brainwashing, would definitely detect signs from the incongruity. Unless that kind of brainwashing is not gradual but directly injected into his mind. But if Juewu School had that kind of ability, it couldn't have turned into the Night School of Awakening from the start. Or perhaps the person who proposed establishing the Night School of Awakening possesses that ability, then that method of brainwashing would have appeared in the replica, with no one here able to escape. Su Yongyan was right.
Du sighed, and after a few seconds, he spoke solemnly. I understand now.
What? All three looked at Du together.
The true meaning of this puzzle. Du clenched the puzzle in his hand, the strength so intense that he felt pain himself. I can even guess how Shinrong stayed in the world of strange regulations.
Perhaps he is not lost in the world of strange regulations. Chapter 214, The Protection Period begins. Another riddle person.
Ma Xiangja muttered softly with crossed arms. The other two turned their attention to the puzzle in Du's hand. Su Yongyan looked at it for a while, then turned to the sphere where the puzzle was placed. You mean, Shinrong had once collected all 5 puzzles? The puzzle is an invitation to officially enter the world of strange regulations. Vanna said, her expression serious, her voice rarely low.
An official entry? Haven't we experienced enough in the world of strange regulations? Ma Xiangja complained.
What bothered him the most was that he originally thought collecting all 5 puzzles would allow him to escape the world of strange regulations. Now it seemed that escaping was completely hopeless. Du patted Ma Xiangja's shoulder. Back then, we all entered as passers-by, and some worlds were merely mirrors. They can't really be considered formal entry.
Ma Xiangja looked down and remained silent for a while before saying, is there still a chance to leave the world of strange regulations after formally entering?
According to Du and Su Yongyan, Shenrong completely stayed in the world of strange regulations after gathering the puzzles.
But is there another solution to this matter?
The whole room fell silent instantly.
No one could guarantee what the future would be like.
Du walked to the sphere. Actually, I have another question. Since this puzzle has to be used in this room, then its inviting scope should be limited to this room. In other words, everyone in this room will enter the world of strange regulations.
What about the people outside this room? Will the rule ghost stories invading our world stop, and will other gifted ones be sent out?
As he spoke, he placed the puzzle pieces onto the sphere one by one.
Everyone present understood Du's meaning.
The puzzle was an invitation letter to enter the rule ghost story world, so those not invited should naturally leave. The rule ghost stories of their world would be erased, and all gifted ones could return to their original world. This possibility was very high, because if gathering the puzzles brought no benefit at all, no one would ever collect them all. And very soon, they also got the answer. When Du placed the 4th puzzle piece, a line of words appeared above the sphere.
Collect 5 puzzle pieces to open the perfect world.
The puzzle collector will be invited to enter the perfect world, and their world will enter a protection period, during which it will not be invaded by the rule ghost story world.
After guessing for so long, there was an answer all along.
Ma Xiangja said, feeling a bit speechless. Du was also at a loss for words for a moment, but he quickly adjusted himself and looked at Fanny and Ma Xiangja. At the same time, Su Yongyan, who had been sitting on the table, stood up and climbed onto Du's shoulder. The two of them did not speak, but Fanny and Ma Xiangja understood their meaning.
Actually, from the moment I was chosen to come in, I was ready to never get out.
Although I really want to leave this ghost place, I am not used to being a deserter. Fanny and Ma Xiangja spoke at the same time.
After hearing their answers, Su Yongyan raised his hand and patted Du. Put me away first, in case something goes wrong.
Even though he had already guessed how the two would react, hearing their words still made Du sigh. Sometimes, he always hoped some people could be more selfish, because selfish people always live a bit better.
Okay, Du said.
But he did not put Su Yongyan away, nor did he place the last puzzle piece. Instead he said, let's rest for 2 days and gather again. Even though he knew that opening the perfect world earlier could save more people, at this moment Du still decided to be selfish once. Fanny and Ma Xiangja had no objection, but Fanny still walked up carefully and took one puzzle piece. In 2 days, I will bring the puzzle piece with me. She smiled and blinked, to stop you from sneaking off. Ma Xiangja also stepped forward and took one piece. You guys? Indu choked for a moment. His original intention was to give them 2 days to change their minds, but now it seemed these 2 days were purely for rest. Watching the two leave the room, Indu helplessly put away the remaining 3 puzzle pieces. Let's go, rest time, I'm sleepy too. Su Yongnian said. You've already turned into a doll and you can still be sleepy? I can still feel pain. 2 days later, all survivors who had not cleared Awakening Night School were sent out of the Rule Ghost Story world. At the same time, in all live broadcast rooms of Gifted One's clearing stages, only one sentence remained. Congratulations to Xia Country Gifted 1 Indu, America Gifted 1 Fanny Tracy, and Goryeo Gifted 1 Ma Xiangja for jointly opening the perfect world. Their worlds enter a protection period. Xia Country, America, and Goryeo will distribute reward resources based on clearance results and contribution. If they die in the perfect world, the protection period will end. This is hereby announced. This message was displayed for half an hour, and after half an hour all live broadcast rooms disappeared directly, while the computers giving prompts in Xia Country all received a separate notice. Based on the clearance results and contribution of your country's Gifted 1 Indu, your country will receive 85% of the resource rewards, which will be gradually delivered within 1 year. The resource reward list is as follows. 1. Rare earth mineral reserves increase by 17 million tons. 2. Oil reserves increase by 1,615 million tons. There were many resources, making everyone dizzy just looking at them. This Rule Ghost Story is quite polite, and the rewards are pretty high, but why do I feel a kind of suffocating feeling like marrying off a daughter for honor? Xia Chantai frowned and said. The other people in the Strange Affairs Emergency Handling Bureau looked at each other. The resources hidden beneath the ground are invisible and intangible, but the visible farmland above can quickly be redeemed. After the Rule Bazaar Stories world withdrew, all the cities that were originally invaded have been unsealed. The strange people or the dead who were transformed during the invasion can never return, but a few survivors did manage to live on. Many of those cities, or places were damaged or originally farmland, have turned into fertile soil as part of the rewards. Additionally, there are fresh water resources underground. The remaining resources of these cities were entirely filled into the desert. A year after the Bazaar Stories world disappeared, the world seemed to restore its past peace and conflicts. The world commemorates the 2 days when the Bazaar Stories world appeared and vanished as memorial days to mourn the lives thoroughly lost and to honor the contributions of Indu and the 3 others. But as year after year passed, people gradually stopped talking about the Bazaar Stories. Until one day, 14 years later, people's mobile phones were again forcefully taken over by a live broadcast room. Xia Country Talent Indu, America Talent. Chapter 215, Entering the Perfect World. As expected, 2 days later, Vanny and Ma Xiangja arrived in the conference room. The 3 of them placed the jigsaw puzzles in their hands properly, and instantly, the entire conference room transformed into a space with dozens of doors. At the same time, several pieces of paper fell before them. Each piece of paper had a line on it. The 3 picked up the pieces of paper. This should be my first one. Congratulations on receiving the Perfect World Residence Certificate. Please choose your entrance passage freely, Vanny said. Then Ma Xiangja added, when you pass through the Perfect World, you will return to your own world, and your original world will no longer be invaded by the Rule World. At least 2 people must enter the Perfect World together for the possibility of passing. Except reality is never perfect. Death is a new cycle. Do not die. Rules must be followed. Violating rules is full of temptation. Believe in the existence of the soul. Memory lies deep within the soul. The 3 of them recited the pieces of paper in their hands. Without a doubt, these are the rules. Violating rules is full of temptation, but rules must be followed? Death is a new cycle, but do not die? Vanny tried to piece together based on the rules just mentioned. Ma Xiangja, who was nearby, after hearing Vanny's words, commented, these rules sound mystical and seem like nonsense. Indu looked at the large door ahead and took the pieces of paper from the 2. It's normal not to understand the meaning of these rules before coming into contact with that world. You don't have a toolbox. I will keep these pieces of paper, but you must remember these rules. Memorizing rules was obviously Ma Xiangja's weak area. Fortunately, although these rules seemed mystical, there weren't too many. After 10 minutes, the 3 finally walked toward one of the doors. However, as they approached the door, they discovered that there were also rules on it. Only one person may enter each door. The second entrant will die instantly. Seeing this, the 3 had no choice but to separate. Indu stood still in front of his chosen door and watched Vanny and Ma Xiangja walk toward other doors. Once they both stood firm, he loudly counted, 3, 2, 1. Almost at the same time, all 3 opened their doors and walked in. Indu opened the door, and a bizarre passage appeared before him. Shadowy figures spun within the passage. It wasn't terrifying per se, but it gave a sense of dizziness. He tried to ignore the surrounding environment and made his way forward. Gradually, he began to hear a series of calling voices in his ear, filled with anticipation. Indu unconsciously followed the guidance, and his head became heavier and heavier. Finally, just before losing consciousness, he seemed to see several faces. Indu. Indu was walking home with his backpack. His friend and also classmate and also neighbor Dewey chased up from behind and patted his shoulder. When he caught up to Indu, his originally loud voice became very low, and he sneakily moved his eyes and head left and right. After making sure no one noticed them, he then said in a low voice, "I found a fun place, want to go play together?" Indu heard the words, did not open his mouth but instead turned his backpack to the front, and took out a tablet. He opened the tablet, and on it immediately showed 3 lines of words. Today's rules. 1. Listen carefully in class. 2. Do not refuse friends. 3. After school at 4 o'clock, must return home within half an hour. Dewey saw Indu's actions, only quietly stood at the side. He clearly knew Indu was reading his own today's rules. In this world, the system every day will give people rules, and these rules only the person himself can see. Each day complete the rules, then will obtain order points. And how many order points each person gets, except the person himself, no one else knows. Because in the system's basic rules there is a secrecy clause. Order points are very important, so Indu does not want to violate rules. But obviously, now the requirements of 2 and 3 conflict. Indu about this did not feel troubled, only smiled and said to Dewey, "I am very interested in the place you said, but yesterday I just bought the newest game." As he spoke, his words paused. Sure enough, Dewey was immediately attracted by the game in his mouth. What game? It is the one you mentioned last time. Crime City. Dewey answered first. Indu smiled and said, yes. While speaking, he without hesitation used 400 order points to place an order for a copy of Crime City. According to the delivery speed, this game would even arrive home before him. In the system, order points have a total accumulated number and a remaining number. The accumulated number will never be deducted, and the remaining number is the daily used currency. Indu each day completing tasks can get 700 points, spending 400 points to guarantee task completion is not a loss. Chapter 216 Dark Undercurrent. Dewey followed Indu back to his home. Every time he comes to Indu's home he is very excited. Because Indu's home and his own big family are different, Indu has no brothers or sisters, only lives together with his parents. In Dewey's home, he almost has no personal space, toys also must be shared with 4 brothers and sisters. But when he comes to Indu's home, Indu always generously shares toys and games for him to use. Sometimes Dewey really wants to just stay like this in Indu's home. It really is Crime City. Can I play? Dewey, as soon as he entered Indu's home, saw on the table the still unopened packaged Crime City game disc. He excitedly picked it up and asked. To be honest, this is very impolite behavior, but Indu still calmly agreed, letting Dewey go into his own room to play. When Dewey entered the room, Indu's mother walked out from the room, her face full of disapproval. Ifu, you know it, I do not like you and playing together. Mother, back then greeting him and making friends was the requirement of the rules, just like you had to send me to the current school. Indu calmly said. The education he received since childhood was to weigh the gains and losses between obeying rules and breaking rules. In his eyes, making friends with Dewey is not difficult, he naturally would not refuse. As for why after that day he still continued to be friends with Dewey, naturally he also has his own reasons. Oh, stop mentioning this topic. To tell the truth, although your grades have always been very good, I still regret a bit, perhaps back then I should not have been obsessed with completing. When speaking of this, Carol Lester showed a troubled expression, then she continued, but why do you always refuse to transfer schools? Her brows tightly knit, clearly dissatisfied about this. I have already adapted to the current life, if I transfer schools I also do not know what changes the rules will have, and also, Dewey is actually quite useful. Mentioning Dewey, Indu's eyes were full of coldness, not the slightest warmth seen when earlier talking with Dewey. Dewey can help him avoid breaking the rules, even to complete some rules. Moreover, he has tried it, and many of Dewey's rules are beneficial to him. Every rule that benefits him seems relatively easy for Dewey to complete, which makes Dewey more obedient to him. So saying he and Dewey are friends isn't quite right. Besides, it's not just Dewey, he doesn't have deep feelings for his parents either. For some reason, since he can remember, he has felt out of place with everything around him. Even if his parents treat him well, he still finds it hard to give the same feelings back. Indu lowered his eyes to hide the complex emotions in his heart. You have your own plans, which is good, but I hope you can return to the agreement in high school. With your scores, there should be no problem, I just hope this time the rules. Carol Lester once again stopped speaking. Although the basic rules do not mention anything about complaining about the unreasonable rules, many people do not want to talk about it due to confidentiality. Carol Lester couldn't help but bring it up in her excitement, but after years of training, she always hits the brakes at critical moments. Don't worry, mother. Indu is not worried about which school he will attend in the future. Because he has a vague feeling that as long as he ensures he completes the rules every day, his future will not go wrong. However, after knowing all this, he should have full confidence in his future, yet his heart always feels empty and vague. Every time he sees the rules, a sense of fear surges from deep within him. Indu waved his hand at Carol Lester, then walked into his room. When he entered his room, Dewey was already playing a game in front of the computer. On the computer screen, the character Dewey was controlling was smashing a store. How is it? Is it fun? Indu sat beside Dewey and asked. It's so awesome. Why don't the rules release this kind of rule? Dewey exclaimed excitedly. Since Dewey mentioned the rules, Indu naturally did not respond to him. As long as it's fun, it's fine, at least it didn't waste my points. Indu casually picked up a book on the table and flipped through it. Although he doesn't love following the rules and feels empty about living each day according to the rules, he is also not interested in such completely chaotic games. What really sparks his interest is exploring other people's rules. Although there are confidentiality rules, some people simply cannot lie or act, and sometimes he can sense the disharmony in their actions. He just never deliberately explored it before. But as he grows day by day, his curiosity keeps tugging at his nerves. Moreover, life has sent him a nice experimental subject. No, it should be said that the rules have given it to him. Chapter 217, The Hand of Rules. Indu. While Indu was reading a book, Dewey suddenly excitedly bumped his shoulder. Look at this. Indu followed Dewey's gaze to the computer screen. At this moment, the game interface on the computer had disappeared, leaving a black background with red words. Welcome to Sin City. Would you like to truly experience the charm of Sin City? Welcome to the All Want Bar, we will take you to experience a different world. Indu read the content on the computer aloud. This is the place I wanted to take you today. Dewey pointed at the computer and said excitedly, how about we go there? The All Want Bar, you originally said it was fun, is there something special about it? Indu took the mouse and casually clicked, and the computer screen jumped back to the game interface as if everything that just happened never occurred. I heard that you can break the basic 10 rules there. Dewey's originally excited voice gradually weakened under Indu's scrutinizing gaze. Actually, I don't really believe it, I just want to take a look. In the end, helpless, his gaze turned to the tablet placed on the table by Indu. Without needing to be said, Indu understood his meaning. Indu reached out and operated on the computer interface, and the character in the game picked up a knife under his control and immediately attacked a passerby. Fake blood splattered on the screen, and after a few seconds, it disappeared without a trace, leaving only the fallen NPC. The basic 10 rules, specifically the second rule mentioned by Dewey, being allowed to harm or kill if not against the rules. Dewey's words and what was in the game could confirm each other. Under Indu's serious expression, Dewey said softly, actually, I have already given up. His completion rate for the daily tasks provided by the system had always been low. Typically, it took him 2 or 3 days to complete one, so after his probing inquiry to Indu was refused, he no longer pursued it. Indu did not pay attention to Dewey's excuses beside him. He had always known what kind of person Dewey was. Dewey's shortcomings were both his weapon to control Dewey and a weapon that could stab him. When taking advantage of a person like Dewey, he naturally prepared to defend himself. Moreover, he was not angry with Dewey's little schemes, on the contrary, he felt a bit excited. If it were someone else leading him there instead of Dewey, he might not have had the chance to know this was a requirement from the rules. The rules wanted him to go to a place where rules could be broken. How interesting. Indu stood up. Let's go, let's take a look over there. Dewey froze for a few seconds before following Indu's pace. Indu's exit could not be hidden from Carol in the living room. Although Carol was dissatisfied with Dewey, she did not show it clearly when facing him. She looked at Indu like every worried mother, gently asking, are you going out? Yes, Mom, I still have things to finish. Indu smiled politely, making Carol realize this was not something he wanted to do himself. That must be a requirement from the rules. Carol did not ask any more questions, just reminded him to be safe and smiled as she watched Indu and Dewey leave. Dewey, your mom is so gentle, totally different from my mom. As soon as they stepped outside, Dewey said with envy. Indu smiled and switched the topic. Where is Wanyun Bar? It's on the street near the school, very close. Dewey said as he naturally led the way. As he said, Wanyun Bar was not far, and they arrived at their destination in just 20 minutes from Indu's home. It was a newly opened bar, the overall appearance was black, and many neon lights were scattered around. It wasn't dark yet, but the bar was already lit up with various colors, dizzying Indu. So cool! Dewey exclaimed as he looked at the bar. Indu didn't glance at him, directly stepping towards the bar's entrance. Chapter 218, Want to take a magical blue pill? For some reason, Indu always felt like he shouldn't enter the bar, always thinking someone should stop him at the door. But the reality was he passed through the revolving door and directly entered. His eyes were blinded by the flashing lights, and his nose was assaulted by the overwhelming smell of alcohol mixed with perfume that made him dizzy, while sharp shouting filled his ears. Though he wanted to explore, at that moment Indu was persuaded by the discomfort of his senses and turned to leave. But just as he turned around, he was stopped by a tall blonde woman who was a head taller than him. "Hey there, kid, you've come all this way, why not have a drink?" As she spoke, she put one arm around his shoulder and shook a glass in her other hand. "Sister has something good here." Mary, still trying to trick kids, someone nearby teased upon seeing it. "Scram, I really have good stuff today, but you look too poor to buy anything." Indu ignored the woman encircling him. He didn't care that it seemed he was just chatting with the lady, but in fact, he was helping her stir his curiosity. Because he suddenly realized one thing. Although he had just walked in front, he was sure that Dewey had followed him into the door, but now Dewey, who should have been behind him, had vanished. When did he separate from Dewey? The main door was no more than 3 meters away. That little time wasn't enough for Dewey to go far. Indu frowned slightly, silently breaking free from the lady's hand. "What's wrong, little friend? Suddenly in such a hurry?" Indu's gaze swept across the currently visible area, but the dim yet glaring bar was not an easy place to find someone. In this situation, it's better to let someone familiar with the environment help. Of course, if he really couldn't find Dewey or if the cost of finding him was too high, Indu wouldn't mind sacrificing Dewey. "My friend is missing." Indu pretended to be anxious. "A friend? Came in with you?" the lady asked curiously. Indu nodded. "Don't worry, he might have gone to another hall," the lady said with a bright smile. "This bar is divided into 4 halls. Based on order points and accumulated order points, you will be assigned to different halls after entering the revolving door. Currently, we are in the red hall, which is the second to last hall. It seems this is one of the rules of the 10,000 Desires bar. Does everyone only enter the corresponding hall?" Indu asked curiously. "Of course not. For hall selection, you can go down. For example, we who can enter the red hall can go down to the black hall. But we cannot enter the 3rd and 4th halls above." The man who had been talking to the lady just now walked over and explained. "3rd and 4th? The 3rd is the blue hall, and the 4th is the white hall. Those who have never been there cannot know the names of these halls." The lady smiled enchantingly, her tone extremely tempting. "Those are all good places. Do you want to go, little friend? Actually, besides reaching the standard with order points, there are other ways to get you up there. Some people, even if they accumulate order points for a lifetime, can't meet the requirements for the blue hall and the white hall, but as long as you get the good thing I just mentioned, you can roam freely among the 4 halls." The lady stepped closer. Indu raised his eyebrows slightly, calmly looking at the woman who overshadowed the lights and glare. "Since this thing is so powerful, the order points required should not be low, right?" "Of course, but since it's your first time, and your sister likes you, I can give you one for free." The lady's tone was strange, and her words were thought-provoking. Indu tried to block the discomfort in his heart. "Then, thank you, sister." "You're welcome," the lady said, reaching out to cover Indu's mouth, and a capsule was stuffed into his mouth. Indu pushed the capsule to the gap between his upper teeth and cheek with his tongue. The capsule started to dissolve slightly upon contact with saliva, but because of this, it had some stickiness, just enough to hold it temporarily. However, after a while, the capsule would still dissolve, and Indu knew he had to leave quickly. He didn't know the drug's effects and didn't dare to play around. He could only continue asking, "After taking the medicine, how do I go to the other halls?" "It's very simple. You walk back into the revolving door, turn around once first, and after a circle, the halls outside the revolving door will change. If that's not the hall you want to go to, you just turn around again." The lady patted Indu's shoulder. "Very simple, right? Want to try it now?" Of course he wanted to go. Indu quickly walked into the revolving door. According to the lady, in the presence of multiple choices, whatever hall he saw after turning around would be random. But since he hadn't swallowed the medicine she had stuffed into him, after turning around, he should only switch to the black hall where Dewey had entered. Indu quickly took the almost melted medicine out and hid it in his pocket while facing away from the bar hall during the turn. After hesitating for a while, he ultimately chose not to leave the bar directly and continued to turn around. As the lady said, the hall outside the revolving door was no longer the flashy disco from before, but a dimly lit hall. At the revolving door, Indu heard no sound, but once he entered, he was greeted by a cheer. "In this match, the winner is our masked man. Those who place successful bets can go to the prize booth to claim their reward." Indu walked forward towards the sound, and only after rounding the wall of the hall did he realize that the cheers actually came from downstairs. From where he stood, he could only see a redemption counter and a blurry scene of the happenings below through the glass. "Guest, is this your first time here? Do you want to enter? There are still 3 matches tonight, but you need at least 1 blue pill to enter." At the redemption counter, a man in a pink sequined outfit smiled and said, "Blue pill?" Indu repeated. "Yes, would you like to have a magical blue pill?" the man said, shaking a blue capsule displayed in a plastic bag. Indu ignored him and reached into his pocket to pull out the one he had just stowed away. "Guest, that's really uncouth of you. A pill dug out from your mouth cannot be traded," the man shouted in a bizarre manner. Indu put the pill back into his pocket and walked up to the man. "How can I exchange for this pill? The first one only costs 100 order points. From the second pill onward, it's 800 per pill," the man explained. "But you don't have to rush to exchange too much, you can also bet on the matches below. If you win, you can exchange one for 10, one for 100, or even one for 1,000. It sounded like gambling, but can the pills one be exchanged for order points here? The man shook his head. "No, but this stuff is always in demand. If you go to a higher hall, the order points you can exchange there are even higher." Looking at it this way, that lady earlier must have been reselling these pills. But why would a pill that only allows people to access other halls be in such high demand? Or does this pill have deeper meanings? For example, could using it allow one to break the rules? Upon consideration, being able to go to other halls is literally breaking the original rules of the 10,000 Desires bar, right? Chapter 219, The Effect of the Pill. As Indu pondered, Due came upstairs with a sorrowful face. Seeing him like this, Indu did not ask a word but urged, "We should go back." He had an air that brooked no refusal, making Due dare not say more and just followed him out. Breaking the rules. For some reason, when these 4 words appeared in his mind, he felt a sense of fear. He always felt that breaking the rules would bring some disaster. Clearly, not fulfilling the everyday rules merely meant not gaining order points or being deducted points. Only within the basic 10 rules might danger arise. And this pill was evidently prepared for breaking those basic 10 rules. Once outside the 10,000 Desires bar, Indu could not help but glance back at this remarkably conspicuous place in the night. He tightened his grip on the capsule in his hand. Rationality told him that before being well prepared, it was best not to explore this place lightly, nor to try that forbidden pill easily. After leaving the bar, Indu and Due parted ways to return home. In fact, Due's home was not in the same direction as Indu's. After all, Due's family background could never allow him access to the community where Indu's home was located. Indu had not walked a few steps toward home when he felt a gaze upon him. To say it correctly, he actually felt this sensation since leaving the bar. The further he got from the bar, the stronger this feeling became. When Indu finally got home, his father, Kit Lester, had already returned. He was dressed in a suit, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking very much like an elite. Even though there is a 13-year-old boy named Indu, he looks no older than his age. When he saw Indu enter, he squinted his eyes, his face showing displeasure, but he showed no intention of asking anything. Indu, seemingly oblivious to Jit's situation, greeted his parents as usual. His mother, Karoy, still wore a gentle smile in response, while Jit had a cold expression on his face. Since birth, they had been like this, and after so many years, they remained the same. The kind mother, full of love for her children, and the strict father, dedicated to providing the best for his family. Template-like parents. The atmosphere at home had never been bad, but it had also never been warm, just like the lamp in the living room that always emitted a warm white light. In this atmosphere, the family's servant brought the dishes to the dining table. Oh, and there was the template-like servant. Indu had tested this before. There were at least 5 rules that the servant followed every day, and since taking up their employment, one of her daily rules became serving as a servant in his home. This rule specified her working hours, duties, and even her attitude towards work. That is why, each time Indu saw her, she always wore a smile, her demeanor unchanged no matter what happened. Sometimes, Indu felt they were merely machines controlled by rules, and now it seemed he had a choice to break free from this mechanical fate. Yif, it's time to eat. Jit was the first to sit at the table, and Karoy called out to Indu, who was still in a daze. Finally, the 3 of them finished their meal in this silent atmosphere, just like every day for the past decade. Once back in his room, Indu took out the medicine he had hidden in his pocket. He felt strangely that ever since he got this medicine, he had been extremely uncomfortable with the existence of rules. He wanted to break through the rules and see the true self unbound by them, to see the naked world beyond the rules. Chapter 220, The Role of Order Points. Not sure if it was the shock from yesterday's information, Indu felt like he had dreamt all night long. But upon waking, those dreams that stirred his emotions were now just a vague memory, leaving him with a body and spirit that felt extremely tired. Because of the routine instilled since childhood by the rules, Indu had a very regular lifestyle, so even though he felt he needed more rest, he was unable to fall back asleep. Indu rolled around in bed a few times, but ultimately had to get up. Today was a rest day, so he didn't have to go to school. He picked up the tablet he had set aside last night and, as usual, began to look at today's rules. On typical rest days, his rules consisted of family activities, engaging in social interactions, exercising, or learning some new skills. Each item could be broken down into multiple smaller rules. Very simple. He had asked Dewey. Dewey's rules on rest days were either helping with chores or doing odd jobs. Generally speaking, the rules on rest days were fewer than during school days. Dewey had subtly expressed that, compared to school, he preferred living the life of a rest day every day. Because on rest days, he could earn order points more easily, and if he did odd jobs, the order points he earned would be even higher than at school. However, Indu learned that even Dewey's order points from odd jobs were far lower than what he normally earned. Today's rules. But for Indu, the rules on rest days were not much different from those during school, as anything requiring the participation of others would not be too easily controlled. However, schoolmates could find ways to control things. But the parents only need to give hints. His parents would cooperate with him to complete all the rules. Indu came to the dining room with a tablet. At that moment, the servant had already prepared a Western-style breakfast and was setting it on the table. His parents were already seated. Sometimes Indu found it strange why he had a term like Western-style breakfast in his mind, and if there was also an Eastern-style breakfast. Indu pushed these wandering thoughts aside and politely greeted his parents next to the dining table before sitting down in his seat. "Father, may I visit your company today?" "Oh?" Kit narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Indu and directly landing on the tablet on the table, roughly guessing the reason behind Indu's request. "All right, you haven't been to the company yet, it's good to learn today. Is the company still operating on the weekend?" Indu asked. "Everyone's rest days are different, especially for adults who already work." Kit chuckled lightly. "You must understand that many people's time value is not high, and rules will guide them to where they should go to realize their value." When saying this, Kit's eyes carried an undisguised disdain. Indu nodded in understanding and then continued, "So, father and mother, are you free tonight? Can we go out to dinner together?" "Of course." "Oh, Kit, you have no plans for tonight, right?" "No, even if I do, I will make time for my family," Kit said. Of course, everything is based on the condition that the rules do not conflict. If there is a conflict in the rules at home, it is natural to ensure that his rules are completed. After all, the order scores he receives for completing daily rules are the highest in the family. Great. Indu appropriately expressed excitement. "All right, Eve, hurry up and eat, we need to leave by 8:30. Kit urged, putting away any excess expression. "Yes, father." After finishing breakfast, Indu got into Kit's car. Their family had a driver, so it was needless to ask, most likely he would receive the rule of being the driver every day. In fact, over the years, he had also understood one thing: the existence of their family's driver and servants. Once they had proper jobs, the more order points they could earn, the less they dared to break the rules. And just last night, he saw another world. Thinking of this, Indu instinctively touched his pocket. In the morning, he had brought out the capsule he received yesterday. Although he didn't think he would use it, he had developed a habit since childhood to carry handy tools with him. Sometimes he even felt he had a collecting habit, wanting to keep useful things he found. Unfortunately, most of the clothes his mother prepared for him were small suits, and even his casual wear was things like shirts, which were not suitable for holding anything. As Indu pondered, the car had already entered the underground parking lot, and the sudden change in brightness brought him back to reality. Kit turned his head and glanced at Indu, then reached out to adjust his clothes. "All right, let's go up." Indu nodded and obediently followed behind his father. "This building is all owned by our company," Kit said, leading Indu to one of the 3 elevators. From its exterior, this elevator looked the most luxurious and should be reserved for high floors. Upon entering the elevator, Indu saw the company's rules. At the same time, Kit pressed the button for the 17th floor. "My office is on the 17th floor, Kit said. Indu nodded. Since he was a child, he knew this company belonged to his father, but even his father's office was only arranged on the 17th floor. What was on the 18th floor? Micro-base company's basic rules. Can go to floors 1 to 16, elevator number 4 can go to floors 16 to 18, only for designated members. 2. Floor 18 of the company is only open to people who have an invitation letter. 3. Company staff must reach 8 working hours every day and 40 working hours every week. The exact work time can be arranged as needed. 4. Company staff must not go against orders from upper management. Violators will be punished based on how serious it is. The most serious can be fired by the company without conditions. Even though there are only 4 rules, except for the first 2, the other 2 look, no matter how you see them, like the company's tyrant rules. Did you see these rules? Kit noticed Indu's gaze. He tilted his head and glanced at the rules he had not looked at carefully for a long time. You must remember, only by going upward again and again will the rules that bind you become fewer and fewer, and even let everything be used by you. What does it mean? Indu thought for a moment and then raised his head to look at Kit. Father means, as long as you have enough order points you can con. We are here. Kit cut off Indu's words. Indu subconsciously turned his head to look at the display screen. At the moment he raised his head, the number on it just jumped to 16. But he also reacted, just now in shock. He almost said words that must not be said. Indu lowered his head, showing a proper guilty look of having done something wrong on his face. But Kit did not say much. He just reached out and patted his shoulder, and then after the elevator made a ding sound, he walked out of the elevator. Chapter 221, The So-Called Tool. Indu followed behind Kit and walked out of the elevator. The offices on the 17th floor should belong only to top management. The whole decoration is the same style as the elevator they took. Just as Indu was observing this floor, a graceful woman with revealing clothes and heavy makeup on her face swayed and walked toward them. Before she even got close, Indu already smelled a strong wave of perfume. Indu frowned with some discomfort. The woman walked close to them, and her originally numb face instantly put on a flattering smile. "Boss," she called, and then leaned toward Kit. Kit ignored her and dodged to the side. The woman, who found it boring, could only steady her body and stand in place, watching Kit leave. And the whole time, her eyes did not stay on Indu for even 1 second. It even gave Indu a feeling that she did not notice his existence at all. Kit touched Indu's head to bring him back to his senses. This floor only has independent offices of top management. Of course, everyone who comes here must follow the rules of this floor. As he spoke, he guided Indu to look at the wall on one side. At first the wall only looked like it had company spirit and slogans written on it, but after staring for a few seconds it turned into rules. The rules only had 2 short lines. Wagee Company 17th Floor Code of Conduct. 1. All Wagee Company employees who come here must strictly follow etiquette according to job rank. Lower-ranked employees should take the initiative to greet superiors. 2. Anyone who comes here must keep silent about everything seen and heard here. The first rule is almost repeated with the 4th rule in the elevator, and the second rule. Does keeping silent mean keeping secret about everything that happens here? Indu did not have time to think more before Kit called him to move forward. "This is my office. If there is no problem, it will also be your office in the future." Kit brought Indu to the office door. "Are you ready, child?" For some reason, when he heard Kit ask this sentence, Indu actually felt a trace of panic. As if there was some monster inside this office. Should he not feel excited? He is so lucky, born in a family with high order points, and recognized by his father who holds power. It can almost be said that his future has no worries. But why does he feel afraid? "Ifu, what are you hesitating about?" Noticing Indu's emotion, Kit's face turned ugly. Indu also came to his senses at this moment, and he quickly tucked away his emotions, awkwardly stepping forward. "Father, I just fear letting you down." Hearing Indu's words, Kit put away his displeasure and simply warned in a serious tone, "Don't disappoint me." After saying this, without giving Indu a chance to hesitate, Kit directly opened the office door. When he saw the scene inside, Indu almost lost control again. No matter how mature he was just a 13-year-old boy, and he had never seen such a scene in an office. In a space of at least 50 square meters, there was a big screen that occupied an entire wall in front, and a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows on the right, showing the outside view. Of course, these two things were not what made Indu lose control. What almost made Indu lose control was the image on that screen and the dozens of human sculptures standing on the left side of the office. Called human sculptures, from the outside they looked no different from real people, except they didn't move and seemed to have no breath. The hollow gazes facing the door sent chills down Indu's spine. Not to mention, the big screen was playing a horror movie. He saw a woman desperately running through a passage filled with human sculptures, and in an instant, the passage in front of her was surrounded by these human sculptures. The woman didn't have time to scream. Her body slowly turned a shade of white, making her look whiter than before. In the end, she transformed into an existence just like those human sculptures and merged into them. Wait a minute. If so, it seemed that the human sculptures he saw, whether on the screen or in the office, all had a somewhat pale complexion. This realization made Indu's face turn pale instantly, but fortunately, he still remembered not to show fear in front of his father, so he suppressed his terror and continued to watch the image on the screen. At this moment, the screen smoothly transitioned to the next scene. It was a village. Probably because the sun had set and there were no streetlights in the village, only a few houses had lights on outside, making the whole scene extremely dim. This time, there was no immediate shock-inducing scene. Indu felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. He always felt that he had been there before. "Do you see something?" Kit suddenly spoke up. Indu blinked, moving his gaze from the screen, which had not yet provided other information, to the statues in the office. These statues were a mix of men and women, different ages. There were even various skin colors, but these skin tones were covered under the same shade of white skin. Without a doubt, these were all once living beings, just like him. However, this was clearly not the answer Kit wanted. Indu suppressed the discomfort in his heart, trying hard to appear calm and composed. His mind raced, desperately thinking of the answer Kit desired. Clearly, transforming people into statues was common in Kit's world. And he had displayed these statues in his office. Even today he brought his cherished son to see them. Thinking about it this way. Are these trophies of fathers? Indu raised his head, pretending to show curiosity and admiration, but his attention was actually entirely on Kit's expression, ready to adjust according to any changes in Kit's demeanor. Trophies, that's not a bad way to put it. Although Kit said this, there were hints of sarcasm in the depths of his eyes, and his expression was far from agreeing. When he turned his gaze to the statues, it was filled with contempt. Then, what are these? Indu racked his brains, finally thinking of a word under Kit's disdainful stare. Non-human. The definition of non-human didn't just mean that in Kit's eyes, these statues, whether before or after becoming statues, were not equal to him as people. It also meant that these people were viewed as so lowly in Kit's eyes. How can a lowly thing become a glorious trophy? These are tools. Let us gain more orderly points, tools that stand at the pinnacle of this world. As Kit spoke with excitement, he spun around to the right side's floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the world. In that moment, Indu, in a daze, saw a monster in the person he had spent 13 years with. Chapter 222, Opening a New Instance, Yonghui Convenience Store. Indu's unease did not last long, for Kit soon returned to his usual serious demeanor. At the moment Kit turned his head, Indu appropriately showed his admiration for him. Seeing that look on Indu's face, Kit's eyes held rare satisfaction. To be honest, this child was not born under his expectation. It was a task he had to complete while climbing up. For a long time, he and Karo had no guidelines on how to handle this child in their task. At that time, he could have easily abandoned the child to fend for itself. This way, he would avoid the trouble of assisting in the task and prevent future burdens. But the 10 months of pregnancy had made Karo feel the weakness of motherhood, and she couldn't bring herself to abandon the child. Fortunately, this child proved himself, and he did not regret the compromise he made at the beginning. Father. Indu scanned the statue in the office, and after mentally preparing himself, entered the room. He walked up to Kit. What must I do to have so many tools like you? Don't rush, my child, you will find it much easier to have all this than I did. Kit said, clapping his hands. Then, the screen split apart in the middle, and dozens of people filed out from the dark passage. Their expressions were numb, showing no reaction to the outside world. These are waste products reclaimed after orderly points reach 0, it only takes a little orderly points to convert these waste. But why didn't I see them in the shop? Of course, it's because you haven't reached that level yet. Kit said coldly. Different total amounts of orderly points allow different products to be seen. You are lucky, I am here to prepare all this for you, allowing you to see a higher level of the world early. All you need to do is transform these wastes into tools for your use. As Kit said this, the previously split screen had merged back together. This time, the image on top became a map. Transforming waste into tools first requires a place, and the place also needs orderly points to exchange. Now on the screen is the map of the place I have already purchased. You can directly choose one, and I will transfer it to you. After Kit finished speaking, Indu began to seriously examine the map on the screen. The image before him seemed to be a floor plan of a small supermarket. But after just a few seconds, the image flickered, and a more complex floor plan appeared, which also seemed to be a shop, except the shop area was more complicated, with 2 levels and a basement. At this moment, it felt like buying a house he liked. Naturally, for someone like Indu with traditional thoughts, the bigger the better. Perhaps noticing Indu's thoughts, Kit reminded him, it's better to start with a smaller place for the first time. Hearing Kit's words, Indu was basically sure that the first image was not a coincidence, it was the place Kit had chosen for him in advance. Then I want the first place from just now. Indu said obediently. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen returned to the first floor plan, and the next second, everything went dark in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a small supermarket. And in the upper left corner of his vision was a line of translucent text. Perfect World Instance Yonghui Convenience Store. Basic rules of the Perfect World Instance. Living people can only eat beef, vegetables, and grains. During the roleplay, the living are protected by their identities, and the relevant non-humans will always follow the constraints of that identity. Orderly points settlement criteria. Transformation lost 1000/person. Transformation fallen 700/person. Scrap death 200/person. Consumables clearance -200/person. Items that can currently be placed. 1. Non-human pseudo-human *3. 2. Non-human eerie *6. 3. Non-human strange objects *2. The location will officially open 24 hours after activation. Please quickly formulate the rules for the Yonghui convenience store. Looking at the displayed words, Indu felt a shiver in his heart. Over the years, he has lived and grown under the constraints of rules and orderly points, adapting well to exploiting others and squeezing orderly points from them. It could even be said that when he saw all of this, he felt a sense of inevitability.
If the people in this society really rely on daily basic rules to obtain orderly points, how could there be distinctions in rank? However, a vague sense of déjà vu left Indu feeling melancholic and anxious. But soon, Jit's voice rang out, awakening him. You should have seen the settlement criteria for orderly points by now, remember, do you have any thoughts? Regaining his state, Indu naturally began to analyze. Lost looks like the highest settlement option for gaining orderly points, but it should also be the hardest. So, when formulating rules, I should induce people towards the option of death as much as possible, aiming for thin profit and high sales. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Jit's satisfied laughter, but Jit then reminded him, but remember, the probability and conversion rate of your instance investment are related. Only by achieving a 10% conversion rate can you ensure the instance is not eliminated, useful for program investment. And a conversion rate of over 30% will increase the probability of your instance being used, while over 50% will make your instance a best-selling instance. However, your location is small, and maintaining a conversion rate of over 10% through falling will allow you to break even, so there's no need to feel too much pressure. This should also be the reason Jit earlier advised him to choose a small location, Indu thought to himself. After Jit's voice faded away, Indu scanned the scene before him. He looked as if floating in the air of the supermarket, almost able to see the entire scene of the supermarket. Soon, he found several places to write rules. The limitations of a small location are great, and the identities of those entering here have little choice. Correspondingly, the identity of the challengers is also limited to convenience store staff. Once you draft the rules and confirm them, you can exit this location, and next time, just select the location through the light screen to enter. Now, quickly formulate the rules.